This young man was stunned to see that he had been reincarnated. He sprayed glue in panic and shouted unconsciously, "I've turned into a child." The woman only heard the crying of the baby and looked at him gently. "Why are you crying? Nguya Tiukai must be hungry." The mother unbuttoned her shirt and fed her as if she were real. The young man also instinctively pressed his face against her and flinched. Drinking milk like this must be pretty amazing. Immediately after, Xiaokui was carried away to bathe, her face and brows furrowed in thought, arms crossed. Maybe it's a side effect of time travel, so now my memories are very fragmented. I only remember the image of a girl during the apocalypse, alongside the image of a goddess and the thunder crashing loudly, with unclear words, something like, husband. Is that what it was? Is the husband here the husband? So, even at the moment of death, there was a wife too. My memories are still very fragmented. What could they be? But I have to say, she seems to be very kind to me. Seeing my son's gaze towards me, the mother quickly hugged him and said, "Are you looking at me, my dear? You're so adorable." In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed, and in the small house, I still cry for milk even though I'm already 5, just eating, sleeping, and drooling. Xiaokui quietly thought, this year she still treats me as well as ever. My memories are not fully restored, and I am gradually accepting this new mother. In my previous life, I didn't cherish it enough. This time, I want to protect this love. She puts in effort for me, she cries for me, she smiles at me, she acts spoiled with me. Even when she looks blank in the eyes of this new mother, Xiaokei is still smiling so brightly. "Son, tonight I have to go to the kitchen to cook for you." Hearing this, the young man almost vomited. The reason he always demanded milk was because his mother's cooking was so disgusting. He couldn't swallow it, and it was the most revolting thing ever. In summary, in this world, after 5 years, the current situation is like this. They say it's an advanced world, but right now Xiaokui is in a small village where even birds don't bother to defecate. There's no Wi-Fi, no electricity. Luckily, there are a few usable elemental spirits. A simple house, never wealthy in 2 generations, now called a fleeting glimpse of spirit stones. Inside, there are images of your father and mother who never told Xiaokui where he really went, only crying until they ran out of tears. To him, his mother in this life is perfect in every way, except for her cooking. The person often lurking outside the door is the neighbor next door. Everyone calls him Mr. Vuong. He's 30 years old and still single, with a rough face and a useless expression all year round. Luckily, he's not really like that. "Xiao Yana, today I caught some fish to give to your mother." The mother turned around after hearing this. "Oh, Mr. Vuong, are you stopping by?" Xiaokui really hates this vulgar uncle and starts to have a wicked idea. Performing a super cute act to cling to Mom, I'm so scared. This is a bad person. "Mom, please save me. Quickly chase away this bad man." "Mom, this is a bad person. That bad person." Vuong stands outside the door, spraying glue that hardens, while the mother, frightened by her child's panic, clings to him. "Vuong, I'm really sorry. I can't accept this. You're a good person, but you don't need to treat my mother and me like this. We don't deserve this from you. Take it back. Besides, in this life, my son and I can rely on each other enough. I hope Mr. Vuong understands. TUK is like a symbol of a good person that your mother trusts deeply." The uncle saw this and looked very uncomfortable, sneering with hatred. "Just wait and see." Along with the squeaking of mice in the night, a drunken man staggered into the house. "It's none other than the neighbor's husband. She's been refusing me for 5 years. It's definitely because that brat keeps getting in my way. Let's see how I deal with you." Thinking about the possibility of taking your mother, he drooled. He pushed the door open, smiling evenly, then aimed at Xiaokei, who was sound asleep. Extremely alert, Xiaokei suddenly woke up. What's that noise? Is that mouse stealing food again?" Before he could do anything, a hand from behind covered his mouth. "Shh, stay quiet. Wait until you finish dealing with my mother, then we'll be father and daughter. Be good and look here." He continued drinking after sealing Xiaokei's mouth and tightly binding his hands. Xiaokei felt furious. Damn it, if I were still in my body on Earth, that would be better. Even if I couldn't fight him, I'd still be 180 centimeters tall. Before he could run amok, a wooden stick struck him squarely in the face, knocking out 2 of his teeth. Your mother had woken up some time ago. He turned to smile bloodily and said, "You're awake now, don't worry. I'll come for you soon." The mother looked sharply and said, "Let go of her, or I'll risk everything to fight you." Although TUK was covering her mouth, she still managed to mumble, "Mom, run quickly. Think calmly. I can't do anything now." TUK kept trying to reassure herself. Stay calm, after all. She's lived 34 years. She must think of another way. In his mind, he imagined a scenario where he needed a knife to cut the ropes, but his mother had placed it too high for him to reach. Just as he thought this, suddenly a knife appeared in his hand from nowhere. What is happening? Why is this knife appearing in my hand? At this very moment, some bald guy on Earth holding a knife to cut a melon suddenly can't see his own head. In Xiaokui's house, his mother is still extremely scared. Don't come over here. Get out of my house. Vuong smiled cruelly. Ha ha, things have come to this and you're still like that? If you come any closer, I'll die for you to see. Why? It's so unfair. I've always treated you well this year, so why don't you accept me? The mother lowered her voice and replied, Love is never fair, and my heart has long grown cold. Hearing this, Vuong burst into tears and then seemed to lose his mind. Damn it, if I can't eat it, I'll smash it myself. Xiaoqi also knows he can't waste another second, so he struggles to untie the ropes, trying to escape quickly. After finishing, the young man stood up, holding a knife in his hand. Little Element also rushed over to help him. The blinded king can't see clearly. Not even a Little Element dares to oppose him. Too blinded to miss this opportunity. Xiaoku charged forward. At this moment, the gap in strength was too great, and I had to seize the opportunity to strike at his weakness, which was a man's most sensitive spot. Xiaoku charged straight at the critical point and took my ultimate Shaolin skill. After a kick to the groin that hit the navel, the nerves were just crackling. The villain screams in pain, clutching his face and nose. QK stands in a professional stance. Today, I will make you pay. No one can bully my mother. Xiaoqi rushed straight to his throne, holding a knife in hand. Let me help you expand your prison wallet. Once you're imprisoned in the town jail, you'll have to thank me. And just like that, a piercing scream echoed out, blood splattering everywhere. Xiaoke, looking annoyed, warns, This kind of trash like you gets one punch from me. Remember this punch was from your grandfather. Xiaoke simply punched him hard, causing him to fly backward and smash his face into the wall. Someone hidden outside watched everything and smiled a sinister, intriguing smile. Your mother was so scared she was crying uncontrollably. My son, that was so terrifying. You almost scared me to death. I thought we were both going to be done for. Since when did a child have to start talking back? All right, don't cry anymore. Good girl, don't be so childish. It's okay now. After connecting all the situations in her mind, Xiaoqi suddenly thought that she might be able to summon a dragon on Earth, and moreover, her right hand had the immense power like that of a Seelan. It seems I am not just simply traveling through time. That night, the old king was taken away by the town's border patrol. It is said that criminals involved in abusing women and children receive special treatment from fellow inmates. The next day, Xiaoqi suddenly ran a high fever, had a strange dream, and then remembered everything. It was still the familiar scene. The goddess told you if you agree to cross over, I will temporarily stop destroying the world. You have 30 years to reach the level of creation. Use your heart in this world and my heart to exchange for the pure heart of the earth that humanity has tainted. If not, I will continue to destroy, purge all humans, and rebuild the world, of course, including your parents. At that moment, Xiaoqi hesitated and said, Great deity, since I am going to be killed anyway, if I can save my parents, I will agree. But I have a small request. Could you grant me some special power or assistance? Hearing this, the goddess fell silent to an almost terrifying degree. Why was she so quiet? Is my request too much? Why does the goddess keep staring at me and not say a word? Could it be that she likes me? If not, why did she destroy half the forest and give me a chance to travel through time? What if she forces herself on me? I'm still just a simple straight guy. For the sake of saving the earth, I should still obey. This request isn't too much to ask. I see the male protagonist in the Manhwa time-traveling story always gets hacked. I should have one too, so I can play with it. Oh no, it should be for leveling up. The goddess then gave the answer. I just observed you, and your face is weak, so I can only help a little. First, I will boost your soul power, mental strength, and the connection to primal energy. Next, your right hand will also become stronger and more agile than an ordinary person's, giving you immense strength. But I'm also curious why only your right hand is suitable for the enhancement. The young man stiffly replied, Because I am an artist, I usually use my right hand to draw. How is it? Did I pull too much or what? No way. The goddess continued to declare that her arm could summon objects you have touched on Earth, but only those that are dead. In the end, I will lock away my creative knowledge and soul power within your Sea of Souls, which contains all the knowledge and martial arts inherent to this world since its origin. Depending on how much your abilities improve, your sealed knowledge and soul power will gradually be unlocked. Also, to be precise, you were threatened with death, but even you don't know how you died, so you can become a clear-minded demon. Xiaoke suddenly woke up in shock. Nai, I died unjustly, so that's how it was. No wonder my right hand suddenly became so strong, and I can even summon demons from Earth. But with my weakness, I truly deserve to be despised. Well, if I'm going to die, then so be it. Regret is useless. Just look at the present. Now the seal in my soul has been lifted, and my memories before transmigration have returned, flooding my mind with a lot of information and knowledge. Now, at 5 years old, I can start practicing mental cultivation techniques. These 3 books are the pinnacle of human internal energy cultivation. Any one of them alone could shake the entire continent. Choose the book Batian Tu Dien. It sounds really awesome, and later I want to write a body cultivation manual with 10,000 martial ways. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Hehehehe. With that, the young man immediately began, clearly feeling the earth's primal energy gathering into his body. Huh. The benefit of having a strong soul is truly great, as the primal energy converges into his body like a child reluctant to part from its mother. Successfully cultivated the first level of entry. Usually, it would take a genius at least half a year to break through the first level. Maybe I can train faster because my soul power has been enhanced by the Creator. Next, let's test the abilities of the upgraded soul power. Controlling objects. He begins by moving the flower vase, then the knife. He even had a good intuition, able to sense that his mother was approaching. As the young man counted down 3 seconds, his mother entered, holding a purple bowl in her hand. "You're awake now. Last night the baby had a high fever and I was so scared. Luckily your fever has gone down, so I cooked you a bowl of love porridge. Eat it quickly." A few days later, still in the small house, your mother announced that you were 5 years old and ready to go to school. Xiaoqui jumped in surprise, not wanting to go anywhere because there was nothing fun about school. Besides, we don't have money and the academy in the town is too expensive. And besides, Mom, who will take care of you once I go to school? You're fooling around so much that your mother got annoyed and snapped. She asked again, "Just tell her if you're going or not." The young man was pulled up by the head and collar with no choice but to reluctantly agree. "Yes, I'll go." The young man thought it's better to go to school. Otherwise, if I suddenly learn so much knowledge, I wonder what people will think. The school just happens to be a shield. In addition, talented geniuses not only get tuition exemptions, but also receive scholarships. Today is the registration day at the Demon Trial Academy, and many people have already arrived early. There were so many people that Xiaoqui was stunned with her mouth open. Wow, too many people. Xiaoqui and his mother are stuck at the very back. There are too many people signing up. After observing, the young man pointed to a car that was rushing straight inside. "Oh, Mom, that fat kid doesn't need to line up and gets in directly." After he said that, someone immediately came to remind him. "Keep your voice down. Don't say anything inappropriate. Those are important officials and wealthy people who paid a large sum to get in directly. Don't let them hear you." "You poor folks and us can't offend each other," Xiaoqui Trung said with a look of disdain. "What? It seems the world is the same everywhere. Money really is everything?" At this moment, a few bullies wearing sunglasses appeared, and a cold voice rang out. "Sorry, having money isn't impressive. No matter how hard you try or how talented you are, the poor will just struggle here, little by little. Kneel and beg, the ragged bunch." As soon as she saw that punk, Xiaoqui came up with a clever idea. "Oh, I have a way to skip the line." That stupid landlord's son arrived just in time. Try my newly invented money-dispelling technique. A strange light appeared in Xiaoqui's hand, and immediately the bag the kid was holding burst open, scattering its contents everywhere. Someone shouted loudly to attract attention. "Everyone come here. There are lots of spirit stones." Hearing about spirit stones, everyone immediately turned around like a bunch of hungry people. Everyone rushed to surround the blonde-haired kid, causing him to panic and shout for help, while Tok and his mother took the opportunity to run away. "I'll take the opportunity, Mom." Seeing her son like that, Xiaovan could only smile and think to herself, "This kid is as clever as his father." After running desperately, it's finally your turn. Next examiner, Nyet Tuhei, please follow me. The uncle points to the sphere and invites you to place your hand on it for a primal energy check. If the sphere doesn't light up, the test is unsuccessful. If the sphere glows blue, it indicates the magic system. Red indicates the physical system. The brighter the glow, the higher the talent. Xiaoqui approached, looked at her small figure inside the sphere, then simply placed her hand on it. Strange currents of air swirled around. What just happened? The test reacted so strongly. The support person next to the uncle looks extremely shocked. The spiritual system's interaction with primal energy is truly extraordinary. I have never seen anyone unconsciously use elemental energy to break the test sphere before. After a few cracking sounds, the sphere finally shattered. Immediately after, they ordered to inform the deputy director that there is a genius of the powerful magic system here. Xiaoqui glanced away, showing boredom. "Old man, I have no interest in learning about the system or the magic system." After a few hours of coughing, he replied, "I will take you to check the remaining stages of the system after the magic system test is finished." In fact, the old man was thinking to himself, "I need to soothe him first." The test sphere confirmed he is a genius in the magic system, so his mother led him into the magic room. As he walked, Xiaoqui didn't forget to look back. "Old man, don't try to fool me." The boy is now undergoing a high-level mental strength test, followed by a strong interaction with the elemental spirit child. Xiaoqui passed all the rounds with outstanding performance. The old man could only shout out, "This person must study at our school." Oh my, I haven't seen talent like this in 1,000 years. Tu Van watched everyone praising him, only able to stifle a proud giggle. As expected of his son, There is one final test, which is to check the primordial energy attribute. Additionally, a senior character wants to meet Xiaoqui, so he has to return to the main hall, followed by the appearance of the deputy dean. He will be the one to directly inspect and reprimand me and him. The vice president uses instant teleportation and appears right behind Xiaoqui in an instant. After placing my hand on the object and drawing my conclusion, it is indeed a very rare thunder attribute, primal force. Very good. The soul power is very strong, and at such a young age, the soul power has already reached the primal spirit level. Not bad. Organize the classes well, and you'll definitely become a powerful mage in the future. Xiaoqui tried to stay calm to negotiate. I want to become a cultivator and fight bravely like a Tho, charging forward. Do you know what that tank is? The vice president smirked and replied, I don't know who a Tho is or what a tank is, but if you want to become a physical cultivator, follow me to check it out. After a loud bang, Xiaoqui and he stood inside a magic circle. Seeing his mother look worried, he remained calm. Please rest assured I will take your child to the exam location. Please wait here for a moment. All right, thank you, Vice President Xiaoqui. Keep it up. He gives a thumbs up to encourage her. Don't worry, I'll win first place for you. Van just smiled and replied to her son, it doesn't matter what rank you get. Just do your best. Go now. Immediately after, the two were transported to the first testing site. This is the strength testing area mainly used to assess the physical endurance of students. Xiaoqui watched for a while, then evaluated, why are those famous kids so strong? That iron ball is so big, but I have super strength arms, so it won't be a problem. The deputy director points to the ladder on the right. Go down now. I've already added you to the judge's side. Xiaoqui didn't go down normally. You jumped over the railing instead. Thank you, Vice President. I will go down this way. From that height, it's still pretty good. The young man lands so smoothly. The monks are more disciplined than the priests. See, these kids from 5 to 10 years old have already had to compete for their titles. It seems that fighting in the primitive world is pretty intense too. One by one, they check and lift the huge sphere. Some people struggled to lift it, but little Bat Thean lifted it easily. I have to prove to that person that I have the strength. The girls below are all getting excited. Oh my God, so handsome. Truly the heir of the Thok Bat family, testing us without relying on power. Handsome, well-connected. But what really matters is skill and strength. He's truly perfect. Xiaohe looked annoyed after hearing that. Kids from famous families are already swooning over handsome guys at such a young age. When they grow up, they'll realize that someone like me is the real man, and all that tall, handsome, and wealthy stuff is just fleeting. Walking through the crowded crowd blocking the way, feeling like I might suffocate. Epoi, is the idol's power really that strong everywhere? Get out of my way so I can pass. Seeing something tied with a bow that looked like a rope, Xiaoqui immediately grabbed it to get out of the way. But unfortunately, she grabbed the tail of a cat-eared friend. Xiaoqui kept bleeding from her nose and mouth, stammering, "Thank you for the hospitality." Oh no, I was wrong. The little girl turned her head back, looking very annoyed. Damn it, this scoundrel dares to touch my tail. Humans really are all bad. The most sensitive spots for a cat-eared person are their ears and tail. If I act careless now and grab the wrong place, it would definitely be untrustworthy. If I tell her the truth now that I thought her tail was a rope, I would be doomed. There's a way now. Just coax the kid until they stop resisting. Xiaoqui started putting his hands in his pockets and looked handsome. Today, little sister is beautiful, lovely, kind, generous, pure, innocent, charming, captivating, and breathtakingly stunning. Please forgive my rudeness. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Don't reply right away. I'll come see you in 2 days. Just 5 years old and already hearing these words, little Cat's ears stood blankly, her mind completely blank. As Xiaoqui successfully leaves, the little cat still stands lost in thought. But now I am too young. I should refuse him. What should I do? The young man escaped successfully, eating and then running away. I slipped into the crowd, and every time I passed a section, there was a murmur of admiration. Wow, look at that. That person is so strong. 2K looked completely unimpressed. No matter how incredible the kid's strength is, it can't compare to Uncle's divine arm. Another kid, but very muscular, can lift a ball several times heavier than his own body with one hand. You're so strong, no matter how hard we try, we can only move it a little. Xiaoqui also lowered his eyes and looked. Wow. Is this kid taking growth pills? Is he really under 10 years old? Their strength is so great that on Earth they would earn more than 10,000 intalers per month. A man in yellow and a man in green stand proudly, laughing loudly. That's Big Brother Lei Li, my sworn brother. Xiaohe looked down on him so much he even picked his nose to show his attitude. What? A young master really lives up to his name, not a bit mature. I was staring so hard I nearly lost my eyes. The little boy in yellow heard this and smirked. Hey kid facing me, don't think I can't hear what you're saying from over there. If you're brave enough, come up here and try it. At that moment, the judges announced it was Nuyet Tuke's turn, and the young man appeared extremely imposing and full of energy. Young master, now it's your turn. Just wait and see how I will teach you to become a proper person. He looks so small he probably can't lift it. With such a tiny frame, is it even possible? Duke took an interest in the comments below, lowered himself to the ground, and grabbed the ball tightly with both hands. After a sigh and a run-up, he activated his superpower arms and tensed his body. The ball started to show signs of being lifted. The little cat's ear just now, after witnessing it, thought to itself, just now, the smell from that person's body made me feel familiar. Turns out his name is Ingyuyet Tiu Ke, so why did he tell me his name was Vuong Tiu Min? As he lifts the ball a bit, the uneven strength in both arms makes Xiaokuei truly SOS. Damn it, my right and left hands aren't coordinated. This is a crucial moment. Don't let me miss Hui Huang's moment. My right hand is very gentle, but my left hand has no strength at all. Damn it, Saigon is about to fall. Wait, if your left hand has no strength, don't lean that way. Tensing up is no longer working? Tuke lost grip, causing the ball to drop straight down to the lower stands. Tuke looked panicked while the judges announced the result. The ball has fallen. After gently lifting the metal ball for a moment, the contestant's strength level is rated as low. Please proceed with the next contestant. The guy in the blue shirt and the guy in the yellow shirt are just standing there laughing. That's the kid from earlier bragging like crazy, right? Are you embarrassed now? Ha ha, you're even more useless than I am. Xiaohe walks down with her hands clasped behind her back. Hewitt Cao pretends she's not embarrassed, but she's really ashamed. Being laughed at by these kids in their 30s. It's just that I'm not used to using strength yet. Lost my grip for a moment. So annoying. You just walk into another door. This seems to be the area of the second exam. The two bratty kids are still standing there, one in green talking to the one in yellow. How, it's our turn now. Yeah, let's do our best. Little Chi, don't let us down. As soon as they saw Xiaokuei enter, they frowned and scowled. Why is it her? Meanwhile, Xiaokuei is still being teased. Oh my god, why does it have to be running? This place looks just like our university stadium. I still remember last time after running, turning around and seeing those two kids. Xiaokuei looked annoyed. I don't care. These two little brats don't bother with you guys. Xiaozhu and Danghu keep teasing with their smug faces. Just then, the little cat-eared girl stomps over, crosses her arms, and coldly tells Xiaokuei, show some skill if you don't want to be laughed at. Prove yourself with real strength. I always do that. Xiaoku blushed and turned back, thinking to herself, she's the cute girl with animal ears from earlier, but in this world, it seems this kind of strange race isn't very welcomed. Mutant species are a mixed breed of multiple races. The mutant with animal ears is a descendant between humans and beast people. Actually, I don't care whether you're a different breed or not, I think this cat-eared girl is very impressive. Hearing that, he immediately replied, thank you for your encouragement, I will do my best. At this moment, shouts rang out. The next inspection team, Yue Xiaohe, Dang Hao, and Xiaozhi, heard gunfire signaling the start, and they all immediately rushed into the alley. Xiaokuei also leaned back. At this point, she could only be strong and settle it smoothly. In just a moment, Xiaokuei sped ahead, leaving the two guys behind. It's a ghost. Why is he running so fast right from the start? We were supposed to run 50 laps. How? Don't worry about him. Let's just keep running normally and focus on training. When the sunset comes, Dang Hao and Xiaozhi will have finished running and be catching their breath. Finally done. Where is that bragging kid? The moment both of them looked back, they saw little Kay in a daze from afar. What's going on? Why is he still there? It feels like he's running out of time. Xiaoke looked like a starving ghost. It's over. I'm really done for. He felt dizzy, and his vision started to blur as the young man collapsed onto the street, foaming at the mouth. Emergency services rush in to provide support. Clear the way. The patient's condition is very critical. Please clear the way quickly. The deputy director and the little girl with cat ears saw this scene and were helpless, only able to cover their faces. Now it's the third round, testing punching strength. The judges will now invite those who haven't been tested yet to proceed with the test. The moment Xiaokuei opened her eyes, she was startled to find herself in the emergency bed. What did I just hear? Are you testing punching power? Yes, it's a punching power test. At last, I've finally been reborn. The punch strength test round has a piece of magic stone that can absorb physical damage. Ordinary people can only leave faint marks on the stone even when using all their strength. Furthermore, the valuable aspect of the magic stone is its ability to automatically recover from damage and its versatile uses. This is an extremely precious type of stone on the continent. The judge begins calling names from the list. Now the inspection starts. The first is, Lin Hai, please come to the stage and give it your all, little girl. Lam Hai thought to herself, I will do my best without her saying it. I don't want those fools to mock me. Immediately, the girl gathered her strength and punched the magic stone, causing it to crack and leave an imprint of her fist. Seeing this scene, the kids below gasped. Oh my God, so scary. It's a tigress. You were just laughing at her earlier, but now you're definitely doomed. Never offend her again. The judge looks very pleased. Not bad. A high level of strength. Let's give a round of applause for our girl. Next up is Dang Hao. He also stepped up and punched with all his might, but there was no reaction, just pain in his hand. Even Xiaozhi's Ma stone showed no signs of movement, only his bones cracking as his hand shot up. When it was Lo Luke's turn, he stepped forward with great grandeur, and the two guys clearly cheered enthusiastically. Luo Li, come on, big brother. Keep it up. Luo Li took a run-up and used all his strength to punch the magic stone, leaving a deep dent. The vice principal nodded in admiration, noting that this year the academy has quite a few geniuses. This young boy, despite not having received proper education from the academy, already possesses the strength level of a primordial spirit cultivator. That kid, Yue Xiaohe, has innate soul power and has reached the level of primordial spirit warrior. The female judge smiled happily and said, well, your power, Loe Luke, is indeed impressive. At a super level. Here I am. I've arrived. Everyone don't worry. All the contestants stood with their arms crossed, watching 2K for the results, and the vice president was also very surprised. This kid truly never gives up. Nuyet Xiaokai, please begin your test. The young man flicked his hand and smirked. Oh, this sister has an amazing body and looks so beautiful. Ha ha ha. After hearing that, the judge sprayed glue, thinking they must have misheard. A guy standing below gets all fired up after hearing that. Damn it, how dare he tease my sister, I have to deal with him. Just as TUK faced the demon stone, he silently thought that his face was all thanks to your super strength arm. The deputy director watching nearby didn't hold much hope either. Let this kid burn it a little. Maybe it will be better. This world doesn't just go the way it wants. Xiaohe touched it briefly and then assessed it. A piece of demon stone absorbing such a huge amount of power, there probably aren't many like it on the entire continent. Dang Hao keeps mocking below. If that kid up in the stands gets hurt later, don't cry. If you're smart, get down quickly. After hearing that, Tioge was startled and glanced over. What are those kids talking about? So, it turns out it's those two kids again. Oh my God, don't you know how to call me big brother? Why do you always target me? Xiaoko decided to speak up and reply, how about a match between us? If my achievements are higher than your strength, you will have to call me grandpa in the future. Otherwise, I will call you both that. What do you think? Dang Hao and Xiaozhi can face us head on. Bet if you want, but I'm afraid you can't match our strength. Get ready to call me grandpa. Xiaokui looked sinister. All right, good girl. Grandpa is here. He clenched his fist tightly and then charged straight at the magic crystal, and with a single punch he not only dented it, but also shattered the crystal completely. Fragments flew everywhere as Xiaokui laughed happily. Come on, call your grandpa. Everyone below was just staring in shock. Only now Dang Hao and Xiaozhi realized how formidable he truly was. How is he so strong, and yet we're like this? We won't pass the test today, we can only pack up and leave. Damn it, I can't accept this. Lin Hai's eyes are wide and her mouth agape. This person's strength is extraordinary, but why is their stamina so poor? It's strange. The female judge was speechless, thinking what she saw earlier was just an illusion. The vice president expressed shock. This precious magic stone, the Demon Stone, is the only one of its kind in the Demon Testing Academy. Finally, some students were able to witness directly in the vice principal's office. He began to declare the long-standing rule of the academy that those who excel and are chosen based on their strength would receive certain assistance and rewards from the academy. Now tell me what you want so the academy can see if they can meet your demands. First, the third place in this spiritual cultivation exam is Thakbat Thien. Thakbat Thien, 6 years old, one of the chosen heirs of the prestigious Thakbat family. His elemental power is wind, and his specialty is speed. Mrs. Than is from a prestigious family but gained admission through her academic performance and has a kind personality. What reward do you wish for? Mrs. Thien crossed her arms and replied, Thank you, Vice Director. I want to freely access the library to read valuable cultivation books, including forbidden techniques. After a moment of thought, the Vice Director responded, You may freely access the library, but to read forbidden books you need my permission. Since you are still young and cannot access many forbidden books, rushing will affect your growth later on. Mrs. Thien immediately agreed very obediently. Yes, no problem, thank you, sir. Lamhi, what reward do you want? Do you want any help? The girl started to mention that she wants the right to come and go freely in the training grounds whenever she wants. The vice president immediately agreed. Yes, the academy accepts this request. Soon you will come with me to get the keys to each training ground. Next, the top scorer in this martial arts recruitment is Loi Luke. Loi Luke is 10 years old, possesses extraordinary strength, has a fire elemental power, a violent personality, and is quick to anger, often being insulted directly by others. He also confidently proposed, Vice President, I just want the academy to accept my 2 siblings who took the exam directly, Dang Hao and Xiaoji. No wonder this 10-year-old boy who just came to participate probably already planned to win first place and then make this request. Immediately after, he responded that the academy would not accept useless people. This world is the kind where the big fish eat the small fish. I can't take care of them forever. But since I made this request, they also agreed to stay at the academy and do chores. Then it can be kept. Luluk was so moved he almost cried. Yes, I agree. Of course I agree. Thank you very much, Vice Dean. Finally, the top candidate in this spiritual cultivation recruitment is none other than Yue Xiaohe. The magical cultivation achievements of others did not meet the requirements, so only Xiaokui is here. Xiaokui stands facing forward with no trace of happiness on his face. Old man, I have to take part in some kind of cultivation test. Luckily, I have a universe-level cultivation system. If my physical strength isn't enough, do you think I can't do it? Too naive. The vice president also thought to himself, seeing the kid, I immediately got furious when I remembered the moment when the demon stone absorbed and shattered the power. Well, it is what it is. Xiaokui immediately made a suggestion. I want to bring my mother into the academy because I don't feel comfortable leaving her alone at home. If the academy can't meet this request, I won't study here anymore. The young man thought to himself after speaking, maybe I should scare the deputy director a bit, but the academy definitely won't let go of a promising talent like me. Anyway, if you don't agree, I won't study here anymore. The vice principal's face darkened and his eyes grew cold. This kid's demands are tough, but he's got guts to talk to me like that for his mother, especially after smashing the magic stone and acting like nothing happened. His skin is so thick he can boldly pressure me. Lam Hai next to him looked pleased, surprised that this freak had such a request, caring so much about his mother, and he didn't want to waste more time. Xiaokui urged, what are you waiting for, man? This deal is a huge win for the academy. I am a once-in-a-millennium genius. The vice principal gritted his teeth and declared, starting tomorrow, your mother and you will stay in the teacher's dormitory, and a teacher will take you both home later. Later, Lam Hai will go with me to get the key. The sky is pitch black. The moon rises high and something strange appears in the sky, with Xiaokui and a blonde man sitting on this stingray. While the young man was in shock, the person sitting behind the teacher kept touching himself. How about that? The teacher's flying stingray is one of the few elemental spirits that can fly. On another note, your mother is also being cared for very carefully and meticulously. She ate very well and even had someone serve her food. Please enjoy it at your leisure. I told the kitchen to prepare more delicious food thinking you deserve it as a beauty. Xiaoku and the teacher just arrived and showed their surprise. Wow, we finally made it. That stingy colleague of yours is enthusiastically offering your mother all sorts of precious things. It seems he's quite unwell today. As soon as I saw the movement, I kept chewing and glanced at the chicken thigh, still turning my head. Has your son finished the exam? The teacher here is very kind. He brought your mother here to enjoy many delicious dishes. Come and eat too. In the future, these teachers will teach you, so your mother can rest assured. The moment Xiaoyan smiled brightly was also when Xiaokui's teacher seemed to fall head over heels. Oh, I think I've fallen in love. I've never seen such a beautiful and pure girl in my life. Don't worry. From now on, the teacher will treat you like his own daughter. Hearing this, Xiaokui was so angry she wanted to kill, damn it, this lecherous teacher. You need to know what kind of teacher and student they are, so you immediately throw a powerful punch right at the teacher's face. The teacher is losing his looks. Better luck next life. After being punched to the ground, the teacher was stunned. Meanwhile, Xiaokou ran over and held her mother's hand. Mom, I passed the test. The deputy director agreed for us to stay together in the teacher's dormitory. We will move in tomorrow. After hearing his son, Xiaoyun still couldn't focus. After hearing the information, she was startled and tense. What do you mean? You said we could stay at the school? Cut to a sunny day, Xiaokei carrying a backpack almost as big as herself, constantly complaining, we're going to be late, we're going to be late. You have been in the other world for 5 years now. Previously, you used your innate special talent to earn the school's reward. My mother and I moved into the teacher's dormitory at the Mathu Academy. Everyone there, except for us, was either a teacher or a relative. The neighbors around also wholeheartedly helped your mother and you, sometimes letting your mother do odd jobs to earn money, and the money received was not small. But there were also some strange teachers with unclear motives, or rather just lecherous, lurking around waiting for your mother to pass by. Obviously, those teachers all got a punch that almost took their heads off, and outsiders would think he was just late for school, but he has the knowledge of the modern world. No one here knows as much as you do. Actually, right now you're in a hurry to earn some extra money. In your past life, your name was Han Gu-yet, a professional artist who created countless stories and became the father-in-law of many otaku. Now, your side job is selling small sketchbooks at school. It's now time to go home, and the upperclassmen will pass by here. Xiaokui sits quietly there, looking very hopeful. At that moment, two strangers passing by were talking to each other about how a prodigy had performed an incredible drawing demonstration here a few days ago, causing quite a stir. Yeah, I know. I already bought what he did and my butt still hurts. This allowance money is halved and I got scolded by my parents. Just as I was saying that, someone saw Xiaokui and was stunned. Ye is the moon god, a 5-year-old major character who drew a picture right on the spot a few days ago. Xiaokui puts down the fan, looking cool. Hey buddy, I remember that day you watched me draw and bought a lot of my books. I have new ones today. I've drawn many new books these past few days at home. That guy couldn't hold back, opening his mouth wide. Really? I'll buy. I just got my snack money today. Show me quickly. My figure drawing isn't good at all. Xiaokui shows a sinister expression. Hey buddy, come here quick. I'll show you that art has no limits. If you love drawing, buy more works to study. Look, this time I added more details of the human body. It will help you a lot in learning how to draw the body. Who would have thought that these kids at such a young age are already drawing such unacceptable images? And after 2K's offer, that guy looked extremely excited. That's right, thank you Moon God, I hit the jackpot. Xiaokui, get to the main point. It's rare to meet someone who knows how to judge quality, so I'll give you a 50% discount. The guy flips to the exact page with the drawing that makes him crave it, while trying to persuade, worried about losing customers. So, if you're going to buy, hurry up or there won't be any left soon. Who would have thought at this moment? Footsteps are approaching. It's none other than the very sexy character drawn in Xiaokui's story. Xiaokui, what are you doing here? You rushed out right after school like an arrow and ran here. What are you holding in your hand? Can I show her? Without a word, the female teacher suddenly snatched it away, and when she opened it, she was shocked to see her own face, her expression turning red with anger as she saw her image drawn in a very vulgar way. At this ironic moment, Xiaokui quietly thought that running away was the best option, not wasting any time, and left immediately. Goodbye. See you for tea someday. The teacher then screamed so loudly that the sky and earth shook. Despite this terrifying moment, Xiaokui remained remarkably optimistic. Ha ha ha! I wonder how the head teacher got so mad. What a coincidence. You run straight to the area marked as the old folks' home. The young man curious and poking around. Lonely, isolated, empty, and cold elderly people. There are many potential customers here. So, you put your things down and sat down very casually. Did that catch the attention of an old man? As soon as Xiaokui turned around, he was startled. When did this bald old man start following him? I scared him to death without a sound, but this person's cloak doesn't look like the vice director's, and it's decorated with a gold-edged gemstone, so maybe I didn't run into a big shot from the school after all. Tiu Kie glanced at his reaction and saw that he not only smiled, but also smiled lewdly. Thinking of this, he directly pointed at his face and said, "So that's why he kept staring the whole time. Turns out he's a vulgar, bald old man. I look down on you. So what do you want if you keep staring like that and not buying?" After the scoundrel, the young man's face also turned blank. Seeing the old man's tense face and fiery red eyes, Xiaohu broke out in cold sweat as he suddenly became furious again. The big character's mood swings are really unpredictable. What if he tells my mom, what should I do? Suddenly, he squats down and looks intently at the comic book. Tiu Kei's face grimaced again, thinking that with such a serious look, he's definitely doomed. Maybe he'll be expelled from the academy along with his mother. After finishing, he suddenly stood up abruptly and stormed out. "Hey kid, why do you have these things?" He sighed and complained. "Yeah, instead of studying hard, you waste your time on useless things when you're still young. I am Khan, the elder of the academy, and today I will confiscate all these drawing notebooks from you, no second chances." He then carried everything away, even reminding once more, "Go away. If I catch you next time, I won't go easy on you." Xiaokui looked blankly at your face and responded indifferently. Yes, I understand. But after recalling how he drooled when seeing pretty girls, I suddenly realized something was off and got scared by that old man. Xiaokui quickly ran after him, but he was gone in an instant. "You're so angry you keep pulling your hair, completely fooled by that old man." On another note, Lei Li is acting fierce and extremely furious. Strangle another guy. Only the dead can't be held accountable. I want your people, I want your money too. Now it's your turn to go to hell. Xiaoko was sitting on the roof and happened to witness everything. You Dailuk Ka, you're still young but so hot-headed. Kids fighting to vent their anger is enough. There's no need to risk lives. He still has one hand choking another kid until he foams at the mouth, thinking to himself, so that kid Xiaokui took first place in the magic cultivation exam. I still remember its punch was very strong, called the unicorn arm. Then he muttered back, "Kid, mind your own business. This scumbag is definitely going to die today. There's no other way, so Xiaokui has no choice but to threaten him back. Loi Luke, I remember you are someone who sacrificed for your brothers. If the school finds out about this fight in the alley, you'll be expelled. If someone dies, getting expelled won't solve anything." Hearing this, the Lei Luke guy had no choice but to let go. "You useless fool, I'll teach you a lesson later." Then he turned around and responded in a stern voice, "Xiaokui, don't say the word brother to me. You don't understand. If I've already discovered you, don't even think about running. Prepare to taste the power of my primordial energy." While he activated his power, Xiaoko still stood there unafraid, raising his head and saying, "I want to know if those big, brainless guys are really that stupid. So I will use the most brutal method you like, beating the little brat until he has to kneel and admit defeat." Immediately after, the young man sped forward. "Extreme speed magic, accelerate. You little brat, I'll make you cry later." Xiaokui's speed is so fast it's invisible to the naked eye. Lo Luke, hearing these words, was so angry his blood boiled. "Are you insulting me? Studying martial arts and wanting to fight up close? Are you crazy? Even if you have a unicorn arm, close combat isn't as simple as you think." He kept punching straight at Xiaokui, without realizing that within the scope of his mental strength, his movements were as slow as a snail to her. Then Xiaokui lightly said, "Kid, try my iron fist. I guarantee it'll make you feel like you're in heaven." After practicing the Batian Perfect Earth technique, Xiaokui's spiritual power turned red and produced terrifying effects. Today, he decided to turn this clueless guy into a test subject first. He jumps up and then thrusts his blazing hand towards the lightning force. Seeing this, he also becomes afraid and screams, "Too fast, I can't escape. Too powerful. Is this really a magic cultivator?" After trying so hard, he was finally able to block Xiaokui's first attack. But it didn't end there. Knowing Xiaokui was preparing a stronger strike, he panicked and wondered how he could be so powerful. "Even stronger than a cultivator like me, with better defense, speed, and strength. I have recovered. Since I was 3 years old, I have been training my physical strength and combat skills, and now I am being directly suppressed by a mage. This is so frustrating. I've sweat and cried so much, my body is much stronger than kids my age, even stronger than 20-year-olds. I still challenge many folk masters. Learning their strengths, I absolutely cannot lose to this guy." Xiaokui smirked. Though he said it, he didn't really understand. "The electric demon technique has been lost for many years. Now I possess the thunder primal force to increase speed, a speed that a fool like you cannot match. Moreover, within my mental power domain, every move you make is like a slow-motion film. Stop, Lu Luke. If you hurt him, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I don't know why you want to harm him, but I know you're not a bad person. If you keep being delusional and not wake up, I have no choice but to use force." With that, Xiaokui kicked the wall and jumped up. It turns out there are actually 4 people here, as Lam He is also watching everything from the rooftop. Lo Luke still insists on fighting and refuses to listen to Tiuke. "A younger kid than me shouldn't talk in an adult tone. My business doesn't need you to worry about it. Until you recover your strength, if I break your move, you'll be done for. Your real combat experience is too limited." He also charged forward to fight back against Xiaokui. Just then Xiaokui suddenly panicked and hesitated. "It's over. I could clearly sense his movements, but I'm floating in the sky and can't escape." Loi Luke is also flying at the same height as Tiuke, clenched fist in hand, and he grits his teeth, saying, "You can't run away. Take my punch." The moment he launched his attack forward, Xiaokui activated his shield, clearly unharmed and even smirking back. Surprised, isn't it? Unexpected, isn't it? Loi Luke opened his mouth in shock. How is this possible? It can't be true. I've never seen anyone in this primordial world use a magic shield that moves with the body. All mages have to create a shield with their hands and can't move or attack at the same time. This is completely unreasonable, Xiaoku immediately retorted at this moment. Nothing is impossible. I know a lot of things. You should listen to your uncle and behave, kid, and give up your plan to do harm. Loho Li's face was as tense as a string. It's ridiculous. This kid is really strange, completely unpredictable. He really is a doomed cultivator. Xiaokei punched him straight in the face without missing a beat. Don't worry, I'm only using 20% of my strength. I care about you so much, just stay still and be good. After taking a hit, he was thrown back by the force and crashed hard into the ground. Only then did Xiaoqui land safely. Maybe now the kid will be quiet. He sighed wearily. I'm exhausted. This magic barrier consumes too much spiritual power. But this kid's pulling power is pretty strong. Losing to me isn't such a bad thing. After the failed trial of the body, I have been practicing how to use this arm. If I could still be strengthened by the Creator to increase my soul power, and if I had access to the top cultivation techniques kept by the Creator, I would be a genius. Ha ha. The young man just stood there laughing to himself, then moved forward to help the victim. It seems you're Thak Loi Ni, the eldest son of the family, right? Don't mess around, or that little Loi Luke kid will get into big trouble. That kid fights, and you still have to clean up the mess. I'm crazy about this. You better take him to the hospital, or he's really going to die. Lo Luke stays furious. You are not allowed to go. Tuke is so fed up with this chaotic scene. Oh my god, I'm just going there. Big brother Luke took a punch from me and still stood up. It seems he's gone crazy, actually truly insane. Luo Li roars fiercely. There's no way you're taking her away. She has to die here. Just then, both of them heard a bell ringing from above and looked up. Why isn't the girl wearing her uniform? Loi Luke also looked up angrily and asked someone. Lam Hai didn't stay silent and spoke up. Stop this pointless fight quickly. Loi Luke, I know you're not trying to deal with this rich kid for theft. If I'm not mistaken, it's because of what happened yesterday, right? Did someone from the Thak Loi Ni family humiliate your brothers in front of you yesterday? Yesterday after school, while his brother was helping with school chores, Thak Loi Ni and some rich kids mocked him. Dang Hao couldn't take it anymore, so he grabbed a broom and swung it at Thak Loi Ni's head, causing him to get angry and start shouting. Your poor ass name dares to hit me. Where are my men? Beat him up for me. In the end, Dang Hao and Xiaozhi were both beaten badly, especially the young boy named Dang Hao. Lin He lowered his head and explained, right now that boy Dang Hao is probably in the infirmary, waiting for a large sum of money for treatment. Taking ruthless revenge is one thing, but the second thing is that you urgently need money, right, Loi Luke? If you've seen it, why didn't you help them? Damn it, are you just watching my brothers get beaten to the point of being crippled? Lam He has her own reasons, so she doesn't hesitate to break through. Why should I help them? I am considered a different species. When I was bullied, who came to help? In this chaotic world, without real strength, you'll be trampled underfoot. Can you protect them, but can you protect them for a lifetime? Lo Luke, stubborn as ever, shouted, So what are you doing here? My business doesn't need you two to interfere. Get out of here. This kid has to die today. Lam He looked at Xiaoqui and said, I don't care about your and Loi Luke's matters. I'm here because of him. Seeing Lam Hai look at her, Xiaoqui appeared confused. What does finding me have to do with me? Lam Hai hadn't finished speaking, so he continued. You should use the money to save your brother first. Otherwise, he won't make it through today. Loi Luke couldn't keep his temper anymore and resorted to punching to settle everything. Get out of here for me. Lammy, seeing this, couldn't hold back anymore. Big guy, do you have a problem with your head? Do you hit anyone you meet? Her hand started to grow sharp claws and slashed straight into Layli's face, making him bleed profusely. Damn it, you wild cat. You dare scratch me, you're dead for sure. Zung Roy, Kim Kunamde Mochutne. He let Thak Loi Ni fall freely and then leapt toward Lam Hai. Sister, I'm coming. Meanwhile, Luli is still using ruthless force. Go to hell. Xiaoqui immediately rushed into the fight to carry Lam Mage out. Are you all right, little sister? At this moment, the homeroom teacher appeared, using a magic rope to tie up all the students here. That's enough. Immediately, they were dragged before the vice principal. You three want to drive me crazy, don't you? You've only been here a few days and you're already fighting on your own. Are you trying to get expelled from the academy? Xiaoqui grimaced and retorted, That spoiled brat isn't expelled yet? I think this demon trial academy is just a sham. A worthless school subdued by power. Hearing this, the vice president's face darkened with anger. What did you just say? Respect your teachers and honor the way as if they were your parents. The academy is not a place for you to curse like that. Old man, I guessed I hit the mark, didn't I? Now you're bullying a 5-year-old with spiritual power. What real strength do you have? In this life, I hate flattery and bullying the weak. 2K's anger has shattered her spiritual power, leaving the vice dean utterly shocked. What is the true identity of Yue Xiaohe and how can she break through her spiritual power? The deputy director was so furious that once the kid said something, there was no taking it back. Lin Hai grimaced, feeling immense pressure as if a mountain was pressing down on her. Lightning power is also writhing on the ground. What level of spiritual energy is this? Why is it so powerful? Even the teacher couldn't stand it and was crawling on the ground. Meanwhile, Xiaokui remained standing as she was at the beginning. What I've said is final, and I won't take it back. Everyone is equal. I don't understand what's so uncultured about that. Just try using spiritual power and see if I won't resist to the end. Deputy Dean tries to hold back his anger. I really don't see why I should argue with a 5-year-old. You wouldn't understand. In the power struggles at the academy or even across this primordial continent, things are not as simple as you think. Everyone is equal. It's just a lie told by the weak to deceive themselves. The next day, a disciplinary notice was issued stating that students Lin Hai, Loi Luke, and Nguyet Tioke were suspended for 30 days in the Spirit Vault Tower at the Academy for fighting without permission, which is the administrative building of the Demon Trial Academy. The female homeroom teacher for Xiaokui came to inform. Vice Principal, Loi Luke's younger brother, Tio Shi, has woken up. He glanced and replied, "That's good. Are the high-ranking families of the Academy continuing to blame Loi Luke for the attack on Loi Ni?" Yes, some influential figures close to the Thak Loi Ni family want to expel Loi Luke, but they have been restrained by the principal. This time, punishing Lam He and Yue Xiaokui put pressure on the upper echelons of the Academy. Zhang Kuai and the others are also top students this year, so they can't be expelled. The vice president looked up at the sky and sighed. Well, that's good. Only then can Lei Luke stay at the school, but it will just make things harder for your 3 brothers. After all, the Tower of Damnation is not a good place. That place imprisons many savage primordial spirits. It is a prison for their souls. In this chaotic world of constant conflict, strength is the only capital for survival. Moreover, I trust their abilities, especially that kid Nguyet Tuke. He must be hiding many secrets, with extremely powerful soul strength and a giant's arm. At that moment when he struck, a strange energy appeared on his body, and the hidden bounty poster I just received had her on it. Hidden bounty posters have always been circulated only among powerful factions and are not made public to the people of the continent. Many secret murder deals are happening here. Nguyet Tioke's mother looks fragile and weak, but unexpectedly she appears mysteriously on the underground bounty board. There is an underground black market using 10 billion top-grade primordial stones to offer bounties. The hidden bounty board is used to conceal the black market's efforts to capture major figures who cannot be publicly exposed. Moreover, the 10 billion is indeed exaggerated, but since Xiaokui is one of our students, we can't just ignore this matter. Nah, for now, don't tell anyone about this hidden bounty board, not even the higher-ups in the academy. I will discuss with the dean how to handle this. Na nodded in agreement. I understand, Vice President. All right, you can go out first. I need to think carefully about what has happened recently. Before leaving, Na turned back to reveal the truth. Oh, right, Director. Before I go, I want to tell you something. If you care about your students, just say it directly. Why do you have to put on a dark face in front of them? Ha 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 ha. You hit the nail on the head. Vice Director clears his throat to signal the village drum. Go ahead. I still have things to do here. Right now at the Spirit Shrine, Loi Luke is being bitten from behind by some beasts, and Lam Hai is in the same situation. Everywhere around are spiritual spirits, and if you're careless, they can scratch your face at any moment. But whenever Lam He is in danger, Tuko always appears just in time to save her from them. Is your sister okay? Lam Hai is developing a stronger and stronger liking for Xiaokui. Thank you, little K. After temporarily dealing with Kakangui and Lin, the 3 of them stood there panting, back to back. Are they finally all gone or not? Killing one group just brings another. I'm about to run out of energy. As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding area was filled with glowing red eyes. Damn it, another group. Are these rotten, primordial spirits so productive? There are too many monsters appearing now. If we don't deal with them all, we'll be exhausted soon. Although surrounded, Xiaokui still kept her eyes on Lin Hai with worry. It seems her sister was frightened to tears. Lam Hai over there looks pale. This time, he's definitely doomed. Xiaokui glanced at the other member. Even the burly Lei Li was panicking. But that's understandable. After all, they are just 2 kids. So at this point, I can't be modest anymore, or the 3 future flowers of the continent will perish here. I decide to use the summoning spell, and immediately a bunch of nails appear in my hand. At the same time, at the house of some salted, egg-headed older brother on Earth, he was scratching his head in confusion. Oh my God, wife. Why are all the paintings in our house falling down like this? Where did Ding go? Xiaokui decides to bury these nails in the ground to kill those creatures. Xiaokui gently reminded, Ding, friends, help your uncle seize any available time. Xiaohai, don't be afraid. Trust me. Follow my advice and then you'll survive. Try to persevere for 30 days. The girl hesitated before replying. Yeah, I trust you. Honestly, I also feel confused why this Yue Xiaoke makes me feel safe. Completely different from others my age. Are these remaining nails part of a summoning spell? Xiaoko tilted her head again to remind she wasn't carrying any hidden weapons or small arms. My nail just barely broke through, only able to stop them for a moment. Sure enough, those monsters charged right in, but stepping on the nails was a real pain. Lam He hesitated again. Before we were trapped here, I secretly took a bag with me. Inside the bag are some poison-tipped knives my mother used to prepare for dealing with perverts or suspicious men. I wonder if they can be used now. Hearing this, Xiaokei shivered in fear, feeling terrified. Damn it, if I hadn't been quick-witted last time, I'd be dead now. Without hesitation, Lam Hai handed this bag to Xiaokei. Here you go. After grabbing it, Xiaokei glared at Lei Lian again. Hey Loi Luke, I know you don't like me, but if you want to go out to see your brother, it's best to follow my plan. This isn't a place where you can just rely on brute force to endure. She said one thing, but Xiaokei's hand still had to move to defend herself. Luli was not as stubborn as a crab, and agreed right away. Huh. I have no choice but to listen to you then. As soon as I let my guard down, the monsters will bite my legs and hands again. At that moment, Xiaokei spoke firmly and immediately crawled into my protective barrier. I explained the combat plan quickly. Hurry up, I can't hold the barrier for too long. Lam He and Loi Luke agree to follow and start moving inside. Tiuke also activates the protective barrier and quickly speaks. Time is tight, I need to be brief. Listen carefully, everyone. I have a way to resolve this situation, but both of you must cooperate with me. Both of them looked determined and agreed immediately. Xiaokei paused again and drew out her dagger. I don't know why, but Lin Hai suddenly flinched. The dagger isn't in there. Don't open it. The moment she reached in, Xiaokei grabbed the loose pants in panic, bleeding from her nose and losing her mind. Thank you for the hospitality. Oh no, I'm sorry, I was wrong, Lam Hai stammered, trying to keep a composed expression. The dagger is in the secret compartment beside, blood still flowing from his nose, and he keeps explaining, I didn't mean to. Please don't take it to heart. I won't make the same mistake again. I'm really afraid of offending someone by grabbing the wrong thing. Tan Nian continued to discuss. All right, now both of you listen carefully to my plan. It's unclear what Xiaokei said that caused Lei Li to oppose vehemently. What? No way, absolutely not. This is completely insulting my dignity. Xiaokei looked grim. So, is your integrity more important, or the lives of the brothers out there? Because of brotherhood, Loi Luke agreed. All right, I'll go with you. The three of us stand ready. You kids are well behaved, just as it should be. Let's get started. While Lam Hai agreed with both hands and feet, Lei Li clenched his teeth in annoyance. Damn it, he dared to make me a power bank to recharge your energy. Ha, do you think I like your rough, precious hands, and you dare to get angry? If it weren't for my cultivation technique that can absorb your primal energy to strengthen the barrier, I wouldn't let you touch my back at all, she muttered, flipping him off. While they were both distracted, the barrier cracked and a pink hole appeared. Lam Hai couldn't stay calm and turned to scold both of them. You two better take this seriously, or else. Seeing that, both of them shrank back. Yes, your Majesty the Queen, then pretend to show some affection. Keep trying, senior brother. All right, junior brother, I believe in you. Xiaokei added a few more words, saying, You make my charger, and I will be your engine. Lin Hai saw this and smiled happily. That's right. That's how it should be. He. Xiaokei then said seriously, The chaotic atmosphere has improved now, and they are no longer as scared as at the beginning. That's great. Time to start my performance. I will control the objects. For now, I can only manipulate 3 items flexibly, but that's enough. Then, the poison darts shot straight at the monsters rampaging outside. One after another, the darts moved swiftly like missiles, sweeping through and destroying everything in their path. Xiaokei was full of energy, eyes blazing, obediently heading into battle against the little monsters, leaving them all to the heavens. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this look of Xiaokei, the other two shouted, You're the real monster. Suddenly, a monster poked its face into the barrier. As soon as she saw Xiaokei, she warned Linzi that a monster was trying to break into the weak point of the barrier. The girl glanced back and replied, All right, leave it to me. Although the attack is small, handling 1 or 2 at a time is no problem. Lam Hai quickly turned and slashed horizontally, instantly sending the monster flying. Xiaokei looked proud and said, Well then, next we can't keep defending forever. I'll take care of these beasts once and for all. Instead of being passive, he prefers to take the initiative. Seeing the fierce momentum, the monsters huddled together in fear and trembling. By now, Xiaokei is like a fortress against monsters. Wherever there are monsters, there are also pleasures to be found. After finishing the task, Xiaokei decided to stop. Hehe, I finally finished everything. Lam Hai looks exhausted, her face pale. I'm exhausted. Where are the monsters? It seems there's still a group that doesn't know where to run. As for the lightning power, even a strong young man has become exhausted. Not only my energy, I feel like even the flesh on my body has been drained. No matter how low I have to jump next time, I won't let that damn thing called a power bank recharge for you again. Not long after resting, Lam Hai looked hopeful and suggested that the monster had been dealt with. Luo Li, now it's your turn to step in. Only you can do this. He looked stunned, his face blank. What should I do? Do I still have any dignity left now? Well, I might as well use my last strength to ignite the fire, one hand holding the monster's thigh meat. The two merging into a hearty meal, all three of us eating it clean, leaving only bones with no trace of fresh meat. Suddenly, a savage breathing sound came from somewhere. What is that? What is that sound? You're leaning too much. The scene shifts outside to a starry sky as Xiao Yan, TUK's mother, directly heads to the Demon Test nursing home and knocks on the door. The old man, who had stolen all of Xiaokui's drawing books, was the one who opened the door. Who could be visiting at this late hour? As soon as she saw the old man, Xiao Yan smiled warmly. Xiao Chang, it's me. Have you been well all these years? The old man looked extremely surprised, with tears in his eyes. Why did you come here alone? Saying that, he knelt down on his knees. It's my fault for not protecting you and your mother well. Whether it was Lord Wang last time or this time, I truly feel deserving of death. Tu Van looked panicked. Don't say that you've been wanted across the entire continent for years. Because of my mother and me, we should be apologizing to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to hide all this time in the Academy's nursing home. The old man still lowered his head and snorted. I don't care about being wanted, but from the headmaster. I learned that since they couldn't find her this year, they secretly posted her on the black market, and underground forces are now trying to find her. Tu Van's face darkened, and she looked very sad. So, my situation will affect the Academy? He answered clearly. It's okay. The director of the institute once owed me a life when he was young. Now is the time for him to repay me. Xiao Yan still kept her worried gaze. Have you regretted following me all these years? I don't want to drag you into this. 100 years ago, since the day you saved a criminal like me, I, Augustine Duongtrang, will only live to repay my debt. Dying is not regretful. All right, let's go inside and talk. I know why you're here this time. Actually, I just finished preparing and sat down when Xiao Yan was worried about how our son has been doing lately. Duongtrang hesitated for a moment before speaking. This time, the deputy director's actions were a bit too much. The Tower of Despair is not a place where a 5-year-old can survive. This time I contacted 2 old comrades from my youth. They agreed to help me attack the Tower of Despair and save Xiaokui's family. They are both called the Children of the Ice, along with the Golden Fur Sage. At this moment, they both step out simultaneously. Don't worry, we will definitely save your son. Also, the fact that the child can draw such amazing things means he's definitely not a bad person. We can't let the kid die in vain. Even in the middle of the night, everyone decided to act immediately. The cursed tower is ahead. Walk carefully. Little Bang, this ice snake is a great guide. Xiao Yan saw that and encouraged it. Little Snake, you've had a tough time. When everyone finally arrived, they had to face the Vice Dean, who was already there with many others, and he said, The Ice Master has arrived, but it seems your actions have been exposed. The Ice Serpent facing the Vice President also threatened, Do you want to become my late-night snack? The 2 elders lowered their voices and said in unison, That kid has a bright future. Now he's daring to stop us? Wu Thua Fong, have you forgotten the good old days when we spanked you for not listening? Tell me, isn't that right, Deputy Dean? The Vice President narrowed his eyes and replied, Thua Fong would never forget the teachings of his 2 mentors, but tonight they barged in and truly broke the rules of the Academy. Thua Fong couldn't control himself. Hearing that the Vice Dean had been spanked, the teachers in the school stifled their laughter. A slap on the butt? Ha ha. The Vice President's face darkened as he was once spanked. Thua Fong shot a quick glance, and everyone immediately fell silent. Not wanting to waste more time, Yang Zhang declared, Come on, old friends, stop making noise and get to it. Saving people is more important. Meanwhile, in another scene inside the Spirit Vault Tower, the 3 of Xiaoke are also struggling and suffering. All 3 are too small compared to the monster they face, which is howling like a madman, with Xiaoke still in charge, commanding the other 2. Loi Luke and Lam Hai immediately enter the protective barrier, preparing for battle. Lo Luke once again becomes a battery for 2K. Everything happening is no different from before. This elemental monster is really huge. I hope the barrier can hold up. It swung its hand and slashed with a screech, causing the barrier to shatter instantly, leaving no way to stop it. Xiaokui, being stared at intently, had to switch tactics and look elsewhere. Don't look at me. The great strength guy on your right, his body cultivation is very strong. Even though he's beating the drum, the monster keeps staring at Xiaokui without taking its eyes off. You smirk. I look down on you. Does this monster really think it can just watch us? Is being handsome a crime now? Lam Hai couldn't stand still any longer and had to act. Damn it, I can only use that move. She yanks off her necklace and shouts, releasing the seal, going berserk. The berserk state will temporarily make my body rejuvenate, with increased speed and height nearly matching a purebred beast, so my clothes are specially designed to stretch. But now, I only have 20 seconds of berserk. I don't want to see someone who cares for me disappear before my eyes again, so for Xiaoqui she risked everything and charged forward. Meanwhile, Xiaoqui, still tiny, struggles to hold on as the barrier nearly shatters again. I never expected that before becoming a god of creation, I would have to die here. This is indeed the talent of someone who often gets sick early. I'm only 5 years old. Lamhai is ready to fight, but even in her berserk state, she doesn't believe she can defeat this monster in just 20 seconds. So her goal is to save the Xiaoqui family. The girl jumps up and activates her destructive claws at the monster. After being injured, it howled in unbearable pain. Little Kay was carried away, her face pressed against Lamhai's soft cheek, feeling like heaven. What's happening? I'm sure I've reincarnated into heaven. Loey Luke also understood the situation, and reminded the two of them that even though it was a rare, pure-blood beastman frenzy, it couldn't last long. You guys run away quickly, I will distract that big frog. What the hell am I doing? Sacrificing myself for them again. How pathetic. While still frowning, Lamhai urged, "Hurry!" and put the locket around my neck. Xiaoqui also took the bracelet and put it back on. Soon after, Lamhai also returned to her normal state, but she looked very exhausted. I will be weakened for a while before recovering. I'll have to rely on you guys next. Meanwhile, Lo Luke was alone, facing the monster, running with his hips swayed and shouting, "Oh my god, if this claw pierces me, my bones will shatter." Suddenly, a slimy, strange object rushes toward me. It's none other than the filthy, slimy tongue of the monster. Loey Luke shouted again. Damn it, cheating again? It can shoot out its tongue too. There's a wall corner ahead. I have nowhere left to hide. By this time, even the mockingbird has stopped singing, its giant tongue piercing wherever it touches. Loey Luke dodges a jump, still looking panicked. Its enormous tongue is just too much for me to handle. To help Lo Luke, Tiuke pulled out a remote-controlled car and shouted, "Hey monster, over here! Look at my fancy remote-controlled car!" The tiny car sped along as if real. While controlling the remote car, Xiaoqui shouted, "Loey Luke, find a pole to hide behind. Don't run around outside." This type of frog is blind and only attacks moving objects. It won't chase after or attack stationary targets. Loey Luke was in a state of panic. "Really? Don't lie to me. How do you know? Hey, what is that little portable box over there?" Of course it's real. It's taught by the biology teacher I like the most. Frogs have bulging eyes that are extremely sensitive to moving objects, but once the object is still, they seem to see nothing, as if they can't see at all. At this point, it's picking up the remote control car to put in its mouth, while the luring force still trembles uncontrollably, reminding itself not to move to avoid being detected, and even dares not to breathe loudly. "Don't move, hold it in. Hoo-hoo, I'm so scared." The monster turned side to side, smashing the pillar where the pulling force was concentrated until it broke apart. He was so scared, he peed himself and fainted completely. My acquaintance with Yue Xiaohe is the worst misfortune of my life. On the other hand, outside, the great elders and Deputy Dean Vo Thuafong are preparing for a fierce battle. A blonde teacher among them feels extremely suffocated. The spiritual power is too strong. My body feels like it's being crushed by thousands of horses, and I can't move. Yang Chang boldly declared, "Our allies seem to have returned to the era of the four-way wars back then." Vice Principal Wu Thuafong is also trying to hold himself together. "Everyone, don't fear harming the three of them. When they were riding alone across the continent, you were still suckling at your mother's breast. Quickly rally your spirits, or even just their spiritual power alone could crush everyone." Then Thuafong shouted loudly, and the teachers followed me to unleash their strongest spiritual power in response. The teachers behind them all said, "Yes." Both streams of powerful spiritual energy clash against each other in the space, as a male teacher with purple hair and a downward gaze. "Senior brothers and sisters, I apologize for the intrusion. Tu Viem Huang Hoa." As he soared up, the male teacher transformed into a purple bird. The golden-feathered beast king began to move. "It's been a while since I moved my body. My bones feel stiff. It's rare to go outside and have a kid play with me, making me feel much younger." "You're right, aren't you? I told you so." His fist glows brightly as he repeatedly strikes the purple bird, scolding it. "Didn't your master teach you to aim for the vital spots during battle? Now the ancestor will teach you the manners of fighting." The heavy blows make the purple bird faint, only able to bow its head and accept the punishment. Master Vuong with golden hair crossed his arms and continued. "And also, respect your elders. Don't be quick to resort to violence. Elders are treasures. You must treat them with love." The old man named the Child of Ice also seemed displeased. The other kids can't hold back anymore. Maybe I should teach you a lesson. Cracking sounds began to echo as ice grew all over his body. After activating the 10,000 miles ice storm, this ice shot straight forward, forming a barrier. Some other teachers looked terrified. Oh my God, it's so fast. I didn't even have time to react. My body was already frozen. The lower part is also frozen solid. It hurts so much. I can't move. The magic range is too large. Vo Thua Fong soared into the air, admiring the Ice Master. Master Kim still so powerful, truly admirable. The deputy director activated the Howling Tornado, beginning his attack on the two elders. Master Bang, please accept this. Seeing that Old Bang is busy, Duong Trang decides to step in. Young Master Fong, Old Ice is busy. I will be your opponent now. The Holy Light Fortress is activated. The whirlwind rushes forward, just as Duong Trang activates a gigantic block to stop it. You set up the Holy Light so professionally, young Fong. Don't even think about breaking my defenses. Thua Fong grimaced and said sharply, the great figure from 100 years ago truly lives up to its reputation. Even a small Holy Light Fortress can block my tornado, so let's see how this goes. The vice president used the point of break as a drill, and cracking sounds began to emerge, indicating the Holy Light was starting to crack. Yang Zhang sighed, you can break my fortress with your bare hands. The genius from 40 years ago at the Demon Trial Academy, Wu Chaofeng, is the successor to the #1 after the dean of the academy. The only genius capable of mastering both demonic energies perfectly, he became vice dean before age 45 and has held the position for 10 years, with strength deep and unfathomable. You only create a holy light barrier to deceive people. Cultivation is still about body cultivation, not like you who are strong in both demonic and spiritual energies. Ordinary cultivators spend a lifetime to become powerful in one, yet you can reach a high level in both. If the founding leader in the afterlife knew, he would probably be very happy. Thofong also replied, I have also investigated him. He was a retired professor from the Demon Trial Academy 100 years ago. 5 years ago, he parachuted into our academy and became a chief guest elder. Actually, before he could let the deputy director finish speaking, Duong Trang frowned in annoyance. Little Fong, don't talk nonsense. Knowing too much won't be good for your young professors. Both powerful energy blocks clash, causing a devastating tremor, but inside the tower a loud noise erupts, making Xiao Yun worried. What is happening inside the tower? I'm so worried about my son. Xiao Yan looks heartbroken. Did something happen to Xiao Kui? There's nothing else to do but this. At that moment, Xiao Yun suddenly changed, with her eyes showing two different colors, one side extremely full of hostility. Son, I really want to stay with you for a few more years. Seeing that Xiaovan seemed to be losing control, Yang Zhang immediately stepped in to stop him. Don't get agitated. That's the anguished cry of the monster, which means your son is fine. On the contrary, the monster is the one having bad luck, so stop now. Hearing this, Xiaoyan remained calm. Is that true? I think he's right. Since we're both elemental spirits, I can hear their cries of pain. All right, I will trust you. Maybe I can stay with Xiaokei for a few more years. Recently, my power has started to become uncontrollable. Somewhere far away, someone is standing before a mysterious door. Although just for a moment, the door has captured her in the southern wilderness. All right, I understand. The scene shifts to the Spirit Vault Tower where the fallen, foaming at the mouth, bleeding profusely, is either still alive or already dead. Tiu Kei, panting in front of the force field, considers himself lucky to only be injured by broken bricks. If I hadn't touched my father's precious pig-slicing knife before, that monster would have torn him apart. Lam He also grimaced in pain on one arm. This monster goes crazy and destroys everything when it can't find us. It's really annoying. Looking at the broken knife lying on the ground, Xiaoko worriedly thought to himself, my dad's secret knife. If I return to Earth, he'll definitely beat me to a pulp. As for the current monster, Xiaokei has already cut off one of its legs. You think the whole group still has a chance. You activate lightning power in one arm and then punch it with a powerful blow. He punched someone to death. As it soared up, one eye still looked down, and its front limbs stretched out to flip the middle finger and curse like crazy. Seeing this scene, Xiaokui chuckled and said, damn it, a frog turned spirit, and it even knows how to flip the middle finger. Hey, that speed doesn't match your body size at all. Hey, big monster, can I punch you just once? Just one punch, okay? Huh. I don't understand why it froze. Then suddenly it spat water all over the floor in a less daring way than before. Little K, who is being submerged up to his shins, activates his dirty fox state. Do you think I care if you're vomiting water? Do you know what raising your hand means? You filthy thing. If you can't win, do you just spit water out? Grow up a little, you're still so young. As soon as she finished cursing, she looked down. Xiaokui froze in shock as the water level rose too quickly. The monster, after losing its leg, became very slippery and agile, making it impossible to hit. I'm done. I don't know how to swim. Lam He also forced a smile, not knowing and even being afraid of water. As for Loe Luke, he was completely immersed in this disgusting sea. With no other options, Xiaoqi had to imagine summoning the inflatable yellow duck. In fact, his summoning ability was very weak at this moment, and he could barely even summon a person to row the boat. But holding the inflatable duck's corpse in his hand, he felt helpless. Who the hell invented the air valve at the duck's butt? In this urgent situation, there's no need to distinguish between the mouth and the butt of the duck anymore. The young man puffed his cheeks and blew, waiting to return to Earth, determined to stuff some duck-shaped floaties into his sausage. After the inflatable duck expanded, everyone was temporarily saved, and the water level was now impossibly high. But with a strong intuition, Xiaoqi continued to sense the looming danger. He jolted upright, sensing imminent peril. Tat Fong, listen to my command. At this moment, the monster surfaces from the water and roars loudly. At this moment, Xiaoqi's power is activated and shoots straight at the monster. After witnessing this, Lin Hai is very puzzled, wondering how he can use wind magic. Xiaoqi quickly explained that a mage's soul is so powerful that they can use some simple magic of different elements, but the strength won't match their innate attribute. And then he sensed something unusual as the young man controlled the duck to fly swiftly away. Ah, this really is a jet boat, with a small platform in front. Let's go up there first. Looking closer, it turns out to be a frog-shaped totem pole. Xiaoqi and Lin Hai pull themselves up with telekinesis and sit there, finally no longer needing to drink water. Wow, sitting on this solid stone pillar feels really good. This time it should be safe. The monster below keeps attacking, biting into the pillar, and up top they start feeling the shaking. Tuke angrily thinks her grandmother looks down on them, but this monster also seems to have some kind of voice. If this pillar falls, we're doomed. The pillar tilts further and is about to collapse completely. Tuki panicked and realized she had to think quickly. Now there's no way to fight underwater. The only way is to make it surface, or we won't stand a chance. Lam He looks worried. It's about to fall. Xiaoqi seems to have come up with a plan. Oh, I got it. In the village before, they used electric shocks to catch fish. Just need to poke the water with an electric stick, small fish get stunned and big fish jump out. Now that the monster is underwater and so huge, shocking it with electricity is impossible, but it will definitely be annoyed and jump out of the water. Just catch the moment it leaps up and cut it down. The problem is what to use to attack it when it jumps up. Now I have nothing left. The dagger from earlier and the pig's intestine knife are both broken. The common vegetables are now weak and fragile again. The cracking sound underwater shows that the mother's pillar has been broken. All three are losing their balance. It's over. We're about to fall. Still holding on to the last breath, Xiaoqi reminds himself. Don't think too much anymore. Let the monster fly up first. Lam Hai still has one hand holding Loe Luke to prevent him from falling into the water. This big guy is too heavy. Xiaoqi activated his thunder energy, his whole body glowing. Xiaoqi thought he should shout a line, and as he gathered his strength, he also shouted and punched powerfully into the water. In a moment, the monster was stunned, surfaced, and roared fiercely. It refused to stay underwater and leapt out completely. Tuke determined that this was the moment he had previously experienced Loe Luke's move, so he jumped high and analyzed, "Your weakness is in the air. I can clearly sense your movements, but no matter how quick you are, you can't escape." After reaching its nose, Tuke raised one hand and said, "Super strength arm, summon something that can save my life. I want to deal with this monster." Immediately, a disc appeared in his hand, showing a picture of a sexy older sister. Xiaoqi bitterly shouted, just about to think of a lifesaver, but it turned out to be this. Lin Hai couldn't believe his eyes, blushing with embarrassment. Xiaoqi crawled on the nose of the monster. This type will never be reproduced again and cannot be bought in this life. Do you understand? Although it was heartbreaking to save her life, Xiaoqi still had to make a decision. Goodbye. Anri Ojida, Maria Ozawa, I will love you forever. He then directly pressed the disc onto the monster's eye. Come on, my siblings, just hearing the thwack is enough to understand how painful it is. Seizing the moment as it loses momentum, Xiaoqi activates his thunder energy, ready to split it in half. After a few screeches, the monster was split in half. The moment it was divided, Xiaoqi fainted. In my mind, I still see the sexy older sister on the disc, along with feelings of regret. Lam Hai flies down to support Xiaoqi, looking at his face, unsure if he's fainted from overusing his energy or because he's gone through some painful ordeal. Little K, this time I really depended on you. Thank you for saving me. Lam Hai gently kisses Xiaoqi on the cheek, while the young man still has tears streaming down his face. Hoo-hoo, my inferior tape. Outside, the senior teachers and deputy director were still fighting fiercely. Suddenly, a blonde woman appeared. She had finally arrived. Stop fighting now. But the atmosphere remained lively, and they pretended not to hear. The woman started to feel annoyed. That was a fun fight, huh? Daring to ignore me? She's not activating her magic, so you all think I'm just a sick cat. Immediately, the binding magic is triggered, locking everyone's hands tightly. Everyone was in utter panic. Oh no, I can't use any of my spiritual power at all. The sealing magic is too powerful, much stronger than my magic ropes. Vo Thuafeng hesitates as well. With my current abilities, I really can't escape the magic of the director. Yang Zhang also cursed loudly. This rotten woman dares to ambush us. You're cheating, director. Just a moment of carelessness and I become an ordinary person. This woman angrily shouted, You've been too reckless. Can't you listen when I speak? Hey, Ice Snake, I advise you not to cause trouble, or I will seal you all. If it weren't for you basking in that person's glory, you would have fallen long ago. The snake stared intently, then hesitated, as if it had seen this girl somewhere before. This chief director is still as brutal as before, truly terrifying. Duongtrang frowns in discomfort and says, Old lady, let us go. Lives are precious. After being called old, the girl became even angrier. How dare you call anyone old? Duongtrang, after getting hit in the face, retorted, Isn't it true that you always call yourself this? Moreover, I clearly remember she is a year older than me. The girl still had a frown on her face, saying this arrogant guy is as old as a turtle. Breaking into the Spirit Vault Tower at midnight, if it gets out, what will happen to the reputation of the Academy? Besides, isn't it true that our Demon Trial Academy is laughed at by other academies across the continent? You two old men are the same. I can understand if he's so senile he forgets things, but you've been at the Academy for 100 years and you don't know the rules? Those two elders just now were so imposing, but now they're so meek. Aren't they just tired of staying in the retirement home too long and want to go out and stretch their bones? This girl replied, It seems that letting you all stay comfortably in the nursing home was a mistake. Yang Zhang has once again stirred the fire. Old hag, stop joking. My benefactor's son is now on the first floor of the Spirit Vault Tower, missing and in danger. I must go save him. After hearing that, a storm of anger erupted. Who does he think is old and talkative? If it weren't for you accidentally turning into a little lowly, you'd probably be a charming imperial consort now, fully equipped with water and electricity. Duongtrang still decided to push through to the end. Before she turns into a little lowly, she's just like a baked steamed bun. After being stuffed with the entire staff, Yang Cheng was so optimistic that he proudly showed off how wide his mouth had become. The girl then started to mention the main issue. Mirror of the Void. Now, watch carefully. They are perfectly safe now. The Mirror of the Void shows Lam Hai kissing Tiu Ke on the cheek, making Duongtrang furious. Damn it, we're fighting outside to save it, and that little brat inside is talking about love. Oh my god, where is justice? Deputy Dean Vo Thuafeng is overjoyed. The three kids really haven't let me down. Little Yoon is also proud of her son, just like his father, and he's loved by the girls. That blonde girl spoke up. Now everyone can see clearly, right? They are very safe and not in any life-threatening danger. Moreover, I just found out that the elemental spirit on the first floor has completely disappeared. Even the king-level frog demons have been wiped out by them. But the 30-day confinement still has to be enforced. Rules are rules. Tomorrow, I will have someone bring food to those three. Does anyone have any objections? Little Van looked happy. As long as Xiaoqi is safe, that's all that matters. Thank you, little sister. Compared to her age, I really am just a little sister. I truly am a little sister. A major character like this running to our side means the Academy won't be peaceful in the future. In a different part of the Spirit Tower's story, Xiaoqi just had a good sleep. Oh, it was so comfortable. I feel like I'm sleeping on something very soft, so relaxing. I was startled to find myself lying on Lin He's lap as soon as I opened my eyes. What's going on? Where's the water from earlier? We didn't drown, did we? The close distance made Lam Hai blush and freeze, but after calming down, she explained that soon after the monster died, the water disappeared. So we are no longer drowning in the electric force and are awake now. Xiaoqi looked calm and scrutinized. Yeah, that's right. The water in the water realm earlier was caused by the water element transforming. The monster is dead, and the water element returns to nothingness, while Lei Luke is busy with his fiery arm. Smells so good. I can eat it now. I'll cook for you guys. Nothing beats having a buffet of grilled monster meat inside the cursed tower at this time. A strange voice echoes, Well done, kids. You've defeated the frog demon again. Come to the next floor and find me. I can strengthen your powers. All three of them were startled and stood up, looking around. Who is speaking? Loi Luke still holding the big drumstick in his hand. Is that the upper floor? Xiaohu almost grimaced. You bastard, hiding your head and showing your tail. If you're brave, come out. The three of us will give you a chance to choose. That sound echoes back again. In the primal world, strength is everything. Power, money, desire. All are controlled by strength. Do you want to have it? Xiaoqi was startled to realize the obstacle. This is the demon spirit targeting the soul. Lin Hai, Loi Luke, don't listen to it nonsense. After hearing Ma Am's tempting words, Lam He and Loi Luke became dazed. Dongthon responded, wanting Tuke to frown and glare at the two, then muttered that their eyes now looked foggy as if they had been brainwashed. He pondered quietly, thinking that perhaps there was a powerful sealed monster on the upper floor, but its voice could pass through the seal and deceive them. I believe the one above is a very strong old demon. Demon spirit, this can't go on, or they'll be in great danger. Let me tear you apart with my mouth. You're a terrifying demon spirit. Thinking about it, Xiaoke called out in a deep voice, "Hey, old monster upstairs, listen up, you orphan." He started to talk big, probably because in a past life you did a lot of good deeds, so in this life, you get to be my pet. Actually, when your father pulled out your toenail before, he also pulled you out from that crack. As a child, you lacked love, and now as an adult, you lack calcium. In the quiet, lonely night, do you feel very hollow and coldly lonely? Then Xiaoqui gestured with his hands and continued. Have you ever wondered why no one loves you? Is it because you've been locked up too long, and your gender preferences have changed too? Are you delusional or what? Insomnia and vivid dreams, impotence, kidney failure, the voices of the demonic spirit respond. What? My divine's kidneys are very healthy, you bastard. Why aren't you affected by the evil spirit? I, the Lord, have arrived here. That guy muttered to himself. Damn it, it's not the right time now. I must hold back. I will let you go today. We will meet again. After regaining his senses, Lei Li was sweating and wondering what had just happened. It felt like I had just been brainwashed. That voice was truly hypnotic. Xiaoke clenched his right fist in anger as several lightning bolts shot out, cursing the evil spirit. What are you laughing at? Your dry laugh sounds like a ghost, you damn monkey. You're just a pitiful bird trapped in a cage. Even naive children like us can see through your lies. It immediately retorted, Kid, you've successfully angered me, so stay obedient and wait for my punishment. Luoli stared in shock and thought, what is Yue Xiaoqi saying to it? This is the spirit tower. Only fierce and powerful primordial spirits are imprisoned here. Offending them means trouble for us. But you confidently said, what is there to fear? I've read many manhwa. That useless chatterbox who tricks kids is probably locked up for a long time and wants to use us to help him escape. Talking about manhwa makes me think of the world-saving story, Uncle. This positive energy novel has been rated 5 stars and has many views. I hope everyone pays more attention. With strong will, the sound won't affect us. I told you, that childish liar. However, this time the demon lord did not respond, leaving the other two puzzled as to why it was silent. Lam Hai thought maybe it had already left. What are you afraid of? It's okay, I scolded him. It's hiding like a child, probably because it can't get out. Otherwise, we would have been doomed long ago, and it would be calmly chatting with us. Dream on. Hearing that, the girl lightly punched her palm flat and nodded in agreement with a smile. That makes sense. It seems our willpower isn't strong enough. Lo Luke also agreed and added, maybe so, but I don't want to offend it like Xiaoke did. Just not believing in it is enough. You immediately remind him. Everyone gather around. Even though we've translated the big one, we don't know what even bigger thing might appear next, so let's sit together and adapt. So the 3 kids sat leaning against the stone pillar. Lamhi sat down feeling a bit worried and said, okay, let's chat. It's too quiet and I feel a little scared. Then she turned to Nguyen Tuke and asked, how do you know everything? That's impressive. How old are you this year? You squint your eyes and smile, saying you're almost 6, but this uncle was already 35 in his previous life. Lam He, after hearing that, covered her mouth and giggled, then continued, smaller than me, and you, Lo Luke. Tuke looked at the somewhat mature appearance of the young man and guessed he's probably around 20. Luo Li hesitated and replied, I am 10 years old this year, and I seem to have inherited a secret technique from my ancestors, which helps me learn quickly and makes me stronger. Otherwise, how could an ordinary poor person like me compete for first place in the physical cultivation exam? And what about you, Lam He? The girl softly introduces herself, saying, I am 6 years old this year, a rare species that people often talk about. My mother is human. My father is from the Beast clan. Upon mentioning this, Lam Hai suddenly radiated a murderous aura, his eyes turning red and his voice lowering. I want to personally kill him this lifetime. This accidentally frightened the 2 young men. They hugged each other trembling, tearfully saying, change the subject quickly. Tuke smiled and scratched his head, saying, my wish in this life is very simple. Then looked up at the sky and expressed his desire, I want to go home. Xiaohe recalled the perverted figures, the suggestive stories, the piggy movies, but all he talked about was family. I wonder how his parents on Earth are doing. Do they miss their unfilial child? Can I still go home? As he said this, Xiaoko suddenly remembered and exclaimed, "That's right, the summoning journal." And immediately, the monthly journal was in his hand. Lamb, he sighed. It's that strange summoning magic again? Is Earth his old home? He sighed in awe. I didn't expect this kid to know summoning magic. I have to keep trying. Compared to him, I'm still a step behind. Xiaoku opened her notebook, then replied to the two people, I want to record the journey of this life. Later, when I return to Earth, I will make my mother gape with amazement. The contents of the diary. Today I cleaned the tower in the school and found many small frogs. I was accompanied by 2 classmates, 1 boy and 1 girl. Your son is doing very well in this world. He can eat and live comfortably. There is also a new mother who loves her child very much. Everyone doesn't need to worry about him. Here I am, not suffering at all, and more. Here you are only 5 years old. Don't rush me to get married. The girl in your class is only 6 years old too, so don't scold me later for not pursuing her. Chuke turned the page and muttered, not enough writing. I turned to him now. It's your mother's words from Earth. On Earth, you had your own little space, and she even burned it down for a tall fake girl. The diary pages are messages from your mother to you. You left too suddenly last year. Mom is very heartbroken, but you will not be alone. I have burned all the figures on your table for you. In the past, it was wrong of me to stop you from playing with those, but now on July 12th, your anniversary, I will burn some new figures for you. This year, my mother burned my Katui figures, and today, while cleaning, she found my diary and couldn't help but write a few lines. Your mother misses you. Reading those heartfelt words, Xiaokui's heart turned to stone and shattered into pieces. His whole body now feels stiff as if struck by lightning, with shocking news about figures and burning everything down. Every year, Satuhui. At this moment, Lin Hai blushed and was moved. Xiaoqi truly values relationships. The more he writes in his diary, the more he suffers. Feeling heartbroken and hopeless. He really cares too much about feelings. She asked worriedly if Han Xiaoko was okay, and he, as if spiritless, sighed and lamented. My wives still haven't collected all of them yet. Saria, Azerland, Velvet, Saber, Dem, Asuna. Time passes quickly. On the 29th in the Spirit Tower, Xiaoko is overjoyed. After tomorrow, we will be free. Just rest early. Oh, right. Little H can sleep beside me tonight as usual, just a little uncomfortable. Don't worry, I absolutely won't cause any trouble. There is only a rule, nothing random, the girl replied. Well, I trust you. While the 3 of us rest, Xiaoko thought to herself, why did Lo Luke come in too? You're breathing all over my face. Oh my God, where are you touching? Should I turn my back on you or face you? Oh my God, this is so annoying. Suddenly, there were some clattering sounds behind the mysterious door, and then a devilish hand slipped out from the crack. A dark shadow appeared, smiling coldly with a sinister voice. You little brat, causing me to waste over 20 days, rushing to drain half of my primal power, barely escaping the upper seal with a fragment of my consciousness. You're dead meat, I will punish you slowly. It rushes forward swiftly and declares, the little ones, you will become my Ludong, be proud of that. The evil auras continue to surge toward the children in the Spirit Tower, silently dividing and seeping into their minds while they sleep. When Tok inhales, he grimaces and huffs, while Loi Luke remains dazed and unresponsive. The dark soul slips into Tok's consciousness, sees his image, and guesses, this kid is just dreaming. I'll play with him to make him happy first. In the dream, it's a picture of Xiaoke when he is grown up, holding a brush and smiling as he speaks to the students. Everyone, today we will learn to draw the human body, please pay attention. Then he turns to someone and says, please, my assistant X. Her figure is just beautiful enough for me to use as a model for teaching the human body. She pouted in response. Teacher, you're so mean. Using me as a model again? Can't you just buy a mannequin? Tuke pouted and blushed, complaining, it's not my fault I'm poor. Can't afford to buy a model? Be a little more flexible, okay? Later, when I recruit more students, I will buy one. Come on, get up here, students still need to go to class. I don't want to waste the students' valuable study time. All right, always coming up with strange reasons. From outside, looking through the classroom window, I see everyone chatting quietly. This shadow is Ta Tan, an evil spirit trapped in the tower. He crossed his arms and said with some surprise, I have never seen a dream world like this across the entire primal continent. This world is too real. It's definitely not a dream one can imagine. Maybe so, but I haven't wasted the past 20-something days draining my own primal energy. Hurry up and condensed into this tiny body. This little brat hides many secrets. Maybe it's a reincarnated person from legend. Inside, Xiaokui leans her hand on the board, causing the assistant to lean against the wall. The girl quickly waves her hand to stop her, saying, Master, please don't do that. Yamate gratefully said, Teacher, thank you for being my model. How do you want me to repay you? Can I repay you with my body? Tyuki involuntarily blushed, a nosebleed flowing out. She pinched her cheek and said happily, I wonder if I'm dreaming or not. Maybe not. It seems a bit painful. In reality, the one pinching your cheek is Lam Hai, but she doesn't know what the girl dreamed of, only hearing her tearful voice, crying out, Dad, don't go. Don't leave me alone. Tatan coldly said, You little brat. Even in your dreams, you're still so happy. No one has ever scolded me so harshly since I was born. Let's see how I deal with you. Then he possessed the body of Xiaokui's assistant in her dream, so that I could become a girl playing with you. You still don't know, and keep flirting. Don't be shy. I'm a good person. The transformation is complete. Tatan laughs wickedly, exuding murderous intent. Then he licked his lips, pushed you away and said, Don't be like that, teacher. There are still many students watching below. He thought to himself, Kid, next I'll make you feel so good you'll be on cloud 9. Xiaoku, pretending to be handsome, replied, The students have all left, now it's just the two of us. You wonder why am I so bold today? Feeling like I can do whatever I want now, just like in a dream, Tatan continued to tease. All right, then come here, teacher. Then he withdrew his hand, revealing a sinister smile, curling his fingers into claws and stepping lightly on the water. A second later, Tatan grabbed the top of your head with both hands, stretching them out like melted cheese, and said, Kid, you can be proud now that you've experienced this move of mine. Wait a minute, my lord. What the hell is this? My lord, it must be some kind of damn thing from Onlin Thap. Get out of here before I lose my temper. The demon lord wakes from the dream, muttering to himself, I may not be able to truly hurt this kid, even in a dream. But this is a small revenge. I can take time is short. I must work quickly to plant the seed of consciousness into this kid's mind. Now his knowledge is right in front of me. He has too much knowledge. His mental strength must be very strong. No wonder it wasn't corrupted by the demonic aura last time. Seeing a soul crystal sealed away, he exclaimed happily, This is a soul crystal of a significant figure left behind. This reincarnated person is indeed not simple, having gained the favor of some great figure, but now it belongs to me. Sa-ta-ton. Then the mysterious soul opened its big mouth to swallow the spirit stone, while secretly saying, If I can swallow it, I will have a chance to become a level of enlightenment. After successfully swallowing it, he felt that this thing was really hard to drop. The soul crystal suddenly began to glow, emitting a golden light that countered the dark aura. Demon Lord shouted, What's happening? It's too hot. That light is shining out of his mouth and eyes. A second later, Tatan was surrounded by white light, controlled between two magic circles. He cried out in pain. It's over. The air passed down by the Creator. So, it was you, the demon who dared to come to my consciousness sea. Damn it, you were the one who ruined my beautiful dream just now, weren't you? It's been a long time since I had such a beautiful dream. How dare you ruin my good moment? This is my sea of knowledge, my world. Everything is arranged by me. The main body is about to become a god, so let me go and I will give you many benefits. Then, Zhaohe cleverly summoned one of the 10 great evil spirits called Slippers. You hit that soul in the face and scolded, You damned devil, you haven't finished your body yet and sneak into my body for what? Tuke looked at him coldly and asked, How should I address you then? Taton, kombanton nua. Then Lien Hoan slapped him and said, You didn't have my permission to enter my body, so I could sue you for harassment. This, Tun. The cracking sounds keep ringing out. The dark spirit. Lord's face is grim, but his mouth remains stubborn as he responds. I disdainfully say, I am the king of the dark elemental spirits. That was the year when I was about to punish this entire primitive continent. Your great-great-grandfather hadn't even been born yet. If you dare to seal me, try releasing me and fight a solo match. Xiaoke continues to question. Still daring to call me grandpa? I am your grandpa now. Say quickly, what are you doing running into my body? I'm surprised by your talent and want to take you as my disciple. Good boy, close your eyes and raise your slippers to your face. As the saying goes, no tears until you see the coffin. 1 second later, the dark soul was struck so hard in the face that he was left dazed. Xiaoke stepped forward, pulling Tatan's face and asking, Do you really think I am a 5-year-old kid? You yell, Do you think the Creator has ever met someone like you, a trashy dark king sealed away, and would consider you as a master? And at the same time, threaten with your slippers, Hurry up, get into my body and do what? Having been tormented all this time, Tatan begins to falter, muttering, This little brat is not easy to fool. Speak up now. I will no longer suffer shame. With renewed vigor, he loudly declares, You little brat, I am here to take revenge on you all. I want to plant a seed of my consciousness in your mind, and when that seed grows, it will swallow you all. which is also a way for me to escape this prison. Little Kay stood there confidently, still intending to swallow us all. Who would have thought that within your sea of knowledge there are tricks left behind by the Creator? Your greed is like a bottomless snake trying to swallow an elephant. Seeing you reach out, Tatan was startled and asked in fear, "What are you planning to do with that dirty hand of yours?" A wicked smile on her face, she coldly asked, "So you're sealed away? How can you spare a small part to invade my mind?" This seal has been around for tens of thousands of years. Although I, the main body, have become weaker due to the seal, it is not too effective against me. It has been over thousands of years since anyone tried to reinforce the seal, so it gradually became loose. Perhaps because that demon test woman's death, no one anymore understands the magic runes of the sealing spell. Xiaokui stroked his chin and said, "So that's why your damn bastard of a son could split his body to infiltrate my sea of knowledge. Fine. Now that the knot is untied, let's start settling the debts." Hearing the words debt and owed, the demon lord shivered in fear and asked again, "What do you mean settle the account?" "I have already answered your question. Now you are at my mercy. In the divine cultivation technique of the Creator, I just learned of a forbidden spell that can absorb the soul of elemental spirits, and I could use you as a test subject right now." Recognizing the danger, he changed his attitude, crawling to your feet and flattering you. Little guy with a hidden love, this body of mine needs to consume half of its primal power to barely break the seal and gather into that. Let me do it. Can I, big brother? The response is a devilish laugh from Xiaokui. He suggests, I might as well forgive you. Just become my elemental spirit. Although you're not too strong, being locked on the upper floors of this tower, your power should be enough, right? Tatan seems unwilling, but responds. Rain falls. I cannot be chaos by nature, born as an abyssal soul, never tamed since birth, and I won't become someone else's elemental spirit, even if you kill me. Then forget it. I will absorb you to death and use you as nourishment for my soul. It's not a big deal. I originally just wanted to sign a 25-year equal contract with you and planned to give you a trick to break through the bottleneck at the creation level, but now forget it. Go die. Trash. Wait a minute. You said you have a trick to break through at the creation level and an equal contract for 25 years. His attitude suddenly changed. A look of delight appeared on his face as he said, "Become a sword." Then, with a mighty tone, I continue. I have been stuck at the divine boundary for countless years without a way to break through. Moreover, 25 years is just a mere thread to someone immortal like me. The key is that I must break through to the level of the primordial world to find him. Tatan suddenly remembered something and paused to ask, "Wait a minute, are you also of the dark attribute physique?" Xiaoko asked innocently while scratching his head. "What is an ominous physique? I know many techniques, but in terms of general knowledge since being reborn here, I am no different from a 5-year-old child." He sighed. "You delicate little thing, knowing many techniques but lacking the ability to enjoy. Kai Kei's pact with an elemental spirit of a different constitution would cause disharmony and mutual harm. I'm too lazy to explain. Just put your hand on my head." The boy immediately reached out his hand as Tatan instructed and asked, "Is that so?" He replied, looking a bit embarrassed. "That's it. I wonder why in my mind his hand makes me feel just like that person." Tatan then was shocked and horrified. I underestimated him. This young man actually has a hybrid physique with light, darkness, and thunder attributes all combined. An ordinary person can only form a contract with one elemental spirit of the same attribute. If someone truly has a hybrid physique, then they could potentially contract with elemental spirits of different attributes. Moreover, having 3 combined attributes means you can simultaneously form contracts with 3 elemental spirits. You have all 3 attributes at the same time. That's really incredible. Your light attribute is deeply hidden, and without using a secret technique to sense it, it's hard to detect. Xiaokui remembered during the assessment when she said, "I heard the vice director say I have the lightning attribute, so why do I also have light and darkness?" The Templar replied, "Maybe a master hidden somewhere helped you, but who am I? This little trick might fool me. If you only have the light or darkness attribute, it's very ordinary, but someone with both attributes has countless ways to grow. Now you don't understand either, and I only know because of a coincidence." Chuke was startled and remembered to reply, "Your words remind me of the time I broke the vice director's spiritual power, and a shadow appeared on him, probably triggered by the dark element being stimulated." He was surprised and marveled at how someone so young could have an independent attribute emerge. "You're truly a little demon that deserves punishment from heaven. Signing a contract with you isn't a disgrace to my Tatan's reputation. Quickly sit beside him, draw a purple circle, and say, 'Let's just sign the contract.'" Both of them raised their hands and said in unison, "Ainguyet Xiaohe." I tattoo today, signed an equal 25-year contract from now on, whether it is favorable or adverse circumstances, wealth or poverty, health or illness, happiness or sorrow, always protect and love each other until the oath ends. He thought to himself, the vow in the contract is really disgusting. Immediately after, the restraints were removed. The Tatan looked pleased, having completed the contract, finally gaining additional spiritual power to restore his true form. Above the magic circle, a dark sphere appears and speaks from within. Do not be frightened by my appearance. I am the strongest dark wolf god in history. What? What kind of dark wolf god is that? Your appearance is a complete fraud. The black mist has now turned into a layer of white bones, and a threatening voice echoes from within. Tremble, mortal. The shadow of Tatan gradually appears, and he continues to speak with a commanding tone. Say, boy, be afraid of my strong and handsome appearance. After witnessing his true form, Xiaokui was amazed and pointed, exclaiming husky with a stretched Y, a two-colored black and white dog with a gold ring on its front paw and a wagging tail. Boom! Tatan appeared as a dog with a cross-shaped scar on his face, looking quite fierce with a piece of red cloth wrapped around his neck. You immediately strangled it and sighed. Liar, what the hell is Black Wolf God? You're clearly a purebred husky. In my world, husky is a foolish god. It can't respond like that. This handsome and heroic appearance was created by my original design for the White Wolf Goddess Hai. Besides me, no one else on this entire continent of water origin is like me. I am unique. What? Just now you said the goddess Bailang Hai. I remember the creator who brought me here is also named Hai, with a beast ear similar to Lin Hai, also a different species of beast human. You remember their image and words. Earth was originally a lifeless planet, and I used the world's heart to create life, also regarded as your creator god. Unfortunately, humans do not cherish it and even pollute my body. The apocalypse is an unavoidable matter. My name is Hai. After arriving at the Water Realm continent, please help me take care of someone. The subrace on this continent is fragile. Tell them it's not that I don't care about them, I just can't return anymore. Holding the Dark Lord in her arms, Xiaoko muttered, could you also be a different species, a friend of the Creator? Then when the Creator created the Earth, she used your image to create a husky. It replied, I am not a different species. I am a pure-blooded dark wolf god, but I cannot forget the goddess Hai. On the Earth you speak of, just consider the husky created from my image as a way to soothe my longing. A long time ago, there was a very cool dark wolf god, but because its elemental beast attribute was too dark, humans from all over labeled it as the evil god. Humans and the dark wolf god have always been fighting, and it was forced to become cold-blooded, killing wherever it went. It always carried wounds on its body, but it still stubbornly survived until one time when the injuries became too severe, and it grew extremely weak, barely breathing. Just when it thought it had nothing left to cling to in this world, no more pursuits worth chasing, a white wolf goddess suddenly appeared. She asked him, What's wrong, little dog? And then used her powerful magic to save the black wolf and reminded him, Don't fight anymore next time. I might not be lucky enough to save you. This piece of cloth is for you. The goddess kindly advised, don't keep fighting with others. Maybe because you're too dark, others are afraid and think you're evil. You've reached saintly level now. You can freely change your body shape. I think you should add some white. Don't be so fierce. Cute little animals are what people like. Xiaoku seemed dissatisfied and said, I think she used to be so gentle. I remember her always having a bad face. At that moment, after transforming, Black Wolf stood aside and wondered, I wonder if the goddess likes my current cute black and white appearance. Maybe this is the look the goddess prefers. Its eyes then flashed with determination. I want to win her heart, and then have many wolf cubs with her. Goddess Bailang, I am here. But as I rushed out, Haklang accidentally tripped over a stone. So it fell flat on its face and thought, damn it, I'm not used to this body and feel embarrassed in front of the goddess H. Seeing it appear, she turned back, snorted, and then stepped forward to carry the black wolf. He was stunned, thinking to himself, her eyes are so clear. I still have evil intentions now. I am really a beast. The goddess Hai also has some affection, secretly praising, silly and adorable. Then it followed her for a while, and just as Haklang was about to muster the courage to confess his feelings, she suddenly disappeared, without a trace. I searched the entire Tuinguan continent but couldn't find her. One day, Heilang discovered an unusual inscription on an ancient stone stele, describing a powerful yet tragic level of enlightenment. He suspected that something disastrous might have happened to her after reaching that level. So, Haklang kept trying to break through to the level of enlightenment. I want to know what happened. Where did Goddess Hai end up? I asked back to reality. I didn't expect the Goddess Hai to be imprisoned on Earth and unable to return to the Water Realm continent, but the power of the level of creation is terrifying. How could she be confined? Can't figure it out? Whatever. In the end, no matter what, I will go to Earth to save her. After hearing that, Xiaoke patted its head and asked, Actually, you're not that evil, so why are you locked in the Spirit Vault Tower? Black Wolf wagged his tail, thinking to himself why his right hand felt so comfortable. Maybe it's because of the breath of the goddess Hai I have to hold back from letting him know, or I'll be embarrassed. It replied coldly, I just ate all the spiritual elixirs in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion when I passed by the Demon Trial Academy thousands of years ago. Who would have thought that the stingy woman from the Demon Trial would lock me up here? But in the past few thousand years, she hasn't come to try to seal me again. Maybe she's dead. You stroke your chin in thought. Several 10,000 years ago, the female dual cultivation demon test might have been the founder and dean of the academy, having devoured all the divine herbs and spiritual medicines, so they didn't kill you on the spot. That's already very generous of you, Little Black. What the hell is Little Black? Call me Ta-Ton, but Tioke ignored that and kept talking. All right, Little Black. Let's go now and quickly take out the seed you planted in Lam Hai and Loi Luke's consciousness, or I won't let you rest. Little Black, it's furious and looks pale. Even if you don't tell me, I will retrieve it. I am still weak now, only a little stronger than my previous body, but this consciousness seed is my nourishment. After a short while, a faint light appeared. Xiaoko slowly opened her eyes and said, Finally awake. Then he clutched his face in despair, saying, Damn it, why does my face hurt so much? Over here, Little Black stepped on Lam Hai's head. A small circle appeared, doing the same with the lightning power, retrieving the consciousness seed planted in their minds. Then Xiao He lay down to enjoy and sighed. So comfortable. I've retracted the consciousness seed, even though my elemental energy isn't much. I win in spirit. Xiaoko put on her uniform and asked, Now shall we go to the upper floor to rescue your main body so we can become even stronger? Xiao He replied, I'm afraid that's not possible. I only tricked you into coming up here before. The real plan was to plant a consciousness seed. The elemental spirit crystals on the upper floor are much stronger than those on the first floor. In terms of human ranks, they must have the strength of an elemental spirit master. Moreover, since you're only at the primordial spirit warrior level now, you can't lift the seal even if you go up there unless you at least reach the saint spirit level. You keep confusing the levels and complain. Elemental spirit diagram, elemental spirit warrior, spirit conductor, spirit master, grand spirit master, saint spirit. Xiaohei, are you messing with me? How many years does it take to reach the saintly spirit level? I've made many sacrifices to make a promise with you. I've suffered a lot. It's a shame. Little Black held something in his hand and replied, My original form is very powerful. That's just a precious gem you found, kid. My strength is only slightly below the level of the primordial universe. It turns out that between its fingers right now is a star system. When enlarged clearly, it is the galaxy system that contains Earth. Little Key grabbed its collar and scolded, You're a demon. So damn disgusting. No matter how strong your original form is, it has nothing to do with me. I must kill you. Little Black replied, It's too late to regret now. Our equal contract can only be broken if both sides agree. Otherwise, it cannot be erased. I'm glad I made a contract with you. You'll supply me with primordial energy or this clone will quickly vanish into nothingness. I guess even a broken boat still has 3 nails. Although Little Black is just a clone, this old man is a savvy expert of the water source continent with extensive knowledge, which conveniently complements my own. I am only skilled in cultivation techniques but lack understanding of the continent's details. Moreover, his level up was very fast, and he has a solid foundation. This deal isn't a loss. The scene shifts to the morning of the 30th. The 3 are taken out while Ta-Ton also hides inside Tiu-Ke to go out. In the academy, Tiu Van asks her son, After staying in the tower for so many days, you probably haven't had anything delicious, right? Let me make more dishes for you. The boy replied, Mom doesn't need to go to such trouble, just giving me milk is enough. What kind of milk? I want some too. Of course it's cow's milk. Get out, that's mine. 5 years since leaving the tower, Lam He is now 11 years old. Now she has become a powerful figure among the younger students in the school. Everyone seems to have forgotten her alien origins. This is the result she achieved through her strength and effort. Her power helped her brother join the Eagle Squad, an organization under the school that can take on missions and earn money. In fact, the Vice Dean imprisoned them in the Spirit Vault Tower not just as punishment, but also to train the 3 of them, which is why Zhao Ke has always kept this in mind. Right now, he is sleeping and tossing with Xiaohuan Su, muttering to himself unconsciously in his dream. I want to save the world. After a click, the bedroom door opens. Xiaoyan walks in, gently bows her head and asks, Time to wake up. Can we go out for a walk today? Not getting a response, she mutters, Is he sleeping so soundly? Van sat on the bed, gently ruffling Xiao Kai's hair with affectionate eyes and saying, I never thought my son would be this old, and I wonder how much longer I can stay by his side. Suddenly, something in front of her startled her. Van looked at the table and said, "Isn't that the crystal projection of the boy's father? I think I left it here last time and forgot to take it. Now it's covered in cobwebs." Then she stepped forward, carefully placing the crystal stone upright. Then Van tilted his head and muttered to himself, "Where exactly are you now?" She pursed her lips, tears streaming down as she sighed. "I miss you so much." Now opening her eyes, silently thought to herself, "That man." Then Xiaoke stood up and said to her, "Mom, I'm awake. I won't cook today. Let's go out for a walk." Xiaoyan looked back at his son, tears streaming down as he responded briefly, "Come on, don't cry. You're just like a child. Isn't there still me, your mother? Don't cry. Today you're not going to school, so we can go out and buy some candy." Van took the opportunity to be clingy with her son. "Yes, I want to eat lollipop and nougat candies, and more." C smiles and interrupts. "Fine, whatever Mom says. Lately I've been earning quite a bit from selling books." Then she dressed up nicely, put on a new hat, carried a bag, and hurried out the door, calling in, "Son, I'm ready. Let's go." Van took her son's hand and pulled him along, saying, "Let's go, or we'll miss the sale." The crystal orb left on the table still reflected his father's figure. Xiaoke looked back and thought to herself, "What happened to that man who abandoned my mother and left behind his adorable and kind-hearted son? If I am still alive, one day I will settle the score with him." Later, while Xiaoyuan was eating a candied hawthorn, she accidentally attracted the attention of many people on the street. He looked at his mother with a puzzled expression inside. "What's so delicious about snacks? I haven't liked eating snacks since I was 25. I even have to add goji berries when I drink beer." Xiaokui walks beside her and silently vows, "I will protect you, Mom, for a lifetime." Seeing Haklang's figure behind him, he immediately wondered, "Tu Haks, what are you sneaking out for?" It replies, "That's a good son. I will protect your mother with you. This is a strong bond beyond species. I don't care about taking you as my disciple, good boy." Seeing Xiaohei fall headfirst into the dung, passers-by immediately mocked, saying this dog doesn't need to crawl all the way in just to eat shit. The scene shifts to sunset, the sun gradually descending behind the mountain. Haklang said while walking away, "I was just taking a walk nearby. Although elemental spirits can't be too far from their hosts, sitting still for just 10 seconds makes me feel uncomfortable all over. Maybe it's in a wolf's nature to be destructive." Xiaokuai didn't hesitate to chase after it. "Go away quickly. Don't put your flower in someone else's face." Xiaoyan ruffled your hair and said, "Do you know why your name is Xiaokei?" He asked curiously, "Why is that?" She looked up at the sky and replied, "Because your mother and father met at a small stream." Xiaokui is that small stream. The story is told that day when Xiaovan was bathing in a small stream, followed by Xiaokui's father. "You're already opening your mouth to cause trouble. Damn it, that beast. Did he dare to secretly watch my mother bathing back then?" "You have to kill, she quickly explained. "No, your father is a righteous man. At that time, your father was injured and drifted down from upstream." Looking back then, Xiaoyuan was shocked to see Cheng Yue drifting onto the rocks with blood continuously flowing. He was badly injured, with his internal organs crushed. At first, she also thought that Cheng Wu was about to die because during the initial treatment, his nose kept bleeding continuously, losing too much blood. Xiaoyan thought he was about to be gone, but luckily they managed to save him in the end. She innocently told her son that her father was still alive and that they must repay her kindness, then quietly stayed by her mother without wanting to leave. He says he will use his body as a promise and spend the rest of his life repaying the kindness. The father and son truly believe in repaying kindness with kindness. Xiaoqi immediately objects, "What kind of gratitude is this? This is called repaying evil with kindness." Going back to the past. At that time, Xiao White was a good assistant to Zhao Yuan, and his father was also very close to Xiao White, causing daily chaos and making his mother very happy. That was her most beautiful memory in life? Then her cheeks flushed pink as she whispered shyly, "In the end, my mother and father fell in love." Hearing this, little White was devastated, smashing his head against the concrete. Shoko wondered why Mom chose that man. Xiaoyan replied that at the time he seemed so pitiful, soaking in the stream, just like a little dog, both adorable and pathetic. Then the mother had a child and named her Nuyet Tiu Ke. Hearing this, he turned pale and sighed. "Why is Mom so easily deceived? You are my biological child, and this is just a random name." Heilang excitedly played the fool and exclaimed, "I am also a little puppy. I am also pitiful. I even know how to bark woof woof." Meanwhile, a mysterious figure hiding behind a tree was quietly watching them and muttering, Maybe it's her. She looks exactly like the person on the underground wanted list, but I won't foolishly rush in. The 10 billion bounty target is definitely not simple, so just contact the headquarters. Giving me the odd numbers of the reward is enough." So he summoned a beast and ordered it to help deliver this letter to the underground bounty organization. It is a beast used to transmit information for the underground organization. In a flash, it quickly dives into the formation circle to send the message. This guy also turned around in surprise and shouted, "We've been spotted! Who is it?" He hadn't even regained his composure when Duong Trang suddenly jumped out and struck him hard in the stomach, causing blood to spurt out of his mouth and throat. He frowned and said, "Damn it, I was a step too slow." In just a moment, that summoned beast disappeared. Duong Trang looked at Xiaoyun and thought, "This underground bounty organization is truly full of cowards. Just as I expected, they're everywhere." Now that they've discovered the whereabouts of the goddess, it's clear that from now on the mother and daughter can't go outside anymore. Staying in the academy is the safest option. The scene shifts to a peaceful afternoon with blue skies and white clouds, where in front of the Demon Trial Academy the flowers of the continent are diligently studying philosophy. Teacher Jet stands at the podium and says, "Everyone, we are students of the Demon Trial Academy. We not only need to strengthen our abilities but also develop our inner depth. That's why today I will be teaching philosophy. Everyone, pay attention to the lecture." Below, Xiaohe asks Xiaohei if that strange thing is really true. The classmate saw you crawling on the ground and thought to criticize. Yue Xiaohei is so diligent, and this crazy guy is muttering to himself again. Meanwhile, Heilang swears on his honor that it's definitely true. Xiaohei's eyes redden as he scolds, "Your honor from a year ago when you tricked me into signing the contract is all gone. What use is your honor and reputation now? I thought you were saying those things to me, but suddenly I worried that my reputation was all used up. Oh my god, I'm a man." This kid Zhao Kei is also considered the king among children. If he gets angry, what should we do? After successfully skipping school, the two masters arrived at this house and approached a certain home. Little Black said, "This time I'm not lying to you, I think I've found a good spot." Shuko replied, "You're really mean, always taking advantage of the time I'm in class to run around causing trouble. All the spiritual essences and dark element mineral stones that have recently grown have been destroyed by you. My mother told me not to go outside the academy recently, and if she finds out I sneaked out here, she will definitely worry. So you'd better not deceive me, Little Black, or you'll definitely die." It quickly turned to leave to clarify. "Isn't it because I want to quickly increase my strength? This time I discovered a relic, and inside it there are many vibrations of dark energy. Maybe some divine treasure has appeared." Speaking of divine treasures, 2K's eyes lit up as she eagerly said, "The dark divine treasure. I wonder if it's the dark greatsword. That's the sword I like the most." Little Black confidently said, "Of course it's true. This time I swear on my honor, even though I didn't see it with my own eyes, I could still feel the dark element vibrations of the treasure from such a distance." Little K pondered doubtfully. "That's not right. Hack's words have never been trustworthy. The more serious his expression, the more likely he's lying, so I can't trust him completely. When we get there, we must be careful." The scene shifts to the street outside, with a clear blue sky above and the sound of people worshipping the divine envoy of the temple below. A trembling old man says, "The temple is above. Thank you for your mercy." The people from the temple handed him an item and replied, "Take this holy cloth, my brothers and sisters from now on." Next to him was a girl called the Fairy Sister by the children. She distributes bread and says to them, "Do not rush, there is still plenty." In the center is the representative of the divine temple, the temple's patriarch, holding a staff in one hand and a book in the other, saying, "O devout people, go and bask in the holy light. You have been saved." The crowd below chanted together, "Long live the temple! The compassionate temple will not abandon us." Witnessing this, Xiaokuei wondered, what kind of organization are those people in white? So many people. "Hey, Little Black, do you understand what those people are doing?" I didn't get a response, so I turned back and asked, "When did you hide in my sea of knowledge? Aren't you usually running around everywhere? Is that a temple of the gods? Is this little husky actually cursed today? Why is it so quiet?" The sect leader sensed something unusual about the boy and wondered if he had a faint dark energy fluctuation. "Who is he?" Xiaohe walks forward, feeling a bit uneasy, sensing someone is following him, then suddenly turns around to look back, and the alley ahead is completely empty with no one behind. Xiaohe stops and mutters to himself, "No, there must be someone following me. My instincts can't be wrong." Then he secretly glanced to the right, then turned to the left, but all was empty. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, dropping the staff with a loud thud. The old sect master stood there and said, "Light will dispel all darkness. The gods say there must be light." Tuki stuck up his middle finger and cursed, "What does that old fart want with me? Even if you're handsome, there's no need to go crazy over it." The old man was startled and repeated it in confusion. "Old man, huh?" Xiaohei frowned thoughtfully. "You seem very strong today. Although I don't know why he's following me, it's definitely not something good. Now's the chance to quickly cut his thigh while he's distracted. Then he raised his hand with a cunning smile and said, "Watch my big spell money 2.0. This is the slum area, so my big spending magic should enhance its properties even more." Then the old sect master's purse suddenly sprouted sharp spikes from inside, tearing apart and spilling colorful spirit stones before his astonished eyes. Little Kay shouted eagerly. The poor villagers then peeked out and asked, "Talisman stones? I've been hungry for days. With the spirit stones I can finally eat." They rushed over eagerly, eyes shining, grabbing the stones and shouting, "Too many spirit stones." The crowd suddenly surrounded the old man like starving ghosts and asked, "Hey, old man, where are the spirit stones? Where are the spirit stones?" Wow, it seems they fell out of that old man's body. After escaping from him for a while, Xiaokei leaned on a tree, exhausted, complaining about how tired she was, finally escaping that mysterious old man who seemed suspicious. Turns out he was targeting my uncle. At this moment, Little Black finally appeared, complaining that the old man from the Divine Temple crowd radiated a breath that made him feel extremely disgusted and terrified. Luckily, I escaped quickly, or I would have been caught by that old man, and surely seen as a malicious dark element to be destroyed. Hearing that, you blame me. Are you really a kind-hearted dark elf? It's really embarrassing. The older he gets, the more afraid of death he becomes, always running away alone when there's trouble. Luckily, I managed to outsmart him this time. He just stood there showing off again. Catching up to him was just luck on your part. Also, the Holy Temple really hates dark elves and those connected with them. Now that I and the weak are like this, it's better to avoid him in the future. I remember back then when I was ruling the continent, these little pests could be swept away with a single spit. Xiaoke yanked her cheek and interrupted. "If you want to act, go perform in front of the temple people earlier, acting in front of me, then disappearing when there's trouble, you damn dog." After a while of moving, Xiaohei pointed and said, "Hurry up, kid. It's right ahead. Maybe the ruins have been worn down by recent rain and revealed themselves." He turned back and asked, "Hey, Xiaohei. If you knew about this ruin, why didn't you go in yourself and call me?" "Of course I can't eat scraps. When there's good stuff, we have to share. Good brothers. We share the blessings and the misfortunes." Xiaokui knows his pet too well, glancing suspiciously and thinking this dog must definitely be up to something. 3 figures appeared at the top of the mountain near the ruins. One of them spoke. "It's decided. Let's use the magic array to conceal the ruins first." Then a circular array appeared, forming a thin barrier that covered the entire mountain. Little Black, seeing this, angrily shouted, "Who the hell are those 3 kids? How dare they ruin my plan? I was the first to discover it." "Damn it." Xiaoqi pressed its head down and reminded sharply, "Focus on the main point, we'll go in later. It's rare to find someone to lead the way, so let's let them go first." Meanwhile, as he enjoyed himself, he reminisced about the feeling of being pampered and sighed. Oh, the feeling of the goddess Hai. After the barrier was created at the ruins, the group appeared at the entrance. Captain Kim stood there and said, "This is the place where locals have reported strange noises at night recently. We've also prepared a magic barrier so we can go inside now." He turned around, looking adorable and a bit coquettish, and replied, "Thank you, I knew it." "Be careful." Hongdai next to him smiled and added, "Captain, we're fine. You go in first. Our mission today is just to investigate if there's anything unusual here. Let's go in, quickly figure it out, and then I'll treat everyone to dinner." The 2 of them looked delighted to be eating. "Thank you, Captain." "This is so great. I'll do whatever the captain tells me," Xiaokei exclaimed in shock when he saw him. "Oh my God, so that delicate kid was the one I beat up before? I feel pale thinking about it. I must not get close to him. I only like lively girls." Hearing that, Zhao He burst out laughing and teased, "I can't stop laughing. It's all because you're too outstanding, even men like you." The thing is, not long ago, Luo Jun stood behind Xiaokui holding a spiked club and shouted, "You're the youngest king of bullies in the academy right now. Yesterday you dared to hit my sister. Do you know that anyone in our Young Eagle organization can pick a random person and beat them to a pulp?" Then Xiaokei angrily turned around and replied, "If you're talking about that shameless bastard who extorted protection money at the school gate yesterday and insulted a girl, then yes, I did hit him. What the hell is the Young organization?" Hearing that, he gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "You little brat, my brother Lok Tuan can't do such things. You're dead meat. I will make you regret it." 1 minute and 30 seconds later, he let Max sit there slumped, then left, while reminding him, "Go investigate thoroughly. Yeah, the boss is really an idiot." The next morning, Lu Jun knelt before Xiaoko to pay his respects. "Yesterday I was too reckless. I scolded my useless younger brother. I hope you can forgive me. I twirled my ear, wondering if I was too harsh and ended up making him stupid. Then Xiaoqui stepped forward to help him up and said, "Get up. I forgive you." This action made Lu Tuan think and feel grateful no one has ever hit me like this before. I suddenly had a very special feeling. He was startled and exclaimed, his expression seeming a bit off. He looked at you with a tender gaze and thoughts. "Nguyet Tioke is so handsome, I think I just awakened something unpredictable." I immediately run away in fear. Xiaohe laughed loudly. "Ha ha, you little brat, don't run. Just accept their apology already." Lo Jun over there wondered, why did he suddenly run? Probably something urgent. Yue is very strong, so she's probably busy. Xiaoqi could only shout, "Get out of here." Xiaohe suits you better. The two of you are really in sync. Returning to the present, Heilang still couldn't stop laughing, and every time I think back I feel like you're truly talented. Ha ha ha. You look annoyed as you say. Let's go. The protective formation is closed. They have already entered the ruins. If we're late, there's nothing left. Looking at the mountain in front of him, Xiaohe sighed in admiration. Indeed, very cautious, not only sealing the aura to prevent it from leaking out, but also disguising it as a mountain forest. In the next instant, he raised his hand, and a green circle of formation appeared with a confident tone. "Watch me break this formation easily. I don't need to waste any effort. I've known the structure of this kind of small formation for a long time." A moment later, as the formation gradually turned purple, Xiaoqi loudly shouted and opened it. Then a person and a dog stepped inside. Little Black praised, "You little brat, I didn't expect you to know so much." Inside a corridor illuminated by blue spirit stones, Xiaoqi observed and then commented, "There are many corpses on the ground. Probably the fledgling eagle team just now took action." Let's see who will be laughing last. Suddenly, a somewhat bloodthirsty falling object swooped in, dodged to the side. Then the bird kept falling beside him. Little Black whispered eagerly, "Don't move, let me handle it." Then it lunged forward, grabbed the falling bird, and looked pleased. "Kid, let me show you what real speed and precision are." After finishing eating, Little Black let out a satisfied sigh. Feeling great, the taste of the meat was wonderful. While Little K beneath it looked disgusted, it replied, "This is my diligent saving. These shadow-type monsters will help me recover a bit of my original power." "Where?" But it seems there are too many of them, so he turned around and ran for his life, saying, "Use your quick and ruthless move to deal with them." The one behind just kept shouting, "Hurry up, run away quickly." The master and servant like they had motors in their legs running, while asking each other if they had shaken them off yet. "I don't know, you two go back and check." Suddenly something caught Xiaoqui's attention, and he stopped to ask, "What is that wall?" In front of them was a six-winged goddess symbol worshipped by people. "I recognize this person. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. I wonder who they really are." "Xiaohe, do you understand these words?" It replied. Looking like dog fur, these words have faded so much that they are no longer clear. From the depths of the mysterious and dark corridor, a heart-rending scream suddenly echoes. Xiaoqi turns around in shock and asks, "What's wrong?" "Is something happening in there?" Xiaohe added. "There is a very strong evil aura," and then a long, deep sound also came from the end of the cave. He trembled and cursed, "Damn it, you wicked, evil sect master. You said there was a rare treasure coming into the world. It must be a monster coming into the world." Besides, the cry just now didn't sound good in either. It was trembling and suggesting, "Then let's get out of here and not worry about those three young men up front. The exit is at the back." But Tioke regained her composure, scratched her head, and replied, "Well, that delicate young man is quite sincere. I can't just ignore him, and he's your teammate who tricked me, so I'll go check what's going on." After finishing, he ran straight inside. Xiaohe stood there, scolding, This meddlesome attitude is just like Goddess Xin." A moment after entering, Xiaoqi stood there thinking, "This problem is getting quite serious." Hong Dai was beaten to death, her eyes wide open, blood streaming down her face, her body impaled on the wall by a sharp bone. Just then, a sharp object charged at her from behind with great energy. You startled, then quickly grabbed the sharp bone. Xiaoqi broke it and sternly asked, "You killed people from our academy." Over there, Kim Dai was also stabbed to death sitting by the corner. A large shadow appeared with heavy footsteps approaching, and a terrifying monster covered in bones emerged, exhaling foul-smelling breath. A loud bang echoed, and it seemed to be a blood zombie emerging from a coffin with strange patterns. Xiaohe hides behind and observes. Its clothes seem to be from ancient times. After death, it has gone through the long stillness of many years, so now the spirit and the master have merged into one. The words that shake me most are probably because it has recently awakened. The problem is that only a powerful spirit and its master dying together can cause a corpse in the extreme Yin land to undergo transformation. Over here, Blood Demon is watching the two masters intently. Little K nervously turns to ask Little Black, "Are you really a star? Your thick thighs are really impressive. Is this your divine treasure that has appeared?" It immediately warned its owner, "Don't say anything else. It seems to be interested in us." Little Black stepped down, pointed at the door, and said, "If you're a kid, with my current strength, I definitely can't fight. Run now to preserve your power and deal with it later. Grab its tail and lift it up." Little Black cried out desperately, "Don't grab my tail. I've endured enough humiliation in this chaos. Hold me and I'll die." Xiaoko held it up in front of him and said, "You can't go. We don't know if that delicate young man is alive or dead, and besides, do you think we can run when we're already targeted by it? Fine. But what do you mean pushing me in front of it? A mutated hybrid that's been through years, loving to eat the soft flesh of kids like you, and I am the dark elemental spirit. Now we are its feast, and a very sumptuous one at that." As soon as it finished speaking, a series of sharp bones shot towards them. I immediately warned, "Watch out, they're coming." Xiaohu still used his pet to block in front while it screamed desperately. He wondered, "Little Black, what are you so agitated about? I haven't even shouted yet and you're already yelling? You little brat," it snapped back annoyed. "Try blocking in front of me." On the opposite side, Huyet Ti was staring covetously, drool dripping from its mouth and splattering on the ground. The master and servant trembled as they cried out in unison, "It's really leaking. The monster is coming this way." Huyet Ti immediately stretched out his enormous arm forward, and in an instant his hand appeared in front of Xiaoke. With a determined face, he said, "Xiaohe, be serious. Let's go together." It stepped forward and replied, "Yeah, this big lump of meat is at least a saintly level. Normal tricks can't threaten it, but its brain isn't very flexible. Just its body will be a bit stiff. So later I'll directly use my enhanced divine arm to punch it." Shohei transformed into a dark wolf, emanating a strong aura of darkness, then warned, "I'll create an opening for you." Then it lunged forward and bit into Huyet Ti's wrist. Tiuke quickly rushed over with lightning speed, energy of divine power already gathered in his right hand, and shouted. At this moment, he delivered a powerful punch to Huyet Ti's chest and shouted, "Take my punch," causing the ground and rocks behind him to shatter with loud crashing sounds. The coffin and the stone pillars are shattered and stacked together. Xiaohei stands there, puffing out his chest, and says, "Phew, maintaining the black wolf form now wastes too much energy." "Ha ha ha ha. The power of the goddess is so mighty, just increasing it a little can give you such strength, so that corpse must be definitely gone." Suddenly, Xiaohe was startled, eyes wide open, shouting, "Xiaohei, you, grab him, press him to the ground, and shout, 'Don't talk nonsense anymore, I will kill you.' Damn it, even though I am the most handsome black wolf god on the continent, show some respect, Gulliver. What kind of devil are you again?" There is a noise from the broken pile of junk. Then the blood demon's hand rises from it before forming a fist. Tiuke worries, "This is exactly the nonsense I was talking about. Are you blaming Ta?" In just a moment, the monster stood before him as if nothing had happened. It slams both hands down on the ground, and the sharp bones behind it immediately fly up, then shoot rapidly toward you. Xiaoke quickly creates a barrier and laments, "These bones are much stronger than before." "Jamate! Damn it!" After a while, he got stuck to the wall by bones, covered in wounds, coughing weakly and gasping, "This is not going to work." Little Black beside him isn't doing much better, warning him, "Your life is slipping away. I can't hold on any longer. I have to disappear." Huyet Ti stepped in front of Xiaoke, with a greedy look in his eyes and saliva continuously dripping. Just then, the young man with purple hair stood right in front and loudly shouted, "Stop! You recognize him. Call out Lok Tuan. He's injured but still very brave. You bastard monster. If you want to kill him, you have to go through my body first." Huyet Ti paid no mind and immediately swung his hand, causing Lok Tuan to cry out in pain. Then it roared and charged at Xiaokui, biting deeply into his neck and causing blood to spurt out. Tiuke's heart was pounding fiercely now, undergoing a transformation as golden blood spurted out from the bite and a blinding light radiated. Xiao He is disappearing, and witnessing this, it exclaims in amazement, "Golden blood, this damn aura, could it be holy blood?" A golden circle appears around Xiao Ke, with energy swirling around the pillar where he is impaled. After biting into his neck, Huyet Ti roared, its mouth filled with golden blood, its eyes changing color and the mysterious golden blood flowing from the wound on Tiuke's neck. After absorbing the blood, Huyet Ti howled again, releasing a golden energy from within. The rings of light from the wound on his neck are also radiating out, gradually enveloping his body and legs. Tiuke floats up into the air, hovering mysteriously. Huyet Ti stands there shouting, "Holy blood!" It clutches its head in pain, smashing its fist into the ground, causing everything to shatter. Huieti frantically bangs his head against a pillar while shouting, "Pain! My memories, my memories." Xiaohei hid to the side, wondering what happened to this skeleton. After drinking the holy blood, you became very abnormal. Memory, you little brat, I must save you quickly or you'll die, and the clues about the goddess will be lost. After going berserk, it knelt there, its whole body steaming. Xiaohei narrowed his eyes and wondered, could it be that the blood clan it mentioned earlier is a race that suddenly disappeared in ancient times? He silently assessed that he had met someone from this lineage a long time ago, and it seemed their bloodline had great power. Watching Xiaokuei floating, Xiaohei realized that this brat, after passing through generations, was somehow connected to a race that had vanished long ago. Inside him, there is a powerful seal, and the seal's strength is even greater than mine when I was at my peak. Who exactly is he? It was startled and exclaimed when it saw that Blood Corpse had changed. Hey, what's wrong with that skeleton? Could it be that after absorbing the holy blood, it was purified? That's not right. If it were purified, the corpse wouldn't be alive anymore. The body inside the blood corpse is now exhaling a cloud of white bones. Then the man glares forward as the shell continues to melt away. He boldly stepped forward, tearing apart the outer shell like ripping fabric. A white-haired demon head appeared, standing there and gazing at the rotten flesh in his hand, sighing, "I have become such a lowly, cruel monster again." Is that the effect of holy blood? In my impression, the only thing that can awaken memories before death is the reincarnation orb, which is absurd. There must be another reason. The demon lord continued, "My current power is only a fragment of a half-god, and my memories are incomplete. Perhaps with more time dedicated to cultivation, I will recover my memories and strength." He radiated killing intent, coldly and decisively saying, "I have come back from the dead, but from now on I will no longer be Huang Mok Min of the past." The demon lord used his power to create clothing, his whole body shrouded in dark spiritual energy, boldly declaring, "I am now the Bone King." He shouted with great power. A beam of light shot down on Kat Huang as he declared, "I have returned from hell. I will slaughter all the fake saints to take revenge." But at that moment, Kat Huang realized that the little brat was from the Holy Clan. In an instant, he disappeared from his spot, then threw out the sharp bone in his hand and charged forward, shouting, "Die with my wife and children." Kat Huang is now only a short distance from Tok. Tu Hach is momentarily startled, quickly raises his hand to stop him, and shouts, "Stop." Kat Huang looks at him and says, "We've met before. I remember your breath. You once stole spiritual treasures from the Holy Clan. You are Dark Lord Xiaohei with a bad reputation." The Demon Lord Xiaohei replied with some worry, "You've heard of my reputation, but let's put this aside for now. I understand. You've awakened your memories." He stepped forward and continued, "It's probably because of this young man's sacred blood. I'm right, aren't I? You are the top general of the Holy Clan, and you have betrayed the entire Holy Clan. I have told you before that only the blood of the Holy Clan can ignite the soul of the Holy Clan, especially blood related by bloodline." He frowned and asked, "Could it be that this person is the ancestor of the young man?" Usually an elder with great strength helps the younger to strengthen their soul for battle, but now, by a strange coincidence, his blood is awakening memories. In his past life, Xiaohei kept trying to persuade him, even though he didn't know exactly what happened between you and the Holy Clan, but it's best not to kill him. You should investigate seriously. He immediately used the reason that this kid's holy body was tainted. He is an enemy of the Holy Clan. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. Have you heard that before? After hearing that, Kat Huang had a thought in his mind. Is the holy body corrupted? He summoned dark primal energy into his hand and directly transferred it to Xiaokuei lying there. Instantly, a reaction occurred, and the holy blood primal energy also emitted sizzling sounds as it appeared. Kat Huang looked at the assessment and was shocked by the strength of the dark primal force. He is a hybrid saint with a shadow attribute, and in this world there is someone who looks exactly like me. Then he laughed loudly. This is really interesting. Those fake Holy Clan members absolutely refuse to accept contaminated bloodlines. They hate dark energy the most, and whenever a mixed blood holy body appears like this, they are always assassinated. Kat Huang stood there and continued, "They don't know that after my rebirth, when light and darkness merge, a new creation will emerge." He lifted off the ground and wondered why this kid's blood could awaken my memories. Kat Huang ignored you, soared into the sky, and left a message behind. This kid isn't bad. Maybe he can surprise the Holy Clan someday. When will I recover my strength like this again? Then it sank down beside Xiaokuei, letting out a relieved sigh. Luckily, I managed to persuade that Kat Huang, or else we would have lost our lives here. Anyway, I am only a fragment, and if this little brat dies, he will truly be gone. Saving others kindly, now turning myself into this state. How can I do great things in the future? After a while, a faint light appeared. Right now, Xiaoqi is faced with Xiaohei's mischievous face, as it keeps calling out, "Little twerp, wake up." He anxiously holds his pet and asks, "Xiaohei, are you gone too? You really are a restless spirit, even in hell you still follow me." It immediately hit Tuke on the head and scolded him, "Wake up, we're fine." Then Tuhak proudly said, "I paid a terrible price to save you. Otherwise, you would be dead by now. Just wait and see how you repay this benefactor." Then it chuckled to itself. "Hee hee. See if you're moved. From now on, I am your savior." But Xiaoko was a bit alert and thought to himself, what proof would make me believe you? Then he asked, "Xiaohuo, if you're okay, let's go quickly. This time surviving is already good enough. Let's quickly go back and strengthen our power for our cause." Xiaokui added, "What do you think happened just now? Why did that relic get stabbed so many times and we're all fine?" Tuhak replied, "I told you I paid a heavy price to save someone. You just don't believe it. Give me a few million dark spirit stones later as compensation." You scratch his head and question him. Say quickly, "Don't pretend." "Hey, stop using your right hand to scratch my head anymore," I said. "What is that?" You pick up the purple spirit stone from the ground and ask, "Xiaohei, quickly check if this looks similar to what's on that monster's chest." It examines it carefully and replies, "This is a soul crystal, used to craft soul puppets. Could that monster be artificial?" Xiaohei assessed. "This is an ultra-rare primal stone." It told Xiaoko that even when broken, it still remains extremely valuable. Without any unnecessary movements, Xiaohei directly shoved the crystal into its mouth and chewed happily. Xiaoku immediately grabbed its neck and scolded, "How terrible! I was the one who found it. Why did you just put it straight into your mouth?" Little Black replied, "The spirit stone helps me a lot in recovering my strength. Aren't you fond of giant swords? We can create that giant elemental sword in the future." The scene shifts to a desert somewhere, as Kat Huang flies and speaks, searching for a quiet place to train and recover his strength. Suddenly, something in front of him startles him. The sect leader stood there and said, "I never expected I would turn clever into clumsy, accidentally awakening your consciousness." Then he declared, "You cannot leave, or it will trouble me." Ancient criminal with royal bloodline, Kat Huang looked over suspiciously and said, "There's still your breath hidden inside the relic. It was you who turned me into a half-dead form." The sect leader coldly replied, "What I want is for you to be in a state of bones and flesh driven only by killing instincts, not the alert state you are in now." He asked curiously, "How could you awaken memories from before death? Can you tell me?" A bone appears in Kat Huang's hand, accompanied by cracking sounds. A sword materializes in his hand and he coldly replies, "I'll tell you about the corpse sword in my hand." The sect master closes his eyes and snorts disdainfully. "A mere corpse dares to be aggressive in front of me." The old man opened the spellbook and muttered the incantation of Holy Light Pillar. The words from the book began to leap out. They surrounded Kat Huang, creating an aerial prison. He was startled to realize the magic circle was holding him captive. Bone King frowned contemptuously and said, "Petty tricks." He frantically swung his sword, hacking at the barriers, as the clashing of metal rang out loudly, echoing like the sounds of a fierce battle. The sect leader was puzzled, thinking that when it turned into a pile of bones, wasn't it just at the saintly level of power? After regaining its memory, it reached near demigod status. Bone King quickly escaped from the prison, shouting curses, "Die!" The sect leader chuckled mockingly and said, "I really hope I can die at your hands." After a fierce battle, Kat Huang thrust his sword straight through the head of the patriarch, causing his staff to fall to the ground with sharp bones protruding everywhere. He grabbed the old man's face and said smugly, "Rest in peace, free from this bitter world." Kat Huang decisively sheathed his sword, causing the entire body of the cult leader to fall into the air, and he looked displeased as he complained, "This person, the two powers behind him have turned my body into a mere skeleton." Bone King frowned cunningly and said, "No matter who it is, anyone who dares to misuse my body, I will come back to punish each one after I regain my strength." It seemed the sect master was dead, but he suddenly burst into a few laughs. The sect leader raised his hand forward, drawing a blazing golden magic circle, his voice trembling. The words of the divine. A burst of golden energy exploded, coalescing into a giant arrow, then suddenly shot straight into the sky, as if to pierce through the entire space above. The old man manipulated his spiritual power while shouting loudly, "It must take effect." Immediately, each of them pierced through the skeleton king's body without hesitation, causing him to spit out blood and cry out in pain. Uriel now revealed his true face, smirking arrogantly. It seems that even after regaining his memories, he is still as foolish as a skeleton, unable to dodge such a simple move. Kot Hoang, with a hole in his abdomen and blood around his mouth, roared in fury. "You despicable coward, why don't you fight me fairly?" Uriel frowned disdainfully and said, "The #1 general of the ancient holy race, the war god of the Ming lineage. Even if you're just a corpse turned into bones, I don't want to clash with you." He chuckled happily, a look of pride on his face, and said, "I guess I'll just have to use a little trick." Kot Hoang gritted his teeth with a clatter, rage burning in his eyes, his voice full of murderous intent as he clenched his fist tightly and demanded again, "Who exactly are you?" There is a faint aura on him that I absolutely hate. Bone spurs start growing on the left side of Kot Hoang's skeleton, making a sharp sound and cracking, and a few pointed spikes also emerge on the right side. The flesh in the middle of his stomach also healed, and his eyes turned red, as if he wanted to devour his opponent, alive. Uriel clicked his tongue, acting as if nothing had happened. He muttered in a low voice, his aura growing even stronger, "Huh? This makes things difficult for me." Kot Hoang lowers his head, raises his hand, and calls out in a deep voice, "Bone prison." As he finished speaking, a skeleton began to surround Uriel, who stared in shock and exclaimed, "Ah, this is Kot Hoang grinding his teeth," with icy cold eyes and a surging aura that made the entire space seem to hold its breath. He coldly uttered a single word, "Death." Uriel quickly moved away, still questioning, "What kind of technique is this? Normal bones can't do these things." In the next moment, all the bones clattered together like a cocoon. Uriel sneered slightly and praised evenly, "Too dangerous, too dangerous. I didn't expect it to be so powerful." Kot Hoang temporarily didn't spare him, calling out seriously, "No bone." Uriel stood there stunned, not understanding, repeating the two words, "No bone." Suddenly, those bones and bones grew rapidly from his body, and Uriel shouted in discomfort, "What is this power?" "My bones." He endures both physical pain and doubt. Bones in areas with weak primal energy cannot be controlled. If he continues to develop, it's unknown what level of terrifying power this will become. It wasn't long before Uriel created a surrounding energy field around himself. These injuries seemed to be nothing at all. He twirled his staff arrogantly and said haughtily, "The stronger I get, the more fun it is. I won't play with you anymore." In an instant, Uriel darted into his own space, leaving a small hole in the sky as golden spiritual energy droplets scattered onto the ground. Kot Hoang was furious, his voice trembling with rage. "Indeed, they are, from the holy clan, that damned holy kid. How dare he even use my corpse?" Suddenly, 4 purple chains appeared on his forehead, linked together by a circle engraved with a magic symbol. Kot Hoang, clutching his head in agony, kept shouting, Damn formation." Dark clouds of Van Vu engulfed the sky like darkness, swallowing everything, thunder roaring non-stop. Thunder. Is something wrong outside, I wonder? I feel a deep unease in my heart. A surge of lightning with red and black spiritual energy tears through the sky, descending fiercely to the mortal realm. Guo Huang, controlled, raises both hands as if to resist but can only cry out in despair. "Ah, how dare you manipulate me back from hell? My fire of hatred has never gone out, a wife and daughter, I cannot forget you." Ah. A blazing golden pillar of light suddenly descended upon him, merging with the thunderous lightning as if the heavens themselves were punishing him. He roared in furious hatred, unable to forget the deafening sounds echoing in Kot Hoang's ears. The purple chain on his forehead suddenly shone brightly. He stood silently there, his eyes filled with sorrow, as if an invisible chain was tightening his mind, causing his consciousness to fade into emptiness. Uriel, in his own space, raised his hand to cover his mouth, laughing contentedly. "Heh heh heh. I didn't expect the reinforced bone control formation to have some effect." Uriel looked at Kot Hoang's image through the small circle, and smugly said, "I've used a large amount of blood to strengthen it. This bone will obediently listen now." He burst out laughing, mockingly saying, "Once the top general of the Holy Clan, now just a pitiful dog." Uriel stepped in front of Kot Hoang, looked at the person before him, and slowly said, "In this life, you still cannot escape the fate's arrangement." Insults and provocation ignite a fierce rage in the Bone King, veins bulging as if about to break free from his restraints. Uriel sneers mockingly and asks, "Do you still have some awareness left, after becoming like this? Do you still want to use the formation to counterattack?" After casting the spell for a while, he leaned on his staff on the ground, hunched over and coughing, as if he had finished reinforcing the spell to control this skeleton. Uriel looked at Kot Hoang still standing still, then covered his mouth with his hand, and cursed. Damn it. He swung his staff with a loud crack, complaining non-stop. Damn it, why are you such a nuisance? Wasting my time and energy here. A loud slap hit Kot Hoang in the face. Uriel's strike was so powerful that his head was knocked to the side. Kot Hoang's cheek flushed red, blood gradually seeping from the corner of his mouth. Bad Uriel, come and wipe the bloodstain and whisper in his ear. Good puppy, go cause some chaos at the Demon Trial Academy in the south, and you'll be surprised. Kot Hoang radiated a dark purple aura all over his body and obediently said 2 words. As soon as he finished, he soared into the sky. The scene shifts inside the ruins where 2 ancient structures are built side by side. Outside, Xiaoke runs while feeling relieved and reassuring himself. Your move is clever, Little Black, directly parasitizing Lok Tuan, who is unconscious, to take him back to the academy for treatment. Little Black, carrying Lok Tuan, huffs coldly and urges him on. This kid has great luck, but he must be treated quickly. His life is slipping away quickly. Suddenly, a dark figure swooped past behind the 2 of them. What just flew by? Why does it have a breath similar to the skeletal remains? He stood beside, explaining that it was a spirit after the skeleton shed its skin and seemed to be flying toward the academy. Startled, he exclaimed in fear, You little brat, we must go in the opposite direction now, or we're doomed. He's definitely heading to the Demon Trial Academy. Tok's eyes widened in shock, suddenly remembering that my mother is at the academy. You turn around and rush forward like crazy, panicking and shouting, Hak Lang, speed up, my mother is in danger. All right, there's no other way, good boy. Let's go back and save Mom. Later, when I realize I'm left behind, I'll hurriedly shout, Hey, little brat, wait for me. Outside the Demon Trial Academy, Kot Hoang immediately appeared, the air around him filled with killing intent, signaling an imminent, fierce battle. The leader was then lying in a warm bed with 2 small teddy bears beside him. She sighed in relief, exhausted from several nights of worry, finally done with everything, just need a good sleep. Suddenly she felt something was wrong and sat up sharply. Oh no, a strong evil aura is approaching. Outside the academy, as the Bone King touched the ground, a gentle breeze blew up, swirling around him like a misty veil. The soldiers shouted, Who dares to enter the academy? Quickly state your name. He threw out some sharp bones that made a screeching sound. In an instant, the soldiers were pierced directly by those monsters, crying out in pain. The soldiers, seeing their comrades wounded, gathered behind the gate and shouted in unison to attack. Killing. A circle of blue magic immediately appeared in front of the gate. Vinch Truong, in her sleepwear, holding a staff, ordered, Soldiers, fall back. This is not a battle you can join. Quickly evacuate the students. She frowned and muttered, Who are you? Why did you rush into the Magic Academy alone? I secretly feel annoyed, damn it, always targeting when the elders are away. Kot Hoang gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words. Die. As if struck by lightning, she was startled and cursed something. Damn it. A heart entwined by tree roots, surrounded by sharp bones like blades, always lurking, ready to pierce at any moment. The dean bent down, spitting out a little blood, and said, He's a half-god about to reach the realm of infinite divinity. She sneered, but the director swung his weapon and charged straight at him. Even if he's a half-god and wounds me, I will peel you off. Go ahead and try feeling what it's like to be stabbed. The sharp thorns bite into his divine finger in an instant, the brown spikes rising around Kot Hoang, trapping him with eyes full of confusion and panic. She swung her staff and struck him squarely in the face, clearly causing pain. Kot Hoang opened his pitch-black eyes wide and coldly uttered 2 words, Die. The director opened her eyes wide in surprise and asked, Why is this skeleton so well defended? A cracking sound echoed, and then bones protruded from inside her cactus, terrifyingly jagged. Kot Hoang decisively knocked away the staff, causing it to slide across the ground and carve a deep groove. With a swift strike, he sent the staff flying, gouging the earth and leaving a deep trench behind. The staff jabbed straight into the director's body, knocking her backward. His attack was so powerful that she was pressed against the wall, and the staff fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Kot Hoang drew a sharp object and shot forward like an arrow piercing the wind, stabbing in, blood splattering everywhere. The headmaster, with only bones on his chest, could only lie still and groan. He radiated a deadly energy and asked in a hoarse voice, Where are the strong ones? Kot Hoang floated in the air. Purple spiritual energy shot up from the ground into sharp points surrounding him. Outside, circles of spiritual energy spin evenly, a heroic voice echoes. A divine consciousness. Thuafeng, who is inside the room reading documents, is also startled and exclaims, "Who has such a powerful spiritual consciousness? Are you sweeping the entire academy?" Xiaoyan asked softly as she watered the plants, sensing that something was different. Huh, whose spiritual sense is this? I didn't expect Kat Huang's pupils to appear on her confused face. He used that to rush off in search of Xiaoyan, ignoring the dean who was seriously injured here. She didn't think much and thought to herself it was probably from a teacher in the school. Whatever. I still have to go buy food with my son later. Haha. My son cooks so well, but there's already a purple mark appearing right behind her. Kat Huang stands still, his face cold as ice, his stern gaze locked onto Xiaoyan. Those pitch-black eyes like an endless abyss fixated on her tiny figure. He suddenly reached out his hand and his pupils flashed bright red as if his will had been awakened. He gently touched Tiu Van's shoulder, causing her to startle and turn around, exclaiming, "Huh?" Tiu Van's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "Who are you?" Kat Huang frowned, one eye black and one eye red, slowly speaking each word. You are my lost ancestral grandmother." She gasped, her mouth opening wide in shock, and shouted loudly, "What? What are you saying, old lady?" Once recognizing the family, Kat Huang explains, "So it should be Tang to Komao, you are my ancestor's younger sister, and I am your descendant." Tuvan shyly greets with a sound. "All right then, good girl, very pleased to meet you." He wondered back then the ancestor disappeared without reason, and later there was news that he had died, but the current soul shock was also not like before. Could it be that it was just someone who looked like him? Kat Huang uses his sharp finger to poke her thumb and asks Tang Tu to please hold on a little longer. He looks at Tio Van's blood on his hand and mutters, "It's not the same soul as before." But Kat Huang's eyes widened as he suddenly realized that the blood of his old friend still looked the same as before. When Kat Huang was a little older, Xiao Van gently pressed his forehead and said, "Mach Min, from now on you are an adult." Kat Huang looked up and asked innocently, "So can I marry Tang To?" He was sure in his heart that even my soul was ignited by this bloodline. It must be right. Back in the present, she was still putting her hand into her mouth, tears streaming down and crying out in pain. Blood flowing. Kat Huang couldn't help but ask curiously, "Tang To, why does your blood have the same dark attribute energy disturbance as the kid I met outside?" Hearing this, little Van quickly explained, "My grandson, you mean my son." Little Kay, who was very innocent but obedient, said, "Don't hurt him." "Your son?" "Huh, it's okay, please answer." She recounted that a long time ago, an old demon who was about to die gave her a fruit with a dark attribute seed. Little Van found it a bit hard to understand the story from back then, and even said I was enlightened about chaos, talking about some kind of key. Kat Huang whispered that the divine seed, it seems, the attribute combining darkness and light, was not born from death like ours, and the ancestral bloodline has also been passed down from this lineage. Strange. Why do people easily transform into a holy body of light and darkness combined? She looked puzzled, imagining her son with a white silver beard looking like an old man, thinking about Uncle Xiaokui. He nodded affirmatively and said, "Yes, your son is my spirit servant." Tuvan's eyes sparkled like stars, and she couldn't hide her excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, master, that sounds so impressive." Tuvan offers the cup of tea to Kat Huang, inviting him to drink. "Drink the tea, good child. I haven't hosted you properly since you arrived." "Hey, why are you kneeling?" He still knelt and respectfully extended his hand to accept. I, as a junior, wouldn't dare let Tang Tu pour the tea, so I had no choice but to kneel and receive it. Kat Huang politely thanks and says, "I appreciate Tang To." He sips his tea while scratching his head and ears, lost in thought. I can feel the seal on Tang To's body is actually herself, and her personality is like a child, but she's probably endured a lot of hardships this year. She then puts on a cute look, speaking in an excited tone. "Now that Tang To is so powerful, can you tell me again?" Kat Huang obeyed, but the chains started to control him, making it hard to speak. "Fine. Tang To is useless, and this damn formation is driving me crazy. Tang To, run away quickly, pretend to stay away from me." With a thud, the teacup fell to the ground, shattering with a loud clatter, and in a moment of loss of control, he reached out, grabbing Xiaoyan's neck with a fierce glare in his eyes. "Reincarnation and rebirth, have my hands once again taken the lives of loved ones?" Kat Huang furrowed his brow and shouted loudly, and suddenly a sharp object sliced through his arm, cutting it off from his body and falling to the ground. He laughed maniacally as if he had gone insane, as if losing that arm didn't matter. "Ha ha ha." At this moment, Xiaoyun was released, but Kat Huang's overwhelming strength caused her to fall to the ground unconscious immediately, as someone shouted loudly, forming a sharp ice block on the ground. Kot Huang slowly turned his head, appearing confused by the strange thing. Before long, the ice began to spread, emitting chilling cracking sounds, slowly covering his entire body. The ice child just used her move while loudly saying, "Hey Kim, I've frozen him." Golden Lion King beside her chuckled happily. The old man clenched his fist, unleashing a blazing fire, his voice full of rage. "Take this furious punch of mine." The Golden Lion King didn't hesitate, punching forward like a raging whirlwind. He poured all his strength into a deadly punch to Kot Huang's chest, and in the next instant he was sent flying out of the ice block by that immense power. Duongtrang also appeared, shouting, "And me!" He floated in the air, spreading his arms to summon his technique, pressing the great brightness seal. Immediately behind Duongtrang, a majestic, godly figure fully formed from golden spiritual energy appeared. He was furious and shouted, "Blasphemer! How dare you harm my goddess? Die now. Later I will grind your bones into broth." Duongtrang waved his hand forward, controlling his primordial hand to strike Kot Huang. He bowed slightly, his primordial spirit transforming into a force of heaven, crushing him mercilessly into the ground. In an instant, a series of loud explosions erupted on the ground. Kot Huang was slammed onto the wet, shattered earth, his body flattened, bones broken, and shattered. The three of them huddled together, and Duongtrang curiously asked, "What kind of monster is this? So strong, probably dead, right? Why did he suddenly appear here? That single attack wasn't enough." He slowly opened his mouth and called out, "Bone Vault!" 3 bones immediately wrapped around each person, spinning several times in the air. A few thuds echoed as blood splattered, yet only the golden-haired master was struck. He tore through the bone shell with his fist, shouting in fury, "Duongtrang! Bang Lao Dao! You two are trash. You finish your move and run away. Ha, let me show you." He quickly escapes from the bone prison, his body pierced by bones but still full of fighting spirit, shouting loudly, "What does it mean to be a soldier?" "Huh." The golden-haired master once again raises his fist, sneering. A true warrior stands tall. The old man rushed forward, unleashing his move, Kim Jitian Bang. As he closed in on him, he roared and struck. 2 auras immediately clash in the middle of the stage. In the end, the Bone King retreats backward, while the golden-haired sage falls to the ground, blood streaming from his wound. At the academy, everyone gathered around the dean. Seeing her inside the blooming training flowers, he sighed. So terrifying. Thua Feng also asked curiously, "Who is so powerful that even the leader was seriously injured?" The leader frowned and said in a deep voice, "That is an enemy close to reaching divine theft." The vice principal was startled and wondered to himself, who among the elders, just after taking the exam, could have infiltrated the academy with someone close to a godly level, who could be so patient? Does he know the academy's movements well, or was it just a coincidence that he stormed into the academy at this critical moment? He pondered deeply. Could there be a traitor in the academy? The dean, with his remaining strength, ordered, "Hurry, go to the cursed tower and summon the guards." Thuafong stands amidst the demonic magic, turns back to instruct, Nah, I leave this to you. I will go to the tower of the spirit prison." She immediately responds. On the other side, the Bone King is holding a sword full of spiritual power, slowly approaching the golden-haired sage. He swings the sword forcefully and coldly says 2 words. "Die." Unexpectedly, just as the sword was about to send the old man to the heavens, it hit something yellow that emitted a warning sound. It turned out to be his weapon being blocked by a golden staff. Tu Van frowns and hurriedly urges, "Come on, wake up, grandson." She appears with dark wings like an angel. So Xiaoyan guesses that someone else is controlling the situation? Kot Huang was pushed back by Xiaoyan, causing him to spin around to regain his balance. She floated in the air, spreading her arms wide, using her spiritual power to lift the staff while reciting a blessing spell of divine gift. Soon, his whole body collapsed under the dazzling light. Kot Huang's eyes closed tightly, just as the chain on his forehead suddenly shattered into tiny pieces. Xiaoyan saw this and gently smiled, saying softly, "Go to sleep peacefully. You're tired too, my grandson, and soon your father will come back and be very happy. Plus there's a new grandson too." Suddenly someone clapped loudly, making crisp popping sounds, and Uriel smiled while praising this display. "Very impressive, very impressive. Haha, I searched for you in the southern wilderness for 5 years, and now I finally found you." She suddenly realized and loudly declared, "The wise angel Uriel." He tilted his head and chuckled in confirmation. "Ha, that's right, it's me, Rujin. Oh no, it should be called the Angel of Light Lucifer." Uriel, with a sharp gaze, looked at the person in front of him and coldly said, This time you won't escape. After lifting the seal, the angel had already locked the person tightly. Xiaoke, helping lock Tuan up while muttering, "This little black guy is really quick. He just arrived at the academy and disappeared, afraid of being recognized. Even when fleeing, he didn't seem afraid. There are bloodstains on the ground and broken objects from a fight. Sak really has arrived at the academy." Inside the academy, Sak Nam is leading the students with a flag, instructing them that today the school has a special mission to go to the outskirts together and complete. "Please stay close to the teacher and be careful not to step on the red spots on the ground." They cheer happily. "Yes, yes." Shaka frowned, thinking that the teacher was a handsome man. They are evacuating the students. He still smiled and waved his hand in greeting. "Good boy." "Huh?" At that moment, Saknam realized the student's situation and asked Nguyet Tiu K anxiously, "Why are you carrying Lok Tuan back?" Xiaoke leans his classmate against the wall, hurriedly telling Fo Lok Tuan not to worry about this. "Teacher Kukhoa, please use Kukhoa magic to save him. I have urgent matters, I'll go ahead now, sorry for the trouble." Tiu K, feeling anxious, thought to himself that his unease was growing stronger. He looked blankly at the flower on his head and asked cluelessly, "Teacher Kukhoa, does that mean I used plant magic for healing?" The next second, Saknam used the Kukhoa magic to make flowers bloom all over Lok Tuan's body, then gave a thumbs up and cheered, "Nguyet Tiu K, go do what you need to do." "Come on. I have already used plant magic to stabilize his wounds. Let's find a safe place first and then treat him. Uriel, long time no see." He laughed and said, "Ha ha, long time no see. Since that conflict, we haven't met for 10 years. Uriel raised his staff high and called out to Big Sister Lucifer. She also soared into the air, her tone cold as she asked, "You want to take me back to him?" He shook his head in denial. "No, Big Sister Lucifer. Actually, all the angels are hunting you. But I am different. I don't want to take you back. I came here to make a deal with you." Xiaovan brandished her staff defensively and said, "I can't believe you. A trade. What do I have to offer in exchange for you?" "Now my seal is completely lifted. There isn't much time left. I will be called away soon. So if you want to fight, then do it," Uriel recounted calmly. "Don't rush. If you're interested, I can find out during the new year when you're hiding in the Demon Trial Academy. Then, from the organization's prison, I dug up a criminal's corpse, turned it into a skeleton just to find you and deal with something exactly like it." She immediately retaliated, "That is not a corpse at all. It's Tang Diet Tan I just met. What do you really want?" He sneered. "Ha, ha. If you like this young man, then that's good." Uriel gets straight to the point and makes a proposal. "I want the demon core stone in your body." Xiaoyan was startled and asked, "How do you know?" "I have a demon core." "Hehehe. I know much more than you think. Let me tell you a secret to show my sincerity. Maybe after hearing it, you'll change your mind." He pointed to the Skeleton King to confirm that the corpse on the ground was truly related to him by blood. Uriel began to threaten. "He is the closest person she loves. No, I should say he is a relative of Huang Ying, the body of her previous life. His soul is low because of her. His cultivation technique was taught by her, his wife was arranged by her, and even his daughter was helped into the world by her. But later, as one of the 9 great elders of the Holy Clan, she suddenly died unexpectedly. Her royal family, the Huang family, the strongest in the Holy Clan, was ultimately accused of treason and executed along with their entire household." He raised his staff and summoned a proud sphere, saying, "If you want to know more, don't resist. What's inside is what you've experienced that I know of. You can see for yourself." Uriel controlled the sphere to rush in front of her, his voice cold. "Trust me, you'll be amazed." Immediately, the sphere pierced into Xiaovan's mind, causing her head to suddenly throb as if struck by a hammer. Xiaoyan tightly held her head and screamed in agony. She remembered the times playing with Kot Huang. Tuvan leans against a rock and tells him, "Mahmin, feel your spirit and sense the natural energy flowing around you." Not long after, Kot Huang drops the rose on the ground and lies down to throw a tantrum. Why can't I marry someone? I won't accept it, I won't accept it. In this life, I only want to marry that person." When he grew up, she became his matchmaker. Xiaoyun solemnly declared, "From now on, they are husband and wife, loving without doubt." At the end of the ceremony, she smiled happily for Kot Huang. Xiaoyan kept praising him non-stop. "Mahmin, you finally got married." How can the #1 general of the Holy Clan be just a gentle housewife behind the scenes? At that moment, although he was standing with his wife, he still glanced at Xiaoyan with a loving look. Returning to reality, she clutched her chest in pain and cried bitterly, asking herself, "How could this be? My body also has a past life? How is that possible? What I say is the truth. Not only you, but also the angelic race use the flesh and blood of the dead to create themselves. It's hard to accept this truth, isn't it? At first I was the same. I really couldn't imagine having a past life." He recounted that over the past tens of thousands of years, the seed of consciousness hidden within this body kept recovering and growing. Finally, the day came when I awakened and learned everything. Uriel's eyes widened, then he revealed a cruel expression and seductively said, Huang'an, you, me, and the other angels are all puppets created by the organization. We are not some kind of angels. Lucifer, Uriel, they are all fake identities created by the organization based on people's beliefs to serve their own purposes. He raved madly, shouting that our true identity was the destroyed Holy Clan, not the current damnable angel race. Ha ha! He waved his hand, sneering. Only I know about this. The stupid loyal angels won't believe me. But Huang'an, you're different. You're the traitor. Her betrayal was the will of the organization, loving humans. This is her death sentence. You betrayed the organization long ago, so only you understand us. Xiaovan still finds it hard to believe and asks Uriel, what you're saying isn't truly unbelievable. I can't trust you completely. And also, what does this have to do with the divine core you want to take from her? Uriel quickly explained, it's simple. The divine core on her is the key to breaking free from the control of the puppets, to escape the eternal servitude of the organization. He recalled a deep purple spirit stone and muttered that at least one dark divine core must be balanced with a high-level divine core to eliminate the light power within the body. Uriel nodded and pointed out that if she thought she could seal herself, the organization would never find her. They can't force you through the angel door because you have an evil divine core. Your wings are stained black, but you breathe freely. Your black wings were also given by the divine core. She thought to herself that today he brought Mak Min to exchange with her, but he never mentioned Tiu Ke. It seems he doesn't know about Xiao Ke's existence. So I say, Uriello, it looks like you really need to obtain this divine core. No matter what I say is useless, I only have one request, that you swear with a soul contract to spare everyone around you. He chuckled convincingly and said, Huang'an, I still prefer you to call me Mukdat Than. The name Uriel sounds like a slave symbol to me. As long as you agree to the deal and I swear an oath, I will absolutely not harm anyone around you. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he gaped and spat out some blood. The bones had pierced into Uriel's body without him noticing. Huang stood up and shouted loudly, You despicable villain, go to hell. He reached out and wielded his sharp weapon to charge forward. Even as Uriel gradually disappears, he still sneers with a mocking laugh. Coward, are you still unable to calm down? Uriel, barely a quarter of himself remaining, kept protesting. You're just an useless pilot. Do you think fate's arrangements will let you escape at will? A second later, Uriel's entire body disappeared, leaving only a few sparks of light in the air. Suddenly, he stepped out from a barrier gate. Arrogantly, Uriel asserts, I told you, you can't kill me. Uriel's tone remains fierce. He continued to sneer relentlessly. This is all part of fate's plan. If you could kill me, I would be very grateful. Suddenly, a scream echoed, and the space collapsed. How was he resurrected again? Is the power of the space crack? Xiaoyan quickly flew up to block in front. She raised her staff high and summoned a golden energy, the holy light of Bish Lui. In an instant, around Xiaoyun a shield formed, with a cross and a blue gem in the center. But just a few minutes later, the shield started cracking and splitting apart. Fragments fell to the ground as Uriel sneered smugly. Huang'an, your strength has weakened a lot. If I had known, I wouldn't have called that corpse here. He smirked mischievously and said, I used to hold back out of respect for your father, but now I must teach this disobedient fool a lesson. Uriel holding his staff, he spreads his legs and opens his palms, loudly shouting to break the space. With a series of booms, Tuvan's shield instantly shatters. A few stones shot out and hit her, knocking little Van back and causing Kat Huang to be thrown out from the chaos. He tumbled forward due to inertia, rolling across the ground and leaving a long trail of dirt behind him. After a while, Kat Huang's body lay collapsed on the spot, smoke rising from him as if he had just survived a life-and-death battle. Uriel, cruel and evil, determined not to let go, with a voice full of hatred, says, Your defense is strong, so let's try this. He used a space suppression technique, causing Kat Huang to scream in pain. Uriel gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry, this move only targets you. It has no leftover power. Enjoy the pressure of the space. Not long after, Kat Huang's body was covered in injuries, bruises all over, and his bones shattered from the blows. Xiaovan frowned, reminding him, Uriel, you agreed to forgive the people around me. Uriel once again pointed his staff forward and demanded, Don't worry, I will only discipline him. He won't die. Hand over the divine seed now, or I will change my mind. King Kot uses his remaining strength to groan. Tang To, I can't give the divine seed to him. I won't regret dying. She raises a finger and forces a smile to reassure him. Nephew, we are family. Giving a little for our loved ones is nothing. This is the divine seed you want. Although it has partially merged with me, I still cannot fully comprehend the chaos. Uriel's eyes lit up as he asked, is this the chaotic light and shadow divine seed combined? As he reached out, he marveled at the brilliance and freedom of the masterpiece. I don't know where he came from, rushing in at lightning speed, shouting to stop him. Xiaoko standing in front of his mother, raising his hand to protect her, with a commanding voice, don't be afraid of him. We have reinforcements. Xiaoyun was stunned and even had the mood to go shopping at this moment. She muttered, son, why are you here? Mom forgot to buy vegetables with you. You just pointed at Uriel to confront him, the slitted-eyed monster up there. You want to die? How dare you bully my mother? Watch how I deal with you and judge for yourself. That bastard doesn't seem kind-hearted. The slitted-eye monster is definitely sinister and evil. Shoha glanced over, hesitating about Kat Huang's situation. If a skeleton as strong as him was beaten to that point, are our reinforcements okay? Amidst the danger, he turned to give a thumbs up and praise his mother. My mother's appearance is so beautiful right now. If only I had a figure like that, I would definitely display it rather than play around. So 2K already had a plan. I need to stay calm. Even if I'm panicking, I won't show it. Just ignore him for now, so he doesn't realize my true strength. Xiaoyan shyly hugs her blushing face and asks again, is this how a mother's son should be? Then she looked confused and puzzled. And what is Figer? Can you eat? Is the game fun? Uriel stood from afar, his eyes wide open. Only then did he realize. I see now. No wonder Huang'an's power is only half. No wonder the organization strictly forbids us from falling in love. He hesitated for a moment, then whispered, so giving birth would split the power within the body in half. Xiaokui quickly pointed ahead and said, Mom, the reinforcements are here. I met the deputy director on the way and he even invited a very powerful person. But I feel a bit uneasy. This old man can hardly walk. I'm really worried about him. It's all so confusing. The monk looked at the situation and sighed. These 3 old men can't keep their composure in our school. They've already collapsed so quickly, but it's not life-threatening. We need to have someone train them in the future. Seeing Xiaoyun, he brightened and asked loudly, are you all right? Meanwhile, Thuafeng patted the monk to remind him, the venerable monk, please be careful. Xiaoko, hearing this, cast a glance and muttered under her breath, huh? Old man, you smell bad. She opened her mouth in surprise and greeted him. Hello, grandfather. Are you okay? He raised his bandaged hand and waved shyly. The young lady is very polite, but I won't be. Because of my obsession with women, the monk's arm snapped with a crack, bones breaking apart. Little Van froze in place upon hearing the scream, staring in shock. Deputy Director Fo was just as panic-stricken. Master Uriel, noticing he's being ignored, said enough already. 1 person, then 2 more. Are you just fooling around? He gritted his teeth and shouted, you've had enough. Uriel raises his staff high and commands, causing a large space to collapse, his entire body emanating a deadly aura. The archangel coughs a few times and mutters, it's a chaotic space magic? I thought it was mainstream space magic. This makes me happy. If that's all you've got, prepare for reincarnation. Angel from beyond the world. Xiaokui looked at the cracks in the sky and compared them, then exclaimed that the 4 sides were shattering like broken glass. Is this the same crack as in DNF? The Venerable One raises his broom and draws a magic circle. Let me show you what true space magic really is. Stop right there, the shattered space. As soon as the cracks disappeared, he exclaimed, Mom, the cow is beeping. Xiaoyuan also sighed. The space cracks were restored in an instant. What? Even the strongest king of light couldn't restore my space tier. So, in the end, have all the elders and old men left? Why are there still such a powerful deity like you? Thuafeng's eyes are filled with the reflection of the magic circle. He deduces that indeed something is wrong with the academy, whether it's an insider leaking information or an agent of the church colluding with the divine temple. The venerable master closes his eyes and preaches the way. I have long since given up on worldly affairs. Now I am just a sinner. But you are also guilty now. Even if you are from the divine temple, breaking into the academy means death. His whole body seems to lose control. Uriel curses, you old bastard. Then he was dragged backward, panicking and shouting, what is happening? It seemed like this was the end, but unexpectedly Uriel appeared again through the barrier gate. He sneered dismissively and said, you can't kill me, old man. The old man let out a sound and said, that's interesting. Magic of a different space creating a human body also means the body replacement can't die, but it won't work in front of me. The venerable master spins his broom gracefully, taunting. I have the legitimate space attribute, which just happens to counter your false space magic. 6-winged fake angel. Do you have any last words? If you have any, keep them inside. He swept the ground in a circle, swung his broom high, unleashing a move that summoned a gust to sweep away the falling leaves. A single leaf shot forcefully into the space structure, causing scratches to appear in the sky. The yellow leaf pierced straight through Uriel, splitting him into two clear halves. Then a series of purple circles spread out around him, and the yellow leaves pierced through them all. Xiaoke saw his body emerge from a large hole and gasped in shock. This is really his true body. No wonder he didn't die after fighting so long. Xiaovan was just as surprised. Did Uriel level up? I thought he was just a four-winged angel. That's strange. Yule collapsed to the ground, lying there as if exhausted. He held two sticks, cheering and praising. Is this the old monk's sweeping strike? Impressive. Little Black explains that this Uriel is originally a six-winged angel, but has always pretended to be weak. It's truly deceitful. And this old man is probably a little stronger than the true body of my main form. Those two staffs were taken after the Flybug Con event during the Romantic Night concert. His torn clothes look ragged, but he still struggles to stand and curse. Damn it, that damn old man from the Demon Trial Academy. The Venerable One calmly presses the staff into the ground and sneers. The mighty angel steals divine power, and the arm of the divine hall extends a bit longer. He narrowed his eyes, snorted coldly, and confidently said, "If you want to go. Our Demon Trial Academy is not a place you can come and go as you please. If you want to leave, then leave. I will send you to Reincarnation." The Venerable Master used the ultimate move of the Invisible Shift, with streams of purple spiritual energy continuously attacking Uriel. He cursed bitterly, almost succeeding. How terrifying, Huang'an, and your whole family, truly despicable. Don't celebrate too soon, Huang'an, you can't escape. The angel's door is locked tight on you. Uriel's face was only half visible, yet his mind still spat out bitter words. With her by his side, I don't feel lonely at all. He created a cross-shaped door guarded by a pair of icy white wings. Uriel laughed maniacally, feeling the pain of death long gone, still uncomfortable, just like when I was still a holy being. Huang-an, come with me. Hearing that, Tiuke couldn't help but panic and cry out. Huh? Mom, what are you doing? Xiaoyan gently takes hold of her arm to stop her crying. Son, I also have to go. Be strong from now on. She cried while reminding him to find her a daughter-in-law so she wouldn't be lonely later on. Tuvan couldn't hold back and cried even louder, her voice trembling. And also, you won't have to eat the terrible food I make anymore. I eat it, Mom, I do. No matter how much Mom cooks, you will eat it all. Don't leave. Tiuke jumps up as if trying to hold on. Wait for me. I burst into tears and scream out the word, Mother. The Venerable One said in a deep voice, If you don't reach the legendary level of the primordial, you can't stop this angelic door, your mother said tearfully with tears in her eyes. Tuhak, you've lived so long. Do you know how? I heard that all angels are under the control of the angel door. You can't resist. Your mother was able to endure until now thanks to the dark divine seed. He frowned and shook his head, saying, Unfortunately, your mother couldn't fully merge with the divine seed. Otherwise, she could have escaped the control. Humans cannot break the angelic gate. Its power surpasses everything here. Xiaoyun's figure fades into the illusion, and she forces a smile as her words break apart like tears. This was the happiest and most cherished time of my life with my mother. I have no regrets. Watching her leave, Xiaoko burst into tears like her heart was being torn apart. He choked out loudly, Mom, I want to go shopping with you. I want my mother to see me get married. I want to take her to see the world. I just want her to stay. He trembled and begged, I just want Mom to stay. The Venerable Master raised his broom with spiritual power, deciding to intervene and help. I never expected that at my age I still couldn't bear the pain of parting life and death. Looks like I need to keep practicing my cultivation. Kid, I can't break the angel's door, but I can sacrifice a bit of my life to help you buy more time. The broom spins in the air as the monk urges, Go on, kid. Let us use our remaining strength. Hurry up and tell your mother what you want to say. If you have anything to say to your mother, say it quickly. Suddenly, a spirit beast appeared and let out a roar, then closed its mouth as if trying to swallow the broom. The purple energy rings immediately wrapped around the cross-shaped door in his heart, causing the monk to collapse to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Thuafeng frowned anxiously and called out, A monk suddenly had a foot rising up from the pool of blood. Kot Huang struggled to stand up, each word spoken with effort. Tongto, I still have it. Keep fighting. Don't give up. Gradually, he transforms into a different person, with two wings growing on each side, one white and one black. He gritted his teeth and said, That's right. Don't give up. Moments later, Xiaohe shone brightly, and his wings fluttered, making crackling sounds. Xiaokui still has long hair just like his mother. He holds a staff, his aura blazing as he loudly declares, "Power beyond the mortal realm. I have it." The bone spear rises, twisting into a giant vortex, with explosions tearing through space as the spear rages wildly, spinning like it wants to swallow everything. It straightforwardly attacks the heavenly door in the sky, and the tip of the bone spear hitting the door echoes with a loud bang. In this way, it attacked fiercely, but it seemed to have no effect on that door. Xiaoko frowned at the scene before him, muttering, "Damn angel door, it won't break, right?" "Xiaoyan still has some spirit left," she exclaims. "The power divided from my body for my son has awakened." He boldly rushes forward and shouts, "Let's go, little black." "All right. I am ready. Isn't it just about fixing a corner of the goddess's seal?" Xiaohei challenged loudly. "I am not afraid." He tore apart the chains wrapping the stone with all his strength, immediately unleashing a fierce surge of spiritual power that shook the entire space. In that moment, as he reached his final energy limit, Little Black's scream tore through the space. "The peak of my cruelty now erupts with a fierce burst of golden light from the blue crystal. Suddenly a white energy envelops Hak Lang completely. It suddenly shouted in surprise, 'Don't do anything reckless, human.'" Hak Lang opened his mouth, looking at the divine lightning punishment energy emanating around the gem. "Shamate, it wasn't as interesting last time. Shaka sincerely thanks you." "Thanks, Little Black." As I predicted, the power at the level of creation has indeed leaked out a bit. He rushed forward confidently and said, "Lady Hai, I'll be counting on you this time. With the Zhaoke Fithon staff, you command to increase my and my mother's power. Go ahead." Suddenly, Xiaoqi paused for a second, wondering, what's going on? Why do I suddenly feel a sense of death? I can sense some strange aura somewhere around here, and this feeling is really uncomfortable. The venerable master receiving spiritual power from Thuafeng also had to speak. "That power is very strong, but I can sense the rejection of space." The staff shot forward, flying to the marked spot, then plunged straight into the angel symbol. But the symbol remained unchanged, showing no sign of any reaction. Little Van only has a faint golden light left, and she sorrowfully says goodbye to Tuke. "Farewell, my good son." After that attack, Xiaoqui fell from the air, trembling as he wondered if he had failed. A faint glimmer of hope appeared as the angel's symbol started to crack and show long, jagged lines. Black Wolf looked excited as the revolving door seemed to be reclaiming its energy. It was so happy and exclaimed, "We really did it." The angel door is disappearing. Little Black, seeing the floating purple gem, shouted loudly to wake up Little Key. "Kid, look to the left. Your mother's divine core is there. The angel door is broken and can't take your mother away completely." Hearing this, he widened his eyes. Xiaoqi woke up and exclaimed two words. "What?" He reached out his hand to catch the gemstone. He whispered softly. Tuke's mother clenched it tightly in her palm, feeling her warmth inside. A few seconds later, the gem suddenly disappeared, making you panic. "Oh no, it's gone." Black Wolf, surprised to see both stones here in the Sea of Knowledge, crossed his arms and asked with a frown, "Why did you run into the Sea of Knowledge, divine bead?" Kot Huang, covered in wounds, finally got up and soared into the sky as if in a great hurry. Kot Huang is holding Xiaoqui in his arms, worried and trying to assess the situation. The powerful energy just now was strange, and his body can't hold on anymore. "We can't stay here." The Tongjia, with blood at the corner of his mouth, is more anxious than anyone else, apologizing deeply. "No one can leave. Someone is trying to keep you here." Thuafeng opened his eyes wide and asked in surprise, "What are you doing, Tantro?" He waved his broom, releasing a purple aura. "Old Moku, go ahead and attack, but don't be too heavy-handed," Thuafeng shouted loudly as he saw the two shaking non-stop. "Old Moku, appear now and roar loudly." Thuafeng quickly reached out and grabbed the arm holding the broom handle from the monk, determined to stop him. "I say, monk, this is one of our academy's students." The monk looked serious and advised, "This old man is just a sinner. Sinners can only die alone. Let go, kid, or you'll die." Because the deputy dean was blocking him, he also got hit by this spiritual energy. Blood gradually flowed from the corners of his eyes, nose, and mouth. He could only listen to what the monk said. "I know exactly why the senior officials of the academy want to keep Yue Xiaohei. That's why I stopped Nguyet Tioke, my student. If I can't protect the boy like this, what's the point of my vice president existing?" Kut Hoang still tightly holds the boy in his hand, summoning the blood rage sacrifice to open the space portal. In an instant, Kut Hoang's flesh and blood surrounded the two of them as a blazing red magic circle was drawn beneath. Suddenly, the two of them seemed to vanish from this place, leaving only a crimson sky behind. The venerable one, with one hand behind his back, wanted to brush away everything here. This ancient blood-based cultivation technique truly is powerful. With my knowledge of space magic, I can't track their whereabouts. Thua Fong, you saw it too. I tried my best but couldn't stop them. You have to help me testify about that. It's still better inside the tower. There are flowers and grass. This old man's done everything he needed to do. I'm leaving now. Not long after, Xiaokui gradually opened his eyes, and he saw Xiao Yun leaning in and calling out, "Xiaokui, wake up! Xiaokui, are you okay?" The worry burned like fire in her heart. She quickly turned to ask Xiaokuo, "Is Xiaokui really okay?" He nodded and replied, "Yes, Elder Matriarch. Uncle uses too much primal energy. He will wake up soon." Little Black reassures, "Wife, I believe he will wake up soon. This brat is a cockroach's life." Evil ones often live long, and after being beaten by Kot Huang Tan in a fight, he shouted loudly for mercy. I was wrong, Brother Kot Huang. Be gentle." On the second day, the Demon Test Academy, a voice echoed, I broke the door. He clenched his fists tightly, rage burning fiercely. Yang Zhang charged forward and punched the door open. A second later, the place was a pile of rubble, and the sign was shattered. That old man adjusted his sleeve, snorted coldly, and said, "The half-baked academy dares to bully our goddess. I will seek justice." The captain of the guard team, seeing this, was furious and questioned loudly, "Dia Mao, what are you doing?" "I just became the head of the guard team and haven't even taken office yet." "Dia Mao, are you causing trouble again? What do you want to do?" He was holding 2 axes and chasing after Duong Trang. "I will cut Mr. Thon Tuong into pieces." He saw the situation, ran for his life, and explained himself. "Hey, new soldier, you're civilized, so don't chase after me. I don't want to be rude to you." Then the continent's water source issued 2 more arrest warrants. One for Augustin Duong Trang for the crime of seducing the old lady, with a reward of 60,000 yuan stones. No matter life or death, they can beat and abuse at will. The wanted order for the Divine Soul Core for the crime of killing someone at the Academy offers divine weapon rewards or multi-level items if clues are provided, but the body must be kept intact, regardless of life or death. On the 3rd day, Nana ran forward quickly and shouted, "Well done, Vu Thua Fong. You didn't even say goodbye before sneaking away while I was busy arranging things for my younger brother." Suddenly she stopped, gently removing her coat to reveal her enormous bust. Na let her coat slip down to her feet, then bent down to take off her high heels, tying the straps around her ankles to continue the chase. Nana gritted her teeth and muttered, "If I don't catch up with you, you're done for." On the 4th day, the Magic Academy announced that due to health reasons, the current dean would temporarily rest for a period, and a new dean would be appointed as the temporary head of the elder care facility starting today. "I heard that you are about to become an elder, a famous mage from hundreds of years ago," which caused the Magic Academy to be crowded with students registering. Wealthy families spending large amounts of gold to get their children in. Lam Hai sat on top of the clock, sighed a few times, propped her chin with her hand, and gloomily wondered, where exactly is Yue Xiaokei going? "You didn't even say goodbye. Will I ever see you again someday? My only friend over here." Little Van gently pulls on her son's shirt and calls out, "Wake up, Xiaokei, wake up." "Xiaoko, how much longer does my son want to sleep?" The boy grimaced in discomfort and let out a groan. Suddenly, Tuke's eyes widened as she shouted loudly, "Mom!" I woke up in panic to find my body tightly bound by ropes, unable to move. Where is this? Looking at the fiery lava flowing wildly through the mountain pass, a strange and inexplicable feeling rises in my heart. Where is this? Was that just an illusion earlier? Xiaoqi kept turning his head back and forth, calling out repeatedly, "Mom, answer me." But only the roaring sounds of flowing lava echoed on both sides of the path. The spirit of Xiaoyan appeared, adopting a cute pose, pointing 2 fingers at her face, saying, "Don't think anymore, the spirit stones on the lava are all trash and not worth anything." "Mom, am I really not dreaming?" "Are you not dreaming?" Xiaoyun quickly pressed her cheek against his and comforted him. Don't cry, Xiaokui. Don't cry." Kot Huang, with half of his distorted face, brought a bowl of food full of bugs to wake up the old man. That year, I was lucky to learn some cooking skills from my great-grandfather, and later I researched a bit more. Now I make one of my signature dishes. Please eat it while it's still hot. I really want that damn demon. The demon is holding the terrifying food. Mom, don't be afraid. I will protect you and eat it all. She pointed at him to reassure Xiaokui not to be afraid. Uncle Kot is a good person. He saved us. Respectfully, I am Chet of Madame Tang Tu. I am her essence. He silently thought that Tang Tu's current situation was not good, only a remnant soul in the divine seed, and his memories had also been severely lost, forgetting all about his past and his son. He let out a small sigh of relief and asked softly, "What exactly happened? Why did you blind me?" Why did my mother end up like this? I quickly reported to Uncle Gong and said I was worried you might get hurt, so I had to offend Uncle Gong and ask for your understanding. Kot Huang said in a deep voice. That's how it is. Xiaoko opened her mouth wide, continuously questioning. What? My mother is now just a shattered soul and has lost her memory. Then forget it. You even became my elemental spirit? Can an angel become an elemental spirit? And you don't even need to sign a contract, right? I happen to have an unintentional grandchild like you. He also found it hard to understand, so he could only recount what he knew. I don't know the specific situation. Basically, because the divine seed holds a fragment of the shattered soul, a series of changes occurred. Moreover, the fragment of the ancestor's soul will soon disappear. At this moment, the divine seed was shaken, and then the elemental contract spirit of the light attribute appeared. Just then, Little Black was humming a bag of food while walking. Come on, life. The days of victory are still long. Come on, love, since we are both reckless and foolish. He puffed out his chest confidently and said, I brought you some supplements. The best for a broken soul like me and you. Xiaoyun happily exclaimed, Husband is back, and there's delicious food. Xiaokei, look, this is your father. Lord Tatan said that to her mother, but she remembers nothing. Kot Huang clenched his fists and cursed fiercely, and Xiaokei was just as angry, willing to sacrifice himself. Those damn dogs who dared to take what belonged to my mother. After being beaten badly, covered in blood and bruises, it kneels down to admit fault. Sorry, I apologize. Xiaoki strokes her chin thoughtfully and asks, Kothwang Sr., what should we do now? Do you know anything about my mother's situation? He bowed his head insistently and said, If you want me to call you nephew, then call me nephew, or I will keep kneeling forever. You're still hesitating in your heart. You're so strong that if I really call you that, what if one day you're unhappy and decide to deal with me? That's not right. Maybe he's just a pervert who likes to play the nephew. Yeah, that must be it. I don't believe you're my biological nephew. You randomly claim to be my grandson from millions of years ago. Forget it. I'll just pity myself for now. Chuke, though a bit unwilling, still forced a bright smile and said, Good girl, quickly tell me what you know. Kot Huang stood up and said, I can tell you what I think, but I wonder if you want to hear it? He stood in front of Tuvan with his arms crossed, suggesting he speak clearly. Little Hay only knew how to poke the ground with his stick and hum softly, lost in the whirl of love and obsession, standing upright with a heroic tone, his body untrained in sacred magic. I, your unworthy descendant, want to help you train. Once my strength improves, I will tell you everything I know. Are you secretly insulting me? Is my strength too weak? I agree. All right, you help me train. No matter how difficult or exhausting it is, I can endure it. Get out. Emperor obeys the order. Yes, uncle, please follow my lead. This is the magma. You want me to stand here and feel its heat? Slow down. It has to be scientific. He refused to listen and pushed him down into the boiling lava. No, I have to go down there. Go ahead and cultivate your energy. Suddenly, the gathered primal force pushed him back, and he panicked, flailing his legs and arms, his face pale with fear, screaming in terror. In utter panic, he struggled wildly, limbs flailing aimlessly, his face pale as if blood had drained from it, a scream tearing through the air. Little Van tearfully stared with her mouth open at her son in the sea of fire. Little Black then pulled down his lower eyelids, showing a smug expression after the fight. Kot Huang's flesh gradually grew back as he reassured him. I will help you train and become stronger, before my body can no longer bear it. Xiaoke lay in the lava, tears streaming down, muttering nonsense about love, licenses, and houses. My mother knew how to swim. It was hard enough to raise me. Children are all the same. Kot Huang landed and analyzed the situation. Brother, your physical condition is too weak. You can't inherit the strong physique of the Holy Clan. In the past, whether we practiced magic or body cultivation, we all had to go through the training of the Holy Clan. It is an ancient tradition and one of the reasons why the Holy Clan is so powerful. Tuke listened in confusion. I see. Then go ahead. I can start at any time. He frowned and reminded. Master Thuk gently reminded me. This is no game. Back then, Tang Tu helped me train when I was only 6, and I almost lost my life. Hearing this, my heart pounds fiercely. My face turns pale. Sweat drips down. And I silently think, why didn't you tell me sooner, grandson? My tired heart makes you moan. All right, Master Kot, clasp your hands tightly and gather your spiritual energy, he advised. Focus your strength and distribute it throughout your body. Not a second can be wasted, or you will die. Shu quickly assumes the training stance. Surrounding him are several aura streams. He speaks seriously. Yes, I'm ready. Let's do it. All right. The first key point of body training is that the Bone King swings his hand and punches straight into your body. The impact is so strong it makes a popping sound. He grits his teeth and says, "Destroy the body," because the force is too great. You are thrown backward and spit out a mouthful of blood. Tuvan painfully clutching her chest, shouting, "Tioke!" Tuki bent down and, in a calm voice, ordered, "Tuhats, take my mother out to play quickly. I don't want to be distracted." Suddenly, you lift your head and give a thumbs up, cheerfully reassuring her. "Don't worry, Mom. This little injury is nothing to me. In my heart, I think that compared to the pain inside, this pain is nothing. Mom, with you still on Earth, I will try my best." He snorted coldly, glanced back, and pondered. This ancient training method not only delivers immense force with each punch, but also channels part of the primal energy into his body, destroying and rebuilding it, transforming his body from ordinary steel into unbreakable steel. If he succeeds, he'll become as tough as steel. If he fails, he'll be injured for life. Xiaoyan sat on his back but still turned his head to look back at his child with longing. Xiaohei advised, "Let's go, little K. I will wait for you today. We will stay here and block Xiaoke from training." Little K regained her composure and shouted loudly, "Let's continue." Kat Huang praised, "Well done. Your martial uncle's gaze is more determined now. No wonder he's the son of Tang to Huang An. His character is much stronger than mine." A deadly aura radiated from him. Kat Huang raised both hands, not forgetting to apologize first, then charged forward with all his might, launching that terrifying punch toward him. At this moment outside, Tu Hak suddenly felt uneasy. This was going to be troublesome. Suddenly a snake coiled around him, and he shouted in panic, "This adorable dog! How dare your big-headed snake hurt me?" In the next second, the snake releases Xiaohei, and Xiaoyuan sitting on its head explains, "Tatan, don't be afraid. The little snake says it's full and won't hurt us." He shivered and reproached, "How do you know what this magical beast is thinking, little K? I am an elemental spirit and can't communicate with it. Tell it to retract its tongue. I don't like being bitten." It is said that magical beasts are descendants of elemental spirits and animals, driven by their primal instincts, unable to form contracts, but sometimes they can cultivate into demon seeds inside their bodies, which are highly valuable. She thoughtfully stroked her chin and muttered, "I don't really know either. In general, I can tell what Xiao Zizhi is thinking, and even talk to it." Turning around, Little Black was caught in the mouth by Little Snake. He struggled and shouted, "Wait! Forget that for now. Tell it to let go first. Didn't we just say it was full?" Little Van saw the snake's expression and burst out laughing. "It says it really likes you. This is how it shows affection." "Don't joke around anymore. Xiaoxia leaves. Everyone waves goodbye. Goodbye, Xiaoxia. I will miss you so much." Tiny Hack's fur was soaked with water. He curled up and whispered, "I hate snakes." After bathing in the river, Xiaohei splashed water everywhere as he climbed back ashore, feeling refreshed, and decided he wouldn't associate with that species anymore. Suddenly he froze, a look of surprise on his face. Xiaoyun sat calmly between the two lions, asking questions. "Little lion, you say you have something to ask me. Want me to go home with you?" Tu Hak's eyes seem about to fall out. He nervously tries to dissuade. "That is the high-level beast Longsu Jiangqian. Don't agree," but unexpectedly she just gave a thumbs up. "Fine, let's go to your territory." "Is the little lion here?" Tiny Black nervously said, "Hey, Mom, Xiaoke, can you not go in there? I feel like this cave is very deep." She assured him Tatan is not worried. It said it just ate and won't hurt us. He retorted, "That's right, look at its bloody mouth." In the dark cave, a few pairs of eyes are watching us. Xiaohei, transformed into a spirit, warns them not to harm little Ko's mother, thinking they can easily deceive Tatan. "Master Tatan, please stay calm. They mean no harm." "Let's go, Lord Tatan. They say we should go inside." Deep inside the cave, a sword-toothed dragon was lying down with wounds on its body, whimpering non-stop. Xiaohei quickly realized that this was a herd-living beast similar to the disgusting frog on the first floor of the cursed tower, but with this breath, it might be close to reaching saintly spirit level. The strength of such a beast reaching this level is already quite impressive, and despite its severe injuries, it still hasn't died. According to legend, the Tower of Despair also seals savage beasts. When they die, their corpses remain, but when elemental spirits die, they completely vanish. Currently, the Tower of Despair is under repair. Xiaoyun scratched his cheek and said, "You want me to save your king?" "I don't know if I can anymore. I don't remember anything now, only Xiaokai's son. Everything else I've forgotten." The woman flew over to the injured child and asked, "Little lion, you say you're in a lot of pain, right?" Xiaoyuan gently stroked its body. "Let me help you massage. Does this feel better now?" She gently placed her hand over its eyes before turning to ask Little Black. "Ta Tondine Han, I suddenly saw some strange glowing images in my mind. It feels very comfortable. What should I do now?" He felt a bit surprised. Huh? Could it be that the memories hidden within the remnants of the soul have been partially restored? Try describing that image to me. Xiaoyun quickly summoned a golden aura around him. Mother Ngitho looked at Xiaohak and said, "So he's just staring again. Are you just making things up? If I'm not mistaken, this is the pattern of a sacred spell formation." Not long after, she took the green orb and flew back to Xiaokei's place. "Son, we're home and brought you a fruit." Little Black snorted coldly, showing displeasure. "I also want such a precious thing." But unexpectedly, that Long Su, with his sword and teeth, just killed a thunder monkey at the Saint Spirit level. If it weren't for the incompatible attributes, I would have swallowed it too. "Mom, everyone has returned. Did you have fun outside?" "I'm very happy. Mom has made a lot of new friends." Kukung crossed his legs and, while quietly practicing, spoke up. "Love Seed has the lightning attribute, which happens to match the attribute of Uncle Gong, and using it will greatly enhance training. Very suitable." He opened his eyes and hesitantly asked, "Master, can your body still endure? You haven't been doing well with your training before." Tiuke leans his head against the mountain wall and whispers, "I just feel like I have to do this, without talking about enduring or not enduring." His expression and words remind Kat Huang of what Kon Han once said, "Mach Min, you don't need to advise me. Whether I endure or not, I just feel like I have to do this." For a moment he froze, his mind filled with happy memories of that day. Then Kat Huang smiled gently, looking incredibly adorable at this moment. 6 months later, in a large cave, Xiaohe was sitting in deep thought among the boiling magma. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, frowned, and loudly said, "All right." Kat Huang approaches, extends his hand, and says, "Master, the first step of body tempering is complete. Follow me to another place." Then he immediately writes special symbols on the ground. As soon as he finished drawing, a blazing red array appeared instantly. Kat Huang then spoke, "All right, the formation is drawn. Next, we will go to the 5 hells of the Absolute Palace." Before this, Tioke couldn't hide her excitement and guessed, "If I have to draw the formation by hand, does this formation lead to a distant place? Does the Goddess High grant me knowledge about this?" As soon as you finished speaking, Little Black quickly interrupted. "I also knew this move back then, borrowing someone else's item and then using this move to run away happily." Seeing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile happily. "We're just going to the 5th hell, then we'll get to the place to have fun." Hearing this, Xiaokui suddenly went speechless. Forgetting the past was also good. No more worries. Little Black also came and helplessly chuckled. "Maybe the happiest person here is your mother." Truly, at the end of the line, Kat Huang standing nearby could only lower his voice and express his thoughts. Tang To's heart has always been at a high level, both in the past and now. After a moment, the scene shifts to the desolate place of Dongkong Meng, where he loudly announces, "We've arrived." Without hesitation, he solemnly introduces himself. "This is the fire hell within the 5 hells. Even I cannot enter the deepest parts. The master only needs to stay in the outer area for 3 days, and absolutely must not go deeper." Hell now is very strange, no longer like before. Hearing this, Xiaokei was unafraid and insisted, "Don't worry, don't think I'm just a girl of 15. Actually, inside I've already matured like a 39-year-old. Hearing that, Xiaoyan stood by the wire for a moment, blushing as she praised, "My son is so talented that even Little Black is scared of him." "That's right, you are actually a rude 39-year-old old man." In just a moment, Kat Huang carried Tio Van and said goodbye. "Uncle Thukes, recently there is a place very suitable for Tang Tu to nourish his soul. I want to take her away. In 3 days, Tang Tu and I will come back to pick her up." As he finished speaking, Xiaoyan immediately waved happily. "Your son will bring back delicious food." With that, he felt somewhat at ease, turning his back and calling out, "Let's go, have fun, and remember to stay safe and not talk to strangers." "Mom, did you remember?" Xiaohei shamelessly stepped in when he saw this. "My wife, don't forget to bring me some dark attribute nourishing items." Feeling a bit lighter on my shoulders, Xiaokei breathes a sigh of relief. "Let's go, Little Black, this feels so good." But in response, Little Black on this side is covered in wounds and can't speak out in frustration. "Do you feel pain in your hand or in your heart?" As they walked, Little Black kept licking its lips and sweating as it asked anxiously, "Isn't it strange, kid? Don't you feel hot?" Without hesitation, he chuckled and casually ate some rice, a bit of heat, but bearable. Hearing that, Xiaohei immediately wondered, "So you've just finished training? So strong like a beast, when did you change clothes?" "You forgot my right arm's strength. Luckily, this one is durable." As you finish speaking, a sudden and tragic scene unfolds. A disheveled man covered in a translucent cocoon, desperately explaining, "Oh no, listen to me. Don't use handcuffs. My shirt suddenly disappeared. You have to believe me. Don't take me to the station." But in response, the firm policeman believed that a pervert like him should be handcuffed before listening to him. What he says will be evidence in the future. Unlike the two of them, the girl standing far away from the shadow kept sobbing. Where is my balloon? Back to reality. Wait a minute. Xiaohei, what did you just say? Hearing that, it immediately responded in a serious tone, as if I had changed clothes earlier. But before that, you shook your head insistently, saying it wasn't the previous statement. Seeing this, Little Black had no choice but to frown and reply, I think I said I feel this place getting hotter and hotter. Hearing this, Xiaohei was immediately startled and looked confused. That's the question. Don't you think there's something strange about this place? What's strange about that? Except for seeing you change clothes earlier, there's nothing weird. No hesitation, you immediately frown and retort, no, isn't it that you're in a spirit form right now? How can you feel that it's very hot here? Does temperature affect the spiritual form? That's just too unreasonable. Huh? Does it really affect him? Suddenly, Xiaohei was startled and collapsed onto the ground. Oh my God, Mom, is there really an effect? I replied, then suddenly looked serious to reassure him. Don't be agitated. There is indeed a slight effect, but not like now. Even I feel so hot. Unless... Xiaohei also showed a sinister face, a threatening. Unless what? Xiaohei, can we finish saying everything? Don't think that will make Loot View's story more important. Maybe the script has a problem and is just stalling? At the same time, from afar, a giant beast suddenly charged forward. Seeing it, Little Black's eyes suddenly burst open in panic as he exclaimed, "The monkey kid, stop talking and look inside quickly." But contrary to him, the boy still calmly scratched his head. What do you mean by that? But in response, it was now completely frantic, trembling all over. Snake, snake, snake. Indeed, the giant beast was now approaching very close to the two of them. Facing life and death, Little Kay couldn't hide her anger and hurriedly ran away, shouting back, "Little black dog, if you don't finish your sentence next time, I'll kill you." Making it stare in disbelief, affirming that in this life, its greatest dislike is snakes. After running for a while, he suddenly paused, furrowing his brow and asking himself, "Why are we running? Did you forget that we are very strong now? Aren't you going to turn into a great sword?" Hearing this, it immediately snapped out of its shock and nervously replied, "I'm so worried I forgot that I hate snakes more than anything in the world. Our words are a reflex condition." Without hesitation, Little Black immediately entered a transformed state, floating in the air as rapid and peculiar mutations occurred on its body. Suddenly, a sharp spear appeared with a swift slash. Tiny Black Dad appears with a dazzling, miraculous new form. Holding the sword in hand, Xiaohei now looks puzzled and bewildered. "Hak, last time you swallowed my precious soul stone, didn't you say you could turn into a great sword? This is a small sword from the Tang dynasty." It immediately took offense and retorted loudly, "Don't talk too much. I am the elemental spirit of the sword. Even though small, I am sharp and fierce enough to cut through iron and gold as easily as chopping that mushroom." Hearing that, he was also stunned for a moment, then directly pointed at the demon beast's face and challenged it, "Hey, snake monster, let me cut a single strike, just one." In response, the giant demon beast, without much words, immediately swung its tail to smash the dirt mound in front, then rushed forward. But Little Key quickly stopped the slap, frowning and believing that her right hand strength was enough. "Luckily, your grandson is here to help with your reckless behavior. I haven't finished talking yet. Are you in such a hurry to turn into food? Your uncle's hometown is in Guangdong. As soon as he saw you, he already knew what dishes to cook." Without waiting, the boy immediately confidently launched into a barrage of cooking techniques, frying, stir-frying, steaming, boiling, roasting, braising, and pickling, choosing them all at random according to the king's whim. Seeing that, Little Black suddenly spoke up and warned, "Kid, cut its head open and see if there are any spirit stones. Usually, the stronger the beast, the higher the chance of finding spirit stones." After a while, sitting on the ground and holding the spirit seed in his hand, he asked curiously, "Xiaohei, is this spirit seed the same type as the one in your body?" Without hesitation. It then continued, saying that ultimately the level of divine seeds requires a high degree, and the beast must reach the divine realm to transform the solid seed into a divine seed. Beasts cultivate very slowly, and not all beasts have seeds, so do you understand how precious the highest divine seeds within your body are? As soon as it finished speaking, Little Black bit down hard on Little Ku's hand, making him pale with horror and repeatedly call it a damn dog. "Let go of my hand." But Little Black was instead satisfied, thinking that this dark attribute suited his true nature. "If you want, just tell me. Is it disgusting or not? Do you find it dirty? And also, earlier you said it's so hot here, unless there's something else. No need for many words, it quickly pretends to explain and asks if it's good. After defeating that disgusting, crazy snake, I can confirm there is definitely a flame here that can burn souls, and this place is called Hellfire. I, the Supreme, believe that there is a hellfire here from legend. It is said that this fire can burn souls, not only consuming human spirits, but also driving all living beings into madness. Moreover, nothing can resist it. Only the willpower of oneself can stand against it. Back then, I borrowed items from the demon phoenix's lair and was burned by such flames for a year. Thinking about it now, I still feel extremely anxious. Before this, Xiaokui was so frightened he turned pale. Xiaohei, do you mean that fire can drive all creatures into madness? Do those heads look crazy enough? My nephew even told us to stay for 3 days. I think we'll be dead in less than 3 hours. Damn it, this hellfire skeleton wants us to both resist the attack of the hellfire and fight those monsters at the same time? At this moment, the monsters appeared one after another, starting with the giant monster roaring loudly, followed by the fierce 3-headed dragon growling, and finally the green-headed minotaur snarling loudly. In a flash, the 3 pillar beasts were ready to attack, suffering 3 times the pain. Next, the torch-eyed eagle soars happily above, while the greenish-headed minotaur prepares to attack. Immediately, the 3 monsters gathered together, and faced with Xiaokui's boredom, the weather today is truly beautiful. Indeed, Xiaohei also helplessly agreed, it is just too beautiful. Standing to the side, he was excited and amazed, much more formidable than the snake earlier, especially the green-headed bullman who looked like the neighbor king taking Viagra. Luckily, they are in a frenzy now. If they focus on us, we're doomed. In response to this, Xiaohei also darkened his face and continued. Kid, your way of begging for release is exactly like mine. When did you learn that? Without hesitation, Xiaokui firmly insisted, this is called rationality and maturity, so why call it a plea for release? This statement makes Little Black insistently and firmly sure, yes, 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 you're so accurate. On this side, a fierce battle has erupted among the monsters. In an instant, the blue-headed figure suddenly attacked the 3-headed fire-eyed giant eagle, seizing the opportunity to snatch the 3-headed dragon and fly away swiftly. It quickly spread its wings and flew away. Suddenly, the monster unexpectedly opened its claws, dropping the 3-headed dragon into the air. The dragon lost its momentum and plummeted to the ground with a loud crash, shattering the earth and breaking into pieces. Standing to one side, the green-horned man couldn't hide his anger and immediately charged forward in a rush. Xiaohe looked at this and nervously glanced at Xiaohei to inform him. That eagle is too strong. I don't know if the Minotaur can fight it, but it's best to play it safe and avoid confrontation. Tu Hak also fully agrees with this. Yes, yes, should we keep some distance? Without waiting for an answer, he quickly retreated backwards with determination. Exactly, that makes sense. Let them fight freely. Step back, keep going, the 2 of them keep retreating further away. At this moment, the torch-eyed eagle suddenly swooped in, grabbing the bull-headed creature with its beak and the club, then swiftly carried it away into the distance. Seeing this, Xiaokui immediately looked terrified. The bull-headed man is about to be defeated, and the 3-headed monster from earlier will die like this too. At this moment, the situation suddenly changed as the bull-headed man unexpectedly grabbed the monster's legs tightly. It easily broke both legs in an instant. Then the bull-headed man delivered a powerful blow to the flaming-eyed eagle, leaving it with a crooked mouth. It kept holding tightly onto the flaming eagle's wings as it soared swiftly through the air. Standing nearby, Xiaokei now held Xiaohei tightly and shouted loudly, "Oh no, it's falling toward us, making it pale, wondering what's going on." Isn't it a stroke of luck that the Minotaur landed right next to them, but then the axe suddenly spun wildly through the air due to inertia. It kept stabbing into the ground, making you flinch for a moment before being thrown down from above. That's a violation of the rules, really. Tu Hak also immediately turned pale and speechless. I see that this Minotaur is at least a great spirit master level. One realm above us, but judging by the situation, we're definitely doomed alongside that bird. Hearing that, Xiaoqi immediately scolded angrily, "Damn dog, didn't I tell you last time not to curse?" At that moment, the Minotaur suddenly appeared behind Yao He, who was clutching his head in pain as he protested. "Oh, this little brat is pulling this stunt again, too lazy to draw new ones so he reuses them and always gets away with it. I don't believe it." Luckily, Xiaokui managed to kick it away and shouted loudly, "Xiaohei, be careful! If it keeps flying like that, it'll lose momentum and soar into the sky." Little Black angrily accused him, "Kid, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" He replied calmly, "Sorry, I used too much force by accident. I will avenge you." Hearing that, Xiaohei felt even more resentful and thought, "I believe you." Immediately after, Xiaohei quickly took the initiative, gripping the giant club tightly and speaking loudly. The humanoid creature just fought an eagle and fell from above, likely injured badly with many wounds bleeding. Too bad it's a humanoid monster, or I wouldn't hold back. Beef is always my favorite dish. As soon as I finished speaking, I suddenly struck the blue-headed bullman with a powerful blow that made him cry out in pain. In the next life, don't be a minotaur again, or you'll make many husbands and wives sad and unbalanced, as with a single strike, the green-headed minotaur was beaten to a pulp and fell into the Mango River onto the ground. Seeing this, Duong Duong happily chuckled, praising that the saint training method was indeed excellent. The past few days of intense practice had been worth it, and now his physique was incredibly strong, and using his primal energy was much more convenient. But then, in the very next second, Xiaoko suddenly froze, his face pale as he wondered why his body was heating up, and his heart was pounding harder. Damn it, is this hellfire? By the time I realize it's already too late and my whole body is engulfed in blazing flames. Standing aside, Little Black was so frightened by the scene that he hurriedly retreated. After this young man fought a battle, his energy moved too quickly, allowing the hellfire to seize the opportunity to invade, leading to inner demons. And if it continued like that, he would surely go mad and burn himself to death. Moreover, after what happened to his mother, a fire of rage burned in his heart. Now the hellfire flares up again, and that fire will surely blaze fiercely. For a moment, it was caught in a fierce inner struggle. How to do it? There's a way. It momentarily guessed and looked at the green minotaur. If the hellfire is so terrifying, then maybe I am one of the few beings burned by the fire but still alive in this world. Now let's use the minotaur to help the kid cool down first. As soon as the words left his mouth, Little Black immediately stepped forward to lift the 1,000-pound body of the minotaur, groaning. This bull's body is too heavy to control. Luckily, it fainted. In an instant, it took over the entire body of the minotaur, still maintaining the handsome wolf form of my previous self, exuding irresistible charm. This bull-headed guy is so stupid and clumsy. Suddenly, from the side, Xiaoke shouted loudly, "Uriel, it's you!" Little Black immediately became suspicious and confused. "Uriel, I'm doomed. The demon possession is too deep and it's starting to cause hallucinations." Indeed, in Xiaoko's eyes at this moment, the bull-headed man appears to be in the form of another strange creature. In his hazy state, Xiaoke suddenly roars fiercely, "Uriel, you dare to harm my mother, I will kill you. Does that Kat Huang want me to handle the training? Forget it, I need this kid's help, so I'll help you practice instead." At this moment, Xiaoko's spirit is shattered and his mind is chaotic as he roars with fierce anger. Hearing this, Uriel just calmly smiles in satisfaction, thinking that if the bull-headed guy hadn't just fainted from the fall, the kid probably couldn't have fought back. This bull-headed guy is a level 1 Great Origin Spirit Master. 2 realms above you, more than enough to deal with you. Come on, kid. I only control the body. Even if I take a punch from you, I won't be knocked out. Faced with its arrogance, Xiaokui suddenly charged forward and launched a direct attack, delivering a soul-penetrating strike. Little Black, overwhelmed by the pain, spat blood. It suddenly clutched its chest, trembling all over, its face turning pale as it burst into tears. Damn, after training, the power of this fist is so strong. This cow must have broken several bones. The punch directly piercing the soul, even I feel a bit of pain. If I hadn't condensed my entire body's spiritual energy into my muscles from the start, this bull-headed guy would be dead now. The divine power left by the goddess is truly strong. And this body is also that of a Great Origin Spirit Master, surpassing 2 major levels. But then, in the very next second, Xiaohe quickly got back up, roared fiercely, and said, "I held back just now. Now I will use my true strength, or others will say I crossed the boundary and didn't fight back against a kid, mocking me." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately widened his eyes with a fierce red glare and launched a powerful bull fist attack that shattered the ground beneath him. However, Zhao Kui easily dodged the attack, causing Zhao He to hesitate for a moment and grind his teeth. In an instant, Zhao Kui suddenly had 2 blazing red eyes. The boy charged through the air like lightning, making Xiao He nervous and frown in panic. "This kid is too fast." After practicing, its speed increased significantly. Just as it was momentarily off guard, Xiao He suddenly launched a fierce attack. Faced with this situation, Xiao He had no choice but to dodge immediately. "I'm running away." At the same time, he thought in panic. Too fast, my heavy body almost couldn't dodge in time. He muttered in frustration with a resolute tone, "This bull-headed guy might have a berserk physique like the cat girl in the spirit tower. I won't play with you anymore, you brat." Without hesitation, Xiaohui immediately took the offensive, preparing to unleash his Beastman berserk attack. In an instant, a series of shimmering lights appeared, faintly. It hovered in the air with the graceful and elegant demeanor of a goat-headed person. Soon, Xiaohei appeared with an even more explosive new look. It was momentarily excited, breathing a sigh of relief. Immediately, Xiaohei appeared more vigorous to show that his true self had awakened the berserk state, and his combat power had increased tenfold. Faced with this situation, Xiaoko only glared angrily with a cold face, while Xiaohei responded immediately in kind. In an instant, a barrage of attacks was launched, and the two clashed fiercely. Suddenly, Xiaokuei unexpectedly spun around and delivered a deadly strike. Luckily, Xiaohei managed to block it in time, but he had to grimace in frustration. While defending against a series of attacks, it kept shouting in frustration. Damn it, this little brat is already as strong as a fully cultivated immortal. No, even stronger. Suddenly, you unexpectedly gather your strength and rush forward. He decisively launched a painful strike at Little Black. As soon as the attack was over, Xiaokuei immediately froze in place, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Little Black was momentarily covered in wounds, trembling and hesitant. You little brat, do you now realize how powerful I am? Damn it, I held back when I fought you, but now you want to kill me with every punch. Fine, the more you resist the hellfire, the deeper it will penetrate. Now almost all of the boy's resentment has been relieved. This is the best opportunity to extinguish the hellfire. Without hesitation, Xiaohei suddenly knelt on the ground, a sinister smile on its face. It then, as if spirit and body separated, suddenly shot forward. Kid, I have to go in now. As soon as I finish speaking, Xiaohei merges with Xiaokuei's body in an instant. At the same time, inside Xiaokuei's consciousness, his soul was curled up and completely covered by hellfire. Xiaohei looked on for a moment before almost crying, softly calling, "Good boy, wake up quickly. Dad sees you like this and feels heartbroken. Come back to your senses, my good boy." But in response, there was only the silence of Xiaokuei, completely unresponsive. Overwhelmed and speechless, Xiaohei stood frozen like a statue, feeling far from happy. Unable to do anything, Little Black reluctantly uses his ultimate move, thinking to himself that waking this kid up is too hard, so he hits him on the head and says, "Hey, kid, look, this is your mother." Little Key's mother is recreated by Little Black in the Sea of Consciousness. Without hesitation, Little Black revealed a sinister face and directly threatened, "If you don't wake up, I will." Without saying much, it pouted and looked at Xiaoyun with regret. Damn it, even though it was just an illusion, it was still too tense. "Hey kid, if you don't wake up soon, I'll violate your mother." In response, Xiaokuei remained silent and unmoving. Blackie still stubbornly insisted on transforming into Tai Chu Mao. It wasn't until a long while later that Xiaokuei suddenly opened his eyes, startled and wide awake. You decisively unleashed a move, suddenly throwing out one of the 10 great secret weapons. The attack caught Sensen completely off guard. Little Black couldn't dodge in time and took the full brunt of the attack under Xiaokuei's scolding. "Shut up." Little Black immediately knelt on the ground, his face pale and struggling to breathe. "You little brat, you hit so hard I just wanted to wake you up. Why can't I remember anything?" That's right, upon hearing this, it angrily scolded, "You little brat, I just saved your life earlier, and from now on you'll be immune to the fire of hell, but you repay kindness with resentment, causing Xiaokuei to grow furious. Serves you right." Seeing this, Xiaohei took the opportunity to directly suggest, "Now that you've passed the Hellfire Soul training and your soul is much stronger, shall we go inside to take a look?" But in response, Xiaokuei firmly refused. "No, I promised my nephew I wouldn't go in. I'm a person of principles. I won't break my word even if I have to fight to the death. Listen, in this land of the dead there are often treasures. Let's go in and take one or two, we can't resist the temptation." Tiohei, with a shameless face, turned away and walked off, saying, "I'm not going inside the treasure vault. I just want to face the depths of the hellfire to strengthen my soul." In the end, Tioha could only reluctantly agree. That's right, no more wasting words. When the Great Eagle and the three-headed monster died, they only got 2 demon cores, quickly divide them up. It's a pity this Minotaur is a beastman. If not, we would have taken care of him too. Not giving it to you, the incompatible demon cores with our attributes, I want to keep them. The one-eyed Great Eagle, the heavenly dominator, might be useful in the near future, causing Xiaohei to immediately grumble and grit his teeth in anger. "You stingy bastard, trying to swallow my divine core, huh?" At the same time, the Minotaur-headed giant suddenly woke up. It struggled to get up step by step, its face full of fierce anger as it exhaled sharply. The deeper they went inside, Xiaokuei kept lamenting non-stop. "Are these flames hellfire? They seem to be getting hotter, even though my body temperature isn't rising. I feel stifling inside." Seeing this, Little Black immediately warned in a stern voice, "Don't underestimate the hellfire." As you saw earlier, we're still far from the central area. Hearing this, he hesitated briefly and asked cautiously, "Hey, little black, we've been walking for a long time. Is your gem-finding ability okay?" Without hesitation, it was resolute. "Do not doubt my power. I feel the treasure is somewhere waiting for us." Hearing this, Xiaoke also ran out of options, furrowing his brows in disbelief. Truly. Suddenly, he was momentarily startled, eyes wide open, exclaiming, "Huh?" At this moment, the scene before him gradually revealed a strange figure that had faded with the passing years. Holding the fragment from that body in his hand, Xiaoke couldn't help but wonder with suspicion, who is this? Could it also be here to find jade like us? The piece of clothing I just held turned to dust immediately. In an instant, Xiaohe frowned and speculated that he might be here searching for jade, or using hellfire to temper his will like us. Either way, he will end up burned to death by the flames. He then directly and decisively suggested, "Let's go, kid," but at this moment, Xiaoke hesitated slightly and held back. "Wait, I want to bury him. The wandering ghost and evil spirit that died in a foreign land, it's so tragic. At least bury him properly so he can rest in peace." Hearing that, Little Black also finally spoke up saying, "You humans are so troublesome. If you're going to die, just die. Being buried won't bring you back. Live for the present, understand?" Then Little Black, moments earlier, recalled with a hint of emotion, "I'm very curious. Your mother said last time when you saw the Bone King carrying food, weren't you so scared that you screamed? Why are you no longer afraid of this skeleton now?" "But I am not afraid of ordinary death because this is also considered an ordinary thing, not carrying the fear of itself like the Yu Shu Wu ghosts. This statement is also too hard to understand." The more Xiaohe listens, the more confused he looks. "So you're saying your mother isn't a ghost now? Is it one of those kinds of spirits?" Hearing that, Xiaoke couldn't help but get angry and directly pushed his hand away decisively. How could it be? She is a goddess, and moreover, she is living very well. "Your damn dog's bark just made it hurt so much that you threaten now. Watch out, someone might come for you tonight." Suddenly, Tiuke was startled and exclaimed, "Huh?" He absent-mindedly held the strange bone in front of him for a long time. Tiuke's face suddenly paled, feeling uneasy and thinking to himself that even as a fossil, there shouldn't be half bones and half mud like this. It's strange. But then, very quickly, he built a mound of earth to create a comfortable resting place for the other, while flicking his lighter. "My friend, roll a Chinese cigarette for me. My father quit smoking long ago, so it might be a bit damp. Rest well." "Did you ever enter hell before? It seems we've gone quite deep without finding any treasure. Maybe we should just leave. The further in we go, the more uneasy I feel. My instincts are usually right." Seeing that, Little Black immediately responded, "I've never been inside myself. I've only passed by before, but didn't go in. Then I was later sealed inside the tower by that crazy woman at the demon trial. I didn't expect you to be afraid. How will you do business with the Lord in the future?" But as soon as it finished speaking, Xiaohe was momentarily stunned to realize whether this was a demon race, a beast race, a stone statue, or a living creature. Indeed, Xiaoque also loudly claimed that there was something here. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately fixed his gaze intently on the strange statue. The more I look at Xiaoque, the more I hesitate and think to myself, this expression is very lively. I feel like it's not a stone statue. Then, I immediately grab a finger of the statue and try to twist it to see if I can shape it. But then, in the very next second, the statue suddenly shattered with a cracking sound. Xiaoque immediately turned pale, trembling with self-blame. "Sorry, I didn't expect you to be so fragile. It seems you're really a stone statue." At the same time, the stone statue opposite still wears a charming smile, standing still. Without hesitation, Xiaohe decisively threw away that finger, turned around in confusion, and loudly said, "Xiaohe, let's move forward. I also feel that a treasure is calling us from ahead," making it excitedly misunderstand and continue. "Come on, little guy, do you also have a special feeling about the treasure like me?" Following their shadows, the statue on the other side still looked sullen. The further they went, the more strange statues they encountered. Xiao Qiu kept praising, saying, "There's also this here. This one looks very rich just at a glance. This place is so abundant." Suddenly, Xiao Ke suddenly froze in surprise, hugging his companion tightly and speaking. Hey, look over there. There's a strange old man statue that even startled it and made its face scrunch up. What's going on over there now? Why did you pick me up?" It suddenly recalled a series of unforgettable, painful memories. In my impression, this pose doesn't bode well, but that statue is definitely too strange. The more I looked at Xiaoke and Xiaohe, the more their aura dazzled and blinded me. An old man with a shiny bald head gradually appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. It and Xiaoque stared with wide eyes, standing there for a long time until they ran out of words. After a while, He finally snapped out of it and grabbed Xiaoque's hand, grim-faced, saying, "Kid, let's get out of here quickly. This place isn't safe." At this moment, you smile strangely again. Really, this old man is a wicked old devil. Just looking at him makes me uncomfortable. Could he really be some filthy thing? Before you could finish speaking, Xiaohei hurriedly pulled you away. All right, we've gone quite far. Although my soul has been trained extensively, it's better to be cautious near the center of the hellfire. Don't act too impulsively. Yeah, let's stop here. Here, the hellfire is growing thicker, so we must be more careful. But then, in the very next moment, Little Black once again had to stop in his tracks, frozen in place, confronting the demon. It's here, too. The old goat demon appears with a proud demeanor, speaking in a delicate voice. The two of you remain calm and unexcited. Although I look a bit like a goat, I mean no harm. Upon hearing this, you immediately became cautious and brought out a large cup containing a strange yellow liquid. Could it be that you've really encountered a ghost? This is the fake goat demon. Little Black, don't be afraid. My grandmother used to say that unclean things are very afraid of this, so Tiu Hak couldn't help but wonder and stared in surprise. What is this? Grape and chicken moss wine. Hearing this, Xiaoko blushed and quickly added, It's just some young boy's urine. Just came out. I've been training hard lately, so it's a bit colored. Seeing that, the lecherous old demon gently spoke to reassure them again. Don't be afraid. He's not trying to do anything bad. He's not a ghost, or a demon, nor a statue. He's just a pitiful old man who fell to the ground. Can you kind young men help him up? They will definitely thank him properly. But in response, Xiaoke quickly and decisively threw away the cup of urine and told him to go to hell. The filthy, lecherous goat demon made Xiaohei stand aside, staring in shock. Without hesitation, he quickly put his arm around it and urged it to leave. Hak escaping this hell isn't a safe place. There's that lecherous old goat demon guiding him. Let's quickly find the gem and leave. Go home and bathe with pomelo leaves to cleanse the bad luck. Yes, Hak agrees wholeheartedly. That makes sense. Seeing that scene, the old goat demon couldn't hold back and spoke up. Yue Xiaokei, Ta-Tan, you can't keep going forward. Hearing this, both of them suddenly stared at the lecherous old demon, who boldly provoked them. Isn't it strange, unexpected, surprising? But in response, Xiaohei and Xiaokei suddenly both smile eerily and confidently affirm, intent on making friends. Seeing this, the lecherous old demon immediately sits down on the ground in confusion, trembling with fear and asking, What are you doing? Finally, life has decided to deal with a little turtle like me. Please be gentle. But in response, the two of them boldly said, How do you know our names? Seeing the scene before him, Xiaohe suddenly looked serious and silently judged in his mind that this strange black turtle with a beard was very unusual. First, Tu Hak and I both went through the fire of hell to get here. Seeing him act so carefree, he's probably not an ordinary person. Secondly, those stone statues from earlier, even though they are fossils, I still feel they are not that simple. Moreover, the statue earlier could be broken about 80 or 90%, but those were formed by spiritual energy. In the end, how does he know our names and Tu Hak's? I've never met him, let alone gone through hell, and that's what I care about most. But contrary to your worries, the lecherous old demon is acting strangely now. Shouldn't you be surprised and then start guessing all sorts of things about me? For example, this handsome turtle is so talented, so incredibly good-looking, I can't help myself. Why is there such a handsome turtle living here in this remote place? Moreover, the strangest thing is that he knows my name. It's so bizarre, I might have to spend my whole life taking care of him. This is too terrifying. The two of them couldn't hold back any longer and directly threatened him. Are you guys demons or what? Can't you just say it slowly? Why did you splash water on me? Now you want to burn me again? My old turtle body has been burned enough in this life. Sorry, I was wrong. I can explain to you now. As soon as he was released, he immediately looked proud and reluctantly explained, still not introducing himself. You can call me that. Master Xuan, have you heard of demon art? My clan is actually a member of this witchcraft, so Truong's strongest skill is divination. Old Kwai is a prominent figure in the divination world in the East, but we also have some limitations. We cannot divine for ourselves or matters related to our own clan. Hearing this, Xiaohu immediately chuckled happily and whispered, Little Black, is he a spirit element or a beast sitting on a rock like that? Doesn't it hurt his butt? Seeing that, Little Black quickly responded, If we sit like that, it probably hurts a lot and his butt must be big. No more. You're wrong. This one must be a different species because a different species has the ability to divinate, and they are quite good at it. At the same time, over here, the old goat demon suddenly speaks seriously again, but there are occasional exceptions. Before the old turtle prepares, it will have the mysterious divination ability to predict the future of our clan. 3 years ago, before our ancestor passed away, he foresaw that our snake tribe would face a great calamity. He was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion, hesitating as he recounted that before his consciousness faded, he was not himself. But one day he suddenly woke up and gathered the entire tribe. In that painful memory, the ancestor, step by step with a cane, trembling with his remaining strength, softly called out, "Sunday, gather the tribe quickly. Something major is happening." Without hesitation, he immediately announced that the entire clan must obey my order, and through secret divination, I foresaw a celestial omen indicating that the Snake Spirit clan will face a great disaster that will wipe out their race in the future. If you want a chance to survive, you must immediately disband the entire clan now. Everyone quickly disperses and runs away. I, as the clan leader, order everyone never to return now. Immediately, the people below become panicked and noisy. Let's go, let's go. Our clan has peeked into the divine secrets, and the final disaster has arrived. The Elder has unlocked the mysteries. I hope we still have a chance to meet again in the future. They just kept running wildly, constantly urging each other on. Let's go this way. I think I won't do fortune-telling anymore. Hurry up, listen to the Elder and take your wife and children to hide away quickly. This is retribution. We revealed too much of the divine secrets, didn't we? At that moment, the Elder suddenly called out, "Xuandai, wait," causing Xuandai, who was about to leave, to stop in surprise. What's going on, old ancestor? Everything I say includes honor, freedom, and life. Through Thong Huyen, I see that our clan still has a chance to survive, and you are the hope of our entire village. Or maybe 30,000 years from now, you will meet someone special. Hearing this, Xuandai suddenly froze in shock and wondered to himself, is that really the hope of the entire village? Old Man immediately fell into a mental struggle, his face darkening and grinding his teeth. The very next moment, Xuandai loudly declared, unwavering, "Old Man, I agree. If my sacrifice can bring hope to the entire clan, I am willing to give everything." Hearing that, the Elder was somewhat reassured and sighed deeply. Well done. My direct descendant of the Huyen Tan, brave and spirited just like the young lord of the old mansion. Exactly. You are the hope of our entire village. One word was enough, and the old ancestor immediately lowered his voice, hiding his true intentions, saying, "My ancestor is about to face his fate, revealing the heavenly secret and being struck down by the heaven's lightning. Our clan's divination abilities, which have built our people, will also destroy us. I can't tell you the specifics now, or else a series of unpredictable events will occur. Just wait, the moment is almost here." He helplessly shouted to the heart that had arrived, causing Xuandai to stand helplessly calling after the old ancestor. In an instant, the lightning devoured the old ancestor's body. The old man firmly shouted, "The boss's punishment has arrived, now is the moment. Xuandai, listen carefully, even if you die, remember clearly. Soon a group will come to capture us, but only you are left here. Don't ask anything, just follow them. You will endure 30,000 years of torment and suffering. On this day, 30,000 years later, you will meet a young man whose future you cannot predict. Help him place what I left in the ancestral church and his sea of knowledge so he can decide his own future. We will escape from this cursed race. Our clan will prosper greatly. Our clan will prosper greatly. Our clan will prosper greatly." As the final words faded, the old ancestor completely merged with the dust, yet he still couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "I see it now. I see it again. Old ancestor, I remember now you are right." And so 2 hours quickly passed. The group in black rushed in, angrily saying, "Nah, it's all your fault for fooling around on the road. Now we're a step too late. Damn it, these monsters are pretty strong too. It's probably that old turtle who figured it out first and ran ahead knowing we'd come. There's still one more guy over there, plus a few black turtles we met on the way. That should be enough, right?" One of them couldn't hold back and stepped forward, sneering as he said, "It's such a pity. Recently, I acquired a treasure and urgently need a large amount of material, but there's no excessive demon species here. What a shame." Soon after, Xuandai was targeted by the group. Misa happily approached, affectionately speaking to him, not expecting that the snake turtle clan carrying the shell on its back would have such a handsome member, making Xuandai visibly uncomfortable. Chapnish replied, "You knew yet. Don't even think about disturbing my mind. Even if you take my body, you can't have my soul. I'm not interested in you at all." Seeing this, Misa became more and more excited, and she suddenly licked Xuandai's face, making him turn pale in disgust. "Too bad, let's go. If it weren't for the higher-up's order to capture alive, I really would have enjoyed your scent. The scent of a defiant man is truly wonderful. How so?" She sighed with a hint of regret and turned away, then decisively ordered to restrain him and lead him away, even if it meant only enough to satisfy the quota. "If I wanted to escape, I wouldn't be waiting here for you guys. There's no need for that lousy shackles. This look is too childish." And so, a long period of time quickly passed. Xuandai, now helpless, sighed and said, "That's how it was. Then they imprisoned us here for 30,000 years, even for the lifespan of the demon race. It was unbearable. The others of our race who were imprisoned have long since died. Only I remain, the one holding the secret treasure of the old ancestor with half my life left." Returning to the present, Xuandai now appears old and hesitant. Poor Xuandai, once a handsome and charming man of the ages, now still good-looking, but much less so. Contrary to his hopes, Tu Hak and Tu Ke remain indifferent, making Xuandai wonder aloud, "Do you hear what I'm saying?" Over here, Zhao Qi revealed a shameless face and thought to herself, "Xiao Huo, let me tell you, I don't believe this freak at all. What does Xuandaijie say? Surely later he'll say I'm the person he's waiting for, ask me to help him. I suspect he's just bluffing." With that remark, he also sneered in agreement, claiming to be even older than his ancestor. What kind of family is this? I am his great-grandfather. After saying that, Xiaokui firmly pushed Xiaohe to leave. Let's go. We've run into a troublemaker, just ignore him, stay far away, and definitely don't help him up. Let me tell you something. Little Black, when I was young I liked doing honest things like helping old people, but now I don't dare to do it anymore. I'm scared. For a moment I revealed a thoughtful expression and recounted that someone told me this proved I had gone from a child to an adult. Maybe this is the cold but real world of adults. That's right, I never expected there would be a day when I would also carry someone. Do I still need your advice? I, the Dark Lord of the Infinite Shadows, have never known what kindness is. Let's go, the treasure is calling us. But then, in the very next second, Xuandai couldn't hold back and reluctantly stopped. Please hear me out, honorable heroes, I truly mean no harm. Seeing that, Xiaoke simply continued calmly. You go ahead. Without hesitation, Xuandai tightly embraced your leg and burst into tears. The young man, you are the one the old ancestor said I couldn't predict the future about, causing Tu Hak to suddenly turn pale with shock. Wow, you really hit the mark, kid. He really thinks you're that person. In response, Xiaokui just kept frowning and looked coldly dismissive. Hey, old man, you haven't told me how you know my name and Xiaohak yet? Don't think we'll believe you just because of that. At this point, Xuandai has no choice but to make his move. Kid, you're quite alert. Good job. Old Kwai talked for half the day but couldn't shake you. Seeing the scene before them, Xiaohe and Xiaohe were instantly frightened and startled, wondering, damn it, what kind of martial arts is this? You can't just take me directly. Tiny Black quickly climbed onto Xiaohe's shoulder, both of them wary and curious. When did this old bastard's magic array and the fairy energy on the ground disperse? We clearly prepared for the old man, so how did this happen? Contrary to their panic, Xuandai on this side remained calm and stared intently. Xiaohe and Xiaohe lie stretched out on the lush green grass. He suddenly wakes up and wonders, have we escaped from hell? Hak Lang sat up, rubbing his spinning head, worriedly saying, it's over. We really got played this time. We thought we had prepared for that old turtle, but still ended up like this. Tu Ke shouted in panic, oh no! He got up, pulled up his pants to check his goods, and breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing's wrong in front. My butt doesn't hurt too much. At least I wasn't injured in a vital spot. Little Black cried out loudly, but you're more concerned about where that old turtle's money went, right? Little Key sat down heavily, crossed his legs, stroked his chin in thought, and said, after all, are the words that old turtle said in that sea of knowledge really trustworthy? I judge that, although he played us a trick, if he wanted to harm us, it wouldn't take that long. Heilang brandished his sharp claw, turned his head, and spat, no need to worry, that old turtle must be telling the truth because earlier he dragged us into his consciousness. What we see is a fragment of a soul, nothing more real than this. But I don't like the feeling of betrayal, especially when he used a magic array to trap us and then dragged us into his consciousness. While inside the sea of consciousness of the old turtle Xuandai, Tu Ke raised both hands in a defensive stance and loudly asked, are we falling into the old turtle's trap? Where are we? Little Black also prepared for battle, guessing this is the turtle's spiritual sea. We've been dragged into his strange formation by his spell, and if our consciousness isn't strong enough, we can do anything. Xuandai suddenly appeared behind the magical white clouds, nodding in approval and saying that the boy's body indeed contained a soul of a different age, not an ordinary person. Tu Ke was stunned and exclaimed, Hak Lang asked confusedly, is the old turtle talking? Xuandai said in a deep voice, I mean no harm. Please don't be impatient. Let me explain. Tu Ke widened her eyes and pointed ahead. Xiaohe looked over, scared and saying the size was really long. Hak Lang glanced over, curious and asking, what size are you talking about? He appeared with a giant turtle shell. Spring. Da slowly explained, "What giant monkey, this is my beast form, the Turtle Rat Snake Clan, abbreviated as the Zaya Kwai Clan. In the Sea of Consciousness, we are all like this. I only reluctantly brought you into the Sea of Consciousness. If you don't believe me, I can release my soul for you to explore my memories freely. After you're done, whether you believe me or not, I will still offer you the great gift that my ancestor entrusted to me." Little Black crossed his arms and looked skeptical, raising numerous questions. "Show us your soul, then." "Old Turtle, are you that generous? Putting your soul in our hands means we can kill at will. Are you sure? Moreover, through the soul's memory, we can see secrets and private matters." He narrowed his eyes and helplessly replied, "The Lord of the Shadow. Elemental spirits, your majesty, I have heard of your great name since I was young. Old Turtle, I have no choice but to do this. Since it has come to this, I must show some sincerity. Since I have nothing to be proud of anyway, showing you my memories is no problem." Spring Dye bowed his head respectfully. "Please feel free to view my memories. Please be gentle. This is my first time." He skeptically put his hands in his pockets and said, "The closer we get, the heavier the pressure becomes. Although I don't like him scheming against me, I trust him enough to let us examine his soul." Hak Lang interrupted, saying, "Whether you believe it or not, the grand ceremony will definitely be impressive." The two of them, one big and one small, gently touched his head, forming two small glowing circles. Xiao He frowned and analyzed. "If we look back 30,000 years, as long as we get the information we need, there's no need to go through all these memories." Hak Lang sneered and praised, "Why are you such a good boy? Watching a bit more won't hurt. Missing out would be a shame. I was actually planning to uncover this clan's secrets. It's a divination clan." A round hole slowly opens, and he wonders if this is where it was 30,000 years ago, right? Xiao He nods in agreement. "Yeah, maybe here. Even if it's not far away." A beautiful woman appears in revealing attire, her alluring voice captivating. "Dei Huan, are you beautiful? You have to try harder or my little fist will punch into your chest." I always get nosebleeds and bloody mouths, and I just shrug innocently and say, "I saw nothing. I am a pure, blank sheet of paper." Little Black couldn't help but gush blood and praise the beautiful lady. "Oh my." Suendaidu blushed and jumped in surprise, shouting loudly, "Don't misunderstand. The old turtle is just working." Xiaoqi smirked mischievously. That's right. This turtle, Mr. Heilang, really is the boss of everyone. I can't help but tease him more." "That's too much. He's just recalling the scene of painting her portrait to justify himself. At that time, I was just helping the beauty with her painting. Drawing is my hobby in my free time. Don't get me wrong, I'm a pure artist." You wave your hand sarcastically. That's right. "I am also a pure artist. I understand you." Little Black chuckled loudly, trying to trick me into learning to draw again, isn't he? In this boy's dream, I saw what you artists have done. Truly a style from my time. Suendai-than got too angry and quickly changed the subject. "Skip this part. I remember something will happen in a few days, as I said. Please don't mind Tiuti yet." The two of them once again touched his head, and the boy agreed. All right, let's quickly finish the main task and get it over with for a few days." Unexpectedly, the next scene left both of them stunned. Dongthan shouted, "Oh my god!" Xuandai is behind, hugging a man in a slightly shiny outfit who is blushing and praising him. "You're really good. I feel like I'm about to fly to the sky." He was confused and looking for an excuse. "Don't misunderstand. I am doing that. At that time, I was helping him take care of his health, and my hobby in my free time is giving massages." Xiaoqi covers her mouth and whispers to Heilang, Don't copy. The world of artists is full of dirt." He sighed and urged him, "Do we really need to keep such a distance? I told you, I'm not what you think. Come here and focus on your main work. Second uncle, you keep nagging in Tiu Hak's ear. Listen to me. Xiaohei, not all artists are like that. At least I'm not." After a few successful attempts, the two finally finished listening to what Xuandai recounted about the memories from 30,000 years ago. I never expected the old turtle to tell the truth. If it were me, I wouldn't know what choice to make either. This hell hides such a great secret. The old turtle has been here for 30,000 years. Xiao takes out a cloth to wipe her tears, her nose bleeding as she sighs. I never expected the old turtle to tell the truth, and now I don't know what choice to make. Heilang also pretends to be indifferent as he questions me, and this hell is hiding a great secret. "Do you know anything about why the old turtle has been here for 30,000 years? Tell me what you know." Suandai bowed his head and recounted that if the elder hadn't entrusted the clan's secret to him before dying, my flesh and blood would have already been turned into the statues you saw in this hell. Even the souls that are tightly bound and cannot leave, enduring the flames of hell for a lifetime. Xiaoko frowned and exclaimed, "Indeed, those statues are formed from spirits. So, if that's the case, do the sharp points on the rocks in hell represent trapped souls?" He continued. "Think about it. If the beings are stronger or larger, the mountain would be bigger. And the deepest part of hell, the unseen peak, must be imprisoning some kind of creature. But I also say that hell is no longer the same as before. Even it cannot go deep anymore. Could it be that it knows something? The water in hell is very deep. I can't reach it right now. Xuandai got straight to the point, begging for help. Our benefactors, the hope of our snake tribe, is not me but you. Please don't feel pressured. The old ancestor didn't say you had to give anything, only asking me to entrust the treasure to you, which might resolve your great calamity in the future. We and the elder only ask that on the day you call the wind and rain across the continent, you can conveniently help our wandering tribe without bearing any heavy responsibility or paying any price. That's all we need, little Black X grumbles loudly. After hearing from old Master Thong Huyen, I find it extremely mysterious. If it's a life-saving treasure left by him, it must be very formidable. The value can't be measured. This deal is not a loss. You already have a plan in mind and said, I understand. Are you trying to force the jade into my hand with what words? Your ancestor has good eyesight and can see through my excellence even after over 30,000 years, trying to bribe me and sending it over. Tuki raised her palm to agree. All right, in that case, we agree to wait for the day when we can summon wind and rain across the Khoi Nuyen continent, and we will do our best to help your clan start a new life. Hei Lang, show us the treasure that can save your ancestor's life. I'm so eager. He quickly releases a treasure into the air. Master Xuandai entrusted me to say this. This is a message from my old ancestor for you, Nguyet Tu Ke. You must remember that the coffin has Nguyet Tu Ke's name engraved on it. He suddenly panicked and said extremely quickly, don't open the coffin treasure. Remember not to open it yourself. Put it into your consciousness and wait for the right time and conditions to open it by itself. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoko had already operated, and the box was opened, revealing a piece of paper inside with the message, Hello, friend. I am Xuandai's ancestor. I predicted you would open it immediately, so I used this piece of paper to hide the ancient secret. Please do not open it again. Xiaokui turned around and apologized. Sorry about that. I guess this personality is inherited. Later, he said to hurry up. Xiaohei also acted along, and my version too, having received the treasure for a lifetime, so I can't fix this anymore. I heard your ancestor also left me a part of the fruit, right? Xuandai let out a sigh of relief and continued to advise. Luckily, your ancestor predicted like a god that Duongbao will soon enter your consciousness sea. The ancestor said that Duongbao can still conceal his consciousness, so others won't be able to see the secrets in his soul in the future. And there is indeed a part left for Taton. I know their names because of the writing on that bed report. Another blue box is brought out, engraved with the words Taton as Hak Lang rushes forward, roaring flames. The illusionary shell keeps calling me outside hell as you, right? Then it lunges forward to open the box, leaving Xiaokui standing behind, wide-eyed in amazement. So, you have a sixth sense for treasures? Wait, why can't I read these words normally? They have to be with music and animation. It's so magical. Inside the box are 2 purple stones with a message. Dear thief, you bastard of a traitor. The mirror of mystical heaven of our clan. Remember to return it later. Little Black took the 2 spirit stones and bit them to see if they were genuine. It pouted and scolded. Could this old turtle be that bastard Zhuan too? So you hold a grudge, huh? After all these years, you still remember I was wrong, but I pretended to forgive you because you left this soul stone, and I guess you still remember the mirror of mysterious secrets in my treasure vaults. I can use it to shake the heavens and earth. Everything is ready. He suddenly burst out laughing on the water's surface. That's great. 30,000 years. At last my mission is complete. Gentlemen, I will take your bodies out of hell. Do not go inside anymore. This is not a safe place. Seeing that both of you insist on going in, it seems you want to train. The goal has been achieved. As long as you're not forced, you won't be happy. He waves goodbye. Old Turtle, go ahead and rest assured. Hei Lang also bows in farewell. Rest in peace. Old Turtle, you smell bad. When he heard those words, he waved his hands and feet to clear his throat and said, There's no way I will die. I have a secret order from the old ancestor that even if I want to die, I can't. It's just that my spirit has been away from my body too long, so I have to return. Sorry, but you'll have to wait until we become stronger before we can save you. It's only been 1 day. Didn't Xiaokuo say we should persevere for 3 days? Hei Lang snorted coldly and said, If you persist, Kot Huang, it means that if you don't enter the central area, the hellfire outside won't affect you. Don't you see who has helped you suppress the hellfire? His goal has already been perfectly achieved. You look at Xuandai's figure and realize this treasure is really valuable. After placing it into the consciousness sea, Tuhak and I can easily change our appearances. Goodbye, old turtle. I hope next time I meet you, I can help you escape. Hakno dunkan kiu ngaunui, banchat ko talathan lin, muandai du hindang ben goekwade, nang devi ku ongrua, tatay ku ko denguen ven ko tadehon, ong da chort nuralin bedo taido, a dung ruai kaun hawk, Takode trong tui kwang kao vai dong shu, sao nei kao mang deo benangoi, kolesiko dag dong day. The boy's butt is so curved and bouncy, I really like this kid. After going outside, Xiaokui looked around and checked under his pants, hesitating. Lao Rua left me 4 coins. Are they still the same as he said? At this moment, little Van rushed over crying and worriedly called out, "Son, it's so good that you're here. Little Cot has been taken by bad guys." His face suddenly twisted in shock, and he exclaimed in confusion, "What?" Switching scenes somewhere else, Minko raised a hand to her lips and sneered, "I am so lucky. I was planning to stay in a place of extreme yin to nurture a corpse, but I unexpectedly met a spiritual skeleton. Oh, divine spirit, after the ritual is over, you will be my exclusive treasure." She opened her eyes wide in amazement. "Why are you so handsome?" "Why is he more handsome than the ugly bones I find everywhere? That's good. Now he's destroyed, so I don't have to feel uncomfortable. The first time I saw you, I couldn't control myself, and before you died, your power surpassed the Saint Spirit realm. If you hadn't been seriously injured recently, lowering your strength, and if our Yinhai Sect's divine weapon hadn't truly failed to capture you, then is this fate?" Minko reached out both palms to touch the corner of Kat Huang's eye and muttered, "The Yinhai Sect. I think I heard that name back in the Holy Clan years ago. The sect formed teams with corpses, originating from the east where they hunted for bodies, but many tomb robbers caused enemies from all directions. No wonder she has a special staff to deal with me. She cast a spell that prevents me from resisting. Little girl, please let me go. I still have unfinished business and cannot become your soul in this life." She pulled her hand back, clutching her chest with a scheming look. "I can release you, but only after the ritual of my soul is complete, or maybe later I will be your bride, just the 2 of us, and no one can disturb our life." "Ah, you address me so old-fashioned. You must be a very ancient spiritual corpse. Great, you want me to release you, right?" My cheeks flush as she whispers, "When I grow up, I can practice dual cultivation with you." The traditions of the Yinhai sect also have this method. Kat Huang was tied up by her, covered in talismans and completely speechless in front of this woman. Meanwhile, Xiaokui went into a dark room to question. "Xiaohei, can you smell my scent? It's definitely not here. Do you feel the chilling wind and ghostly presence here?" Hak Lang stands before the cursed sect, certain this is the place, his keen nose sensing it all. Furthermore, this might be a place of the cursed temple that was raided, possibly still lingering, and they are the ones who captured the Emperor's remains. Xiaohe gently lifts Xiaohei to shield him, adding a final message. "All right, then I can only work on overcoming my psychological barrier. You go ahead." "Go." Xiao Yan stood beside her, crying and blaming herself. "It's all because of Mom. If Kat Huang hadn't taken her to the land of extreme yin to nourish her soul, he wouldn't have been captured." She sobbed as she recounted the battle scene. Originally, the mothers were nourishing their souls near the land of extreme yin, but suddenly, in the blink of an eye, a horde of monsters appeared. Little Kot fought alongside his mother for a long time. Initially, nothing seemed to be wrong, but suddenly a girl approached after holding a strange object, causing Little Kot to become motionless. Little Van wiped her tears with both hands, pleading in pain, and in the end, Little Kot ignored himself and teleported his mother away. "Xiaokuo, Lord Ta Ton, you two must save Xiaokuo." Xiao He recalls Kuo Huang's injuries and analyzes the situation, sure that Cuo Huang was badly wounded before. If not to protect Xiao Kei's family, he wouldn't have forced himself to resist. Actually, he should have found a way to cultivate healing techniques earlier, but his lost strength now faces members of the Yin Hai sect. Truly bad luck keeps piling up, and the chance of being turned into a life spirit again is extremely high. That's why many powerful beings would rather return to nothingness and turn to dust than leave their bodies behind, fearing they might become some kind of monster if their bodies are destroyed. I patted my mother's head to comfort her and said, "Don't worry, we will save Zhao Kuo. I think the method to cultivate this innate spiritual soul isn't simple, and those who captured Zhao Kuo haven't succeeded yet, so we still have time. Let's go then." Hak Lang crossed his arms and muttered to himself, Yes, this kind of body cultivation requires preparation time. Let's hurry up and go." Little Van has already flown away, worriedly asking, "Are you scared, Little K?" I run after and reply, "Now is not the time to be afraid." Back then, Little Hack only realized he was abandoned and shouted out for me to wait. Kot Huang and his group refused on Minko's side. "Don't cause trouble anymore. I know you don't mean any harm, but I will never become your main spirit soul." She didn't care at all, just holding her stuff and rambling. "Do we need any ingredients?" He shouted, "Stop messing around, didn't I tell you clearly?" Suddenly, Minko's eyes widened in pain as she let out a cry, causing the belongings in her hands to fall to the ground with a clattering sound. Minko's face tightens as she clutches her neck, repeatedly whispering 2 words, "Sorry." She pursed her lips tightly, her pupils only the whites of her eyes. Minko shouted, I was wrong. I was wrong. Then she looked down at her arm, covered in deep, jagged cuts. She picked up the razor again, as if intending to make a few more slices. Kat Huang saw the danger approaching and shouted to stop. Don't. Minko seemed to be deaf to him, her eyes wide open as if controlled by someone, her voice vacant. No more saving. Next time, punish. He watched her actions and couldn't help but feel worried. Kat Huang blamed himself, wondering if her self-harm was caused by him raising his voice. What kind of trauma did this child go through? She's only about my daughter's age back then, but her mind is so twisted. What should I do? I have no ability to handle this problem at all. How should I comfort this girl? Back then, I only knew Zhengzhi Tiansifang and never properly took care of a daughter. If Uncle is here, that would be great. If it were you, you would definitely have a way. Although Uncle isn't strong, he has a heart full of empathy. He hesitated endlessly, unable to find a solution. If she is a bad person, then she can die with him. But I feel she's a pitiful girl, just fighting back but not daring to face such a situation. A blank space filled my mind. What should I do? Suddenly I heard a call for Tang Tan. It's me, your uncle. Can you hear me? Tio K, Tio Hash, and Tio Van peeked over the wall, waving their hands and calling out, Tang Tan, we're here to save you. Kat Huang, seeing a familiar face, pouted and said, Thuk Kong. You suddenly widened your eyes and gave a thumbs up, telling him not to look so weak and timid. Don't be afraid, I understand now. We communicate through telepathy, no need for reckless actions, let me show you how. He nodded quickly and softly said, Yes, yes, uncle, don't hurt the girl. I feel she has no ill intent. He glanced back at Minko, who was still slumped on the ground, still muttering to herself and no longer dared to speak. I will listen, I will obey, or I will kill you and then end my own life. Don't do this, let's die together. After all, everyone is going to die anyway, so let's die together. Shaoqi calls out anxiously, Hello, hello, Tang Zun, can you hear my consciousness clearly? She's starting to have a fit. This situation is too dangerous. He quickly responds, his voice unclear, disturbing the master, then begins to leave. You are using Kat Huang's body to speak. Hey, Jamaat. You not only hurt yourself, but also hurt me. My heart hurts so much. It hurts 1,000 times, 10,000 times more than you do. Xiaoqui chuckled mockingly as she forced him to let go, uttering cheesy words. Maybe no one has ever cared for you before, and someone even hurt you to make you like this. But now I am here. I will protect you and take care of you. Minko, hearing that, couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her face, feeling shy and wondering what the heck is going on. Am I dreaming? Kat Huang is sweating all over, only able to look at you nervously. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have raised my voice at you. I should have loved and cared for you. And also, you're so silly, let me tell you, I'm not your exclusive treasure. Shaoqi shouted, You are my only treasure. The silly girl made his face turn pale. Her words moved her deeply, and suddenly a love arrow shot straight into Minko, with thousands of love arrows aiming directly at her. Minko tilts her head back in imagination. No one has ever spoken to me like that before. No one has ever cared for me like that. Is it true? Are you even more hurt than I am 1,000 times? 10,000 times? Really? You will protect me. Am I your exclusive treasure? You mutter arrogantly while stroking my hair from behind. Luckily, I went through the dark days of the 80s, so I know how to deal with this illness. But this method wouldn't work on someone else. Right now, she's infatuated with Tang Tan, so even his random words are more effective than what others say 100,000 times. Xiaoqui, with one hand on her hip and the other pointing to the sky, excitedly instructs Tang Zunong that now is the time for the decisive strike, and her martial arts mastery will pass down her secret technique to him. The art of flirting is to step back to move forward. Kat Huang continues to obediently follow. Little girl, keep shining like this and never let me go. I won't blame you, I truly won't blame you. Anyway, since you're not mine, you wouldn't understand how I feel right now. Just as I don't understand your pain, I only want you to be happy. He lifts his face and acts as if it's real. Even if the whole world turns against you, I will still stand in front of you. If someone in this world were to die because of me, it would be me, my darling. Right now, I just want to hold you tight so you won't get hurt anymore. Minko's face turned red like a tomato. She exclaimed, Release. Immediately, Minko knocked her arrow and infused it with a bit of energy. Her heart started pounding. Minko placed that weapon on her chest and said nervously, I've broken your barrier. I don't want you to hold me, and I don't believe what Dong Mat told you. Immediately, the ropes and charms disappeared, and Kat Huang was released and set free. He rushed swiftly toward her. Kat Huang held Minko in his arms and whispered, Sorry, little girl, I can't become your spirit. Sleep well now. He closed his eyes happily and declared, I did it. Tuk leans on her hand, laughing out loud with confidence, never expecting to succeed. So lucky, my embarrassed heart is about to explode. Xiaoyan flew over to try and learn too. What just happened? Mom also wants to learn. Mom also wants to learn. And Little Black just stared with his mouth open at these two mother and daughter. He picked her up, gazing thoughtfully at her face before softly asking, "Where should we put this little girl now?" Xiaohe and Xiaohak sat by the fire, giggling mischievously. Xiaoyan sat among the adorable animals, wide-eyed and confused as she watched the two people, while Kat Huang sat silently, sweat pouring down his face, lost in thought with increasingly rapid breathing. So it turns out Kat Huang was training, revealing his six-pack, while Minko tightly hugged his arm without letting go. The two others witnessing this display of love just laughed and teased. He grimaced and looked at you happily eating fish, secretly begging for help. "Brother-in-law, save me." You frown, snort coldly, and say I might have to intervene again? So troublesome. Who told you that I am your servant? To help you break the siege. Xiaoke threw the fish behind him, patted his head, and struck a heroic pose as he spoke. "Little sister, may I ask what your name is?" "Get out!" Xiaohe suddenly snapped and hugged his mother, crying and complaining. "Mom, she's so fierce, she gently pats your cheek to comfort you. Don't worry, your mother loves you." He frowned and muttered to himself, forgetting that he wasn't her nephew, so talking was useless. His words might have some effect, but I'm also curious. How can this girl be only in her teens and yet so rebellious? Tiukie thought of the scene where she was holding a teddy bear in one hand and a bloody sharp knife in the other, and she judged that people who are spoiled like this often have intense emotions and obsessions with certain phenomena that normal people cannot understand or grasp. There are also extreme actions showing love, possessiveness, self-harm, and hurting others. You have no other choice but to suggest, "Talk telepathically, I say you do it." Kat Huang nodded and obeyed, bothering the master. "Can you introduce yourself, little sister? We don't know anything about you right now." Minko brightened her eyes, understanding his intention and asking, "I want to learn more about me?" "I will tell you." "Baby," she quickly introduced herself. "I am Minko, raised in the Yin hiding sect, but I don't like this creepy place at all, and the father who loved me most was also soon killed by people at the temple." Minko recalled her grandfather's teachings and stood up to continue reciting the martial arts I taught. "Who said you are a girl? I must make you strong enough that the other elders will fear you. Only then, even if you're not a son, you can take your father's place as the leader of Manhwa." Then she whispered, "I am the grandchild of the leader of the Yin Hai sect, but that didn't mean I was loved. Instead, I was hated for not being a boy." That night, Minko was just a crying child shouting, "I am in so much pain, Grandpa. This place is so scary." But he only shouted and stood up, saying, "Do you want to be killed by what is called the righteous path like your parents?" Her grandfather tightened his grip on the staff. He didn't consider their blood relation and struck Minko hard, breaking the stick in two. She was covered in wounds, just leaning against the pole, listening to her cruel grandfather's harsh words. "I have been teaching the Yin Hai sect's martial arts for so long, but you still haven't learned it. I will kill you." Minko's voice grew softer and softer. After each beating, he was very troubled and regretful, crying so much he seemed to die and come back to life. She painfully continued, but the next day he still sternly taught me and beat me to the brink of death. He is truly a devil. Then when I was 14, he threw me into a room filled with the corpses of the Yin Hai sect. No matter how much I screamed, he showed no mercy, locked the door, and left. At that moment, Minko was extremely frightened, lying among those corpses. That was not a place suitable for a 14-year-old girl. Just a slight movement would have made her touch a skull or a bone. Minko kept screaming inside that hellish room. She recounted with a tone full of resentment, but that demon never appeared again. It was only then that I realized there is something even scarier than demons in this world. Comparing everything, I hope more for the arrival of a demon. I wish that one day the demon could open the gate for me. Inside there, time is the cheapest thing, and you will feel as if you have eternal life. You sense the sluggishness of time, and this is the place that causes the greatest suffering. Death is better than living. Minko blames herself, but I don't have the courage to end my own life. Deep inside, a pitiful voice still whispers to me that I want to live. I don't want to die. Am I a victim of abuse? A pervert? I was so weak that I didn't dare to die, so I stayed inside for 2 years. Xiaokuei was stunned, repeating the words 2 years. So? At this moment, Kat Huang was also terrified. Seeing a woman who had endured so many terrible things beside him, he couldn't help but cover her mouth to stop the wave of nausea from coming. "Ah," she continued. "Even though the door remained closed for 2 years, it's okay. I'm used to it anyway. One day, the door gently opened. Minko cleared his throat. When I first got used to that place, he appeared. A man in white armor walks in, and she exclaims, "White Knight!" The small dragon on his shoulder reports that Jinlong has informed the temple that Knight Philip has completed his mission to eliminate the remnants of the Shadow Cult, causing the White Knight to be somewhat surprised and exclaim, "Huh?" He gazed thoughtfully at the child covering their eyes sitting in front of him. Minko quietly said, "I will never forget his eyes at that moment." That was a feeling of deep hatred and prejudice. Keep living your filthy, disgusting life. Bak Kisi's gaze seemed to say that, and that look kept lingering in my mind endlessly. She smiled softly and continued her story, but I never expected him not to kill me. He killed my grandfather and everyone from the Church of Humor, but he saved me. From then on, I was free. Now that it's okay, that's good. Eat the fish. My cooking skills are top-notch. He excitedly offered the fish to him. Minko nodded and took it. Yes, thank you. She slowly brings the fish to her mouth and takes a small bite. Then Minko picked up the skewer and praised the fish. It was delicious. Suddenly, Xiaoyan frowned as if she had realized something was wrong. She thought of that strange room and the cursed talismans that caused discomfort. Behind the slightly open door, there is a belt and a torn cross-shaped book. Under the silent night, Minko shyly speaks, "Sorry, everyone. Continue eating. I'll go to the bathroom for a moment." She turned around and walked away, her footsteps pounding loudly, seeming very urgent. Minko ran forward quickly, tears streaming down her face. Minko clenched her teeth and let out a few weak groans, unable to hold it anymore as she clung to a tree, vomiting everything she had just eaten. Minko trembled all over, raising her hand to cover her mouth and whisper to herself, "Don't vomit it out, swallow it down, I want to return to being normal." Minko clenched her fingers tightly, the back of her hand gradually bleeding to regain her composure. After a moment of self-reflection, she slowly stands up, her eyes once again bloodshot as if being controlled by someone else. She smiles to herself and mutters, "That's right. Just kill everyone else." Minko excitedly runs over, loudly calling us back. Suddenly, a surge of power rushes toward her. Little Black has also transformed into a mysterious spirit, ready to fight at any moment. Bone King is not far behind, frowning with a look of determination. Seeing this scene, she froze, raised her hand to cover her mouth in panic, and asked, "What are you trying to do? Why are you attacking me first?" 10 minutes ago, Xiaoyan solemnly analyzed, "Minko is lying. I can feel her feelings full of hatred and fury. That is not her true words. Deep within her soul, a faint murderous intent lurks, so weak that it cannot be sensed. This intent targets only me, the sun, and the demon lord, or perhaps everyone except Xiaokuo, with a destructive mood constantly haunting her. Since when did Mom have this ability? That's amazing. Is this the legendary telepathy with others?" Little Hack poked his head in to praise. "Amazing, Mother Xiaoke. Can you sense Tatan's thoughts right now?" She held the little rabbit tightly in her arms, curled up, and softly said, "I can only sense people's emotions after arriving in the extremely chaotic land, but I can't know their specific thoughts deep inside. For example, right now, Xiaoyun pointed at you and said that your son's feelings are love and happiness, with a bit of worry too. The next victim pointed out is Hei Lang." She continued, "Tatan's emotions have always been vague remembrance, but now they have turned to astonishment." Xiaoyan turned to Kot Huang, feeling a bit puzzled. Xiaokat is now very worried. "What's wrong with little Kot? He's deep in thought, planning, and negotiating." "I know what you're worried about right now, little brother. I am sure Minko is not clean at all, definitely not a good person. Wait until later. If you can't handle it, hand it over to me and Little Black. We already let her do something very risky, instead of waiting for Minko to act first and then being unable to undo it. Qibang stopped it before it happened. What do you think?" Kot Huang quietly reflected. "Minko, who was the same age as my daughter, has now changed like this. What is this world really like? I have killed countless enemies and lost all humanity towards women. I never expected that after so many years, I would come back alive with hatred, but lack the resolve for a girl." His daughter's image suddenly appeared in my mind. Next, Minko appears in a mesmerizing and eerie form. Little Black lies sprawled beside the campfire, yawning and complaining. Humans are really troublesome. Catch and release, release and catch. If we followed the way of my shadow element, either subjugate or die, it wouldn't be this complicated. I just can't understand why people seek trouble on their own." Xiaoke gave it a slap and added a dismissive remark. "Forget this miserable creature. I believe that true feelings are what make us human valuable." Hei Lang, with a bump on his head, muttered softly, "You're the dog. I am the king of darkness." Tatan responded, "Maybe this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to be human again without being a holy war general." Huang Miaoming calculated, "And although my mother warned me beforehand, I think we should prepare some binding formation. If Minko doesn't release some kind of creepy zombie later, I'll be scared. No, it will be a big trouble for us. Little Van chuckled teasingly. Son, you're not allowed to lie. Mom can sense that you're scared. It's okay. Mom will protect you, the young man confidently said. Don't worry, later Mom can hide inside your consciousness. Right now, I am in a soul state and must not move around randomly. Damaging the plants here would be bad. Mom is right, isn't she? The old lady nodded and said, Yeah, that's right. Back in the present, Xiaoko and Xiaohei are rushing to attack Mingji. She quickly calls out to Kat Huang Baoboy. He raised his bone sword to cover half his face, his eyes showing determination. Bone King laid his sword across and loudly ordered the hidden zombies to appear. The aura on their bodies is exactly like mine. I can feel it even from afar. She quickly retreated. I only want to help you if you continue like this. Stay serious and listen. Hako, be careful and don't use too much force. Minko glared back and cursed under her breath. Go to hell. The zombie corpses following her orders immediately rushed toward them. Tiny Key was so scared she ran for her life, shouting loudly, Oh my God, so many ghosts. Goodbye, everyone. Little Black struck harder. You turn around and see Heilang also shouting even louder. Oh my God, Little Black, why are you here too? It's not an ordinary zombie. Look at their clothes. They're from the Yinhai sect. When they were alive, they were exposed to too many corpses, so their bodies became infected with necromantic energy, and after death, they were turned into more powerful zombies. Little Black turned and touched his buttocks, still marked with 2 red tooth marks, complaining that they bit his butt and sucked out his negative energy. Damn it. Kat Huang glared at Minko and challenged, still holding a threatening tone. There's still one more, bring it out. She raised a small box to her mouth and sneered. As expected of my secret lover Kat Huang, even though her strength was now a fraction of what it once was, her instincts remained as sharp as ever. When he was alive, he must have been at least a high deity, right? Didn't he fear the divine weapon of the Yinhai sect flowing with 10,000 demons? Moreover, the strongest zombie here now only has the power of a great primordial spirit master, so he can't stop me from killing them all. Minsomochiech hopra, linking elaptukstrandrangue, tulethan hin bachkisi. She held her weapon, one finger pointed at him, and Minko loudly recounted what was hidden earlier. At first, the White Knight had no intention of sparing me, but he was too careless. He didn't expect that I had controlled all the corpses in the room, and in the end, I secretly stabbed him to death. Although I lost one eye, I survived. Ha! He is my strongest zombie right now. He possesses early Holy Spirit power, and alone he can almost wipe out all the zombies I have. He's no match for someone injured like you. Kat Huang pursed his lips as he listened to her words of resentment. I want to help you eliminate them all. As long as he stays with them, she cried and screamed loudly, and he will die again, his soul scattered. Xiaoko turned her head back, widened her eyes in shock, and muttered, What? The grandson will die. What's going on? It's too far. I can't hear clearly, he calmly replied with a mocking tone. Why did you have to die? My uncle and Tang too are my loved ones. Even if I die in front of them, I still find it worth it. Minko grew more agitated and bluntly pointed out that it was because of this that he died. His body could no longer withstand the continuous injuries. She loudly advised him that as long as they were still by his side, he would not recover from the ongoing wounds. What has been preventing you from resting? Pushing yourself to the limit again and again. Meanwhile, Xiaokui was sitting on a treetop, shouting in fear as she looked down at the zombies. Damn it, do they really care about my ass? Still not even a little black. Heilang threw stones at them while calming them down. It's almost there. Gather together quickly, just a little more patience. She frowned and pointed at them, scolding. It was because they were protecting those weak people that you never secluded yourself to cultivate, constantly depleting your own energy. You are just like my foolish father, who said he was willing to give everything for the people around him. Kat Huang turned his face away, showing off his heroic demeanor. He spoke in a deep voice. Actually, you're the one being selfish. You don't know how much pain those who stay behind will suffer. Now, with one eye lost, Minko's eye was bleeding, and she tremblingly ordered Bach Kisi to kill them all without waiting for anyone. Hearing that, he immediately obeyed and quickly launched an attack on all of them. Kat Huang bravely charged forward, his tone sharp and fierce. Thuk Kong and Tang Tu are the only family I have, and I absolutely won't allow you to hurt them. She smugly said, now that you're even weaker and can't stop me, just watch quietly. It will only be the two of us left very soon. Then she unleashed her ultimate move, the twisting demon spin. I'll stomp you to death, get out of the way, and I'll make sure you regret it. Sao Su Yen Kwa, Chang Li Kong the Mekon Chuang Tinai Dep Chutso. Nintoi Makshong Muon Cham Vao Chung, Kao Chot Nho Ra. Oh, that's right. Then he summoned a sword. Hak Lang Ha turned around, eyes shining like stars when he saw it, and exclaimed, "This design, could it be a necromancer's weapon? So powerful." He raised the sword in front of him, muttering as the light shone down. "This is a sword from the past of the fallen heroes on the battlefield." Tioke leapt into the air, performing a graceful strike before saying, "Leaving behind noble ideals and silent tragedy." Tiohak exclaimed in surprise, "Is that not sword aura on that blade?" He has managed to focus a ray of sword energy at the start, even though he hasn't learned how yet. How is that possible? The zombies stare in amazement with their mouths open. He raised his sword to the sky, spun a few times while reciting a spell, using this noble will as his honor, and this unwavering faith as his wisdom. Xiaokuei swung his sword sideways to cut off Han Bao's crown, making the victorious sword of the King of Triumphs famous from now on. With quick reflexes, he slashed and knocked the zombie back immediately, causing it to fall backward with momentum, and the others hesitated for a moment. In the blink of an eye, the body hit the ground with a loud bang, and at the same time, Xiaokui's sword let out a cracking sound and broke in half. You gape at the hilt in Lao Bao's hand. This time he poured a lot of thunderous energy into it, but it still broke. Damn it, this thing is expensive. Hak Lang sighed in disappointment and muttered, "So this is a fake." In this kid's world, whether it's real or fake, it looks just like the real thing, so the sword aura earlier was also fake. The zombie then sat up as if nothing had happened, turning its head to look back at its intact body. Who would have thought that a moment later its body was split in two, and the zombie could only scream in pain amidst the blood-red mist? The boy looked down from above and asked Little Black, "Is it ready?" Hak Lang nodded in agreement. Yeah, cast the net. Go ahead and strike." Xiaoka resolutely uttered one word, "All right." Xiaoka bent one leg down, one hand on the tree trunk, summoning a blazing red magic circle. The magic array activated and shifted, Xiaohei muttering beside him, "Just started already, what are you talking about?" He immediately retorted, speaking with more flair, and within the circle of the mine's core, the two of them vanished swiftly, leaving the stunned, reanimated corpses behind. They appeared just behind those strange monsters. He raises his hand to draw another circle and whispers, "Trying out a new move I've been working on. The Spirit Transformation, Thunder, a condensed version. First I struggled to draw 2 magic circles on each side, then I just needed to lure you to focus there." Xiaoke smugly said, "So now I can choose to eat it." A magic circle instantly appeared above the heads of the zombies, shooting out lightning bolts that crackled across the sky. Black Wolf gave a thumbs up and praised, "Well done, kid, combining light and thunder to create an attack targeting spiritual creatures. You praise me too much. I only felt a bit of divine lightning from the goddess before. This time I was lucky to handle them quickly without knowing that the White Knight was behind me." He, with a face covered in scars and bandaged eyes, stepped forward with a murderous aura, and the White Knight shot his weapon directly at Xiaokuei, but luckily he was quick enough to swing his weapon and block this deadly strike. Little Black looked at Little Key tightening his weapon and cursed, "Motherfucker, isn't that the Death Ghost White Knight's outfit? He's too strong. I'm scared now. At least when I was alive, I was at the Saint Spirit level." Black Wolf grits his teeth softly. "You can't beat him, he's 3 realms above, but I want to say this. Your kid can't keep running into small fry. Why is it always the big brother who shows up? Are you a reincarnated comet?" You helplessly look at the White Knight before me, then regain your composure and say, "It's pretty hopeless too. Stop complaining, survive now, and then find a chance to decorate later." Hak Lang questions him. Indeed, Minko lied. But how does the White Knight fight back? Is Minko so powerful that he can kill a living Holy Spirit White Knight? Kot Huang, sensing danger nearby, turned back and shouted, "Thuk Kong." Right now, Minko is creating a magic circle between her and him. Minko said, "The wound of 10,000 demons barrier is meant to trap high-level spirits from the underworld sect. You won't escape this time." She slowly stepped forward. Minko gently embraced Kot Huang and whispered, "Unless I willingly dispel the barrier, it won't disappear. But there's another way to break it. Kill me." He grabs her arm and says in a deep voice, "You want to use the Van Ma staff to control me like last time, but this time you don't have the zombie helpers." Kot Huang glances coldly behind him and shouts, "Or do you want me to kill you?" "You have reached my limit." Minko's voice trembles with tears in her eyes. "Dying at your hands, I find it very good." Bones immediately sprouted from his body as she let go of me and threw the 10,000 demon staff to the ground, and because of the overwhelming power of the Bone King, Minko was pushed backward. She lies on the ground, struggling to get up and scream, "Kill me quickly or Bakhkisi will crush you like tofu. No matter how powerful your strength is, you can't beat a higher-level Saint Spirit Bakhkisi." On the other side, Tiuke is still fighting desperately against him. Your breathing is getting more and more rapid. Is this the body of a saint spirit? I feel like my internal organs are all shattered, yet I can't even tear his clothes. Are you okay? Little Black Hound is still demanding now. It's okay. I only got a little hurt. You don't need to worry. Just give me more next time, and that'll be enough. Kot Huang, holding the bone sword in his hand, tries to persuade Minko, "You're wrong. Just live and feel the pain. One day you'll be happy. That feeling of happiness and joy, you can't imagine it." He smirked as if talking about himself. Minko was shaken by those words, stunned, her eyes wide open, and veins gradually bulged on Kot Huang's arms. He raised his sword to the sky, releasing a surge of deadly spiritual power, his voice filled with fury. No barrier in this world is unbreakable, only those who are too weak. One slash cut through the air, followed by another, forming two deep gashes in the space. Kot Huang quietly watched as her spell was broken, and Minko cried out in pain and tears. "Kot Huang, stop wasting your energy. You'll die. White Knight, obey my order and surrender." During this time with my uncle in Tangto, I realized that when a person has faith, they emit a kind of light. Kot Huang struggled to strike a blow at him, thinking of his loved ones, and lamented, "I am fortunate to have seen Tangtu and my master." Kot Huang kept fighting against the White Knight, determined in his heart that to protect that light he would die again, if necessary. After the fierce battle, his body was covered in serious wounds, and he gasped, his energy finally exhausted. Kot Huang slowly falls down, uttering words of denial. "Wife, children, everyone is here already? This time I won't worry about fighting anymore." He tearfully smiles with satisfaction and softly asks, "Is it okay?" Witnessing the heartbreaking scene before her, Xiaoko couldn't help but be stunned and called out loudly, "Chat!" At the same time on this side, Minko suddenly woke up in shock. Countless questions raced through her mind. Why was this happening? In her trance, the image of Xiaokui's group rushing after Kot Huang, calling out to Xiaokot, Kot Huang's son, contrasted with Minko, who at this moment was deep in her own thoughts, her eyes wide with self-blame, saying, "I caused Kot Huang's death. I deserve to die 1,000 times." Suddenly, just as she was about to close her eyes and give up, a call suddenly sounded from afar. "Minko, wake up!" A hand suddenly reached out from a strange dimension, and the blonde-haired man spoke firmly, encouraging gently. "Minko, try again, and I will watch over you." She suddenly burst into tears, hurriedly confessing, "I know I am a sinner. I am not asking for forgiveness this time, but I beg you to believe in me. I have a way to save Kot Huang. Please take him with me to the Yinhai sect." Soon after, the scene shifts inside the Yinhai sect. There, Little Black's heart aches as he looks at Kot Huang, whose body is covered in wounds and bleeding, as Kot Huang, who has been suppressing his injuries, finally can no longer hold on and breaks down. Minko now looks very serious, frowning as she thinks. "I remember my father once said that in the underworld sect there are many corpses, but they are not stolen. They are left voluntarily by our ancestors to protect future generations. But over the years, continuous wars have severely damaged the bodies of the immortal ancestors. So the predecessors created a method to reverse the heavens and restore the origin of the body, and that demon once taught me the incantations and formations of this technique. Maybe it's like this." After taking notes on the formation, Minko suddenly turned pale and cried out, "I didn't expect that now I would be using what that demon taught me. That's so ridiculous." Hearing that, Xiaohe immediately questioned with confusion, "Kid, why do you believe her?" Kot Huang trusted her and ended up like this, leaving Xiaoke standing helplessly by. "If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. Are you going to heal the body, or are you going to let my mother use the sacred healing technique on him?" E means it's even worse. At the same time, over here, Minko kept explaining non-stop. Originally, the Yinhai sect was located near the extreme Yinland, but during the repair of the sect's main altar, my ancestor discovered a mysterious ancient well containing a large amount of mystical aura. The ancestors' research revealed that this aura could help the corpse restore its original essence and return to the world of the living. She was momentarily confused and regretful, saying, "I'm sorry. I was too selfish. I thought I could help you, but I didn't expect to harm you. The spell is complete. Only the final step remains." Suddenly remembering something, Minko unexpectedly rummaged through her bag, took out a ring shining with a dazzling glow, and immediately smiled bitterly as she said, "Oh, right. I made this ring from the bones of the Bone King and my blood. It can sense your condition and also serve as a talisman." Yue Xiaoka took it and said, "One day in the future when he wakes up, you will know immediately." As soon as she finished speaking, Minko immediately handed the ring to Xiaoke. Seeing that, Xiaoque roughly guessed with a serious face, "You didn't just like our boy at first sight. You made a marriage ring yourself, right, if I'm not mistaken. There might be another one you made with your own blood, of course. We can sense each other. It's not like that." She quickly took her position and whispered, "Let's finish this. Earth, elemental force, wind." In an instant, a formation appeared quickly, surrounding Kat Huang's entire body. Immediately, the Haiyan Min sacrificial altar was opened in an instant. A stream of black liquid surged up, covering the coffin in the blink of an eye. Seeing the scene before him, Little Black found humans truly complicated, beyond his understanding. But next time they meet, the Bone King might recover and become the #1 war general of the Holy Clan. Mach Min from ancient times, yet little Kie wondered about something else. Has the altar turned into a water surface? And is that black water from the ancient well? Amazing. Through the ring I can feel Xiaoquo's breath growing stronger. Even though it's weak, it proves it's working. Seeing this, Xiaoyan hesitated nervously beside her. Yes, Minko isn't lying. I can feel her emotions. And then, very soon, whatever is coming will come. Minko firmly confirmed her defiance. In her final step, she, now in pain, helplessly smiled with satisfaction, sacrificing her heart to activate the magic circle and the incantation of the entire ritual. Without hesitation, Minko decisively pierced her own body with the sharp tip in her hand, actively ending everything. Seeing this scene, Tuke and Tuvan immediately shouted in unison to stop her. Stop! But it was already too late. A drop of blood suddenly appeared, dripping down and falling onto the coffin holding the skeletal remains. In an instant, a mysterious light suddenly burst out all around. Little Black looked confused inside, wondering why everything was so complicated. Isn't it true that humans are selfish creatures who only care about themselves, regardless of others' lives or deaths? For countless years I have seen many such examples. Humans are not only greedy but also steal. But after meeting this young man, why do I see a very different scene? At the same time, Minko had exhausted all her strength, and with her last remaining breath, she smiled contentedly. I think I understand my father a little better now. At this moment, the coffin suddenly began to emit continuous rattling and trembling sounds. Minko was completely exhausted, losing control of herself, and kept falling through the air. She faces directly down at the coffin containing the body of the Bone King, and beside her, Xiaoke can no longer hold back and rushes over in a hurry. Mom, can you still perform the divine healing spell? It made Xiaoyan panic and rush after her. Mom doesn't know. Sometimes it works. What should little Koi do now? But at this moment, their arrival was too late, and Minko was already approaching the coffin, and the barrier was gradually opening. It simply enveloped Minko's entire body and instantly absorbed her completely. At this moment, the coffin was covered entirely by a black liquid. But then, the coffin suddenly disappeared, leaving Xiaoyan confused and thinking to herself, it seemed like her mother sensed Xiaoquo's emotions just now. Did Xiaoquo do something to make Ming Xiao vanish? Really, Xiaoqui also feels a pang of sympathy. They are gone. Through the ring, you can feel that Xiaoquo's strength is gradually recovering. But what just happened? Where did Minko go? Tio Van suddenly responded with a guess that if their mother was not mistaken, perhaps Tio Kot had done something. Minko still held on to hope. Hearing this, you could only helplessly lift your face and stare into the void. What's done is done, and we can't change anything. Let's go and live well. Don't waste the efforts that Chatrai and Minko have put in. With that, he quickly turned his back. Let's go. Where's the next stop? Seeing that, Little Van immediately cheerfully said, wherever the boy goes, I go. Making Xiaoho stand proudly and interrupting. The story of the old turtle reminded me that I have many treasures, so let's go to my treasure vault first. Hearing that, Xiaoqui's face lit up with joy, and he quickly praised this. It's the first time I love you, Xiaohe. In response, Xiaohe immediately gritted his teeth in frustration, saying this is the result of his own efforts, and when the time comes he will give you the worst trash, just to spite you, little brat. But in reply, Xiaoqui still happily flattered him. Commander Hawk, the obvious truth is that the wheel of fate keeps turning. Everything follows its predetermined course. Is it just fate from distant sparks, or is it the author's reckless drawing? No, actually it was the choreographer who forced it. At the same time, the scene shifts to another place where Lamhai is struggling to breathe, appearing exhausted. You trashy bunch, I've heard of you all. Hidden behind a rock, the wicked ones gradually appear behind each small cliff. They quickly surrounded Lamhai and directly threatened her. You demon spawn, you're dead for sure, trying to fight us alone. We've been lying in ambush here all along. Surrender peacefully. From afar, Ngu Feng slowly approached with confident, graceful, and alluring steps. Immediately, Ngu Feng proactively frowned and sneered. Little sister, if you have the Demon Trial Academy behind you, we will go easy on you. This is the border of the southern wilderness. We can't control much. If they mess with us, they'll take you too. The subordinates around mockingly suggested capturing them to serve as concubines, or selling them off, while Zhao He kept warning, Kid, once you leave this town, you'll be at the crossroads between the central continent and the southern empire. We need to be careful here, as intersections are always chaotic, so everyone should watch out. Seeing that, Xiaoquei immediately agreed. All right, we'll proceed with a humble approach. But as soon as they stepped inside, the people gathered here couldn't stop whispering and discussing. Everyone's looking at that freak. The kid in the middle is dressed really strangely. Where did this foreigner come from? That's right. Why does that girl have wings? Is she a bird hybrid? Miss Chun is a bird person, but so adorable. I wonder what she wants. I forgot halfway through what I was saying. And that dog over there. I've never seen any creature walk on two legs like that. I wonder if it tastes good. I find it so interesting. I really want to raise one. Who are you calling a dog? Look closer at me. At this point, you're completely out of options and you look so gloomy and fed up. You were told to be modest. Hearing that, Little Black was offended and serious, reminding him, Kid, come here to change your gear first. Drawing too much attention is a big taboo when going out. So Aika, is this an adventurer's guild? Do you want to visit an ancient-style shop to buy some gear? We are a chain across the continent with years of experience, guaranteed quality from 1 to 10 copies. As she spoke, Brittany Williams kept winking, flattering and praising. Come in and take a look, handsome. Before this, Xiaokada was captivated, dazed and speechless as he continued, surprised that such a large equipment store could be in this remote place, and that there was a very attractive older sister. In an instant, he felt like the most handsome guy on this street, making Xiaoyan standing nearby also stare blankly. Handsome? Very quickly, as they approached, Brittany Williams cheerfully welcomed everyone with a smile. So Zoai Ka really has good judgment. Choosing our store, you won't regret it. Without hesitation, Xiaoquei also nodded firmly. Let's go, sister. Take me for a walk. I want to buy some clothes and equipment. The door suddenly swung open, and Brittany Williams took the opportunity to unexpectedly hug Xiaoquei tightly, teasingly inviting her inside to choose equipment. This made you suddenly flinch all over, your face flushing as you hurriedly stepped back. Just be polite. Don't pop their balloons. Hearing that, she couldn't help but laugh softly. The handsome guy probably wants to check out the gear and clothes first. Unaware in her daze, Xiaoka accidentally let go of Xiaovan, leaving her behind and momentarily frozen, unsure of what to do. For a moment, Xiaoyan pouted in anger, puffing out her cheeks. Brittany Williams on this side, still unaware, happily pulled Xiaokei's hand to introduce, Come and see this side. This is the treasure that guards my shop, the ancient armor of Kim with many functions. You've realized something now, and look awkward and embarrassed, saying, You immediately fell silent when Tuvan suddenly hugged your arm, saying I was careless earlier and that I was wrong and would pay attention next time. In response, she didn't say anything, but just looked moved, blushing, and sniffling. This suddenly made Xiaoquei recall the past, and she couldn't help but hesitate inside. Strange indeed. I clearly remember my mother saying this back then. So strange, I just can't understand. Quickly find a daughter-in-law for my mother. From now on, you won't be alone. Returning to reality, Brittany Williams still smiles brightly as she continues her efforts to attract customers. What do you think of this outfit now that it's time for the activity? We still have special offers on such gear, which are rare now, especially for your strong physique, as regular stores usually don't have measurements that fit. As soon as she finished speaking, Brittany Williams directly presented a magnificent fashion outfit. This is our last piece. Once sold out, we don't know when we'll have more. If Koch Kwan likes it, buy it right away so you don't miss out. Seeing that, Tuke immediately widened her eyes in amazement. Not bad, this store's taste is really good. Xiaoyan also looked on in amazement. Seizing the opportunity, Brittany Williams' eyes lit up with a sinister smile, secretly thinking, 2 more times, and I'll teach this kid a lesson later. Business lately has been so good, even kids can't resist. He dresses so strangely, he must not be an ordinary person. Without hesitation, she kept a straight face and quoted a price with a smile. Dear guest, after the discount, this outfit is only 999 high-quality spirit stones. Isn't it very cheap and practical? In response, Xiaoquei immediately turned around without hesitation. Let's go. It's too expensive to buy. I think this one is only worth 1,000 prime stones. Let's look somewhere else. Hey, where's Little Black? Little Yun, clueless and unaware, looked around nervously and quickly responded. I don't know anymore. I just saw Lord Taton disappear. Seeing the opportunity slipping away right in front of her, Brittany Williams suddenly blurted out loudly, wait, I miscalculated just now. It must be right. 66 high-quality spirit stones. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately froze, muttering to herself, Oh no, I didn't have time to react, I just reported the cost price. This time I'm going to get scolded by my dad. Standing to the side, Xiaoqui saw this and immediately turned around excitedly. So that's how it is. All right, I give up. This suddenly made Brittany Williams panic and look stunned. What is going on? Could it be that he already read my mind and managed to buy something just after leaving? Isn't he just a kid? Looks like I'm still too inexperienced and naive. Thinking about it, a terrible and unfair scenario appeared in her mind. Brittany Williams silently blamed herself, as her father's advice to start as the lowest-level employee made sense. Dad, sitting in the chairman's position, must have gone through many hardships, and he also learned that he still has a lot to improve. Returning to the present, Xiaoqui, feeling confident, proactively smiles and suggests, "This price isn't quite right. If it could be a bit cheaper, that would be better." But in response to you, Brittany Williams directly retorted loudly, "It absolutely cannot be cheaper. Cheaper would mean a loss. My father will scold me to death." Hearing that, Xiaoqui also ran out of options and could only nod in agreement. Fine then. "Oh right, miss, there's a pawn shop nearby. I didn't bring enough raw stones, so I want to exchange them." Without hesitation, Yang Yang confidently introduced herself. "Yes, our shop buys various valuable items like spirit stones, protective gems, refining materials, and plants, and I am also a first-class appraiser. The sales assistant is just a small practice assigned to me. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Brittany Williams. It's a pleasure to serve you. Today is also my first day at work, so please forgive any mistakes. That line is just perfect. Hello, my name is Nguyet 2K. Nguyet looks pure and bright, with a small stream flowing beneath. Please help me with the appraisal since you're a professional." Then he suddenly opened his palm and a small bag immediately appeared in an instant. Looking at the small bag, Brittany Williams couldn't help but smile in admiration. Such a high-grade artifact ring, it seems the guest is truly extraordinary. In response, he simply kept a cold face and modestly shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. It was a gift from someone else. If it were me, I couldn't afford to buy it." Seeing that, Brittany Williams became even more pleased and smiled, saying, "You are too modest. No ordinary person could have such a ring. I see your ring has a considerable capacity, either a high-level alchemist or someone with excellent physical talent. Both are not simple." After a while, she took the initiative to bow respectfully and presented a larger bag, happily introducing, "Sir Yue, the half-love seed you provided has been exchanged for a total of 10,000 high-quality yuan stones, and as per your wish, it has been exchanged for 10 times the common grade, meaning 20,000 common yuan stones. I don't know why you didn't exchange everything at once, but I can increase the rate for you. Also, today is my first day at work. You helped me learn a lot, so I give you a gold VIP black card. From now on, in our ancient wilderness chain, whether buying or selling, you'll enjoy VIP treatment." Getting such a big deal, Xiaoqui couldn't help but show off her pride. The gold VIP black card sounds so cool just by hearing the name. "Thank you, sis. You can earn more spirit stones, but it will be very hard to get more love beads. Anyway, love seeds are hard to come by. Mom thinks it's right." In response to him, Xiaowan didn't care at all and kept excitedly chatting. "Xiaoqui looks so handsome in this outfit. Seeing you a bit embarrassed, I immediately scratched my head shyly. Actually, I have other plans for the remaining half of the love seed, but it's not convenient to talk about it now." In response, Brittany Williams wisely chose not to press further and agreed softly, "It's everyone's secret. It's okay, my fault, I shouldn't have asked." A moment later, the scene shifts to the southern border of the wildlands, where Lin Hai has already defeated most of the enemies. Seeing the tragic scene before them, the two henchmen couldn't help but feel nervous and whispered to each other, "Why is this alien so strong? She's not using ordinary spirit bottles, big sister. You go ahead. We'll cover you here." Hearing that, Ngufong stood aside without hesitation and clicked his tongue in surprise. "I didn't expect that even with the ambush beforehand, we still lost so many people. This girl isn't exactly unknown in the young pavilion either, right? Clearly on the same level as her, but so much weaker." After finishing, she immediately turned her back and walked away, leaving the two henchmen stunned and speechless. "Big sister, you're still the best. We haven't even finished talking and you've already gone far. Not even saying goodbye. We like you so much." Standing to one side, Lin Hai couldn't hold back and suddenly rushed forward to attack, determined to make sure no one escaped. In an instant, she decisively cut down the two foolish henchmen. The girl was momentarily angry, glaring and shouting loudly, "Those bandits who trade in exotic species go to hell." And then, in the very next second, she immediately charged forward. After a while, as night fell and the scene shifted to the border area between the southern wilderness and the common region, Xiaoqui suddenly took the initiative to offer a suggestion while sitting by the campfire. "Xiaohe, I plan to form a mercenary team that will make Xiaohe suddenly freeze in shock." "Huh, Suddenly so showy? Hearing that, he looked at little Van in his arms and lowered his voice to express his thoughts. My mother's body and most of her soul are now probably taken by the angelic gate, and our current strength is unstable with no backing behind us. So I want to use the name of a mercenary to gather information across the continent and see if I can find any news about her. He immediately emphasized in a low voice that if anyone sees his mother's wings in the future, just tell them she's a mutant alchemist and not to reveal that she's a fallen angel, or we'll get into big trouble. Of course, when there are many people, we should use the magic taught by the old man to temporarily conceal her wings with chaotic energy, so she can't stay hidden in my consciousness forever. Hearing this, Little Black couldn't help but smile more and more. You're quite thoughtful, following your advice. Even I, the lord of the temple organization, don't understand it well. Yet they've surrounded us several times. You're very smart, not foolish enough to rush straight into the temple. This organization is very deep-rooted, so infiltrating the mercenary team would be better than it. Soon after, they found themselves immersed in a small stream the next day. Tuyet Tin kept walking anxiously, hoping their curse wouldn't be detected while moving through the water like this. She gritted her teeth, badly wounded, and said, I must resist and return to report to the ferry, or else the others will lose hope. At the same time, on the other side, Xiaoyan couldn't hide his excitement and praised with wide eyes. Tatan said, That's right. I can now hide my wings. Hearing this, Heihei smiled proudly and replied, As long as you reach the Saint Spirit realm, anyone can transform their body. Luckily, Xiaoqie's mother was also a divine being, or else people would see her as a strange creature causing trouble. Unlike Heihei's serious attitude, Xiaoqie on the other side excitedly showed her drawing and laughed. Mom is so amazing. You even turned my swimsuit into a summonable float for me to play with? Suddenly, a yellow duck-shaped float appeared and sank into the cool water. Xiaoyan immediately burst into a bright smile, saying, So fun. The little duck is so adorable. Suddenly remembering something, Xiaoke suddenly called out, That's right, Xiaohei. You sleazy bastard, holding on to Xiaohei and questioning him nonstop. Where did you run off to just now? Don't tell me you're going to the toilet. Are you stealing from the rich to give to the poor? How did you know? Of course, who do you think I am with him? Share half with me, Lord Ta-Ton. But just then, Tu Van suddenly called out loudly, pointing, Tu-Ke, Lord Ta-Ton, look at this. From afar, Tu Yet Tin now has a swollen belly in front of Tu Van's doubtful eyes. This rabbit girl has fainted. Very quickly, the three of them gathered around Snow Spirit, constantly asking questions. This girl's rabbit ears are probably a rare breed. It seems she's still alive. After a while, Snow Crystal, now completely naked, gradually woke up from her daze while Xiaovan and Xiaohei kept fanning her clothes in front of the flickering fire. Xiaoyan cheerfully encouraged, Come on, Lord Ta-Ton, you're almost dry. Haktu, feeling resentful, frowned and scolded. Even though I am the king of the shadow element spirits, now I've become your drying rack. It's truly hopeless. At this moment, Tuyet Tin stirred awake and wondered, What is going on? Why am I here? Standing to the side, Xiaoqui suddenly felt delighted and drooled as she asked, Are you awake? Did you meet him? Tuyet Tin instantly perked up, trembling with anger, and shouted continuously, What are you doing to me, pervert? I must kill you to sacrifice for my chastity. Despite this, Xiaoqui, with a nosebleed, remained calm and straightforwardly cleared her name. You misunderstood. I swore with my chastity that I saw nothing. My mother helped her change clothes, and my mother treated the wound. Indeed, at the same time on this side, Xiaoyun's eyes widened with delight as she hugged the clothes and approached. The clothes are dry now. Little Hei stood beside her, sneering provocatively, so this kid managed to make her younger sister angry so quickly. After changing into clean clothes, Snowtin then bowed respectfully to thank her. Sorry, I misunderstood you earlier. I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I must leave now. Thank you all very much for saving me. Before this, Xiaoyan hesitated a bit and guessed, Xiaoqui, your rabbit's emotions are very sorrowful and tense right now. Something must have happened. Can we help her? Without hesitation, he immediately agreed. Yes, I understand. Here we go again. You all are just like the meddlesome style of the goddess Hai. Seeing this, Tuyet Tin felt a little pain in her heart. I keep refusing. Thank you all for your kindness, but you don't understand my current situation. I am facing a band of ruthless and cold-blooded bandits. They've captured my siblings. I have to go back and find help, especially since you are just 2 kids and a dog. The bandits will catch you and sell you off. Everyone, go quickly. They're close by. What kind of dog are you? I am a wolf, a lonely wolf from the north. Tuke on the other side pretends to be interesting. What are you saying, you rude rabbit? We are a team consisting of a hero, a black swan lady, and a dark wolf god. Without hesitation, a humorous team then appeared before Tuyet Tin. Xiao He stubbornly declared that after a night of hard work, they decided to form a mercenary team called the Fearless Killers. Don't be fooled by our innocent looks. Just pay us enough, and we'll save you from trouble. Discounts for cute girls included. Hearing this, Xiao He suddenly froze, his face darkening as he awkwardly lamented. Oh my God, if someone else said this name it would sound so lame, and with this pose, I feel so embarrassed. But unlike him, Tuyet Tin immediately felt excited and hesitant. Are you all mercenaries? But before she could finish speaking, Xiaokui cut her off directly, saying, Stop talking nonsense, girl. Trust our abilities. Saving people is important. Let's get going quickly. A moment later, the scene shifts to a quiet, peaceful place where Tuyet Tin gently speaks, and the destination is ahead. Seeing that, Xiaoko hesitated for a moment with a blank expression. My home is really far away, but the surroundings are very peaceful. Facing this, Tuyet Tin helplessly lowered her head and replied, I have no choice. Our alien species are often looked down upon. Very few people are willing to help us, and living here isn't so bad. They quickly moved inside. Seeing them, an old man took the initiative to ask, Why are you back alone? Where are your siblings? At the same time, the woman beside her cheerfully asked, Tuyet Tin went to town to buy some supplies, right? In response, Tuyet Tin could no longer hold back and broke into tears, saying we were attacked by bandits, they took the others away, and I was the only one who managed to escape. I'm sorry, I'm really useless. That was also too abrupt. Mrs. Tuyet Tin fainted immediately upon hearing that, causing the old man to panic and shout, Are you okay, ma'am? What? Our younger sibling was taken away, making Tioke stare blankly with wide eyes at Kam Jiang. For a moment, his face twisted without saying a word, feeling that he alone would destroy this world, and questioning whether we should help him. Back to the present, Kam Jiang resolutely suggested loudly, Saving people is the priority. Let's go and talk while moving, and immediately took the lead in carrying everyone as they jumped away. Surely Nietzsche said confidently, Let your mother and father handle it. You all go ahead, I can jump quickly. Let me take everyone away, and for a moment, Tiuke felt a little anxious and softly suggested, Mom, why don't you rest in my consciousness? Soon after, a series of large footprints appeared on the ground, and at the same time, the scene shifted to a bustling camp. Here, Lam Hai carefully hides behind a rock, frowning and thinking to himself. That female powerhouse also entered. Their base is probably here, leaving signs all along the way. Hopefully they see it. Suddenly, a loud noise suddenly erupted from behind. Lam Hai was startled and exclaimed, Huh? A young master suddenly appears. It's Diep Han, mockingly sneering, a cute girl of a different species coming to his door, huh? Diep Han doesn't hold back, excitedly praising, high-level spirit lead with strong power. Definitely a hot item, capable of satisfying the conquest desire. I will sell her at a high price, and a good owner. That's too reckless. Lam Hai couldn't help but be outraged and shouted loudly, Primordial Spirit Master. She looked at him cautiously, and after a long moment, as they escorted Lin Hai away, the henchmen couldn't help but whisper excitedly and discuss among themselves. I heard this girl fought with the leader for a long time before being captured. She's very strong, so what? Aren't they already our prisoners and chained with their original powers? A rude white-haired guy sneered mockingly, but this alien species is truly beautiful. If it weren't for the boss's orders not to touch her, I wouldn't hold back. The accomplice, seeing this, also nodded in agreement with a pleased expression. Right now, the leader has no idea. In response, Lam Hai suddenly lost her temper, glaring and threatening. If anyone dares to touch me, I will cut off your fingers one by one. Each of them swallowed hard and gulped nervously. With just a huff and a sigh, they immediately knelt before Lam Hai respectfully and said, Big sister, please this way. Watch out for the small stones on the road. Don't step on them. At the same time, feeling confused inside, I wondered why this was happening. As if she had just given a single glance like a prey being stared at by a beast, making my spine chill. I felt like facing an army of heavenly soldiers, and a careless move could cost me my life. Unable to do anything, the two henchmen, helpless, could only swallow their disappointment. Boss, please come in. This is the detention room. The prison door quickly swung open, and Lam Hai calmly stepped inside, moving further in. Lam H immediately frowns and orders, You two, get out of here, causing them to panic and hurriedly obey. Yes, ma'am. Understood, ma'am. And just like that, the door was quickly shut. Lam Hai silently walked away alone, and in an instant a loud bang from the door echoed, causing a pang in the heart. Taking the opportunity, Lam He actively looked around to find the children. At the same time, behind the large jars, the children gradually peeked out. Each of them stared with wide eyes, looking up at Lam Hai with increasing anger and clear disapproval. The children were the same, confused and blank-faced, gazing at her in bewilderment. Suddenly, Lam Hai smiled tenderly and gently said, "I finally found you guys." At the same time, on this side, Kam Jiang and Tuyet Tin's group kept flying swiftly through the sky. As they walked, Xiaoke asked cautiously, "Hak, can your dog nose smell the scent of Tuyet Tin's siblings?" Xiaohe angrily scolded, "You brat, my nose is top-notch. If you dare to criticize again, I won't sniff any more." Hearing this, Kam Jiang was immediately startled and quickly turned his head to shout. Juhak didn't say much, quickly took the opportunity to sniff and use the absolute tide. Very quickly, this directly caught Kam Jiang's attention. He excitedly turned his head and laughed loudly in gratitude, relying on the person. A moment later, the scene shifts to the hideout of those villains. Dukoa, now furious, grimaces and shouts, "Watch out, hold it tight, place our order carefully, stay alert for safety, accidents happen from numb hands." In response to this, the skinny henchman listened and immediately obeyed. The leader's words are always right, we will absolutely follow. But then, in the very next second, the jar was suddenly jolted and shook violently. Seeing this, Dukoa immediately lost his temper, his fury rising, and he shouted loudly, "Damn it! Forget to give this guy his medicine." He clenched his fist around the traitor's collar and gritted his teeth, demanding, "What is our slogan?" The traitor, frightened, stammered and didn't dare to speak, staying alert for safety. Dukoa, hearing that, decisively slammed his head to the ground and angrily said, "That's right, but your hand is numb." Standing nearby, Diephan saw this and suddenly smiled softly. "All right, Dukoa, let him go. We've been doing so well lately that we're short on manpower." Without hesitation, Dukoa's eyes lit up, and he happily accepted the order. "Understood, leader," just like that. Diephan happily placed his hand on the shoulder of a nearby man to give the order. "Hu, this time we're sending quite a lot of goods, so you lead the team." Soon after, he was leading the convoy in a daze. When he encountered Hu, 2K immediately frowned and shouted loudly, "There is a convoy ahead." Seeing that, Tuyet Tin sitting nearby also looked serious and interjected, "Recently, there have been merchant teams from Central Plain trading goods into Namhoang." Hearing this, Little Black grew impatient and immediately shouted loudly, "Forget it, seize the moment." The smell grew stronger, causing Kam Jiang to speed up suddenly and rush ahead, surprising Hu. Then, the group quickly surged forward, but in the very next moment, Xiaohe suddenly froze, eyes wide as he sniffed and grimaced. Immediately, Xiaohe suddenly shouted and pointed, sensing the smell of you from those trading vehicles. Hearing that, Kam Jiang immediately froze without hesitation. "What?" He suddenly turned around fiercely like lightning. Soon after, Kam Jiang swung his fist and charged at the middle section. He easily landed and shattered a car before the stunned eyes of the henchman. "What's going on?" Kam Jiang stared unflinchingly into the gap, then decisively reached out to open the lid of a jar. Immediately, a familiar figure of a fellow appeared before Kam Jiang's eyes. In an instant, he lost his temper, his eyes bulging and teeth clenched. 2K and the others also looked in, their eyes wide with shock. In an instant, Kam Jiang couldn't hold back his rage and grabbed a henchman's throat, making him beg non-stop. "Let me go." But he didn't respond, and Kam Jiang kept hitting him until the henchman spat blood. The surrounding henchmen saw this and started to poke their heads out to see what was happening. "Attack is coming, brothers. Catch him." "What's going on behind? How dare you provoke our Blackwater gang?" "Are you tired of living? Hurry up and release the person." Contrary to that eager attitude, Hu sat to one side, just sighing heavily. And behind him, a heavy, killing intent was felt. "I'm so scared I could die. Can't I just have a peaceful rest? Why do you keep forcing me to get up?" As soon as he finished speaking, Kam Jiang lost his temper to the fullest, shouting loudly, "I've let the person down, so how do you want me to be buried with a corpse?" In his fury, Kam Jiang unleashed his power, roaring with fierce killing intent. "Who do you think you are, claiming to be righteous and looking down on us? You think you can freely trade with demons? Demons should be your slaves." Seeing the situation is unstable, Hu has now taken the initiative to appear, placing his hand on the shoulders of the two henchmen and seriously suggesting that these alien hybrids emit a very strong killing intent. "You two go ahead and try your luck with him, the Blackwater gang won't forget you. Come on, make each of them pale with fear. The trembling ones, you know, Mr. Hu, it's that." They were momentarily frightened, nervously glancing at him. "Brother Hu, we are—" In response to this request, Hu immediately, with a shameless attitude, loudly said, "Go ahead. I won't be short of the support money for you," causing the two henchmen to fall into silence. If I die, I should send the pension money to the old king next door to keep for him so his wife won't spend it recklessly. But I am an orphan. Then, without hesitation, the two henchmen charged forward, directly challenging. That big rabbit just stay still and accept the punishment. But in response, Kam Jiang on this side only glared silently, while Duong Xiao clenched his fists in anger. Very quickly afterward, both of them were knocked back. The two henchmen were immediately dealt with in an instant amidst Kam Jiang's extreme fury. What you do to others is just to make a little money. But for us, it's a lifelong scar. He stared fiercely and cursed loudly. Countless people suffer because of you. The pain you endure now is nothing compared to a fraction of ours. As he cursed, Kam Jiang kept smashing the skull of the Tihan servant. Standing aside, Xiaokui was momentarily frightened and hesitated before saying, "The world has changed after the killings. The strong survive while the weak perish. Hey, go find out about the bullies. Maybe saving the kids is impossible, so just leave this to Tu Yintin." That's true. Little Black thought it made sense and nodded in agreement. Yeah, that makes sense. At the same time, Hu Hu's side was out of options and had to step forward, yawning loudly. "Big mutant rabbit uncle, can you just give me that mutant car and forget about it? I didn't get enough sleep, so I want to finish quickly and rest." In response, Kam Jiang remained resolute and rushed forward fiercely. "If you die, you'll finally be able to sleep forever. Guys, let's go, I just want to rest for a bit, I'm too tired." But in the very next second, Kam Jiang easily kicked out a sweeping kick, defeating them in an instant, causing the minions to cry out in pain, shouting, "Avai is dead." A powerful kick was delivered, knocking the minion's teeth loose, and the next kick was no less fierce, making him bow his head and bite his tongue, blood pouring from his mouth like rain. Kam Jiang's final fate is sealed with a dazzling display of blood-red light. Standing nearby, Xiaokui looks on with concern, unsure of how to intervene. "I'm afraid that if I get too close to him, I'll be doomed." "Big brother, though, is it really true that the mission to maintain world peace has been entrusted to you?" Little Black also chuckled softly and went along with it. At the same time, on the other side, the Hu symbol body sat down heavily on the ground, constantly blaming himself in frustration, saying, "The leader is really calm. Why has he been saying he's transporting goods lately? I don't want to do this work. I can't go on. I'm too sleepy." Everyone keep going to witness that scene. Xiaoko couldn't help but feel confused, furrowing her brow in doubt. Is the leader of the bandits really just sitting on the side to rest? After nearly defeating all his subordinates, he's so free and completely relaxed and lazy. What kind of person is this? But even if the person is a fool or a freak, if they cause family separation for their own benefit, I must deal with someone like that. Xiaohei, weapons up. As soon as you finish speaking, Xiaohei immediately rushes forward. All right. In an instant, Xiaohei transformed into a bizarrely shaped sword. Holding the sword in hand, I was momentarily stunned, staring at the crazy Xiaohei. What kind of strange weapon did he turn into? What kind of strange shape is this? It made Little Black angry, so he immediately retorted, "Stop messing around, just use it." In an instant, Xiaokui confidently drew the sword and stepped forward to face Hu Hu. Seeing you, he immediately frowned in displeasure. "Are you drawing your sword against me? A rare elemental spirit can transform into a weapon?" Without hesitation, Hu Hu quickly drew the treasured sword from his back. "Young man, drawing your sword against a swordsman will only bring you consequences. Lion Votho also fights with full strength. Even in small matters, he must do his best seriously. It's not because you're just a kid that I go easy on you." As soon as he finished speaking, thunder roared in the sky above. At this moment, Hu Hu, furious, emphasized and forgot to tell you, "I am the only heir of the Iron Sword sect. My sect has never slept in order to conquer ourselves. We train our willpower, and once you provoke my fighting spirit, I won't hold back." He twitched involuntarily. As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Xiaohei with murderous intent and shouted loudly, "You're definitely dead." But then, in the very next second, a lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the sky, aiming straight at Hu Hu's sword, and the sword quickly absorbed the lightning. Hu Hu was jolted and thrown back, his whole body aching as he cried out in pain, "Stupid thunder." Standing aside, Xiaoqi immediately sneered and replied, "You foolhardy thug, do you think wielding a sword makes you a swordsman? Seeing that you are also a skilled swordsman. Do you really think I'm so stupid as to compete with you just by looks? Understand? Because of your life. Call this move a fake lightning strike." As soon as the words were spoken, he immediately pretended to be dazed. "I am just a professional mage passing through. Please always remember my name." Haitru Lu borrowed the character name Lu Haitru from an old novel in the Northeast, from the 20-year-old Feng Yun underworld. At this point, Xiaokui was suddenly excited, shaking his hips as he said, "For revenge in the future. Just look for this name of mine. Goodbye." In response, The Hu boss on this side, burned black, hurriedly replied, Lu Hai Tru, be more careful on your way in the future. Witnessing the entire scene like that, Kam Jiang couldn't hide his shock and wondered what was going on. The young teen had defeated the gang leader, who was Zhang Biaoshu, a well-known high-ranking figure of the Blackwater Gang, and he couldn't withstand a single electric attack. Indeed, Tuyet Tin also chuckled in agreement. This little K is so interesting. This quickly drew Zhao Yan's attention. In the sea of consciousness, it seemed like Chao Kui's mother sensed something. After a while, after checking the entire cage, Tuyet Tin suddenly burst into tears and cried uncontrollably, saying, Big brother Xiaoke, I have rescued all the children, but none of them are in here. In her daze, the young beast children looked around blankly, yawning long and short. What's going on? Where is this? Seeing the scene before him, Xiaohe silently guessed that these children might have had contact with her siblings. Hearing this, Xiaokui immediately frowned and scolded loudly. So there are still many children like this being captured by the bandits? Is there still a way to intervene? Could it be that both the great nations of the southern wilderness and the central plains are not overseeing these matters? Kam Jiang stood nearby, also clearing her throat in agreement, suspecting that among these fierce bandits there might be some who claimed to be nobles backing them. At the same time, the scene shifts to the camp, where Lin Hai is gently speaking to the children, saying, I will take you out, don't be afraid, to help them feel a bit more at ease. Yes, I am no longer afraid. Your alien cat girl sister is having so much fun playing with the kids. Where are the brothers? Take these abnormal creatures to our auction house. With that, Diep Ha suddenly felt a rush of excitement and confidently declared that these were all top-quality items, and the auction would strip away their value. Hearing this, Lam Hai immediately couldn't hold back and stood up, asking, What do you guys want to do? Without hesitation, Diapan smiled and ordered, Take this cat-eared alien and have her change into something more revealing. I want to make her the final highlight of the auction. Bringing a high-level spiritual being will make many bosses go crazy with desire to conquer. One word has been decided, and Ngufang obediently nods. Yes. Faced with this situation, Lam Hai was momentarily embarrassed in front of Xiaoke. In the end, the notorious Hun Gao man and the Blackwater Gang were finally taken over by Xiaoke's group. The boss muttered in denial, Your kindness has been repaid, farewell. Then Xiaoke suddenly spoke up. Big brother Rabbit, how do you plan to deal with these bandits? I only plan to kill sparingly, but what these bandits did deserves 1,000 deaths. Below, many fierce water monsters are lurking. Who will survive? That means heaven has given you another chance to be human. Pray for blessings. Below the flowing water, fierce water monsters are hiding, baring their teeth and waiting eagerly. Kam Jiang said nothing and immediately threw them into the river, causing them to scream in panic. Meanwhile, He Lang suddenly turned to look at Xiaoke with a puzzled expression and asked, Kid, aren't you a really good person? Why aren't you begging for help for them this time? You didn't hesitate to explain. You have to consider how serious the situation is, right? This time I really can't think of any reason to beg for their help. When he said that, Xiaokui suspiciously asked again, Where is Tuyet Tin? Hai Lang suddenly grabbed your sleeve and hurriedly called out, Look over there. There are many people coming from afar. The sound of footsteps is constantly approaching. It turns out this person is Colonel Daipen of the 5th Army of Nam Hoang, who now leads a large team of officers and boldly announces that there's no need to search anymore because the person is with him, and using force without permission has violated Nam Hoang's laws. I am Colonel Daipen, under the authority of the Thakbat family of Nam Hoang. You already know your crimes. Hearing those words, Kam Jiang couldn't hide her anger, clenched her fists and shouted, If law enforcers like you don't help us, then stop throwing stones into the well. Damn it. Release my brothers and the other children now. He leisurely smoked a cigar with a relaxed and confident demeanor and declared, I have seen you abusing torture and have enough evidence to convict you, so obediently accept your punishment, and maybe I will consider helping you reduce your sentences. At that moment, the great rabbit could no longer hold back, decisively raised its fist and charged forward in anger. In that case, go down and drink water with those bandits. Depend snapped sharply. The soldiers retreat, ignoring the officers coughing from the thick smoke. Without hesitation, he charges straight at the enemy, confidently declaring, It's just a wild rabbit, I'll tame it. He strikes decisively, throwing a punch directly at Kam Jiang's face, before mockingly saying, So you want to struggle some more, big-headed fool? Not strong enough, huh? Without giving the opponent a chance to counter, Black quickly spins around and kicks the giant rabbit hard in the back of the head. Tiuke and Hachlang are frozen in place, their mouths agape in horror. What just happened? Big Bunny's strength is formidable, but falls in an instant, and Little Black, standing nearby, involuntarily shouts, I didn't even have time to react. At that moment, he suddenly notices you and adopts a condescending, arrogant tone. That's right, there's still a kid and a puppy who haven't grown up yet. I almost forgot about you. I'm just a kid, that's all. Xiaoyun whispered softly at that moment. Don't be afraid, Xiaokuei. Mom feels he has no ill intentions. The boy was stunned by what she just said and asked doubtfully, Mom, is this fierce, cold-faced colonel a good person? At that moment, Dee suddenly spoke. Earlier, I saw you cast lightning magic right next to me, and the squad leader was stunned. You're probably a pretty strong mage. Then he abruptly changed his tone, lowering his voice to a coaxing tone, transforming elemental spirits into weapons, showing he's quite skilled. To fulfill your martial cultivation dream, I'll let you punch me 3 times. All I need is a young swordsman like you, who can use body techniques to hurt me a little. I'll let you go without punishment, but if you lose, you have to do something for me. No matter what, you won't suffer any loss, right? This condition is very generous, isn't it? One of the officers could only helplessly hold his face and silently evaluate. Well, the colonel's sadistic side is back, and this time he's fighting a physical body with a magic apprentice under 10 years old. He is a high-level primordial spirit cultivator, clearly trying to bully others. When 2K hears this, he can't hide his surprise and keeps asking, no punishment for the punches. What's so weird about that? Xiaokuei couldn't believe his eyes. Long felt a sense of suspicion and muttered to himself. Maybe he misunderstood something? Thought I was a pure mage, but Mom said he's not malicious. Could he be intentionally trying to trick me into helping him? He said he works for the Thakbat family. That kid Thakbat Thien also seems to be from this family, which is one of the few noble clans that do not look down on outsiders. Just then, Mrs. Tian, who was elsewhere engrossed in reading, suddenly sneered. The boy was very confused, speculating that he must have stayed up all night lately, but the forbidden books were truly too captivating. I'm about to finish reading the forbidden book in the academy. Gotta push on. At this moment, Xiaokuei faintly smiles, his voice teasing, so the colonel is on our side, lying in wait here to save someone, but I didn't expect the bandits to clash with us first. Now that we're helping you with this, you still want to deceive me. You're the one walking into the gun barrel yourself, I won't hold back. The very next moment, Xiaokuei suddenly changed his expression, crying and explaining, Captain, I am just a low-level spiritual apprentice. He then put on a pitiful look, eyes brimming with tears, and tearfully said, You're so mean. Hei Lang, standing nearby, also loudly interjected. You can't bully him. He's just a cultivator of the law. In that moment, both of them suddenly revealed a sinister smile and a cunning look. Xiaohu then reminded him, Be very careful later, little guy. Da Pen here has already lost patience and is urging impatiently. Hurry up, wasn't it you pretending to be a swordsman just now to deceive people very well? Get up so I can see your true strength. I don't like kids who play tricks and think they're clever. Then he smiled softly, tilted his head and gently reminded him, Colonel, maybe we should stop joking with them and focus on the main task. He puffed on his pipe and coldly replied, Lieutenant, stop fussing. I am doing the main work. Yamaha flinched, a bit scared, but still retorted, No, you absolutely are not doing the main work. You are just waiting. Dee immediately lost his temper, pointed directly at him, and sternly warned, Stop right there. You don't understand my intention, that's why I'm a colonel and you're just an officer. Meanwhile, Xiaokuei didn't wait any longer, frowning in annoyance, and coldly called out, Colonel, would you mind giving me 3 punches? At that moment, Xiaokuei appeared with a heroic stance in the wind and boldly declared, Come on, even though I'm only a cultivator, I will fight with all I've got. Forget my outfit, living should feel real. A little while later, somewhere else, Ngufang's voice suddenly rang out. Leader, I've helped little Meo Meo change clothes. This girl has caused us to eliminate many of our subordinates, so we must find a good home for her. Lam Hai was then handcuffed and could only stand helplessly, unable to do anything. Deep Han calmly stepped forward, gently lifting her chin, and then in a twisted tone said, Not bad. I almost didn't want to take you to the auction. Later I'll help you redo your hair to make you even more beautiful. Ngu Fong, witnessing from the side, was filled with rage, grinding his teeth and muttering, This bitch dares to seduce the leader. At this moment, Lam Hai could no longer hold back her anger and erupted. She glared at him and shouted, Bastard! Lam He, without hesitation, bit into Diep Han's hand so hard that it bled, causing him to grimace and grasp her arm, glaring at her with a cold stare. Next, Diep Han unexpectedly licked the bloodstain on his hand, and instead of getting angry, he showed a sinister smile and said, That's a bit sweet. As for Ngu Fong, she was fidgeting anxiously, her anger making her hair stand on end. Isn't this just an indirect kiss from her? The scene shifts, and Xiaokuei begins to warm up his limbs, still saying, Colonel, please wait a moment. Let me warm up first, or I might not have enough strength later, as he continues chatting while facing his opponent. The cosplay outfit of Saitama from that previous ground. Then Xiaoku explained, I forgot to sketch the draft, I can't fix it now, so just consider me taking it off. Colonel, you probably don't mind, right? Da Pen chuckled, a smug smile on his lips, and calmly replied, nothing is going to work. Just a light movement will spread my full power through my muscles, and you won't be able to break through my defenses, even risking breaking your own bones. Then he pretended to be confident again, loudly challenging, Kid, if you're brave, come at me with everything you've got, attack with all your strength, and hit me straight on. If you don't hurt me in the fight, it means you have lost. If you lose, you have to help me do something. I am looking for an important character, young but strong, and if it's a petty coward like you, even better. Xiaoke was momentarily stunned, constantly questioning the words his father asked. Someone younger with strength I can barely accept, but cowardly? Do I look that petty to you? The very next second, Black Yang pointed his finger directly at your face, his tone impatient. That's right. I'm saying it's me who's bullying you, so what? Hurry up and punch 3 times. After that, I will tell you what I need help with. You don't want to drag things out, so just clench your fist and then stare at him. All right, let's go. If the colonel is truly sincere in wanting me to help him, Tukai decisively rushed forward and delivered a powerful punch to Daipen, causing him to immediately stagger. If I hadn't given my all, wouldn't that be unworthy of your righteous justice? Immediately after, each of Daipen's vertebrae broke apart, with continuous cracking sounds ringing out. His face was covered in blood and looked utterly miserable, but he still stubbornly held his head high. You lost, kid. That old bastard didn't even feel a thing. You have to help me do something, or I will make you go through hell. Seeing this, Yamaha hurriedly handed something to Daipen and whispered, Colonel, there's blood. Wipe it. He was still stunned at that moment, his face blank and unformed. Who am I? Where am I? Towards our Xiaokui, you lift Jiang up with one hand and, with a serious expression, exchange words. Colonel, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now. Please release Tu Yet Tin. The children need your help. Who gave you permission to go? You lost. Kid, at this point, he just raised a finger, seemingly numb to pain, and threatened fiercely. A man must take responsibility for his promises. I bet you used your martial arts to hurt me a little. But now I don't feel any pain at all. I have no sensation. In the very next second, Pen couldn't hold on and collapsed to his knees, blood pouring from his mouth uncontrollably, causing the team to panic and fear. Meanwhile, Tiu Kei's fury, which had been uncontrollable, erupted, and the shameless scoundrel broke his promise. So I still have 2 punches left. Come at me. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Did you think I'd be easy to bully? Da Pen, with a pale face and a dazed expression, asked, What 2 punches? I don't know. I only know that you just fought against the Imperial soldiers. Where are they? As soon as he finished speaking, a series of blades aimed straight at him and Hei Lang, making Xiaoke cautious and exclaim, Big brother, slow down and talk. Kam Jiang, lying below, suddenly whispered, Young man, let me handle them and you stay back. Soldiers, put down your weapons so I can talk to the boy. As he spoke, Den once again staggered and collapsed, blood pouring from his mouth, causing everyone in the line to gasp in shock. Colonel, he weakly said, I am seriously injured inside. I am about to die. I am about to die? Let me try to delay. Yamaha frowned, glancing at Xiaokui with a suspicious look before muttering to himself, This young boy can knock out a high-level primordial spirit colonel with a punch. No wonder the colonel is interested in him. Strange. Yamaha suddenly paused for a moment, then immediately realized, I understand now. The colonel wants him to help him complete that mission. Hey kid, not bad in strength. Let me introduce myself again. I am Colonel Depenjeri under the management of the Thakbat family. At the same time, he didn't hesitate to take off his hat, revealing a pair of bear ears, and calmly said, I am also a black bear hybrid. Xiaoke couldn't believe his eyes at first, frozen in shock, and cried out in horror. Jerry, Colonel, your drawing of the ears doesn't match at all. Is there anyone named Tom among you? Looking at the other 2 officers, he explained, and also, more than half of my soldiers are also of a different species. The mission and ambush against the bandits were personally ordered by the young head of the family. But to eliminate them all, they would have to target many corrupt noble families behind the scenes. The situation is a bit complicated, and those 2 are still happily playing and joking with each other. I like your soft ears. Don't play around. Kam Jiang frowned, lowering his tone, and coldly questioned. Just like us, so where is my sister? Depen just smirks, but Ningyi replies, I'm very surprised, aren't I? That's right. Having alien species serve as officials is probably something only seen in the Thakbat family. Then he reassured, "Don't worry. Your sister is in a safe place and is being arranged for the little ones. All of our soldiers are filled with murderous intent, and the children only listen to her." At this moment, he suddenly falls into deep thought, his eyes gazing into the distance. Until now, the status of the alien species has always been low. We must unite and grow stronger to survive on this continent. But the Thak Bat family has given us this opportunity. Immediately after, Daipi quickly composed himself and said seriously, "Sorry for going off topic. Let's get back to the main matter." Here's what happened. The scene shifts to a suburb somewhere in the southern part of the Nam Hwang territory. Two figures in black cloaks appear at the entrance of the auction basement, whispering in the shadows. "The young master is here." The next second, a guard quickly stepped forward, requesting to remove his hat and present his invitation to the auction, while also absorbing his spiritual energy. Dukfat then held up his invitation before reprimanding him. "Wang Dukfat, I am so outstanding. Do I still need to verify the authenticity? An ordinary person simply cannot disguise my stunning beauty." The guard then raised the ID card, began the check, and immediately responded, only able to follow orders, confirming it was correct, and invited me in. "Hey guard, has my brother Thakloi Ni Fung arrived yet?" The gatekeeper who exceeded the spirit level cannot enter the auction hall. Receiving the reply, he had to swallow his anger and walk inside, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "Just a gatekeeper and you dare talk back to me. I'll call my father to deal with you." At that moment, Ngu Fong stood on the main stage and announced brightly, "The upcoming auction will begin soon, and guests can enjoy the delicious dishes here." As he finished, a picture of Duke Hoa appeared, showing his strong body and skillful cooking, announcing that this special dish was prepared by the head chef Duke Hoa Tute. Meanwhile, behind the stage, the Count Thak Loi kept praising, "Well done, little deep too. This auction not only features exotic species, but also rare items." "I wonder where you found that," Dipin replied modestly. "Count Thak Loi Ni is too generous with his praise. Deep Hun just wants to quickly return to his family and become a quiet barber." Outside, the guests were lively discussing the auction. The underground auction hall was quite ordinary, but the food was delicious. The snacks here were very tasty, and there was a faint scent of chamomile. How is that possible? Weren't we here to bid on undisclosed items? Why is this such a retro dance party? It smells so good. In another place, completely contrasting with the lively scene outside, is a dark, damp corner where Lam He and the other poor children are held captive. Some children can't hold back their tears out of fear. "Big sister, I'm so scared. Why are you locking us in a cage?" Lam Hai couldn't help but feel anxious, trying to reassure them. "Don't be afraid. Heroes will come to save us, I promise." Meanwhile, a man suddenly snapped angrily, "We've cleaned up all your symbols along the way. That base is just a disguise. Only weak imposters remain. No one will find this place, and no one can break in." You have no hope left, but his eyes are still fixed intently on the book in his hand, marveling at how awesome it was to steal this book before. It's really a divine drawing. Who was the one that drew it after all? I'm about to faint from blood loss. At the same time, Xiaoquei here also sneezed suddenly, wondering to himself, "Is someone thinking of me?" "Colonel, you mean you want me to pose as a noble young master to infiltrate that underground auction house?" Cam Rung, after hearing this, became frantic, losing control and shouting out loud, "My siblings auction like they're just objects. It's so terrible." Dai Penang paid close attention to him and analyzed seriously. "I plan to split the troops into two groups, one to wipe out the bandit stronghold and the other to infiltrate the auction house in order to catch them all." "So why did you come to me then?" "Your people are not allowed in, right?" He glanced at you and explained softly, "The problem is that to enter the auction house, you need power from spiritual energy pouring down, and also a special identity card. Appearance, age, and primordial energy waves must all match, and first we managed to control a young noble with an age similar to yours. Our officer's elemental spirit is quite special. His appearance closely resembles that young noble. She can help you acquire a perfect replica of his face and elemental wave." In the end, Xiaoku immediately changed her expression and sternly questioned him. "Such formidable ability? Where is that noble? Let me see who dares to have a handsome look similar to mine." Dai Pen suddenly pointed to the side and responded, "Bring that person here." The officer turned out to be Yamaha, who had successfully brought the person over, but it seemed they were no longer in one piece. That kid made you gasp in shock. "What?" Strangely, Thak Loi Ni Fung, why am I mentioning him again?" Tuka glanced at Loi Ni, suspiciously asking, "Captain, what crime did this kid commit?" Seeing how he looks now, it seems he also suffered a lot, just like the last time I saw him. Den replied with suspicion, "And at first we didn't know about the underground auction, we just happened to meet him on the street. According to what he said, this bastard was randomly killing people on the outskirts of the city. Then we took care of him gently. Hearing this, Xiaokui was furious. What? After finishing, he quickly turned and gave Luini a brutal beating. The boy vaguely understood, with a slightly surprised expression. So that's why he was seriously injured. Pen continued, revealing that he was the heir of the Thakloini family and exposing a shocking secret. His face grew more tense, his voice hoarse, as he revealed that the bandits nearby were supported by the Thakloini clan, and there was an underground auction where they sold items and children they captured. I grabbed Loini by the collar, confused for a moment. Doesn't the Thakloini clan have a huge influence? Are you not afraid this will lead to war? Da Pen calmly smokes his pipe and answers in a very composed voice. The two clans have never gotten along, so killing is not an option. But just casually accuse him of a crime, beat him up a bit, and then send him back. After hearing this, Xiaokei forced a slight smile, but secretly judged that they were just casually framing someone. Isn't this how he's tricking me into helping him? Looks like he's used to reoffending. Cam Jiang suddenly stood up, slammed the table, and declared firmly, I also want to take on this mission. My younger brother and sister were also taken, and are probably at the auction house. Moreover, my strength is just enough to lead the spiritual. No one is more suitable to go with this young boy than me. Let me think about it first. Entry is very strict. I doubt even family members of the clan are exempt, so it's best to have 2 people go in. Moreover, with such physical strength, even after the spell is cast, I can still protect myself. After careful consideration, he quickly responded, All right, you can go, but you have to promise me that once you're in, you'll listen to the kid, or else don't go. Received the response, Cam Jiang resolutely replied, I can do it. Then Yamaha immediately took out the invitation card, holding it in his hand, and said, This is the participation token. Then he didn't hesitate to hand over the magic core, seriously analyzing, and then warned, This is the key to this operation. It's a trap. The core of this battle formation is operated by a demonic cultivator in armor. According to what we know, this auction has a Grand Master spiritual cultivator. And with our strength, we can't fight him head-on. But once this device is activated, everyone inside will only have their raw strength left. We will set the trap from outside, and no matter if he's a great primordial spirit master, he'll be caught like a fish in a net. No one will escape. This defeat is all on you. After drawing the formation, the device will turn on a red light. When you activate it, we will coordinate inside and outside to trap them all and give them a good beating. His face suddenly twisted into a terrifying monstrosity before he burst into a mad laugh. Beat him up. Daipen remains calm, gently smoking his cigar and giving detailed instructions. After activating the device to coordinate with us outside, Lamu Kamma, although capable of hindering the flow of primal energy, includes many cultivators among them. Even though they have banned the use of energy, they are not easy to deal with, so leave the rest to us. He didn't look cool for long, then suddenly froze, snorted loudly, and then barked out orders. This mission is dangerous. You must ensure your own safety first before assisting the disguise officer. Yamaha quickly straightened up and responded promptly after hearing the order. Understood. After finishing, he hurriedly summoned the green lizard on his head. The large creature suddenly lunged out, surprising Tiu Kei. It moved quickly, swooping in and suddenly sticking out its long tongue towards you and Cam Jiang. Just before hitting the ground, the lizard suddenly swallowed both of you in one swift gulp. In the blink of an eye, it let out a burp and immediately spat them out with a completely different appearance. At that moment, our little Kei looked into a mirror uncomfortably, her face grim and displeased. This face is so ugly, I dare not look at others. Even Black couldn't believe his eyes, while Yamaha smiled with satisfaction, saying, Well done. When he approached Cam Jiang, he was disguised as a seductive young woman. That made our big bunny feel shy. From now on, I will be your young lady attendant, whatever you say I will do. Tukei and Yamaha, also curious, turned to look but were immediately dazzled by the fiery figure, to the point of nosebleeds. Time quickly passed, and after Tukei and the big rabbit in disguise finished, they headed to the arena gate to set their prices. The bodyguard looked out and was suddenly startled, then suddenly snorted blood when he saw Cam Jiang stammering to speak. Young Master Thak Loin He lines up for inspection, removes his hat, and reclaims his energy into the token. Cam Jiang is surprised and gently asks him what's wrong. Xiaokui just raised the invitation card and replied, The young and vigorous are often more exhausted, probably from staying out too late. The bodyguard stammered and confirmed the identity. Please come in. Xiaokui frowned slightly as he entered, but a hint of suspicion rose in his heart. He secretly marveled at how easily he passed the first checkpoint, as if there was even a test of strength. Tio Kei confidently stepped forward, his eyes not glancing around, and curiously wondered, Is this a fall? What is it doing? When they arrived at the strength testing area, a guard greeted them respectfully. Young Master Feng hasn't been seen in a long time. Not only has his strength increased significantly, but his taste in women has also become more refined. Xiaoke just remained silent, secretly doubting whether the strength test was some kind of bizarre scientific ultrasound wave. Maybe they were afraid that someone too powerful would snatch the treasure and cause trouble, so this way is easier to manage. The two of them quickly approached the auction room, and the light from the glowing jellyfish and mushrooms on both sides made Xiaoke exclaim in amazement. I didn't expect there to be so many glowing jellyfish and mushrooms here. I wonder how they used to be at home. Did anyone feed them corn? As soon as he saw you, Duke Fat hurried over, waving his hands and chatting excitedly. Feng, long time no see. I heard you dropped out too. Let's hang out sometime. Before he could finish, he froze in place, eyes wide with a look of horror he couldn't hide. The very next second, Duke Fat was frightened into fainting and fell to the ground. Chuke just glanced dismissively and then angrily said, "Who's such a unlucky kid?" "Why are you lying on the ground like this?" Kamjiang continued. "If you didn't tell me, I would have thought it was a lizard. It seems this place isn't very safe. It's so quick. Someone has already fallen towards the audience." At that moment, Nufeng glanced softly at the crowd below and announced quietly, "The auction will begin shortly. The distinguished guests with the character Tian are invited upstairs." Xiaoque glanced at the card in her hand in surprise and exclaimed, "Wow, Thax Loi Nifeng's status is so high. It's the number 9 character Tian. And it's in a private room." He slowly moved through the door, and as soon as he entered, he heard the noisy chatter from the guests here. Finally, it has begun. I wonder what's good this time. I heard there are many high-quality alien slaves this round. Buy 2 if you can. Above, 3 powerful figures, Count Thak Loi, Diep Han, and Tanka, stand solemnly overseeing the auction. As the hammer strikes, the event officially begins. Without waiting any longer, Ngufeng displayed the first item and began the introduction. The first auction item was a soybean shooter. The soybeans this plant sprays can kill many low-level undead creatures. It also tastes very good and is a great item for home travel. The Ghost and Corpse Room starting bid 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. As soon as the words were spoken, the audience below quickly began to discuss, splitting into 2 different reactions. 10,000 dislikes are not enough. 20,000 can't buy it. Over on the other side, Black Dragon suddenly collapsed, foaming at the mouth, causing Kamjiang to panic. "Dog, what's wrong with you? What's going on? Are so many people fainting so easily? Could it be some contagious disease?" Xiaoyun happily holds the magic circle core in her hand. This arrow is about to light up. At this moment, Xiaoke is completely different. You secretly grumble in frustration. "No money. So boring that all I can do is wait. If I had known earlier, I would have made that colonel pay me." Going back to the auction, a man suddenly shouted, 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Ngufeng shouted urgently. First 50,000, second 50,000, third 50,000, sold. She didn't hesitate to display the second item, speaking up. Now the auction for the second item begins. This treasure is a bit special. This is a divine body cultivation manual that can shake the heavens and earth, stolen from a student at the Demon Trial Academy. As Nufeng spoke, he opened the book, and a dazzling light immediately illuminated the entire hall, revealing many records and secrets about the human body inside. The starting bid is 8888 top-grade primal stones. The crowd below gasped in amazement, looking up in shock, all unable to stop marveling. What is this? This is the second primordial essence. The second primordial inside the book. This time, a frantic shout rang out, quickly raising the initial bid. I bid 88,188 superior spirit stones for that book. Hearing this, the entire hall immediately gasped in admiration. Who is bidding so loudly? On the other side, the curious blonde teenager turned and asked quietly, "Isn't it just a golden book? Which fool would bid so high?" The girl replied, "Behind everyone here are powerful forces. Who's really the fool? I guess that book has some special mystery. I'll see how things go and then decide." At that time, our Xiaoke will also join in the fun. I bid 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. When the young man saw Kamjiang, he was captivated by her beauty and exclaimed, "The girl upstairs is so adorable. I want to be born from her." A mysterious figure stepped out from the crowd, a cunning smile on his lips. He held up his invitation card confidently and offered 110,000 top-grade primal stones. You should stay away from this kind of forbidden book or you might accidentally turn yourself into a cripple. Everyone else is still scolding and cursing. Someone get a broom and sweep him away. What is that? At the same time, a small tail suddenly popped out from behind him, happily wagging a few times. At this moment, Xiao Kui had suppressed his anger and charged forward in frustration. Luckily, Cam Jiang had quickly stopped him. He shouted angrily, "Don't be fooled by appearances. It looks like a simple book, but in reality, someone used it to cultivate a powerful and rare unicorn arm in the world. This book is divided into many volumes at the Demon Trial Academy. Even with money, you can't buy this super rare forbidden book. It can unlock the secret realm of the human body." As soon as the words finished, Xiao Ko suddenly realized and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. "Oh no, I just blurted it out." Hearing that, the people below the stands kept whispering, "Is this really true or just bragging?" "My aunt's grandson, the son of their cousin. I study at the Demon Lord Academy, I think I've heard of it." Once again, stepping forward, he was so furious that he had to lower his voice and beg. "Damn it, why did you have to say that? I will pay 200,000 top-grade spirit stones, hoping everyone can show some respect and not compete with me. But still, no one else intends to back down and they quickly start bidding. 300,000. The troublemaker refuses to lose, loudly shouting out 400,000. As soon as he finished speaking, the other immediately raised the bid without hesitation to 600,000. At the Marquise's auction site, he saw Xiao Kui and instinctively believed the wrong thing, then angrily scolded with resentment, and this kid Feng still didn't greet his uncle and was still bidding. "Does this kid know that this auction is ours?" Countess Thakloy suddenly burst into laughter, praising him endlessly. "Can't you see? The young master and the man in black are on the same side. The young master is helping you lift it out." Count Thakloy suddenly burst into hearty laughter, continuously praising. "As expected of my son and grandson, so clever, still proud and arrogant. What does Deep Han know anyway?" After hearing that, he didn't know what to say, only let out a sigh. At the same time, a white-bearded old man strode forward confidently, pulling along another man. The old man boldly declared that the 100,000 people are now foaming at the mouth, looking up for help, about to die. One young man among the crowd suddenly recognized him, his eyes wide with horror as he exclaimed, "This old man seems to be a crazy old cultivator from the Ouyang Thulo sect. He is an old monster from the Aoduang family, once a saintly spirit, who went mad from intense cultivation years ago and was injured, becoming a guiding spirit. Could it be that he wants to use this secret technique to heal his wounds and break through again, causing the others to whisper that it is him, us?" Now, another young man stepped forward boldly, holding up his invitation card and shouting loudly, "I'll join in." "I won't let him finish speaking." Ouyang suddenly interrupted rudely. "Huh? Do you want to die?" The other person's expression suddenly turned helpless. He sighed and shyly replied, "I won't bid anymore." "Young man, why did you let those bad guys bid higher? They have nothing to do with us." He simply coldly replied one word: "No." The next second, Xiao Kui immediately pulled out a stack of books, cunningly smiled, and said, "It's a big deal. I used to draw 7 moves when I had free time, planning to sell them cheaply when I ran out of money, but such a good opportunity obviously can't be missed. Later, if sold cheaply, someone will still buy it. As a result, Ouyang Shulu finally won the auction for the cursed book." He couldn't hide his happiness and grinned widely. Then something unbelievable suddenly happened. But no one expected that many years later, Ouyang Shulu actually used the book to forge the legendary Qilin arm. He was revered by future generations as the Qilin King. That made Elder Yang more and more admired. "King Qilin, I love you." Looking at this, they could only regret and mourn in despair. "Damn it, we were there too. Why didn't we buy a book then? It's infuriating, Bao Bao." Then Yufeng quickly returns to the auction, presenting the next item. Along with a brief introduction, the next auction item is the Maizaki Thong Huyen. This is an extremely rare item, transformed after the death of the old master, capable of enhancing divination abilities, with a starting price of 500,000 top-grade primordial stones. After finishing his words, Nai coldly stepped forward, raised his hand, and declared that Elder Na had come from Beiyuan to get it. Inha Tree insists on getting it for 500,000 top-grade primordial stones. Bored and not knowing what to do, while Xiaokui casually raises the bid by 1 coin. 500,000 ku, 1 nguyen thach. He grits his teeth, glaring at him as if he wants to devour him, and roars 600,000, no matter how fierce the other is. She kept raising the bid by 1 coin as a way to mock him, reaching 600,000 prime spirit stones. He was now at his limit, losing control as he stood up abruptly and slammed the table, shouting, "How dare you defy me? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're from the Thakloy Ni family." After witnessing everything, Count Thakloy raised his head proudly and declared in a commanding voice, "Tiu Hung, The Thak Loi Ni family can do whatever they want. You choose. My uncle is a great primordial spirit master. No one here dares to bully you. Did you hear that? The senior leader over there is my uncle. Be jealous, and if you want revenge later, just come to Thak Loi Ni Pung. And so, Xiaoko secretly wondered, is the great Yuan spirit master that the colonel mentioned the fool over there? The more he listened, the angrier he got. He clenched his teeth, but she remained calm. I loudly shout, vainly Von Nguyen Thach superior, you bastard. This is all my savings. If you have more money, take it. As I finish, little K proudly pulls out another lewd book, casually provoking. Thak Loi Ni Fung, I really do have money, more than you by 1 prime stone, so what? Here is my strong coin. Wu Yang immediately stood up upon seeing this, eyes fixed on the object in his hand, and firmly said, Are you kidding me? Is this a higher-level secret manual? And with a bright gold border, you must sell it to me. Even if it's more than the Yu Duong family, I will buy it. I feel my right hand is getting stronger and stronger. As long as I can recover my strength, any amount of money is worth it. As for Nai Diao, he still held back his anger, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, Thak Loi Ni Fung, right? Today I've learned your face and name. When I return to Bei Yuan, I will curse you with thousands of charms to drive you crazy. At that moment, Xiaokui suddenly requested, I just met you and feel close to you, so I'll pay 999,800 for a book. Just let me borrow the one I just bought to look at. I'll return it right after. I hope I can also uncover some secret realms within the human body. At that moment, the young man facing me immediately shouted in protest, I suspect you're up to something, but without evidence. Maybe this book is fake. And all of you are too. Count Thak Loi immediately flew into a rage. He glared hatefully at the young man and shouted, What are you talking about? Although we auction underground, we do business with integrity. Here is a senior appraiser. Little Feng brought the book here, and you sell it all for him. After completing the inspection, the appraiser hurriedly confirmed, using a lifetime of integrity to ensure the most just evaluation, without any tricks. In the very next moment, he acted decisively, opening the book without hesitation. The image that appeared made the old man freeze, nosebleed spurting out, but he still firmly confirmed it was authentic, the same author as the Body Exploitation Manual. The appraiser at that moment seemed to drift into a dream, a look of satisfaction clearly on his face. Describing with a dreamy expression, the silver nickel sides of his face are colored, the smooth, flat paper face, and the skillful rubber glue that's not easy to separate. The gold-colored metal shell signifies luxury. With 96 pages and 192 sides, each one carries the vibrancy of youth and vivid memories. The colors are extraordinary and not right. After the passion, there's more than just excitement. I feel like I'm back at 18. I remember a version of myself I can never forget. Finally, the old man declared that this was the original and a precious item. And immediately, all the guests excitedly cheered. Not enough money? Let's pool our resources and buy it. I'll buy it. Oh my God, I also want to buy it. At the same time, Xiaohe glanced at Heilang and felt grateful. Thanks to Lord Taton, he modestly replied, No trouble at all, Captain Xiaohe. Soon after, the hammer struck again. The result is set at 2 million and the transaction is complete. Congratulations to Elder Wu Yang for purchasing another body technique manual. The entire Xiaoke group successfully earned a huge amount of money from auctioning the books, and everyone couldn't hide their amazement. Apart from the money spent on buying turtle shells, there's still so much left. The small bridge is about to light up. I also want to learn how to draw. We're going to make a fortune. After a moment, Ngu Feng suddenly announced that over a dozen of our precious items had been auctioned off, and a new round of bidding would begin now. As soon as they heard it, the moment Tu Ke and Kam Jiang had been waiting for finally arrived. They both exclaimed in unison. He glanced at the magic core in Xiaoyun's hand with a frown and complained, The crystal ball still isn't lit. The kernel is really slow. If that's the case, then Mother quickly interrupted and softly reassured, Xiaoke, don't worry. Mom will handle this. The small crystal ball just lit up. Mom will go down now. Immediately after, Xiaokui decisively threw out a stack of books and boldly shouted, I will use my own way to save the children first. Starting today, Dong Tian Man on the Water Element Continent will be written into my book. At that moment, the sound of uneven footsteps suddenly echoed through the hall, revealing a trembling young girl from the White Fox race standing in the middle of the stage. While Ngu Feng was introducing her, the top-tier extraordinary beauty of the White Fox, I don't need to say more, everyone understands. Starting bid 5,000 top-grade primordial stones. Young White Fox, I bid 8,000. The scoundrel was also captivated by her beauty and immediately interrupted angrily, I like 10,000. I only see our Xiaokui calmly raising the bid to 50,000. Chasing it to the end, everyone else get lost. As soon as he said it, one of the people below shouted angrily, "Normally a rare species only needs a few thousand mid-grade spirit stones to buy. What are you doing? You started bidding from the beginning. I suspect this is your auction house's trick." In his mind, he angrily wondered what kind of demon that kid upstairs was. It's so painful to watch, but now that I look this handsome, even if I bleed dry, I won't back down. The fat blonde guy above grew impatient and arrogantly declared, "If you're out of money downstairs, just give up your money. 100,000 top-grade primordial stones." The girl sitting next to him kept flattering him, saying, "You're so impressive, such a real man I like." Xiaoqui here was furious, pointing at him and shouting without restraint, "Damn fatso, what is your worthless life worth? 100,000 top-grade spirit stones can buy a house here." Nupakachi, the fat, yellow-haired guy, sneered and calmly retorted, "I have money. Can you manage?" "Fair competition." "You didn't tell me what I am. Nupakachi, what language is that?" "Young lady by who I like you the most. You're so charming." Meanwhile, his gaze accidentally falls on something that makes him go stiff, blush, and stare at the drowning crowd. So it turns out that what makes the fat man mesmerized and dazed is actually beautiful little Van. His face shows obvious greed, and he exclaims with great delight, "Why is there such an adorable and pure alien? Young man, how much is that rare species worth? Whatever it is, I will buy it. I must have her." That girl looked a little upset again. "How annoying. You don't need me anymore?" Xiaoku's face turned purple with anger, her expression fierce as she warned, "Don't you dare, you disgusting fatso. Say it again and I'll kill you." Without hesitation, he pulled out another lewd book and coldly declared, 200,000 I want, Miss Bai Hu." In an instant, Wu Yang stood up, eyes shining, fists clenched, trembling with excitement. "Please, sell me the book." At that moment, the murmurs of judgment kept spreading below the auditorium. 200,000 to buy a slave of a different species. How stupid can you be? Can't afford it. Are you reserving it for the landlord? That kid has money. Sell him to him. The fat guy over there, after seeing Zhao Yun's dreamy expression, I was so shocked I completely forgot about the auction. His face suddenly changed expression, and his harsh, determined voice rang out. "No matter what, I must have her. I don't need other women. I only want her, no matter the cost." Really strange, huh? Does this mean little Fengzi likes the different species? Isn't it that he hates the different species very much? At the same time, Nufeng immediately shouted the bid, 20,000 times 1, 20,000 times 2, 20,000 times 3. This exchange for the alien species belongs to young master Thak Loi Ni. Soon after, Bak Ho was taken away by the bodyguards. The girl's eyes were filled with tears as she tremblingly asked, "Where are you taking me? I'm so scared." Little Kay suddenly smiled in a creepy way and reached out to her, affectionately saying, "Don't worry, little sister. Your uncle here will protect you." Bak Ho-chi only glanced at his face and was so frightened that she burst into tears, feeling regretful and blaming herself. "Mommy, I was wrong. I won't run around anymore. I really encountered a pervert." Then she started crying even harder, muttering nervously, "It's so scary." Xiaovan quickly stepped forward, gently stroking her head to comfort her. "Don't worry, little fox. They won't hurt you." Seeing that, Kamjiang also kindly and gently comforted her. "Little one, don't be afraid. We are good people." But as soon as she saw him, the little white fox girl froze and spat blood at his handsome face. After a long while, another strange species stepped onto the stage. Along with the mention, the next auction item is an adorable hybrid rabbit-eared creature, very clingy, with a starting price of 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Seeing Kamjiang immediately recognized his sister, he clenched the item in his hand in anger, causing a cracking sound. Xiaoko, seeing this, quickly reminded him, "Don't get excited, I'll help you." Then he calmly continued to hold up the book, boldly declaring that there are still 6 copies at 200,000 here. After hearing the price, everyone below seemed stunned, most of them opening their mouths in shock. "What? It used to be only a few 10,000, but now go ahead and bid. Don't waste your money. This Thak Loi Ni Feng is truly a treasure. From now on, I won't buy it anymore." Ouyang still refuses to give up. He suddenly snatched the token from the other person and grabbed his collar. "With this token, I borrow money from familiar clans using the name of your younger brother, the head of the Wu Duong family. I must buy all the secret manuals from that young boy. Hurry up. In just a moment, the sound of the hammer rings out again, along with the announcement. The auction is over. Xiaoqui wins the bid. The two brothers were reunited thanks to that, and everyone was overwhelmed with emotion. "Little sister, I worry about you so much." The innocent girl replied, "Hey brother, why do you look so bad? I miss you so much." The sound of the hammer continues, then Ngu Feng mentions it. "Congratulations to the young master once again for acquiring a slave of a different species." Xiaoqui still kept a blank expression, excitedly speaking, "Go on, I want everything, it's just money. Damn it, if I had this much money in my past life, it would have been awesome. Mrs. N gently brought a plate of sweets and affectionately said, "Don't rush, everyone will have a turn." That made the kids exclaim in admiration, waiting for someone to go from riches to rags and back again, so fragrant. Meanwhile, Count Thak Loy suddenly burst out laughing, his tone somewhat unbelievable. "Recently, Xiaofengzi's appetite has become strange, so later I'll have Diephan catch more for you and send them directly to you." When Diok heard that, he had to play along, forcing a slight smile and respectfully saying, "Thank you, uncle, there's no need to catch me anymore." Then Xiao Ke silently cursed, "Damn fat pig, catching him, you bastard." Time passes quickly, and Ninggu Fong now masks a sinister smile with his hand, announcing that the hot auction in the heteromorph zone is about to begin. The beautiful, cold, black cat girl, with power reaching the advanced spiritual lead level. But it's okay. Her original energy has been sealed, so she's now just an ordinary girl. The love-struck overlords eager to conquer start the bidding at 500,000 top-grade energy units. Lam Hai was hurriedly brought out by the man who fell, even shouting fiercely, "Hurry up or I'll be rude," and she snapped back irritably, a bunch of gluttons. Tiuke immediately turned pale upon seeing her, eyes wide with disbelief. "Isn't that Lam H? Why is he here? Why is he dressed so casually?" Seeing that, Little Van curiously peeked out but was too embarrassed by the scene to speak. At the same time, a mysterious figure glanced over briefly and immediately realized that the young master still had a book in the old man's hand. Could it be that down near the stands, most people are now excitedly shouting bids? 60,000, 90,000, 120,000, 150,000. Suddenly, the chubby, pink-haired man appeared, calmly offering a sky-high bid of 3 million top-grade spirit stones. Our Xiaoke also didn't want to be outdone, casually raising the bid by just 3 million and 1 top-grade spirit stone. As soon as they met, Lam Hai was deceived by that appearance, and his anger reached its peak. "Thak Loi Ni Feng, why are you here too? Damn it, wasn't beating you enough before? And you still dare to look at me with that lecherous gaze?" The next moment, the chubby man stepped forward angrily, shouting, "Kid, it's okay if you bought all those other strange breeds before, but our sex leader really likes this kind. I bought it as a 100th birthday gift for him, so don't fight with him." The crowd below started to discuss noisily, and it seemed this person was a follower of the lecherous old man from the lecherous sect. Their Heihuan sect is notorious and considered unscrupulous. We go there every day to learn about life. Hearing this, Xiaoko was furious and without hesitation shouted back, "You disgusting bastard. I have a grudge against this cat mutant. I want to buy it to torment it. Slowly, don't compete with me." Then Xiaoke pointed at Lam Hai without thinking and analyzed. Look, even though he has a big chest, it's slightly uneven and asymmetrical, his butt is too big and sagging, and his personality is flawed. Most importantly, his bad luck in fights has caused all his boyfriends to die. If the head of the sect finds out and thinks he has a plot to assassinate the throne, I wonder if he's afraid. Lam Hai was furious at that moment, glaring at him as if he wanted to swallow him whole. "Thak Loi Ni Feng, you're definitely going to die. If what this kid said is true, the head of the sect will definitely ruin me. I can't let that happen." Xiaoyun beside her was also trembling with fear, quickly whispering, "Xiaoke, stop talking. Mom can sense Xiao Mao's murderous intent, whisper quietly." Xiaoke didn't care about her own safety, and continued fiercely, saying, "You don't know. At my school, she's known as a troublemaker who dares to do anything for money. She looks like Lam Hai, but now she seems to have lost her composure, her anger blazing in her eyes as she screams in fury, trembling. I will tear you into 100 pieces, Thak Loi Ni Feng." Deep Han here is stunned, tears streaming down his face as he sobs, trembling and pulling at his straightened, curly hair. At the decisive moment, the playboy suddenly appears, shouting out a bid, "I offer 5 million top-grade spirit stones." In the face of this surprise, someone immediately recognized him upon seeing him. Could he be the young master of the royal family? The royal family is one of the wealthiest clans on the continent, known as the People's Husband. At that moment, the fat, obsessive, perverted playboy revealed his true nature, smiling wickedly as he led the high-level spirit and the black cat girl, who was perfectly kept. "I want her to whip me every day, beat me to ecstasy every day. 5 million is worth it." Xiaoko was slightly resentful, frowning in mockery, that damn chubby perverted guy. 5 million top-grade spirit stones, if converted to money on Earth, would only be a small target worth 5 billion. As expected, no matter where, money for those fat perverts is easy to come by. The scene shifts to Loi Luke, where Yamaha suddenly speaks up, saying this friend from the Young Bird organization is now just an empty shell, as they have moved to an underground auction house where the colonel is currently in command. Hearing that, Lo Luke also understood secretly, so that's how it was. Over here, Lai Tree suddenly saw Lam Hai's familiar clothes and exclaimed nervously, "Luke, isn't this Lam Hai's outfit? Why are they here?" Lo Luke immediately picked it up to examine, his face involuntarily blushing with embarrassment, his voice somewhat awkward. This is the clothing always associated with Lam Hai, still carrying a hint of her scent. In that moment, the image of Lam Hai, a girl with a sweet, pure smile, suddenly appeared in his mind. Furthermore, Young Hao accidentally found her sword, quickly picked it up and reported it, along with Lam Hai's weapon being here too. At that moment, Loi Luke heard the news like a thunderbolt, standing frozen with a sense of unease. Lam Hai's clothes are also here, so she shouldn't be in danger now, right? Yamaha gently stepped forward and softly reassured her, "Don't worry, she's fine. Our people said that the leader of the bandits auctioned her off as a top-tier alien, so she should be fine for now." But before they finished, he suddenly paused, sneering as he continued, "If you're late, that perverted uncle with the salty taste will buy her, and it'll be a disaster. She'll definitely be tortured to death, worse than dying." As soon as he heard that, Loi Luke's face darkened and his eyes showed clear confusion. His mind unconsciously conjured the image of Lam Hai looking pitiful, with pleading eyes saying, "Loi Luke, save me." "All right, Loi Luke, you've been practicing for so long, but your mind is still so bold. How can I hope you'll take care of the young beast in the future?" Those words startled Loi Luke, snapping him out of his thoughts. After speaking, Bang Thane's gaze turned cold, and her decisive voice rang out, immediately launching an attack on the auction master. Back to Xiao Kuei, now he's almost boiling over with rage after hearing Traknam shout out that sky-high number, 6.66 million top-grade spirit stones. Xiao Kuei angrily raises the bid again, causing the opponent to freeze in shock at 6.67 million. You frown, speaking in a low, angry growl. "Let me tell you, this alien breed is so disgusting it's not worth mentioning. That fat Traknam, stop competing with me. 748 million top-grade spirit stones." At that moment, Lam Hai suddenly erupted in fury, snatching the flower pot from Ngu Feng's hand and shouting loudly, "Thach loin he feng! Your mouth is the one that stinks. Are you done talking?" Ngu Feng, standing nearby, was stunned and quickly said, "Hey, those are my mother's orchids." Lam He ignored her screams and confidently threw the flower pot straight at him. Even with Lan's perfect throw, Tok remained unfazed by the danger and continued to criticize. "Big Brother Fat, this cat-eared girl is not only violent but also sharp-tongued. You can't handle her. Be good, don't compete with Uncle anymore, okay?" Xiaonan was so shocked his eyes widened in surprise. "What?" He has spikes. The sickly fat man not only refuses to give up but also gets more excited, eagerly bidding 7.88 million top-grade spirit stones. The subordinate behind was worried and reminded him, "The young master can't continue the auction. The old master will beat you to a pulp if he finds out." At this point, Xiao Kuei had lost patience with the fat guy and yelled in frustration, "Damn it! Why do you get more excited the more I criticize her? The more you try to steal from me, the dumber you are." Xiaoman straightforwardly rebutted, "Loving someone means accepting all of her. She is not a different species. She is my goddess. My goddess is perfect. She doesn't walk heavily or fart. Her mouth is fragrant and every thorn on her tongue." Then the fat guy made a heart shape with his hand above his head, looking very silly. All of it is love. I only see Xiao Kuei firmly raising the familiar book, responding with a very determined tone. "That fat guy really surprises people. I never expected he would be so elegant. Let's prove ourselves with strength. 800 million top-grade spirit stones and my final body cultivation technique." Ouyang still looked excited, his eyes shining as if he had found treasure, quickly saying, "My friend, I bought that book. I just borrowed 2 million. In contrast, the young man behind him was crying and trembling in fear. "If I borrow that much, will the boss kill me when I get home?" "No, I have to run away." At that time, since the second boss of the gang had fallen, the price of the body technique skyrocketed. It can be roughly divided as follows. It seems that old Duong, holding 5 volumes, was heavily in debt, while the other side, constantly pretending to fall, was somewhat weaker, with only 3 volumes. So the second young master lowered his voice and pleaded, "Please sell it to me. We are all family after all. Honestly, I have the recognition within your family. Leave a fair price for the staff. I just borrowed 2 million from the leader." Tuk was unwavering and interrupted impatiently. "Our Thak Loi family cares about reputation, so of course we sell to the highest bidder and won't take the back door." Over there, John suddenly spoke up. I want more. The subordinate standing nearby immediately acted without hesitation, dragging the fat man away and not forgetting to announce. My lord, we withdrew from the auction. The old master told me to watch over you, so we're just sitting here eating snacks instead of bidding. I heard the snacks here are unusually delicious. Traknam, overwhelmed with frustration, could only cry helplessly, No, I want my cat. Xiaoku successfully won Lamhai. He smiled brightly and stepped forward, immediately saying, It's been a while. Lamhi, it's good to see you again. Do you remember me? Thak Loi Ni Feng, do you dare to auction me off? What did you just say? My breasts are uneven, I have a big butt, my personality is terrible, I also have bad breath, and I look very ugly. You misunderstood. I was just forced into it earlier. I was helping you. Just then, he leaned close to Lamhi's ear and whispered, I am actually a handsome hero who meets the love of my life, with both beauty and intelligence like Nguye Tuke, but for now, I've temporarily taken on Thak Loi Ni Feng's appearance and voice. Lamhi, with no trust at all, suddenly stood up, grabbed his collar forcefully, and retorted, If you're Nguye Tuke, then I am the creator, and I will crush you. Tuke couldn't resist and could only whisper a reminder, Keep your voice down, don't let others hear. Little Van witnesses everything but only cares about her son's life and the girl named Lam Hai. She mutters suspiciously, This cat looks very familiar. Who are you? Hearing that, she also turned her head out of curiosity, unexpectedly froze in place, and memories flooded back. So you're the little bride coming to visit Xiaokui again? In her mind, Lam Hai kept recalling past images. From the time her son learned to cook, she hadn't stepped into the kitchen for a long time. Today, her daughter-in-law came over, so she deliberately cooked a few delicious dishes. Hurry up and eat. At this moment, she is stunned in shock, her mouth trembling as she speaks. Nguye Tiuke and Tiovan's mother pointed at Lam He and said, Oh, you're her son-in-law. Tiuke couldn't hide her disbelief at that moment. What? My mother still remembers Lam Hai? Then he gently unlocked the door for her and whispered after the auction ended. They handed over the key saying, Do not move so I can unlock it for you, because if I use too much force I might hurt you. Just then, the door suddenly swung open from outside, revealing Count Thak Loi rushing in. He eagerly ran over and hurriedly said, Little Feng Su, I miss you so much. Tonight let's hold the beauties and not come home drunk. Xiaoku forced a smile and refused, saying, Uncle I have plans tonight. Maybe another time? But inside she was furious, cursing, Damn it, what the hell is this fat pig doing suddenly showing up? As soon as he heard the voice of his uncle, the Count immediately froze, his face momentarily stunned, then quickly started questioning, You are definitely not Xiao Fengzi. Little Feng Tzu never calls me uncle. He only calls me Little Papa. And also, where are the bodyguards I hired for him? What is going on? Where is Little Feng Tzu? Xiaoku had to exclaim in surprise upon hearing this. Huh? What's going on? Little Papa, you're annoyed and complaining. Why is the outstanding colonel so slow? The chrysanthemum dish is about to get cold, damn it. Lam Hai quietly looked at Xiaoke, feeling uncertain whether he was truly Xiaoke in disguise. Suddenly a barrier appeared outside, trapping everyone inside the formation and causing panic. Let us go. I need to find my grandmother to activate the fire flame arrow. Where are the servants? Hurry up and break this barrier for me. I see you keep poking and poking. It looks like I have to use the Heavenly Fury Earth Spirit to strike the 3-dragon trident. A young man with disheveled blue hair steps forward to test his strength, immediately unleashing his martial arts. Watch the immortal phoenix move, Marukuru. As the attack hit the barrier, a loud sound echoed everywhere, but the formation remained unmoved. The very next moment, another figure charged forward aggressively, stopping in front of the purple curtain, then launching several powerful kicks, but all to no avail. Nevertheless, the magic array remained steadfast and unshaken. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Deepan's brow furrows slightly, his eyes cold and stern. In front of Deepan now lies a chaotic pile of ruins, as he painfully clutches his wound on his chest, his voice weakening. And there are some errors in the original text. Here is the corrected translation. Before Deepan stands only a pile of chaotic ruins, he painfully holds his chest wound, his voice weakening. And there are some errors in the original text. Damn it, which bastard is the spy? The officers lying scattered below immediately looked up, pointed at Pen, and replied, It's you, it's you, it's you. Actually, I just arrived here yesterday, and the theft was arranged for me to assist young master Thak Loi Ni Feng in managing the underground auction. For now, very few people know about this. Pen then pondered carefully. The prison formation had just been completed, but the demon suppression array was still not ready. Time was running out, so it seemed he would have to resort to some forbidden methods. Thinking of this, he loudly declared that the obstacle in their way must be eliminated. As he finished speaking, Dai Pei quickly unbuttoned his shirt to reveal a hidden jar of honey inside. He looked at his actions in confusion, silently wondering. Pen's honey didn't hesitate, grabbing the jar and gulping it down like someone starved for days, the bloodline of the black bear on his body. After drinking it all, a fierce bear appears from behind to assist. It's as if I've gained new strength. I've always kept this poison, but my arrogance made me constantly control myself, even smoking to resist the addiction. And indeed, the taste of honey is still wonderful. On this side, Tanka remains calm and composed, hands behind his back, and confidently says that the Thakbat family, though large, is only on par with the Thakloini family, and is one of the 4 major families of Namhwang. Don't bother causing trouble when the conflict between the 2 clans becomes intense. Wouldn't that be bad? At the same time, a shadow swiftly flashed past him with a sharp sound, and Tanka quickly sensed the mysterious movement of D-Pen. As he rushed to strike, I had plenty of free time and managed to block the attack in time, then mistakenly thought, "You are just a simple air element contract user trained in body forging?" After being stimulated by honey, your speed and strength increase significantly. Could it be that you have awakened a natural talent for pure body training? Dapeng firmly punched Tanka right in the chest before he could react, then snapped angrily, "Get out of the way! We are already opposed to Tualoini. A few bites won't matter. You're not a direct descendant, are you? You might as well go home and rest. Leave this to me." Tanka was quickly knocked to the ground by Deepen's fierce attack. The ground around the impact sank noticeably, yet Tanka remained calm and softly sighed, saying, "Young people these days are stronger than those before, fighting beyond their level or surpassing it. Old men like us are about to become stepping stones for you." At that moment, his eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and he suddenly asked, "Are you right?" Hua Yai Tanka quickly stood up, the guardian owl shining behind him. He shouted loudly to order, "Kill everyone here and remove their traps." The owl also quickly let out a chirp in response. Then, Tanka fiercely burst out of the dirt and charged straight at him. As soon as they met, he didn't hold back and struck decisively, leaving his opponent no time to react. Black also refused to give in, immediately kicking back with a sharp blow. Tanka spun around precisely, his knee bending before delivering a straight punch to the opponent's face. Both of them charged into this fiery battle, their blood boiling, each move filled with deadly intent, neither willing to back down. Switching to Tuke, he forced a faint smile, sweat covering his face, and replied absent-mindedly, "Is it because we haven't met in a long time that I got confused?" The Countess was so furious she almost spat blood, her eyes blazing as she shouted harshly, "Stop playing tricks. I told you why today the little servant is different from usual, even so clever. Especially with that precious golden book, you won't let the little papa see first, probably an old person." Without hesitation, she suddenly jumped up, determined to unleash her fierce attack on Xiaokui. Count Thak Loi roared angrily, repeatedly demanding, "Dare to cause trouble on my territory? Where is the real Xiao Fengzi?" As soon as she landed, Xiaoku quickly returned to her original form and carried Lin Si away from danger. As expected, it wasn't easy. "Long time no see, Lin Si. Do you miss me?" A large pink hole was torn open, rocks and debris pouring down, crushing the people below the first floor. Xiaokei looked up and spoke angrily. "Damn it, that fat count under the first floor is innocent." At that moment, Black Wolf suddenly leapt up, carrying a large bag full of valuable items on his back, grinning widely as if he had just achieved a great feat. Today's harvest is quite good. Although the auction wasn't big, there were many fine items from the gold vault. As soon as Xiao Hui appeared, he ran into the Count, visibly nervous, while the Count suddenly froze, recognizing something familiar and muttering to himself. "Those green and white striped underwear look so familiar, I think I have a pair too." It turns out that while looting his gold stash, it accidentally took the Count's favorite striped underwear. Regaining his senses, he immediately shouted in utter panic and rage, "Isn't this the item from my gold storage? Don't be too unreasonable. Leave now." Countess Thak Loi Tuk is furious, quickly summoning the Liet Diem Chu Vuong, shouting angrily, "My gold vault, my people, damn it. Tell me where Xiao Fengzi is right now, or else you will all die." "Can we still retrieve the sword?" Heilang immediately sensed it and exclaimed, "The spiritual pressure is too strong." He spread his arms wide and shouted the fireball technique. Then a terrifying pressure descended, causing the ground beneath to shatter with a deafening sound. A fireball charged toward Xiaoqi. Although you quickly dodged, you still got grazed. Half of your shirt is burning and the heat feels painfully hot. Another fireball was launched toward Lam Hai. Luckily, she managed to turn just in time to narrowly escape death. Only Cam Jiang shows no mercy, continuously unleashing a barrage of fireballs that make him jump in shock. Panicking, Jiang quickly spreads his legs to dodge. The cross-species children couldn't help but be terrified, crying uncontrollably. Some unlucky ones were struck and cried out in pain, their lives hanging by a thread. Seeing the scene, Xiaoyun stood firm with a determined look, telling herself she had to do something too. Last time, when healing the little lion, she thought to make it healthy and pain-free, and the divine healing technique appeared in her mind. This time, she must protect the children safely first. 3 needles slowly closed their eyes, thinking quickly in their minds to stay safe and uninjured. Suddenly, Xiaoyun opens her eyes wide and exclaims, "I got it." After finishing her words, she quickly shouted the spell, "Holy Light Barrier," and immediately a protective barrier was erected, successfully shielding the children before the flames could attack. The Count Thaloi was immediately stunned, his face showing disbelief, marveling at how a hybrid could possess such high-level light magic in a miniature Holy Light Barrier. "Wow, this is amazing. It's not hot at all inside." "Oh." After a long pause, Xiao He suddenly hardened his voice and gave a serious order. "Blackie, we need to boost our morale by 12% and put aside the gold sharing for now. The current situation is very unstable. Maybe something has happened to the colonel. We must find a way to eliminate this old pig." Countess Thaloi furrowed her brow and looked at him with a cold, piercing gaze as they faced each other in a tense, breathless atmosphere. "This time, you're not like the Minotaur from hell last time. The Minotaur has no consciousness, only brute strength, but this guy is a real great spirit master. You are not inferior either," he replied coldly with a sharp gaze. At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from the second floor where Zhao Ke was fighting, causing Diephan below to be stunned. In the next second, he immediately gave the order. "You guys bring more spectators to see if they can break this imprisoning formation. I'll go upstairs to see what's happening." The person falling crossed their arms, feeling uneasy and wondering silently, "Is it possible that another auction house is coming to deal with us?" Only Ngu Fong quickly received the order. "This part is assigned to us." Time passed in a flash, and the 2 Fong were still desperately trying to break the formation, while the others carefree. "Let's play another round." Happiness is lost again. Hand over the money. No more words. Keep going, little hot pot. Keep going, fallen person. After a while with no results, both of them are exhausted. The fallen breathes heavily and says, "This seems to be a magic battlefield with a trapping formation. Even a great origin spirit master would need an hour to break it. This time, I'm definitely going to die." But Ngu Fong not only shows no fear, he responds with unwavering resolve. "Walking along the river usually means getting soaked. Since we became bandits, we've known there wouldn't be a happy ending, so what is there to fear?" At the same time, Naidiu appeared out of nowhere, carrying a large sack of food in one hand and lightly touching the magic circle with the other. Oh dear. Isn't it just because he was afraid there wouldn't be enough money to buy food on the road that he gathered a little more? Is it worth using such a huge magical war to trap us? You guys are really exhausting. He suddenly drew a strange spell there, muttering non-stop. It's all because our old master imposed some kind of ghostly family rules. No using magic to make money, no using magic to harm others. What is this supposed to be? They can't even make a turtle shell armor. They still have to borrow 800,000 from the village to bring home. The exhaustion from the curse domain can break this magic formation. Immediately, a small hole quickly opens in the barrier. The rogue gnawed his teeth and said, "The passage is open now. Let's get out of here." He didn't wait long before crouching and stepping inside, still complaining non-stop. "What a waste of a trip, dying just like that. I don't want to go anymore. So tiring." At Daipen's position, he suddenly coughed a few times and then casually asked, "Old man, is your bird exhausted?" Hearing this, Tan Ka glared at Den, then replied, "To be able to last that long, you are indeed impressive. But you are also running out of options. Dying here in this wasteland is the best escape for your kind." Without wasting time, both of them charged again into fierce attacks. Dengen firmly declared, "If I die, you go first." In the end, he was unlucky to take the full brunt of Tanka's attack, biting his teeth in pain. At that moment, he charged forward fiercely, confidently declaring, "I will use my strongest move to end your life as a sign of my respect for you." Tanka decisively turned around, lifted his leg, and delivered a powerful flying kick. In that life and death moment, the soldiers rushed forward desperately, shouting loudly to remind him, "Colonel, at this rate you are recklessly using your body to block the attack for Pen." Just as he was regaining his composure, he couldn't believe the horrifying scene before his eyes and instinctively shouted out. The officers collapsed on his shoulders, facing Tan Ka, who was cruelly mocking. "It's all because of your incompetence that a young life was ended so tragically. Regret and despair now." Depin was still trembling uncontrollably, calling out names instinctively for just a second before he was distracted, and Tan Ka decisively charged forward, a fist clenched as if to end his opponent. "He's a good soldier. You should go to hell with him. At the same time, Bang Thon was rushing over at lightning speed, and just when everything was hanging by a thread, she quickly appeared and successfully blocked Tan Ka's attack. The entire team hurriedly rushed to assist, everyone shocked by the scene before them. Colonel, everyone, just one move and the captain is injured. Who is this old man? Bang Thon stands seriously and sternly, her voice sharp and commanding. Old bear, don't sleep anymore, wake up and help out. Fight quickly and win quickly. The longer we delay, the more dangerous it becomes. We need to gang up on him. The entire team immediately obeyed. Yeah, okay. In another development, Count Thak Loy suddenly hurriedly reached into his pocket to search for something. Not long after, he successfully found the supreme law of Chu-Chu. Without hesitation, Count Thak Loy firmly grasped his staff and struck forward, summoning a blazing spell that shot out countless fireballs. Xiao He frowned slightly, glanced at Black Wolf, and quickly ordered Xiao He to summon the staff. As soon as it heard the command, it quickly obeyed, immediately transforming into a staff. Xiao He took the staff and swiftly shouted the spell, creating a magical barrier to defend. Is this the Great Origin Spirit Master? Just a small fireball forced me to use all my strength to block it. Lam He also skillfully dodged easily, and Kam Jiang successfully avoided the fireball. Then Count Thak Loy chuckled happily before calmly saying, "You are too naive, my goal is not the Diep family." Then he swung his staff in a gesture of pride, threatening and regretting having disturbed the great spirit master Thak Loy Vuong Ni and changing its course. Suddenly, the two fireballs veered to the side, and Xiao Ke inside asked nervously, "What's going on?" "The fireballs have turned." Oh shit, He Lang was so angry when he saw that. He probably used his thoughts to change the direction of the fireballs. Suddenly, the two blazing fireballs shot toward your magic shield like meteors. Xiao Kuei immediately raised his right hand, brimming with energy, muttering a spell, controlling the spirit. In an instant, two highly destructive fireballs veered off their attack course and split to the sides. The Count suddenly jerked back in shock and exclaimed in surprise, "What? It's only at the spirit guiding stage. How can its mental strength be so powerful that it affects my fire path?" Just then, Diepan opened the door and entered. Hearing La That Than's voice, he asked curiously, "Oh, Count, what happened?" As soon as he saw him, Lam Hai clenched his teeth and spoke with concern. "That bastard, so damn it, a primordial spirit master, an elder primordial spirit master. What should we do?" Right now, the Count points to Kam Jiang in the distance and scolds him angrily. "What is your protector doing? Look at that strange thing that has sneaked in." At this moment, Diepan's face was covered in blood. Hearing that, he quickly offered his opinion. "Sorry, my lord, let me kill them all." He gritted his teeth in anger and scolded. "Idiot, if I could have killed them, I already would have. They dared to use Yao Fengzi's token to get in here, they must have already captured my Yao Fengzi." He looked at him with a disgusted expression, saying nothing more, secretly cursing him, to that fat, rotten pig looking down on me, huh? Sooner or later, you'll pay for what you've done. Suddenly, the giant rabbit with a powerful fist charged straight at Diepan. It glared at him with fiery eyes and said, "Go to hell, you bunch of thugs." But unexpectedly, Diepan pulled out a giant pair of scissors, swiftly slashed across its back, and sneered, "Commoners are not raised like nobles or counts. Dealing with these peasants means losing a bit, just leaving one to torment." At the same time, a fireball suddenly shot through the air, piercing through the giant rabbit's belly and making it scream in pain. Now, the three Counts hovered in the air, their hands wielding magic staffs as they cursed. The bandits are truly bandits, so rough that there's no way to fix them. Just listen and heal that little brat instead. Behind, Xiaovan anxiously calls out "Big Brother," while his sister beside him cries, tears streaming down, wailing desperately, "Brother." At this moment, Xiaoko looked seriously at Lin Hai and whispered to her, "Lin Hai, later find a chance to bring Big Brother Rabbit close to my mother. Maybe she can heal him so I can try to hold off these two bastards." Hearing this, she hesitated slightly. "Are you sure you can handle it alone?" "There's a saying that a few rounds can turn underwear into motorcycles. Just listen to me." That made her feel a bit more at ease. She replied with a yes and then whispered to herself. Xiaoku is still Xiaoke, always carefree, but at crucial moments she inspires great trust. Her face suddenly tenses up, her brows unconsciously furrowed as she ponders. If only she could harness her mother's power like before, but since that time she hasn't been able to summon it again, only her wits remain. Thinking quickly, he suddenly pointed at Diepan and taunted, "Hey, that guy over there? Yeah, you, the weakling with the fox spirit aura." He nervously pointed at himself and shouted, "Hey!" Xiaokuei didn't think much. immediately unleashed Lei Sha. A flash of lightning shot straight at the opponent, taking this hit from me. Not only that, but he also deliberately provoked Deep Han on the surface. You stinky fox, eat my lightning. Don't even think about running. But at this moment, he secretly felt proud, thinking those damn bullies saw him dealing with a bunch of snakes and scorpions. He clenched the large scissors in his hand and rushed out in fury. Little wizard with a mouthful of milk, you shouldn't get too close to a warrior like this. At that moment, Xiaokui seemed to foresee everything, ready with a sneer on his lips and a mischievous smile. He fell into the trap. Only at the critical moment did he realize it, but was it already too late? What? Before Diapan could even react, he was struck with a serious spear attack from Xiaokui. The very next moment, he instinctively leapt backward. Deep Han fell heavily to the ground, bloodied all over, muttering faintly, "Demon cultivation dual practice." The scene before their eyes leaves his two close subordinates stunned, both exclaiming, "The leader, he's gone." Even Count Thak Loi is no exception, jerking upright and shouting, "What just happened?" Xiaoqi on this side quickly seized the opportunity and urgently shouted, "Lam Hai, now is the time." As soon as she finished, she hurriedly replied, "Okay." Then I saw Lam Hai tense up, gripping Kam Jiang's leg with both hands. At that moment, he charged forward fiercely, swinging his arm in a powerful strike, his voice ringing out sharply. I have burned through his internal organs, and without a saintly spiritual healing spell, he's definitely dead. Kitten, you should go down with him. In an instant, the fireball tore through the air and rushed toward Xiaokei, carrying intense heat. With quick reflexes, he countered swiftly, causing the fireball to be deflected back toward its creator. "Give it back, you fat piggy. The heat is too intense, making the magic staff dangerously hot." It gradually cracks apart, emitting a groaning sound. "It hurts so much. It's so hot. This is the fire of the great origin spirit master. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." The Count quickly dodged aside as the fireball crashed into the stone wall, leaving him stunned. He can still fight back, so how strong is his soul really? Could it be stronger than mine? No way. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed outside, rocks flying everywhere, creating chaos. Meanwhile, the person falling with Ngufang helped Diapan to his feet, and he anxiously said, "The leader is badly injured too. We can't stay here any longer." She quickly added, "Everywhere is sealed off, we can't go anywhere." Dukoa, hiding in the corner, secretly poked her head out, waved her hand to call all three, and said, "I found a passage in the kitchen. Let's sneak out together. I feel this place isn't safe. Move to this side." The Count still frozen in front of the hole caused by the counterattack, a lingering sense of unease rising in his heart. This kid is too dangerous. Even Deep Han has fallen. We must keep our distance from him and not underestimate him. Xiao Yan, worried, slipped out of the protective circle and looked at Lam Hai, softly calling, "Come here. The circle is too small, the big demon can't enter, and with such serious injuries, this time it must succeed." She quickly began treating Kam Jiang's wounds with holy technique. Seeing no effect, Xiao Yan immediately tried the holy healing technique again, but once more failed, leaving both of them standing there in stunned silence. Sweat poured down her face from the tension, her eyes wide with shock, yet she remained determined to keep trying. "Maybe I didn't do it right. I'll try again." Xiaovan gradually regained her composure, relaxing her whole body. She closed her eyes and seriously began to try the sacred technique again. Then, Kam Jiang's entire body was enveloped by swirling golden energy, successfully activating her healing ability. Xiaoyun finally let out a sigh of relief and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. But soon she grew exhausted from using too much energy and suddenly collapsed. Lam He hurriedly caught her, worriedly asking, "Mom Xiaokei, are you okay?" Tiu Thao gently replied, "I'm fine, just a little sleepy." At this moment, Count Thak Loi still acted arrogantly. He pointed directly at Xiaokei and raised his voice, saying, "Kid, even if you don't tell me, I already know which family is behind this, but now I've changed my mind." As soon as he finished speaking, a pig-shaped flame shot out with terrifying power, rushing straight at him. He also tilted sideways and declared, "Go die. Great Spirit Master is not as weak as you think." A deafening explosion rang out, engulfing Xiaokui before he could counterattack. Amidst the raging flames, he gradually lost consciousness. The very next moment, Lam Hai lost control and charged forward. In her fury, she still shouted out, "Xiaokui, you damn wood bastard, I must kill you." In a moment of life and death, Lam Hai gradually approaches him, her eyes burning with hatred, decisively unleashing the destructive claw. Despite her relentless, fierce attacks, the Count calmly raises a protective barrier, sneering from within. "You're just a small spirit guide. I'll keep the barrier up all day for you to attack, but you won't break my defenses. Die." Die, die, die. As he said this, he calmly looked down at the chaotic crowd below to soothe them. Esteemed guests, stay calm and do not be provoked. This is merely a trapping formation created by the rats. Once I finish killing them, I will break the cage. All the people below in the audience were furious, pointing and cursing at him, asking how that demon could kill them. Count Ba immediately went berserk, unleashing a powerful flame of oppressive aura aimed at them. Just lowly, subhuman creatures dying alongside a little kid. At the same time, a dark arm suddenly stretched out from the sea of flames, desperately shouting for help. He immediately froze for a moment, staring in disbelief as the flames he'd just unleashed gradually vanished into the void. What? Not dead. No way, no way, no way. Lam He couldn't hold back her emotions now, bursting into tears as she called out his name in despair. Xiaokui. In the decisive moment, Xiaokui suddenly stepped out from the raging flames, his body covered in black, grinding his teeth in discomfort. Damn it, he's about to burn to death. Why is this body so fragile? Fat roasted pig, your fire magic is a bit weak. My body was tempered with secret techniques, not necessarily fire attribute, and now it's even a bit cold. I am so pitiful. I spent years cultivating just to protect you. Now, it's all gone. And I wish I could cry myself to death. At the same time, the magic core suddenly closed, and Xiaoyun immediately collapsed, tears in her eyes offering a gentle smile. It's okay, Xiaokui. At this moment, Lam He's spiritual energy gradually dissipates into the void. She looks down, unable to hide her confusion, and exclaims, "What is going on? Why can't the spiritual energy move?" The frenzy has also disappeared, and it's not even the end of the hour yet. A second later, her body returned to its original state, and the dark, spiritual energy was completely gone. Over here, Xiaoyan tightly closes her eyes, leaning her back against the wall, whispering, "Xiaokui, Mom is so sleepy." Hearing that, Xiaokui quickly turns her head to look, and Demon exclaims in alarm, "Mom, what's wrong?" It's okay. The Demon Suppression Seal activates and prevents the use of mana. The Spirit Elemental returns to the host. I can't hold on any longer. Kid, remember to help the young one punch that pig-headed guy. The Count has also fallen. He struggles in midair, panickedly asking, "Where is my energy?" "Da Chu Wang, where are you?" In an instant, the Marquis Thak Loi collapsed, the ground beneath him sinking heavily where he lay. Suddenly, Xiaokui stepped forward, cracking his knuckles with a clenched jaw and a furious glare, and asked sharply, "It's been so long, so finally the plan has succeeded. Piggy, what should I call you?" He was startled and frightened, stammering, "I can let you advance but not steal my beauty." When Xiaokui, with a sinister face, grabbed his collar, he still managed to threaten, "I am Count Thak Loi Nhi Vuong. If you hit me, the Thak Loi Nhi family won't forgive you." On the contrary, he calmly replied, "Trying to scare me?" Immediately, a series of slaps landed directly on the Count's face, as Xiaokui struck out, shouting angrily, "Thak Loi Nhi, right? You won't spare me, will you? Remember my name well. Wang Xiaoming is me." Suddenly, a group of people in white cloaks and masks rush in, and the leader in the center crosses his arms and gives an order. "Everyone stay still. The entire auction hall has been taken over by Nam Hoang Thak Bat. Anyone who dares to oppose will be beaten badly," secretly feeling happy. Little Yue is having so much fun, damn it. He didn't wait for me. Hearing that, the fat man with pink hair hurried over and sneered. "Is Thak Bat really that formidable? Are you representing the Nam Hoang nation? Others fear the Thak Bat family, but our faction is not afraid of you." Just 1 second later, he was sprawled on the ground, repeatedly kicked by 3 members of Thak Bat while they cursed him out. "You call that a sect? This unruly sect almost drives me crazy, brothers. Let's finish him off." Now the pink-haired girl shouted in panic, "It hurts so much, how can you still use your internal energy?" The 3 indifferent guards watching from behind couldn't hide their shock after witnessing the scene. As they grab his head and drag him away, the chubby man from the Union keeps struggling and cursing. "Damn it, if I could use my true energy, I'd make you all die in ecstasy in an instant, wouldn't I?" As he finishes, 3 slender legs once again deliver kicks to his body, all shouting together, "Dying in ecstasy, huh? Now we'll make you die in ecstasy for real." At this moment, at Xiaokui's place, his fist still smokes from the punch, calculating. He just fought for the kids. Now he will fight for their parents. Each kid counts as parents, grandparents, uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, uncles-in-law, and so on. About 10 punches each, 10 kids, so that's over 4,300, right? The Count of the Viscount, face bruised and trembling, stammered as he begged, "Please don't, I'm about to lose it." Then he set aside his pride, went over and knelt before a person in a white cloak, desperately begging for help. "For this kind-hearted soldier, please save me. I am the great primordial spirit master Thak Loi Ni Vuong. I will offer you benefits. At first, that person was a bit excited and asked back, "What? You are the great Prime Spirit Master? Oh my God, I've been searching for you so hard." That's right, it's me. Suddenly the soldier pulls his leg and drags him away, speaking with a sinister tone. "Come here, I already took down a great primordial spirit master. Kid, the remaining 4,000 punches are mine." Hope has vanished. He cried out in despair, "Mom, I don't dare do bad things anymore." Moved to Deepen's position at that time, and after a while everything gradually settled down. An officer still had time to avoid disturbing the colonel lying scattered on the ground. He barely reached out and desperately grasped his familiar cigar, his voice trembling. Elsewhere, Kat's close comrade was crying as he supported his cousin, shouting, "I thought you were him." The lifeboat softly comforted him, saying, "Isn't everything okay now?" As for Tanka and his owl, both of them are obviously covered in wounds with no clothes left to wear and are tied to a nearby tree. The scene turns into a quiet battlefield with countless cracks on the ground and broken rocks around. Loy Luke and his two younger siblings, lying on the ground with bloodied faces, are determined to tell them that only by risking their lives can they control a low-level primordial spirit master, so we must train harder and stronger, dedicating 2 hours every night to sparring. The scene of the three of them training together immediately appeared in my mind. Dang Hao and Li Zhu responded in unison, "Yes, Brother Li." After the chaos was subdued and everyone was being let out, a Hakan soldier pointed ahead and shouted sternly, "Follow in order. Those two with the sharp horns behave and don't dare to cause trouble, or I'll punish you severely." Then she ordered clearly, imprisoning each person and handing them over to the mental discipline master. Those who haven't committed evil deeds pay 100 million and are released, while those who have done heinous, inhumane acts will be tortured again and await interrogation by superiors. The Marquis Thakloy's face contorted as he kept begging behind bars. "Mother, let me out. I won't do anything bad in this life, I swear." A female soldier hurried over to report that the officer in the kitchen had discovered a secret tunnel, and the bandits' leaders were all inside, poisoned to death. Now the bandits lay scattered on the floor, their eyes wide open, with deadly toxins spilled all over their bodies. The soldier immediately stepped in, sternly warning, "Watch out, everyone. Do not touch the toxins inside. I can't help feeling uneasy. What kind of poison is this? That can corrode their magic combat abilities and even create such a huge passageway." That evening, as the sun was setting behind the hills, Yehan weakly opened his eyes, hearing someone's voice echoing in his ears. The Beiyuan Nai tribe claims that the Nai tribe's ancestral seal has been passed down through generations, but I never expected it to be so powerful. A tiny spirit guide can cause all of us to die. Hearing those words, he suddenly staggered to his feet. The sculptor here scratched his head awkwardly and said, "It's just gathering a little food from the kitchen. Giving it back to you is enough. Why go as far as chasing and killing to the end of the world? So troublesome. The reason for the crime now is really stingy." Suddenly, Diepan stepped back a few paces, accidentally kicking a broken and cracked stone. He let himself fall freely, tears streaming down his face, and said with a resolute voice, "Old poison. You left it in the cave to kill my subordinates. I want revenge, that's all. What food supplies are you talking about?" It's so ridiculous. As Diepan plunges down from the towering cliff, he mumbles his final wishes. "If I get a chance in the next life, I just want to be a simple barber and not a hero anymore." The moment he fell into the river with a splash, the water monsters rushed in to bite and tear him apart. Naidia looked on and sighed. "Oh dear, such injustice." Then he seriously explained, "It's also because you touched my poison collar yourself and saw movement, so you ran in." What kind of dog is this? Old ancestor, if you have divine power in heaven, look down and see. Nai never disobeyed the ancestral teachings. They are the ones seeking their own death. As soon as he finished speaking, the old ancestor lying asleep had to sit up and spit out a loud breath, angrily shouting, "Who's cursing me? Damn it." At this moment, Naido gazed into the distance and whispered to himself, "If the old man was angry with me, I would return along this path if I couldn't buy the turtle shell. It seems like the family is hiding nearby and they're not very hospitable, so tiring." The scene shifts to the intersection of Nam Huang and Zhongyuan, where Xiaokei's group is led here by soldiers. Kam Jiang, dressed in a neat military uniform, smiles brightly and makes a promise. "Xiaokei, I will also join the Thak Bat clan, so my family will be safe from now on. Remember to visit us. Sometimes I will cherish the beautiful moments we shared, Yamaha beside me." Also, happily said, "Thank you, young man, for helping. This time I didn't expect someone so small to be so clever. Let's find a chance to build a friendship in the future." Tuyet Tin also smiled brightly and cheerfully added, "I promise you, if you don't get a wife in the future, I will marry you. Doing laundry, cooking, and serving you for a lifetime. This made you stammer and stutter. What is going on? What kind of scene is this that made Lamhai and your mother gasp in shock, open their eyes wide and scream, what? Immediately, Lamhai, annoyed, went over to grab Xiaokui's collar and kept scolding him. For more than half a year I worried about where you went, and it turns out you skipped school and came here to form a mercenary team to deceive girls, huh? Luolian secretly observed from behind the bushes, feeling jealous, and said Xiaokui used to flirt with many girls at school. Everyone called him the playboy. Damn it, is Lamhai not following us back to the tribe because of this playboy? Deng Hao and Li, feeling resigned, comforted him. Don't be so agitated. Soon after, Tu Yet Tin also approached and gave Xiaoyan a kiss, softly whispering in her ear, Mother Xiaoyan, I also have to thank you. He Lang from afar wagged his tail excitedly and called out, I also contributed a lot too. Cam Jae-young immediately went to his side, pouted her glossy lips, ready to give a passionate kiss, and said, Hey, little dog, let me thank you, accept my fiery red lips. He kept pecking away while Black Wolf kept struggling and calling for La That Than to save her. As Xiao Ke and her mother waved goodbye to those people, Lin Hai hesitated and whispered, Is Xiao Ke really leaving like this? Suddenly Black raised his hand to signal stop and asked sternly, You little brat, wait a minute. The items in the gold warehouse are all gone. Did you take them? Come back here. He took Lam Hai's hand and ran ahead without forgetting to answer him. Colonel, rest assured, most of the money is for the disabled children, and a small part I keep for doing good deeds later. Xiaoyuan asked softly on this side, Xiaokui, where do we go next? I quickly replied, Mom, we're going to find clues about your body. Tu Ke ignored the roaring sounds behind her. Hey, don't go. The scene shifts to a giant mushroom forest under a pink sky, where a crow is circling and cawing non-stop. Suddenly something made it freeze mid-air for a few seconds. When the crow saw what was happening below, it immediately panicked, startled, and flapped its wings wildly. Below the ground, the master archer with a fierce look in his eyes is glaring at something, muttering non-stop. He just stabbed a doll with a needle in his hand, grinding his teeth as he uttered terrifying words. Tak loin hi fong, do fiaitre loi dai kua laugiatu, sung fang umien ruang goi hangtramla. Royan soakam, vanerai tuong dungro. Fine, let you face a great misfortune. Even the heavens above the old master wouldn't be able to tell on me. Anyway, I haven't yet used the deadly curses like the 10,000 layers of destructive evil that shake the balance of the world. Around him, a dark, gloomy aura emanated from Dieu as he continuously cursed his ancestor. Lai Yang choked on water, fell over, stepped in dog poop, and lost at gambling. Nearby, the old ancestor suddenly sneezed loudly, annoyed as he shouted, Who's cursing me? Damn it, it must be that brat. That Dieu, go back and die with him. Just then, Xiaokui's group also entered the forest. Xiao Van, holding Lam Hai's hand, excitedly said, Xiaokui, Xiao Hai here is so interesting. You stay behind and watch. Everyone must be tired. Let's rest a bit. The whole group dispersed to rest, each taking a corner. Xiao Yan gently stroked Lam Hai's hair and suggested, Your hair is a bit messy. Let me help you fix it. The girl happily agreed. Yes. Black Wolf scans the forest and then seriously concludes, If I remember correctly, this is the hideout of a petty and dishonest race of record keepers. They still happily tell stories unaware of the threat lurking behind. That year I came here 7 times, fought until chaos reigned, surrounded by 8 great experts, and never complained. Now I look back with some nostalgia. Oh no, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Please save me, Demon Lord. Shaokui's face darkened as a series of energy beams appeared around his wrist. He reassured Hoi Lang, Stay strong, little He, I'm here to save you. It still struggles with all its might against those claws, constantly crying out for help. Hurry up and save me. This ant is too strong, I can't resist. Suddenly, the entire forest was enveloped in a strange, toxic aura, and the giant ant's body displayed mysterious curse marks. Immediately after, the monster suddenly relaxed its pincers, causing Hak Lang to be confused and stagger along with it. The giant ant's head falls off, and Xiao He also collapses to the ground, screaming non-stop. At this moment, someone hurriedly approaches their group. None other than the con artist, surrounded by deadly toxic gas. He issues a threatening warning. You trashy bastards dare to steal resources and chew? Get out of here or I'll cast a deadly curse and kill you all. Xiaokui hesitated for a few seconds when he saw that face, feeling confused as he recognized the person in front of him and muttered, It's him! Wasn't the auction house already sealed off by the demon prison blockade? The colonel said even a great origin spirit master would find it hard to escape. So how did he get out? Lam He also felt worried. This ant is a beast only found in the Taith and Trungbo mountain range on the continent, the giant Scott ant. After reaching maturity, it will have the strength of at least a great origin spirit master. This freak kills it in the blink of an eye. Even though the waves on him only carry spiritual energy, my instincts tell me he's extremely dangerous. Little Black from afar is struggling to escape from the ant and shouts loudly, "What's going on? I can't use my primal energy anymore." Nadieu seems to recognize the familiarity, staring intently at Xiaokui's face and curiously asking, "You are our Xiaokui, yet you're looking away with a sweaty, frightened face." Suddenly, he leans in closer and even strokes his chin to examine carefully, making him hold his breath in fear. Looking around for a moment, the Nadieu also asked, "Kid, where did we meet before?" Xiaokui quickly stepped back a few paces, waving his hand to deny it immediately. "There is no such thing, I swear on my chastity." Then he forced a fake smile and immediately changed the subject to divert attention. "Oh, right. Earlier you said you were collecting materials. What kind of materials and why are you here?" Nadio didn't ask further and quickly replied, "I am collecting curse materials. I want to curse a bastard named Thakloi Ni Feng." Hearing that, Xiaokui quickly turned around without forgetting to say a few words. "That Thakloi Ni Feng must have done something bad to offend you." "That's right. Curse him to death." You went to Black Wolf and asked about his condition. "Is Little Black okay? Why can't you move at all?" Suddenly, his eyes widened with a purple glow, teeth clenched in furious anger. "At the auction house, that Thakloi Ni Feng stole the turtle shell that saved my life and caused my grandfather's death. He has a deadly grudge against me." Hearing that, Xiaoko was so shocked that he dropped the ant on Shohei, and the book in his hand accidentally fell out. He exclaimed 2 words, "Deadly." Nirdiu widened his eyes in shock when he saw what was in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It was a page from a book depicting the alluring curves of the girls appearing on the ground. Tuke immediately picked up the book, nervously explaining, "Sorry, I was drawing and accidentally dropped it on the ground." Dark, toxic fumes appeared around Nadieu. He angrily realizes that it is these very books that made Thakloi Ni sell his swords for a lot of money, and he grits his teeth with a darkened gaze filled with fury. Unable to hold back, Nadieu cursed, causing me to lose the Mai Rua Thong Huyen, which led to my grandfather's death. Hearing those dark words, Tuke swallowed nervously. He immediately channeled a burst of energy into his hand. Long was worried it would go wrong and get caught. Suddenly they rushed over, hugging Xiaokui's leg and crying as they begged, "Great deity, please accept Nai as a disciple and teach him the unbeatable way of earning money through painting. If you refuse, Nai will kneel forever and never stand up." He looked at you with tears in his eyes and painfully recounted that at first Nai thought inheriting this curse would let him live freely forever, but it turned out to have so many rules that he would remain poor for life, and he has never even held a girl's hand. That old man is dead too. Deceiving Nai into inheriting this curse was his just punishment. The old master of Nadieu, even while sleeping, had to sneeze several times when his name was mentioned. Now Tioke reached out and hesitated before saying, "Let's stand up first. I'm so embarrassed." Then he stood up and spoke. "Looking at the poison on your hand, Hadyo Ha was stunned and puzzled. "Oh no, master. Your hand is covered in demonic poison. Wait a minute. Even a holy spirit can't withstand the ancestral demonic poison of our Nai clan. So why is master unharmed?" Xiaoyun and Lin Shi curiously approached. Hei Lang also climbed onto Zhao Kei's head and said in amazement, "This kind of poison would paralyze even a deity like me." He also asked in confusion, "I don't know why. I've never feared poison since I was a child. I was bitten by a venomous snake when I was young, and it was fine." Nadieu had a bold idea and injected more of his own poison into him, saying, "Let's try adding a bit of demonic toxin." But as soon as that demonic toxin entered Zhao Kei's body, some miraculous power caused it to vanish instantly. Nadieu was amazed and exclaimed in admiration, revealing that a body full of countless toxins had been cultivated over time, with a master helping to adjust it since birth, creating a perfect balance among the toxins that neutralized each other. "A body full of toxins, but none can invade?" Xiaoku asked confusedly. "What are you talking about, master?" The very next second, he grabbed Zhao Kei's pants and threw him down, while whining and saying, "Master is so powerful. My disciple has his eye on someone." Seeing his strange behavior, the boy shouted in shock, "Hey, let go or I'll be pulling down my pants, and Lam Hai is here." Suddenly, a shining golden axe flew through the air and struck down hard between Xiaokui and Nadieu. The two of them escaped death quickly, but shouted in shock. That little girl from the dwarf tribe pulled back her giant axe, pointed her finger at everyone, and loudly demanded, "Don't move out there. You have entered my territory." Nadieu spun around nervously and said he's gay. Hei Lang saw the girl and also showed a wary look, encountering another tribe. Na Diu suddenly became proud, creating a deadly curse circle and threatening. I guess you're just a cute, useless brat, daring to offend Nai's master. Go die. Standing your ground isn't considered surrender. But Xiaoke wipes away the curses around him with a cloth, persistently stopping him, saying, "Don't get agitated, don't kill recklessly, and also, I haven't agreed to accept you as my master yet." Nadia was once again startled, opening his mouth in surprise and asking, "What? The West cannot break the curse seal passed down by the Nai family sorcerers." Then he came to hug Xiaokui's leg again and praised her. "Your master is so strong. You're too shy, just waving your hand to explain to that little girl, Doa Doa." This little rascal misunderstood. "We are good people." When Xiaokui Thonmin and Dao Dao first heard that, they hesitated, scratched their heads, and asked again, "Are you really good people?" But then the girl became happy again, smiling brightly and saying, "So you are good people. Why didn't you tell me earlier and made me so nervous?" The whole group was stunned, all sharing the same question. "So you're saying I should believe it right away?" Nadiu immediately became alert, sharply eyeing the girl and silently pondering. "I heard that the dwarf tribe is very unfriendly to outsiders. Why is Heilang also starting to be cautious, as if something's on his mind? And why have the dwarves become so easy to talk to? That year, I only borrowed a few things and they chased me for hundreds of years. Now, Doa Doa has taken Tuvan and Lamhai by the hand, kindly introducing them to our dwarf clan's sanctuary ahead." Little Kay slowly followed behind, secretly calculating that on the continent, the dwarf race is an ancient race and probably knows some secrets about the divine temple, so I should sneak in and take a look. Dota Dota suddenly remembered something important and quickly warned everyone, "Be careful everyone, don't touch anything here or you might trigger a trap." What's there to be afraid of? The familiar idol recognizes this place. As soon as the mushroom in front is hit by a stone accidentally thrown, it instantly transforms into a beast, with an angry face glaring at the black wolf, making it terrified. A moment later, the mutated mushroom shot a lightning bolt at Xiaohei. It was torn apart with a crack, crying out in pain as it saw the dog burned to a crisp lying flat behind it, and Xiaokui suddenly asked, "A trap so deadly right at the door. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt?" The three of them exerted force, with Dang Hao and Li Zhu far away, walking steadily forward, raising their hands as if pinching and moving gently. When their footsteps all stepped on a patch of grass, a cracking sound rang out as their feet sank down. All three looked down in horror as flames suddenly shot out from nearby tubes, engulfing them in scorching fire and turning them black as coal in an instant. At this moment, Doa Doa finally began to explain about the traps. There weren't many mechanisms like these before. Hearing the elders talk about how they were set up to prevent treacherous outsiders, she suddenly remembered something, and continued. And then, it seems that thousands of years ago, they almost lost something very important to a thief, and many traps were set here. When hearing the word thief, Xiaokui immediately cast a suspicious look at Heilang beside him. She is still pretending not to know anything. Only then did Little Van ask the girl confusedly, "Doa Doa, why did you suddenly trust us so sincerely? Can you feel the change in her mood?" Doa Doa then burst into laughter and innocently replied, "Because little brother Xiaoqi said everyone is a good person." She also responded with a bright smile, happily saying exactly what she thought. If it were me, I would believe too. The boy behind couldn't help but feel proud, smiling in praise. Doa Doa is right. Anyone with good eyes can tell he's a good person. That only made Na Diu admire him more, and he kept begging, "Please, master, good person, teach me, teach me." When everyone was walking together, Xiao Yuan asked his son curiously, "Xiaokui, Diao Diao calls you brother. So is mom also Diao Diao's mom?" Lam He hesitated and said, and Doa Doa happily replied, "That's right. From now on, you'll call me Mom Xiaokui." Lo Luke saw the scene in front of him and erupted in fury, shouting loudly, "Why is Lam Hai following them instead of returning to the nest? The Academy has already revoked this Thong Tai's registration. So what's the point of following him? Sorry, I can't assist with that request." Dua Dua excitedly points ahead and shouts, "Mom Xiao Van, Sister Lamb." "Hi, the flower house is just ahead." A figure rushes out of the house immediately after those words. It was none other than her father, who rushed forward with blazing eyes, shouting out the name, Dao Dao. 1 second later, the sound of soldiers' boots pounding from the punches echoed. After making Doa Doa admit defeat, Rima angrily shouted, "Why are you so easily trusting strangers? Especially those cunning humans, do they really mean they are good people when they say so?" Hearing that, Xiaohe crossed her arms, smirked slyly, and said, "Let everyone smile kindly for a bit." Heklang and Nadiu also follow suit and smirk. That kid makes Rima even angrier. He pointed at the three people and scolded angrily. You can tell just by looking that they are bad. Doa doa, you're so foolish. Why does Rima have such a stupid child? Then a series of loud cracking sounds rang out. This time, the one who got hit is my father. He pouted in pain and asked, Why did you hit me? Tien Yen behind pat Rima on the head and scolded angrily, You bastard Ro! How dare you call my daughter stupid? Do you want to die? Immediately after, a series of footsteps rushed toward that house. The little person Walia approaches, brandishing a spear and shouting orders. There really is an outsider here. Stand still, everyone, you are surrounded. Nadiu is taking this opportunity to show off again. Clenching his fist wrapped by Vudok's family and looking angry, he asked, So many people holding axes surrounding Nai, and Master wants Nai to defend directly, right? Rima shyly waved her hand to explain to the villagers, Don't be angry, these are my guests. Walia, who was loud at this moment, shyly said, So you're a guest of Rima's family? Next time, say it earlier. I almost killed them. Sorry about that. Currently, Xiaoquei is holding the spear's blade and lifting it up. Walia also floated along, quickly reminding him, The honored guest can let me down now. Then Walia suddenly remembered something and asked, Oh, right. Do you know how to cook? You snapped back. So what? Knowing that, the little dwarf smiled happily and said, That's great. Honored guest, please follow me. I'm worried we're short of people. Our 100th cooking competition officially begins. This time, we have invited many talented chefs from around the world. Let's look forward to their creations. Xiaoquei, Nadiu, and Heilang happened to be among the contestants as well. All three of them froze as they looked at the food on the table, while behind that hungry family, they were very excited. The girl excitedly shouted, Xiaoqi, Xiaoquei, keep going. The three of them also joined in the fun at the big pond. Keep going. Keep going. Doduo's friends, keep going. As for Mom, she's scheming to cheer you on. Don't be afraid. When necessary, I will use dark magic to help everyone. Black Wolf disagrees with this truth, slamming his hand on the table and shouting loudly. Boring, why do we have to be forced to participate in the chef competition? Extremely dull, bland to the extreme, tasteless and boring. At this moment, the host announces an important news. The winner of this competition will receive a divine sword. Apofish. Hearing that, the Black Wolf quickly changed attitude, raised the ladle and resolutely said, Chef Xiaoquei, whatever dish we cook, it will be delicious. This match must be won no matter what. He immediately turned to look at the other opponents, surprised by what he saw. The contestants' top-level cooking skills made him curious, and he asked, Who are these people? I feel like everyone has their own special technique. When he turned his head back, Xiaoquei wondered, Where is Mom? Suddenly, he stared ahead in surprise and asked loudly, Mom, why did you run over there? Over here, Xiaoyun confidently picks up the cooking utensils and declares, Mom remembers how good she is at cooking. She will definitely win first place. Lamhai beside her, still confused, asks, Why did you sign up for me? When the poison-like dish appeared in Lamhai's mind, she froze, unable to speak. Thatch Lam's dish was almost finished. She added a special water and excitedly said, Success. Adding the soul. Gotchgay, with his muscular build, is still stir-frying his contest dish, confidently claiming that no one can surpass his cooking skills. In another universe, the dish made by Xiaoyun erupts in flames like a chemical reaction. Even with her face covered in dirt, she still smiled and said, We're almost there. Xiaoquei kept leaning back, constantly asking, What's going on? Another cooking competition where a demon-grade weapon is the prize. Could it be that the dwarf clan has so many demon-grade weapons they have no more room for them? Heolang also agreed and said, This kind of weapon cannot be plentiful. Even the renowned dwarf clan for forging cannot casually use apofish as a prize for a cooking contest. Then it suspiciously speculated that the cursed weapon was something that could be encountered but not obtained. Even thousands of years ago, when the dwarf clan was at its peak with advanced forging techniques, they still couldn't casually craft a cursed weapon. Then Haklang touched his face, and Hanjue said that even the scar on his face was caused by apofish. Nadiu suddenly pointed at someone and exclaimed, Look at that master over there. I don't know why, but Nai feels that woman will definitely get involved with someone in a complicated way. Hearing that, he was terrified and shouted furiously, Hey, 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 you're a wizard. Don't go cursing me randomly. Princess Lena just spat out the dish from the contestant and then rudely scolded, It's too hard to swallow. Is this what you give to dwarves to eat? Feeding the pigs is more appropriate. When the princess held up the scorecard without any points, the king, annoyed, slapped her and shouted, Damn it, and called her a top chef, making my daughter look so ugly. Where is he? Send this terrible chef Tonko out of the dwarf kingdom. Najuko ninkuoi noavoituke. Look, there's still the princess, to which you hesitated a bit and replied, Not looking at her face is also fine. Tuhak also tried to hold back his laughter. It seems that when the image of Princess Lena with her face covered appears in Xiaohei's mind, he can't help but praise and say, "Indeed, hiding oneself truly makes the world more beautiful." At this moment, Hero Zheng approaches Xiaokui and reminds him, "Hey, the contestant hasn't started cooking yet, or you'll lose your qualification to compete." He immediately picked up his cooking tools, smirking confidently and saying, "Don't worry, the good show is just beginning. Wash it and wait for me to take it away." Then Zhao He quickly sliced the white radish into small pieces, and afterward, he chopped the chicken into bite-sized pieces in a flash. "Wait, what? How is my master so amazing with that incredible speed?" Black Wolf proudly replied, "The young man's cooking skills are forced by circumstances. Very impressive." At this moment, a crocodile chef carrying his fragrant contest dish approached proudly and said, "Your Majesty, the esteemed princess and the dwarf. My masterpiece is finished, please enjoy." But as soon as the princess took a bite, Lena immediately spat it out and held up the #1 sign, saying irritably that no points could be added, and the crocodile chef was taken away right after. He refused to accept the result and shouted that it was because you didn't know how to appreciate. "No way, I can't lose." Then a gentleman in a suit calmly brought over a hamburger and a chicken leg and introduced politely, "Your Highness, this two-tiered masterpiece is a classic among classics. Please try it." Lena couldn't help but marvel to herself. So handsome, he must have been a top hero when he was young. The princess took a bite of the chicken drumstick and complained bitterly. "It's too flashy, handsome, but too old, but still about 80% worth it." After a long while, Xiaoke let out a relieved sigh and spoke. Finally done, a steaming pot had been prepared and completed by him. Then he asked Nadieu curiously, "Where is Little Black?" And he recalled that he said he wanted to go for a walk outside. And then he disappeared. He also mentioned doing it here once and then going to that familiar backyard. What's wrong with him? Xiaoke looked confused and stammered, "No, nothing. Probably just going for a walk." Suddenly, a stream of purple-black smoke appeared in Xiaoke's line of sight. He paid attention to it and curiously asked, "What is this?" "It's from Xiao Yuan's place." She was very proud of her deadly dish and asked Lam, "Hi, how is it? Mom taught you the cooking techniques, have you remembered them?" Lam Hai could only stand blankly, unable to say a word. As they queued for scoring, Xiaoke asked Xiao Van behind her, "Mom, did you cook that signature noodle dish?" She still looked proudly at the dish in the competition and replied with a yes. The Native American chef in front of him was taken away immediately afterward, crying and whining in despair. "I am the #1 chef from the real God's village. Why am I only getting 5 points? I don't accept this." At this moment, Nai nervously informs Xiao Kui, "Now it's our turn, master. Are you confident?" I could smell the aroma from the chef in front from afar. It's a light, but not bad scent. Hearing that, he smirked confidently and replied clearly, "No problem. I'm very confident in my cooking skills." The princess frowned at the pot Xiaoke brought and then began to criticize. "What is this, again? It looks very simple, probably not very tasty. Appearance is the most important, understand?" Xiaokefake smiles and confidently introduces the dish. "Princess, please try this. It might be different from what you've eaten before." Inside, he was thinking about earning a poi. Seeing Tiuke's good looks, Lena couldn't help but ask with no shame, "Where are you from, little fresh meat?" "The princess really likes you." The image of you becoming a handsome male lead appears in the eyes of the dwarf princess. Xiaokui just pulled off her shirt and invited Lena. "While it's still hot, princess, eat me." The lid of that pot has been lifted, and a burst of golden light shines out from it. As she brings her lips to scoop, the food inside also gleams with a golden light. The princess slowly savors that exquisite dish. After sipping a bit of broth, Lena shed tears of happiness, a wave of joy swelling in her heart from the sweet words. "Talking under the moon like children, you've asked me many times what it is. It's love." Seeing her daughter hold up her perfect score report card, her mother smiled brightly and asked, "So you like this, good girl?" Lena shyly wipes her mouth and replies, "Yes, I like it very much." The handsome Tiuke reappears in the princess's eyes, speaking confidently, but in reality just boasting. Maybe because the princess ate too many nourishing dishes and had trouble digestion and no appetite, I deliberately added some millet in the porridge and more easy-to-digest chicken, making it light, tasty, and soothing for the stomach. All right, I can't bluff anymore. The concept of cuisine in my country is based on the idea that good food can heal without medicine. The king nodded in approval and praised, "Impressive, impressive. You have achieved the maximum score. I think this competition can end now." "Wait, me next," I insist. I confidently hold up my deadly dish and declare clearly that every cell in my body says my skills won't fail. I want to personally defeat that weapon. to give to my son. Lamhai whispers to herself, guessing that it says noodles above. So it must be that she cooked noodles, right? Tiu K also looked a bit surprised and said, Mom's confidence in cooking is still the same as before. As she watched the purple bowl of noodles being brought over, Lena and her mother were left speechless for a few seconds, unable to say a word. Both of them stared in horror at the dish in front of them, and the princess exclaimed nervously, This can't be eaten. I would rather die than eat this. Minister Shijeng firmly states, Princess, you must eat and cannot break the rules we said earlier. The king quickly suggests otherwise, but he insists our rule is that you must taste it before giving your final comment. Are you trying to imitate the untrustworthiness of humans? Our dwarf ancestors' teachings have always been about loyalty and honesty. She listened and agreed, saying, Grand Minister Hyep Chin, you are right, loyalty and honesty. Fortunately, I almost ruined the dignity of the dwarf nation, but someone was watching over us. Then he placed the bowl of noodles into the princess's bed and comforted Lena, saying, Good girl. To restore the dignity of the dwarf nation, you've worked hard. Finish it all. Zhejiang added, Today will be recorded in the princess's history. We will not forget your kindness. After tasting that deadly noodle dish, Lena foams at the mouth, sways dizzyingly, and stammers, I feel so dizzy. Why do I have two heads? No points, right? Looking at the crooked number boards on the table, the princess searched and lamented. I'm so dizzy, no points, many numbers don't count. The image of the number board 10 and the empty one appeared more clearly before her eyes. Lena accidentally picked up both and held them up, her mind still spinning. Heepchin looked at the result and dropped the microphone, exclaiming 100 points. Mother Tai also gaped and said, So my picky eater daughter likes this kind of dish. From now on, I will have someone cook it for her every day. Nadio looked at the bowl of noodles on the table, a thought flashing through his mind. Could this be the secret of the 10,000 poison sect of my master? Then he immediately picked up the bowl of noodles and licked the remaining sauce. A second later, Niadieu widened his eyes in shock, stiffening for a few seconds. Then he lost his balance and fell backward, finally lying flat on the ground, with foam continuously bubbling from his mouth as he was stunned. Not long after, the princess regained her composure. Suddenly, Lena leaned in and whispered something into her father's ear. At first, Bat Tai was a bit startled by the princess's words, but then he cleared his throat a few times and said, She's grown up and can't be kept anymore. The king stepped forward to announce the winner. He pointed at Xiao Yun standing on the first podium and announced that this young lady was the winner of the cooking contest and would receive the Apo fish, then cleared his throat to deliver another piece of news. This time, right before the deadline, we added a higher rank, and its value far surpasses the first place. The one who earned it is truly a person of the Heavenly Alliance. The very next second, she pointed at Xiaoquei and announced shocking news. The second-place winner of this competition is the young man, who will immediately become the hero of the dwarf nation, and their wedding will be held tomorrow. After hearing that, he was stunned with horror. Xiaoqi welled up with tears upon hearing the prize. Your mother is also stunned, speechless, as the scene shifts to the dwarf kingdom's treasure vault. When did Black Wolf sneak inside? At this moment, several ice and fire arrows whiz past. It easily dodged those arrows and was confidently showing off. I can evade these traps with my eyes closed. New traps appear before Black Wolf, with sparks and lightning blocking the way, sharp objects hanging all around. It deftly avoids each trap, still confidently showing off. Over 100,000 years ago, I knew all the mechanisms here, and now there's no challenge at all. Done. Little Black stands happily in the middle, confidently declaring, but this time no damn dwarf is watching over it. Longevity is also a kind of strength. I will clear this place. Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoes from the space. I can't believe so many years have passed and you're still able to move around so freely. Lang Dao Ta Ton Hoi Long instinctively felt a chill and couldn't help but marvel as this voice sent shivers down his spine. Then he looked around and replied to the voice, Impossible. You can't still be alive. How many years has it been? How are you still alive? Only elemental spirits can live that long in this world. The hoarse voice asked again, So who are you talking to now? Black Wolf immediately turns dark, a deep crimson aura enveloping its body. It grits its teeth in anger and demands, Leave now. Stop pretending to be gods or demons. The heavy footsteps echoed as Lu Ban Tam. The slowly approached, saying each word. It's been a long time. Tatan moved to the award ceremony area where the king and his servants stood behind the Apophis blade, facing Xiaokui's group. He reached out to the sacrificial sword embedded in the ground and announced that this Apophis now belonged to you. Then suddenly he grinned maliciously and said, If you can take it away. This spiritual sword has been waiting to be revived for many years. causing trouble here. Unless you conquer its soul, you cannot obtain Apophis. Then the king raised the grape of Kufang and loudly called out, Apophis, here is the sacrificial fruit of Kufang Bodao you wanted. A second later, faint blue energy streams emerged from the sword, revealing a young girl's foot gradually appearing from the light. Kufang is the soul of Apophis. Are you using me as a prize to trick people again? King Roy, aren't you afraid that I will follow that man? Then Kufang pointed at everyone and made a dismissive remark. This time it's the little one, the fool, and a hybrid species. On this side, Xiaoyan and Lin Xi had to pull Zhao Kui back as he raised his fist and yelled angrily. What are you saying, you tiny, useless, backstabbing little brat? Kufang still maintained an indifferent expression and urged, Hurry up! I still need to go back to sleep after this. The king looked very confident, raised his fist, and cheerfully announced, You can withdraw the Apophis now. Keep going. Lam He and Xiaoyan approached the Apophis staff, their eyes fixed on it. In the next moment, both clenched their hands around the sword's hilt and pulled with all their might. Keep going, put in more effort. If you don't try, how will you know what is wasted effort? Xiao Kui looked at the distant king, relaxing, and said disappointedly, Who said that honest dwarves are truly naive? Everyone has a heart of armor, just like in the books we studied at the Magic Academy? He immediately explained upon hearing this. Good son-in-law, we are learning from the humans too. In the past, our dwarves were truly gentle, but over the years we've been deceived a lot by the 3 major human nations, losing many weapons and resources. That's why our Dwarf Academy has added a new subject. Then he took out the book on anti-humanology and asked to prevent being deceived by those treacherous humans again. Of course, except for my son-in-law, I also went to try to withdraw Apophis. Consider it the first gift my father gave me. Hearing that, Kufang grew even more disgusted and said, clearly knowing he couldn't pull it out but still insisting it's a fruit, that short-statured fox king is just a piece of bitter gourd. After a fierce struggle to draw the sword, Lam He and Xiaoyan couldn't take it anymore. Both sat down, panting heavily and complaining. It's no use. I've given it my all. Xiaoko walks to the sword, determined that the great sword is the weapon I love most, and as a sword for slaying demons, I will do my best to make this fox king regret. He clenched his right hand and immediately turned it red. The soul of the Sword of Light remained indifferent, mocking. Your hand turning red is okay? Maybe a blue head is still acceptable. I still feel sorry for you. As Xiaoko tightly grips the Apophis with both hands, Kufang suddenly feels embarrassed and unexpectedly shouts, Huh? His right hand. Xiaoko forcefully pulls up the Manthan sword, gritting her teeth in amazement. Too tight. Her emotions have become unstable. She keeps shouting and begging, Stop! What's wrong with your right hand? Stop now. The sword has been pulled up slightly off the ground. Why are you cutting so hard? I'm running out of strength. Let me go now. As the sword was gradually pulled out completely, Kufang suddenly covered his face and begged, Hurry up and stop. I can't hold on much longer. He clenched his teeth and strained himself to reply, I'm about to succeed, and you're still telling me to stop. No, I haven't finished yet. Finally, Xiaokui lifted the sword off the ground. He was a bit surprised and shouted, All right. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and shouted, What is it? The Apophis blade has lost its head. Xiaokui, trembling, asks, Did I break it by using too much force? Seeing that, he quickly put it back and worriedly thought, What if it broke like this? Maybe I should just stick it back without pulling it out again. The king behind saw the sword being drawn and exclaimed, It really can be pulled out. Then he seriously recounted a story. Apophis and his former master had once fought in a great primordial war. After destroying all 6 sets of the opponent's equipment, it also broke, and even the dwarf couldn't repair the broken parts. Then, its previous owner sent it to the dwarf nation, waiting for someone destined to find it. The former Feng sat slumped on the floor, her face flushed with embarrassment, stammering as she said each word. So his right hand has such obscene power? That's really beastly. What do you mean? Why does your sentence sound so strange? That could easily be misunderstood. My right hand is the artist's true hand, so why do you say it's something inappropriate? Suddenly she became gentle and softly told Xiaokui, I agree to follow you. Please help me restart this life, master. I also love eating the giant grapes very much. Then he happily replied, Let's call it a giant rock. The mighty Jich Kuvenfan carries all his armor and returns to Haklang's place. At this moment, it was extremely angry, its murderous aura saying to the other, I will tear you to pieces. Suddenly, a large axe was swung down forcefully, smashing into the ground where Hoi Lang was standing, startling it and making it retreat. Immediately after, the 3 realms stepped forward with murderous intent, resting his axe on his shoulder as he sneered and mocked. The Taton Langdao of that day also has today. now just a broken soul with power reduced to a tiny guiding spirit. The eyes on Tamna's chest twitched with amusement. He even sneered that the dwarf deserved to die laughing. Black Wolf glared at him with blazing eyes and cursed. This voice, are you saying that Loban Tamnui is your twisted little dwarf? Back then, I only came here to borrow some items and you chased me across half the continent. Damn it! Even the 3 ages are not to be underestimated. He immediately raised his voice and replied, It's just some trinkets. These are the ancestral treasures of the dwarf clan. The true eye can see past and future, no matter how far to the ends of the earth. I must get it back. Then, suddenly, he sat down to pour tea and happily chat. Terror Lord, are you here to reminisce with the Emperor today? Come, have a cup of tea. Over tens of thousands of years, I don't know how many of my descendants have died, so meeting an old friend like you feels especially close. Would you like to chat with me? This tea is really devilish. Heilang also picks up his cup and, still annoyed, asks who your acquaintance is. The narrow-minded demon said, Even if you offer me precious tea, I won't forgive you. As it brought the cup to its lips with a sip, it suddenly turned pale and spat out, furious. What the hell is this? What are you doing? You splattered my face. This is engine oil, my emperor's lubricant. I drink it every day now. It's very good. Hearing this, Heilang poured the entire teapot into his mouth and shouted angrily, Damn it, you should have told me earlier. Just enjoy drinking it. Then it regained its serious expression, crossed its arms, and made a request. If you have been guarding here, it seems my trip was in vain, but I still want to borrow your true sight. Tam. He immediately shook his head and raised his hand to refuse. No way. Absolutely no way. Haklang still remained calm, reached up to pick his nose, and asked, What if I said I have the complete crafting secret of the dwarf's original version? The 100 forging and 1,000 refining. Where is it? The 100 forging and 1,000 refining have been lost for hundreds of thousands of years, and only the incomplete version remains now. Your dwarf people have searched for years but couldn't find the complete copy. Then he slammed his hand on the table and excitedly exclaimed if he could find the 100 forgings and temperings combined with their new techniques, they could surely change the world and maybe even break free from this rusty iron cage again. Tatnathifta shaking Haklang's body, relentlessly asking, Tell me quickly where the 100 forgings and temperings are. Everything in the treasure vault except the true sight. You can take anything you want. It stammered to him. Don't shake. I'm about to die. Then it solemnly proposed a deal with him. Guess what? I can only tell you that the 100 forging and 1,000 refining are now stored in one of my many treasure vaults. As long as you agree to let me and a young kid share the real eye each time, I will give you hundreds of refinements. After hearing Black Wolf's story, Xiaokui's eyes lit up with excitement and asked, What? Are you serious, little Black? Then he slammed his hand on the table, unable to hide his excitement, and exclaimed, The true sight can help locate my mother's body? Is this world really that powerful? More powerful than GPS? Tu Yen looked a bit uncomfortable, her face showing clear suspicion as she asked again, Really? How can the true eye of reality be casually lent out for others to use? If I hadn't married into the dwarf kingdom that year, I wouldn't have had the chance to see it, let alone borrow it. Rima scratched her head awkwardly, her husband nervously probing his wife. Honey, are you upset about the king not letting you borrow it? As if hitting the nail on the head, she pouted in anger and snorted coldly. Seeing that, Remo immediately went to cling to the fairy swallow and flatter her. Relax, my wife. You can use it as you like. When you're exhausted, she shyly reminds him, Old devil, step aside. Don't spoil others. There are many children here. Is that true? You innocently ask if using it as you like really gives you a true eye? Tuvan also couldn't help but be confused and asked a similar question. Does Uncle really have the ability to do whatever he wants? Lam Hai, realizing what they are talking about, blushed and stammered a warning. Don't listen to what he's teaching them to do. Heilang confidently declared, not caring who we are. I have my ways to get you to use us. Little Key, trembling at the princess's face, asked, So we really have to wait until tomorrow to escape? Master, there's a timid rat outside the door watching us all night. Should I take care of it? Seeing that, Heilang grinned and hurriedly explained, Don't worry. I've already negotiated with this demon. After using the true sight tonight, we will escape. Walia confidently pushed the door open and announced seriously to everyone that after success he would help them leave the land of the dwarves. As long as you don't bother the princess, Walia is willing to do anything. Then tears streamed down his face as he painfully lamented, How could it be that the princess took a liking to a little brat like you with a mouth still full of milk? I absolutely do not agree to this marriage. Seeing that he was unwilling, Xiaoke quickly approached to reassure Walia, You like the princess, right? It's settled. I don't think I'm worthy of a beauty like the princess. When I like someone, I can't give up easily. Do you understand? Then he confidently smirked, a plan forming in his mind, and immediately pulled out his secret pickup technique, boasting, if I pass on my school's ultimate skill to you, I guarantee you'll be able to bring a beauty home. Yu immediately stepped forward, clutching his leg and looking at him with admiration. Walia immediately welled up with tears after Xiaokei's kind offer. A second later, he also went to hug Xiaokei's leg, eyes shining like stars, saying, I want to learn Nya on the other side, also flattered. Senai is so impressive. Soon after, the whole group entered the treasure vault. Is this the dwarf's treasure trove? Shohei proudly declared. Everyone can explore freely, take whatever you like, feel at home. I am a familiar face to the owner here. Now, a robot leading everyone on a tour of the museum cheerfully said, Please follow me. Hak Lang suddenly frowned and said, Hey, old devil, who's receiving guests? We're here. Tamthi's mechanical footsteps kept echoing as he quietly approached the group. Then he stopped and cautiously announced some bad news. Everyone has arrived. I have prepared the real eye for everyone. But what is it that makes you hesitate? Old devil, stop stammering, or else the 100 forging and 1,000 tempering will ruin it. Seeing Hei Lang get annoyed, Tam, the quickly stepped to pat his shoulder and kept explaining, Of course I want to, even in my dreams. But the true eye is too important. I want to check it first. You said you have been tempered 100 times and refined 1,000 times, so you must have looked at it, right? Can you read a short passage? Don't you believe I am a demon lord? I am famous as a wolf, so let it be. Suddenly, sharp weapons appeared all around Tamthe, and he lewdly smiled as he responded. The infamous demon lord Lang Dao. Everyone knows what kind of wolf you are. I hope we can have a smooth transaction. The dwarf is no longer as easy to fool as before, damn it. If I can't read him, I'm dead for sure. This guy is serious now. He finally led the group to the chamber where the real Eye of Truth is kept. Xiaohu said as he walked, Cultivators use the essence of the sun and water from the sun to forge the earth. Inside the room, rows of sparkling gemstone jewelry are piled high on the floor like mountains. As he enters, Xiaokei confidently crosses his arms and confirms, This is the 100-fold and 1,000-fold tempering he wants, right? I already memorized it all in my head. Tam. They stared in shock at what you just said, then immediately went to cling to Xiaokei's leg and urged him on. Yes, this is it. Let's quickly use the true vision, then give it to me to refine and perfect. Yu angrily shoved his hand into Tamthe's nose, glaring and shouting at him. Nai's master is not someone he can just hold on to. Get out of here. Linhai silently observes everything, her mind now a tangled mess. Xiaoqi, what exactly happened in the past? Your mother suddenly dropped out of school. The powerful people around you are now your friends. I can't do anything. But secretly I vow to myself that I will become stronger enough to help you. Little Hack finally let out a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his brow with joy, almost forgetting that this kid possesses the divine fruit of the goddess Hai, with knowledge of almost all the techniques and laws of the water source continent. Almost doomed. He still tries to boast. Luckily I saw this left by the goddess in my sea of knowledge. At this moment, Tam, the seriously asked everyone, activating the true sight requires a large amount of primal stones, at least over 100 million high-grade primal stones each time. I have prepared in advance, so who goes first? Hei Lang immediately suggested, Kid, you go first. Xiaohu agreed without hesitation. All right, Tam. The leads you to the front of the true sight and says, Please come here. Then he slowly guides Xiaokei, now placing his hand on the glass and focusing his mind on what he wants to know. He raised a few fingers to the glass and tiny energy circles appeared on it. Xiaokei was very nervous, swallowed hard, and then waited. The true sight's mirror showed swirling black and purple lights, revealing a distant castle under the golden moonlight. Tuke suddenly shouted, The scene has appeared. The glass shifted to a large pool inside the castle, where a woman with long black wings was soaking in the water. That is Xiaoko's mother, in her demon form. Sensing something unusual, she immediately turned her head back and loudly asked, Who is spying on me? Xiaokei stared inside in surprise and called out, Mom, can you hear me? Mom, Tam. Seeing this, irritably warned, This kid is trying to find the gods. Stop shouting. She can't hear or see you. Gods are not easy to provoke. Stop searching now. Suddenly, the demon girl Tu Van stood up, pointed forward and shot out a black feather that immediately pierced through the glass of the true eye and headed straight for Tu Kei's face. Right now, you are still stunned as the feather speeds toward you like an arrow only a few centimeters from your face. Suddenly, the apophyte sword behind Xiao Kui moves and slashes through, splitting the feather in two instantly. It was done by Kufang. The girl, while controlling that sword, looked serious and threatened. Don't even think about harming my clueless master. At this moment, Xiaoyan was very surprised, quickly flying forward and asking in confusion, "This is a different me. I cannot do that. I will not harm Xiao Kui." Immediately, she faces her own evil clone on the other side of the glass. Tuvan, confused, asked, "Who are you?" The demonized Tuvan, also curious, replied, "Who?" Suddenly, a blazing red surge of power erupted in midair, and a fierce energy shot out from Zhao Yun's demon form's hand. She fiercely swung those blazing red beams forward, as if to attack those on this side. Suddenly, the real eye lost all connection with the little demon. Tam, the finally came to his senses, patting his chest and saying with relief, "I was so scared my mechanical heart almost jumped out." Who is this? Even through a mirror, they can still use their energy to strike through. If I hadn't quickly cut off communication just now, I would be dead already. Xiaokui still stands motionless in front of the mirror, expressionless with a series of questions on his face. Why is there another mother like this? The third realm ignores you and turns to Hak Lang and says to you, "Ta Tun, don't cause a big trouble this time, and don't go looking for powerful characters like before." Just now, the True Eye consumed 1,000,000,000 top-grade spirit stones, over 10 times the usual amount. Hearing that, it forced a stiff smile and silently reassured itself with concern. Why is this happening? The target I want to find is very weak, just go ahead. Immediately after, Black Wolf also stepped forward and placed his hand on the glass to search for the target. Tamadhi beside him also placed his hand on it, a bright purple light emanating from the real eye. He announced that the internal energy transfer was silently reading the life form or object you are seeking. Seeing the glass shake violently, the angrily shouted, "Start the formation at the top, you little dwarf. What the hell is this evil sex bastard trying to find?" Suddenly, a massive surge of energy like thunderbolt erupted from the other side of the glass, shaking the entire kingdom, with the glass cracks turning red and dark energy whirlpools appearing. Became frightened and urgently asked Hak Lang to stop, but he still held on tightly as a figure gradually appeared, causing him to shout in anger, "Your grandmother, you damn dog." The scene inside is gradually becoming clearer. Black Wolf suddenly felt stunned as he realized that the goddess Hai was severely stained and was self-sealing herself. Hearing the distant call, the goddess slowly opened her eyes and looked over. Heo Lang quickly reassured her, saying, "I am the goddess. Hi, I am your little dog. You must resist, and I will come to Earth to save people." As soon as she finished speaking, cracks suddenly appeared on the glass, and a deafening creak echoed. 1 second later, the entire room was flooded with crashing sounds, and the scene became extremely chaotic as something erupted from the True Eye. Outside the treasure vault, explosions rang out as the entire storage exploded, smoke and dust filling the sky. At the same time, in hell, where jagged rocks fill the darkness, a tall tower emerges surrounded by a gloomy aura, and suddenly the eyes of some creature widen as it stares intensely ahead. The scene shifts inside the Spirit Vault Tower, where a fully cloaked figure is carefully observing the situation before speaking to predict the impending change. Back at the Dwarf Kingdom's treasure museum, now inside the room containing the True Eye, it's filled with thick smoke. Under the aftershock of the explosion, Xiao Kui was covered in wounds, but luckily he and Thana Apophis managed to stop what was spilling out from that glass. Stammering, he asked everyone, "Mom, Lam Hai, are you all okay?" That explosion was so powerful. Then he knelt down, clutching his chest in pain, trying to speak each word. "Nadu thanks you, if you hadn't blocked in front of me." Placing the Apophis staff beside her, Xiao Kui, exhausted, lay flat on the ground with her eyes closed, uttering her final words. Everyone is in danger. Nadieu, wounded all over, also turned to look at him in panic and called out twice, "Master." At this moment, the injured Sanjie should be the one thanking me. If I hadn't yet forged the 100,000 temperings, I would never have protected you from this explosion of a primal energy. You have already died 10,000 times. Damn it, our true vision. The dark wolf has turned into darkness. It helplessly looks at the mirror and calls out to the goddess Hai. "Are you awake now, Delin?" She took a cautious puff of her cigar and reminded him carefully, "From today on, you belong to me. If anyone dares to bully you later, just tell me their name. Wait a moment before we talk. I need to prepare first." Then Xiaoko stammered and asked nervously, "Why is this happening? Where are the others?" And then last night, when you pulled the blanket up and saw there was no cloth covering below, you screamed in shock. Wait, I didn't do anything to you last night. You didn't do anything to me last night, right?" Then Xiaohe covered himself with the blanket and cried out in despair. After spending decades as a virgin, I refuse to live anymore. Then Yu hurriedly covered Lena's face with 2 fingers. At the same time, she proposed, what will happen next? One more time. Be proactive, okay? Great. Xiaoko, terrified, forced a fake smile and then screamed desperately. I am no longer alive. The scene shifts to a rushing waterfall where suddenly someone's hand grips a rock tightly and wholeheartedly praises. The environment of the dwarf's water is quite good. Even the water is sweet. The faces of the 3 are revealed, with Dong Hao and Li Ji appearing. Lai Tri Curiosity asked, do you all notice that the water here is getting warmer? Dang Hao also wondered, am I hearing things? It seemed like someone was shouting happily just now. A shimmering golden stream appeared in front of the 3 of them, and they all froze for a few seconds, stunned into silence. Immediately after the 3 jumped off the waterfall, a wave of nausea swept through their bodies. Walia is the source of that work. He was a bit stunned to see the 3 of them, but quickly zipped up his pants as if nothing had happened. 2 lines of poetry perfectly suited the situation appeared. He didn't see the yellow river water pouring from the sky, flowing out to the endless sea and never returning. The next morning, Xiaoke woke up with his eyes half closed, suddenly flailing his arms and legs, shouting La Shitan, even though there was nothing in front of him, struggling to break free, refusing to surrender. Nadiu pushed the door open with a plate of food in hand and asked Xiaokui anxiously, so you finally woke up from your nightmare again? It almost made Nai worry to death. Last night, Nai stayed by his side all night, not daring to sleep. Hearing those words, he finally felt relieved and said, so it was just a dream. Scaring me to death, I thought I was being threatened by that person. As Nadiu approached, he was suddenly pushed down with his legs around his neck. He asked in surprise, who? But can the master let go of her legs? This is my master's breakfast, with eggs, mushrooms, and sausage still hot for you to eat. At the door, the princess was fanning her face and attentively reminding the servant, you must take good care of my new husband. He was seriously injured yesterday. I am heartbroken. The servant quickly replied, Princess, the task is mine. At Tioki's place, the little rabbit whispered to ask about the situation. Mom, where are Tio Hak and Kufong? I don't see them. Nadiu is currently healing inside that person's body. The others are badly injured. Hearing that, he was stunned and shouted loudly, oh my God, how big is Kufong? How can you get into my body? The princess, eyes half closed, was stunned by what she just heard and stammered in disbelief. What? With such a huge body, what are you doing inside their bodies over there by the bed? The servant beside her also looked a bit confused and said, I must be seeing double. I probably mistook it for something else, right? Then Xiaokui pressed her face into Nadiu's sensitive spot, uttering words that caused misunderstandings. Nadiu, your sausage is so delicious, he also replied happily. Then you should eat a bit more. There are also mushrooms and eggs. Huh? What? Nadiu quickly raised both hands to Bianmin and asked why you 2 are making that face. Is everything okay? Before he could finish speaking, his hand was tightly grasped by Xiaokui. Then he put on a shy, bashful look and hesitated to stop him. Don't explain anymore. If their forbidden master and disciple relationship has been discovered, then let's just openly admit it. Nadiu gently rubs her wrist, still flustered as she says, but this is Xiaokui, who immediately strikes with a deadly move, giving him a knowing look and whispering secretly, isn't it true you want to learn to draw? Will you cooperate with me? Immediately, Nadiu cooperated by reaching out and forming a heart shape with her hand. Both of them look like a loving couple, and firmly affirm that master and disciple will be together for life. The image of Xiaokei as the groom in a suit and Nadiu as the bride in a wedding dress appeared in Lena's mind. The princess couldn't help but freeze in shock when she thought of him. Tears streamed down her face. The princess, clutching her white dress, turned and ran away in sorrow, saying, I'm sorry for bothering you both. The scene shifts to the king's chamber, where he, upon hearing the news from a servant, angrily slams the table and exclaims, What? That little Nguyet K again? What should we do about this? I have announced the wedding to the entire kingdom. Today they must get married. Are you sure this news is true? The servant, wiping away tears with a cloth, painfully recounted that this was as certain as fate, that they had committed that filthy act before the gods and the princess. Mrs. Tai immediately lost her composure. He angrily shouted, Where are General Sun Kao and General Thiet too? A second later, the 2 generals appeared before him. They immediately responded in unison. If there's anything, I await your command. You 2 lead the soldiers and bring that man here. Even if he's stubborn, break him. Sun Kao and Thiet, 2 responded together, Yes, sir, as Walia led Xiaokei and Nadiu away to escape. As he stepped over the mushroom-shaped rooftops, he anxiously announced this matter has already alarmed Sun Kao and Thiet too, so it will be hard to resolve. When they became famous, I was not even born yet, warrior. If you want to pursue a girl, you need to be confident. A confident man is truly attractive. Now that the princess is vulnerable, she needs a real man to comfort her. His face suddenly became more handsome and radiant than usual, and he smiled brightly as he replied, "Thank you, little K. I think I understand now." Tio K looked up from above and saw Lam He walking below, then immediately waved and called out loudly. "Lam Hai, seeing you?" she happily said. "Tio K, are you okay? Luckily, the royal healer took care of you last night. That's great." At this moment, the girl beams with a bright smile and praises. "Sister Lam Hai, your mother's dress suits you so well." Then Ngetho asked him, "Is Xiaoke okay?" Last night, Sister Lam Hai was very worried. When Lam Hai heard that, she became shy and immediately denied it. "There's no such thing. Kids shouldn't talk nonsense. Hurry up and go quickly. Time's up, everyone, to the Sacred Ka waterfall. I checked that place last night. It's perfect for escaping." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Kao and Thiet Tu, with their bodies emanating fierce energy, appeared and spoke threatening words in a deep voice. "You want to leave? It's not that easy. The person I want to protect cannot be stopped by anyone. My dear, you go ahead and escort the distinguished guest. Leave this to me." The sphere instantly shot out sparks of electricity upon touching the ground, forming a uniquely shaped drilling machine in an instant. As everyone sat inside, the drill sped forward, with dust and smoke swirling around. Walia immediately stepped in front of the villagers, clenched his fists, and made a firm resolve in his heart. "I must be confident. I have to let the princess see me confident." Tio Thiet quickly recognized him and asked confusedly, "Why are you blocking our way if you're the new captain of the Dwarf Kingdom's guard?" Sun Kao next to him also identified that hungry mother. "You are the arrogant black demon girl who kidnapped the princess to exchange for the true eye of truth that year. I heard that caused a big commotion back then." Tian Yen warned sternly, "Little dwarf, watch your words. If you're not Rao tribe, what you just said could cost you 1,000,000 deaths." Walia now leaps up and raises his axe behind him. The hero boldly declares, "I am the leader of Squad 6 of the Dwarf Nation, Wea, and I challenge General Swang Kao now." He asked confusedly, "Why challenge me? Do I look weaker than you?" Switching to Rima's top drilling machine, it is still rushing forward with everyone's excitement. Little K nervously asks him, "What about those two dwarves' strength?" "I think they are even stronger than the Great Origin's Spirit Master. Probably Walia can't stop them. And what about his wife?" Ro, on the other hand, grinned happily. He was very confident and boastful. "It's okay, you don't know that my wife was the dark demoness who ruled the land back then? If it weren't for me, the little people's country would have been turned upside down by her. She alone would have been enough over there." Then he proudly recounted his victory. "Luckily, I used the beautiful male strategy back then to make her submit to my diamond gun, or it would have been a great disaster." And hearing what was just said, Lin Hai became embarrassed and then shouted loudly to remind him, "Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? That flower is here." He drew his diamond gun and asked confusedly, "This was my famous weapon back then." "Diamond gun? What are you thinking of?" Lam He, hearing that, fell silent in embarrassment and couldn't say another word. The scene shifts to Xiaovan, the demoness, who is gazing at the mirror showing Zhao Kei's face below and asks, "Nan Huyet, is this the one who has been eyeing me?" Nan Huyet just pulled Mai Rua away and replied, "Yes, the old Snake Clan shaman before dying always has a very strong spiritual eye. Do his other family members need subordinates?" She immediately refused. "No need," then told him to go. The scene shifts to Lena. The princess in her wedding dress after a heartbreak has arrived at the sacred waterfall. Lena, crying bitterly and heartbroken, asked why everyone didn't like her. After struggling for a while, the three, Luo Luke, Dang Hao, and Li Qi, finally clung to the rocks near the waterfall. Loi Luke, panting heavily, finally managed to climb up, just as Lena's face-covering veil slowly fell down. The desperate princess uttered her final words, bidding farewell to the mortal world, saying that her fate was hers to decide, not determined by heaven. All three guys below stared with their mouths open as they watched Lena's figure rush down. A leaf accidentally floated by, covering the princess's beautiful face, causing someone excited to shout out, "A beauty is falling." Lidra immediately suggested, "Hauge, I am still single, let me dung." "How quickly refuse here, Xiaocher, don't move, let me save her." At this moment, Loi Luke stretched out his strong hand and sternly reminded them, "What are you two idiots fighting over? Quickly save the person." Then he worriedly asked, "Are you okay, girl?" From the princess's perspective, his handsome face appeared with a gentle inquiry. "Little girl, are you okay? So you've come to your senses?" A new generation dwarf warrior. He firmly raised his axe and said confidently, "I want the princess to see me confident. I want her to praise me." Sun Kao immediately suggested, "Fine, go ahead, try to defeat me." He charged forward without hesitation, shouting loudly, "I am the one who wants to marry the princess." He also leapt towards Walia, facing each other directly. After knocking Walia away, he calmly said, "Today's training ends here. I'm busy today. I'll carefully train your holy love another time." Princess, do you see? My confidence and my resilience. Back at the sacred waterfall, Loey Luke, carrying Lena on his back, stammered and reminded her, "Princess, don't be careless like that again. If you meet someone else, it could be the end, and your family would be very upset, you know?" The princess coquettishly replied, "Yes, I won't do it again in the future." Deng Hao and Li Zhu behind her chuckled happily and returned inside the kingdom. At this moment, Tiet Tu asked Sun Kao, "Are you done playing? We have to set out to catch the demon now." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhan Yen and her blazing orbs of fierce energy stepped forward, her gruff voice asking, "Where are we going? You thought I was dead?" The two generals looked bored, both waving their hands dismissively and speaking with contempt. "Go somewhere else. We don't bully women." A dark aura then enveloped the entire space. So what if it is? Then she reached out and summoned a blazing sphere of deadly aura, as the surrounding air seemed to whirl like a tornado around Tian Yen. She pointed forward, controlling the fiery sphere to shoot in that direction, the sphere like a punch tearing through space, flying straight to where Mr. Thiet Tuan was struck down. The ground where he lay shattered into pieces. Sun Cao's face was covered in sweat as he shouted in shock, "What?" Now Yen looks like a giant witch in front of Sun Kao. She raises her hands with two spheres of power and says, "Now you finally want to touch. It's too late." The drilling machine carrying everyone glided over the water. Rima immediately announced, "We're there. Right ahead is the sacred waterfall." The three of them, Xiaokei, Na Diu, and Lin Hai, arrived at the edge of the waterfall. Xiaokei asked nervously, "How can we go down from this height?" Hearing that, Dao Dao smiled brightly and said, "Everyone forgot that us little people are masters of forging? My dad will create a secret escape magic tool right here for everyone. Just blink and it's done." Tiu Kei immediately followed suit, closing his eyes tightly, muttering softly, blinking, then opening them wide. Bang Huang looked ahead and said word by word, "How is that possible?" Rima wiped some sweat from his face and proudly announced, "The energy conduit is complete." Xiaokei, Na Diu, and Lam Hie all gasped in shock, exclaiming together, "Oh my God, this is incredible." A sleek, winding pipeline was created by Rima in the blink of an eye, safely leading from above the waterfall down to the ground below. Tio-Kei approached, placing his hand on the slide inside the pipe, and happily said, "This scientific setup has a slide, so the fire won't burn the flowers." As he sat on the slide, he happily held out a book and said, "Rima, this book seems very important to you guys." But before Tio-Kei could finish speaking, Rima hurriedly pushed him away, apologizing repeatedly, "Don't, I have to go see my wife, or this little water dwarf will be destroyed." Then, Mr. Bang Huang introduced, recalling the terrifying appearance of Fairy Yen. "My wife is the legendary Black Dragon Demoness Grammy of the disaster. Provoke her, and the consequences will be unimaginable." As soon as Xiaoko finished saying thank you, he shouted loudly as he started sliding inside the pipe. Halfway through, Xiaokei screamed in horror. "Rima is doing this like a super-fast pig cart. Can't she just slide straight down?" Below the sacred waterfall, a bloodied dwarf boy stammers as he curses. "You despicable humans, why did you ambush our dwarf people?" The man choking the boy boldly replied. "So what did your dwarf nation do?" King Dalam of DM spoke up at this moment. "The holy light above, our country and the Phi country will purify all evil in the name of the gods." The soldiers of Diem and Phi countries then shouted in unison, judging the lizard people. At this moment, Xiao He rushed out of the pipe, his soul seemingly leaving his body after what he had just experienced. He, along with Nai Diu and Lam He, collapsed onto the ground. Tiu Kei quickly got up, rubbed his buttocks, and cried out in pain. Kokoa still couldn't hold back. Nai placed his hand on his head and lamented, "My head hurts so much." Evil spirit. The king of the Phi country glared at everyone and immediately gave an order. "Someone, arrest all three of them." Then he boldly declared that those from the dwarf country were not good people and ordered them to be captured for judgment. Xiaohe quickly raised her hand, her face covered in sweat from fear, but she still calmly demanded, "Wait, even though I don't know who you are, listen to me for a moment. You better hurry and run away. When will we have tea together again? Goodbye." Lam Hai running beside her, she notices something and immediately reports it. "This formation is the regular army of the state of DM recently." Nya Diu, with a smug expression, shouted while running, "Tell Nhai to release some toxic smoke to make them uncomfortable." The soldiers of the DM country immediately raised their bows following the order. Bao DMTN team, first squad, fire the arrows. Immediately after, a barrage of arrows shot like the wind towards all three, piercing through the toxic smoke, making Xiaokui scream in fear. Nai oi, stop immediately, Nai Dieu. Summon the small poisonous family to block those sharp arrows. He stared intently at them, worriedly announcing that if they used arrows and there were too many, even saliva might drown us. Then he secretly thought to himself, damn it, Nadieu wants to break the rules and kill people. Hopefully the divine old man in heaven will protect Nai so he doesn't die here today. The elder above in the sky is barely holding on, but still manages to say a few words about killing, revenge, heaven's way, cycle, retribution, and timing. As soon as these words are spoken, he suddenly sits up straight and lets out a loud, clear snort. Nha Di Dieu handed Lam Hai a pill and said, Lam Hai, if you take this, you can temporarily resist the demonic poison. 1 second later, dark demonic energy appeared all over his body, his mouth growling fiercely, and the water beneath his feet swirling violently. The spreading demonic poison flows toward the soldiers, who look at it in confusion and wonder, what is this? Everyone quickly gathers their energy to protect themselves. But some soldiers were quickly overwhelmed by the Vudok, crying out in pain with no effect. Amba immediately jumped out of the Vudok's range and hurriedly gave orders. Poison Spirit, the barrier squad, quickly seal off the poison spirit. Don't let it spread from that side. The barrier squad immediately obeyed, raising their iron rods glowing with blue light and responding, yes, sir. Immediately, those beams of light converged into a massive barrier that enveloped the entire source of the evil aura. Lin Hai instantly recognized it as the prison barrier of the war zone. Na gritted his teeth and angrily declared that a small barrier couldn't withstand the eternal inheritance of our Nai clan. Suddenly, one of the team members looked up and shouted joyfully, the divine envoy has arrived. The surrounding people also excitedly shouted, the light of the gods above, the great envoy. The god of light appeared overhead, gazing down at the scene below and silently judging, evil and wicked. As expected, the dwarf has fallen far into evil, not only collaborating with the Dark Witch, but also teaming up with the evil sorcerer. Then she spread her arms and used her ultimate move. The cleansing light and a shimmering book appeared, with a blinding beam of light behind her. A trap appeared beneath Xiaokui's group. He nervously announced that his combination of magic, talismans, and curses had all been purified. Then, divine light summoned the holy swords of judgment. 4 golden sacred swords appeared from the sky, rushing to attack. The dazzling holy swords shot down towards everyone, and Nai immediately launched a defensive move. Dinho, ko gang chongku, lamhimo to hamat neve fiat ruak, ko giat min noirang kong te chong noa, da dikim soat rue. Immediately, the deadly spike of the Na Dieu was pierced through by the holy swords. Lam Hai quickly turned around and ran away, not forgetting to warn that it was dangerous. Xiao He looked at her confused, wondering if this was the angelic puppet that Emperor Ko mentioned. Are you an angel like my mother? At this moment, Divine Light of Justice asked sternly, why are those evil sorcerers wielding deadly dark magic to slaughter the holy soldiers of the DM Kingdom? At this point, Xiaokui couldn't hold back anymore, releasing her aura and grinding her teeth as she retorted, changing her story completely. What are you talking about? It's obvious that as soon as they promoted us to soldiers, they wanted to arrest us. We were only defending ourselves. She didn't hold back either, and immediately responded back. You have a very strong dark attribute on your body, judged by the gods along with the dwarves. Hearing that, he angrily retorted at the god of light, what kind of logic is that? Does having a shadow attribute necessarily mean you're evil? The god of light replied very calmly. Exactly. Only purification can be chosen. 1 second later, she raised her hand high, and a giant holy sword appeared behind her with a murmured prayer. May the God of light protect that lost soul. Trust in the light, and the gates of heaven will open for you. The mythical sage, Lam wept tears of joy at the scene before him, laughing maniacally and exclaiming, it's a miracle. I am seeing a miracle again. The nearby warriors also cheered excitedly. It's a miracle. Suddenly, the dazzling beam of light was extinguished, and divine radiance was struck forcefully on the neck by something. A swift slash cut her neck cleanly, her head separated from her body in an instant. The evil demon, Xiao Yuan, appeared with a blazing red sword in hand. Having just dealt with the divine light, she said with disdain, what kind of nonsense divine field is this? Divine light, huh? Just looking at her makes others uncomfortable. Go to hell. Xiaokui immediately recognized her when she saw her, as she was the mother reflected in the true eye at that moment. Jia Lin's eyes flooded with tears as he shouted in fury, where did this demon come from? She killed the messenger. Where is everyone? Hurry up and kill her. The little demon Van looked down with cold eyes and then spoke with contempt. A foolish country and puppet soldiers, relying only on a tiny salt country under the southern wilderness to attack the dwarf nation. Get a little less naive. You are just pitiful pawns. Even looking at you is annoying. Then she swung a barrage of feathers like sharp arrows down, her mouth unconsciously uttering cruel words, instead of living to become a walking corpse. The evil little cloud cut several slashes with her sword, splitting them into pieces, then flies away and continues speaking, "Why not become nourishment for my 6 swords of slaughter?" She hovers in the air, surrounded by blood-stained blades. Then the demon, Xiaoyun, descended onto the mountain of corpses she had just created. The scene was extremely tragic. She looked at Xiaoquei and slowly said, "I came here to find you." The young man looked at her. Xiaoquei looked anxiously at her mother and stammered in confusion, "Mom, I finally found you, but why did you have to kill so many people?" The corpses piled up behind the demon girl, smoke billowing into the fog. She walked towards him step by step. "So what have Nadyu and Lamhyo been doing to me all along?" "This is my mother. She saved us and the entire dwarf nation." The demon girl in front of me scoffed with a look of contempt. "What the hell is your mother? Ever since I saw a human face, I've never been able to stay calm. I sense that you will become the chains of my inner demon, so I have come here to kill you." Tuvan, the demon, clenched her sword tightly, her tone cold. "Kill you, and bathe in your fresh blood to become stronger." She crossed her palms in front of her chest, and immediately a fierce light burst forth. The demoness Xiaoyun summoned her sword and said, "It is said that normal energy weapons can be stored in special crystals or containers, and after claiming a master, they can merge into the body." At that moment, Lin Hai grabbed her weapon and immediately charged forward, frowning and shouting firmly, "You are not allowed to kill him." Nadyu saw this, her eyes wide as she shouted to stop. "Stop, Lamb. Hai, this is a divine being." She unleashed her move. The Poison Spirit Guardian. A dark, purple spiritual energy instantly erupted, connecting with sharp fangs. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Lam Hai, who was still stunned. Before she could react, the little demon Van muttered, "Is this the skill of a ghostly insect?" She extended a slender finger, spun it lightly a few times, then calmly pressed into the center of the magic circle as if to finish off her opponent. Tuk watched this scene with a fiery heart, shouting, "Mom, stop! Don't hurt them!" Bang! A loud explosion rang out as a figure rushed toward Lam Hai, colliding head-on with the fierce energy, causing the purple spiritual power to shatter and scatter around. So it turns out Hayu came to help in the moment of danger, but because of the fierce collision, he was thrown back, his whole body hurting as he crashed into the tree behind. Unable to withstand the overwhelming power, she was thrown backward, hitting a large ancient tree that broke in half. Lam Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. "Little Van." The demon turns back and asks, "Who are you?" A strange person with mysterious energy waves. Suddenly, Xiaoquei's whole body rushes forward as if controlled by someone, and he grits his teeth, shouting, "I can't control my body anymore. Wake up quickly." The divine power of darkness and light hidden within her body. Suddenly, the divine sword moved, and Apophis stabbed from behind Tuk. Then, it automatically withdrew. The soul of old Feng Yao sighed and said, "Is it that big-breasted, black-haired woman again?" The evil fairy Tiovan waved her hand to push the divine sword away, sneering coldly. Vu, a tiny spiritual sword, dares to act arrogantly. The sword spun rapidly in the air from the impact while she screamed in terror. The evil spirit Tiovan coldly reached out and tore off Tiokei's collar, causing him to cry out in pain. She sternly questioned, "Don't struggle anymore. I have sealed your strange primal energy and mental powers." "One last time. Who are you? Why are you spying on me? If you can't explain clearly, then go and die." Xiaoquei is choked by a collar until his face turns pale, trembling all over, struggling to speak. "Mom, I am your son, Yue Xiaoquei." Their past memories flood back, and she gently pats his head, asking, "Do you know why your name is Yaoxi?" "Why is that?" Mom gently touched her cheek, looked up at the sky, and explained, "Because Mom and Dad met at a small stream. Then when they fought Uriel, she cried while advising, 'Quickly help me find a daughter-in-law so you won't be lonely later.'" Tuvan tearfully wiped her tears and said, "And also, I won't have to eat the difficult dishes you cook anymore." The mother let go of her denial, and this was the most memorable and joyful time for her. She has no regrets anymore. Until Xiaohe was taken away, she sobbed loudly, but her tone was extremely determined. "Lord Ta Tun, what is going on? Why can't we get out? We have to save Xiaoquei." Xiaohe sighed and said, "She has sealed all the primal waves and mental powers of Xiaoquei outside. We are trapped in the sea of knowledge. Returning to reality, the power from Xiaoyun's demonic arm grew increasingly fierce. She outright denied their relationship and further threatened, speaking recklessly. I have been raised in hell since I was a child, only recently coming to the water source world with no partner at all. Where would I find a child like you? If you don't tell the truth, I will kill someone. You grip her arm, sweat pouring down as you try to persuade her. In this life, my mother's name is Van Thien, also Lucifer. Xiaokui forced himself to endure, determined not to give up, and continued speaking. But you are my child. Mother was pregnant for 2 years and 4 months before giving birth to Yue Xiao. Hearing your full name, the demon Tuvan paused for a few seconds. Xiaokui's face tightens as he hurriedly urges her to remember, even if her memory is lost, some feelings of mother and child must remain. If not, she wouldn't be here looking for him. She still holds the sword in her hand and coldly says, "What kind of child am I? What kind of mother am I? Who are you joking with? Even if you die before me now, I won't feel a thing." As he finished, a loud pop echoed through the space, blood splattering everywhere. He widened his eyes, and the little toad shrank down to the size of a grape. Little Yun painfully clutches his arm and screams out loud. Na Dieu, stunned by what just happened, shouts, "Master!" During that life-and-death moment, Lam Hai fainted without even realizing it. Out of nowhere, a battalion of artillery troops charged like lightning bolts, led by the tiny but powerful turtle. They immediately aimed directly at the demon Xiaoyun. The little turtle then enlarged its head, wrapping its tongue tightly around Xiaokei's body to save him, and in an instant, loud booms echoed throughout the area as a fierce explosion shook the entire space. Feeling the danger, she quickly spread her wings and flew straight out of the thick smoke. Tamthi, sitting on his fire throne, looked bored and called out, "Why are those demons and gods from hell running so fast? They haven't even started fighting yet, and they're already running. What's going on?" Seeing the creatures lying scattered around, he sighed and muttered, "Killing so many lives, but karma will catch up. In the future, when she faces her divine tribulation, she will be torn to pieces and never transcend." The frowned as he looked at the angelic door and guessed, "Although our dwarf clan does not compete for worldly affairs, we still get caught in the continent's struggle. The divine palace, hell, Yama realm, or even the southern wilderness are all in chaos. The continent is about to be shaken." Suddenly, the jolted upright and hurriedly said, "I don't have time to marvel. I must save people quickly. I wonder if you have ever experienced something like this. After scolding you, your mother herself was crying even more than you." And at this moment, little Demon Van stood beneath the ancient tree, trembling uncontrollably. She brushed the fiery sword against the ground, making a clanging sound. The demon girl looked down at her trembling hands, wondering, "What is happening to me? It's just the blood of a human boy." She pursed her lips, tears welling up, as if her inner turmoil was tearing her apart, and screaming, "What is this feeling? I feel so uncomfortable." Suddenly, the crying echoes in her ears, startling her. Tiovan the demon's eyes widen as if the sound has touched her heart, awakening all the buried pain. The demoness Tiovan glared around and shouted, "Who's there? Who's crying?" She helplessly clutched her head, begging in despair. "Please stop. Don't cry anymore. Don't cry anymore. Stop it." In the middle of the mysterious forest, the sound of slow footsteps echoes on the damp grass, while the leaves rustle gently in the breeze. From afar, Nhan Huyet called out, "Master!" But she remained silently standing there, with no response, making him feel anxious and exclaim, "Master." At that moment, the evil little demon turned back and asked coldly, "What happened?" Nan Huyet quickly reported that he had just received news that Yenquak planned a surprise attack on the dwarf nation, but their army was wiped out by an unknown, powerful enemy. "I killed him myself. Do you have any objections?" Nan Huyet was so anxious he broke out in a sweat, trembling as he relayed the information. "My subordinates haven't reported to the organization yet. It's just that now many forces are eyeing DM Quok, and the organization has ordered us to secretly assist Chu Quok in containing DM Quok." The lady coldly said, "All right, I understand. Let's go." At the Bat family estate of Nam Huang Quok, the envoy army of Nam Huang Quok was marching forward, led by Bat Tien. The boy's face showed a serious expression. Bat Tien slightly furrowed his brows, his eyes shining with determination, and said, "The boy is thinking to himself that this time he will represent Nam Huang Quok to clearly explain the situation of Diem Quok to the little people. This matter is very serious and must succeed no matter what." Fukai turned around and teased with a laugh. "Young Master Thakbat doesn't need to be tense. It's all just small matters. Nothing serious, maybe just a fight." Miss Thyen's face twisted, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. "General Fukai, say a few words less. The more you talk, the more I get nervous." He burst out laughing, showing his intentions. "I'm just joking. The more tense you are, the more you need to relax your mind. I'm helping the young master. At the diplomatic conference of the three great human nations, the three countries are holding an urgent emergency meeting. The first person is a middle-aged man with a muscular build and a thick book, representing the southern wilderness nation. Next is a woman renowned as one of the most influential in the country, representing the eastern nation. She is an indispensable part of the North Yuan representative, a middle-aged man with a strong appearance and a fierce-looking fur coat. The three figures take their positions, each representing a corner of the triangle, forming a perfect balance. In the center of the conference hall, a floating spirit energy sphere hovers. The representative of North Yuan takes the lead, and you, Southern Wilderness, are just pulling your brains out? Even with many subordinates and colonies now causing a false incident, I will make sure that later the Demon Kingdom is under our North Yuan's control. The Eastern Kingdom representative sneered and offered his opinion. Your North Yuan people are reckless. If you can act, you shouldn't just talk. It would be better for us to manage it instead. He feels insulted and starts yelling, "Oh my God, where did this old woman find that eggplant?" She's furious and threatening aggressively. Say more if you want. Do you think I won't use this tomato to kill you? It's enough to make the other person headache with both of you. The representative of the Southern Wilderness Nation gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Enough! The two old men came here only to tell you that our Southern Wilderness Nation is investigating this matter. Don't even think about demnation, you fools." Immediately after, a loud bang echoed from the conference room, signaling a violent explosion that shook the entire space. A maid sweeping nearby sighs and laments, "The three-nation conference hall has exploded again. Call the repair team, we have to work again." At the small border town of Diem Country, small town, a group of people are hurriedly migrating, each carrying large and small bundles along with crying children. They're worried they won't have a place to stay. Come on, let's go quickly. We must escape in time. What should we do now? Where should our holy warriors go? The sacred ground demands a voice. From a hidden corner, the sound of clattering footsteps filled with dark energy echoed steadily. The fierce monsters advance, their voices whining defiantly. The lair is calling. Den, sitting on his mount, rests his sword on his shoulder and orders. Where are the brothers? This is the time for humans to take revenge. Kill all these traitors and steal their money and supplies. Hearing that, they all raised their weapons high and shouted together, determined to fight. An old man pushed Mai, who was crying and trembling, aside and urged loudly, "Miss, you go ahead. We will hold them off here." One of them saw this and quickly drew two sharp knives, spun around, and declared, "You two scoundrels, get out of my way." In an instant, the two old men collapsed. She saw the terrifying scene and collapsed to the ground, while Mai, crying and trembling, threatened, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will scream." That little scoundrel didn't listen. He pushed her back and stuck out his tongue with delight. His eyes gleamed as if craving for years, and with a teasing tone he said, "Little lady, now it's your turn to sing. Scream as loud as you want. No one will care, even if your throat is hoarse." Then came Mai's piercing scream. Philip suddenly appeared and quickly took down the remaining men with ease. He raised his fist and demanded, "Animal, let that girl go now." He turned his head back with a snort, showing contempt. "Where did you come from, kid? Get out of the way. Your mother is calling you home for dinner." Inside, I curse. Damn it, why does she always call someone over like this? It makes no sense at all. Philip frowned, emphasizing each word with a stern tone. I said, "Let that girl go." The little bastard puts on a mocking face and dares me to fight. What if I don't let him go? Are you biting me? Kid? He was provoked into madness. He snorted coldly, then immediately unleashed his ultimate move, the judge's direct power sending him flying through a large wall, his face bruised on one side, blood splattering everywhere, his body crashing onto the ground in front, hitting so hard that a loud bang echoed. Finally, the villain lay sprawled on the ground, badly injured and unconscious right there. The leader was so terrified by this scene that he was trembling with fear. He turned back and suddenly realized that the White Knight of the Holy Court Organization, officially a judge, was actually a deadly killer. Even though he looked like a child, he was not someone we could handle. Philip with the cross on his back loudly declares, "I am here to judge you according to the will of the gods." The monsters screamed loudly, "Run quickly, run fast, escape now, and run for your lives." He stands behind, his voice firm. "Don't even think about running." Philip unleashes furious punches and kicks. The Holy Dragon Headmaster unleashed a combined attack, ruthlessly punishing each enemy one by one. Philip, with a bit of blood on his face, remained calm as he held the cross around his neck in prayer. The merciful light of the gods is with us. May these restless souls find peace. Philip gently offers his coat to Mai. He shyly said, "This is my cloak. You wear it first." Philip smiled kindly and asked, "Things have been getting more chaotic lately. Can you guide me to save the others in town?" "Yes." He slightly bowed and handed her the cross, then said, "Here, take this. If you're ever in danger, look at it and call my name. Maybe I can save you." She took it, touched by the gesture, and softly said, "Thank you. The White Knight from the temple, but I still don't know his name." Philip introduces himself at length, saying, "Oh, high god of light, my name is similar to my grandfather's. My name is Philip from the Dwarf Kingdom's capital." Tam Thee, with a sad look, looked at the arm in the test tube and said, "I suggest throwing it away." This arm was severely damaged by the low divine power of the primordial spirit and can only be used to feed the dog. Hei crossed his arms and imagined a crab claw arm designed just for him, then made a suggestion. "I agree. Old devil, since you have the skills of 100 forging and 1,000 tempering, just give this kid a more powerful prosthetic arm." Little Van puffs out her cheeks and tears well up in her eyes as she hugs the test tube in protest. "No, this is my son's arm. I don't agree." He shrugs and sighs, saying, "I have no other choice." The Dwarf Nation, which specializes in manufacturing machines and has refined countless tools, can even repair our true eyes. This kid has great gratitude from us, so if you ask me to decide on helping him replace a divine spirit, capturing mechanical arm treasured by the dwarves, I have no problem. No. She pursed her lips, her eyes shimmering with tears, and whispered, "No. If we could invite the angel from the divine temple to use divine refinement to eliminate the destructive primal energy on the arm and then apply the holy material technique, we might be able to reattach the arm." Hei Long slammed his feet on the table in fierce opposition. "No, absolutely not calling the god's temple. That would be like handing over the evidence to Xiao Yun, who radiates golden spiritual energy, to find another solution. I can use holy material magic." Suddenly, wings grew out in a seductive black outfit, and she cried as she insisted. "I don't know how to refine it now, but I can learn." This image caught Tam The's eye, making him startle and stammer. "What?" She's dressed like this. She's dressed like this. Zhao Yan tightly hugs the test tube without letting go, crying uncontrollably, her voice choked with emotion. "No one is allowed to throw away my child's arm." At this moment, Tam The trembles uncontrollably and recalls her angelic image, describing the six-winged angel from Lucifer's temple. The legend is true. Lucifer committed a grave taboo by having a child with an unknown human warrior from the Eastern Kingdom, Tam. The immediately bowed his head in gratitude. "That year I was cursed with a very dangerous spell. If it weren't for my first-generation ancestor Luban coming to the temple to summon someone to descend to the mortal world, I would have been gone long ago. Lord Lucifer, please accept this from me again." Back then, little Yun was holding a child, trying to soothe him. "All right, Loi Nguyen has been resolved. You're fine now," he suddenly burst out, leaving her stunned. "The water is shallow, but we will do our best to help young Master Zhao Ke recover. From now on, your matters are also ours." According to what he said, I will think of every way to help Zhao Ke restore his arm. Xiao Yan felt Tam The's sincerity, and also smiled happily in agreement. Under the clear water, a few continuous moans are heard. "Too weak, I am not strong enough." Xiao Kuei inside with his eyes closed as if in a deep coma. However, he still forces himself to believe he must be strong enough to move everything. "Mom is waiting for you." Xiao Kuei is placed in a test tube with an oxygen mask, connected for a few seconds to his severed arm. Lam He painfully lowered her head against the edge of the container, tears streaming down her face, blaming herself for being too weak. If only she were stronger, he wouldn't have to soak here to heal. "During this time, I not only couldn't help you, but also caused you trouble." Lam Hai held onto a small hope in her heart. "You have to live well, and one day you will definitely become a strong supporter for yourself." Chanadi walked in quietly and asked, "Is Xiaomu leaving now?" "Yes, I have made up my mind. Staying would only be a burden to him. Leaving is the better decision. I will become stronger, strong enough to help him overcome everything." Lam Hai turned back and asked about his next plan. "What about you? Where do you plan to go next? Are you still following Shaoqui to learn painting?" Naju crossed his arms, half closed, half open, and replied, "The old man told me that taking the path along the dwarf's water could naturally lead to the My Turtle Tong Huyen, but constantly repeating it isn't good." Luo Li crosses his arms and leans against the wall, urging to get moving. "Lam Hai." Dang Hao and Leisure also peeked out and called out, "Miss Lam. Hi, Miss Lam, hi." He cleared his throat to encourage her. "Nguye Tiuke, you have to try your best, and if one day you need help, remember to come back to the Demon Academy and ask us for aid. The three of us will always be your friends." The two kids standing on either side are also cheering. "Come on, little K," Lelouch reminds him with a lowered face. "Lam Hai, we have to return to the Eagle team to follow orders. I already asked for leave to help you, but since I've been gone too long, I'm worried the captain will punish me." She still faced away from him, her tone determined. "It's okay. I plan to withdraw from the rookie squad to train in the Forbidden Land at the academy. Even if I die there, I must become stronger. He widened his eyes when he heard the next words from Lam Hai. The Forbidden Land has a very high death rate. Lena quietly stands in a corner, biting her handkerchief, crying and complaining. Why does he act so affectionately with that cat-eared girl? It's all because of that damn curse on me that everyone I like ends up not liking me. The princess keeps rambling endlessly. Youth is so wonderful. I wonder how many lovers I've had. This is truly youth. Not long after, Xiaoko gradually opened his eyes and wondered, where am I? Why is my body floating? He looked around puzzled and asked, why does everything look so green? Did I do that too many times? Tuke looked at his newly crafted arm and widened his eyes, saying, damn it, for a few hours. Xiaohe stood among the crowd, embarrassed, saying, this robotic arm is too flashy, no wonder I feel shy. Xiaohe beside him complained about the low price and kept whining. This is very expensive. It's a relic passed down from the dwarves' ancestor. Try selling it at an auction and see how many people want to fight over it, I said, closing my eyes and pretending I wasn't willing. I still prefer that five-finger girl, and if you want to unleash divine power, the user must reach the basic level of a great prime spirit master. Otherwise, they're just like a stone thrown into the sea. Xiao Yan, licking his lollipop, interrupted. It's okay, Tioke. Mom will quickly master the essence to help reconnect your hand. Over there, waving and calling out, is brother Tioke. Everyone moved closer to Xiaoke. Ro's eyes lit up when she saw his iron arm, and she marveled. This is the destructive retribution of Ben Rock. Tian Yen folded her arms and mentioned Lam Hai. It's okay. That's what matters. Where is your adorable cat friend next to you? While Rima is being chased by the wasps, Tiu Kei, feeling bored, asks if you mean Lam Hai. When I was unconscious, she had already gone back to the academy. Lean in and whisper to him. I can see that girl likes him. Hurry up and take her home to have some babies. You're already bleeding from your nose, but you still wave it off. Not a good sign. He's still a kid. Even if having a wife with cat ears is great, I'm not some pervert. Why would I even think about having a child with him? Absolutely not. Na Diu, sitting behind Tian Yen, watches carefully, remembering what her master said about learning to draw the human body first, and now a charming model finally appears for reference. Although she liked it very much, she still pretended to say that even if you said so, I wouldn't be happy. Tian Yen placed one hand on her chest and asked, like this? He sat up, pressed his face against her, and muttered, don't move, this pose isn't bad. Not long after, Nai raised the drawing excitedly and shouted loudly, all right, it's finished. She excitedly insisted on seeing it. All right, give it here and let me see. His drawing looks like he's depicting a woman so ugly that even demons would reject her, making Zhang Yuan furious and raise both hands to unleash her spiritual power. She shouts, I will kill her. Here, Xiao Yan is passionately practicing spiritual transformation. She lifts one leg, Zhang Rong spreads his arms and shouts, Spirit transformation, +2. Then Zhao Yun planted one foot, leaned forward and extended both hands in front of her chest as if shooting a spear. But nothing happened, leaving her puzzled as she said, still not enough. Xiaozi advised, Mom, take a break. You've been training for a long time. Na Diu, battered and dejected, clutching a sketch and whining. Clearly a beautiful drawing, with a chase scene behind. Someone shouts, don't run, thief. I'll cut you down. Na Diu. Actually, there's something I've been hiding from you all this time. I think now is the right moment. My face turned pale, sweat pouring down as I trembled uncontrollably. Could it be? Could it be? Master is really a scumbag now trying to confess. Oh my God, Nai, I need to think this through. Xiaoka slowly revealed the truth. Actually, the turtle shell of Old High's tortoise has always been in my possession. The thunderclap peak at the auction house has always been my disguise. Sorry for hiding it from you all this time. Take the book and the turtle shell. Zhaki reminds him that the Kaiyuan Haojing is the strongest cultivation manual I found, originally prepared for Linshi, but she left before I could give it to her. Now I give it to you. Naidio silently takes the two treasures, and Yen Rang, to looks reluctant as he says, you can choose not to tell Nai, or even deceive Nai for a lifetime. You told Nai already, so Nai had no choice but to immediately return to Bakenguyen to see if the old man was already gone. The old ancestor at home seemed to have a premonition, muttering and scolding, you damn ghostly Nai, wait until I get back. Sai nervously scratched his head and said, I've always hidden it from him, so I feel uncomfortable. Moreover, last time when the real eye exploded, he risked his life to shield us, so I can't keep hiding it from him forever. While Xiao Yuan and Xiao He were still passionately practicing spirit transformation, Coughing awkwardly, they hesitantly asked about the situation, thinking it was all the same since they were just following the old turtle's instructions, only wondering how Lei Er was doing now. Lei Er suddenly slipped and fell forward, knocking over a gate. He loudly vowed, "Well, lately I've been so unlucky. Have I been cursed by the heavens? Oh heavens, I was wrong. I swear I will be a good person from now on." At the salt border, everyone in Tranzhou was working hard. "Everyone, let's stay here tonight. Tomorrow the temple's people will come to take us away." Just then, Little Cloud Demon and Nanhuyet appeared. He turned his head back in surprise. "Huh?" Nanhuyet hesitated, trying to gauge the situation. "Master, that white knight," she ordered coldly, ignoring him. "There are still many tasks to do on the way. Our target is in the capital of Dium Nation." He immediately reports the situation. Yes, according to the organization's report, Shao State needs to overcome a very strong obstacle to conquer Yan State. There is an ancient god from 10,000 years ago, apparently a vanished ruler, but we don't know what method he will use. We have broken through the divine lifespan limit and lived over 10,000 years. This time, destroying him completes our mission. Stop right there. With the dense resentment of the dead accumulated on you, you must have killed countless people to create such hatred. I am a knight of the Holy Temple. I, Knight Philip, hereby judge you. Nanhuyet scoffs dismissively, truly a kid who doesn't know his limits. Xiaovan suddenly remembered, could it be that the aura of resentment on us is the legendary phantom spear of destruction? He raised the cross high and began to chant, "O people who trust in the God of light, I need your faith and strength. Everyone quickly pray together with your holy cross. Bright light God, please protect us, Lord Philip." Philip floated in the air, arms and legs spread wide as he felt the spiritual energy emanating from the holy cross. The faith's divine power seemed to drain his life force, and he quickly surged upward, returning to his true form. Nanhuyet muttered as he held his two thorny weapons, "This is the divine power faith that the temple has always collected." With just one punch, he defeated his opponent. Nanhuyet nods in judgment, boosting his power from nearly a novice spirit master to a saintly level. Truly a terrifying rise as rumored. Philip painfully clutches his wounded body and groans. "You are high-level demons of hell." Nanhuyet raised those sharp weapons to admit it. "That's right. If you young human hadn't meddled, you wouldn't be dead now." Just as he was about to finish off his opponent, Little Van the demon urgently stepped in to stop him. "Nanhuyet, wait." The spear suddenly stops just before Philip's neck. A picture of Xiaokui with countless wounds appeared in her mind, calling out endlessly, "Mom, Mom, it's me, Xiaokui, your son. Don't you remember me?" "Mom, I am your son, Yue Xiaokui." The Little Van demon frowned and whispered, Don't kill him. Don't kill the boy." After multiple teleportation scenes, Takbat Tien finally leads his team to the land of the dwarves, where the thunderous footsteps of the army crush the ground bugs beneath their feet wherever they go. Bak Tien's face darkened as he recognized the person there. Guyet Tioke. Why was he there? Tioke looked up and sighed. "Thakbat Tien, you troublesome guy." The kid pulls out two sharp swords and charges forward, shouting a challenge. "Missed your chance? You stand still as the heavens roar." "Wait a moment." Xiaohe shrugged, sighed in frustration, and asked, "Come on, we just met and you're already challenging me." Divine Sword slays Apophis blocking in front of him. Kufong inside taunts, "Does the owner want me to cut down this little brat?" Xiaohe grabs the sword hilt to block. "Former Feng, don't be reckless." She hesitated, whispering softly, her master's hand a little gentler. "I see," she murmured. "Sorry, I temporarily forgot about the power." Tiohe, holding it in her hand, threatens, "Don't worry, he's a junior from my Demon Trial Academy. Watch out or he'll cut you in half." He raised his crafted hand proudly and said, "Let him taste how powerful this kid is." Xiaokei confidently activated second combat mode, and immediately that arm transformed into a cannon. Batethop, watch this firework of mine. In an instant, it shot out a stream of blue energy, accompanied by a loud humming sound. Mrs. Tian quickly dodged to the side. Xiaoku excitedly praised. The power was formidable. "You just ran forward and launched a few attacks with a sinister tone. Don't run, Thap Bathine, I need to blow you to pieces." The kid dodged from one side to the other while shouting and blaming. "Relying on divine power, what kind of hero are you?" I haven't finished joking around yet, so Tiuke put away the cannon, blew a puff, and then reminded me. "But I never said I was a hero, I'm just a kid of 13. Mrs. Tianren seized the opportunity when you weren't paying attention, shouted loudly about the flaw, and charged forward, splitting the boy's sword in two. Mrs. Tian's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open as she looked at her half-sword in her hand. Xiaokui, with one hand on his hip and the other holding the divine sword, pushed Apophis down to the ground, sneered teasingly, Don't move, little brother Thakbat Thien. You lost the bet last time and had to do my brother. It seems you still haven't given up yet. The little boy's face turned pale as he looked at the divine sword about to hit a vital spot. Then he begged for mercy. I surrender, big brother. Don't make a move. Be careful. Vu Kai crossed his arms and kept praising without stopping. Is this the eldest son of the Demon Trial Academy? The young master often mentioned to me? You're not a bad kid. You could rule this place. And although you hide it well, I can see that despite your youth, you're already a primordial spirit master. That's impressive. I wonder how Lady Tian Diao managed to escape herself. What? An original spirit master that fast? I'm just a guiding spirit. Xiaoko raised his hand, making the sword fly past the boy's face, then sighed and explained the lesson. You have no idea what I've been through or who I've met lately. If you were me, you'd become strong too. Mrs. Heavenly Affairs was terrified and shouted out, I understand now. Xiao Yuan feels confused and asks, Xiaoqi, what does the elder of the Demon Trial Academy mean? You lean forward hesitantly and ask, oh, this thing? Tok recounted that at the Demon Trial Academy, he saw many children with power and influence, each with hundreds of thousands of money. At first they dared to provoke him, but then one day he suddenly had a strange thought. At that time, he had beaten each person to a pulp. These people, when they grow up, will become major figures of the continent. Xiaoko felt extremely satisfied as he beat each one up. If he worked hard to fight them all to recruit little brothers, wouldn't he be able to conquer half of the Namhuang continent? The next one, eventually you became the boss of the school. So you tamed all the kids who didn't listen, the biggest and best in the school, to be your little brother. Hearing that, she looked up with admiration. Xiaoko is so impressive. Vu Kai sweat profusely, looking unconvinced. Really? That kid? Zhongvuang rules over such a complicated place, but can Thakbat young master be so arrogant and easily subdued? There must be another reason. Mrs. Tian quickly changed her attitude. The boy holding a bag of meat patted Xiaohe on the shoulder and said with a smile, Big brother, I recently found a damaged forbidden book. When you have free time, help me restore it. Yuanjin doesn't need to worry. Recently, wild boar meat has become more expensive, so the prices are going up too. You kids from noble families don't know how expensive rice, firewood, salt, and fish sauce are. Easy, big brother. It's easy. He was so surprised he stammered. Girl, what? He can restore the forbidden letter. Vu Kai looked shy as he begged for help. Big brother, I also have a damaged forbidden letter I want to restore. I had it since I was young. Even the book's name isn't complete. Just 2 characters. Kim Mai. This has been my lifelong wish. Can you help me restore it? The kid's face darkening with a stern tone. He warned Vu Kai, Don't tell me that the good stuff you tricked me into seeing last time is the same. Little Black, holding a plate in one hand and a knife in the other, asked in surprise, Bat Tien, why are you also here? Big brother, don't you know? All the Diem Kingdom's soldiers were wiped out near the land of the little people. The southern wilderness doesn't want to attack the land of the dwarves, so they specifically sent me to clarify that the people of Diem country are hiding and acting on their own. Xiaohe judges Bat Thien harshly. This kid must be a fool for reading forbidden books. A whole shelf of books, huh? You say you know how to negotiate, but I don't really believe it. The kid sent an explanation in return. I guessed right, so we invited the most formidable duck diplomat of the clan to negotiate. With Lieutenant General Vu Kai's extensive experience, there should be no mistakes. But somehow, you feel something is not quite right. Using a duck to conduct negotiations between countries plus the rough uncle, this combination seems trustworthy, huh? It's a strange world. Science is amazing. Mrs. Thien stroked her chin thoughtfully. Actually, what I care about is not the negotiations, but the current state of Yenquak. I hear that Diem Nation is very chaotic right now. Bandits are hiring soldiers to gather their forces. The suffering of the people is beyond words. Lives are being wiped out. Everything happened too suddenly. Could someone be pulling the strings behind the scenes? You ponder silently. Are these all just remnants left behind after your mother killed those people? This must be related to the Divine Temple, but why exactly? Xiaoqi suddenly remembered something. That's right, Tuoba. I previously summoned a messenger beast and asked it to bring you some items. Have you received them yet? The little boy burst out laughing as he recounted what happened then. He said, Tiu Ai, that day it suddenly appeared in the backyard, and you were seriously studying forbidden books. Its cry really was frightening. Mrs. Thien held the poison-eye great eagle and the 3 pillars of heaven and watched it fly away. The boy was very proud of himself. I have received the items and even carried out the task perfectly as the boss instructed. The letter mentions Thakbat Thien. This is the beast token I collected outside, along with all the money earned. Please help me send to the families of the members of the Falcon Squad and the Loc Tuan team who sacrificed themselves during the mission. I hope you will take care of their families. Yue, Xiaoke. Hearing that, Little Black's heart shattered, and he opened his mouth in shock. What? Everything, you quietly pondered. That's for the best, just a small token of my sincerity. The one who took their lives, Kat Huang, has lost consciousness, but I didn't expect another mother to appear. I owe too much to their family already. Xiaoyan gently called out, Xiaokui, as she took your hand below. Xiaoku ignored it and continued to be lost in her thoughts. This world is not Earth, where big fish eat small fish and the living rule as kings. But all these are dead people. Could I pretend nothing happened? Am I being too naive? Little Hay whispers and puts a purple pill into Bonus's mouth, then mutters bitterly, You little brat. Even my share is given to others, so I might as well stuff it into your stomach. Mom flew in front of you and asked softly with a gentle smile, Tuke, what's wrong? Van raised both hands to comfort her and said, Don't be upset, I will always be with you. The young man nodded firmly and said, Yes, I will be strong for you and for my friends and family on Earth. Xiaoyan gently pats his child's shoulder and soothingly says, Good girl, Xiaokui. Xiaokui lifts her grandmother up into the air and suggests, Yes, maybe we should go help the innocent people in the underworld. Tuvan had no choice but to follow her son. In a dark and eerie place, the haunting sounds echoed from a large coffin in the cold, empty space. Inside, a pair of long, sharp-clawed hands slowly emerged, as if something was awakening from a 1,000-year slumber back to this side. So the whole family set off. But for some reason, Xiaokui's mother and daughter were extremely excited, while Xiaohei's face turned pale as he shouted loudly, Maybe I should go myself. Then I see they are riding fat ducks flying at a speed that makes the Lord's face turn pale with shock. It seems that the front is actually the border of the Demon Kingdom. Heilong shouted helplessly, I hate riding on creatures. Suddenly, Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise and pointed ahead. Master Little Van, look. It seems there's a beautiful woman lying on the ground blocking the way, and she's moaning for help. Immediately, the group stopped and arranged their formation, striking a pose and shouting their slogan, Don't worry, little sister. The mercenary army won't surrender and will come to bite us, the professionals. Cute little sister will get a discount. The mercenary army rushes forward to bite. With my stunning appearance and my two-horned buns, I wonder if I will get a big discount. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaokui and Xiaohei immediately kicked him in the face, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. You curse loudly. You could break bones. Do you think your little tricks can fool us? Damn thief. Meng Hong spun in the air, angrily shouting, Why can you see through my perfect disguise? He then slammed his face directly into a tree hollow, the impact so strong that the small bird nearby was startled and spat out its seed. As for Xiaokui, after hearing what the thief said, both he and Xiaohei were quite confused and questioning how confident he was. However, Meng Huang still wasn't afraid. If that's the case, don't blame us for being rude. Come out, everyone. Teach these guys a harsh lesson for me. His sinister smile makes the birds in the tree fear their honey will drop. But in just the blink of an eye, the entire gang was beaten to a pulp and had all their money stolen by Little Black Chan. He shows his true colors. These people are so poor, they only have a few spirit stones like this. Xiaoke flicks her hand dismissively and criticizes. Are you saying everyone is just these people? I still have ancestors of this craft in my family, truly ungrateful. The young man with a 5-year-old sword stepped in front of Meng Huang with a savage smile. Hey, don't move. There's something I have to do. Seeing that, he shouted in panic. If you want money, I will give it to you, but you must not dishonor my pure body. Then I only heard the soft swoosh of the sword, and 2 ponytail buns were cut off. He said satisfied, This is finally more pleasing. Meng Huang turned to stone all over, her heart broken. My darling, stop stealing and give back my treasure. Xiaoqi turned to Hak Lang to ask, Little Black, is there a spell or a contract like a deadly oath? I haven't been able to find this type in the divine female cultivation manual left by the goddess Hai. Maybe it hasn't been unlocked yet. It looked at you mischievously and asked again, What's wrong? Do you want to do something bad again? Then she stroked her chin thoughtfully and said, There is a type of contract called the Soul Oath, which if broken will be struck down by the heavenly thunder, destroying both body and soul. Tiu Kei smiled happily. That's perfect. I want everyone to swear an oath of poison. If they harm others, they will be struck down and not die properly, and they must do at least 10 good deeds every day to eliminate future troubles. As he spoke, he cast a calculating look at the trembling, helpless bandits, making it hard to tell who the real villain was in this scene. In just a moment, the contract was established and the purification levels kept increasing, adding $100,000, then $998, then $120. Xiaoqi smiled brightly and said, all right, all right. The soul oath has been sworn. You don't need to cry anymore. You can still do many good things without being evil. The bandits laughed and cried at the same time, but honestly, we really don't know anything. Brother Xiaoqi, you immediately start preaching, saying you can't know everything. Born to be strong, have you heard? Think again, and see what makes you better than others. Hearing that, Manhwa confidently said, I am better at eating and sleeping than others, and I like to wear women's clothes. Ada quickly added, I really like wearing a green hat, which can also mean being cuckolded, and he added more. I also have a very strong and forgiving heart. Just with two people, 2K was already speechless in front of these bandits. Moreover, when talking about his strengths, Adan proudly boasted, I pee farther than others and know how to go around. Hearing this, Xiaoqi couldn't take it anymore, his face turning red with anger. After knocking those two guys to the ground, Xiaoqi muttered angrily, what's so special about being better than others? I've run out of options, so if that's the case, I'll teach you a super skill. I hope you can promote the spirit of saving all beings and help the people escape the famine caused by my disaster. As he spoke, his whole body radiated a bright glow. Xiaoqi calmly flips through the book, passionately explaining that learning to draw is a challenge against heaven, and only after 99981 calamities can one attain its essence. Today, I accept you as my officially registered disciples, to pass on the secret body technique to you. But how much you understand depends on your aptitude. If one day I find out you use the secret technique for evil, no matter how far apart you are, I will definitely come to get your lives. Have you remembered? While explaining the theory, Liu Tai also revealed the secret technique like a wise sage. The bandits' eyes lit up as they asked excitedly, are you a divine being sent to save us? No one expected that Nguyen Tuke's good deeds today would create a group of wealthy people on the Thui Nguyen continent. They have spent their lives doing good deeds, helping others and being praised by the poor and single men, and their ancestor, Nguyen Tuke, is even worshipped as a god of wealth in many homes, praying for the blessing of the wealth god. The scene shifts to a different situation where a furious crowd with staffs and stones is causing chaos. Demons. Release our white knight now. Get out! This made her unhappy, so she immediately turned to order her subordinate. I will break the seal of the old demon DM Kwok first, except for this white knight. Kill them all. He nodded in compliance. Nahan Huyet glared and exuded killing intent, holding Philip and speaking coldly. Death can be forgiven, but life is hard to spare, daring to offend my master. The white knight is now possessed and controlled by him, now like a puppet at the command of the red devil. Nian Huyet excitedly shouted, let your stinking swarm die at the hands of your guardian god, Philip Yang, with his bloodshot eyes coldly staring at the crowd. Mai, holding the cross in her hand, crying out loud, please, Sir Philip, wake up, don't let the demon control your body. The more she cried, the more it excited him, so start with you. In her fear, Mai remembered what he had said and clenched the cross, shouting the name of the white knight Philip. Suddenly, a blinding golden light burst out, transporting her away. The blood in Philip's body is a bit suspicious now. There might be a special magic hidden inside the cross used for teleportation. Seeing that, the old green-haired man nearby also panicked and called out Philip's name until he was hoarse, but no light shone from the cross on his neck. Philip, why isn't it working? That girl called Philip a few times to the cross so he could teleport. The danger is getting closer, and he's becoming more frantic. Why is my cross not reacting? I also want to teleport away. In a look of terror, it was the image of the white knight they revered so much now being manipulated by dark forces, wielding a knife to kill as he helplessly shouted, don't kill me, Lord Philip. After everything is settled, Nanhuyet will also let Philip go. By the time he woke up, he found himself standing among the corpses of the villagers. Philip's tears flowed freely, self-blame weighing heavily on the small heart of the young knight. I am deserving of death 1,000 times over. And so he painfully made his way to a distant place. Returning to Xiaoqi's side, he proudly shows off his latest achievement, a self-illustrated book. There, every time he completes a drawing, the cleaning level increases by 666 plus an additional 10.186. And the two dark wolves happily exclaim, this little brat is truly a diligent bee drawing another secret manual to scam some money. But he quickly corrected himself. No, I only offered a medical book from the cultivation technique left by the goddess to treat illnesses along the way, if not to strengthen your health. Look at you, what do you think I am? And this book is called The Mystical Mirror World Classic. I firmly believe that my spiritual power is quite strong, and learning simple medical techniques is easy for me. So let me become the saint of gynecology. No Hu Yin Ho Te thee. Imagine that beside you is the Hu Yin Ho Te the flag. Xiaoke took a walk and found a strange herb. Even though he had to hold his nose when near it, he still spoke with great delight. That's perfect, there's a blood-stopping herb here. Black Wolf couldn't stand the pure scent and immediately vomited on the spot. Ugh, too disgusting. My nose has been violated. As they continued, they saw a honey badger urinating on a tree. Without hesitation, Xiaoke ran out with Bing to ask for some. This is perfect. This is civet musk, which has a strong pain relief effect. I need to take more. While I'm dealing with my frustration, some kid comes and makes me lose my temper, and we both run away in a panic. After half a day of scouring the forest, the preparations are finally complete. Xiaoke, holding herbs in hand, confidently declares, "We're ready. We've gathered enough medicinal ingredients. Let's continue our journey." The teammates who went with him are now continuing their cleaning dance, causing the score to rise quite high, plus 12.22 for cleaning, plus 1001. They entered the village and the group split up to do different tasks. Some tended to the sick, others gathered herbs to help the villagers. A while later, He Lang climbed onto the roof to sleep, while Xiao Yan played with fire, leaving only Xiaoke constantly tending to everyone around her. Suddenly a cute girl stepped forward softly and said, "Ah, little divine doctor, I have something difficult to say. Can you help me?" This gentle demeanor made Xiaoke unable to contain his primal instincts, and blood and drool started flowing uncontrollably. Finally, the opportunity has arrived. The shy girl's secret, such embarrassing matters, let this virtuous woman handle it. Xiaoke, the handsome and kind young man, stepped forward, extended his hand, and told the young girl that nothing was difficult in front of a proper doctor. So be brave and don't be shy. Come here so I can check you. Hearing this, the girl happily exclaimed, "That's great, Grandma. Hurry up, the little divine doctor agrees." Immediately, an elderly woman with a cane approached, smiling casually and saying, "That's great. My hemorrhoids are really painful. It would be good if you could help me apply some medicine." Suddenly, a heartbreaking cry echoed, and Xiaoke clutched her chest and screamed. Oh my, where did this old lady come from in this situation? My heart hurts so much. After being treated, the old lady was no longer in pain and happily recovered. Xiaoxinyi's skill is really good. I feel much better now. And Xiaoque was so devastated that he turned pale. Xiaoyan, seeing his son like that, asked worriedly, Xiaoque, Lord Tatun, my son has disappeared. What should I do?" He Lang chuckled and said, "It's fine. He'll recover soon." The whole family continued riding the duck and setting off again, and his face finally regained its color. Tu Van was overjoyed, confirming that he had truly recovered. But the collapse still wasn't over, almost crushing Little Black completely. It sat behind, complaining, "Why is your little brat so heavy?" Suddenly, Xiao Yun pointed ahead and exclaimed. Xiaoke looked over. There was someone in the house, and over there was Philip. His face looked despondent as he clutched a knife in his hand. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's eyes welled up with tears and her voice was filled with emotion. I can feel his heart is very hurt. In front of them is an old church surrounded by an ancient tree. Philip lam tu trach bandhan. Nung duit en ekwatada, dindemo tu ekwan hung nuevo tu itrong ti tran. Lord Divine Light, where should I go after I die? Surely my soul cannot be redeemed. Forgive me. The Power family arrives with the small knife pressed against his throat, clearly intending to follow the villager's path. Quickly, Xiaoque rushes forward and kicks Philip hard in the face, then shouts, "Hey kid, stop, don't be foolish." He was thrown into a spin of confusion before crashing hard into the wall. After a moment, Philip slowly regained consciousness and wondered, what just happened? Have I already died? So this is what it feels like to die, like being ruthlessly kicked down. In front of him are three strangers staring intently. You're awake, so I am not dead after all. Why did you save me? Someone like me would be better off dead. Xiaoquan frowned and replied, how can you speak the word death so lightly? Moreover, killing all those villagers was not your wish. There's no need to go to such extremes. You still have many ways to atone for your sins. How do you know about these things? Then he suddenly realized he was tied up, and in a very provocative way. He panicked and shouted, Hey, wait a minute, why are you tying me up like this? And there's also a dog with the dark element, whom you are members of the dark forces. The blood of the black wolf boils over, it lunges forward and bites hard into Philip, shouting, Look carefully, I am a black wolf god with a noble and handsome demeanor. 2K's serious voice said, You were not only writhing on the ground, fighting and rambling when you fainted earlier. Although we have dark energy, we are all good people, and not part of any dark force. But Philip's reaction still remains very uncomfortable. No, Those with dark aura powers are all corrupted demons and should face judgment. You and I are the same, both deserving of death." Hearing these words, Xiaokai silently struck him hard across the face to wake him up. Then Teuton calmly warned him, "Oh my, your pale-faced face is quite bold. Still dare to talk nonsense. I will beat you into a pinhead and then sell you to the madam as a male companion." Philip retorted angrily, "If you're so brave, kill me. I am just a dark force. Don't even think about trying to teach me a lesson." Indeed, Xiaokai was not joking. He used his superior skills to hit him dozens of times on the head, forming a pile of swelling lumps like two horns. He coldly asked, "Kid, you're too young to tell right from wrong. Is death the only solution to the problem?" Before Philip could respond, Xiaokai continued, "Using your cursed body to help save the people, even if small, who want to fight to survive in this world." At this point, he suddenly emphasized a sentence to clearly express his intention. Though in darkness, it still points toward the light. This sentence is like a beam of light shining directly into the heart of the White Knight. It made him pause and stare blankly for a moment, his mind repeatedly echoing the phrase, "trapped in darkness, yet facing the light," as if programmed. Seeing Philip so tense, Xiaokai changed his tone and then told a story. "Have you heard of the Avengers before? These people are bloodstained, their souls gnawed by demons, but they fight against fate to the end, forming an alliance of Avengers who can later awaken as the judges of the apocalypse. Extremely powerful." Philip replied dejectedly, "The League of Vengeful Souls and even the Temple of Gods have such organizations, but those innocent villagers can never come back to life again. I cannot forgive myself." He pulled out a picture and continued his story. "Don't be discouraged, because in this world there is something called the Divine Dragon Pearl. If you collect all 7, you can summon the Divine Dragon Peppa and fulfill all your wishes, including saving those people." But probably in a hurry, I accidentally grabbed a painting that doesn't look very impressive. Realizing the mistake, Xiaokai quickly swapped it with a picture of the dragon god, awkwardly smiling and saying, "Sorry about that. I grabbed the wrong one earlier. This one is the right one." This made Philip freeze, unsure how to respond to this teasing. You. Xiaoku continued to pull out her treasure to tempt the kid. "I happen to have a dragon pearl here. If you agree not to go looking for trouble anymore, I'll sell it to you cheap." Haklang stood there in disbelief, shouting in shock. Is it really true that there are dragon pearls in this world, or is that distant legend actually real? Do you still not understand me? What I have is obviously fake, a counterfeit from Earth. On Earth, you can buy a set of dragon pearls for just 8 yuan with packaging included. Can that planet of yours really be like this? How can it make fake goods that look so real? Sieki also added that she secretly infused the chaotic divine core aura of her mother into it, sure to fool him completely. Indeed, her plan worked. Philippine didn't miss a beat, staring in shock and exclaiming, "This long pearl's aura contains both light and darkness. How is that possible? Isn't light supposed to eliminate all darkness? How can they exist at the same time? Then I'll go ahead and buy it." This is the entire amount of money that Anne has saved up over the years to carry out missions. There are probably over 100 million top-grade primordial stones. As long as it can save those who were murdered, I am willing to make a dirty deal with the demon. Even after taking the money, Xiaoqi still gave Philip a firm slap to remind him. "My name is Yue Xiaokai, not this wooden-headed demon you call yourself. Is good and evil decided by attributes? No, it's decided by the heart of the user. A simple-minded teenager like me must be a good person." The evil personality inside Xiaoqi's mind appears. "Chu keeps this money for you so you can pay for your tuition later." Upon receiving the rare dragon pearl, Philip feels much more energized. "I'm not seeking death anymore. Thank you. This item is truly extremely valuable. I know that 100 million primordial stones are not enough." Evil Moon, Xiaokai, once I have atoned for all my sins, I will offer my soul and body to Philippa with both hands. But Xiaokai just dismissively refuses. "Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. If you were a girl, I might consider something like sleeping with you, but my uncle isn't that kind, though he might sell you to a madam to make money." Hearing that, Philip jumped and shouted, "Sleeping. Indeed, you have dark energy, all evil." Black Wolf sat nearby, silently pondering how the names of Philip and the White Knight Philip were the same. It quickly shared this with little Kay, and upon hearing it, he was also taken aback. "What? They look the same?" Philip then built a large tomb with his giant cross-shaped weapon and said, "I can't go back to the Night Temple anymore." Turning away with great determination in his heart, Philip affirmed that from now on there will be no more White Knight Philip. "I will become a vengeful person, like Yue Xiaohe said, living in darkness yet heading towards the light." Then he walks to a rushing waterfall, gently removes his clothes, and wades into the water. It turns out that inside the knight's outfit is a flawless white body with full curves. I never expected Philip to be a girl. She unties her hair. Although her hair is shoulder length, her stunning figure makes her look incredibly feminine. Philip glanced around cautiously before removing the chest wrap. Once she was sure no one was spying, she relaxed her body, smiling as she let go of the burdens on her, revealing her small white back. Philip carefully scrubbed away the dirt on her body, cold tears streaming down every inch of her skin. Because I was thinking while bathing, it took a little longer to change clothes. After removing the chest bandage, I then took off my pink underwear. Philip looked a bit sad as he gently stroked his hair. Maybe she's thinking of her villagers. After cleaning her body, she clasped her hands in front of her chest and silently vowed that from now on she would bathe and pray for them every day, hoping their souls could reach heaven soon. Philip stood silently in the water for a long time, worried that his little one had been gone too long, so Xiaoke needed to follow the water to find him. Hey, Philip. Why have you been over here so long? The grilled fish I told you about smells really good. Before she could finish speaking, a wet body suddenly stepped out of the water, and when she saw him, she froze in surprise. But Tioki's face still looked dazed as he cluelessly held out the fish to Philip and said innocently, "Wow, your chest is big and round, just like a girl's." Only then did he start to feel something was off, rubbing his eyes and saying, "No, that can't be right. How can it be both big and round? And he's not Vunat Pham either. It can't be. I must have seen wrong. These are clearly a girl's breasts." Xiaokuei spread his hands wide over his eyes to look carefully. It must be an illusion. A woman standing naked in front of him, but Tiuke kept thinking he must have seen wrong. He must be seeing things. He moved closer without noticing Philip trembling with anger, his head burning with fury as he kept staring fixedly at her chest. Since ancient times, only female characters are drawn as male, never the other way around. My curiosity naturally grew. Just looking wasn't enough. Tiuke reached out to touch and said, "This doesn't make sense. I suspect these are fake breasts, but this feeling, it acts just like pulling the pin on a grenade." After checking, he screamed in fear, "It feels exactly real." Blood gushed out, her mind in chaos, and Xiaohe screamed and cursed. "Damn it! Black beans, red beans, mung beans, and water spinach. Damn it, you bastard! You're messing with me." Immediately, Xiaoke regained his composure and thought of a countermeasure. Staying like this means certain death. Taking advantage of her not reacting yet, I must quickly think of a way to save myself. Xiaoke swiftly summoned a pink bra. "This is the Acock Tin Magic Bra. Just a little promotion. As long as you're human, this treasure will give you a captivating figure." The appearance of the bra where Xiaoke is means it will be lost elsewhere. And sure enough, the bra came from this annoying older brother who hasn't shown up in a while. The 40-year-old unshaven guy who likes to wear women's clothes, huh? When his stuff gets stolen, he panics and shouts, "Damn it! Ha Nuyet's bra I got as a gift is gone, I'm cursed." Tiuki quickly put on the coin purse and then pretended to be shy, saying, "I didn't expect you to be just like me." Yes, dressing up as a boy when going out is even more convenient. To make it more realistic, I even tried to make my lips bleed. Damn it, this lip-biting makeup hurts so much, I'm bleeding a lot, I can't stop the bleeding. Shuki timidly introduced herself, saying, "Actually, my name is Yue Xiaotian." Philip's powerful fist was already close to her face, but when he saw her tearful eyes and her lips full and blushing, he stopped. Philip looked at the person in front of him in confusion and asked again, "Nguyet Tio Tien?" Soon after, the misunderstanding was cleared up, and they happily held hands. Seeing her son return, Xiaoyan exclaimed, "Xiaoke, you're back." But her new look made her gasp in surprise. Xiaoyun climbs onto Xiaoko's body to wipe the blood from his face while giving Philip a suspicious look, leaving her puzzled. The scene shifts to a dark and gloomy room below the DM Kingdom Palace. In the old coffin, a corpse has come back to life, awakening and muttering about blood sacrifices. The eerie body rises from the tomb and screams, "Where are my descendants?" The coffin, "I want the blood sacrifice." Turning to him, Xiaoke took out 2 items to give to Philip. "My sisters gave you this cloak, and inside this glove is a weapon with primordial energy. A gift from an old dwarf robot from the water people. Definitely of high quality, you will like it." Receiving the gift from him, Philip softly replied, "It was made by the dwarf people. This is too precious, thank you, Yue Xiaojian." She put on her cloak and said a few words before leaving. "Goodbye. I must quickly gather the 7 dragon pearls to save someone. Don't worry, I will definitely not die easily before that day. I heard that there used to be a long pearl in the Eastern Kingdom. You should go to the East, leave this place, and start a new life, sister. I think to myself that the Eastern Kingdom is the country with the weakest divine power. It will be much safer there. Keep going, little girl." Xiaoyun also waved goodbye to her. He Lang, standing nearby, listened and thought the saying was very true. Men's words are deceitful. Nothing they say is genuine. Humans are complicated. He immediately pulled her aside and bribed her, whispering, "If you keep quiet and I give you this, later when we go to the Eastern Kingdom, you can just casually discard it so she doesn't accidentally pick up a few long pearls. Just cooperate a little. Material truly influences consciousness. With money, even little black can turn into a gentle lady. The Eastern region must have the dragon pearls. Let's go, sisters." At this moment, Philip seemed to have something to say, hesitating. New yet, okay, you answered innocently. What's wrong, sisters? But Philip decided not to say anything, just smiled and took his leave. Never mind, it's nothing, thank you. I'm leaving now. After turning away, Philip chuckled softly to himself. Pretending to be a girl and calling her sister what, huh? Her lips are even torn. Silly, forget it. I won't expose anyone. The scene shifts to another village under a bright night sky. A piercing scream echoes everywhere. Everyone quickly gathered around a woman sitting in the middle of the road, covering her face and crying. As soon as she closed her eyes, her child was gone. I don't want to live anymore. A young couple nearby rushes out in panic, shouting, "Our child is also gone." The villagers began to panic. Why is this happening? Could it be bandits or ghosts? While they were arguing, suddenly an old village elder stepped forward and spoke in a trembling voice. Hearing the old man's words, a curious person asked, "Village elder, do you know what this is about?" The old man sighed deeply and nostalgically recalled, "When I was very young, probably about 80 years ago when our country enjoyed good weather and there were very few crimes, but suddenly something like this happened." He recounted that back then I was still an 8-year-old child. One night I woke up and heard scratching sounds outside the door, so I ran out to see what it was. But suddenly at that moment, the old village chief stopped and took a breath. Everyone anxiously asked what happened next. Then what? And then what happened next? Suddenly, the old man shouted in terror, causing the whole village to startle and scream. Everyone was panic-stricken and pale with fear, hurriedly asking, "What is it? What's wrong?" The old man slowly continued, "It was just a rat stealing food." After hearing this, everyone was disappointed and left. "Come on, everyone, disperse. Disperse now. We should go find our children immediately." The village chief's silly illness made him pee himself again. But the old man suddenly slammed his cane on the ground and loudly told everyone to stop and listen. "Wait, let me finish," he continued. "I also thought nothing was wrong until suddenly a monster appeared from the forest, but it didn't harm me and disappeared in an instant. But I saw that it was still holding a handkerchief in its hand. The rustling sound was from it eating food. The next day, they discovered that the young people and children from the neighboring village had all been eaten by the monster, leaving only the old and weak behind. Some of the survivors were crazy, others were simple-minded, just sitting there muttering nonsense. After finishing the story, the village chief sincerely advised everyone, "Let's go quickly. Hamlet is about to reach our village." But no one responded around him. The old man angrily turned around and said, "Let's go, everyone. Why aren't you responding?" But this time, his cloudy eyes could no longer see his villagers anywhere. All he could see were patches of fire on the ground and the peaceful scene. Everyone was gone. The torches they held earlier had fallen to the ground, and there were many pools of bright red blood scattered around. I can't believe it. In just a moment, the entire village was devoured. Now behind him stands a giant monster with sharp jaws in its belly. The old man turned to face it, raising his staff fiercely and shouting, "You damn monster, give me back my children, give me back my villagers." He cursed it without holding back, trembling. "Your mother's a fool, you monster," grabbing the staff and criticizing. "Too old now." The village chief pointed at its face and loudly said, "You are not a monster, you are a human, not a monster." Then the old man silently bowed his head and begged to be killed so he could follow his villagers and his descendants on their journey. But there was no response, and he shouted in anger, "Why didn't you kill me? Damn monster." But around the old man there was only a silent space. He left him behind, filled with confusion. Where is the monster? Xiaokui's group has also arrived at this village. To ensure safety, He Lang went ahead to scout. Suddenly it was startled, bristled up, and revealed its true form, immediately turning back and warning, "Watch out." Seeing this, Xiaoyun asked worriedly, "What is Lord Ta Ton doing?" He Lang replied uncomfortably, "There is a strong evil aura in the air here. This is not the feeling of the dark ancestor. It is entirely evil energy, a kind of aura filled with the smell of blood." Little Kay spoke seriously, "Mom, it's dangerous. Hide in my consciousness." Little Van agreed immediately. "Yes, I will follow my mother's son." Suddenly a black cloud of unknown origin swept in like a tornado. Before she could finish her sentence, she was already grabbed by the monster. Nanhap Huyet looked at Xiaoyun from head to toe and thought to himself, she's not human. yet she still casually waved her hand to greet him. Bloodseeker roared loudly, spitting all his essence into Xiaoyan's face. He opened his mouth wide. Longshen thought, I don't care if you're human or not. Eat first and deal with it later. On this side, Xiaoqi performs the summoning skill, gathering purple energy into her palm and forcibly summoning it to herself. A small teleportation portal quickly appears right beneath Xiaoyan. Before the golden light moved away, she happily waved goodbye to the monster. The food still in her mouth was snatched back, causing the Bloodseeker to freeze for a few seconds, still unsure of what had just happened. Xuanvan was brought back to her son. Xiaoqi nervously said, Luckily Yuan Tinling, who signed a contract, can be summoned unilaterally by the Tuchu. Mom, just rest in my consciousness. She nodded and gave her instructions. All right, Xiaoqi, be careful. This uncle here doesn't seem to have a very good temper. Black Wolf cast a sharp glance over the monster and said, Its energy fluctuations are strange but very strong. However, judging by its ugly appearance, it's clearly a mindless beast. Wait until later. If we can't fight back, we'll look for an opportunity to escape. Nap Huyet laughed mockingly again. You are the one lacking intelligence. Could it be that Your Excellency is the infamous evil Tao Lord with a notorious reputation? I thought it was just a dog. Looks like it's not very smart, huh? After hearing those words, Xiaoqi froze completely. He spoke up to criticize. Little Black, you damn dog, next time you meet an enemy, can you just not talk? Why do you always create trouble? I seriously suspect that your true self is one of those bad guys who have died many times, but Hak Lang nonchalantly denies it, so why are you suddenly bringing up my true self? No, I am not like that. Don't talk nonsense. Suddenly, Xiaoqi's attitude changed, and she said in a fake sweet voice, Hello, handsome monster. We're just strangers crossing paths. There's no need to fight to the death, right? Maybe everyone should go their separate ways. Hak Lang immediately leaned in to ask softly, Did someone trick your head? Do you think it will listen to you? Are you stupid? If it's really that easy to negotiate, I will take your surname. He replied calmly. Not sure. It will definitely follow my suggestion. Nguyen Huyet laughed out loud, then nodded and turned away. Young master truly understands the principles. I also have this idea. Everyone disperse. I am leaving now. Tu Ke turned around and said, So Nuet Tu Hak and I will go this way. They both kept silent and went their separate ways. What the hell is this? What principle is this? So, this is actually Xiaoqi's plan. He clenched his fists, suppressing his anger, and said, I observed its weakness with my spiritual awareness. Later, I will use a giant rock to crush and kill its grandmother, who dares to bully my mother. That monster over there isn't a chicken either. He's calculating the pros and cons in his mind, facing a small setback. Could this young man be the strongest legendary great sword in the history of Apophis? I am about to enter a vulnerable period and will be difficult to deal with enemies. Wait just one more breath. Just one breath. And I will instantly transform into a high-level saint spirit. When the opportunity arises, Xiaohe immediately draws his sword, turns around and shouts, This is the moment when its strength is at its lowest. Xiaohe, we only have the span of a breath. The blood integration is frantic as he turns back. With such a powerful spiritual sense, he can even probe the pattern of my strength changes and precisely catch the moment when I am at my weakest. Are you the heir of some hidden noble family? Xiaohu admitted through gritted teeth. Yes, Torfeng is my family. Afraid of what? As he spoke, he swung his sword toward him, but the blood entry quickly caught the attack and raised both hands to block the descending blade. Tu Ke immediately asked, How do you know this move when you never block 100% of the white fist? He replied, Are you a monster? How can his strength be so great? At this moment, the mouths and countless eyes on his skin turn their attention to him, marveling. Truly, a handsome young man. Two large blood-marked arms reach out towards Xiaoqi, intending to catch him. Come here so I can hug you. Let go, Xiaohe. This monster's strength fluctuates. Sometimes it's only at the level of a great origin spirit master, but at its peak it's a high-level saint spirit. Right now is when it's at its weakest. Without hesitation, Hei Lang lunged forward like lightning, and I might as well ask, can you sense this too? I can only sense its primal energy fluctuating wildly. After your success in breaking through to become a spirit master, your soul power has actually become much stronger. After breaking through, I will unlock the soul power and martial arts that the goddess Hai left for me. Hurry! Are you talking about this? Peace and unity. Love and compassion. It jumps in, blowing a wave of icy bones into the face of the blood-absorbing one, and takes a powerful strike that the old man has preserved for hundreds of thousands of years. His face instantly froze, and Nan Huyet shouted in panic. What kind of devilish move is this? All my 5 senses and 6 senses are gone. Overcome with pain and rage, he went berserk, swinging his remaining limbs wildly, causing the ground beneath his feet to be dug up quite a bit. I won't forgive you all. Shoko didn't hesitate and launched an attack called Explosive Cannon, piercing straight into the raging monster. A deep wound was gouged on the blood-infused body, blood splattering everywhere, and the mouths on his body howled so loudly it was deafening. Xiaoke felt disgusted and showed clear discomfort. This scene is so horrible. Could it be that its body is filled with creatures it has devoured? This made Xiaoke so angry that her face turned red. If that's the case, killing a monster that eats people like you doesn't bother me at all. Even the small soul of the sword Apophis shares the same thought as its owner. Aiming directly at the target, you charge with your sword to kill the monster. This is like my first time killing someone, although you're not really human, so just die already. Xiaoke slashed through the blood-infused body, splitting him in two, fresh blood spraying like rain. Hei Lang stood beside, arms crossed, smugly saying, I haven't even unleashed the remaining 9 moves yet, and I'm already so proud. The scene shifts to the Yama Kingdom Palace, where the old king is startled to sense a part of his body missing. Realizing a clone that was collecting blood has been slain, he coughs in anger and then feigns regret. Wasting so much blood essence in vain, these are lives, including mine. Lying on the throne, the old king begins to feel the pain. I don't want to do this either, but I really don't want to die. That person, I don't know whether I should thank you or hate you. For 60,000 years, do you know what kind of life I have lived? Rewind to 60,000 years ago. When this old king was nearing the end of his life, someone came with good news. Your Majesty, I have searched for 100 years, and even my skin has turned dark. Finally, on a small, nameless island at the edge of the sea, I found this extraordinary person. Hearing that, the old king happily sat up and said, I am about to face a great crisis and urgently need this warrior's help. As long as he can help me extend my life, I am willing to pay any price and bring him in here. Ding Ding Shen secretly felt proud and loudly announced, Welcome the immortal advisor, thinking it was someone important. But it turned out to be the wise angel Uriel dressed as an immortal, riding a 5-colored lotus flower into the hall, looking no different from the second dragon god, only missing a dog. Hello, king of the underworld. Now that my lifespan has reached its limit, if you can help me extend it, I will grant you anything, even sharing DM Kingdom with me. Uriel forced a reluctant smile and agreed. Your Majesty, I am only a broken cultivator with no ambitions. What moves me is only fate. A few years ago, I owed the temple a favor, and today I wish to repay it. He nodded in surprise and said, So coincidental? If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you were an angel from the divine temple. That's right. This is our fate. I wonder if your Majesty is interested. The old king nodded and said, I've heard that the angels of the divine temple never age, but I wonder how true that is. Fine, I agree with you. An outsider ascetic. He stood up and slowly descended the stairs threateningly. If you don't have the longevity technique, I will make sure you die with no place to bury you, and the divine palace won't even set foot in the underworld. Uriel holds the secret manual confidently and replies, The Emperor is being too harsh. This is an unparalleled longevity technique that will disappear on its own after reading. Your Majesty, please. He opened the secret manual and exclaimed, This is the longevity technique I have long awaited. I had heard that the divine palace is unfathomably profound, and I never expected even the longevity technique to be included. Suddenly a flame burst from inside, terrifying him. The old man stammered loudly, This! The life extension technique, you all. Not long after, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. The old king suddenly realized that his fate had been changed. Now he could only be a tiny insect, relying on sucking life force from others to extend his lifespan. He bowed his head, his voice trembling. If I could choose once more. The old king gently licks his finger, reaffirming his decision. I will still choose the same path because I really don't want to die. His eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted fiercely, Let me see who dares to kill my clone in the underworld and block my path to longevity. The old king rushed out of the palace into the forest, a dark whirlwind trailing behind him. He landed amidst the bloodied corpses and muttered to himself, Not a drop of blood should be wasted. These are all my lives. The old king thought of Xiaoque and couldn't help but stick out his tongue in a greedy gesture. So that's how it is. A kid with divine power, young but already a primordial spirit master, probably a disciple of a major clan. He clasped his hands together and rested them on his cheeks, muttering, You won't escape. Your vitality must be very strong. I've definitely set my sights on you, young one. The old king imagined himself sitting and eating while you praised him. Delicious, Munch Munch. I will eat you piece by piece. Inside the forest, Xiaoque keeps sneezing while holding the person in his arms. He wonders, why am I suddenly getting goosebumps? Could it be that a pretty girl is reminding me of someone? Tiny lights flickered deep in the forest, accompanied by voices echoing everywhere. Everyone, hurry up. We can't rest tonight. If that monster catches up, we'll all be dead. Thinking of Nam holding a torch in his hand, looking at the person in front, He anxiously said, "It's so late, and there's still a child and a dog outside. It's too dangerous. Don't be afraid, little guy. I am the captain of the beautiful Flowerblood team, and behind me are my team members and the boss we are escorting. We just came from Demon Realm." Xiaoko greets with one hand holding a book and the other extended. "Hello, I am the captain if you don't accept it. Come on. Nguyet Tioke, nicknamed Guangdong Zhang Shuiyu. This is our first meeting. Please advise, and I'd like to gift you a manual on human body secrets as a token of our encounter." My Nam and the others immediately spat blood upon hearing this. He extended his palm and asked in surprise, "If you're not satisfied with the team, come. I haven't seen your name on the guild's list. Did you just register?" I was surprised as I shook hands with Mainam and repeated the question cluelessly. "Do you still need to register at the guild?" He took out a badge to explain. "Yes, after registering, the guild will give you a badge. Only then will your team be officially recognized and able to access the guild's departments to receive missions. This time we also came here to take on a mission." Mainam frowned warning. "Do you want to enter the Lord of Reem Nation? I advise you to forget about it." When we came back, we encountered a man-eating monster. Xiaoko gasped in shock and asked, "Isn't that monster already killed by me an hour ago?" He opened his eyes wide in shock at the information and stammered 2 words. "Killed. Killed already." My handsome man raised his hand confidently, showing off his masculinity. "My strength is that of a grand spirit master, and all members are original spirit masters. Everyone is giving their best to survive. You only look about 10 years old. How could you possibly kill one?" He started voicing the puppets in his hands. "It definitely isn't the same one. We just met it half an hour ago. It's probably its father, and you just ran into its child." "Yeah, that's probably the case." Xiaohei and Xiaokui also have nothing more to say. "You complain, but this time we're in trouble. We've made enemies of the man-eating monsters." After a while, they left, and the young man looked back and advised, "Brother Xiaohei, we have to go now. Are you really not coming with us?" Behind the chaos of the Demon Kingdom, there is also a struggle among the people of the 3 great nations, and even major organizations backing the chaos. I advise you to leave now." Xiaoko froze in place and raised a finger as an excuse. No, I still have something to do." "Oh, right." He flipped 4 gold coins with a mischievous smile and called out to Brother Minnam, thanking him for the intel. "Before you go, let me use the Kainyan Haokin to read your fortune. I just learned it recently, so I won't take any money," he asked excitedly. "Do you, Brother Xiaokei, still know how to read fortunes? This is a special skill of Vu from legend." Xiaohe hesitated, rubbing his chin with one hand, glancing at the coins in his palm thoughtfully, knowing that this old turtle from Xuandai gave him to increase the divination's accuracy. Unfortunately, Thong Huyin's corpse was given to Naidu to save someone. Without both of them, the divination would definitely be more accurate. Where can I find the corpse now? Even a common type will do. Xiaokui reminisced about his little turtle from before and told himself, "I used to have a turtle, but the goddess said that a living turtle can't be summoned and turtles live a long time, so my parents would take good care of it." At that moment, there were 3 altars and 3 incense burners burning brightly. In the center is a picture of Xiaokei, next to a photo of him and the little turtle, with the turtle shell and a cute pink bow beside the central incense holder. Suddenly, the turtle shell disappeared mysteriously, and in an instant, it was in his hand without him noticing. Tio Kei, feeling cold, stands frozen in front of the turtle urn while Hak Lang lies sprawled on the ground, laughing uncontrollably at his own words. Xiaoku clutching her head, tears streaming down as she helplessly whispers one word. "What?" He could only put the coins into the turtle shell to wash. Xiaohe shook and prayed desperately. "Ting, ting, ting. Usually 3 coins are enough, but to activate my primordial energy, I need more than 1 coin for better luck." A few minutes later, he poured out the coins, and Xiaokei excitedly exclaimed, "It's a hit." "What? Dead?" In the midst of the crowded crowd, a woman leans against the edge of a chair, surrounded by attendants, inviting, "Handsome old man, someone is paying to have me come and spend time with you. Please stay here and play with me. Don't rush to DM Quoc for reinforcements. I can fulfill all your requests." Santa Claus and the reindeer cleared his throat and asked, "Could you be the Electric Lord Misa, one of the 3 leaders of the Black Abyss organization? Are you planning to declare war on our southern wilderness country?" Mr. Nano looked surprised, thinking to himself, "Who is this force that dares to invite the Electric Lord out in person?" 3 days ago at the border of North Yuan, the furious Electric Lord was stopped by some soldiers who shouted, "Let me go, I have to kill them." "Lord, it's not the right time yet, please wait a little longer." The other guy kept clinging and complaining, saying he's starving. A handsome young man with his arms crossed glared at him and ordered from above 2 Yetengao men. "Crazy Electric Lord, one of the 3 leaders of the Black Veil organization. Hell, you're reaching too far, don't block the way here. I must go to conquer the Demon Kingdom. 3 days ago, at the border of Eastern Kingdom, the governor was still busy playing with women in his chamber. You naughty little girl, let me show you how I drain you dry. The female general of the Eastern Kingdom simply lowered her spear to the ground and snorted coldly. He glanced at her, deliberately dropping a drop of blood onto the beauty's chest, and whispered, "Beautiful, don't look so fierce. Today we're just acting. After I'm done, we can find a quiet place to exchange some friendly gestures." The female general sneers openly. I really don't understand what the king is thinking, yet he still chose to cooperate with you. Even though we're just acting here, just looking at your disgusting bug makes me feel nauseous. The magistrate holds her in his arms, clears his throat to appear righteous and noble. If only Bei Yuan and Nan Huang are blocked, then your Dongfang kingdom has no one to stop them. Doesn't that mean everyone will know this was done by your Dongfang kingdom? I'm only doing this for your own good. With that, he stood up, waved goodbye, and took his leave. Old woman, stop making that sour face all the time. I'm not playing with you anymore. I need to enjoy myself to the fullest before I get married. Bye-bye. In Lam Kingdom, the evil Chow Yun is wielding a weapon to execute a man when Nan Huyet speaks from behind. Master, the subordinate has reported. Turning back loudly, he scolded, Nan Huyet, that white knight, you're meddling too much. If there's a next time, just end yourself. The little demon van didn't hesitate and unleashed a move that made him scream in pain, blood splattering everywhere. Nan Huyet bowed and embraced his wounded body, admitting his mistake. Yes, master. Nan Huyet dared not again and continued reporting the situation. This is the last territory where the demon Diem Kwok set up his great magic formation. The two superpowers of humanity were blocked 3 days ago, and the Trio Kingdom, allied with the Eastern Kingdom, has long been waiting outside Diem Kwok's borders. We can act now and kill that immortal demon of Diem Nation. She glared at Nan Huyet and nodded in agreement. Yeah, go ahead. Inside the creepy forest, Xiao Ke raised his hand to stop him. Wait a moment. Yes, no, wait a moment. My handsome guy, you can't go that way. My Nam leans against a tree, puzzled, and asks, What's wrong, little brother Xiao Kui? He seriously warned, this is a major omen of disaster, and one that's very hard to escape from. You can't go that way, or you'll face 2 great calamities in life. He slung his arm around your shoulder, looking skeptical. What are you talking about, Xiao Kui, bro? What do you mean by a bad omen and great disaster? Stop scaring each other. I suspect you're talking about something inappropriate. No, this is real. The fortune-telling indicates you will face 2 major calamities, and only by heading straight west can you find a benefactor to help you overcome these 2 disasters. My Nam had no choice but to follow, waving goodbye as he walked. All right, we'll go west. Anyway, we can meet at the destination to say farewell. Little Black calmly chews on a small leaf, sitting cross-legged on the tree and observing. This meddlesome personality is so like the goddess Hai. Soon, large and small shimmering circles gradually appeared in the vast sky, and lightning bolts struck down fiercely, making the scene even more mystical. He stood beneath that dark sky, looking up and muttering, It's here. As the lightning bolts grew more numerous, Xiao He quickly hugged Xiao He, who was surprised and asked, What's going on, kid? He straightforwardly lifted He Lang's body as if offering a sacrifice to heaven and earth. Xiaoke recited the incantation, This is the price of revealing the divine secrets, please, Bachan. Xiao He, seeing this, became furious and snapped. Hey, you little brat, what kind of price is this? Why are you hugging me like this and calling me father? Who are you? You forgot how the old turtle and goat died, revealing too much of the heavenly secret and inviting divine lightning punishment, leaving no place to bury them. Black Wolf paused for a moment, tears streaming down its face as if stunned, then quickly regained its composure, flailing its limbs and shouting, Grr, let me go, let me go. I'll risk everything to fight you. Xiao Ko reassured, It's okay. We haven't revealed much of the heavenly secrets, so the heavenly tribulation probably won't be too strong. From the center of the circle, a sudden stream of purple spiritual energy shot down, hitting both of them and turning their entire bodies completely black. They were billowing smoke as if burned, and he tremblingly pulled Xiao Ke down, weakly saying, Look, this is just a thunderbolt firework. I told you it wouldn't be too strong. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them collapsed to the ground, their minds spinning like in a daze, foam bubbling from their mouths, and their bodies steaming as if just roasted over coals. At this moment, the old king was walking alone through the dense forest. He stopped at the fork in the road for a moment as if he had discovered something. The old king stuck out his tongue, glancing toward the direction of the enticing aroma. He excitedly exclaimed, The smell of living people is so strong. We're almost there to the west. The old king sniffed and glanced toward the other side, hesitating. But the smell from the kid in front is still better. I think I can still smell some grilled meat. It smells so good. Xiaoke keeps hugging the person and humming softly. You're grumpy, but having someone beautiful think of you again. He heard the noise and immediately grabbed a bowl and a pair of chopsticks, rushing toward that direction while shouting, Kid, wait up, I'll kill you. The little Van Demon on the other side was flying while muttering, Why am I starting to feel uneasy? A while later, Xiaohe and Xiaoyan sat by the fire roasting food. Xiaoke looked around the sleeping area and sighed. This bed is still the most comfortable. Luckily, my old mother on Earth didn't burn my bed. I love her to death. From now on, this bed must be placed inside a storage ring. In the real world, your mother, holding her husband's shirt, looked at the bed in fear and said, Our 3 kids. Is it our son's ghost coming back to take his things again this month? Or should we go tomorrow to burn some homemade offerings for him? Burn a few more pictures of Unquin Dan and let the boy take them for over 10 years. This child's luck is too bad, still intact when he died. Now his spirit is unsettled. Not long after, Xiaoyan crawled into the tent and gently pressed the pillow. Xiaohe, meanwhile, sprawled comfortably on the mattress and exclaimed, That Earth world really knows how to enjoy itself. I didn't expect this mattress to be so comfortable. I push Hak Lang aside and shout, Get out, you dog. Go sleep on the grass. What do you think you're doing? As the most handsome black wolf god of water origin, I wonder how many women loved me back then, and how many elemental spirits begged to be on my bed. Suddenly, the old demon king reached his bowl with chopsticks into the tent like a horror movie. His voice grew more and more eerie. Hello, everyone. Sorry to bother you. Don't be afraid. I just came to eat you, so come on into the bowl. Little Black turned his head back, trembling and shouting loudly, yet he could completely hide his breath. I am completely unable to smell his scent. Xiaoku froze in place, sweat pouring down as he continued. Why is there no reaction at all from the defensive array I set up nearby? He shouted in disbelief. Could he really be the monster's father? Mommy, hide me in the sea of consciousness quickly. The old demon king reached out with his chopsticks, speaking sweetly to coax, Don't be afraid, little one. Even though you killed my clone, I will still love you. With your cleverness, I can't bear to swallow even a bite, Xiaoque immediately ordered. Xiaohe, attack his head. He Lang quickly obeyed, and the others swiftly beat him up, tickling and gloating, saying, I'm teasing. I'm teasing. You raise your sword to execute Apophis and loudly demand, Old monster, pay me 10,000 more than the price of a good bed. Just as the sword swings, the Demon King swiftly dodges. He mocked, beaten to a pulp, Apophis, you really are a good-for-nothing. This divine body of mine dares not let it touch, but after you die it will follow me. Former Feng saw himself being despised and immediately revealed his spirit. She looked at him and spat a stream of contempt. Old Demon King still smiling and marveling after being spat on the face by the girl. Oh dear. Xiao sighed and reminded him, Hey big brother, can you pay attention to your image? Aren't you a deity who got spit on and still shows a blush? He frowned worriedly, thinking, Isn't it true that among the billions of people only one godly being appears? Every time I meet one, it's always a divine being. I can't handle this without a worthy opponent of the same level. Little Black quickly sprays a stream of yellow urine at him and loudly says, I don't have time for teasing. Take this 10 great evil Japanese techniques, 68 Okusama, from me. The Demon King not only isn't afraid, but also holds his blushing face and begs for more. Come on, hurry up. No, Jia. Hak Lang has now revealed its true form and is carrying Tiu Kei away from him. It was surprised and said, This old monster's true form seems familiar, but it shouldn't be alive anymore. How can a human live over 100,000 years? Forget it. Let's escape first. The illusion wave of the Okusama won't affect him for long. You're sitting on it praising, Hak, this is the first time I've ridden on your back. This feels so good. Little Black panted as he ran, scolding. You little brat, escaping is important. This time I let you ride, but next time, even if I have to kill you, I won't let you ride again. Half an hour later, they swapped riding positions. Xiaokoa looked at He Lang clinging to her back and shouted loudly, Why did you turn into a riding dog? You damn dog, hurry up and recover your strength. He still hurriedly ran after with his meal in hand, teasing further. Keep running. I am right behind you, watching you gradually run. Only when I eat will I taste the flavor of your passion. The two of them kept running as fast as they could, glancing back to check on the Demon King's whereabouts. Even though he was still running, he felt like he was about to run out of breath at any moment. Xiao He muttered to herself, I'm reaching my limit. Running isn't my strong suit. I even vomited during the physical test at the academy. I don't want to become the lunch for that disgusting monster. I can't keep going like this anymore. He couldn't wait any longer and squatted down, slamming his hand on the ground to summon anything, a drivable vehicle. Spirit summon. Summon. A tricycle suddenly appeared. Xiaoqui widened her eyes, thinking that Lo Dan's cargo tricycle had been around for 10 years, and probably already turned into scrap. Besides, I don't really know how to ride a tricycle either. The image of Lo Dan appears in my mind along with Han Yut's words, "My dream is to become a professional racer." He hesitated, looking confused, and asked what kind of magic summoning this was. Just heard it for the first time. Tiu Kei's pupils lit up, and he decisively called out, "At this point, I can only give it a try. Lo Dan, today we are all racers." Channeling primal energy, Tiu Kei quickly inserts the key into the hole and turns it to the right to start the tricycle. The entire bike suddenly surged with a blazing purple energy. He skillfully pressed down on the accelerator. Xiaoke skillfully lifts his hand to the throttle. As he gently nudges the gas, it suddenly ignites like a warhorse. Just as expected, the wheel is gradually moving. Xiaoke happily laughs out loud. "It's a success." Black Wolf also grinned. Suddenly, a speaker at Xiaohei's feet was emitting some sounds. The two of them looked down in shock at the wheel and the noise coming from the speaker. "Please, watch out and reverse your vehicle. Please, watch out and reverse your vehicle." Then it shot off at the speed of light, leaving the old king standing there in a daze, repeating, "Please, watch out, reverse your vehicle. Please, watch out, reverse your vehicle." He was amazed and wondered, such incredible speed. Is this the magic chariot of the underworld? The sound kept playing. "Please watch out for reversing. Please watch out for reversing." And the other two are blown so hard by the wind that they can barely keep their skin on their faces. Xiaoke looked back to assess. The combined science and technology of Earth with the world's primordial force can produce such powerful chemical effects. "You're moving too fast now." Haklang picks up a control panel and questions, "What is this?" It suddenly pressed a button on the left and a singing voice immediately came out. "So sweet. You smile so sweetly. The two of you sit on the car, with melodious music like a flower blooming in the spring breeze. Blooming in the spring breeze." At the bend, the car suddenly collided with the mountain wall, causing Little Black to be terrified. "That melody still plays. Where have I met you before? Where is your smile that feels so familiar?" Heilang and I can only stand there, frozen, listening. For a moment he couldn't think of anything. In the dream, the old king ran from behind until he was exhausted, but still didn't catch up. He panted and sighed in amazement. Too fast, too fast, too fast. On the other side, Xiaohei points ahead to warn to be careful, while Xiaoqui puts on Lo Dan's smug face and reassures him, "Just trust me, and close your eyes." Haklang still panic and mutter, "We're going to die, we're going to die, we're going to die." A warning sound rings out, "Please watch out. Reverse now, please watch out. Reverse now." Just as the car screeches to a halt in the middle of the turn. Xiaohei's eyes widened in shock, stammering curses. "Damn it, there's a cliff ahead." Xiaoke frowned, determined. "Luo Dan, I will carry your dreams forward." Then the car sped off the cliff with the sun witnessing it, like Lo Dan and the song echoing his feelings as he rode my beloved motorcycle. The two were thrown out of the vehicle. Luckily, Tok managed to hold on to the tail of the bike. The song still echoes amidst the danger. It will never be silenced. To be continued. You struggle to pull Xiaohei into the car and sit back in your old spot. Xiaoke clears his throat and urges you on, with no time to explain. "Hurry up and get into my ghost martial arts nursery car." As Xiaoyun the demon flies away, she ponders that over these years, alongside her growing strength, her soul has always felt incomplete. But this also prevents me from breaking through my limits and becoming the six-winged great demon god. Yet clearly my 3 souls and 7 spirits are complete. So why do I still feel incomplete? She recalled when she was Jichgu Xiaoqui and couldn't help but wonder. Since meeting the heart demon, it was also the first time I experienced heartbreak. Could it be that my soul is truly incomplete? Does he have an important connection to the completeness of my soul? The demon girl's cheek blushes with a hint of red. She is curious, but how can he be my son? I have never experienced anything like this since I was born from the blood pool of hell. Turning to Xiaoqui, the two of them, one big and one small, cling out to the top of the car with warning sounds. "Please watch out for reversing. Please watch out for reversing." Boom, the car crashes to the ground, causing a huge explosion. You clutch your head in pain, complaining it hurts so much. The speed of the car is too fast. Haklang gets startled and yells loudly after being pierced in the butt by some nails. My flower of honor, a huge chest and a black outfit suddenly appear. The woman's shadow enveloped both of them. The demon Tiu Van, stunned, shouted loudly, "Tam Ma, is that you?" Tiu K blinked, raised his face, trembling as he called out for his mother. A second later, he rubbed his chin, thinking of a plan. No, he couldn't call her mother anymore. She didn't remember him now. If not, he might get stabbed somewhere else this time, so he decided to pretend he didn't know her. "Hello, beautiful lady. My name is not Ma Tam. I am Yue Xiaohe, a passerby. May I ask your name? Madam S. Stammers. I have no name, but everyone calls me the Destroyer of Hell. I feel uneasy. What is going on? My heart is racing. Why am I telling him all this? He thumbs up and looks cool, praising. This name, the Destroyer of Hell, is quite something. Xiaoko secretly cursed. Who changed my mother's title to Huavo Chi? If I find out who did it, watch out. The arrogant guy is terrifying. Nan Huyet interrupts into the stream of desire. Recently, the master's mind has been disturbed. It must be because of him. This inner demon cannot be kept. Suddenly, memories from the past flooded into his mind. I was just a low-level little blood demon in the depths of hell back then. In that world where big fish swallow small fish, only those who become food for higher demons and gods can survive. In a moment of danger, Nan Huyet met Little Van, the evil demon, who told him that it was the master, the Lord, who changed his life. At that time, because of his limited strength, Nan Huyet collapsed at her feet. The high-level divine monster cleared his throat and demanded his prize. This innate celestial divine puppet, this little blood demon, was discovered first by me and is my food. She gently held Nan Huyet in her arms and slowly turned her head to look at him, her face battered but still boldly claiming victory. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you. I am the most ferocious demon god in this area. Little Van, the cold-hearted demon, simply said, "Get lost." That guy saw what happened and ran away crying. "Sorry, this blood demon belongs to you. I'm going home to tell my mom." She turned to stare intently at him with her small hands. Nan Huyet cried out loudly, begging, "Don't eat me." Since then, the master has been everything to me. I now understand the meaning of my existence, not to become food for higher demons, but to follow my master and help him sit on the throne of the underworld. Because of him, I am willing to trade everything I have. After each battle, she had to bear heavy wounds, while Nan Huyet just ate as if starving. Gradually, both of them grew stronger, and we kept fighting and growing. The blood of the master transformed me into a human form. In hell, strength is the only way to survive. I must help my master become the king of hell and destroy anything that can harm him, no matter what it is. Nan Huyet brandished her sharp weapon and declared, "No one can stop her master from ruling hell." Kill the little demon Van, and the spirit quickly shout together, "Stop, stop." The spirit Van, standing next to Black Wolf, Zhang spreads his arms to block and says, "I won't allow you to hurt my son again." The little cloud demon stared wide-eyed at the person in front. Also stunned, sweat pouring down as he muttered, "Why did a little girl suddenly appear?" He compared the two faces and exclaimed, "They look exactly like the owner." Nan Huyet accidentally tripped over a stone and fell forward. He landed right at the foot of the spirit fairy Little Cloud. The evil spirit Little Cloud frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Ting Lin Tio. Van brandished praying mantis kung fu to intimidate. "Don't even think about coming here to hurt my son. I might just fight you. Be careful, or I will hurt you." Black Wolf also follows the warning. "Don't come any closer, or we'll run away." Xiaoko holds her up from behind to comfort her and says, "Mom, don't be nervous. She doesn't have any murderous intent this time. Isn't it because you can sense others' emotions?" "Yeah." The evil little demon Van reached out as if to touch the hair of the fairy in front of her, then pondered, "How could it be like this? Too similar." Just as the touching scene unfolds, the old king rushes over in a furious tone. "Annoying little brat, forcing me to chase you for so long, I will peel your flesh off and eat you all up. Do you want me to help you teach him a lesson?" Xiaokui frowned and replied, "If you want to disturb the noble destroyer of hell, you emphasize every word." Nan Huyet gritted his teeth and said with envy, "Our master actually smiled at the evil spirit. Nan Huyet has been following her master for nearly 10,000 years and has never seen him smile. This evil spirit is disgusting. I feel like this thing will eventually kill the master." The old king roared, "You damn woman, your body is covered with the smell of blood from my Huangqi Diem kingdom, so you're the one who slaughtered all my descendants, leaving me with no one to send to execution." He created multiple clones of himself, standing beneath several golden circles, and cursed through gritted teeth, "Die all, become nourishment for my summoning spell." Xiaoyan, the demon, frowned and assessed the situation. With so many clones, their strength should be divided many times over, but their power kept fluctuating between Yuanling Master and Saint Spirit. "This is too strange." Xiaoko holds the Apophis divine sword in his hand and says, "The strength of these monsters is strange, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, and they even devour the blood and flesh of living beings. I already killed one before, but I didn't expect there are still so many." Mrs. Tram Ngam pondered, "With your strength as a first-stage origin spirit master, is it just luck that you happened to encounter him when he was weakened? Or does he have the ability to seize the brief moment when they are vulnerable? which would require at least a divine spiritual awareness. The old demon king licks his lips in provocation. These clone bodies of mine have absorbed a large amount of flesh and blood, and their strength is not something ordinary clone techniques can compare to. Kill them all. The monsters start charging forward en masse. Little Van, the evil spirit, cuts down a few coldly commanding subordinates. Nanhuyet, protect them well, I will go kill the main body. His eyebrows furrow in surprise, and he exclaims, "What? You still want me to protect this inner demon?" At that moment, Nanhuyet assumed a determined stance and loudly declared, "Subordinate, follow orders." As he brandished his weapon to attack the demons, he shouted warning, "Don't stand too far from me, or I won't be able to protect you useless ones." Tiu Hak, now in his true form, reproached, "Who do you mean is the excess, you red candle?" "I have never offended you before." Nanhuyet shouted a warning, "Watch out behind you." At that moment, a demon opened its mouth as if to devour them alive. Tiny spirit Xiao Yun immediately raised both hands to summon a holy light barrier, and, in an instant, its sharp teeth bit into the shield. Black Wolf charged from behind, spitting out a mouthful of saliva, making Nanthan Thon Tho Tuknan double up in frustration, while a spiteful tree demon howled loudly, too lazy to even redraw the frame. Just reuse it. Xiaoquei carried her on his back, glanced at Xiaohei and smiled softly, then made a plan. We work well together. Keep holding Pham to dodge Kai Dinfong, and focus on attacking Kai when it's weakened. The demons kept charging, and the leader ordered to kill this blood demon first. He had just stepped into the threshold of the divine realm, his foundation not yet stable, when a beast suddenly rushed over and quickly bit into Nanhuyet's arm. He was left standing there, stunned as they charged in, urged on by the ruling figure to devour him completely. The blood demon is a great tonic for us. When you saw the danger, you immediately called Yue Xiaohei and us to help. If even he dies, we're in big trouble. Nanhuyet, angry, looked arrogant and disdainful. "You guys stay back. Are you kidding me? My blood point is a high-level demon god of hell. I don't need a brat with milk on his breath to help." He waves his other hand to summon a mysterious, spiritual energy. Not long after, Nanhuyet's blood form appeared. He transformed into a demon with a muscular body and blazing red wings. They also refused to spare anyone, shouting to kill. But Nanhuyet Fai attacked the demons at lightning speed, and in an instant they were defeated. One of the bugs clutching the body with a deep claw wound shockingly realizes that the wound he tore open cannot be forcibly treated with energy and is bleeding wildly. The old demon king curses loudly. "You pests are suffering serious losses fighting these trash. Don't let the blood and flesh you painstakingly gather go to waste." Xiaoko hesitated when he heard that. From the beginning, just now, he had already suspected why they always used language to communicate. Are these clones truly independent? If so, then turn around and ask one of them holding their divine sword, advising, "Hey, are you guys stupid? Working for the main body like that, you're not gaining any benefits, you know. Go out on your own and do your own thing. There's no need to be a clone and suffer his corruption." Haklang attacked a demon and coldly explained, "The main body only sees clones as tools, just like how you discard a condom after use." The henchman hesitated, sighing at what was just said. "Yeah, why don't we go out on our own? After being absorbed, we also vanish. Once used up, we discard the clone." He turned his head and loudly retorted, "Don't listen to their nonsense. You are all my clones. You and I originally share the same body." Little Cloud Demoness, taking the opportunity, swung her sword and charged forward, sneering. "Still wasting time being careless?" Little Cloud Demon slashed directly at the old king. He clutched his severed arm and soared into the air, his tone filled with hatred. "These foolish fragments. Next time I won't let you have any awareness at all." Old Demon King cackles madly as he summons, "Return to my embrace now. The foolish spirits won't listen to you." He opened his mouth wide and sucked all the clones into it. They only know how to scream in despair. Don't. Everyone still rushed forward as if trying to escape. The old Demon King hovered in the air, his entire body emanating a sharp, deadly energy. His trembling voice rang out. Then the old Demon King charged at the evil little demon and declared boldly, "I will eat you first." Seeing this, Nanhuyet immediately flew over to warn. "Master, it's dangerous." He then bit into his shoulder with a satisfied smile and said, "You've fallen into a trap. Blood Demon is truly a great supplement for me. I dream of it. I will drain you first." Soon after, only his skeleton remained, and he let out a cry of pain. At that moment, the eyes of the little demon Van were extremely sharp, and she swiftly flew over to push him away. Little Cloud Demon secretly thought, "This is too dangerous." Nanhuyet's body no longer had any strength and collapsed to the ground, instantly transforming into a small red sphere, trembling as it lay on the ground. The old demon king bent down in provocation. Enough, enough. This little bit is comparable to the flesh and blood of thousands and tens of thousands of people. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The old demon king panically looked down at his arm, piercing through his large belly, and reaching out, then saw a human figure with fiery red eyes tearing apart his stomach. The fierce little demon Van was ready to fight, and she ordered, "Leave this to me." Yueshaoke, move the blood of beauty away a bit. 60,000 years. Yanfeng gave birth to me, and I finally mastered the longevity technique to break free from the cocoon. Xiaokui stood there puzzled and asked, "Run away?" With darkness so strong, all my mother used was the word escape. What should I do to help her? Then he turned back to remind her, "Okay, we'll hide right here. You have to be careful, got it? But inside, I think differently, Mom. Hold on a little longer. Your son will find a way to help you." The demon-looking Xiao Yuan watched him leave and said, "You're quite determined, craving life strongly." Fong Xin stood there, his clothes gradually forming, criticizing that fear of death is human nature because it can abandon others and even everything else. He added, "Just like I initially chose to abandon others, isn't the person I am now achieving eternal life?" Nian Huyet was carried away by Tiuke under his arm, shouting desperately, "Let me go, I have to help my master. You cowardly and afraid of death, the humans are shameless. Trust me, I worry even more than you, but if we stay nearby, we'll only be a burden to her. We've reached a narrow vertical mountain pass." Tiuke speaks, "This place isn't bad. Let's hide here and use the black gun." He immediately takes out a destructive device, a form of interference. From the arms of the demonic orbs that appear, with the 10 attached on top, Xiaokui watches them circle around him and says, "Robobo Kue Nio can block spiritual detection, but disturbing the divine requires maximum effort and can only last 15 minutes. You smirk maliciously and treacherously, declaring we're here to find an opportunity to intimidate that old monster and kill him." Xiaokui took out a spirit stone bag and said, "You always said that destroying the fallen carvings could fire demonic cannonballs that pass through divine awareness absorption of large amounts of spirit stones." Xiaohui stood there with shining eyes, looking at the large pile of spirit stones at his feet, worried if it was enough, then immediately turned to ask his companion, "Xiaohui?" "Lord Tatan, I know you often go out collecting and hiding many spirit stones. Can you help me a bit?" He immediately pushed you away and replied, "I don't allow you to be so polite. What is our relationship?" "Of course I can." Xiaohui took out a spirit stone and pretended to be innocent as he spoke. "Take this one." After a while, when Xiaoko's hand was red and Xiaohei's face was swollen, he finally smiled and spoke. "Xiaohei, you took out so much you're making me embarrassed." Looking at the pile of ore twice as big as mine, Xiaohei complained regretfully, "This ore was hard-earned savings, and you used it for a blast." Then the destruction gun started absorbing the gemstones inside. Xiaoqi exclaimed in amazement, having only fired once and drained 2 mountains of gemstones. "This is also way too much money spent. Is this a shot costing hundreds of millions?" The scene shifts here. Feng Sheng is smiling happily and saying, "That sneaky little brat is truly afraid of death, running away so quickly that even my spiritual sense can't find him." He took out a snake from his sleeve and ordered it to appear. The 3-headed jade snake then transformed into a staff in Lord Feng Xin's hand. He confidently declared, "Congratulations, demon of hell, you will be my first prey after achieving immortality." The devilish Xiaoyan didn't hesitate to rush forward and reply, "You're too talkative." In the blink of an eye, her figure was gone from sight. Feng Xin shouted, summoning a gale. A green wind appeared before him. Tuvan's sinister gaze unleashed a blood curse. 2 spiritual energies, one blue, one red, clashed fiercely, and a blood-red sword appeared, cutting through his raging winds. Feng Xin frowns slightly with concern as the demon-like Xiao Van passes by him, a lock of his hair already cut and falling, then raises his staff to confront her, trying this move. As he finished speaking, her eyes widened as she looked over. The deadly gusts were approaching, and a strand of Xiao Yun's hair had already fallen. She looked at the wound on her hand and said, "Why is his power increasing and his body maturing?" Old Feng Xin shouted, "Forbidden dragon fury magic." 3 giant snake heads lunged at the evil spirit Tu Van. She quickly created a barrier to defend herself, but was still pushed straight into the mountain wall. Xuan Van was overwhelmed, surrounded by shattered rocks and blood at the corner of her mouth. Old man Diem flew over, blood streaming from his mouth as he laughed loudly and said, "The demons and devils of hell are just like this. They just don't know what it tastes like. With such a beautiful female demon goddess before dying, let you taste how my youthful body feels." At that moment, the energy gun, after gathering power, began to fire its bullets. The blue spiritual energy bullet tore through the air and rushed forward. Xiaoke was pushed back by the powerful recoil of the gun, spitting blood, but still managed to shout loudly. "Old monster, my spirit-calming strike." Feng Xin quickly raised his three-headed jade snake staff to try to block. What the hell is going on? Who ambushed me? After being hit, he looked disheveled and stood there injured, saying, "You sneaky little brat, how did you avoid my spiritual detection? How could you land such a powerful attack? Damn it, DM Feng, in this life I must kill you. The little Van Demon has taken little K with him," he mutters. "No wonder it's the most powerful divine strike. The recoil after firing is so huge." The demon Xiaoyun turns to look at Xiaoyun's spirit element and then speaks. The two immediately clasp hands, a dazzling light appears, and then faint whirlpools emerge, beginning the fusion process. Xiaoko watched in horror and exclaimed, "Mom, what's wrong with you two?" A completely new Xiaovan appeared after the fusion process, a six-winged demon full of majesty. Everyone present gasped in shock and exclaimed together. The six wings, the group of Little K, Little He, and Nan Huyet continued to speak in unison. Hopthan has become one. So has the memory been restored? At this moment, Xiaoyun slowly opens her eyes, seeming to regain part of her memory, and turns to examine the boy with her hand resting on his head. "Xiaoko, why are you so short? I'm still taller than you." He was startled and called out for his mother. Xiaoko pondered deeply. It seems he has not yet recovered. "What is going on now?" Nanhuet shouted. "How did they merge?" "Mom, what do you mean?" "The owner has been with me for so many years since I was a child, so where did this son come from that I don't know?" "Wait a minute. This inner demon is the owner's son. My mind can't handle it." Surrounded by Little Van's embrace, he blushed and shouted, "Mom, don't do this. There are too many people here." She directly picked you up and continued, "2K, I can hold you like this. You are still thinking, after the fusion, your mother's small soul remains the main one." Little Black growled as he stepped forward, saying, "The green-headed freak is here again." Feng Sheng muttered anxiously, "How can Luke Duke, the great demon god, be at the same level as the Seraph Temple if she says she's advancing? How could this be happening? I recognize my hand and my body is gradually becoming fake. Wrinkles are appearing on my hand. The divine resurrection field of the temple, indeed, has issues. As I consume my energy, it also accelerates my aging process, so I need to eat more. The divine temple deserves to die." Xiaokui spoke up. "If the mother's fragmented soul is in control, even if it's the great demon Luke Duke, it's hard to say who would win in a fight. But this guy is very afraid of death. Just scare him first, so he won't dare to confront Luduchi's mother anymore. We have to strike first and scare him into not daring to attack anymore. If Thak Loi Ni Feng were here, what would he do? Then you point at him and challenge, 'Hey, you cowardly bastard, dare to mess with Thak Loi Ni Feng me?' Are you having a cramp in your brain? Isn't the name Thak Loi Ni powerful enough yet?" Fengzin begins to think. Thak Loi Ni is one of the 4 major clans in Nam Hoang. This young man is indeed from a major family, and he is definitely a candidate inheritor with the potential to carry the family's legacy. Xiaoke continues to threaten without stopping. "Your tiny vassal state of Yanquak, whose current king dares to lead troops to invade the Wainan nation under your orders. Luckily, our Thak Loi Ni family has summoned this powerful female demon to handle the DM Quok army, and I had to personally come to the Wainan nation to settle this matter. Do you think you all are out of your minds? What? Are you crazy? Even the 3 great human nations dare not invade Yaren, yet my descendants dare to lead troops in. No wonder no one brought me my rightful blood at the right time." Feng Xin gritted his teeth and asked, "Who is behind this scheme?" Little Hak whispered into Little Van's ear, "Mother Tukey, look fiercer and coordinate with Tukey a bit more." She looked a little unfamiliar and asked back, "I need to be fiercer." "Very, very fierce." Keeping that same expression, Xiaoyan asked again, "Great Templar Ta, is this okay?" He thought to himself that it seemed like Xiaoke's mother only had the power of a high-level deity, but lacked the fighting will to match it. Once the battle begins, the outcome is truly unpredictable. Feng Xin here secretly assesses the aura of this female demon goddess, truly powerful but strangely both strong and weak inside. And also, the elders of the Thak Loi Ni clan already told me to ask you. You accidentally forgot the opponent's name, so go back and ask Nanhuyet. What did you say his name was just now? He whispered into your ear. "Eternal Flame." Xiaokui continued pointing and said, "The ancestor of the Thak Loi Ni clan asked me to inquire about you. King Diem Fangsheng was supposed to have died 60,000 years ago." He opened his mouth and shouted, "What? Could it be that old Thak Loi Ni Gao Thien, that useless guy, is still alive?" No way, I proudly replied. Yes, it's the old ancestor Thak Loi Ni. Now Tian, you can't really call him Now Tian. Simply put, the ancestor Ngao Thien is getting stronger and stronger. Recently, he married his 66th, 501st concubine, so living for tens of thousands of more years is no problem at all. No problem, he's just too powerful. Old Feng Sheng continued to observe, laughing so much that it seemed he truly hadn't died. This old man is immersed in deathly beauty, but his strength is indeed much greater than mine, and behind him is the powerful southern wilderness kingdom backing him up. Truly annoying, he thought to himself. There really aren't many people named Ngao Thien in history, especially those with the surname Long. Could Thak Loi Ni and Ngao Thien have already transcended gods? Xiaokui raised the bloodsword to Xiaovan and said, "Comrade Luke Duke, great demon god, please use this sword to cut the green-headed cucumber on the opposite side, just like how you usually cook and cut vegetables." As soon as she picked it up, the sword immediately transformed into a vegetable chopper. I'm best at cooking and chopping vegetables. Old Feng Sheng was so frightened he exclaimed, "Wait, I have something to say." He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly after thinking carefully. We don't really have any deep-seated enmity that can't be resolved. So why not turn enemies into friends? Xiaokui waved his hand and said, "No, I already killed your clone, so that can't be counted." Feng Sheng pointed at him and scolded, "You little brat, I said it's fine, so it's fine. I won't pursue it anymore, you all can leave. I start to calculate, so I need to claim compensation for my emotional damages. You scared me so much that I couldn't sleep all night, and I need 1,000,000,000 top-quality spirit stones to heal my pain and wounds." Xiao He finally understood that things like mental damage fees are also needed. Even I require 2,000,000,000 because my spirit is also being tortured. He grimaced and thought, damn it, how great are your sadness and fears that you need 1 or 2,000,000,000 to soothe them. If I am not afraid of this female ghost and gods, you will be crushed. Then Feng Sheng loudly replied, I accept your conditions. But Xiaovan warned, don't trust him, he's lying. When you grow up like me, you can not only feel his emotions, but also know what he's thinking. He's thinking that he wore the wrong color underwear today. No wonder he's so unlucky. Wait a little longer to find an opportunity to swallow this, then steal his underwear and wear it without washing it. Be careful, I won't let him steal your underwear. Shaka hugs her head and sighs. Mom, next time skip the parts that are censored. This old monster's inner world is too bizarre and dirty, with too many real elements we can't learn from or understand. He now smiles eerily, prolonging the moment. At last, he has successfully depicted the formation of the eye of the divine furnace. Feng Sheng stands proudly in the blue circle of the array, laughing loudly. Wait to turn into a pool of blood. This entire territory of Yama Kingdom has long been arranged with my formation, turning it into a giant smelting furnace. He widened his eyes with a sinister look and shouted, as long as it's a creature in the furnace of the cold palace, it will become my refining material, my blood pill. Even if you are the Six Wings' great demon god, I am not afraid. The battlefield's core activates, and he quickly turns around and whispers, Mom, do your best to swing the knife at that monster. Remember, treat it like your usual cooking ingredients. Just treat it like a cucumber and chop it up, don't be afraid. Little Van the demon immediately swung his sword and shouted, chopping the cucumber. This surprised you so much you didn't expect your mother to do it right away. A series of sword energies flew towards and struck Feng Sheng. He wondered why the Kuang Vuch Dung Lo had no effect, then suddenly became confused and scared. It's not like the great demon god Liu Duke. Clearly what he felt earlier was a false sense of strength. Why are you suddenly so confident? This doesn't make sense, and with my Kuang Vuch Dung Lo, why can't I activate it? Nan Huyet said, the great magic of the Dung Lo array was already destroyed by my master days ago. Tuvan turned to ask her son, Tuke, are you still chopping? I finished preparing the ingredients. Now I'm handing over the cucumber. Xiaokui replied, I understand, Mom. You really are a culinary genius. Turn him into a bucket of fried chicken and let him taste it. Xiaoyan immediately delivered a kick to his face and said, first, add some flour, then a powerful punch, spread evenly, and finally dip into hot oil until golden and crispy. Fong Xin lay there, face swollen, his voice weak but still trying to look defiant. I'm not someone easy to mess with. Nan Huyet chuckled and said, that's right, master. Kill him now. Xiaoyan looked over at that moment, a bit hesitant. What? But Xiao He spoke up, saying, don't pressure her. Let me do it. After all, this isn't the first time I've killed monsters. At that moment, a busty girl appeared and shouted, stop! She stood there with a great sword in her hand and continued, I am the Red Knight under the throne of the Divine Temple. Fong Xin quickly knelt and flattered. You rotten scoundrels, you've got big trouble now. It turns out you're allies of my majesty, the Red Knight. She's one of the 4 legendary celestial knights. He confidently continued, it seems that my old man's underworld is very important to the temple. Even this person was sent to assist. W then added, "Today I am here to carry out my mission, to capture the former ruler of the underworld, Diem Fong Sin." She immediately pressed her longsword against his neck, causing blood to flow, his face turning pale and grimacing. 1 second later, Fong Sin was placed into the mummified coffin and then sealed with a talisman. Yu says to Xiao Qia's group, "Thank you for cooperating. The 2 hellish demons, the dark element and a child with the dark element in their body, the Red Knight will assist you in carrying out the judgment." Yu immediately exclaimed, "What kind of demon are you judging? Are all the gods of the temple crazy or what? I know I'm not a good person, but I've never done anything evil. Why do you always judge someone as good or bad based only on dark energy?" She replied, "Because this is the highest truth of the gods. After death, you will have an eternal and peaceful life, no longer haunted by darkness." "I'm helping you," a voice from inside Little Cloud echoes. "Who are you? Why are you inside my body?" She stared blankly, wondering who was speaking. Immediately, a split occurred. The two continued to separate into 2 bodies, one being the elemental spirit and the other being Little Van the demon. Nhan Huyet quickly flew over and called out to the master twice. Xiaoko picked up her mother and muttered, "This time I'm doomed. This Red Knight, besides that big chest, is even stronger than that old monster. Listen to me, Mom. Hide in my consciousness first." Woe stood there watching, thinking that the little girl earlier had a female demon god. Very strange. Xiao Van the evil spirit stepped in front of him and said, "Yua Xiaoke, just run and hide this time. Don't look back. With my current strength, I can't fight her. I secretly thought about pretending to escape again, but I don't have enough spirit stones to try, and I've used up all the interference device's energy. Xiaokui raises Xiaohei for this sacrifice, and that big-chested Red Knight, if anything happens, just target me." Lord Tatan was killed in retaliation, frozen in silence, his body cracking and shattering. At the same time, another person appeared. He stood there with his face raised, interrupting, "You are quite formidable, Red Knight, my hellish demon. You can kill whoever you want." She looked at the mysterious trio, descendants of Ken Kai-su. "Why did you come here? According to intelligence, you should have stopped the Eastern Kingdom's army at their border 3 days ago." He replied coldly, "It's an honor that the beautiful Red Knight knows so much about me." "It's nothing. I came here to find my wife." Woe immediately criticized, "Your reputation. The entire Tui Nguyen continent knows you specialize in sucking blood from beautiful women and even dragons with a hobby of not messing with women. You pest Eve." He laughed loudly and took out some straws, replying, "So, do you also want me to drain all your blood? Pick one and find a place to spar, how about that?" Then he frowned and shouted, "Or you can leave now. The 2 hellish demons may not kill you, but they will make sure you fail your mission and turn Diem Fong Sin into dust, which is very simple." She carried the coffin on her shoulder, snorted coldly, then flew straight into the sky and left. Kai-su stepped forward with a somewhat insincere tone, asking Xiaovan demon girl, "Are you okay?" "Sorry, I'm late. She warned you to abandon your murderous intent towards the person behind me, or else you'll become my enemy." He smiled and replied, "So you can still feel it? No wonder you are a demon of hell born to kill. You will be my future wife. I won't allow any male creature to approach her." Xiaoko shouted, "Wife? Did I ask my son about this yet? I don't agree with this marriage." "You bastard, you saw it, didn't you? You're about to get a green hat." "In the end, where did the dead go?" Xiaovan the demon added, "Who decided on this marriage?" "Why didn't I know?" He quickly replied, "It's the Lord of the Underworld, doesn't she know? Even the ghostly sword in her hand was forged by me from the countless lives I took 30,000 years ago. And then it was given to her by the Lord of the Underworld. You are too perfect. The first time I saw her a year ago, I knew she would be my future wife, and the Lord of Hell agreed to let us marry at the Snow Demon Festival after one more thing." Little Ko jumped up and hugged her mother's neck, then asked, "Mom, who is this damned soul that won't rest in peace? Didn't you say you would take me to find Dad?" "Why, Mother?" "She is married and has a child." The boy took out his long tongue, affectionately licked the demon girl in front of him, and replied, "That's right. You don't have a chance anymore, you damn old man." Even though he's annoyed, he still smiles, pretending he's fine. "I don't care. As long as I kill her son and husband, we can be happy together." She immediately replied, "If you dare to harm a single hair of him, it will be either you or me who dies." Xiaoyun Demon threw the bloodsword at him and continued, "Take your stuff and get out. I will go back and ask the Lord of Hell myself." Kai-su crouched down, pale-faced, and said, "You're truly clever and sharp-tongued. I like that. I'll wait a month for you to come back and marry me. I've already reserved you." Then he gradually disappeared, leaving a message for Xiao Ke. "You disgusting bastard. I've memorized your face. Next time we meet, I'll remember you. At this moment, only a handful remains, along with the final threatening words, "I will cut out your tongue for the three-headed hellhound to eat." Little Van the demon is also preparing to leave, while reminding you, Xiaoke, you don't need to get involved in this. I will go to hell to find out the truth. And I tell you once more, I am not your mother. She gradually disappears. Live well. Tam, Xiaoke stood there and asked, is it true that Mom married that damn bastard? I don't agree. Xiaohe behind reminds him that the Lord of Hell might be wiped out immediately. Then, among the barren Rocky Mountains, only one person and a dog remain. Everyone else has left. The boy muttered, what do you mean telling me to live well? If I can't even protect my loved ones, then I'd rather let them go. I must take control of this. It's not just about causing chaos in hell. Then cause chaos and shake the heavens and earth. Chuhak looked on with a pale face after hearing that. We have to go to that strange place. Xiaohe reminded him that even the true form of the Lord himself dares not enter hell. I advise you to abandon this idea. If you die, who will take me to find the goddess Hai? Xiaoqi pulled its face and asked, you seem to know something. Lord Taton, do you know the way to hell? Chuhak pretended to be dismissive and replied, I don't know. You look suspicious based on your expression. You must know something. Transitioning to a city area, a person standing there says, I heard many people from Xiuquak came yesterday. The Lord of Yama Kingdom and his army have all left overnight. It seems this place will be taken over by Zhao Kingdom. The other person added, I also heard that Zhao Kingdom sent people to distribute food and clothing everywhere, and messengers from the Temple of God arrived to treat the sick. Xiaoku muttered to herself, realizing that DM Nation no longer exists here, and the power of Zhao Nation, or the forces behind them, is truly formidable. They quickly took over DM Nation. Even the Temple of God acknowledged them, so it seems there won't be chaos for long. You told Xiaohe, we should also think of a way to get to hell. Xiaohe, can't you really tell me how to get to hell? Does it matter if I am bothered or not? I asked you all day and night, and I finally said, I don't know. Xiaoke patted his head and said, Hack, I don't know if you have family or if your companion was ever very important. If you have one, you'll be like me. If you don't want to talk now, I will keep bothering you. Until you're ready to talk, Xiaoyan will also persuade you. Lord Taton, tell Xiaokui. Little Black began to think, you, my companion? Then it sighed and said, looks like you've made up your mind to go. Follow me. After a while, Little Black started drawing lines on the ground. A magic circle appeared, and it turned to demand. If you're serious, swear an oath now, or don't even think about going to that place. Xiaokui is curious. What kind of deadly oath is that? It's rare to see you so serious. You don't need to worry so much. I'll tell you the oath now. Just use sincerity to make the vow. I, Nguyet Xiaohe, swear with sincerity that everything I see and hear after going there will never be revealed. Not even a little. No matter what happens, I must not mock the venerable Taton, or my soul will be shattered. Huh? What the hell is this? There are too many loopholes in this oath. Xiaohe frowned and said in a low voice, enough with the nonsense. Do you still want to go or not? Continue the oath. Cut to a bamboo forest with new shoots growing and small mushrooms around. A man kneels there offering a gift, voice full of respect. Kim Theme Great Lord, I have a matter to request and humbly ask for a meeting. The silence of the bamboo forest responded to him, with a small shrine above depicting a golden toad, the wind rustling through the bamboo leaves. The person stood up and said, if you do not wish to meet today, I will come another day. Here is this offering, please accept it. After placing the offering in front of the small shrine, he silently left without looking back. Later, in the same bamboo forest, Xiaohe carried the spirit Xiaoyun and asked, Xiaohe, it took a day and a night to draw so many teleportation formations to get here. Could this place be hell or the entrance to hell? It will be known once it responds. At this moment, the mysterious man from earlier has also appeared outside. You just point and ask, are they here to welcome us? Stop talking nonsense. If you know the way here, then it must be a god. If a god wants to hide their strength, you can't possibly probe it. Tuke nervously said, so it's another female deity I see. So in this world of water origin, everywhere are gods, and I happen to meet all of them, right? The mysterious man's eyes flickered with deadly red. Xiaohe growled warningly, do you want to kill someone here where this is still their territory? Immediately the man subdued his aura and left. Xiaoqi watched his back and wondered why this strange man didn't kill them, then got scared away by Xiaohe. Strange indeed. The little dog here steps forward to keep going. If we arrive too late, we won't be able to get in. After a while, both of them arrived in front of the small shrine with a golden door. The offerings were still there. Tiny Hawk said, we're here. It's right here. It nibbled on the primordial stone and muttered, I didn't expect that divine spirit earlier to be so skilled, using the super rare spiritual stone from Legends as an offering to open the way. It seems there's a big request being made. Xiaohe was stunned and exclaimed, I told you, Xiaohe, even the gods must show respect to this great person. Why did you eat all their offerings after eating? Xiaohe let out a satisfied burp. No wonder it's the hidden dragon stone. I heard this is a divine stone formed from the leftover energy of the dragon's deep sleep. Creatures below the divine level will definitely advance 3 ranks after consuming it. As expected, it immediately leveled up, its muscles bulging and advancing in rank. Now I am a novice great origin spirit master. Xiaoku grabbed its neck in jealousy. How could that damn thing monopolize such a good item? Annoying. Isn't it better to wait for the Holy Spirit to eat? Little black spirit monster replied, only pressing on the stomach feels real. Otherwise, your little trickster will definitely scheme against you. After dealing with it, he turned to ask the main question. So what's next? Where is the underworld? Xiaohe lifted his leg and said, Don't worry, watch this. Then he kicked loudly Rotten Toad. It directly kicked the golden frog inside the small shrine, then urged to open the door for me. Hurry up quickly. Then Xiaobei entered the shrine and said, Do you think I would pee in your shrine or not? Never doubt my ability to tear down a house. The actions of Little Black leave the mother and daughter of Xiaoke stunned, their faces turning from green to stone. After Xiaohe's somewhat obscene action, a ghostly aura begins to emanate. The small shrine undergoes a transformation, and everything gradually turns colorless. It stands there with arms crossed, appearing calm, and says, You bastard. Stop pretending to be a god or ghost. Open the door now. I don't have time to waste with you. A deadly aura emanates from the small shrine, and the eyes of the golden frog inside light up, then a deep, mysterious circle appears right in front. Xiaohe pointed down and said, Go in after this place to find the golden yellow toad. It definitely knows the way to hell. It jumped down first and added, Let's go. If we miss this chance, we'll have to wait until next month to open the passage again. This big shot really has a personality, opening the door only once a month, like a scheduled event. A month later, they appeared at a giant lotus pond. Tuke was amazed and asked, Where is this place? Why does it feel like we've entered a different world? Don't be surprised, this is an independent small mystical realm. Follow me. He was amazed by what was in front of him, and asked, What is this giant snail? This physique, Tok looked at it in awe. It's really too big. Tio Hawk sat on the giant snail and called down, Get up here! Sitting on it, he thought to himself that he had a bad feeling. From the beginning, this giant snail had looked very displeased, and the little dog was just giving orders to start. The look in the snail's eyes is a bit displeased, its teeth clenched in anger. Xiaokui's face turns pale as he thinks to himself. Its expression is even more unpleasant now. This mucus is definitely not an ordinary snail. Can you please slow down a bit, Mr. Snail Driver? I'm feeling a bit dizzy. As soon as it finished speaking, it suddenly sped up, leaving your eyes and nose unable to keep up. The snail moved at a lightning-fast speed, making it impossible to see its form clearly. So it turns out the snail uses teleportation magic to move across the wooden bridge in the vast lotus pond. Tuke's face turned pale with worry and asked, Is this teleportation cheat technique something your ancestor Han QQ used? After some time, a mansion was built on a tall stone pillar in the middle of the lotus pond, called the Golden Toad Little Mysterious Realm. He looked up in awe. This is like a carved stone, so high-end, so top-notch, incredibly impressive. Xiaoke wondered, But how do we go up then? Flying up? Xiaohe replied with a laugh. Flying up is dangerous. The protection in the air here could hit you with incredible force. It calmly continued, This little guy can take us up. Sit still and don't move around, or the shell won't be able to hold us. Then the snail kept crawling up the stone pillar, already beginning to tire. Xiaoke marvels, it really feels like there's a pull at his butt. He senses its speed and smiles, finally feeling like a snail, but it also seems exhausted, and this place is really high. Little Van asked with concern, Is the little snail tired? Then she used the sacred energy technique, and it immediately seemed to be revived, with its energy quickly restored. So it immediately recovered and moved quickly upward. A blink of an eye, the little snail was gone. Xiaoyan thought, Xiaoke, although your mother hasn't mastered the essence yet, she can already use the sacred energy technique freely, so she will keep practicing. Xiaohe still calmly asked, Even if your mother didn't have a marriage arrangement, you still want to go to hell, right? Tiukesh asked again, Why do you say that? It started analyzing, and given your personality, you would definitely investigate your mother's whereabouts. Originally, you wanted to become a mercenary and take the opportunity to enter the Divine Palace on a mission, but unexpectedly, an ominous mother suddenly appeared from the other side of hell. I know I can't stop you, but I've always felt that things aren't as simple as they seem. Your mother was clearly taken by the Heavenly Gates force, so why did she end up in hell again? Looking at Xiaoyun lying in your arms, Xiaohei continued. What exactly happened inside, and also her memories of you are completely gone. She even cut off your hand when they first met. I am suspicious whether the person in hell is really your mother or not. Xiaoku replied, she must be my mother. This deep maternal love is engraved in my bones and can never be wrong. And I have no right to interfere in what happened inside. I am just an ordinary person. I can't save the world, but I want to save my family. You insist that even if I die, I am willing to do so. Xiaoku smiled with nothing left to lose. I was already a dead person. A goddess, Hai had given a second chance to live on Earth. Even if I die before my time or fail to reach enlightenment in 30 years, the people on Earth will still live for 30 years. So be it, you affirm. No matter who is behind it, if anyone dares to harm my family, I will make them pay with blood. Even if it's a giant dragon, I am just a tiny ant and I will bite him hard. That's right, I also need to find that damn father of mine. I asked him why he abandoned his wife and a gentle, innocent child like me, then beat him mercilessly, humiliating him badly. After a while, a giant eagle appeared and flew over. Xiao He looked at the small bird in his hand and asked, Hak, is this the air defense you mentioned? Hak just pointed to the bee above and replied, no, that's the real air defense. Tiny Black looked at the giant bee in front of him, appearing relieved. If it weren't for sitting on this shell right now, it would have been attacked by the Guardian. It could pierce through the Divine's chest. Reaching the small world, he finally feels relieved, having arrived at the destination. Impressive. Impressive. Chi-Man is truly skilled, just like the Heavenly Palace. Snail moaned exhaustedly, lying there tired. Little Van stepped over and asked, Snail, are you okay? A girl appears holding a sword and curses, as expected. She is the wicked Ta Tan. The girl continues to scold. If it weren't for you back then, Lord Kim, them wouldn't have ended up like that, yet you still dare to come here? With her fiery figure, the hot-tempered girl confidently drew her sword and declared, Today, Kim Ninni, I will kill you. Little Kay saw and was so stunned she almost sprayed blood. This little sister's headlight glow is really not something ordinary. My admiration for her flows like a river, vast and unstoppable like the Yellow River, and I can't help but be captivated by her perfection. Lin Ni blushes happily when praised. Really? Am I truly that perfect? Kim Theme said, I am still too inexperienced, not yet perfect enough. I think to myself, today I came to ask for help, so seeing the person I just flatter without hesitation. Then he continued to flatter and praise, saying, Little sister, if you become even more beautiful, you'll make people commit crimes. Oh. T.O.K. shyly looked down at her mother and hesitated before saying, I want to sing a song, so she confidently raised her voice in a world where only her mother is wonderful and her little one is her treasure. So it turns out you're just your little frog, and you want to kill me too. When I was dominating the continent back then, you were only a tiny frog still kicking around. Don't think that just because you're a god now, I'll be afraid of you. Shohu clutched her chest and spat blood, feeling like in this primordial world, everyone except me is a god. Sorry, I've caused trouble for everyone. Hearing him say that, she was startled and exclaimed, Huh? Did I pee my pants when I was little? Lord Kim Theme has never told me. Little Black continues to intimidate. All right, stop making noise. The adults in your family told you to come pick us up, right? Take me to see her quickly. I have something to ask for her help. Lin Ni shouted, pretending her chest was bouncing. You only come here when you want the elders in my family to help. Damn traitor, a voice from inside responds. Lin Ni, don't be rude. I invite the traitor to come in. It was pulled by her by the hair and dragged away, shouting and scolding. Do you know how to listen to others, little girl? Please, come in. Lin Ni clutched Xiaohei to her chest and asked, Big brother, second brother, open the door for me. The stone statues on either side immediately pushed the doors open politely. Tai Lin Ni, please come in. The faces of these gatekeepers look quite fierce. Seeing her walk in, they blush and say, Take your time, Sister Lin Ni. Xiaoku asked, Wait a moment, what about us two? No response, and the door was slammed shut. He shouted in despair, Are you just going to close the door like that? Xiaokuei hesitantly approached the guard and asked, That, doorman, we and the dog from earlier are together. Could you please open the door for us for a moment? Daioa replied, No, unless an insider lets you in or you have a signal, we won't let you in even if we get beaten to death. He took out a piece of paper and sighed, then said, Well, that's really a pity. I was going to give this to you as a keepsake, but since you're not opening the door, I'll just have to burn it. He took out a matchstick, and on the paper was a seductive drawing of Lin Ni that he had just sketched. Seeing the image, the second brother beside him widened his eyes, veins bulging in his eyes. He jumped up, blood and snot spraying out as he looked at the painting and said, There's a saying that guests are visitors, and our Kim Them Palace has always upheld this principle for hundreds of thousands of years without change. The young man truly lives up to being the future elite of the Thuinuian continent, a guest among guests. Second brother, let's open the door. Daoa still looks serious and says, Tamdi, you idiot, wait a moment. He also jumps up to make a request. Second brother also wants a copy. If not, even if I get beaten to death, I absolutely will not open the door. Then the two brothers outside the door argued, and third brother Shen Man disappeared into nothingness. Second brother Shen was delighted, and Xiaoqui carried Yao Yun casually inside. Are these two guys really suitable to be guarding the door? After a while, I stood in front of the wooden bridge, looking across and complaining. What are you doing again? Jump over? A powerful voice echoed, If you want to die, just jump from here to the other side. He immediately turned back and asked, Who are you? A small elephant appeared and replied, It's me. Where is it? Who is speaking? Xiaoyun sat down, surprised to find it was the little elephant. She told you. Xiaoqui, look here. I think I saw it when I was just born and bathing you. It flew up to introduce itself. Hello, I am Tuong Thunai, not a little bird. To go to the other side, you must follow the movement technique we established earlier by Kim Thiem. Otherwise, it will lead to punishment from Kim Thiem. Even gods would be seriously injured, and of course, trying to cheat by flying directly to the other side would also result in punishment. The boy frowned and sighed. Does Lord Kim Thiem dislike me a little? Although I was allowed to go in, the gatekeeper just now was already giving me a hard time. Then I turned to the old statue and asked, Excuse me, Mr. Statue, how can I learn the method to pass through this place? He replied, Very simple. Duel me in literary skills, and if you can beat me in knowledge, I will tell you the secret method to pass. Just so you know, I am the guardian of the Kim Thiem Library, Master Kim Thiem. Basically, I have read all kinds of books available on the Tuinguian continent, whether it's Kim and Dunjia, witchcraft, medical techniques, or cultivation methods. Xiaoqui pondered deeply. Is that so? It seems that to meet Lord Kim Thiem, I must pass through 5 trials and 6 generals. I know many cultivation techniques, but with his confident and radiant face claiming that beating him is truly too easy. Shu Nahai replied, after hearing this, You are truly arrogant. I am the most learned and knowledgeable among the 3 saints of the water source continent. Even the gods and spirits would respectfully call me master. Yet you dare to look down on me like this and say it's easy. Xiaoqi still responded confidently, saying, If you don't answer, that's impolite. If you want to make things difficult for me, then I'm sorry, I'll have to use my true skills. You immediately took out 2 books and said, The so-called being good at math, physics, and chemistry makes you fearless in the world. I didn't expect those words to work here. Xiaoqi looked at the book with a sinister smile and said, I don't underestimate you. Start with second-year chemistry. Listen carefully in this world. There are not only magical elements like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, etc., but also the great and difficult periodic table of elements, and then the chemical symbols of the elements appeared. Old Tuong widened his eyes and shouted, What is that? There are still many elements in this world that I don't know about. Moreover, he said this is just an elementary course, so what more is there at higher levels? Your eyes flash with a scornful red. You're already unable to handle this much. That was just the appetizer. There's more to come. I'm talking about high school physics with you. You keep using your scholarly face to start listing. The law of frictional force, Newton's laws of motion, uniform circular motion, and free fall. Uniform linear motion, and universal gravitation. The law of conservation of energy, momentum, capacity, electromagnetism, wormhole law, optics, atomic physics. What do you want me to say first? Then Xiaoqui put on a devilish face and delivered a cutting insult. It's broken. It's broken. Just as I expected, I finally get to say this. You're the worst student I've ever taught. His words, like salt in a wound, completely crushed Thunai's spirit. I am the worst student. In the very next second, the old statue's eyes sparkled as it exclaimed, What is this? This is new knowledge I have never heard before. You must be Thutian. Master Shu, can I become your disciple? Xiaohu hesitated before replying, I like that, but I don't have time right now. This book is a gift for you. Take your time to study it. You've long forgotten these teachings. Thunai handed the secret manual to him and said, Thank you, Master. This is the method to cross over there. Take it. Xiaoqui smiled proudly. It was easier than he imagined, and he hadn't even brought out his calculus and advanced mathematics from university yet. He pointed at the book and asked, Master, is that uncle with the spear and armor, exhaling ki and a scar on his face named Du Fu? He is the author of Rising High and can create such perfect scenes. He's incredible. I muttered to myself, huh? It was a caricature I drew in a book before that got ruined. Every one of them was full of drawings. So embarrassing. Then Xiaoqui immediately turned around and left, waving goodbye at the same time. That Du Fu, known as the Saint of Poetry, was a very powerful figure, and could farm in the forest like Li Bai. As for the rest, you can ponder it yourself. I have urgent matters to attend to. Goodbye. After passing the first test, the mother and daughter continued along the long bridge to the place where the next challenge was waiting. A green frog stood there and introduced himself. Young man, my name is Kim Ka. Defeat me and you will be able to meet Lord Kim Theme. It also said, I have trained for over 500 years and have now stepped into the Saint Spirit realm. With your weak primordial spirit master strength, you probably can't withstand a single strike from me. I won't hide it from you. I've met too many gods, and honestly, I'm afraid you're also a god, so there's no need for a fight. Then it immediately jumped up, clasped its hands in front, and said, Little Kay was startled, opening her mouth in surprise. Nan, you're too much. We're not Naruto. Don't tell me you want to use Gukakyun to pull a prank. Kim Ka blew out a stream of flames and shouted, 5 internal organs like fury. This fire of mine doesn't burn the flesh but the soul. You've fallen for the trick, and I am Kim Ka, not Fertilizer. Ignoring those words, Xiaoko continued to ask. Fertilizer weakly asked, How does this fire of yours compare to the hellfire? Kim Ka answers confidently, the hellfire is definitely more powerful. It's a demonic flame from the underworld that no one can resist. So what? Then I can rest assured. Fertilizer, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Then it jumped towards it and declared, If there's nothing else, I'll come up here. Kim Ka suddenly looked surprised. What? The 5 internal organs of rage are worldly fire karma. Even a saintly spirit cannot be unaffected. Xiaoku held the Apophis sword and replied, This body was forged through the Holy Clan's cultivation techniques, and my soul has endured the flames of hellfire, so I fear nothing more than karmic fire. Perhaps you should use a different, more powerful flame. Suddenly, Kim Ka transformed into a piece of wood, catching him off guard. A second later, the split technica was cast, and many Kim Ka appeared. They surrounded him and said, This time, you don't even know where I am, right? You don't know, do you? You don't know, do you? Xiaoko replied, Even though I'm still just an 11-year-old kid, as long as your strength doesn't surpass the Holy Spirit, I'm not afraid even if you step in. It still stubbornly insults the arrogant Kim Ka. I've never seen a creature capable of fighting opponents more than 5 minor levels above, an 11-year-old primate monkey that acts so arrogantly and recklessly. Then all the clones simultaneously unleashed the water dragon cannon. He stood there thinking, Wow, their attack directions are quite consistent. It seems these clones are only used to hide the location of the main body. All these attacks were created by the main body. Xiaoke raised 2 fingers in front of his face and declared, I found him. My spirit has advanced in level. So I launched the Apophis sword and used sword control techniques at the same time. The sword pierced straight through the crowd and stopped in front of a golden insect, causing the surrounding clones to vanish instantly. It wondered, Why did you find my true body? Could it be that your mental strength is stronger than mine? Aren't you only 11 years old? Sorry, but I can't help with that request. I am also very tired of having to accept the ups and downs of strength that someone your age shouldn't experience. Kim Ka was stunned, saying, Your spiritual power at the Saint Spirit level at such a young age already has such strength. Your future as a young man is beyond measure. Then he invited you inside. The young man, Kim Ka, can only take you this far. From here, you must go in on your own. Go through this door and continue a little further to reach Kim Theme Palace. Lord Kim Theme is inside waiting for you. Xiaokui was a bit puzzled and asked him before entering, When did your Kim Theme master arrange for you to stop me? He honestly replied, Yesterday, Master Kim Theme arranged for us to wait for you here at this time. Is there a problem? You turn around then, is that so? Thank you for your answer. In my heart, I think that the treasure given by Elder Xuan can prevent others from scheming against me, but it's useless against Lord Kim Theme. This Lord Kim Theme is indeed not simple, but that's good. Then I can be more certain about going to hell. Then Xiaokui stepped to the door, gently placed his robotic arm on it, and pushed lightly, saying, Let's see what kind of deity this Lord Kim Them really is. I wonder what he saw that turned him to stone. Inside, a sexy woman is tied to a large pole, being whipped and scolded by Tu Hak. You're such a rotten toad. You really lack a lesson. He responded happily, Don't stop. Keep hitting him. He continued to swing the whip without hesitation, saying, Go die, you stinky toad. After a while, Little Black was exhausted, lying on his back and panting. You perverted toad. You're crazy about me. This person is none other than Kim Them. She, in a flirtatious manner with a blushing face, responded, Little troublemaker, I am yours for another season. Kim Theme hugs it and happily says, The last time we parted was 30,000 years ago. I really miss your strong muscles. Little devil. Little Black reacted fiercely, swatting away the dirty hand. It kept shouting, and the more it spoke, the angrier the deity became. You stinky toad, you caused me to be imprisoned in the Conlin Tower for tens of thousands of years, where there was no news of the goddess Hai. Little Ta, you held back your laughter so hard you bled. No, I can't laugh. The oath will tear my soul apart. Soe martlen troi, wan ko gang hin koi tunho. Nhinday, changtrach truok ki dent you hux labart min la ponte. Nang matiutata, tiuday dep, modong modutuen husway pun song kong voy ying hitrong dauko. I'm about to die. I've come so close to death I don't want to be the first male lead to die from laughing. Tiu Kei calmed himself down, staying composed. There's nothing funny about this, not at all. Thinking about Mi's account and still considering that Mi is a single dog, you will forever be a virgin boy. Xiaohei kicked Kim Thiem in the face and called out to him, "You little brat, what's with that look?" "It's okay. I just barely escaped death. Nothing serious." Kim Thiem then stood up, pointed at Xiaokei, and said, "Xiaotata, I didn't lie to you. There is no news of your goddess Hai in the spirit tower. But this kid has it. Everything is connected by cause and effect. It can't be forced, so even if you meet this kid, you won't get what you want." She continued, "You still don't trust me. I lost a major realm to find out about the goddess Hai, and now I am only an ordinary deity." "There you, this unfaithful bastard," Xiaohei pushed away annoyed, letting go. Xiaoko asked in surprise, "Wait." "She lost a major realm but still remains a divine spirit. So what level did she originally reach?" Xiaohei replied coldly. The super god continued, "I know what you are thinking. Not a king, not an MVP, and certainly not a pentakill. A super god means surpassing the gods. You little toad, you're about to get crushed to death. I thought the supreme deity was the creator of all, but it turns out there are still super gods." Little K and Little Black slammed the table and shouted, "Stinky toad, what husband and wife? Will you stop or not? This lord in this life only likes the goddess. You and I can never be together." After hearing what they said, Xiaohe sighed with a bitter smile. Kim Thiem is truly generous, even helping her future husband find women. Clearly a wife who is rare and hard to find for hundreds of thousands of years. Generous, clever, and deep. She blushed and replied, "Really? You sneaky guy, you talk as if you're spreading honey around." "How am I so good at this?" Kim Thiem sat on the chair and said, "Now he just wants to find women. Let him go find it. Men who don't go out to the brothels won't understand how to cherish the people in front of them. Besides, I already figured it out beforehand." Her eyes sparkled with confident determination. "I am the last person Xiao Tata will choose." Kim Thiem poured tea into her cup and straightforwardly said, "Stop just talking between me and my husband. Let's discuss the main matter. She told you that I still have a secret path leading to hell, but this time only the soul can pass through. The body cannot go along." It reacted immediately and asked, "What is going on?" "When I previously went to the underworld to borrow something, wasn't it possible for both the soul and the body to pass through together?" She replied, "It's because back then my husband knew how to cause trouble in hell, making the king of hell close all the secret passages. After using this last opportunity, if you want to enter hell again, besides attacking the gates with force and declaring war on hell, there's no other way." Chu Hach listened and sighed. "Is that so? Then I can only blame that petty king of the underworld. If that's the case, this time I will go to hell alone." Tuvan was moved and said, "I want to go too." He patted her head and warned, "Be good and listen to me. This time I have to go. Wait for me to come back, and can you take my mother to buy lots and lots of delicious food?" When it comes to food, Xiaoyan immediately froze, eyes wide open, and his attitude changed instantly as he listed the food. "Then I want lollipops, cotton candy, nougat, and taffy. I won't hesitate to agree. I'll buy everything when you come back." Then he turned serious and asked, "Master Kim?" "Them. Isn't it that the spirit element cannot leave the host? If my soul goes to hell, it won't affect my mother and Little Black, right?" She sipped her tea and replied, thinking carefully as well, "That's not a problem. The elemental spirit is sealed within your body. As long as your body doesn't lose vitality, it won't have any effect on them." "Then when can I set out?" "I remember that damned guy said the wedding would be held on the first day of the Demon Festival." Kim Thiem advised, "Don't rush. Before you go, you need to get stronger. Otherwise, what can you do after you leave? Right now, I can roughly grasp your strengths. Your right hand painting is not very skilled, but your soul power in the Holy Spirit is still at the beginner level." She insists, "But if you think that with this level alone you can cause a stir in hell, then you are probably too naive." Kim Thiem's words now carry a hint of calculation. This world is very fair. To gain something, you must pay the price first. Have you ever heard of the concept of equal exchange? Xiaokui thought to himself, "I've heard of trading equally in cultivation, but I never imagined it would happen to me one day." Then he replied, "I am willing to pay any price to help my mother. Just tell me what it is." She took a sip of tea and then made her request. Not bad. Your enlightenment is quite high, but unfortunately this price is your life. Hearing that, Xiao He, who was being pressed by those full, firm breasts, was momentarily startled. Xiao Van was also panicked and worried, while he himself froze in place, speechless. Kim Thiem chuckled and said, "Looks like you two are shocked. Don't be so tense, my life is part of your lifespan." Then she explained, "We have a semi-finished time tower that speeds up time inside by 100 times, but it has a major flaw. It will consume twice your lifespan during your stay inside. Now what you lack most is time and strength. With your current physical condition, surviving 10 days is your limit, but inside the tower, it will be 1,000 days." Then he coldly issued his demand. "Your task is to make your soul strength reach divine level inside the tower. Otherwise, you don't have to go to this hell." The words divine level appeared in his mind, then Zhao Kui confidently replied, "All right, just a deity. I am confident I can do it." Kim Thiem looked at her disciple and said, "Lin Ni, go into the tower with him." She immediately stepped forward to accept the order. The disciple saluted, gently patting her head in apology, feeling embarrassed because she would also lose lifespan like him and had to train with him. "No, I won't," I reply happily. "Lin Ni has had no parents since she was young. It was my master who raised me, and I also greatly admire you. A home is something very precious. You have your mother to protect you, and you can go this far because of your family." Then Lin Ni blushed shyly and added, "So if it's Xiao Ke Quan, then yes." Here, Xiao Van's small hand holds her hand gently, showing empathy. "Xiaolin Ni, I can feel your mood. Don't be sad if Xiaolin Ni has no family." And then she directly suggests, "Why not let Xiaolin Ni become my daughter-in-law like the little cat?" These words accidentally made her feel hypnotized, her whole body heating up as if it were about to smoke. And Xiao Kui was panicked, saying that her mother's actions would scare people. Kim Them chuckled and said, "If Lin Ni agrees to become my daughter-in-law, I have no objection." She shyly called out, "Master, let's move inside the time tower where there are many hourglasses around." Lin Ni explained, "This is the inside of the time tower, and we will meditate here for 1,000 days. Little Kai looked at her hand and said that she felt something in her body was evaporating, but she couldn't tell if it was her lifespan. What did Kim Them Great Lord say? This semi-finished time tower consumes twice the lifespan, so 1,000 days would cost 2,000 days of lifespan. She turned to urge us, "Time is pressing, let's start cultivating quickly. Honestly, I am not confident about increasing the soul's strength to divine level within 1,000 days. Lin Ni, don't worry about me. I have already gained enlightenment by coming here." "So," Xiaoqi said firmly, "so you need to be stricter, understand? I don't want to give the future any reason to fail." Lin Ni smiled and lowered her sword, praising. "All right, it seems your enlightenment is quite high. Now we will go to PE class first. I won't use Long Yuyan," Lin Ni said confidently. "I will use my body to duel with you." Tuke thought to herself, just a low-level spirit master, even at the beginner stage, wanting to solo a deity is a bit too exciting. Then she smiled and said, "This is indeed a wet duel." "You misunderstood my meaning." "What do you mean by a wet duel? Aren't you still under 11 years old? So, you talk so shamelessly like that, as if you read it in a novel?" She handed him something and said, "Take this piece of cloth, then cover your eyes and practice dodging with me." Little Kay gently pats her head in concern. "Did I hear that wrong, Lin Ni? I'm the one blindfolded." Lin Ni raised her fist and replied, "You can only fight me blindfolded next, then use your spiritual awareness to avoid my attacks." She immediately blindfolded herself and thought, "Where did this piece of cloth come from?" There is also a faint fragrance. Xiao Kui quickly enters combat mode, ready for battle. Sister Lin Ni begins to ascend. In the space, ripples appear after her movements, as if she is walking on water. She rushed quickly towards him without holding back. Xiao Kui was still focused on sensing, too fast for the spirit to track Lin Ni's whereabouts. Lin Ni is about to throw a punch, a burst of her power hitting your stomach and making your soul almost burst out. Xiao Kui, clutching his chest, blood and saliva spilling, laments, "I can't compete with you gods. Look at that up there. My soul wants to log out. I'm not Huckin' Zantone." Tiokoi's body seemed to fall into a state of confusion, losing her sense of direction as she cried out, "What should I do? How can I avoid Lin Ni's attack?" "That's right, that should work. You're falling freely and wondering, but I just want to know if falling like this will kill you." Newton is outside rescuing. Xiaoyun looks at the tower and blames herself, saying, "I'm useless, mother, I can't help you." Xiaohei is still being cuddled on this side, silently calling Mother Xiaokei, while Kim Thiem seems to be going crazy, and Xiaotata is even more adorable. It immediately threw aside its delicate outfit and snapped, "You damn toad. I don't feel like joking right now. Do you have a way to help Mother Xiaokui learn Thon Lock?" She covered her mouth in surprise and asked, "Did Xiaokuei learn Than Lock?" Then Kim Thiem pretended to be weak and continued, "Tiu ta ta. Why are you so fierce? Actually, you always have a heroic manly spirit. No family likes it very much." She steps in front of little Van and will think of a way to help her. "You are also a tragic person. In your previous life, King Ying was betrayed, and in this life, Lucifer is just a tool. Now only a remnant of his soul remains. How should I address you?" "A resilient mother." Vantine immediately introduced herself. "I only remember this name. I've forgotten all the others." Kim Thiem replied, "Forgetting is fine. This name is quite good. Vantine, my sister, I do have a way to help you learn purification. Until now, no matter how you practiced, you couldn't master the divine purification technique. It was understood that your soul was too severely lacking, losing a fragment of your soul for purification. But no matter how serious the deficiency, there were still some fragments left in your soul, though they were very difficult to activate. In my library, there is a book called The Origin of 10,000 Evils." Her tone was cold, and I could let you enter the book to experience various curses and evil spells, thereby triggering the fragments of memory related to the purification technique deep within your soul. "Actually, if my sister doesn't want to go in, I have a pretty easy shortcut." Little Black shouted, "You stinky toad! If there's an easy way, what are you hinting at?" "Of course I have to choose the easier way," Kim Thiem reassured calmly. "My husband stayed calm. The easier way is for me to release the news to the Divine Hall, telling them that Lucifer is here first. Then the Divine Hall will definitely send a celestial-level angel." She was excited, and at that time I would deploy over a dozen divine beings to ambush at Kim Thiem Palace. Then beat that angel up, turning him into a fool. In the end, we could make him a puppet, so we could control him at will. Don't even mention cleansing. Even if we had him walk naked on the street, it wouldn't be a problem. Hearing this, Xiao Van was startled and blurted out, "Xiaohei, take out the whip and deal with Kim Thiem. Can you come up with a more constructive plan?" At this moment, Xiao Van suggested her idea. "Kim Thiem, I choose to enter the cursed trial to learn the purification to help Xiaohei." She agreed, for in this chaotic and murky world, it's very rare to find such clear eyes again. Kim Thiem took out an item from her hand and continued, "Sister, give me a longevity lock. After entering the source of 10,000 evils, it can protect me safely." "Come on, Sister Vantine. If I'm not mistaken, this is a high-quality item from my treasure vault." She smiled. "That's right. My husband's central Yuan treasure pavilion has been completely cleared out by the servants to this little mysterious realm of the gold insects. It screams, 'Oh no, I've already set up 999 layers of restrictions.' Moreover, that place is extremely mysterious. How did you find out the location of my treasure vault?" Cut to the treasure library of the gold insect. She stands there looking up at the pile of books and asks, "Where is the origin of the 10,000 evils? I haven't been to the treasure library in a long time, so I forgot." "Little icon, come here for a moment." Thunai is now engrossed in reading the book 2K left behind, titled Titash Fantasy. No response received. Kim Thiem raised his voice. "Tuong Thunhai, the Emperor is calling you." He appeared respectfully. "Your Excellency, you called me. I know where it is." Seeing the strange expression, she frowned and asked, "What's wrong with you? I rarely see you so panicked." Thunai replied, "No problem. I'll be there right away." Inside the book, there is a somewhat provocative image of a fantasy man learning to straighten and calling the object that marks the sign of the object. After a moment of searching, he brought over a forbidden book chained up and said, "This is the one, sir." Suddenly, Thunai seemed to freeze, not understanding what was happening. Kim Thiem wondered why she felt that Xiaosong looked different today. Strange. Forget it. Focus on the urgent task or the little demon will be unhappy. She immediately bit her finger for blood and said, "Every time I unlock it, I need my blood. This damn strange book is really troublesome." After receiving the blood, the strange book began to open. Kim Thiem calls Mother Xiaokuei to come over. Vantian's sister is preparing to enter the world inside the book. Before entering, little Yoon waved goodbye to everyone. "Kim Thiem, elder sister, Taton, great master. I will do my best. Goodbye." After a while, inside the world within the book, surrounded by skulls and an eerie, gloomy atmosphere, a sinister demon appeared. It was greenish, with sharp claws, and approached to ask, "Little devil, where do you come from? Do you know who I am?" Tio Van acted innocent and waved to greet it. "Hello." Kim Thiem outside says to Xiaohuo, "Your little husband, Sister Vantine, is fine now, and I also prepared a good item for you." It thought to itself, "What? A good quality item? This was made here 30,000 years ago by Nogjia, and soaking in it for a while can help you regain your spirit and recover from your weakened spiritual form. It still needs 30,000 years of training," and suddenly paused. "Wait, 30,000 years ago, wasn't that when I was imprisoned by the first dean of the Demon Martial Academy in the Spirit Storage Tower? So, You had everything planned out since then? Kim Thiem replied, Exactly. When I heard you came to the Demon Martial Academy to find the Goddess High, I raided your treasure vaults, gathered most of your precious treasures and spirit stones, and used a secret technique to forge this mighty spear furnace without adding any preservatives. Little Black shouted, Hey, you just used the word sweep right. Yes, you rotten toad, have you been eyeing my treasure vault all along? It angrily scratches the nearby furnace, smoke billowing out, still unable to calm Little Black down and scolding. Give back to me the treasures I've worked day and night for, after surviving 981 calamities borrowed from the whole world. Kim Thiem gently lifts it to soothe, saying, Little Ta-Ta, don't get excited for now. I haven't explained the specific use of this mighty Kwang Thuong yet, but after you hear it, you'll find it very worthwhile. She begins to explain. After absorbing the mighty Kwang Thuong, your body will become as tough as divine armor, with a significant boost in physical and magical defenses. Kim Thiem added, the most important thing is not just increased defense, but that from now on you will have a special skill, counterattack. The counterattack effect reflects back 9 parts of the magic or physical damage from the attacker. She looked very excited, and there was also a 1% chance to activate a double counterattack. Kim Thiem speaks in a sincere, low voice. I do not expect you to conquer the world, only that you remain safe and sound. From now on, anyone who dares to hurt you will have to prepare themselves to be killed in retaliation. Little Black soaked in there and responded. Told you so? Fine, when you're hungry you can still have hot pot here. I'll forgive you this time. Wait a moment, you rotten frog, what do you want to do? She stood beside, removing her clothes, and replied, Little Ta-Ta, I want to help you absorb the medicinal power. While it was trying to run away, Kim Thiem suddenly covered the screen. Little Ta-Ta, wait a moment, I'll block this side first. To prevent others from spying on our cultivation, what kind of joke is this? I have to leave now. Behind this shadow, there are constant screams from Little Black. You frog, let me go. Let go of me. My body and soul belong only to the goddess of the Jade Steppes who is teasing. Don't be shy. Weren't we often bathing together when we were young? Over here, Xiaokuei suddenly startled and asked. Lin Ni's voice. Why are you here? Hearing your voice, she finally realized and let out a sound of surprise before falling down. Lin Ni smiled and looked up to continue. I have always been here. You just fell from above. The Time Tower is a convergence of time and space, where all rules of time and space differ from the outside. I see, Sister Lin Ni. Let's continue cultivating. I have grasped the secret. Lin Ni thought to herself. The aura he exuded had changed. All right, let me see what secret you've gained. Hearing that, Lin Ni cast a spell into her fiery palm and confidently shouted, I practiced the primordial unity Jade Maiden technique, then I will use 2 parts speed and strength of Xiaokai's army. You should be careful too. After finishing, she rushed towards 2K to attack. Lin Ni's hair and the smooth bell strings fluttered in the wind, and although her eyes were covered, he could still clearly sense everything. Xiaoqi silently calmed himself. It's coming. Eliminate distractions. Focus your mind. In his subconscious, only darkness remained. With intense focus, I quickly visualized Lin Ni's position through the white circles. It's clear that Lin Ni has indeed come closer outside. She raised her fist with strength and then used the ultimate move, the Lam Sun Fist, to strike down fiercely, but Xiaokuei managed to dodge the powerful attack in time. Are you so scared that you need to use all your skills to fight me? You're sweating, wiping your hands, and saying that deathless supreme fist technique is really terrifying, too dangerous. Lin Ni is really respectful to me. Just now a cold wind blew by below and I couldn't escape, so I ended up becoming a eunuch. I haven't yet continued the family line, so if no one needs me in the future and I can't get married, Lin Ni will have to take responsibility. Lin Ni was so embarrassed by what was just said that her face turned red. She quickly covered her face and said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. If no one wants Commander Xiaokuei in the future, I will take responsibility. Xiaokuei scratched his head awkwardly, nosebleed, and politely replied, Sister Lin Ni, that's not right. No, I just misspoke. Don't take it seriously, but in reality, she's secretly smiling slyly inside. So it's also true. Someone abandoned by their parents from a young age like Lin Ni fundamentally doesn't deserve a family. So how can it be real? As the two face each other with the hourglass between them, UK suddenly feels a bit uneasy, realizing that maybe Lin Ni actually believed it just now. Suddenly, in his mind, he pictured Kim Thien smiling gently and saying, If Lin Ni agrees to become your concubine, I have no objections. He slapped his hand in realization and exclaimed, So that's it. No wonder Master Kim Thien said that back then. She knew Lin Ni had no parents from a young age and longed for a family. I thought she was just agreeing casually. Sending Lin Ni to help me train is partly to boost my cultivation and partly to create an opportunity for us. I am still just a child. Understanding everything, his voice gradually softened as he smiled to himself, thinking that he didn't overestimate himself to believe women would fall in love with him at first sight. Lin Ni just really wanted a family, and despite her divine cultivation, deep down she was still a fragile girl seeking warmth. Master Kim Thien, I think I understand your intention now. From this point on, this cultivation session belongs to both of us. One refining the soul, the other refining the mind. Thinking that, he confidently called out loudly, Lin Ni, sister, let's keep going. If you damage any part of me, don't break your promise. You said you could take responsibility for it. Lin Ni blushed shyly and stammered, I will not break my promise. Then she gathered her energy and stomped her feet on the stone ground, causing it to crack loudly, 4 parts of the Huiyuan Yiquan technique. At this moment, Tiu Kei's heart collapsed once again. The author didn't even bother to draw a picture, and he silently wondered, Lin Ni, do you really want to beat me to the point of being crippled? Suddenly, her power surged to 4 parts, having just barely endured 2 parts of the attack earlier. Unlike you, she calmly asked, Little Key Lord, I am very curious how you can escape my attack so quickly. Xiaokuai used the drawing board behind him to explain, because I compressed my spiritual consciousness around my body instead of spreading it out like last time. Although the sensing range is shortened, the sensitivity is greatly increased. In short, compression is the essence. Hearing that, she became even more confident and spoke in a deep voice, yet she managed to suppress her spiritual awareness. Xiao Keijun is indeed not an ordinary person. The reason why you cover your eyes is to continuously enhance the intensity of harnessing soul power to cultivate spiritual awareness, thereby achieving greater results. Refining the soul now is more about doing less with higher efficiency. So next, let me see if you can escape 4 parts of my power. After finishing, Lin Ni immediately leapt into the air and conjured a sphere. Xiaoko was stunned, his face turning pale as he shouted, The speed is too fast, Lin Ni. I really suspect you're intentionally trying to cripple me. Lin Ni chased after him and shouted, Keep fighting. But seeing she couldn't win, he ran away, crying out, Lin Ni, don't hit there. You're chasing me while assuring me, don't worry, I'll take responsibility. Qiu Kei refused and yelled loudly, Emidi, is it my fault that you grew up handsome? Leave the kids alone. Lin Ni coldly replied, He is the fate from my previous life, my master told me. After 100 days in the Tower of Time, after being nearly killed by Tan in a deadly battle, Xiao Kei lay on the ground, gasping for breath, finally escaping 4 parts of Lin Ni's power. These 100 days have been truly tough, but the benefits are also significant. My soul has advanced to the mid-saint spirit stage, and my body shows signs of breaking through the primordial spirit master level, but I was beaten so badly that my clothes are gone. Only my shorts remain, desperately covering myself, though it's a bit of a waste of clothes. What kind of primordial energy Jade Girl technique clearly destroys the divine armor, tearing the whole body apart, except for the buttocks, and even now, Lin Ni still doesn't let go, preparing to strike down and loudly shout, Take the chance and take my 5-part force of the Frost Mountain Fist. His face suddenly darkened, breaking out in a cold sweat as he wondered, 5% of my strength? The best strategy is to run. Xiaokui quickly ran away, muttering in dissatisfaction as he ran. International Joke Day? How can I avoid 5 parts of the energy? While running, Xiaoqi accidentally tripped over a treacherous stone. On this side, Lai Hoadich, having just seen Xiaovan, angrily gritted his teeth and said, Daring to intrude, the root of all evil, disturbing my sleep. But Xiaoyun just waved calmly and said, Hello. He shouted loudly and emphasized, I am a being that gathers all the negative emotions in the world. Lai Hoadish, worried, tense, angry, dejected, sad, in pain. I will slowly tease you to death. I curse you. Your negative emotions will devour your own soul. Hearing this, Xiaoyun, protected by the barrier, scratched his head in confusion. Seeing that she was not afraid, despite being threatened, it also looked confused and stared blankly. So both of them looked at each other like fools. You won't give up, Koadich Fan then shows a terrifying face to scare Xiaoyun but still doesn't flinch. It helplessly exclaims, That's just unreasonable. You must be hiding some kind of monster or something. How is that possible? Aren't you feeling any negative emotions at all? I'm exhausted from casting spells. Don't you feel anything? Can you give me some face? She gently raises her hand to comfort it. Little Luke, don't be sad. I feel a little now. That's right, I am Xiaolu, the worst trash on the first page. I think I have been countered, but I won't give up. He snorted coldly and shouted, Don't be arrogant. I am just a curse on the first page. I will lead you to the second page, and you will be beaten to death by your father. Soon after, Koadich quickly returned to his cute appearance, lifting Tiu Van and saying, The second page is right after the door ahead, so hurry up and get to the point. He chuckled to himself, thinking that the next target wouldn't be an easy character to mess with. Let's see how you'll die this time. Turning to him, Xiaokui, who was happily playing the blindfold game, suddenly tripped over something and staggered. How did he know that in front of him was a pair of enormous grapefruits? It seemed that the accidental fall had made Xiaokui so excited that he was trembling and bleeding from his nose. At this moment, he happily imagined his own story. Usually at this point, the male lead would probably be saved by a beautiful woman. Then the male lead will carelessly touch the wrong places and even kiss the small mouth he shouldn't have kissed. Finally, the author has found some conscience. The careless collision made Lin Ni freeze completely, her lips curling slightly as she softly called out Tiukei's name. And then his actions gradually spiraled out of control, his mouth trembling as if injected with fare, his hands reaching out as if seeking something to hold on to, secretly hoping to escape the title of lonely dog and become the king of the harem in this otherworldly realm. Lin Ni, sister, I'm here. Lin Ni looked confused and uncertain, then asked, Tiukei, are you okay? Could it be that I pressed too hard and made Tiukei unable to bear it? My heart has always held a special place for Tiukei. Lin Ni has been without parents since she was young, raised by her master, and I truly admire your family. Yue Xiaokei, I really cherish you. I can have a mother to protect me, and I am willing to do that for my family. She blushed shyly, so if it were Tiukei, that might be possible. Then she lowered her head in embarrassment. Is that so? Well, new Lin Ni was abandoned by her parents since she was a child, so she doesn't really deserve a family. Can she really be considered genuine? At this moment, the perverted hands are approaching, when suddenly a little angel appears, pointing and scolding to help him regain his senses. Yeah. Yue Xiaokei, trash. Lin Ni is so pitiful, and you still want to take advantage. Is that all you think about? Pleasure? Ask yourself, do I truly like them or just crave their body? Even after saying that, Xiaokui still shamelessly raises her hand and declares, yes, right now I only crave their body, thank you for my conscience. It seems he realized he was wrong, so he punched himself directly in the face and then crazily jumped from one rock to another. I want to be a righteous man. Lin Ni, witnessing this scene, might also feel a bit uneasy. The relentless passion leaves Xiaokui exhausted, and he lies sprawled on the cracked rock, crying. Sister Lin Ni, I'm fine. The distracting thoughts that appeared just now have been eliminated by me. Let's continue our cultivation. He turned back to Xiaoyun. On the second page, Tao Kai was holding a thick chain tightly in his hand, unexpectedly seeking death himself. Page 2. Accept my fury. My curse is not something that the weakling can compare to the first page. And then suddenly it sat there, meek and sad, using words to comfort itself. Tao Kai, I don't need your comfort. But Tu Van still always stands by its side, gently touching it and softly saying, Little one, don't cry. I told you I would give you candy. Moving to the third page, Tu Lam is now loudly screaming as if trying to swallow someone. Xiaoyan arrived and infused a special energy that softened Xiaolan's expression into gentleness, like a mother's compassion. Little lamb, don't cry. The more I tell you, the more tears flow from little lamb. The tears of my water demon lake, still turning to that page of the book, unclear, yet desperately trying to conquer the world. But as long as Xiaoyun is involved, everything will take a positive turn. Xiaokam, don't cry, you've done very well. It struggles to avoid contact. Don't touch me. The final page has appeared. Little Hoa is questioning the team with a commanding voice. 10 days have passed, and a group of troublemakers has once again tarnished the reputation of Vanapchi Nguyen, allowing a small soul to pass through the book unscathed. After many failed attempts, it refuses to accept defeat and gathers the entire council to plan its next move. Look carefully and let my deadly curse take effect to kill that little spirit. What good is that? I am not good, die already, little spirit. But still she remains calm and stands tall, greeting. Everyone will eventually fall to her hands, truly small but mighty. A little while later, little Huo, tearful and whining, still remained second to Si Dian. Hua, after you go out, don't tell anyone what happened today. Shoyan suddenly sighed with a hint of disappointment. Although I have experienced the curse so many times, I still haven't learned it. Tanlok always feels like she's a little short. I never expected Xiaoho to be so kind as to guide her. Little girl, if you brought protective tools to experience the curse and it's not allowed, take them and try again. You'll probably learn the art of purification very quickly. Receiving the other's enthusiasm, Xiaoyun was overjoyed. Really? Xiaohuo clasped her hands together sincerely. Of course she was telling the truth. Does she look at my eyes as if I am lying? Then Xiaoyun carefully took the necklace from inside her clothes, held it close to her face to examine it closely, and thought to herself, even though I can sense you're lying, I feel what you're saying makes sense. She gently placed the necklace on the ground. It turns out everything from the beginning was part of Xiaohuo's plan, and her cunning look when setting the trap for Xiaovan. Now, my brothers have temporarily opened a passage in the book. Go quickly. They gathered together and made a rumbling noise in their ears. Everyone cursed together. Little Yun stood lost in the center, unable to catch the rhythm. The evil aura surrounding her made her extremely panicked and frightened. The current situation is under Kim Theme's control. She turned and shyly blushed as she said, "Great demon. Sister Van Theen seems to have succeeded over there. Let's go take a look." Little Black grimaced after hearing that and said, "You stinky toad, I told you to give me a battle dress." Little Black is wearing a feminine pink dress, loving pink but hating chaos. So this is why he's so irritable. Clearly this is the wrong way to start. This isn't a battle dress, input the code now. He immediately changed his outfit, looking more handsome and cool, and his attractiveness skyrocketed. Now this is the right way to open. Although not as handsome as a fraction of my true form, and unable to maintain this state permanently, I have finally regained some of my aura. Let's go see Xiao Kei's mother. The demonic form of a half-beast. Returning to Zhao Yun, she is confused, holding her head and glaring fiercely. Suddenly, she evolved into a god with intimidating black wings, her appearance changing 360 degrees. The monsters froze in place at the sight. Xuanvan is now floating in the air, with a radiant glow behind her that seems to boost her power. She opens her wide eyes and loudly declares with a determined tone, cleansing the light. From outside, the demon book sealed with faintly trembling chains suddenly breaks free, the chains snapping apart and the ancient glowing inscriptions revealed. Tiu Van falls to the ground in shock, puzzled, asking, "Is it out?" Taton in human form, handsome, asks, "So Tiu Kei's mother, it's out? You succeeded, right?" He strikes a cool pose, his muscular body shaking his hips, with a smug look on his face. "Do you know who I am? I've become like this, and I guess you don't recognize this powerful form of mine. Master Taton, it seems you've grown taller. Aren't you surprised? Actually, Lord Taton looks like an adorable puppy in the eyes of my mother. Did Tiu Kei's mother come out? It was successful, right?" Taton gently scratched his chin and said, "I guess you don't recognize me in this powerful form of mine." Kim Theme approached Xiaoyan and patted her head softly. "Sorry, Anshin, sister. I've put you in danger, but this was the only way." "Sister Kim." "Them, I'm fine. I had a lot of fun inside and made many new friends. They all want to go out and play with me." She gently reminded her, "From now on, you must keep those bastards in check. They're not easy to deal with." Xiaoyun nodded and said, "They said they will listen to me from now on. I am now their big sister." Taton awkwardly chuckled and interrupted with a question mark. "Please tell me what you two are talking about. I can't understand a single word." On the 1000th day in the Time Tower, after a full-body training session dripping with sweat, Xiao Kei said, "Lin Ni, you've been working hard these days. Now my soul has reached the early divine level and can occasionally summon my hidden power." Xiao Kei has nothing to say, so she can only use her body to repay. It might hurt a little at first, so she endures it. Lin Ni lies on a soft mattress, raises her leg to cover her mouth in embarrassment, and reminds him, "Xiao Kei-jun, be gentle. This is my first time." He looked down gently and softly reassured her, "Don't worry. I'll use my divine-level mental strength to control the power, along with my hometown techniques, to make you feel as if you're on cloud 9. As soon as Xiao He moved, Lin Ni clenched her eyes in pain and let out a moan. "Are you okay, Lin Ni? Is the mage beneath your feet gone?" She hesitated and replied, "A little." Seeing that wasn't enough, Xiao Ke still used her skillful technique and said, "Just a little? Then try this." The feeling of ultimate pleasure overwhelmed her, and Lin Ni's mouth opened wide, unable to close. He then used his signature teasing move again and said, "Let's try this again." Tiu Kei's last move doubled the feeling of pleasure. Lin Ni couldn't hold back and begged, "Stop it. I can't control myself anymore." "Don't." Suddenly turned to stone, mouth agape, hesitantly called out, "Lin Ni, your head. My head. What's wrong with my head?" Xiao Kei looked at her with a pale face, and he suddenly thought of a bright green frog, his limbs trembling. Suddenly she shouted loudly, something so shocking that even the author had to cover it with a viewing restriction sign. Inside, it seemed to be very lively, while outside, the Tower of Time was shaking violently. Little Van excitedly ran over to observe and exclaimed, "Kim Theme, elder sister, Ta-Ton, great lord, look at this, is little Kei about to come out?" Then the three of them moved closer, curiously observing, and indeed, little Kei and Lin Ni had escaped outside ahead of everyone's expectations. As soon as she stepped outside, Lin Ni burst into tears, hugging Kim Theme tightly and saying, "Master, I failed to transform again. This time I must have scared little K-Jun. She cheerfully reassured her. Silly girl, I've already calculated it. You and her are very destined. Nothing will happen. Just look over there. Xiaohe hugged Xiaovan and said, Lin Ni, from now on we will all be family. She added, That's right, Lin Ni is like a kitten. She is also my daughter-in-law. After hearing that, his face suddenly turned red, and he shyly shouted, Mom! Lin, Hai is the eldest sister. Lam Hai is the second sister. I am the third brother, and that girl is the little sister. Tuvan replied innocently, but Kim Them's sister told Mom that from now on she shouldn't be jealous and should help her son find a daughter-in-law. She said it like it was the truth, her eyes shining brightly, and said, My older sister also said that in this world there is only one mother, and the daughter-in-law is not here to compete for the son but is sent by heaven to keep me company, along with little K, which I find very reasonable. That's right, Kim Them also said that the daughter-in-law will help little K give birth to little KK. His face immediately turned red from those words, and he shouted angrily, What exactly did you tell my mother while I was gone? Lin Ni tearfully smiles and says, Master, thank you everyone. A surge of red aura surrounds her, and as she looks at her hand, Lin Ni quickly realizes, I have ascended. Kim Them proudly praised, After raising your cultivation level, you've truly advanced. Well done. The demonic lord here covered his mouth, laughing until he cried, imagining Zhao Ke marrying Lin Ni to have a bunch of frogs and casually taking another wife to produce a litter of kittens. Thinking about the future, I can't help but laugh to death. Shaoqui-Tran, like a cocoon, is carefully hidden by the author to cover the hot parts, and suddenly exclaims, Who is that freak up there? Why are his thoughts so strange? Turns out it's you. You damn dog, stop your dirty thoughts right now. Tadon teasingly challenged, Come here and fight me to see if my armor can kill you. As soon as you hit me, I cried out in pain, Oh my God, damn it, why does my armor not work against you? Could it be because you are my host? Damn it, just remove 10,000 words about the peaceful and warm family here. Kim Them held up the sharp knife, smiling sinisterly and saying, Foster son, while you're in hell, your two mothers will help you regain your hands, so go ahead and set off with peace of mind. Little Van's son beside her chimed in, Keep going. Kim Them has already made plans for you. This time, when the omen turns good, you still have to take your mother to buy candy, okay? Xiaoko was placed on the test table, awkwardly smiled and said, Mother, I feel that your knife is already very reassuring. It seems to remind me of a relative who operated on pigs in my past life. She smiled gently and replied, Don't say that your adoptive mother doesn't care about you. After your soul enters hell, you will be reborn into a special being, and your first important task is to find the remains that the little troublemaker left behind. That will be your final way to cause chaos in hell. Hearing that, his face turned pale, and he hurriedly asked, What bones? Bones of what? Any other hints? Kim Them pressed the purple button and replied, CL cannot reveal, let's go. Immediately, the experimental table was surrounded by interwoven circles. Seeing them, Xiaoke was startled and thought to herself that she had a bad premonition. Just as I expected, the experiment table spun around at an insanely fast speed. I felt like I was about to die and was screaming. Why am I spinning like this? My soul is about to be pulled out. After everything is done, Kim Them looked at the unconscious Xiaoke on the table and smiled as he spoke. Van Tien's sister, Tu K's soul has successfully entered hell. Let's begin as well. Tu Van flew up to observe you and nodded. Master, Nan Huyet has completed the task. Here is the manuscript describing the feelings you requested. Little Cloud Demon praised it. Well done. She looked up at the sky, and Dan Chiu wondered why lately Nguyet Taiyuke kept appearing in her mind. What exactly is this feeling? In the end, what does he mean to me? Thinking of this, Xiaoke flipped through the book on what love is, her lips trembling, hoping it could give her an answer. The book says that if you always think about someone, if every time you think of that person, your heart races, and every move they make affects your heart, clearly caring a lot but pretending not to, then you have fallen in love. That person is gone now. So hurry up and pursue them. Fate has arrived, and you better not miss it. The love expert from hell. Xiaoyuan finished reading and blushed, exclaiming, So, this is what love is. According to the expert, this is the reason I always think of him. I have unconsciously fallen in love with Nguyet Tuke. Yes. Nian Huyet, with a battered face and tears streaming down, cried out in agony, Master, no matter who you choose, Nian Huyet will wish you happiness. Tuki opened her eyes and wondered, Where am I? Have I really come to hell? In front of you are thorny purple trees. Xiaoke marveled to himself that hell truly is hell, with giant plants and even thorns. My foster mother said I would inhabit a special creature's body, but I don't know what kind of creature this is. Thinking that, you notice that 2 black horns have grown on your head and your hands have mutated with long claws. Are these really your hands? Am I missing a finger? Xiaoku felt strange and muttered to himself, what have I become now? It probably doesn't look too bad. I don't have a mirror right now. Jiao Jiak searched for a while and exclaimed, I found it. You move closer while commenting. Tastes good. There's a puddle here, but it smells like sewage. And does all the water in hell have this smell? Ouch! Under the murky water, Xiaokui looked at his fly-like shape and exclaimed because it was so ugly. What the hell is this, God? You startled me, I wonder. Masked Knight? Thinking quickly, Xiaoqi struck a heroic pose and introduced himself. Wow, now I am the embodiment of justice, a hero saving the people, and even rescuing my beloved mother from the masked knight Ken Hao. He looked down at his hand and continued. The remaining memories of this body kept flashing through his mind. The owner of this body is dead. His name is Wei Shenbo. He also has a special skill. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, Xiaoku shouted, Wait! The dead bug. You didn't expect there to be a giant snake behind you. It opened its wide mouth to reveal a long purple tongue and screamed. But Xiaoke calmly remarked, so even hell has snakes. You better not eat wild animals, little guy, compared to the snake. It was startled and looked at you, then terrified it cried out and ate its own tail before running away. Xiaoko said, it turns out the Batien tu Yet Diamind technique I practice. After reaching divine level in soul power, the suppression force is so strong that it can be called domineering. I keep exploring everywhere and also check out my new body. This body isn't suitable for traveling. I need to see if there's a mount I can use nearby. The wedding date is in 13 days, so I'll follow my foster mother's advice and go find Xiaohei's remains. So this little black really causes a fuss wherever he goes. After walking for a while, he caught a bug and smashed its head, making it cry loudly and have to carry him away on its back. Zhouqi, while observing ahead and calculating, recalled from Vaithon's remaining memories that a great evil wolf once raided numerous secret treasures across hell, angering the demon gods, and was ultimately suppressed by the 7 sects in the Blood Pond Hell. Hearing this, he wiped his sweat with a cloth, chuckled bitterly, and thought, it really is that little black dog chased by many demon gods, yet he managed to leave behind a corpse and escape from the blood pond. I really don't know whether to praise or mock him anymore. No more beating around the bush. Xiaoke just pointed ahead and scolded the bug. The blood abyss is quite far from here. Fly quickly now. A moment later, the bug flew to the blood pond of hell. I marvel and say, this hell is really big. No, I can't waste too much time on the journey. Suddenly, a huge red eye appeared right behind Xiaokui. He exclaimed in surprise, looks like it's offering itself on a silver platter. This one is a black iron hell steed, legendary as the guardian of the golden eagle, incredibly fast, and a rare mount in hell. Give it a few lumps on the head, and it becomes TOK's mount. I was just riding it and calculating. At first I thought the underworld only had ghosts, and it didn't feel much different from the water continent, just creatures with a darker attribute. Like this, it's faster now. Xiaobang Bi rushes forward at full speed. 2 days later, in the blood pit of hell, a new demon god is born every day. The old demon gods are not allowed to attack the newly born ones, or they will be eliminated by the executioners of hell. Bubbles burst from the boiling blood, and a hand suddenly emerged from the pool of blood. Bai Song, excited, cheered. Today, I finally was born from the blood pit of hell. The future ruler of hell is me, and the entire hell will kneel before me. His naked body is covered. The author kindly hides his sensitive parts, laughing loudly like thunder. I am the outstanding genius among gods and demons. Countless beauties will go crazy for me, and from now on I will give myself a name. My future name is Heavenly Path Bai Song. Bok Tong points to the sky and begins to fantasize about power, saying, I want the heavens to obey my command. I want the earth to block my way no more. I will cover the sky with one hand, break the war frame, 10,000 lethal demons, devour the sky, and the 3 lives and 3 worlds will be carried by Black Bang to where they need to go. Xiaohu then jumps down, not forgetting to give it a warning. You silly little bird, I can get down myself. Go on, be careful next time. You might not be so lucky if you meet someone else. He charged straight down, kicking Bok Tong in the face, making him spit blood. Then he collapsed to the ground. Tok ignored Bok Tong as he supported himself with his hands and spoke, landing safely. I didn't expect the body of this dead demon to bounce back like that. All right, next we go to Blood Pit to find Little Black's remains. After finishing, he immediately jumped into the large blood pool. No one expected that the great demon god of Heaven's Path, who would dominate one side in the future, would be defeated here today by Yue Xiaohe. This mystery remained unsolved even as he was dying. Future generations of gods and demons speculate that if not for that one kick, the heavenly Tao could have risen even higher. Xiaoqi began to dive down, based on the memories of the dead giant bug god. This blood pool is the most important place in hell. Most of the powerful heavenly demons and gods are born here, but he wondered why there was no one guarding it, which was unusual. The deeper I dive, the more I realize the blood around me is thickening, and the pressure is increasing. How deep could this blood pool possibly be? With the speed from the start until now, I guess I've already swum about 10,000 meters. Suddenly, TUK saw something ahead and wondered what those things could be. It turns out they are living beings curled up inside transparent eggs, each egg 100 times larger than Xiaohe. You are extremely curious and swim closer to them. Could these be the newborn demons of Blood Pool? It turns out that even gods and spirits are like other creatures, with blood and flesh. Suddenly, a being awakens, opening its big round eyes and calling out. Oh my, that giant thing startled little K so much. The little demon watched him closely and kept calling him Ma. Xiaoqi stared in horror and immediately denied it. Hey, I'm not your father. Do you know what the writing on your head means? You can't just accept a father randomly. He thought for a long time, and although these little demons are now so innocent, once they go outside, they will turn into killing machines. This is a serious situation, so I'll reluctantly act as a father once. At this moment, I must start prenatal education for them to prevent them from becoming demon gods later on. Xiaoqi sternly reminded the little demons that I will give you a treasured item kept for many years, hoping it will help you develop the right path and not just fight and kill. As Xiaoqi left, he silently told them that a fragment of his soul would guide their growth. With the seal and in the Sea of Consciousness, there are some super-level cultivation techniques from the water source continent. After saying that, he reluctantly bid farewell to his beloved children. Dad will miss you all and hopes you train hard. We don't bully others, but we won't let others bully us either. Understood? Xiaoqi just left, her heart full of excitement. It really feels great to have done a good deed, and the whole body feels much more comfortable. You just keep searching for Xiaohe's remains. Meanwhile, deep in the blood pond of hell, Xiaohe bows his head, chained by the limbs, covered in wounds from torture. Tam Nam looked at Xiaohe's expressionless face and slowly said, You truly are the infamous demon wolf who caused chaos in hell back then. After death, you were imprisoned in the blood pond, using soul-refining stones to suppress and extract blood for nearly 40,000 years. Not only has your blood not been exhausted, but your body still retains such immense power. Greed was truly curious. I wonder what realm you were in during your lifetime, to be able to be born with the elemental spirit. This kind of mysterious spiritual body, cultivating into a flesh and blood body, is truly hard to imagine. I wonder what level my strength would reach if I swallowed you, he wondered. What if the 5 sects combined sins back then were to come together? Even that arrogant little brat is gone now, so I can suppress you here instead of letting your blood merge into the blood pond. I might as well become stronger. Xiaoqi eavesdropped from afar and felt shocked. Damn, Xiaohe, someone is coveting your body, do you know that? You secretly praise yourself. Luckily, before coming here, I broke through to the early divine spirit stage, plus the secret cultivation method given by the goddess. Unless it's that powerful maternal figure, no one else can hope to discover me. Before the law warned Tam Lam, Lord Ma, please leave here, or I will have you expelled. Tam Lam turned around, his sharp gaze like Jiao Lam capable of killing his opponent. Maybe he didn't like what he just heard. Even the evil dragon beside him knew he was about to take the head of the enforcer. Tuk didn't dare to act openly, just clinging to Tiohak's shoulder and complaining that this enforcer with a sickle was so weak he would be killed soon, so it would be great if he could help buy some time. He's not an easy opponent either. Fighting Tam Lam one-on-one is quite evenly matched. Xiao He grinned happily. Turns out he's not dead. You guys keep fighting. I have some official business to take care of. He. Tamnam Kinkyu and the others praised the enforcer. Not bad. No wonder he was sent by the Lord of the Underworld to guard the blood pool. The judge also advised the opponent, Sir, you should leave quickly. I can help you ask the Lord of Hell for forgiveness. 2K didn't care much about the duel. He had already found the bones, but how could he make him become his ally? I will try everything. Stand with my hands on my hips and point at Little Black and say, I now command you as the master. Dark Lord, obey my orders. Xiaoqi froze. It seemed this method wasn't very effective. Suddenly, he remembered, that's right, he almost forgot the special skill of the Death Swarm. Actually, with this skill, as long as a creature is bitten by the Death Demon Beetle, it will be controlled by the Death Demon Beetle unless the opponent's mental strength is too great. Otherwise, the Bak Kat Bak, this skeleton of Little Black, is just a strong body for the Death Demon Beetle to control at will. Your foster mother thought carefully. This dead dog's thick skin is a good thing, with so many wounds on him, or he might have broken all his bones. Meanwhile, Tam Lam sneered contemptuously and said, "You say you will beg me for help?" Greed throws a thunderous punch at the enforcer, reminding the entire underworld that ever since I became the fallen disciple of hell, I haven't heard the word beg for a long time. The laughter grew more and more inhuman and arrogant. Tam Nam said, "Let me see who can stop me." Suddenly, Xiaohei's strong body seemed to awaken an invisible power, and his fingers began to move slightly, leaving Tam Lam confused and unsure of what was happening. "What's going on? He just moved. This bastard must have died 40,000 years ago. No way. He can't possibly still be alive in this state." He rages in frustration and fury, determined to find out who the imposter is here, and once I catch him, I will definitely send his soul to the underworld. Tu Hak's mortal body finally regained its consciousness, smashing all the chains that restrained it. The greedy one still couldn't believe his eyes, repeatedly denying it. "No way, no way, no way." There's no corpse suppressed by soulstone training after 40,000 years still conscious, and certainly no new soul born from a corpse. Seeing the furious greedy guy, Xiaohu just sneered as he woke up inside Tu Hak's body. "Sorry, but I won't die that easily. Your eyes blaze with murderous intent. Today I will show you what despair truly is." All the spiritual energy of hell is unleashed through Xiaohei's body, shattering everything around into pieces. Wow. This body of Tu Hak is insanely strong. I feel like I could punch a god away with one hit, stepping forward to charge ahead. But suddenly your legs feel weak and you end up stumbling around in despair, looking utterly hopeless. Curious and suspicious, I ask what's going on. Could it be that they tricked me into going there to kill him? Then he bullied me? It must be. This evil wolf is notoriously shameless. Meanwhile, Xiaokui is sprawled on the ground, shouting, "Don't go, let's fight 300 rounds. You used this trick unexpectedly. I really wasn't trying to deceive you." Greed, just a moment of carelessness, turned around and hit the blind spot. At this point, Xiaokui was really standing right in front of him. "Where are you looking? I'm right here." After getting familiar with Xiaohei's body, Xiaoko grabbed Tam Lam by the collar and pressed his head down until the ground shattered. Then he didn't stop, throwing a flurry of punches at him with a fierce look and a shameless smile. After successfully defeating the greedy one, Xiaokei stepped on him and looked down, finally feeling like he had fought a god. It's enough, but this godlike guy feels a bit weak. Suddenly, his body with the swollen face started to vanish, leaving him puzzled and surprised. Xiaoko directly commented, "No wonder, it was just a clone. No wonder it ran away so fast, and what was all that greed about? If you're afraid of death, then so be it. But this greedy guy still left a few threatening words for you. Hateful evil wolf, don't think killing my avatar is a big deal. What awaits you is a slaughter from the entire underworld." After hearing this, Xiaokui thought to herself, "Yes, it seems that Xiaohei has already offended most of the powerful beings in this hell." Greed, wounded all over, clutching his chest as he entered the cave, grimacing with discomfort and a hint of pain, shouting loudly. I never expected him to survive. It's clear that this body harbors immense power. His face darkened with determination. Now he definitely wants to return to the Water Origin continent. But the Lord of the Underworld has sealed all the paths except the Gate of Hell, so I just need to gather my army and ambush him on the other side. I must have this shell. You belong to me. No one can take you away from me. Over here, Xiaokui is standing in front of the blood pool, muttering to himself. The demon god reminded me of something. Xiaohei's body is too ostentatious right now. His appearance now matches his true form, and after reaching Saint Spirit, the demon god Xiaokui can freely change his appearance. Plus, with his initial divine-level consciousness unlocking the secret technique of the goddess Hai, maybe those enemies won't recognize this body anymore. Tu Kei's eyes lit up with pride, now resembling a mighty deity. So doesn't that mean I can fly through the air? As soon as his feet left the ground, he exclaimed in amazement, "This is incredible. It feels like stepping onto floating particles in the air, completely different from when I transformed into a dark angel on the tower." Then in the blink of an eye, Xiaokui soared into the sky at a speed faster than a flipping ex-lover, and as he flew away, he confidently declared, "Mom, Xiaokui is here to save you." Suddenly he stopped, deep in thought, and asked himself, "Wait a minute, where is my mother right now? I have no idea." If the wedding is held on the Devil's Christmas, it is very likely to take place at the demon altar in Ma City on that day. Xiaokui ponders, with the worst plan being to go over there and wait for the rabbit on the Devil's Christmas. If I can find my mother before the Devil's Christmas, that would be best. I'll go to Ma City first. Ma City is one of the closest to my place compared to other major cities. After I get there, I'll keep listening for more information. The scene shifts to Mo. with 5 days remaining until the devil's Christmas. Outside the city gate, guards armed to the teeth stand watch, looking extremely strict. He peeks to the side to observe and assess. This is Demon City, based on the memory of the beast god Cao Cao, controlled by 2 major races, the vampire race and the demon Yao race. Now I have to figure out how to blend in. Suddenly, another demon appeared, embracing Xiaoke and looking in one direction, saying, "Yes, we need to figure out how to infiltrate secretly." He looked down at her, and they stared at each other in surprise and shock. "Who are you? Why couldn't my spiritual sense detect you?" "I am little Nuo Nuo, a little demon girl imprisoned by a perverted bastard, forced to satisfy his desires every night. I doubt you really think this is your first time stepping into society. It's obvious from your face that you have the words bragging and bluffing written all over it. Looking at Ngokshni's current expressions and actions, it's truly hard to believe. You turn your back and walk away, waving your hand and saying, 'I don't have time to play with you, stay where it's cool. Hey, new ghost, wait for me.' Lingzhou said that following you would definitely be very fun." Somewhere right now, Lin Hai is facing a strange scene, sword in hand, directly asking, "Who are you? Where is this? This is definitely not a forbidden area of the Demon Martial Academy." A haunting voice responds to her. "Not bad, you can actually sense the change in the space. Lam He, this is hell. I summoned you from the Magic Martial Academy here. This is hell, what do you want to do?" Thinking in my head, could this also be an exam of the forbidden place? Along with a faint black shadow appearing, that voice asked again, "Lam Hai, are you desperate now?" She snapped back, "Are you crazy?" "Whether I am hopeless or not has nothing to do with you. Who exactly are you? Hurry up and roll out here." The shadow continued, "You can call me your enemy. Lam He, I need you to be desperate. You have no idea how truly strong you are when you're like that. My only enemy is my father, so don't let me find out who you are or I'll kill you too." It keeps whispering in her ear, urging her to start the slaughter. "Lam He, they will become stepping stones to help you transform." She swung her sword and commented. Even her tone of voice sounded the same. "Could it be that you are the person my father sent?" At this moment, the shadows of several monsters with sharp claws appear. The number of monsters surrounding Lam Hai is overwhelming, and they are constantly making noise. "A rare water spirit, why are we here? I was clearly hunting just now, don't kill her yet." Earlier at the Mavu Academy, Shenong hurriedly ran, panting, heading straight for the director's office. He burst open the door and urgently announced, "It's over. Acting director. Our student Lam Hai suddenly disappeared in the Forbidden Zone today. Master Shenjun, this is the director's office. Please knock before entering next time. Also, I am now the director, not the acting director." The acting head has betrayed the Mavu Academy, along with the former vice president, Wu Thuafong. I hear those useless fools even established a small, trashy academy called the Bladder Academy or something. Tubok sat there with her wide-brimmed wizard hat, resting her chin on her hand, and said, "From now on, what I say about this place counts." She unrolled the scroll and continued speaking. "I already know what you're talking about. Step back and leave this to me." God of War looked hesitant, but Tubok snapped, "What are you rambling about? Do I still need you to teach me how to do my job? Get out." He stepped outside, muttering to himself, "The Demon Martial Academy is no longer the same as before. Lam Hai, what should I do now?" God Lord suddenly remembered something and exclaimed in surprise, "I should try going to the Spirit Vault Tower to find the Venerable One inside." Bitch looked out the window in deep thought, wondering who was responsible for this. That even the Venerable Guardian of the tower couldn't stop him, and he was also badly injured in the fight. Looks like tomorrow I need to hold a meeting to get these professors to watch their mouths. Otherwise, if this gets out, it might affect the Academy's enrollment rate. On this side, Lam Hai is frenziedly slaughtering, her eyes blazing red with murderous intent, blood staining her sword as monster flesh flies through the air, dark aura enveloping her body and weapons. Lam Hai keeps charging at the monsters ahead. The murderous aura is spreading, and she screams wildly, "Kill them all." Lam Hai stood there roaring in fury, her aura exuding extreme malevolence with her crimson eyes, as a mysterious voice echoed, "Very good. Keep going crazy, spending so much money to send you to hell, don't let me down." Meanwhile, Xiaoquei has entered inside, smiling proudly because her demonic power is so strong she didn't need tricks or schemes to get in. The guards must have been sleepwalking for a while. Outside, 2 guards were arm in arm, singing and dancing. What is the mother of the father called? The mother of the father is called grandmother. He pondered deeply, but he was surprised to discover something noteworthy in their memories. So it turns out the ruler of hell has been secretly cultivating in the imperial palace for years. This person's image is quite mysterious. Never appeared before, so how could he have arranged the marriage for that damnable guy? Tok thought to himself that maybe they were hiding something inside, or perhaps they should capture some powerful demons and gods to investigate their memories, hoping to learn useful information. Lost in thought and not paying attention to the path, he bumped into someone sent by a big yellow demon. Xiaoqiu immediately patted his head with a sheepish smile and said, "Sorry, big brother. I was too lost in thought just now and accidentally bumped into you. Sorry. But his behavior was very strange. The monster trembled, crying and shouting, "Heavenly human spirit demon." Seeing it hold onto my leg, I was surprised and said, "Hey, the class hierarchy here is even more strict than in the water source world. Let go of my hand." The golden demon blushed and replied, "Master, please forgive me. Great Spirit, from now on, the little demon will be your demon. The little demon has decided to repay you with its body and will serve only you, my lord, no matter what you ask." Xiaohe suddenly jerked and shouted, "Damn it, I came here to act quietly, but now I've already attracted the attention of the crowd surrounding me." In a flash, he quickly disappeared from the spot. Xiaoke flew up and muttered to himself, "Could it be that the older brother being handsome is wrong? Let's get out of here. Quickly find a powerful demon to interrogate." Meanwhile, the demons below are whispering, "Where did that great person go?" They've left already, as expected. Impressive. The scene shifts to a certain area in Demon City, where a piercing scream echoes. "You beasts, release my husband." A noble demon is tying up another demon while scolding him, "Do you blue-colored demon? I consider myself lucky to see you. Now follow me quickly, or I will lift you up properly." The green-haired demon Ellis, battered and weak, said, "If you want to capture me, then do it, but release my husband. This one is Kai Tao, the young master of the Ken clan." That perverted guy, he put his hand on the green demon's face and replied, "Who even cares about you? A stinky female demon? Do you want to see this young master humiliate your love? This skin is so smooth." He was bitten on the neck by Kai Tao to suck blood and weakly shouted, "Alice, run now! Don't worry about me." At that moment, the enforcement demon army appeared. The team leader asked, "What's going on?" "Fighting is not allowed inside Demon City." Seeing that, he shouted angrily, "How dare you interfere with my protection? Do you want to die?" The captain looked over trembling and said, "So you're the young master Kai Tao of the Ken family. Sorry, we will retreat immediately." In his mind, he thought, "We can't touch this young master. Many handsome demons of Mado have been ruthlessly attacked by him." Ellis's husband saw their expressions and scolded them, "You useless Mado guys. Mado doesn't just have one family. What protection are you talking about?" He shouted. "You're just protecting Madu's power. You're nothing but a pack of hellhounds." Xiaoqui, sitting on the roof, watching, then smiling and saying loudly, "The young master is really impressive, daring to steal a man in broad daylight. Xiaohuozi says it well. I praise you. Today Diosita wants to get involved in this matter." Kato pointed and asked, "Where did this inexperienced brat come from to cause trouble, even wanting to interfere in my affairs? You two, go break his legs and then feed him to the hellhounds." "Yes, young master." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoqui also disappeared from the roof without a trace. Kai Tao scolding the guards, "Hey, you two servants, my young master is calling for you. Why is there no response at all?" "Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Remember, I want to capture him alive. I want to cut off his third leg, then throw him into the dark abyss so the hungry dark spirits can take good care of him." 10 minutes later, Kai Tao stood there smiling, but a second later his attitude changed, sweat beading on his face as he asked nervously, "Could you maybe not hit my face? Or I can negotiate with you. Spare me, please." Qiuke coldly punched him in the face. Kai Tao cried out in pain, "Big brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me, or the elders of my clan won't let you go. You were so proud just now, weren't you? You want to cut off my third leg and throw me into the silver abyss. Now look into my eyes." Kai Tao blushed involuntarily and said, "Do you want to conquer my soul with your intense gaze? You're quite handsome too." Immediately after his face became blank and dazed, he smirked and praised, "All right, let me see if there's any useful information in your mind." Transition to the demon abyss. Inside, there are screams from the young master of the Ken clan. "If I don't settle this score with Kai Tao, I won't close my eyes when I die. Go away and remember that evil bastard's name." Xiaoqi stood there scolding, "So that damn guy is your cousin. Coincidentally, he's also preparing for his wedding in the city, right? What a small world. I'll go with plan 2 first, catch that damn bastard and then ruin him." Over here, Kaisu was taking a steam bath when he suddenly sneezed. "Is Lord Kaisu's kidney overworked? We haven't even started yet." The perverted man replied, "Little demon, later I will squeeze all the water out of you." She responded, "You're about to get married but still act so lewd, and who knows who will be squeezed dry first." Xiaoku is flying quickly, muttering as he goes, Kaisu, wait and see. I will make you regret coming to this world. Inside, the old butler entered to announce, Master, here is tonight's blood essence for you to enjoy. The steward, brushing his teeth and complaining, is just a little blood demon. I'm already tired of eating it. The continent's water source is better. You may leave now. I will eat my fill this evening. The butler replied, Yes, and the clan leader also wants to see you. If the young master has time, he should go meet him. He was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, cursing, Does this old man have any trouble or not? Today I've exhausted myself too much. I'll sleep first, and deal with it later. My gums are bleeding. Suddenly, this revealed his true nature. The long fangs extended, his eyes turned black, veins bulged, and he let out a scream. The old butler sensed something was wrong, turned to run, and shouted, The bloodline inside the young master's body is too strong. Just seeing blood makes him lose control immediately. But before he could run far, he was caught by him, blood spraying uncontrollably. The blood spirits in the cage trembled in fear at the sight of vampire blood. Blood? I want more blood. The destroyer of hell, her blood smells intoxicating. After absorbing her, I am sure I can awaken a higher bloodline. At this moment, an elder from the clan approached and said, Young master, the master of hell is extraordinary. You must not speak such arrogant words in the future. Even whispering his title could be detected by him. Understand? He replied, Old man, do you really value someone like me? And now you bother to come here in person? His name is Kai Te, and he continued to scold him, saying, If you wait for you to come to me on your own, you might wait until the end of the demon festival without success. I won't waste words with you anymore. I called you here to ask you something. Kaishu replied, It's rare for the old master to take the initiative to care about me, so ask away, and I'll answer honestly. Kai Te sternly said, You must answer me truthfully. Is the marriage decree from the Lord of Hell real? He immediately replied, Yes, of course it is. Do I dare spread false rumors about the Hell Lord's decree? You're right, aren't you? He suspiciously asked again, Why is it that even I haven't received any news? Then Kai Te turned and walked away, not forgetting to remind, I hope what you said is true, but I want to warn you that you cannot kill the destroyer of that hell. Her schedule is very unusual. You must not act rashly. Kaisu smiled and replied, I won't kill her, okay? If there's nothing else, I'll go to sleep now. Do you want to take charge of this matter as well? He still maintains a serious attitude towards his rebellious grandson. Handle it yourself and don't cause trouble. You are the hope of our clan's future. The scene shifts to the detention room. He steps into his coffin bed and sighs. Finally, I can rest peacefully. I must stay strong. In a few days, I will have my beautiful Chao-Ti in my arms. Then he quickly crawled into the coffin and closed the lid. At that moment, Xiaohu appeared outside the window, looked in, and smiled cunningly. The executioner inside was startled by the commotion and exclaimed, What's going on? Who's outside? I'm really fed up with life. I can't move or use my energy anymore. Turns out Xiao Kui carried the coffin out himself, coldly saying, The Red Knight, your coffin is quite portable, isn't it? Stop struggling. This is a sealing spell. You won't be able to break free now. He runs past the fence, looking proud, but no one will notice even if you scream until your throat is sore. Tio Nu attaches a motor to her butt and quickly leaves the Ken family estate. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. After some time, he carried the coffin of the enforcer to a desolate land where giant broken pillars stood. Xiaoku continued to smile happily, thinking that Xiaohei's physical talent was indeed impressive, and he never expected he would be such a strong body cultivator, resolving this trouble right here. He coldly dropped the coffin to the ground, releasing the bag, landing safely, then raised his fist ready to strike, smiling as he said, Let's first enjoy the punch of my tears of bittersweet love. Xiaoka directly punched through the coffin lid. Fresh blood spurted out from inside, and a piece of debris revealed Kai Shu's face as he tearfully asked, Who cooked the meal? Who are you, really? If it's good, don't sneak attack and fight me one-on-one. What did you say? You still dare to call me deaf? The executioner thought to himself, sensing the murderous intent. He was sure he wanted to kill him. Who is this? When did I offend this fierce guy? Even if it wasn't an ambush, I wouldn't fight back against him. Then, Xiao Kui launched a relentless series of punches. Shards of Quantai Hoa and blood flew into the air. He was beaten to the point of weakness and weakly said, You shameless bastard! Even if you're a strong man, you don't deserve respect. Daring to probe my soul, I won't forgive you even if I die. He immediately took out a pair of scissors and asked again, Is that so? I wonder where the demon god of hell will go after he dies. Anyway, this is hell already. Let me help you trim your hair. Maybe after I finish, I'll spare you. A holy thought of Xiaoko appears to stop him. No, Yue Xiaoke, you cannot humiliate a powerless demon god any further. You ask yourself again, but think about this. Just now, when examining this bastard's soul, what would he do if he dreamed that the devil's madam fell into his hands? This makes the holy virtue think. And it also sees the image of little Van's mother, in tattered clothes, chained and crying out, "Little Kay, save my mother." This drives the very concept of benevolence to madness, rushing forward. Don't stop me, you bastard. I have to kill him. At this moment, another elder from the Ken clan appears and says, "Wait, this powerful one, I wonder if we can spare Suni. The Ken clan of my family is willing to pay any price." Kaisu saw him and cried out in pain, "Grandpa San, why are you here? Hurry up and save me from killing this bastard." Xiaokuei looked over and said, "Finally, it's out, huh? You've been watching from over there for so long I thought you wouldn't dare to come out." He replied with a hint of anger, his aura radiating, "I have wielded my sword for many years. It seems my disciples have already forgotten my spirit." After hearing his introduction, Xiaokuei was speechless, pointing and criticizing, "Your family name is quite interesting. Either Kaisu or Kaitao, and now there's also Kai Fach. Are your brothers named Kaisat and Kaida?" Kai Fach, furious, stormed over and scolded you, saying that Tao Ni's disappearance was related to you and that you couldn't be forgiven. Innocent children, the flickering lights, and the glorious moon. As soon as he finished speaking, his face collided with the punch, causing teeth and lips to mash together and blood to spurt out. Xiaokuei hit him against the wall and sneered. "Do you read too many online novels? Do you know that after saying these lines you'll just get beaten up? My fist is smoking now, and I advise you, old man. I may not have any special skills, but my strength and speed are exploding. You're very strong, really powerful, just pure muscle strength, but able to beat me to this extent. But I am truly sorry. Kai Shu is the hope of our entire family's future, and he cannot die here." Xiaokuei was startled to realize that this was the special teleportation technique used by the Bone King. Along with your deadly scream, Kaisu's body had vanished, leaving only torn cloth and red blood. His body is disintegrating, exposing his bones, and he shouts loudly, "It's too late. I have sacrificed not only my flesh and blood but also my soul. Now he is 8,000 miles away. You cannot stop him, and you will be drained of blood and die by the Knut clan. You and the clan will avenge me." Tiuke looked at the pile of bones on the ground and sighed, knowing that fighting back was impossible, so she quickly chose this way to save him. No wonder the Kohenhat clan can dominate a region, not only ruthless to others but even more brutal to themselves. He quickly left, frowning and muttering, "It seems I can't kill this damn bastard now." But luckily, when searching for his soul, they discovered the location of the Dark Mother. The scene shifts to a remote outskirts of the demon city, in front of a withered tree covered with many blue eyes. Someone's staggering footsteps approach, their body emanating a strong aura of death. Kaite stands there, frowning, looking down and saying in a stern voice, "It's a brutal fight. Even a high-level god like the Third Elder has fallen." Kaisu at this moment opened his eyes, weak and covered in wounds, and looked up calling out, "Grandpa, help your nephew up," and said, "You guys are really useless, destroying countless family legacies. Among the younger generation only you have reached the divine realm, yet you are still only a mid-level god. We've always been the three old men standing behind to support the entire family. Do you think we have unlimited lifespan?" At this point, Lao Caishi, standing behind, timidly spoke up, "Big brother, don't be angry anymore. I know that Lao Tam's death was a big shock for you, but if you kill him, our family will really be doomed." He turned around and continued, "Let's take him back now." Suni's wedding is about to take place. According to the ancient customs of the Sunguyan world in the east, this could bring great luck to our Knut clan. I hope they will have healthy offspring to continue our family's greatness. The ritual of the Vu clan has drained a great deal of my lifespan, and now I finally uncover your true identity. How interesting. So interesting. She chuckled happily, wiping her mouth with her hand before continuing, "Using beauty to regain my soul, invading hell to cause chaos. How could I be missing from this?" After saying that, Nyuchni stood up, smiling as if she had a bountiful harvest. At this moment, someone from the clan brought food, muttering as they walked, "This little saintess Ngochni may be the rare Vu Yu of the clan for 1,000 years, but she's just playful. And today she voluntarily said she wanted to go to the Vu Yu altar to help with the clan's wedding." He smiled broadly, truly blessed by fate. "When I return, I must praise this little girl to the clan leader. But right now, what I see in front of me makes him panic and be amazed. It is a bare altar with no one around. Just after praising her, this person now keeps calling out for the saintess, but there is no response. He was so angry he turned red and purple, shouting and cursing, 'If I catch that mischievous devil, I will smash your butt.' Meanwhile, Xiaokuei was flying through the air, looking confused and strange. Why do I feel like I'm being followed? Gachni had been sitting on his back, stroking his chin, and replied, "So how is that possible? There are only the two of us here." She successfully frightened Xiaoke, who looked back and shouted, "Damn it! When did you climb on to me?" Nuo Ni innocently replied, "Just now, the first time we met, I cast the love spell on you. As long as I think of you, I can appear beside you instantly." She explained that this secret technique can only be used once in a lifetime, usually on the person she loves, and only once every 1,000 years for the Wu Yu, but it also has a significant limitation. The spellcaster must have no ill intent towards the person they are casting on in order to appear beside them instantly, and this can only be done 3 times in a lifetime. After hearing this, Xiaoke frowned and said, "If that's the case, I won't let you finish your sentence, as Yuki has already put on a seductive look and started criticizing. What do you want? Humans are indeed animals that only think with their lower half. What are you joking about? Are you crazy? I just want to confirm whether you truly have no ill intentions towards me. Someone like you, all you think about are ABCs. So how do you want to confirm that I have no ill intentions? Swear on your soul?" Ngachni said without hesitation, raising 3 fingers to her forehead. "I swear I have no ill intentions towards you. If I betray, I will let my soul and body be dealt with and die." In Xiaoke's mind, he stood there in surprise and said, "Damn! The divine technique that Goddess Hai gave actually describes this." Uncle Tuong too, it seems the first generation of Wu Yu loved someone they shouldn't have, and the separation of the two places created a secret technique. Tiu Kei pinched her cheek and sighed. "Looks like a pervert like you isn't simple, so I'll bother you to be my guide. Needless to say, I am the greatest saintess of the Demon Yao clan, Lord Little Nai." Then she suddenly realized something was wrong and shouted, "Wait! You said a lustful person transported the scene to the hidden chamber of the slaughter machine, a castle perched on a dark, treacherous mountain." Tiu Kei stood there looking and asked, "Is this the house of the Dark Mother?" Ngochni stood nearby, puzzled. "The Dark Mother?" Suddenly both of them widened their eyes in shock and confusion, and he asked, "What is Mother doing?" Tiu Kei stood there motionless, with a dazed look, then suddenly widened her eyes in horror. A big question mark appeared in her mind. Inside the slaughter machine's secret lair, Xiaovan's demonic voice echoed, "I have to marry you tomorrow." Then she looked back and asked, "Who is that? Could it be that Xiaokui came to find me?" Nan Huyet replied, somewhat displeased. "No way! With his strength, how could he possibly break into hell?" Tiu Kei stepped forward and called out, "Mom, it's me! Tiu Kei, I'm here to save you from hell." "You asked why your mother was wearing a wedding dress and happily taking her vows." The demoness Xiaovan replied, "Because I plan to kill the official causing the fish to die and the nets to tear in 4 days, then go to the water source continent to find you and leave home for a man." After hearing that, Xiaoko was stunned and exclaimed, "Mom, are you mistaken? Leaving home for a man doesn't apply to me and my mom." "Where did Mom learn this word from?" Ngachni, standing beside her, looked amused and covered her mouth with a mischievous smile. She looked into the book and replied, "The expert says loving someone means forgetting yourself. Courageously giving yourself to him, she ran away far, but it doesn't say it doesn't apply to my mother and me." He was so angry his face turned purple, shouting furiously, "What kind of book is this? You really spoiled her. Let me see it." Xiaoqi stepped forward, pretending to be knowledgeable, and explained, "Mom, look at the back of this book. Love is not just romantic love, but also familial love. We belong to something more sacred than love. Family bonds? Mom, check the notes at the back from the expert." Little Van the demon replies, "No wonder I kept feeling something was off but couldn't figure it out. Turns out I was mistaken here." She thought to herself, "So I can't marry you. What a pity. I even came up with a name already?" Then she continued, "But since I was born from the blood pool, I wonder if I ever truly gave birth to a child or not." "How do you explain this?" Tiu Kei replied, "I've been to the blood pool and even my dog's nose can smell the blood pool scent on my mother. This also seems strange to me. Why did Mother turn into a demon of the underworld? But I am sure that you are my mother." At that moment, the eye of truth only saw that you were here, and you had also merged with your younger self. Ngakshni here, playing with her blood mask, interrupted and said, "What's so strange about this? If she's a fake demon god created, then it's easy to understand." Mother and daughter exclaimed together, "What else could be created as a god?" She explained, "Gods and spirits is a very general term and can actually be created, just like vampires, bite once and it's done. Our ancestor of the Wu Yu clan created us from conscious bodies, but this consciousness is completely different from the original consciousness of the bodies. Using the Wu Yu way of speaking, these are 2 separate lives, and ultimately, the soul is the most important factor in defining life." Nhan Huyet shouted, "It's impossible, my master and I have grown from nearly 10,000 years of newborn spirits. There's no way a ghost can be artificially created. I can testify that if it were a created ghost, it wouldn't resemble my master." growing up little by little but still maintaining the appearance before death. Shoukei wondered, if it's 10,000 years, there are still many mysteries. My mother's story is less than 2 years, so where does the 10,000 years come from? Ngachni, while torturing the little demon, replied, no, then what if both of their memories were created? Of course, this is just my speculation. For now, this explanation is quite understandable, Little Van the demon continued. This is hard to imagine. If it's true, then I and Xiaoqui have no relation at all. I am just another person with her mother's body. And moreover, my existence and Nanhuyet's suddenly became meaningless, just like pitiful pawns being manipulated. She sadly added, I was so foolish that I once considered Tiuke my right hand. He immediately took the demon girl Xiaovan's hand to comfort her, and sincerely said, don't worry, the hand has been withdrawn and don't deny her existence. What this little sweetheart says may not be true, and even if it is, she is still a soul born from a mother connected to me. Tiuke shouted angrily. The most urgent matter now is to deal with that damn wedding of yours. And has the owner of the underworld gone crazy too? Why did you agree to this wedding? Ngachni continued. I heard rumors. This marriage contract was drafted by the overseer. I don't know if it's real or not. Also, in hell, you're not allowed to casually mention my master's name, or you'll be censed. He sighed and said, I hope this is all fake. But if it really happened, before Xiaoqui could finish her sentence, she cut in and asked, I'm curious how someone like you sneaking into hell knows so much. Even our Wu Yao clan hasn't verified if this is true or not. He ruffled his head and said, This. Before coming here, I had already subdued the executioner and was about to take his soul, almost killed him. But in a moment of mercy, he was saved. Ngachni looked over with admiration and exclaimed, Wow, is it that interesting? As expected, I didn't choose to use it. Xiaovan the demon turned to ask, Xiaoqui has done so many things for me, and yet she still stormed into hell to save me? Could this be what the book describes as true family? He replied, let's discuss what we should do next. T.O.K. suggests, let's temporarily call him the prison lord. I have 3 options for now. First, we storm the gates of hell and take my mother away. He continued. Second, to assassinate the overseer again. But the chances of finding him again are very low. Xiaoqui then presented the third option, based on what I learned from searching for souls, which is relatively reliable. I will challenge the chief executor right at the wedding. Take my mother back, so even if the prison lord finds out, there's nothing he can do because the rules were set by him anyway. Little Van, the demon, felt a bit worried after hearing this. Charging into the underworld gate is almost impossible. The prison lord, being a member of the Seven Sects, would know immediately and could also teleport directly to the underworld gate. Ngachni here smiled and continued, the second option is also not good. Kaisu is probably in the top clan channel now. There must be defensive devices set up by the hidden clan. With your body, losing 40,000 years of blood energy, you can't break in. She flashed a dangerous look and said, let's go with option 3 directly. This isn't a difficult multiple-choice question. When the time comes, I will use the power of the Wu Yu clan to suppress those disgusting vampires. I've already seen that they're itching to attack. Xiaoqui stepped forward, pinched Ngachni's cheek, and said, this little troublemaker was probably told by Kai Tao that your family wants to marry you. You've been holding a grudge all this time, so now you want to use your position to take personal revenge. I've seen many of your glorious feats while searching for souls. She blushed and denied quickly, no, don't talk nonsense. I only cooperated with you for the development of the Wu Yu clan. Little Van Demon agrees, saying I also think the third option is better. The demons and gods in hell can't stay in Yangjiang too long. They have to return to absorb negative energy every so often. Moreover, I can stay in hell later to find out who's causing trouble. She took out some food and offered it to both of them. Eat a little first. I'm still quite confident in my cooking skills. Some gods and demons after eating would feel so good they would faint instantly. Staring at the mysterious purple substance in the bowl before them, both of them were stunned, as if their souls had left their bodies. Xiaoqui rushed forward to eat like a starving wolf, tears streaming down his face. Ngachni behind him looked worried for him. Hey, don't you want to live anymore? Tiuke cried as he ate, saying this is still the same flavor as before. The cooking skills seeped into his bones, and the scene shifts to a distant road beyond the gates of hell, where people stand frozen in disbelief, wondering why it hasn't arrived yet. Boss, when do you think that evil wolf will arrive? We've been waiting here for a long time. At that moment, a brother shouted loudly and opened the door, immediately answered by a voice from inside. Then, Xiaoqui, holding a small box in her hand, slowly stepped outside. He looked a bit worried as he carefully instructed that older brother to deliver this safely to the Ken clan. then confidently adjusted his hat and said, "Express delivery to hell. Mission guaranteed." Ngachnai asked suspiciously, "Does sending this work? Could it be some kind of curse method I don't understand?" Tuke shrugged casually and replied, "I don't really know either, but it's quite popular where we are, so I might as well use it to scare that damn bastard." Suddenly, a person riding a sharp-mouthed dragon flew to the front gate. Feeling the powerful aura, he exclaimed, "Who is coming?" His domineering breath is too much. He didn't bother introducing himself, just unrolled the scroll in his hand and read the infernal lord's decree. "Today I come to deliver an order to the destroyer. You must attend the wedding at Demon City before the solar eclipse, or face death." After reading, he looked coldly at Xiaoke without saying another word. "Yo ting nun han rangoine. Konwecho kao bietan la xian tuong dak luk duoi truong samael, gyandu trong da tong tui, tung dung suk mot ngoi tiu daet kamot tok dianguk. Tiu kemat me tuai den, tu gian ningen rang hui, tu o yu, hoi komot vande, takote dap den ne kong. Will this affect my mother?" The little demon beast was annoyed when hearing him call her that and immediately corrected him. "I've told you many times. My name is Little Ngochni. If you want to fight, go ahead. Those people have always been the strongest, and no one will blame you if you lose." After hearing that, Xiaoke slightly smiled and said, "That's great." Seeing Ngochni's strange attitude, fearing you might do something foolish again, she hurriedly tried to stop you. Hey, take it easy. He's very strong. Rumors outside say he's reached level 8. Let me explain a bit." The girl hadn't finished explaining yet, but Xiaohe had already flown into Tuan and beat that angry guy to the point of life and death, even hitting him in the face with a chair that made his front teeth shake. Seeing the situation was too tense, Little Van the demon quickly ran out to stop it. "Little K, let him go. Sama and the Angry One also seem to know me. Their expressions have always been like this." She thought to herself that it was hard to believe that in less than a month, Xiaoque had become her protector. Since her mother had spoken up, Xiaoque also showed respect and stopped. Okay, I'll let him go this time, but next time he disrespects my mother, I won't be so lenient. And by the way, you might as well loot the snake too." "That's right, leave the little snake as a mount for us. I'm worried I won't have a notable ride into the city." This scene is to make Ngoshni admire Tuke more. She jumps up, hugs his neck happily, and says, "You're so strong. This is so fun. I love you so much that I won't be bored anymore following you in the future." Tukenan pouted and replied, "Little O, don't even think about taking advantage of me forever. Luckily, my little mother didn't see, or I don't know what shocking actions she might take." Somewhere else, Little Van was watching everything through a crystal ball, with Kim Them and Hak Lang also present. Seeing this scene, the arrogant dog boasted that it was all because of its overly masculine aura, and any female creature couldn't resist. Tuvan said nothing. She just silently noted it down in her notebook. The daughter-in-law named Xiaoguo. She returned to Xiaoqi's place with Xiaoxia in tears but still forced to serve as a mount for men. All three mounted it and set off into the city. The red snake immediately shot straight into the sky, rushing through the dark clouds and speeding ahead. A day before the Ghost Festival, at the main camp, the witchcraft ritual of the Witch Clan, the clan leader of the Witch Clan, and Tuan Tui Tung were present here. His attitude seemed very displeased as he asked his subordinates, "Where is the Holy Maiden? Still haven't found her?" The man broke out in a cold sweat and nervously replied, "Sir, the Saintess sent word that she will definitely return before the ceremony begins." Hearing that, the old clan leader joyfully and excitedly waved his arms around. "That's great. I get to see my obedient granddaughter again tomorrow." While they were celebrating, his subordinate said something that made the clan leader freeze in shock. The clan leader, "Today's saintly maiden is all thanks to your grace." At the same time, in the Ken clan's estate, a man was using a knife to cut his own blood and pour it into a cup. Kaisu's second grandfather lifted the cup of blood with a teasing tone. "Big brother, it seems you're just all talk, unwilling to sacrifice your own vital essence to help Suni recover her energy. I just don't want her to become a joke tomorrow and ruin our Ken clan's reputation. It's clear what kind of person my older brother is." Kaishi bursts out laughing after hearing those words. "It's clear you care about your children, but you're too ashamed to admit it. Big brother, this is really too much." The boss turns away and says in a deep voice, "My lifespan is also nearing 100,000 years, a boundary even for gods to cross. Third brother, your elder brother will soon join you. Let me add a few words. Currently, only elemental spirits can live beyond 100,000 years. Other beings, even level 9 gods, usually don't live that long as they cannot cross this boundary." Young lady, a beautiful servant of the Ken tribe, happily walks in holding a box and says, "Young master, there's an express delivery for you. Rest assured, it has been checked by the tribe and confirmed safe." The executioner, looking miserable and lying motionless on the bed, struggles to speak each word with difficulty. "Open it for me." The maid obeyed, placing the box near him and slowly lifting the lid. But whatever was inside made the steward bleed from his eyes when he saw it, and he shouted in pain. Who sent this demon? Oh my God, who did this man offend at the end of the day? The scene shifts to the Tiet Madan day, where two demons sit together whispering and gossiping. "Hey, do you know anything?" The team from the sect came to pick up the bride, but when they reached the destroyer's city, they couldn't find her. That guy replied, "I have a relative who is a pet of the neighbor, the brother-in-law of a distant relative of the daughter of someone, one of the demons welcoming the groom's team." When they arrived at the scene, they only found General Sabenin beaten to the ground. He is a close confidant of the furious Great Master in the Seven Sins sect. As he was engrossed in conversation, suddenly a huge figure with eyes full of rage appeared right behind him, causing both of these men to turn pale with fear. Kai Si saw this and immediately asked, "Big brother, do these little demons need you to intervene?" Kai hid the thing in his mouth and said, "Our family's reputation can't be trampled on just like that, even behind their backs." The Vuyu clan leader happily came out to greet when he saw the group from Ken gathering at the main hall and altar. "Old man, still alive after bleeding out, leading everyone to the Vuyu altar for the wedding, I truly feel honored." The hidden elder also refused to lose and teased back. "Oh, I thought it was some corpse, but it turns out to be your Vuyu elder. We are the main branch of the Ken clan, so of course we came here to hold a grand wedding according to ancient traditions." The two exchange forced smiles and a firm, deadly grip. Exactly the kind of Western greeting with a smile in quotes. Old Kwai casually says, "Hello, uncle. It's been a long time since we met. We must catch up on old times later." Kyan nodded and said, "That's right. It's been a long time. We must catch up on old times." Not stopping there, Lao Kwai also teased, "I really look forward to the day I can attend your funeral at the Vuyu sacrifice altar." After that, these 2,000-year-old characters started a verbal fight, one throwing jade and pearls, the other exchanging greetings. Many friendly greetings were exchanged. Amidst this noisy situation, the Vuyu guard glared at the little boss and signaled, "I will supervise your clan leader." This joint activity is personally designated by the Lord of Hell. There can be no mistakes. The purple-eyed one responds with a glance, "I will watch over my big brother and the wedding of Suni, thanks to you all." After a teasing wink and revealing their plan, these two people happily trust each other's thoughts. The Vuyu altar was thrown into chaos, and more spectators gathered. The main character of today's ceremony, the Demon Lord of Hell, has also appeared. As soon as he steps forward, the excited fans below scream loudly. Wow, the young Master's enforcer is really handsome, and he's also very powerful, one of the three leaders of the mysterious organization, with a name even more perverted, saying, "I may be a male demon god, but I also like to discipline the young Master. I want him to drain my blood." Hearing this, he got furious, pointed down and shouted, "You ugly little demons, who would want to drain your blood? It looks ugly and unworthy." Then he muttered irritably about the slightly revealing outfit he was wearing. "What kind of weird traditional wedding outfit is this? So disgusting, makes me look like that pervert." Xiaxi saw that his nephew didn't understand and said, "Suni, don't look down on this outfit. It has a big reason behind it, see." He then began to recount the legend of the garment. It is said that many years ago, our ancestor of the Ken clan and the Vuyu royal family were lovers, but for some reason, most high-ranking officials of the underworld strongly opposed their relationship. And as Kai Si recounted with increasing emotion, even the ruler of the underworld eventually intervened to stop them. The ancestor dared not disobey this order, which led to Vuyu Huang ultimately jumping into the endless abyss beneath the Vuyu altar and taking her own life. When the ancestors learned of this news, they wore this outfit, which the Vuyu king loved most when he was alive, and rushed to the Vuyu altar, ultimately repenting there for 100 years and leaving a rule for future generations. Anyone from the Ken clan who gets married must wear this outfit to the Vuyu altar for their wedding ceremony. After hearing this love story of Lamli Bidat, Kaishu feels so moved that his face turns pale. This prank by the ancestors is also too funny. He asked again, "That's right, Grandpa too. Where is my beautiful little Q the? Why haven't I seen her yet?" He winked affectionately and said, "Looks like you're in a hurry, kid. According to the detective, she's 50 miles away. Grandpa too, let's go quickly to pick up the bride." Kaisi also chuckled softly and replied, "Calm down, Suni. For this kind of disobedient bride, as elders, we should teach her a lesson." Suddenly, he was startled and shouted, "Oh no, we're doomed. I was too busy talking to you and forgot to watch over your grandfather." At the same time, everything in Ma City was silent. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the main gate of Mado City, and a guard shouted in panic, "Commander, they're here!" Laoban Duong, the divine archer, aimed precisely ahead and proudly said, "Good. In the crosshairs, this is the #1 archer of Meido City." Each powerful arrow was shot out, flying straight toward the approaching enemies. And no one else but Xiao Yun's team, even though they see each attacker rushing at him, show no fear or emotion at all. In one move, Xiaoke catches the arrow with just 2 fingers, grimacing as he says, "I'm not a beauty either, why shoot me?" Laoban furrowed his brows and wondered if he was a master. He lowered his bow and said, "Sorry, Chengmadu does not allow flying in the air. This is the rule." Hearing that, Xiaoyan looked confused and pointed into the distance, asking, "Then how can it?" "That is the demon beast from hell called Mila Lamongxuan. At first glance, it looks just like a mutated Doraemon, but the little girl was shot down by Laoban as soon as she appeared on screen. There, now it's all over. This action makes Xiaoke so angry he wants to curse." Ngakchni quickly introduced him, saying he is Laoban, the top guard of Ma Do and a first-class general of the Ken clan. But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. "Very strong, huh? As you said," pointing at Laoban, who was tightly stuck to the cliff wall over there. Ngakchni froze, her eyes wide open and her mouth agape, while inside she was shouting that it was all trash. Oh my God, this is the body of the evil wolf from that year. So fierce. At this moment, little Van Evil Demon flips open a book to study. Strangely, the book clearly states that love will cause ghosts and gods to be burdened, greatly weakening their strength and forming a heart. But Xiaoke keeps getting stronger and stronger without understanding why, while Ngakchni remains indifferent, cheerfully shouting and continuing to set out, shaking the demon city to its core, setting out again, and shaking the demon city. Xiaoke's team rides their snake straight into the altar, creating an extremely shocking debut. Kaisu's face turned pale as he shouted loudly when he saw Xiaokui, "So it's you guys? Turns out you and her are in the same gang." You mock him loudly, saying, "Yes, I am." "Kaisu, do you still need a wife? I know a great beauty from the snake race and a graceful rabbit girl to introduce to you. How about it? If you prefer gentle and accommodating, the beautiful snake lady is always an enchanting presence waiting for you. And today is a day full of hope. If you like a fresh, vigorous, and muscular figure, then the energetic rabbit is calling out to you." At this moment, the old ruler suddenly noticed Xiaokui and became furious. He shouted, "That little devil leading them, he has already been contaminated with the blood aura of Old Third." Ngakchni, standing nearby, is also staring intently, but it's a loving gaze from Grandpa Kwai. "My good little Ngakchni." But this old man immediately changed his attitude, his face grimacing and scolding. Who is the young man beside him? "You're standing too close to our little Ngakchni. Kaishi, step in quickly to calm things down. My older brother is as hot-tempered as ice cream." "Big brother. Stay calm. Wait until Suni's wedding ceremony is over, then settle the score with him." Ngakchni boldly steps forward and declares loudly that there's no more nonsense. "Today we're here to steal the bride, and this fierce enforcer wants to fight to take the bride with you." Hearing that, this hellish demon god was so shocked his vision blurred. "What did you say?" "I will fight him one-on-one. Even the Vu Yu organizers can't handle a solo match." Everyone was stunned. "Saintess, today you are the officiant of the ceremony. Why are you causing trouble at the front?" Old Kwai is more composed. He said, "I fully agree with this proposal as long as the bride agrees, allowing the groom to be forced to accept the challenge. This is a rule set many years ago by the Lord of Hell. I am definitely not acting out of personal revenge. Being a person means being upright, and the Vu Yu clan leader is the same." The Vu Demon Guard was hurt deep inside when hearing those obviously fake words. The clan leader clearly admitted to premeditated revenge. Everyone could see right through it. And the monsters below are very excited. Once the show starts, I'll be the one to cheer them on. Kaishi refuses to give up and keeps digging for details to claim her rights. This won't do. The ruler of hell indeed has such rules, but the challenger must be younger than the one they challenge. His cultivation is so high that he must be from a different generation. As far as I know, hardly anyone in hell with the same generation of cultivation can surpass us. Old Kwai glared and said in a deep voice, "You really think your fallen son is invincible in the world? It's okay. Our Vu Yao family has a way to determine age. Cultivation can be faked, but the age of the soul cannot deceive us." Then he shouted loudly, "First long, second long, third long, come here." Hearing the call, the three-headed dog immediately ran out excitedly. Too excited, this little one ended up peeing on the old master's foot, and as a result, they got a few more bumps on their heads. Old Kwai lifts the three-headed dog to introduce it. "Here is a soul pearl that can determine the true age of any spirit. No matter how strong, it cannot hide." Facing the young one, "As long as you agree to the test and stay away from our little Ngakchni, You'll have the right to fight a fair battle with my little disciple. Grandma, what are you talking about? Meanwhile, little Van the demon was not paying much attention as she focused on the book in her hands. Nan Huyet. Look, between us it's called master and servant, but little K is very excited. That dog suits little black very well and can fulfill its 3 wishes at the same time. Is it a dog? Over here, Hei Lang cursed bitterly. What does it have to do with my lord? That ugly 3-headed dog is obviously male. Old Kwai said with a smile, if you touch the head of Not Lao's dog, you'll get the result. After hearing that, he froze and asked, First floor, who is the first floor? The old man then explained more clearly, in the middle is first tower, on the left is second tower, and on the right is third tower. Don't underestimate it. Its ancestor's name is Chong Lu, who was the ruler of hell back then. While laughing happily, Lao Kwai suddenly jumped up and grabbed Xiao He by the collar to intimidate him. Also, I warn you not to attract the attention of my little jade girl. Your annoying little brat name makes me want to argue. Please, just make your little seducing demon always attract my attention, okay? And stop using the love potion on me. This words hit like a thunderbolt. The old man froze completely, collapsing in shock. The love spell can only be used once in a lifetime, and the love charm is meant for lovers. Xiaoko gently places her hand on Nat Lao's head, and they both look quite content. The number 45 appears prominently on the ball around Nat Lao's neck. The entire family is shocked and screams, how is that possible? He's only 45 years old. Vu, you old devil, did you deliberately fake this? I have cultivated for over 6,000 years to reach my current strength. This bastard is not just like them. Everyone outside the audience shares this same look of shock. Even the old turtle is surprised. Honestly, I find it hard to believe too, but this is the accurate result. I am acting on the honor of the Vu Yu ancestors. This is a completely fair, just, and transparent test. But the most defeated person right now is the overseer, his brow as dark as ink, trembling voice saying, I can't fight back. I absolutely can't fight him. He's a monster. Seeing his nephew react like that, the hidden officer's anger flared up. What are you afraid of, you worthless piece of trash? Indeed, the disgraceful downfall of our family. Rest assured, with me and your grandfather here, even if the sky falls, we will hold it up. He tensed his body, tearing off his suit, and then slashed a long cut across his chest. With just a little of my life force blood, everything would be nothing. Old Kwai was startled and said, Are you giving up your life? At this age, you still dare to squeeze out so much blood from your heart? A 45-year-old divine being, I've never heard of such a thing. It must be thanks to external forces. Our family has never feared threats. Anyone who dares to provoke us will die. Su Nhi, drink all this blood and you will become incredibly powerful. Kai also cuts his own blood for his beloved grandson. Su Nai, this is the blood from your grandfather's heart. I've also faked it. This is all that remains. Thanks to the divine wing, my strength has increased 10,000 times. He arrogantly said, Old men, you should give me this blood now. I'm no longer afraid of him. Kai's whole body radiated an enormous power that caused the ground beneath his feet to crack, and his eyes turned blood red. This immense power, my bloodline channel has advanced another step. In an instant, he awakened his bloodline, and his transformed armor changed into a super cool battlesuit. Xiao Yun felt the danger and was extremely worried. Xiao Kui, at this point, he might have reached the 8th divine level. Do you think you can defeat him? He spoke in a deep voice. It should be fine, similar to the fury of General Tat Boi Nin, but I always feel he's not that simple. At this point, Xiao Kui suddenly looked confused, with a bunch of question marks appearing in his mind. Near level 8, what the hell is an 8th level divine being? Ngach Ni explains, you don't know this either? Gods are divided into 9 levels. Levels 1, 2, and 3 are early stage gods, levels 4 and 5 are mid-tier gods, and levels 7, 8, and 9 are high-level gods. The further you go, the greater the difference in power. I hear that even 10 8th level gods might not be able to defeat a 9th level god. So, do you understand now? After hearing that, you're even more curious. So, what level am I? Is there no such thing at all? Ngach Ni, unconcerned, excitedly declared that the wedding theft contest at the Vu Yu altar would take place simultaneously with the Tuyet Ma Dan festival. Especially in today's match, where victory and death are at stake, both sides stare fiercely at each other, all eager for battle, driven by their unleashed power. Come on, I will kill you and then brutalize your woman, imprison her, make her my blood slave, and drain her blood every day. Xiao Ke said nothing. I don't know what he's plotting in his mind. Ngoshnai is the host and also the MC of this competition. She speaks loudly, and the Vu Yu clan follows the order to worship the creator of hell, the golden body of the Lord of Hell. The entourage immediately started beating drums and ringing bells to begin the ceremony. Ngachni continued. The spirits, loved ones, close friends, and even those on the mountaintop. Hello everyone, let's begin the worship of our Creator's golden body. As long as you sincerely bow and silently recite the name of the one you believe in, I can grant your wish. The Ghost Festival is the day when the Lord of Hell created hell, and the spirits praying today will be blessed with divine power. Old Kwai and his followers stand below, holding light sticks and cheering like they're at an idol concert. Xiao Yao is amazing. Xiao Yao is the best. Yao silently observes, thinking everyone should hurry and finish praying. There's still one part I like the most. Amid the crowd, a demon prays sincerely, the all-powerful Lord of Hell, praying for a wife, praying for a wife. I've been single for hundreds of years. Let me explain this. Sincere prayer will generate immense faith-based power. Suddenly, someone bumps into him and it works. Sincerity brings fulfillment. Sorry for bothering you, I accidentally bumped into you. Are there many people at the Demon Festival today? The other quickly replied, no problem, my skin is very thick. She smiled and said, you really are a kind-hearted demon god. Returning to the main event, Xiaoqi sneered and said, Kaisu, if you don't pray to the Lord of the Underworld, won't you get beaten to death by me later? He charged forward fiercely and said loudly, you should be the one praying, not the Lord of the Underworld. Xiaoqi glared and praised, and he was quite fast too. He turned around and caught the attack with his bare hands. The two forces collided, creating a stunning light effect. Ngakni excitedly said loudly, the prayer is over, no more praying. Now we start the next stage, eating spiritual melon seeds, drinking spiritual wine, and watching the show. Let me tell you, this is the wine my old master has brewed for 1,000 years. Drinking it can even boost your strength. Normally I'd find it hard to sneak a sip, only during the Demon Festival do we take it out to celebrate. It's not really official at all. Isn't there still a lot of traditional rituals left afterwards? But little Nguchni didn't care about those rumors at all. She raised her glass of wine, enthusiastically cheered, and started hitting him. Hitting him. The Wu Yu clan guard looked at the situation ahead with some worry. Both sides were very strong. Both were high-level gods. Old Kwai sat calmly biting a sunflower and observed. Both seemed a bit strange. Forcibly promoted to high-level gods, missing insight on the soul, and that young lad was almost the same. Although his body is very strong, his soul and body feel somewhat out of sync. Nguchni turned to remind him, don't just watch the show, have some wine. This time, Kuktyoke wins, the girl said. Old Kwai tilted the giant bottle of wine back into his mouth. At this moment, Nanhuyet leaned close to the devilish Xiaovan and asked, do you think the young master can win? Even she isn't sure anymore. They are all stronger than me now. Their skills have improved. So what if the young master loses then? Little Van Diemen smiled brightly and calmly replied, I will marry Kaisu and then find a chance to kill him. Then go cultivate for tens of thousands of years and come back to destroy the Ken family and avenge Xiaoke. I see who you are now, you little bastard from your family. Well done, running to hell to surrender. He coldly replied, apparently the wound has healed, so he forgot the pain. Have you already forgotten the fear of being controlled by me that night? Enraged, he raised his voice and declared, in my eyes, you are forever just a bug I can crush at will. You simply cannot comprehend how powerful I am now. My current state is probably very close to the Ancestor's Peak now. This is the final blood-sucking demon form of the Ancestor's Peak. After saying that, Kaisu immediately summoned the blood of the demons and gods outside to fly toward him. They were caught off guard by the blood extraction, and no one understood what was happening to them. My blood, what's happening? At this moment, Xiaoqui also felt her body was a bit strange. A bit numb, and the blood on her body involuntarily wanted to burst out of her body and run back to Kaisu, somewhat similar to the bone control of Kot Huang's grandson. Inside, I wonder if this were a battlefield. With everything gained and lost, what level of power would that be? The overseer, having absorbed the blood of the clan to unleash the power of the bloodline with the third eye, confidently said, come here. I know you didn't use all your strength just now, otherwise you wouldn't have a chance now. I should be close to reaching the peak of level 8. But our Xiaoqi still looks confused and puzzled, truly unable to understand how you foreigners can know exactly what level you are at. Do you have a number on you or something? Are you still completely clueless about this body? I confidently reply, and also, don't think I'll be afraid of your three-eyed red dog. This body is not as flashy and colorful as you. The only thing I know is that all skill points are allocated to speed and strength. Deep inside, I remember Little Black. This dog is pretty good, knowing that strength and speed are the foundation of a martial artist. On the other side, Black Wolf observed and said thoughtfully, yes, my core is entirely about strength and speed. Strength is for breaking the mechanisms of treasures. Speed is for escaping when detected. This is the true foundation of borrowing items and forcibly ascending to the 8th level of the divine. Even if I fight casually, I can still win. This blood-sucking demon is actually weaker than the greed of the 7 sex sins. Xiaoqi unleashed a powerful energy and rushed forward to intimidate that bright red guy in an instant. The annoying thing is, you forced me to use all my strength. Don't regret it. Your speed wouldn't even make Kaisu flinch. Xiaoqi delivers a kick straight to his chin. This move is called Hoa Mai, the Love Ear's Death Knight's ride. The overseer lost his footing and fell face first to the ground in disgrace. Xiaoqi jumps up, her eyes blazing with fire, her fists burning as well. Take some of my strength. The Liet Sun fist. A powerful punch strikes down the head of the executioner lying face down on the ground, releasing an enormous amount of energy. The altar courtyard was heavily affected, torn apart into many pieces by this power. Old Kwai held his granddaughter and leapt into the air, grimacing, and said, "The force of this punch reminds me of the proudest and strongest master of the 7 sex from the previous generation. Unfortunately, he was killed by the evil wolf. Those rotten pups couldn't hold back and attacked, huh?" Suddenly, he was startled and shouted loudly, "Wait, evil wolf." The aura of the evil wolf's corpse flickered on his body in the blood pool. The Wu Yu tribe is most sensitive to this kind of aura. It must not be mistaken. Guardian of the Wu Yu clan shouted angrily, "Why aren't you worried about the destruction of the Wu Yu altar right now? Why is there not a trace of emotion in your heart?" Among the wreckage, the hidden leader carried his nephew's body and said, "One punch can take down an 8th-level god like Su Ni Cheng. You are definitely not an unknown figure. It seems this matter won't end peacefully." His face darkened, and his tone became more vicious. "All members of the family listen to the order and fight against the sworn enemy of the clan. Kill him. Continue to marry the new bride. Second brother, you go capture that female demon god. Don't let her escape." "Yes, big brother." After saying that, he quickly flew toward Zhao Yun, confidently asserting, "Don't worry, big brother. It's just a low-tier divine spirit. I can handle it in one strike." Tio Van stands on a floating stone in the air, flames of rage blazing around him, his deadly gaze sweeping over the crowd before shouting loudly, "Let me see who dares to lay a hand on her." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoqi's fist was pressed against Kaishi's chest, knocking him into a nearby large rock. Seeing his brother being beaten, Kaian couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "Second brother." After finishing off the second, he ran to stand in front of the demon girl Xiaoyun. "Mother has Xiaoqi here. No one is allowed to hurt her." Old Lady Gu's eyes looked blank, thinking this is what family love feels like, the feeling of being protected. Very special. Xiaoqi quickly raised her voice to remind the organizers, "Hey, little demon, you haven't declared the winner yet. Now the bride no longer belongs to the ruling." Gashni cheerfully announced, "I declare as the saintess of the Wu Yu clan that this young man has successfully taken the bride, and she will have no further ties to the K-Not clan." Old Man Kwai burst into a loud laugh and said, "Well done, young man. Go ahead and deal with these filthy brats. They don't even bother to follow the rules set by the Lord of Hell, and we in Wu Yu can't pretend not to see." He boldly declared, "Young man, you can fight us, and we will definitely protect this lady. In the name of the clan leader of the Wu Yu, I will accept the destroyer of the underworld as my adopted daughter. Anyone who dares to harm her is daring to threaten the Wu Yu's first clan and me." Xiaoqi already knew the old man's intentions, and he muttered bitterly, calculating, "This old Wu Yu was truly cunning. On paper, she takes my mother as her adopted daughter, but in reality, she just sees my strength and wants me to keep killing the top clan until they are completely wiped out. But my mother said that the spirits of hell can't stay in Yangjiang too long, and after a while they have to return to absorb dark energy. If I had the support of the Wu Yu clan in hell, it would be so much better, but why do I feel so uncomfortable?" The more Tok thought about it, the angrier she became. "If your mother is your adoptive mother, then does that mean I am too?" The old clan leader, feeling proud of his calculations, thought to himself that one was a killing machine with unlimited potential, and the other was a half-real, half-illusion body of the evil wolf. Now, not only can she form a bond with them, but she can also weaken those filthy rats and drain their strength. This deal will definitely make a huge profit. Xiaoqi rushes forward, grabbing Lao Kuai by the collar to intimidate him. This old fox was just pretending to be innocent, trying to take advantage of me already. If you have accepted the adopted daughter, then quickly show some respect with the divine weapon. The old man's bones are fragile, just being pinched a little, and he hurriedly shouted in surrender. "Oh no, oh no, oh no. I will make them pay." One side of the hidden sect shouted angrily. "Wu Yu, The most powerful clan, you are quite something. He suddenly gave the order. In the name of the Ken clan leader, I declare that the elders over 10,000 years old stay behind, and the rest return to cultivate in hiding. Without the birth of a 9-tier divine spirit, they shall never come into the world. Kaishi, standing beside him, was also stunned. Big brother, let's leave it as it is and return to the clan's territory. Even if the opponent is a 9-grade divine being, the ancestral magic array will hold. All the young demon gods of the Ken clan quickly received orders to leave, and even the overseer was taken back for treatment. Only then did the hidden elder finally speak clearly. Old second, I'm afraid things are not as simple as you think. Just now, in that split second, during the struggle to save Suni, I realized he is the super divine fake god from 5 years ago. Evil wolf, I sensed his aura from afar back then. Even Lord Now Man, a 9-tier mighty one, died at his hands. Until now, no demon or god has had the right to inherit this proud title. The second officer was stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. What? What do you mean? Evil wolf? Didn't it die over 40,000 years ago? While the Ken side was tense as a drawn bow, Old Kwai casually spoke up. Old Kwai, or should we just end everything now? In my opinion, this young man has no murderous intent, so let me step in as a mediator between both sides. TUK continued. The clan leader of the Ken clan. My only goal is to stop this wedding. I have no other intentions and do not wish to harm you. Just go ahead and leave, he thought to himself. Even though this old man is quite authoritarian, he truly is a decisive clan leader. And the spoils of this battle you received is a powerful demon blade with immense strength. Seeing the gentle gaze Tayo Van gives Tayo-ke, Nan Huyet mutters resentfully, Master, you've changed. But Kyan still wants to preserve this last bit of dignity for the clan. He proudly said, Today our clan has suffered enough humiliation. If even an old man like me steps back, the glory of the clan will be gone forever. Not to mention that future generations will have no way to survive. After all, our descendants are not as good as the previous ones. If we keep going like this, our clan will be destroyed sooner or later. Then let us become their example today, so they will understand what it truly means to be a clan. Old Man Kwai, though not fond of Kai-an, was furious and shouted when he saw him like that. You guys don't want to live anymore? Once you're dead, what's left of the Vin Quang family is just trash. Laudai san de kong, no in humabat daudian kuang hatmo, yutanay den yudan kak. Ngagalaw ni kaisi kung kong tuat koi. After drinking a large amount of blood, his bloodline awakening form also appeared. I have to admit, it's been a long time since I last used the awakening state to fight. Old Master 7 was terrified and shouted loudly, warning that the demon was bloodthirsty, and all living beings watching the spectacle should flee to avoid being drained of blood and dying. But it seemed the warning came too late, as many unfortunate ghosts and gods had already been drained and lost their lives at this altar. My bloodline channel is no longer as pure as before, so I can't maintain this state for long. Let's have a real fight now. I don't want to die years later like a decayed tree in my clan's land. It seems you are now stronger than the greed of the Seven Sins clan. Very well, I respect you. The strongest of the clan, I will fight you alone in this final battle. At this moment, Little Van the Demon steps forward and softly says, Xiaoke, if you die, I will avenge you. Nan Hayat adds, Master, I will become your sharp blade from now on. Dad turned back and hugged her tightly, gently saying, Mom, you're still the same as before, never choosing the right moment to speak. Rest assured, your son isn't that stupid. I don't care about the glory of the family, at most just playing around with the royal family. If I can't win, I'll run away. Being humble is my true way of life. Mom, go to the Vuyu tribe and wait for me. This is a decisive battle between men. The Imperial platform has shattered. Now the two opponents must hover in the air above the abyss to fight. Both ready to shout together, Come on! With 1,000 years of battle experience, Kai Yen strikes with confidence, initially seeming to have the upper hand. The attacks from both sides came non-stop, making the battle intense and thrilling, with everyone trying their best to fight with all their strength. Faced with a strong opponent, our Xiaoke also struggled to defend and attack at the same time. I have quite a few scratches myself. Although he is so strong, you're not to be underestimated either. It's time to make the decisive move to end this battle. Xiaohe respectfully comments on the strength and speed. Few can match this body, but I must admit you are truly very powerful. You are fully qualified to lead the Seven Sins sect. I do not acknowledge you. The top martial artist's ultimate Mu Daikwan attack was used by Xiao Kai as the final blow to finish Kai Yan. Let's end it. His special condition could no longer be sustained. Kai Yan let himself fall freely into the deep pit below, uttering his final words before death. Our era has long ended. Third brother, second brother, big brother, come here. Xiaoqi whispered to herself, rest in peace. But when she looked down below, she suddenly asked, it seems there is someone at the bottom of the deep abyss. Then Xiaoqi's face immediately changed to an extremely bewildered state. How could this be a joke? Why are you here? Lam Hai, over here, through the crystal ball, everyone has also seen Lam Hai at the bottom of the altar pit. Kim Thiem looked uncomfortable and said, Tam, who exactly is causing trouble? This scene is not what I expected. Both Lin Ni and Tu Van were also very surprised, acting like a kitten. When Kaiyan fell, he was immediately torn to pieces by the powerful devouring force below. The deeper he went, the stronger the devouring force became. But Lam Hai was completely unharmed, as if she was protected by a shield. Tu Ke wondered, how could Lam Hai be in the depths of the abyss? Even old Kwai didn't know about this, so how could there be a living being down there swallowed by the abyss? Even the old fallen was torn apart, and powerful as our ancestor Wu Yao was, he also died inside. Why wasn't she swallowed? Don't think too much. You said you would go down and save her. Seeing that little Van looked worried, little Qi added, Mom, I can go down by myself. Even the clan leader Kaiyan can't withstand being swallowed by the abyss, only I can go there. She nodded and replied, whatever you want to do, I support you. Then she held his face and said, don't die. I still need to go to the water source continent to find you often in the future. Xiaoqi, you firmly agree. Don't worry. I definitely won't die. Before leaving, he turned back and said a few words to Goch Ni. Little Ayu, whatever agreement you make with her, she will tease you back. Are you pretending to be serious and finally can't hold back your perverted desires? As a result, you got a bump on your head from the boy. Xiaoqi solemnly said, the Wu Yao clan, take good care of my mother. I will give you half of the Kaiyuan Haojing first. Goch Ni muttered irritably, what kind of cursed scripture? I don't like it. I hate cultivation. But the leader of the Wu Yu clan was very knowledgeable, and just from hearing about it once, he panicked and shouted, could it be the #1 divination technique of the Tainguyan continent? Immediately, the old master bowed to Xiao Van and swore that the mysterious youth would give him the Kaiyuan Haojing, then rest assured to go on his journey so that the divine scripture would not be buried in the depths of the abyss. I, in the name of the Wu Yu clan leader, give you the scriptures. From now on, she is my grandmother. Goch Ni couldn't believe her grandfather would do this. She angrily scolded, Grandpa, I despise you. Where is your integrity? I have firmly held my integrity in my hands. Xiaoqi adds a few words. Leader of the Wu Yao clan, remember the oath of your Wu Yao clan if I find out you have treated my mother badly. At this point, he casually grabbed Guo Yaoni and continued, so I will go back to hell to catch her and give you 10 children for this little sky to enjoy, but I'm worried. Pretending to be sad, he said, that's not good. I'm still young, only 200 years old this year. But this scared the old turtle to death. Don't. You must not pay attention to my jade Nai. At Tioke Thienthan's place, she was happily and excitedly listening to this story. Please, Tioke, Kim Thiem asked anxiously, do you think your corpse can withstand the devouring of the abyss? Hei Lang pondered and said, that's hard to say. My corpse has the power to break spells and shatter all seals and treasures, but this abyss can swallow even a lifetime of demon beasts, so I don't know if its devouring force surpasses my resistance. Xiaoqi rushed down and started to calculate. Don't go too deep. Try to see if this body can withstand the devouring of this abyss. Suddenly, a bunch of tentacles rushed over and tightly wrapped around you, but your slightly strange posture made Xiaoqi twist in discomfort. Hey, wait, this stance doesn't seem quite right. Hei Lang over here is going crazy because you already jumped down. Idiot, just jump down directly. You still haven't unlocked the breaking magic state. It panically shouted, do you have any way to contact Xiao Hui? Kim Thiem thought for a moment and said, this is not impossible. Losing 100 years of spiritual power can transmit some images. Hak Lang is extremely tense, and without thinking much, he says to her to do it right away. Come on, hurry up or we won't make it. This swallowing power is greater than I thought. While Xiaoqi struggles with the tentacles on this side, his mind suddenly becomes unstable, and his face partially shifts into a dog form. Are you wondering why suddenly strange knowledge is increasing in my mind? At this moment, some dirty and obscene images of Black Wolf appear in Xiaoqi's mind. Basically, it's so perverted that everything has become blurry. If you want to imagine what those moves are, then go ahead. But our little K is completely clueless. This little black guy, Hudak Bani, what kind of move is this? He roared in anger. Damn it, at this moment, what else are you doing to ruin my plans? You have gone too far. That place is not allowed. But after calming down, Xiaoqi began to analyze the information sent by Hei Lang. Wait a moment, Xiaohei may usually be mischievous, but in critical moments he wouldn't act recklessly. This move must have some intention. Even though he's blinded in a way that's hard to be more obvious, he still tries to focus. All right, Tin Tam thought, letting go of distractions. This move probably isn't malicious. It's likely that the way this rope is tied is making me think crookedly. I guess that's what Little Black is trying to say. That's right, this is probably a ceiling move. Don't think too much, Jacques repeats the movements that appeared in his mind. Just try it first and see later. This image is strictly prohibited for children under 18. If you're underage, you can skip now. The result is that your body is immediately freed. Great, I did it. But 2K quickly realized something was wrong. This body. At first it felt strange, but then I felt completely at ease and really warm. Something is spilling out from the person, and at this moment their entire body is enveloped in a blinding light. Then the demonic overlord's true form was revealed in a delicate pink ballet dress. Xiaoke was so embarrassed she cursed out loud. What interest does this Little Black have? Why did it turn into a young master of a noble family? To explain this, Heilang could only smile bitterly and recount how he had carelessly inherited the legacy of the demon girl when borrowing items from the ruins before. Having just acquired this special skill, it's usually used when borrowing items, so appearance doesn't matter. Although it looks somewhat feminine, the power of this form is extremely strong. Xiaoke, excitedly sensing the new energy source, said, "Not bad, after transforming. I can eliminate all magical energy I come into contact with. It's too powerful." Then he hurriedly rushed downward and shouted, "Lam Hai, can you hear me?" No response at all. Right now, Lam Hai is inside a purple sphere. I step closer, reach out to the sphere's barrier, making it start to dissolve, and softly call out, "Lam Hai, I am Xiaoke." Then he gently lifted her up, wondering, what's going on here? Why are you here? And why are you unconscious? Suddenly, both of them felt dizzy as an invisible vortex appeared. He was startled and exclaimed, "What's going on?" This feeling is... After a while, when everything had settled down, Xiaoque wondered where she was and why it felt like the space had changed. Could it be an alternate dimension? Who's the one causing this? At the same time, an invisible force pressed down on him, forcing him to put Lin Hai on the ground and kneel in confusion. What is happening? I have no strength left. My soul is so uncomfortable. Outside, everyone is focused on the sphere. What's going on? You stinky toad, can't you use your crystal ball? Kim Thiem replied that a powerful illusionist was interfering with their investigation and had trapped Xiaoke and the others in a strange space. While Xiaoke, in spirit form and appearing as her uncle, looked at her hand and wondered where her body was. And what about Lam Hai? He looked into the distance and called out loudly, "Lam Hai, why did you run over there?" She didn't answer, turned back and glared, her eyes completely transformed into dark, sinister, and eerie black. Suddenly, Tiuke's panicked cry of Lathat-than made her face change color. "Come on, Lam Hai, control yourself now. I am in a fragile soul state. Be careful." But she paid no attention to your words and charged like a missile with a murderous look in her eyes. Xiaoke was so frightened she disappeared. What's going on? Since when did Lam Hai become so powerful? If you don't recognize her, you might think she has become a deity. He looked around in confusion, searching in vain. Where are Tuhek's two bones, finally? Without a foundation for my body, I can't use too much energy. Even if I switch to a demon-type creature now, it's too late. It's over, Xiaoque shouted loudly. Give me a chigger body or anything at all. Note that the soul is software and the body is hardware. Missing either is not allowed, unless it's a demon-type creature, because ordinary people can't easily have strong attack power with a pure soul. Looking at my weak appearance with disappointment, this feeling of a bare soul running around is so uncomfortable, like being cold without clothes on. I wonder if the Goddess Hai's summoning ability can be used here. Let's try it then. Just do it. Xiaoke raised her right hand and began summoning. Anything will do. Just give me a body I can use, preferably a superhuman or a masked knight or something. In an instant, the universe sent a giant stuffed penguin. He shouted angrily, "Why is it you? Still a member, but given the situation, I can't be picky, so I have to accept it. Whatever. It feels safer than having my soul exposed." So Xiaoke quickly possessed the plush bear and crazily sped up to chase after Lam Hai. He rushed ahead to intercept her and carefully calculated his path. Now he had to keep his distance and couldn't recklessly fight Lam Hai. Now Lam Hai looks like a wounded lion, probably because of excessive frenzy that made her lose herself. Xiaoke carefully controls everything, now without a body, only able to forcefully simulate some low-level spells with divine spiritual power, trying to beat strength with intelligence. Maybe cats are most afraid of water, so try a basic water spell. You jump up and cast the ultimate water whirlpool spell, throwing a few water spheres at Lam Hai. She quickly reacted and dodged with ease, then jumped to counterattack. Xiaoko looked at her challengingly and said, if Lam Hai were alert, she would definitely know she has other tricks up her sleeve. So in total, the boy launched 7,749 water-based techniques non-stop, including mental control spells and the powerful water cannon, all of which Lam Hai managed to dodge effortlessly. Xiaoqi refuses to give up and is determined to play to the end. This is the water-cutting magic I just invented. The whirlpool rushes forward quickly. Lam Hai leans back to dodge, but the whirlpool still manages to tear her clothes. The sudden lack of composure from the girl makes him nosebleed, along with his comment. I used mental strength to hide the water vortex's trajectory, and yet she still managed to dodge? Is that a wild instinct? But it's still very wild. As for Lam Hai, whose clothes were torn, her anger seemed to intensify greatly. Without saying a word, she stomped her foot hard on the ground to gain momentum, and then charged straight toward Xiaoke. He hurriedly ran in another direction, but his plush body was torn apart. Xiaoque quickly summoned the ultimate weapon, hoping this time it would be like the three wheels, a practical tool combined with otherworldly energy to create superpowers. And a high-pressure water gun toy was sent over. Holding the weapon in hand, Xiaoko felt much more confident. You shoot a stream of freezing water with incredible pressure. This skill is called primordial water power. But the fun is not over yet, Xiaoko proudly says. Not finished yet, now comes the Bone Ice Force attack. A giant dragon roars loudly. He says, this is a fused magic. I call it the Dragon King Cao Cao. The dragon opened its huge mouth, baring sharp teeth as it lunged at Lam Hai. She didn't hesitate and charged into the fight, causing a massive shockwave to erupt, with cold, icy bone smoke flying everywhere. After the fog cleared, the giant dragon was gone, but Lam Hai was still not there. Only her clothes were more tattered. At this moment, Xiaoque felt a bit uncomfortable. The recent fusion magic, though made from low-level spells, had a destructive power that could even injure a Grand Spirit Master. But Lam Hai only tore her clothes. This time it's a big problem. Why did Lam Hai suddenly appear in hell like this? Her power is almost on par with a deity, so where is Tu Hak's body? Who is up to mischief behind my back? After being beaten, Lam Hai becomes furious and unleashes immense power, leaving Xiaoque bewildered. No way, what the hell? After getting injured, Lam Hai's power has increased again. What kind of frenzy is this? Immediately I told myself not to panic, stay calm and be clever. If it weren't for an honest and upright artist like me, I would be freezing to the bone here. The more I go into a frenzy, the closer I get to my wild instincts. Another part of Lam Hai is a cat. Xiaoque believes that Yishu has many years of experience raising cats, and as long as it remains a cat, it cannot escape its complete control. A ball of yarn appears in his hand, called the 100% cat control ball. Lam Hai's attitude changes upon seeing the yarn ball, her eyes drawn to it. Xiaoke threw the ball and shouted, "Let's go Gixia Hai, the ball master." Lin Hai, as if hypnotized, immediately ran after the yarn ball and pounced. Shenki confidently said, "Now is the time. As long as I can get close, my soul can enter Lam Hai's inner world, and I can awaken her." Immediately, he escaped from the stuffed bear's body and flew over, intending to embrace her. But Lam Hai saw through this plan and stared at him with deadly eyes. Tiuke shouted, "Play your ball and ignore me." He didn't hesitate anymore and acted immediately, taking the initiative to gain the upper hand. "I know your weakness, so try my secret move of stroking your tail." Suddenly, a blurry memory from the past appeared in Lam Hai's mind, when they first met and Tiuke accidentally grabbed her tail. Tiuke nervously shouted, "Sorry for the surprise." Right after that, even though he had hold of Lam Hai's tail, he was still extremely worried, knowing he only had this one chance. If he failed, he might also die. Xiaoke shouted, "I will go take off your clothes because the tail is a sensitive spot. When grabbed tightly, Lam Hai's body feels like an electric current running through it, making her hair stand on end. You enjoy provoking and say, 'Come on, bite back like a storm.' Then with a swift slash, a clean cut is made down." The arm that Xiaoke was holding the cat's tail with was cut off in his panic, so everyone should remember never to grab a cat's tail or you'll get scratched up. Still furious, Lam Hai turned back and viciously clawed a few more times, unleashing a series of continuous slashes. Xiaoke shouted loudly, while his other hand had also been completely cut off. "Everything was within my plan. Luckily, you are not an old fool. As long as my head remains, there is still hope. Lam Hai, I have to enter your body to save you. Sorry." Immediately, Xiaoke rushed over and kissed Lam Hai. This is actually a soul transfer technique. Inside her mind was a dark, foggy void, accompanied by her father Lam Hai's relentless curses. "It's all your fault, you damn troublemaker. You caused your mother's death." Little Lam Hai could only sit with her knees drawn up in a corner, enduring those harsh words without daring to run away. "Starting tomorrow, I will take up my post in the Eastern Kingdom. I have arranged for you to study at the Demon Martial Academy. You can die on your own. Don't tell others you are my daughter. I don't have a daughter like you. You're just a freak, so learn to behave. But this little cat only knows how to sit there and cry. He scolds and laments. You only know how to do this well. Because of you, I can't return to the Beastman country anymore. Lamhai still said nothing and kept crying, which made him even angrier. Damn you. I told you not to cry anymore. Can't you hear me? That black cat screams. Truly a useless piece of trash. The more I look, the angrier I get. And he raises his big hand to hit the girl. Lamhai fears and covers her head, trembling all over. Just then, Xiaoqi ran over, grabbing his arm in anger and saying, Hey, you big stupid cat. Girls are to be loved, not tools for you to vent your anger. And then Xiaoqi punched him, causing Lamhai's father to vanish. Suddenly, he was startled to realize that Lamhi's father looked just like the deity outside the small Kim Theum temple. Could it be? Xiaoqi approached her, gently stroking and comforting her, saying, It's okay now, I'm here. No one can bully you. Lily immediately asked, Who are you? Are you the green-dressed uncle who likes flirting with young girls that Mom always talks about? This question from the little cat leaves our uncle completely frozen. I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. He started introducing himself in a grandiose way. I am the captain of the unregistered honest mercenary team, the one who meets the love of their life, your childhood sweetheart. The fake knight rescuing Trakvu in a desperate moment, K Nguyet Tuk in a mature state. Lamhi joyfully exclaims, Little K, I said that, but why does it feel so familiar? Why are you here? Could it be that I am dreaming of you? Why have you turned into that cowardly old man? Listen to me, now you are in great danger. Your body is in hell and your madness is severe. You are about to lose yourself. But luckily I have experience with this kind of illusion. Hellfire, listen carefully. The key to destroying the inner illusion lies here. Before he could finish speaking, countless dark tentacles suddenly appeared, wrapping around Lamhai's body. She asked in confusion, What is this? What is going on? Xiaoqi had no time to explain. As he was separated from the girl, he shouted a warning, Lamhai, remember to find yourself. The key to overcoming your obsession lies with the most important person to you. Think back and try, don't dwell on the unhappy things from the past, or you'll be trapped in pain forever. The little cat drifting in the chaos of my mind remembers that I caused my most important mother to die. I have lost the most important person. Maybe it's better this way, just let me stay here quietly without touching the complicated world outside. But just as I was about to give up, memories of happy times with Xiaoqi appeared. Our first accidental encounter, the times he shared his food with me. Lamhi, stop just eating plain rice with salted fish. Eat mine instead. I'm a good cook. From now on, I'll treat you to meals. Little Mio asks curiously. I knew that day when you grabbed my tail you were lying. But why are you being so kind to me now? You don't hate hybrids, do you? Xiaoqi replied with a smile. What are you talking about? Different types are also very good. I don't care what others think. Just consider it me making amends to you. Amazing girl with cat ears. That time, you and Lei Li annoyed Lin Shi. But even though you got scolded badly, the two young men still showed her mercy. Hey, you two, be serious for your old lady. Yes, the great queen thought she was about to die in the water, but Xiaoqi still cared for her. When you cried because your favorite book was lost, my precious book and limited edition hard drive, the little cat kissed Xiaoqi on the cheek to comfort her. Even Lady Xiaoyuan really likes this girl. Is my daughter-in-law coming to visit Xiaoqi again? And when Lin Hai was provoked by the troublemakers, you lost your temper and beat them all up. I like taking care of that girl with the cat ears. What does it have to do with you little brats? From now on, anyone who dares to mess with her is messing with me. I'll beat you so badly you'll bloom like a flower. Lam He also remembered the time when Tuk disappeared and then happened to meet her again. She was so happy back then. Even though I was very angry, I've been worried about where you've been for over half a year. I didn't expect you to drop out of school and come here to form a mercenary team. The mercenary team is just to deceive the girls, isn't it? She also remembers the wandering journey with you. That time, the group decided to search for clues about Xiaoyuan's body. Before leaving, Xiaoqi said, Don't worry about the money. Most of it was given to the kidnapped children, and a small part I kept for doing good deeds later. When you were injured and had to soak in the medicine tube, Lam Hai was very devastated. She blamed herself, saying I was too weak. If I weren't, you wouldn't have to stay in here to heal. During this time, I not only couldn't help you, but also kept causing trouble for you. These memories make Lam Hai suddenly realize that no one has ever treated her as well as he did. If I fall into despair, he would surely be very heartbroken, right? I can't let him be hurt. She insists she cannot fall here because she still has to become his support in the future. Then Lam Hai called out Tuk's name loudly in her mind, her hand reaching toward the bright light shining out. Suddenly another hand belonging to the prince grasped Lam Hai's hand. It's Xiaoqi, who happily said, I got you. This little crying cat has now turned into a wild cat. Let's go. I'll take you outside. The two of them reunite, holding hands and embracing, and he says, It's okay now, Lamhai, we've finally overcome the madness. She asked in confusion, Is this place really hell, and why are you here too? Suddenly, a strange voice echoed, Only one of you can live. Choose to go, Xiaoqui asked in confusion. Who is talking? Is it that bastard of yours who stole Xiaohak's body? Lamhi recognizes this voice and warns, Be careful. It's this person who transported me here and caused me to look like I do now. Hak Lang on this side is extremely worried and turns to ask Kim Thiem, Is it still possible to teleport TUK back now? That's right. There's also Lam Hai. She sighed and said, I guess it's not possible anymore, as my powers are limited, unless another super god is on the other side forcing open a path for me. Hearing that, He Lang stepped out and said to Xiao Yuan, Don't cry anymore. Have another baby. That might comfort Xiao Ke a little. She hugged the crying sphere. No, I don't want to. I just want Xiao Ke. Returned to the place of the young couple, suddenly a powerful earthquake shakes the entire space. What's happening? Is there an earthquake? Lin Ni saw something through the crystal ball and shouted, Mom, TOK, everyone come quickly and see, there's another image. At this moment, a large hole appeared in the void, and the figure on the other side urgently called out, Hey, you two, come to my place. Shoga wondered, Who is that person? Up there I saw a shadow of when I was searching for the soul. The villain in hell immediately speaks, It's been so long, haven't your obsessions faded yet? The Demon King, you reply from above, This loving couple deserves happiness, not the destruction I caused. Over here, Kim Thiem also figured everything out and said, My divination is correct. Xiaoqui truly encountered a blessing in disguise. Over there, another super deity appeared, breaking the seal of the strange space, shifting the universe, forcibly opening a path to the chaotic and skewed hell. Immediately after, Xiaoke quickly took Lamhai's hand and flew through the hole that the Demon King had just gouged. Let's go. The mask emitting divine power said to the two of them, We are here to open the door across time and space and take you out. Get ready and settle your affairs. Two lovers. Outside, a mysterious blue light suddenly burst forth from the depths of the altar pit. Ngachni sensed that the aura of the Demon Queen from below was coming through too strongly. This was the primal energy emanating from the body of another Demon Queen. Absolutely no mistake. The old clan leader was extremely amazed by this phenomenon and exclaimed, Ancestral ancestor, the Wu Yu monarch, is she still alive? Amidst the blue light, the two young friends gradually ascended. Lam He asked curiously, Where is this? Tu Ke replied, This is hell. Demon King Wu Yu, seeing his son, the evil fairy Xiaovan, happily ran over and asked, Xiaoke, are you all right? Where is the body you borrowed? Why is only the soul left? Even if you're pretending, you didn't explain much, just said, Mom, I'm fine. You and she will return to the Water Origin continent first, then I will go to the Eastern Kingdom to gather news about Father and the Divine Temple. Remember to come find me there, Mom. She smiled softly and nodded in agreement. All right, little one. Lamhai hesitated slightly when she saw the demon Xiaoyan. Isn't she the Dark Mother who cut off Xiaoqui's left arm before? Why does she seem to have completely become someone else? The contrast is just too great. Old Kwai also waved goodbye vigorously and didn't forget to remind. You brat, remember you owe our Wu Yu clan a great favor, and if nothing happens in the future, don't come looking for our Xiao Yao Ni anymore. The girl pouted and shouted, Grandpa, let me go. I want to go with him. I want to visit the water source continent. Xiaoko shouted back, Don't worry, old Wu Yao. If I find out what my mother had to endure, then Xiao Yao Ni will be the first member of my harem, and that pathetic book, the Kaiyuan Hao Jing. Hearing that, Lam Hai was so startled he couldn't understand anything. Meanwhile, Xiao Yao Ni shyly whispered, Beast, I'm 150 years older than you. Wu Yu King's mask gradually shattered into many pieces, releasing an immense amount of energy. He joyfully exclaimed, I thought there was no more true love in this world. But I was wrong. Maybe this isn't exactly love, but it's enough. My obsession can finally rest in peace. I wish you both happiness. In the final second, Xiaoqui still managed to shout her promise. Mom, see you again. Among the shards of the mask, one piece flew to the Wu Yao people. Gotch Ni asked in confusion, What is this? When that shard fell into her hands, the Wu Yu clan gasped in shock and shouted, The inheritance of the Wu Yu Chi Huang. Meanwhile, Kim Thiem was also trying her best to open the passage. Not bad, kid. You really are lucky with women. Even to hell you bring back a girl. This time I have to use more spiritual power. But Kim Thiem smiled and said, Van Thien's sister truly has a kind heart. Don't worry, I'm fine. And in the future, Tuke will be very helpful to my Kimthemush temple. This is karma. Hearing that, Tuvan happily nodded. Inside the passage, Xiaoke told her friend Lin Hai that crossing this passage would let them return home, and after they get back, she wants to hear all about her recent experiences. It seemed like everything was going smoothly, but suddenly something unexpected happened. Kim Thim felt the danger and turned pale with fear. Everything was ruined. The super divine being in the darkness had struck again, with incredible power. The passage opened by the two super divine beings could even be pierced through. In the corridor, a giant claw shot up, chasing after the two of them. Xiaoke saw it and was extremely tense. "It's over," Xiaoke shouted. "Lami, go ahead, I will follow behind." She was startled to hear him say that. "Wait, Xiaoke, what are you trying to do?" At this moment, he took a running start and threw Lam Hai forward, then proudly said, "Impressed? Do you really want to repay me with your body?" she shouted. "How could you do this? You selfish bastard." But still, he maintained a confident demeanor and said, "Don't worry, I won't die. My foster mother once said I will turn danger into safety." Tuko's body was taken by the monster, but he still smiled and said, "I definitely won't die." "Wait for me to come back," Lam Hai shouted through choked tears. "You bastard, when you return, I will beat you to a pulp." "Got it." I must live and return. The last thing Tuke promised was, "I will definitely come back." Lam Hai fell out of the passageway, her sudden appearance startling the three people there into confusion. Xiao Yuan tightly held the blackened crystal ball in her hand, tears streaming down her face as she asked, "Where is Xiao Kui? Why can't I see anything inside the crystal ball?" The little cat also tearfully blames itself. "Sorry, it's all my fault. I harmed Xiaokui just like I caused my mother's death years ago, and now I've hurt Xiaokui again." "I am dying." Kim Thiem Yu sadly said, "Maybe the one left behind is the one suffering the most. That kid can't just die like that." Hei Lang couldn't accept this and shouted, "Someone as carefree as him could at least live for thousands of years." That demon lord tightly grasped your body and asked, "Do you not fear death? After all, what is the meaning of dying to save someone?" "Of course I am afraid of death, very afraid. Can you let me go? I am willing to make a deal with you even if I have to sacrifice my purity. I am willing." The demon inside was confused, tightening its grip more and more, unable to see through it. "What are you really thinking? Weren't you just brave and willing to die a hero? Why are you begging me now?" He shouted, "Stop it. I'm about to die." Xiaokui grimaced and said, "I have no dignity at all. I just want the people around me to be happy. As for myself, being able to keep living is enough. I can forget about appearances and all that." But the demon lord doesn't care. He clenches his grip with all his might and says, "I am sorry, but I still want to kill you." "Wait, I have one last question for you. Are you male or female?" Xiaoho just chuckled softly and said, "Oh, really?" Then he angrily shouted and cursed while activating his ability to prevent him from escaping. "If not, in the future, you'll definitely end up with a face full of scars, trembling on the brink of poverty, wanting to live or die but unable to, begging for death but unable to die." The demon lord roared angrily, "You shameless fool! Do you really think I dare not kill you? Die." Over here, his body suddenly twitched uncontrollably. Lin Ni hurriedly ran to call someone. "Master, Tuke's mother, everyone, come quickly and see what's happening over here." At this moment, a seal suddenly appeared on Xiaoke's chest, and a red box slid in. At the same time, his body in hell was gradually disintegrating, and Xiaoke exclaimed, "This is the feeling of soul leaving the body, like being drunk, whole body dizzy and powerless. Maybe I overdid it. This is the peak of my life, isn't it? Even a super god was fooled by my mouth." Suddenly he saw the glowing red sun in front of him and shouted in shock, "Why did the sun that Elder Xuan gave me end up in hell?" Old Turtle Chuan-Tu materializes from inside the Duong, and Tok stares in shock, shouting, "Look at the turtle, it's not a demon." But then you suddenly realize, from a certain perspective, you might also be a demon. Master Zhuan said, "Do not panic, little friend. A part of my spiritual consciousness has been sealed within the primordial soul stone in this Duong. Now is the time to break the seal. Little one, quickly absorb this primordial soul stone. It will help restore your depleted soul." He was startled and shouted, "Is it that powerful?" But just as I was about to absorb it, Xiaoko said, "Wait, if I absorb the entire soul stone, then wouldn't you disappear? So I guess I won't absorb it." Old Xuan-Tu smiled and said, "You have a kind heart, but I left long ago, so why not return to bliss sooner? Why stay forever trapped in this tiny stone?" Tuke nodded slightly and replied, "I understand your meaning." After your soul body has fully recovered, he also said, "Little friend, today I come to help you return." You replied doubtfully, "But Elder Xuan-Tu, this is a trans-dimensional passage only a super divine can open." The evil demon also sneered mockingly. A small snake tribe like yours dares to interfere in my affairs. That Tiuke looked a bit worried. Xuantu calmly said, "Don't panic. I prepared this before coming." He then took out 2 more yellow stones and said, "There are causes, there are effects. Your current state is not very good, right? Let go of your obsessions or you will regret it in the future." The current owner of the underworld, once being Xiao Kui, asked curiously, "What was the owner of the underworld before?" Suddenly, he realized the old man in front of him could no longer speak and shouted anxiously, "Old ancestor, why is your mouth sewn shut? Are you not allowed to talk? Not even communicate through telepathy?" The demon lord swung his massive claws, grabbing both of them, and roared angrily, "Old turtle, you talk too much. So the space and time stones are in your hands. No wonder you can cross through time and space." Immediately afterward, the 2 stones suddenly shattered. Xiao Kui became increasingly confused. "It's broken. The world's treasure stone that appears only once in 10,000 years has shattered like kidney stones." Unable to speak, Elder Xuan used a secret code to signal him. The nimble fingers kept moving and changing constantly, but Xiao Kui didn't understand a thing. "Old ancestor, does this sign mean to wash my hands diligently?" "No. The greatest concern of the ancestor is the clan members, so does that mean he wants me to protect his clan members?" "I don't know if that's right, but when I heard you say that, Elder Xuanzi gave a thumbs up along with a bright smile." The evil spirit growled, yet it didn't hesitate to destroy the 2 time stones. "Although I couldn't stop you, I have a premonition that we will meet again." Xiao Qi also refused to be outdone and responded confidently, "Goodbye for now, but when the time comes, I will fulfill my previous promise." I thought the demon would say something else, but no. She remained silent and left. Your spirit body flew along the corridor back to where it came from. After soul possession, his whole body radiated a brilliant light. Everyone turned their heads to observe, all of them filled with joy. "It's okay now, Xiao Kui has returned." I sit up, still a bit dizzy, but finally back. "Where is Elder Xuan? Before he could finish speaking, Lam Hai tightly held Tio Kui's hand and said emotionally, "You silly boy, do you know how worried I was about you? You laughed out loud and teased your friend, saying, 'I thought you would really beat me to a pulp.'" Lin Hai wiped her tears and said, "Wasn't that because I was impatient and spoke without thinking?" At this moment, in a hidden corner outside, Linger peeks inside. Long secretly rejoices. "This is great, little K-Jun. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." But Kim Thiem has noticed this and is somewhat suspicious. In a forgotten corner, Greed and his army are feeling doubtful about the universe. Once recovered, they all go out for a walk. Xiaohe asked curiously, "Xiaohe, when I'm not here, why don't you take my adoptive mother to the Magic Martial Academy to reclaim your original body?" Heilang pouted and replied, "Do you think I don't want to?" In fact, all the creatures in this Kim Them palace cannot leave the small mysterious world of Kim Them. This made him curious and asked what this means. Hak Lang explains, "You know that humans can also use elemental spirit to form contracts, right? Because the speed of cultivating elemental spirit is extremely fast, but after signing the contract, the elemental spirit can quickly mature along with humans. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. But besides the fair contract that you and I signed, there is still a type of slave contract. Because of this slave contract, Kim Them once caused chaos across the water origin continent. Lam Hai also said, I saw this in an ancient book which said that powerful beings of element spirit do not accept slave contracts, so they go out and kill many people, including the creator of the contract talismans." Black Wolf firmly confirmed, "That's right, in fact, that battle involved me and that rotten toad as well. In the end, we killed a human at the super god level. That person was also the one who created the slave contract, but overall in that battle, we elemental spirits lost. But humans also fear that our elemental spirits will react violently, so on the surface they prohibit slave contracts and also demand that all creatures who rebel and challenge the Kimdom Palace must not step out of the Kimdom Small Mystic Realm for 10,000 years. Xiaohe listened thoughtfully and said, "Little hack, I never expected you guys had gone through so much back then." Lin Hai added, "This is no different from what is written in the history books. It is written in the book that the Divine Palace fought and defeated the murderous evil element." Black Wolf snarled bitterly, "Divine Palace, you stole our victory. If they hadn't abandoned the demon behind that year, we could have at least fought evenly with those humans. After all, not all powerful humans support this slave contract, yet they dare to rewrite history. I was even described as a murderous evil spirit. At the very least, they should have used the Dark King. The unrivaled tyrant, is that the kind of charm everyone has?" After a 3-second pause, Lam Hai turned and asked, "Xiaoke, where are you going next?" "Ah, you answered before I could finish speaking. I want to go to hell to try again and see if I can save old Wu." Then we go to the Eastern Kingdom to officially register as mercenaries, carrying out missions and gathering news about our elderly parents. I hear the Mercenary Guild's information network is the best in the world. Little Van saw through Lam Hai's intentions and said, Little K also wants to come with us. All right, she likes you, I can feel it. Maybe that's how Little KK was born. Mother Xiaoke, I didn't mean that. I don't have anything like that. Don't say nonsense. After calming down, she continued, I don't want to go back to the Demon Martial Academy. I want to travel and train everywhere with you. Wherever you go, I will go. Xiao Qiu happily agreed. Let's go on a training journey together. After we register at the Mercenary Guild of Eastern Kingdom, you will be our vice captain. Let's become stronger together and take control of our own destiny. Kim Theme now appears and adds, You're right, although I can help you a lot. Your path ahead is still very long, and you can't rely too much on others. This time, your true identity is something you need to investigate yourself. The Mercenary Guild of Eastern Country has many eyes and ears. Perhaps they even know more about what happened to your family back then than anyone else. Then she took out a token and handed it to him, continuing, If you want to go to hell to save a life, you can bring my Kim Theme token. The guard there owes me a favor. Although a bit hesitant, Kim Theme still decided to speak. Xiaoke, before you leave, your adoptive mother has something to ask you. Mother, is there something you want to tell me? QK would definitely not hide it if she knew. Her voice grew quiet and serious, saying if one day soon you were forced to kill your closest loved one, including your mother, what would you do? Suddenly, a cold wind swept through. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Could something like that really happen in the future? But then Xiaoko slightly curled his lips, his eyes shining with determination as he replied, If such a day truly comes, I will die before my dearest loved ones. Foster mother, your question is really a life and death test. Too cruel. Kim Theme, carrying Little Black, turned away. Hearing what you said, the three Long brothers replied, Just joking. I already knew you were like this. Say goodbye to Lin Ni first, then go. Tai and Ta Ta are waiting for you up ahead. At this moment, where Lin Ni is practicing swordsmanship, she exudes fierce energy under the cherry blossom tree, swinging her sword powerfully forward, decisively executing a Lai sword stance. Then she swings her sword in a circular motion, graceful as if rotating space itself to perform a mesmerizing move with her spear and sword techniques. From afar, the old gatekeepers of the Golden Lotus Palace watch her every move with curious eyes. Big Brother asked curiously, What is Sister Lin Ni really doing staying here and practicing her sword non-stop? Then he smugly asked, Do you think Lin Ni likes one of us but is too shy to confess? Trapped by love, she can only wield her sword to numb herself. Second brother immediately agreed. That makes sense. Third brother also concurred. That makes sense. Fourth and fifth OA agree in unison. That makes sense. Sixth OA chimes in along with them. That's right. That's right. Suddenly, the three small figures of Xiao He, Xiao Yan, and Lin Shi suddenly squeezed between Da Oa and Ni Oa, curiously looking in the direction they were staring at. Little Kie innocently asked, Big Brother Gatekeeper, what are you looking at? Is it something exciting? Hearing his voice, Da Oa was startled and quickly signaled for him to be quiet, whispering a reminder, Don't speak so loudly or you'll be discovered and there's nothing left to watch. But surprisingly, Lin Ni had overheard the voice. She instinctively turned her head back, her bright eyes calling out loudly, Is that little Kejun? Both Da Oa and Air Oa looked at Xiao Ke at the same time with wide eyes. Dongthan repeats the three words with displeasure, Little Key Lord. Their fiery gazes still fixed on her, while he nervously stepped forward, stammering to deliver his message. It's really me, Sister Lin Ni. I came to say goodbye. A brief exchange took place on the spot. Second young master quickly said, No, Big Brother. Did Lin Ni get caught by that little brat who wrote obscene things? Big Brother immediately retorted, That's not right, Second Brother. This little brat has an ordinary appearance. How could Sister Lin Ni like him? Of course they like handsome guys like us. Fourth brother angrily shouted, refusing to accept defeat. Fifth young master agreed in agreement. Not wrong. At the same time, beneath the shade of the cherry blossom tree, Xiao Ke had already arrived in front of her, his voice gentle and full of implication. Lin Ni, sister, I have to go now. Actually, I have a secret that I have never told anyone. Or should I tell you myself? The ambiguous words made her curious. Huh? What? Go ahead. Behind Lam Hai, her ears suddenly stood up straight as she eavesdropped on both of them, a big question forming in her mind. What are they talking about? A secret. Xiao Yun suddenly asked a question that startled her. Little cat, why are your ears standing up like that? Did you hear what they were saying? Under the cherry blossom tree, Xiaoko stretched out both arms, continuously saying something that amazed Lin Ni. Those words just now like a breeze passing through her mind made her instantly feel shy. her cheeks flushing, and after a few coughs to regain her composure, she awkwardly asked, "So Xiao Kai-jun has such a big secret? Why did he tell me all this?" He raised his thumb sincerely and said his final words. "Because Sister Lin Ni is a very important person to me. I heard from my adoptive mother that the 10,000-year deadline is coming soon, and you will be free very soon too. Later we can still travel and train together. Goodbye, Sister Lini." Hearing that, she became extremely determined, her eyes shining brightly, confidently promising that her master once told her that at least reaching the 9-tier divine level would be needed to help Xiao Kai. Although she is only at the initial stage now, she will definitely try her best. Look at Sister Ling Nai being so easily pleased by just a few words from him. Dad, your looks aren't enough, so you resort to trickery. I spit on that. It's finally time for everyone to leave, sitting on the giant turtle's back, all waving and saying goodbye. The farewell voices echoed everywhere with nostalgia. Mangche appeared before them, and Xiaohe involuntarily exclaimed with joy, "Finally, we are outside. It feels like it's been a very long time." Xiaohe beside him replied lazily, "You're really stating the obvious. You've been in the tower for 1,000 days, nearly 3 years, and subtracting that, you've lost 5 years of your life, right?" The Toad Shrine appeared before their eyes, with light shining from the black hole accompanying its question. "Next stop. Are we heading to hell to rescue the old ox demon?" Chuke stretched her arm excitedly and decisively replied, "Yes, we can also stop by the ruins of the Yinhai sect to visit Kot Huang's grandson." After taking a few more steps, a sudden idea crossed his mind. Should he tell Lam Hai that he saw her father here? But when he looked at her, she was giggling with Xiao Van, while in the distance, Xiao Hak was running as fast as he could away from Beina and HL. "Rotten snake, get out of here, I hate snakes the most." He once again set aside that idea, telling himself that it's not the right time yet. After many attempts, Xiaohe drew the teleportation formation over a super long distance, and the group finally arrived at the Yinhai sect. As they entered the dark ruins of the Yinhai sect, Xiaohe sighed inwardly, thinking to himself if only they could give him hundreds of millions of dark primordial stones to restore his original energy. Glancing around this gloomy place, Lam Hai couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, realizing that many had faced such hardships here. Xiao Yuan and Xiao He hurriedly stepped up the stairs, with Xiao Ke following behind and announcing, "This is it. This is the place." Suddenly, your mother, with tears in her eyes and trembling, pointed ahead, her voice trembling with horror. "Xiao Ke, look at this quickly. I can't see Xiao Kuo anymore." Hearing that, he hurriedly ran up, full of doubt, asking if it was possible that the tomb was robbed. In the chaos, Lam Hai suddenly realizes something and quickly alerts, "Everyone look over there. There are carved words on the ground." The whole group went to the mysterious land. Xiaokui looked around and asked in confusion, "What is this writing? I don't recognize a single character. Weren't these worlds using Chinese characters before? Why did it suddenly turn into a talisman script? Is this some kind of alternate world or what?" "So it turns out to be this ancient script. Don't panic, I understand it." After finishing the sentence, he began translating the meaning of those characters again. "Master, increase the power of the ancestral spirit to protect the family. I cannot leave the sect before the appointed time. Go outside to find a way to save everyone. As long as the Mingqi ring is still with everyone, I can locate them." Kot Huang left a message. What kind of joke is this? Does one line like this really represent so many meanings? And splitting it into so many parts is not logical at all. Moreover, Minko said that after Kot Huang wakes up, the ring would react. It scratched its nose, looking extremely bored, and sneered that the message indeed had this meaning. What else could this lord do? If you don't believe it, that's fine. Xiao Van hurriedly patted Xiaohe's head, with a loving look, gently comforted, and defended him. Xiaohe mother can feel that Tatan's words are true. Tatan is very well behaved. Still, he couldn't take his eyes off the ancient characters. A sudden step appeared in his mind. Could it be that Kot Huang went out while I was still in hell? If that's the case, I wouldn't feel it either. If so, then let's take my adoptive mother's gold talisman and go to the Fire Hell camp to save old Wu. I hope Kot Huang can save the pitiful Minko child. Soon, a hazy scene in the heat appeared before everyone. They have arrived at the Southern Hell, one of the 5 hells of fire. Xiaokui glanced around and sighed softly. It feels like just yesterday that we were here again, in hell. Leading everyone along the rugged path filled with jagged rocks, he reminded them that the hellfire ahead would grow fiercer each day, and that some souls might descend into madness. Despite the danger, everyone safely reached the area of eerie blue flames, which surprised Xiaokui and prompted him to praise them. Lam He is quite impressive. Still unharmed until now, it seems your mental state has improved since the last time. Passing by a stone statue carved with the face of some vile man, Xiaovan suddenly stops, points at it, and asks, Xiaoke? Is he thinking of you? Do you know him? He hurriedly pushed Tio Hak, who was laughing happily, his face turning pale as he stammered, It's just a chance encounter. Let's hurry and leave. Suddenly, he froze in place, eyes wide with shock, staring straight ahead. A terrifying scene unfolds before their eyes, causing blood to flow down the faces of Xiaohe, Xiaoke, and Lam Hai, while only Xiaovan is spared thanks to being shielded by him. In front of Yuan Shen Xuandai, the giant turtle unexpectedly lay curled up like a young girl, its squeaky, creepy voice saying, Hero! I've been waiting for you all along. Did I come to visit because I missed old turtle? Luckily, I put on makeup before going out today. Xiao Qing's face went stiff, blood still streaming down her face, and she stammered for a long time before finally speaking clearly. To be precise, she came to save him. Lam He, standing nearby, looked more confused than you and asked again, Is this the person we risked everything to save? Below, Xiao He was vomiting again. Only Xiao Yan enthusiastically waved and said, Hello. Suddenly, Xuandai strutted over seductively, saying with a playful tone that, Tioke, Lord N, the old man's body is still deep in hell, guarded by a 9-grade divine being, and it's not that he doesn't want to go, but that he can't fight back. Your good intentions, Lord Kwai, are kept inside. Lao Kui, please move your heart away a bit, don't aim at me. Calm down and try to reassure him. Lao Kui, rest assured, this time I brought the Kim Theme token from my foster mother. That kid surprised the old turtle very much. Kim Theme, he is the ancestor of our divination world. Someone like that is actually your adoptive mother. The surrounding air grows hotter and more suffocating as the group advances further. The deeper they go into hell, the more intense the flames of their inner guilt burn. Lam He's face flushed with heat. She gritted her teeth and shouted angrily. As expected from the legendary hellfire, this burning sensation on the soul is truly unbearable. Xiaoqi also felt uncomfortable, sweat pouring down like a shower. Seeing her like that, he was very worried and quickly reached out. Are you okay, Lam Hai? You two just wait outside. The feeling of being burned by hellfire isn't easy to endure. But she stubbornly refused, saying, I'm fine. I can handle this difficulty. If I don't, how can I face it in the future? Just go check on your mother to see if she's okay. Unlike the two of them who look distressed, little Van is very pleased, smiling happily as she says, I'm fine. Sister Kim Theme once gave me a lifelock that can resist hellfire, and now I feel warm. Xiaohe reluctantly explained that it was the lifelock he had struggled to borrow, and it was fine to give it to her. After all, he was Xiaoke's stepfather. Hearing that, Xiaoko hurried over, lifted her mother up, eagerly looked around, and asked, Where is the lifelock? Why don't I see you wearing it? She pointed to her chest, and Koichi replied, Kim Theme told her not to lose it, so I hid it where it can't be seen. After walking a while, Xuandai suddenly stopped and sat down on a sharp stone. He waved his hand forward and announced that the place ahead was where my old man's corpse was imprisoned, hoping not to encounter any guards. Immediately, a tired and disinterested face of the guarding fox appeared, with makeup enhancing its bright face, surrounded by floating red flames. Seeing the little fox lying in front of her, Xiaoyan was so excited she cheered like a child. Xiaoke, look quickly. The little fox is so adorable and has very lively eyes. Hearing those compliments, the fox couldn't hide its embarrassment and shyly looked away to conceal its confusion. Xiaoyan still watched its coquettish expression, happily praising it. So adorable. These eyes looked just like Yao Kei's. You glanced at the fox's face, then curled your lips and spoke with disdain. Mom isn't here, and I don't have dead fish eyes. Suddenly, Xiaohe next to him jolted and shouted loudly, Here. Suddenly, Xuandai raised his hand and pointed straight ahead, his face pale as he stammered, The guard. The 9-tier divine being, even my makeup today was copied from her. Hearing that, Xiaoko quickly went to observe. Xiaoyan and Lin Hai also approached to pet the fox. She smiled softly, nodding in approval. Truly a perfect blend of Xiaoke and Lord Ta Tun. After glancing around for a while, he gently lifted it up and asked with a doubtful look, This doesn't look like a 9-tier divine spirit. Quite fiery. As soon as he finished speaking, the fox demon shouted loudly, Let go of your perverted hand. Suddenly, its entire body dissolved into swirling pinkish-white smoke, and from the misty haze, the figure of a young woman gradually appeared, while Tuko's hand unintentionally rested on her chest. A ninth-tier deity with a fiery body sitting cross-legged on him, eyes full of contempt, glances over and snaps, "Do you want to die? How dare you do evil right in front of me, Ningi Ho Quan Di?" With that rude tone, Xiaoko frowned suspiciously and asked again, "Second Hu Quindi, where am I?" Quindi immediately pressed her face close to her tired eyes and confidently affirmed, "Look into my eyes and you'll feel it, right?" He sighed quietly and answered inwardly, "I can't feel it." At this moment, Xiaohe, hiding behind Xuandai, asked suspiciously, "Ngiho Quan Di is lazy in the Seven Sin sect, so why are you here?" She immediately noticed it and quickly realized, "You're not a wicked wolf, you're a fragment of the wicked wolf." Then turned to scold old Sundai. "Damn it, I told you many times, old turtle. Don't go wandering around when you're free. My last subordinate bled to death yesterday because of you." From afar, Lam He hurriedly reminded, "Xiaoke, quickly take out the talisman." Then, with a bloody nose, raised his hand to explain to Quandi, "Hello, we are here to deliver this Snake Clan elder." She firmly refused. No one is allowed to take any living being imprisoned in hell away. Then she angrily shouted out loud, "Are you touching my butt with your hand? There's something hard poking into me below. What's that blood on your face?" Jundi immediately snatched the token and said seriously, "The jade token is fine. You can lead the old snake away, but only him. I can't control more than that." Right after, blood also flowed from Miho's eyes. She tiredly added, "And taking this old snake back can at least protect her eyes." Then Miho led everyone along the rugged path. Everyone's face is covered in blood as they listen to her story. It's here, been here for over 30,000 years, and he is also the last surviving snake spirit of this clan. Suandai stepped closer, looking awkward as he saw himself curled up and sealed in stone, trying to justify himself. "I mean, aren't I about to die? If I have to die, I want to do it with some dignity." From behind, Lam Hai quickly covered his eyes, afraid to look, and asked seriously, "Xiaoke, if Lao Kui's color has turned to stone, how are we supposed to carry him? You're still struggling with blood streaming down your face. And I want to know, too." Suddenly, the Kim-themed talisman snatched itself from Zhao Kui's hand. The boy looked up in surprise and quickly spoke. "The Kim-themed talisman has already flown up on its own." Then it shot straight at the spring seal stone, emitting a deep blue light. Immediately, the rock exploded into pieces. The man beside him also jumped in fright and shouted, "My old turtle has truly split apart." Jundi stepped forward, reached out to take the remaining piece and comforted him. "Don't be agitated. What's broken is just a useless and shameful body." She held the half-dead turtle in her hand, her voice filled with amazement. As expected of Lord Kim Them, or perhaps in a single Kim Thien escape from the body, I wonder if I could ever reach her level in this lifetime. Xuandai immediately merged with the turtle. Deep blue beams of light appeared, and he exclaimed with excitement, as if the old turtle had caught the scent of freedom and was eager to escape. A second later, the sluggish turtle transformed into an energetic one, joyfully swaying in the air as if reborn, and the scene delighted Xiaoyun and Lin Xi immensely. On the other hand, Xiaoquei and Xiaohe behind them had their faces turn pale as they froze, and said in unison, "The outside is adorable, but I still can't forget the image of the old turtle in my mind." Shi Jundi's face darkened as he solemnly declared, "Releasing only one soul from hell is not enough to repay my debt to Lord Jin Tian. Kid, if you need help in the future, you can use the Kim Theme token to find me in hell. I'll help you with one more thing, and then you can settle your debt." Hearing this, he smirked mischievously and quickly asked to be sure, saying he would help with anything. She turned her head away and replied frankly, "Yes, even if you want me to die, I will do it." From afar, Zhao Yun waved goodbye with a cheerful smile. Suddenly, she had an idea. "Xiaoke, can I ask Xiao Huli to be my daughter-in-law then? I like her eyes." The words just now made Quan Di startle and stumble, falling flat on the ground, shouting in disbelief, "What?" "Daughter-in-law?" After Quan Di left, Xiaoke finally asked Xuandai, "From now on, we have to take Lao Kui everywhere, and when we reach the Eastern Kingdom, find him a spirit beast companion. For now, we can only take him as a pet." "Who does he want to pretend to be a pet for first?" Hearing that, he was initially a bit panicked, saying he would pretend to be your pet. Now he's choosing a temporary owner. But just a few seconds later, he replaced his confusion with a cunning smile, glancing at Lam Hai and saying, "This young girl with cat ears is full of vitality, but in reality what he's really interested in is her plump breasts." Then he turned his head away, a hint of hesitation in his voice. "Over here is pure innocence that even I can't resist." Tu Van's lively face with a bright smile appears. After thinking for a while, Xuandai shyly jumps onto Xiaoquei's head and gives her answer. "It's settled. Old Turtle prefers strong young men like you. Don't you think fate brought us together?" Hearing that, he curled his lips in confusion. thinking why it had to be me. The redness on his face was very obvious. 3 months have passed, and at a remote border area of the Eastern Kingdom, Lam Hai suddenly suggested, "There's a small shrine ahead. Maybe we should let Lord Ta-Tan rest for a bit. He's been exhausted from drawing teleportation formations these past few months." Qiu quickly agreed. Luckily we have Little Black on this road. I don't know how he trained to teleport so accurately. Keep in mind, teleporting over such a long distance is very prone to errors. The whole group entered the abandoned temple together, the interior filled with gloom and dust, when suddenly something made Lam Hai pause for a moment. A silent male figure appears sitting in the corner of the wall. Seeing that, Xiaoke points to another corner and suggests to Lam Hai, "Let's go over there to rest so Xiaohak's Dark Origin Stone can recover." Then they continued their journey. It seems the mercenary guild is not far from here. Hearing that, she nodded in agreement. The man suddenly stood up, drew his sword, and asked fiercely, "The mercenary guild, are you also participating in this fight?" "A fight? What kind of match? We just signed up with the mercenary team. What's going on? Are you fighting?" "I won't bother you, and you won't bother me. If you touch me, I'll beat you into a fool. But your mother seems very friendly." Ignoring his unfriendly attitude, she waved and said, "Hello?" His attitude suddenly changed, stunned like lightning upon seeing Tiu Van's adorable face. Without a word, he quickly turned away, covering the blood on his nose, and pretended to cough to regain his composure. "If you are not yet mercenaries, then I don't need to defeat you. I hope we can meet again in another fight." Seeing the stranger's strange attitude, Xiaoke couldn't help but feel confused. "What is that?" "A strange person, and your mother seems to realize something and softly says, 'His heart is broken. It hurts so much.'" After a long journey, the group finally arrived at the city of Dongfang Kingdom, and Fai Long stood from afar observing. I couldn't help but feel excited and say a few words. The desolate and remote road finally led to the city. Standing at the end of a long line, Xiaoke groaned in frustration. "Damn it, we still have to line up for inspection to enter Fai Long City. The line is too long, even more crowded than the first time my mother and I registered at the Demon Martial Academy." Then he pointed to another direction and said in surprise that this place also resembled the Magic Martial Academy from before, where they just made a hole for rich people to sneak in. Seeing the carriage go into the hole, he exclaimed in disgust that this scene was so familiar, like copying and pasting Chapter 3. This world is so unfair. Everywhere there is discrimination. Glancing at the chubby elder brother peering at the cake in the car, Xiaoke was even more amazed. "Damn it, it's that fatty again, the heir of the Long family. Long now 2-0, that's right, this is Fai Long City, the family clan of the fatty who holds power here. Lam He, come here with me. This is the time for me to show off as the eldest brother of my martial arts academy." Hearing that, she laughed and asked, "Didn't you tell me to forget your past identity?" Soon after, Xiaoque led everyone closer to the fat guy's car, then cheerfully waved and called out, "Hey, Ngao Tuong, it's me. Have you been well lately?" Ngao Tuong, who was devouring a piece of cake, suddenly froze when he recognized this voice as Little K's boss. But before he could do anything, the bodyguard Hotch Dish stepped in to block your group and said some unpleasant words. "Where are the poor people from here? Stay away from us and go back to where you came from." Ngao Tuong quickly stepped down from the carriage and stammered, "Brother Tu, this is my friend and my senior. Can they come over?" The fat man nervously adjusted the large gemstone necklace around his neck and said reluctantly, "Young master, I am the bodyguard hired by your second mistress at a high price. I cannot let lowly people and that damn dog get close to you." But before Ngao Tuong could finish speaking, Tio Hach jumped up, kicking the arrogant guy right in the face, grinding his teeth as he cursed, "Your mother! Who are you calling a dead dog? What right do I have to do anything to you?" In another corner, Xiaoque was deep in thought. It seemed the fat guy still hadn't changed his weakness, and was now even targeted by his own family. When he saw the talking black dog, Ngao Tuong suddenly called out loudly, "Lord Ta-Tan." Then he handed a bag of money to Little Black and said, "This is the protection fee I owed you before, including next year's. Thank you, Lord Ta-Tan, for taking care of me at school." It happily reached out its hand and replied with great satisfaction, "It seems my lord's affection for the fat one is not wasted." Then the chubby man suddenly turned to Lam Hao to start telling a story. "Lam, sister, so you were here, and a few months ago you suddenly disappeared. The school has become chaotic, and it's said that recently 2 teachers, Shen Jun and Zhu Hua, resigned and transferred to the Bangquang Academy. Bao Tiu, who was just beaten, was helped up by 2 underlings. He clenched his fist and shouted angrily, "You dare attack me inside Fai Long City? Are you tired of living?" A murderous aura engulfed Xiaokui's entire team. You look at him with a deadly gaze and threaten, "Do you still think your father is the city lord of Fai Long? You worthless servant, do you still have the decency to pretend? How dare you bully my younger brother? Have you asked for my fist yet?" Suddenly, a group of people in military uniforms appeared out of nowhere. The man in the middle drew his sword and loudly asked, "I am Hua Thuong Mak, the newly appointed general of the Phi Long City Guard, who is causing trouble in Phi Long City?" Seeing him, Ngao Tuong hurried over to report. "General Hua, have you returned from the border? Here's what happened." "What? This dog servant dares to be so bold. Your second madam is getting more and more unreasonable. No wonder the city lord keeps turning to me." Then he calmly ordered the soldiers, "Where is everyone? Take this dog servant out and behead him. The first elite group with me will escort the young master back to the residence. The others continue to defend the city." Then he turned to announce shocking news that left Xiao Kei's group stunned. "You are friends of Ngao Tuong, very good, but I have some bad news for you. You have been caught up in the power struggle in Phi Long City and are always at risk of losing your lives. The entire team except for Tu Van has been turned to stone." Tiu Ko sighed and explained that we just wanted to register a mercenary team and then take on missions, but we got caught up in high-level power struggles. Next time, we'll just wait patiently and honestly. Hearing those words, Ngao Tuong suddenly felt guilty, lowered his head, and sincerely said, "I'm sorry, Boss Tiu K. I caused trouble for everyone." Thuong Mak also felt empathetic and suggested, "If you want to join the mercenary team, since you've helped the young master, I can help you cut in line for the mercenary level test to avoid waiting too long. I don't know if you agree, but listen, mercenaries are also ranked, and only high-level mercenaries can take on high-level missions." Quickly, Xiao He led everyone away, waving goodbye to the chubby guy. "Ngao Tuong, the general has helped me get in through the back door. No need to wait in line anymore. I'll visit you sometime when I have free time." "Big guy, I don't understand what's happening," so I asked confusedly, "Boss, didn't you say just now to line up honestly?" At this moment, Fu Changxiang, the vice general of Phi Long City, suddenly felt worried and spoke up. "General, this doesn't look like a proper person, and you're favoring a bunch of kids." But Thuong Mak firmly believed in his own judgment, confident that they were honorable people who could pave the way for the young master's future. Inside him, there was a lingering doubt. Moreover, most importantly, this young guy was not simple at all, making it impossible for others to see through him. Sunset is gradually falling behind the eastern branch of the Mercenary Guild. Inside, Vice President Bei Yan Hong Han holds the registration form, slightly incredulous, and says, "You are a new mercenary team recommended by Commander Hua, and that mess over there also recommends others, and now they want me to personally check." It's strange, but everyone was very confident, each entering with enthusiasm and introducing themselves with Xiao Kui's words. "That's right, we want to register a mercenary team, so we also came up with a name, the Mercenaries of Unyielding Attack." But Hong Han suddenly said something like a cold splash of water on everyone's face. "Sorry, Unyielding Attack is already registered, you can't use it." Everyone suddenly collapsed, not expecting someone to come up with such a strange name. Seeing everyone's surprise, Hong Han asked confusedly, "Do you usually prepare some team names or not? Moreover, remind Yu Ni that if you don't take the test this time, you'll have to line up yourself and wait until next month to take it. Wasting General Hua's recommendation letter is not good. You'd better come up with new team names before the end of the exam period." Xiao Ke also let out a long sigh of frustration and replied with boredom, "All right, we will think of a few more names before the exam ends." Hong Han then pointed ahead and said to everyone, "Let's go check now." Soon after the whole team was in the exam room, she held the exam paper and began explaining the rules. "Since you interrupted the test, I will be the one proctoring the entire process. The first test is a written appreciation exam for mercenaries, with the team's overall score based on the highest individual score. Anyone caught cheating will be expelled immediately and banned from joining the Mercenary Guild forever." Damn it, even in this world I can't escape exams, and what kind of crazy questions are these? For example, if I encounter a handsome bald man in female clothes helping his father on a mission, should I help him? Clearly stating the reason, first of all, whether he's helping or not, the bald man in women's clothes is supporting his father. Can I imagine him as handsome? So many flaws, damn it, and there are questions below. What the hell is this? After a while, he regained his composure as an untrustworthy idea crossed his mind, but the highest scorer will get the points. But there are some low-level mercenary missions I can't take, which makes it inconvenient for me to investigate the Divine Temple and my own background. Sorry, I have to cheat to win. Someone who can't be detected. Note, kids, don't try this at home. Suddenly, Hong Nan was startled by a scene unfolding ahead. It turns out that thanks to cheating, Xiao Kui was able to smoothly start working on the exam. The ink strokes were written so gracefully as if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Her eyes widened in shock, a clear expression of disbelief on her face, thinking no one had ever been able to write answers so easily before. Could he be cheating? No, no one could cheat right under my nose. My intuition has always been focused on him. No way. Maybe he's just scribbling to pass the time. After a brief moment, the final dot was placed with Xiaokei's clear announcement, followed by Lin Hai nervously reporting from behind. I'm also done. Everything you asked me to do has been completed. The three people, Xiaohei, Xiaoyun, and Xuandai, have also finished their exams one after another. At this moment, Hong Han suddenly became angry, snatched the test paper from Xiaokui and Hanhuo and said, "Let me see what answers you actually wrote." When she looked at what was written there, she couldn't help but gape and exclaim, "The answers are perfect, detailed, reasonable, and without any flaws." This is the standard answer, isn't it? Could it be that Huathuang Mak already gave him the answer? She suddenly noticed Lam Hai's exam paper on the table, and, a bit cheat-eyed, said, "The answer from that little cat-eared girl." After a quick glance, Hong Han couldn't help but praise her. Although not the highest score, it's a rare, high-scoring answer. Quite impressive. The whole team was led to the guild arena with her quick announcement. The previous written test was just a appetizer. Due to time constraints, the more challenging exams ahead have been replaced with real combat. Hong Nan stands on the stage with a rising aura and immediately calls out, "Let's go. I want to see what level you've reached. It's rare for me to personally test you." Hong Dian's fierce spirit hasn't been active for a long time. True mercenaries know that cunning alone isn't enough. When your strength reaches a certain level, any scheme is just a joke. A girl watching from below was also surprised by the current situation and immediately asked the person next to her, "Who are those two? Hasn't the registration period for this victory just passed? Why is the vice president personally checking on them?" At this moment, Xiaokui also stepped onto the arena. He hesitated slightly before saying that the mercenary guild is, indeed, not simple. She has already stepped halfway into the divine realm. For others, gods are like divine beings, but I wonder if my current strength can fight against a demigod. He is currently at the early stage of the Great Spirit Master and Spirit God level, and Lam Hai is at the intermediate Spirit Master level and the early Spirit Origin Spirit Master level. Then Xiaoqi suddenly grabbed Xiaohei's tail and seriously said, "My mother's identity is quite sensitive, and she can't participate in the battle. And even the Dark Angel power I learned from the Time Tower can't be used casually. I have to achieve a high level of real combat performance without revealing our trump cards. It really makes things difficult for me and Lin Shi." Down below, it was furious and shouted loudly, "Let my lord out. Don't think I don't know what you're planning." Right behind, little Van quietly comforted his son. Xuandai beside her looked puzzled at the name Xiaolu. On the arena floor, both of them were confused by her words. The boy asked again, "Xiaolu? What Xiaolu? Why have you never heard of it?" At the same time, Red Nin began unleashing powerful streams of energy. She remains confident in challenging, risking your entire team's strength, or else you won't have a chance to attack me because you'll be eliminated in an instant. She hovers with a fierce energy surrounding her, threatening in a stern tone. If you were introduced by General Hua, I will give you a little more advice. Although I haven't truly become a god, I can already fight against gods. In the legend of Hong Dian, I am the descendant of Zhu Kui, which can help me become nearly immortal and also has an explosive effect. As long as my primal energy hits, everything can blow up. Hearing this, Xiaokui quickly covered her plump buttocks with her hand, nervously asking, "Wow, everything can blow up, so your fierce skill is that powerful?" Seeing your shameless behavior, Hong Han quickly stepped forward and scolded loudly. "What are you covering there for? With my strength, I probably need to do something indecent." At this moment, the referee has temporarily appeared. The referee raised the microphone and announced the rules of the match. The performance in the trial would be scored based on the mercenary team's overall combat effectiveness. I teach you that on the road, your strength might not be bad, and even after you go into berserk mode, unless your life is in danger, you are forbidden from using it. Secretly hoping that the Supreme Sword technique can suppress the side effects after Lam Hai berserk, her soul being more heavily corroded, I must keep getting stronger, so she won't need to go berserk anymore. Drawing my sword, Lam Hai blushed and declared, "To you, I promise you that from now on, unless my life is in danger, I will not use berserk mode. This sword is good, much better than the one I exchanged during the previous mission." The referee temporarily raised the microphone and began announcing the rules of the match. The evaluation will be scored based on the performance of the newly formed mercenary team in various aspects of combat. The rules are simple. Just be careful not to get killed by our vice president. When the official test announcement sounded, Xiaokui and Lin Shi were still confused, asking again, "What?" Friendly fire. Intense streams of blazing energy suddenly appeared all around Hong Han. "Don't worry, I'll be careful when dealing with you kids. I won't blow you into pieces." Suddenly something made her jump in shock, her whole body immersed in an uncomfortable sensation. Immediately, Hong Han sat on the arena floor, hugging her pillow and blaming herself miserably. I'm useless. I've trained for so long but still haven't broken through to godhood. I'm a failure. Xiaohei, Xiaokuei, and Lin Hai all turned to stone, stunned by the scene before them and asking in unison, "What's happening? Why is she suddenly questioning life?" At this moment, Hong Han has become more exhausted and hopeless than ever before, lying on the ground and complaining. Because of my nature, I always have to pretend to be very cold and distant, so after all these years I'm still just a dog being forced to obey. I live so exhausted, feeling empty, lonely, and cold, and now there's also a strange blue figure appearing beside me. The strange things happening so far are because Zhao Yun asked someone named Xiaolu for help. Old man Xuandai beside him is also stunned and can't believe it. What are you standing there for? Of course, it's when she's weak I want to take her life. I know that the higher the mercenary rank, the more money I will ultimately get. I had to teach your mother for a long time before she finally agreed to let him go. But in just a moment, Hong Han regained her arrogant attitude and proudly said, "I didn't expect some of you to understand the curse." However, Xiaohei still charged fiercely and ominously said, "There are many things you don't know." Hearing that, she immediately raised her black hand full of red energy sparks, gritting her teeth and threatening fiercely. "Don't think I will fear the curse or this one. Our mercenaries are all tough fighters who have endured life and death training." When Hong Nan clenched her fist and Hung Han shouted the order to explode. 1 second later, the tail of Little Black suddenly exploded violently, but in an instant, Hong Han was also hit by a similar attack. She screamed in panic, "What? Counterattack? Does this legendary skill really exist? You must be joking." Moreover, look at me. This curse is not ordinary, yet it can affect the accuracy of my explosion. I clearly aimed at its head. The small explosion just now burned off some of Xiaohei's tail feathers, and it was crying in pain amidst the black smoke. I thought the legendary counterattack wouldn't hurt me. So, killing the enemy costs 900 but harms you 1,000, it's deadly. Even though it's uncomfortable, Xiaohei seems very pleased, constantly pointing and teasing. That's not quite right. Only the tail exploded, not hitting the person's vital points. Right now, on the opposite side, Hong Han is fully focused on devising a plan. That last blow, even a god would find it overwhelming. Not to mention the spear he threw back. Could that kid be holding Apophis? And does the bloodthirsty, destructive aura hidden on that girl mean anything? Moreover, among them is someone who understands curses. Now she must control that dog first, then the two kids. Then, a bright light appeared behind her. Your two wings also appear with a threat. Your monster kid mercenary team is quite impressive. Next, I will do my best to control the explosion so it's not too powerful. Don't mess up or I'll have a hard time explaining. Seeing the terrifying scene before their eyes, both the referees and the onlookers turned pale and shouted in fear, "It's happening. It's happening." Finally, the crazy bomb-throwing demon girl appears, our Vice President Beiyan Hong Nan. After a fierce and passionate battle, Hong Han was exhausted and covered in wounds. She reluctantly spoke, really not liking to check others' things, feeling helpless and restricted, unable to let loose, but these kids could make her do this much. Inside, they muttered curses and insults. Hua Thuong Mak casually shrugged, acting like a big shot, telling me to check and even to use the spirit stone to record the process for him. Seeing Xiaohei lying motionless on the floor next to Xiaovan, who was extremely worried, Hongnan thought with disgust, "Hua Thuong Mak. If you don't serve me happily tonight, don't expect to get this information." And at this moment, even Lam Hai has fainted, his clothes torn to shreds. Only Tiu Hak remains safe inside some kind of sphere. At this moment, he angrily shouted, throwing his control skills aside. If he's so capable, let him release the boss and settle everything in a one-on-one fight. The referee nervously announced, "Long life indeed allows you to see everything." This new mercenary team relies on just one grand primordial spirit master, and an elemental spirit. Yet they managed to injure our vice president. I've been here for so long, and this is the first time I've seen our vice president so proud and battered. You must know that she is the peerless genius of Phi Long City. Not even gods can fight against gods, even if they hold back during the test. It's enough to make these people arrogant. Black Hack, locked inside, muttered curses. "I scorn your vain flower. She's the arrogant one. If I reveal my background, you'd be scared shitless." That night at the Mercenary Guild Hall, as everything around was illuminated by the light of tiny elemental sparks, a courier arrived with a stack of papers and smiled brightly to praise. "Hello, new mercenary squad members. Today's achievements have already been recorded. You are truly impressive. You achieved the highest scores in both the written test and practical combat. This is very rare." He places the folded paper on the table to inform everyone. "So the vice chairman gave you the highest possible score on a direct assessment. A diamond-level mercenary squad. I thought you would promote our mercenary team directly to the king level, not just high scores on the test. He explained seriously that the mercenary team is fundamentally about accepting missions, so even achieving the highest score in the exam can only reach the diamond level. To become a king, you must truly accept missions. Completing 5 diamond-level king tasks is needed to ascend to king and receive king-level missions. But diamond-level tasks are not easy. Only missions where you could lose your life at any moment are considered diamond or higher level. Listening quietly, Lin Hai suddenly spoke. The form is not much different from when I was in the mercenary team accepting missions. Just the mercenary guild is more careful and strict. I secretly hope that my experience in the mercenary team can help Xiaoke in the future. Then he held up the medal towards the referee, frowning as he asked, "Why is the namespace empty? Didn't we write many names on our mercenary team's waiting list?" Hearing that, he replied seriously, "This is why I came here today." He pulled out the list of registered teams and read it aloud. "The names you submitted today have already been registered by other mercenary teams, so now you must immediately give me a new, unused team name." What? Damn, this is so annoying, even harder than choosing a name in a game. Don't let me come across teams using my name, or I'll show them who's boss. Now tell me, how am I supposed to come up with a good, unique name that doesn't clash with others? But just a few seconds later, he changed his attitude, smirking confidently and saying, "No other choice. I have to use my ultimate move." A black mask was pulled out from somewhere. 2K's lewd face appeared with the declaration, "The team name will be Tichtosh Fantasid. I don't believe this name can be repeated in this world of water essence." Chuyan Van nodded in satisfaction, curling his lips into a smile and praising, "This name is not bad, not duplicated, and it sounds pretty good. It can be used for the team leader's badge. I will use a secret technique to engrave the team name for you. If you want to add members later, you can go to any mercenary guild office to handle it. Because you are a diamond-ranked mercenary team, you will have priority when accepting missions and many benefits in the future, so you can learn more about it later." Holding out the badge, Xiaoke suddenly remembered something and immediately asked, "Oh, right, I want to find your vice president. Can you take me to see her?" Chuyan Van happily agreed to engrave the team name. "All right, since the vice president has been here all day, I will take you to find him later." Right now, in the vice chairwoman Hong Han's room, she is wearing a very alluring dress. She admires herself for a moment and smugly says, "Hua Thuong Mac, when you come to get the data tonight, you'll be dead for sure. I have to force you to turn rice into cooked rice. Tonight I must escape this dog hybrid fate." The 2 pills, one green and one red, are held up. Her expectant expression appears with a threatening tone. "Iron block, come quickly. Besides this combat outfit, I also prepared to weave dry wood and blazing fire that could make even gods bow down. Later, I will crush the dry wood into pieces and put them into the trap. Then, I will be the first to devour the blazing fire." The 2 pills absorb each other. Yin and yang harmonize. This time, see how you escape from my grasp and prepare to turn into dry wood. The scene of Hua Thuong Mac with a cold, icy face appeared in her mind, saying, "Hongnan, I'm here." Then Hongnan would gently open the door, wearing a daringly revealing outfit. Yudia said, "Just put on the uniform." Thuong Mac's footsteps entered and accidentally stepped on the trap she had set beforehand. And then the alluring scent of dry wood emanates from the flowers in the room. In the haze of inhaling that deadly fragrance, Thuong Mac will lose control, look at her with a blushing face, and call out to Hong Han. At the same time, Hong Han would also act shy and coquettishly reply, "General, that means Thuong Mac will lose control and embrace her, letting go of Duong Mat. Hong Han, I like you. I want to marry you, to be together forever without parting." And she would immediately agree, wanting us to marry here. Just thinking about it, Hong Han couldn't hold back and jumped up excitedly, shouting with joy. This was too thrilling. Immediately, she put the pink pill into her mouth without hesitation. At the same time, Tryon Van also led Xiaoji to the door, raising his hand to signal, "Xiaoji, brother, the room ahead is the vice president's. You can go in by yourself. I have something to do first. Sorry." "All right, I'll go by myself. Just focus on your own affairs." As I approached Hong Nan's room, Xiaokui suddenly stopped, feeling that something was off. Looking at the slightly open door, he silently guessed that it wasn't closed. Could it be that the deputy head also knows Kai Mondon Jiap and sensed that he would come to find her earlier? Without hesitation, he immediately stepped inside, accidentally triggering the trap that Hong Han had set earlier, and in an instant, the intoxicating scent from the dried wood ignited fiercely from the flowers in the room. Xiaokai quickly became restless, staggering in the intoxicating haze of that scent, struggling to stammer out a question. "What is going on? Why do I feel dizzy? We're poisoned. No, that's not right. My body should be immune to normal toxins. It's so hot. It's ruined. The dry wood has been absorbed by him, and the fire within me has started to flare up. She frantically pulls at her hair in despair, unable to hold back as she screams loudly. What should I do? This potion is said to be irresistible even to the gods. Hearing those words, Xiaoke, in her dazed state, suddenly scolded. What is that? Vice President's medicine. You're so evil, craving my body. Are you crazy? I do like the dominant type, but isn't this progress a bit too fast? Should I go eat first? Forget it, I can't hold on any longer. Suddenly, Hong Han knelt down abruptly, then kept pounding her head against the floor until it shattered, her mouth constantly crying out, I am about to lose myself. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. Across from him, Xiaoko sat with her legs crossed, fists on her chest, trying to calm herself as the fiery rage grew stronger. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm, so she won't exchange souls. But before she could calm down, Hong Han suddenly rushed over, losing control and wrapping her arms around him from behind. Then she deliberately pressed Xiaoke down. I'm so embarrassed. I can barely hold on anymore. Even without a soul, she smells amazing. Things are getting more and more chaotic. At this moment, Xiaoko struggled to call out, My whole body is exhausted. I can't even use my energy. Sword Ku Fong, can you hear me? But no answer was given. The image of her blushing face blurred in his eyes. You're overdoing it with the saliva. Save me. The medicine is too strong. If no one comes soon, there will be a deadly accident. As soon as he finished speaking, the person seemingly coming to help also appeared. Xiaoyan peeked inside, looking confused, but suddenly she waved and smiled brightly, excitedly saying, Xiaokui, so you're here. At that moment, Xiaokui's shirt was already being taken off. He struggled to look over, emphasizing each word, Mother calm, hurry up. But then Tiu Van took out a pink notebook, casually poised her pen to write, and asked, All right, Tiu K, how do you write Dian? Hearing that, her son inside could only desperately call out to his mother. Not long after, he stepped outside looking embarrassed, hugging himself tightly, while his mother happily waved at Hong Han inside and said, Goodbye, daughter-in-law. At this moment, the girl with a face as red as a tomato also stepped out, her voice fierce, as she warned, You, Xiao Kui, remember this. We have sworn a blood oath. No one is to speak of tonight's matter. Maintaining her aggressive stance, she added, And as for the disappearance of the Yue family, I truly don't know anything. But perhaps the guild leader knows something. The mercenary tournament is in 10 days, and he will appear then, so you should ask him yourself at that time. Inside, the girl sat exhaustedly against the door, sighing with great frustration. A few minutes later, a knocking sound was heard with the voice, Hong Han Jr. sister, it's me, Hua Thuong Mak. Please open the door. Upon hearing that voice, she immediately threw open the door, angrily pointed at him and scolded, Luo Si's stuff. You don't need to come next year. Take your documents and get out. Once again, Hong Nian slammed the door shut forcefully. Outside, Thuong Mak held the spirit crystal in his hand, sighing at her unpredictable temper, and spoke. Hong Han, this little sister, is always so moody. How will she get married someday? It really warms the heart. The next day, after buying a pouch for the spirit beast in the shape of an egg, Zhao Ke was overjoyed and exclaimed, finally able to get a spirit beast pouch for Lao Gui so he wouldn't have to go out every day. Then he seriously reminded everyone. The Ouyang Long Mercenary Guild. Mother and Little Black stay inside your consciousness sea for now. Don't go out to avoid any accidents. Not long after, everyone gathered in the mission hall. There are now many mercenary teams inside. Xiaoke and Lin Hai go to the reception desk and randomly pick up a quest scroll to look at. After reading through all the tasks inside, he sighed and muttered, The only way to learn about the Yue family is to see if during the mercenary tournament he can find the branch leader of the Eastern Kingdom. Then she shyly asked, Where are the Divine Temple missions? Hearing that question, the beautiful receptionist slightly lifted her lips in a smile and asked curiously, Are you really interested in the temple? Yes, the temple of the gods is like my savior. Without them, I wouldn't be who I am today. My greatest wish in life is to serve the temple. Knowing that, the receptionist gracefully posed, uttering inviting words. Young master, you're not an ordinary person. Talking to you feels so refreshing. I like it. You really suit my taste. Big sister has finished helping you organize the divine temple-related tasks. Remember to come visit her often in the future. Thanks, ma'am. We're going over there to see what missions are available. The diamond-ranked team has just been promoted. A young outsider girl with a strong aura and a rebellious teen. Truly interesting. At this moment, Xiaoke and Lin Hai are discussing the mission scroll, and his face suddenly darkens while she says seriously, I didn't expect there to be a royal-level mission. The temple wants to recruit a royal team to conquer Baiyuan Kingdom. What, are you both sure you want to take on this mission? You two are the esteemed diamond-ranked mercenary team. We've traveled together for a while now, and I hope everything goes smoothly. For the first time accepting a mission, she was a bit excited and happily nodded in response. At the same time, right behind the two of them, the receptionist had secretly gathered a group of people in black cloaks, cautiously giving orders. It's them. Follow secretly and handle it. Bakhan licks his blade with a sinister smile and says, "My poison trap has been hungry for a long time." Suddenly, his face turns pale, and he asks a question that makes the two men beside him burst into laughter. "Do you know if there are any toilets nearby?" Soon, Lam Hai sensed something was off and quickly became alert, announcing, "Xiaokei, just outside the mercenary hall I heard footsteps behind us, faint and elusive, moving quietly. Seems like they're targeting us." Hearing that, he just smirked confidently to reassure her. "It's okay. My spiritual sense has already noticed them. This is the territory of the Mercenary Guild. They won't dare to act recklessly, probably waiting for us to reach a deserted place before striking." Then suddenly, he burst into a hearty laugh and loudly declared, causing Lam Hai to be bewildered. "They are probably sent by that Long Ngao Tuong to deal with us. If that's the case, let's just play with them first." Then Xiaoke took her to a busy place and confidently declared that he usually goes where many people gather to see if they dare to act openly in the town. Then he went to a food shop and pointed at the tempting display, saying to the owner, "Boss, give me 5 portions of this." Xiao Yan, in her elemental spirit form, also looked excitedly at the boy, while the group in black cloaks rushed into a restaurant. One of them, glancing at Xiao Kui, suggested, "Too many people, it's hard to act. Keep monitoring." The owner stood in the corner cursing them silently. These 3 poor guys only drink tea and don't order any food. On the street, a boy is giggling as he runs ahead, holding a kite soaring in the air, while his mother behind him is breathing heavily as she chases after. She spoke in a tired voice. "Natlap Dan, don't run too fast, I can't keep up." Suddenly, the little boy bumped into someone's robes, and the mother quickly wrapped her arms around him, apologizing sincerely. "I'm sorry, esteemed gentleman. Children don't understand. It's my fault for not teaching him well." "So it turns out the people watching Xiaokui are over there." Bakhan grins lecherously and speaks. "It's okay. Just let you be a mother and make up for it. Your son bumped into us, and if we bump back at you, it's even." At this moment, high in the sky, somehow Xiaohe had transformed into a brown bee spell, hovering in the air with Xiaolu in its grasp, while below the young mother was extremely panicked by the filthy man's words, stepping back in fear and asking what they wanted to do. Immediately after, she screamed desperately, turning into a freak. The crowd quickly surrounded the frantic mother. She kept screaming in panic, "Let us go quickly, or my husband will see and kill us." The 3 guys under her feet were under Xiaolu's hypnosis and kept begging for forgiveness, saying, "We are scum and living was a mistake." Everything was handled quickly, which surprised Lin Hai. Seeing her keep staring, Xiaokui immediately reminded her, "Lin Hai, let's go. It's time for our first mission at the temple." Not long after, the two arrived at the Phi Long Temple in the Eastern Kingdom. As they stepped inside, a young woman dressed in a female scholar's attire politely came out to greet them. "Hello everyone, my name is Rita. May I ask if you are members of the Teach Talk Fantasy Mercenary Team?" "What?" Quickly, Zhao Kai and Lin Hai changed their stance and proudly introduced themselves loudly. "Exactly. We are the Tish TCH Fantasy Mercenary Team registered." After just introducing ourselves, she raised her hands to cover her face shyly and stammered to him, "Xiaokui, do we always have to do this when we introduce ourselves? I always feel so embarrassed." "That's great news. Finally, a mercenary team willing to take on my mission. If no one else volunteers, I'll be at my wit's end." This is the first time the Saint Prince has asked me to handle things like this. Recently, we've been troubled by a type of nameless death bug. The Saint told me to capture all of them alive, but their speed is too fast, so I can only ask the Mercenary Guild to find some strong teams to help. Hearing the word flee, Lin Hai shivered in fear, while Xiaokei silently thought, "So there's no way I can find anyone." Yes, dead bugs, but don't underestimate them. I heard that some believers become delirious after being bitten. Also, these chiggers especially like to bite beautiful female students like the little sister with cat ears. This really suits our taste. Hearing such shocking news, Lam Hai turned to stone in despair, unable to say a word. At this moment, the Saint also stepped out with a calm demeanor and asked Rita. Hearing his voice, she became cheerful and quickly replied, "Sir Saint, they are the small team of mercenaries I just arrived with, here to help me catch the Chep bugs." Little Kay was a bit surprised to learn the identity of that person, saying, "Holy child, truly mature." After the capable assistant finished reporting, Tengai Khan burst into a delighted laugh, continuously praising. "Rita is really clever. She even knew to invite the mercenary team for help. Looks like I didn't choose the wrong person." "Keep it up, everyone." After a few more words, Ngai Khan hurriedly left the temple. Only after he left did Tok speak with admiration. The holy child among them trusts you very much and has entrusted this entire matter to you. Rita, hearing this, proudly boasted that Lord Khan the Holy Child is a major figure in Phylong City, not only responsible for divine affairs, but also handling many other tasks. Therefore, he intended to make me his trusted aide here in the temple. Xiaoko rubbed her wrist, eager and excited about the task assigned to her. Then let's start quickly. Lead me to tour everyone's temple so I can see where the bugs are and eliminate them all. After walking for a while, Rita stopped to inform both of them that she had almost finished introducing everything to everyone. Everyone can only go this far. They cannot go further inside. That area is the sacred ground of the temple, and normally I cannot enter there. Xiaoqi looked around confidently and declared to her that we are a professional team, and even if we are killed or jump down from the top of the temple, we won't wander into forbidden areas. Hearing those sincere words, Rita trusted both of them and handed everything over. Well, I guess I'll bother everyone then. I have to leave early tonight, and I've already informed the other divine officials. They will let everyone pass. Thanks. Suddenly, you grin mischievously, your tone still confident and unwavering. It's nothing, this is what I should do. After all, the temple always holds a very important place in my heart. I feel like I was born to serve the temple. You go ahead, no need to see me off. We still have urgent matters to attend to. Let's see which fool dares cause trouble in the temple. The main door of the temple gradually closes. Rita stands outside, cheerfully waving hello. Xiaoqui also happily raises her hand in response. When no one is around, he finally turns back and reveals the plan. Lam Hai, let's go straight into the forbidden area. If you want to uncover the secret of the divine temple, you definitely have to go into the forbidden area and take a look. After we explore the forbidden zone and find a way to escape, then we'll see how we feel. So immediately, the two of them sneaked inside like mice, each step filled with fear. Trat Lam Hai froze, her face showing clear worry as she exclaimed. Suddenly, everyone's hair stood on end. Immediately, Xiaoqui pulled out Apifit and struck her hard, loudly warning her to stand still. The creature that was cut in half lies flattened on the floor. He hesitates for a moment before asking, "What is that? Could it be the giant bug god? How could there be something like this here?" No, it seems a bit different. The sunset is gradually setting. Outside, Rita is strolling along the road, still smiling and enjoying the surroundings without knowing that trouble is approaching. Suddenly, she turns her head back and asks anxiously, "Who's behind her?" Receiving no answer, she tremblingly stood on the deserted road, stammering, "Is anyone there?" Suddenly, Rita jerked upright, wide-eyed, and screamed in horror. "Who are you?" A group of people in black cloaks appeared in front of her, all looking at her, and upon hearing the loud footsteps outside, a woman rolled down the window and scolded angrily. "It's late at night and you guys are making too much noise. I can't sleep and will get worse, so what? Are you trying to take me?" Immediately, the man in the middle raised his hand and brandished a sharp dagger. The woman just slammed the window shut and in panic said, "Go ahead," just as the dagger was thrown into the window slit. A second later, a swarm of terrifying chigger demons burst out from somewhere. Seeing the scene before her, Rita panicked and sank to the ground, stammering a prayer. "Holy light, please save your follower." As she finished speaking, a man from the opposite side suddenly stuck out his tongue to lick his lips greedily. Suddenly, a puppy's paw stomped down on the terrifying flea demon, followed by a familiar voice. Little Hack sighed in frustration and wondered to himself why he came here to supervise, but suddenly turned into a handsome hero, saving a beauty. Could it be that even I have been infected by that guy and turned into someone who meddles in others' affairs? I really hate it. I am originally an element of dark, evil spirit. Half an hour ago, Xiaoqui patted its head and said, "Little Black, please keep an eye on Rita's movements. If she has any trouble and suddenly comes back, we'll waste our effort. It's just a precaution." "Thank you for your trouble." Xiaovan also smiled flatteringly, making it impossible to refuse, relying on Lord Ta Tun. Without waiting any longer, the group in black cloaks charged forward together at the command. Just then, Xiaohei suddenly erupted with energy, appearing in a powerful form and shouting angrily, "A bunch of trash! Xiaohei is not showing off. Do you think I am a little dog?" At the same time, on Xiaohei's side, he was catching the divine death bugs with his hand and said, "I didn't expect this. Besides, hell, there are divine death bugs here too, just not as strong as those down there. And these dying bugs are so cowardly they only want to run towards Lam Hai and have no interest in a handsome guy like me." Old Feng silently dealt with them using his peacock spreading its tail secret technique to catch and eliminate them. Lam He is also working hard, overcoming her fear by continuously swinging her sword to kill the death bugs. The floor is covered with the carcasses of those worms, and the two of them are back to back. She cautiously says, "These kinds of bugs are very fast. Indeed, not something an ordinary person can handle." Bok Lam, the temporary staff member of the temple, watched the scene in front of him and couldn't help but cheer out, "The Rita mercenary team you invited is so powerful. Ordinary people like us can't catch them at all, so tonight only boys are left here." Seeing that, Xiaohe stepped forward and smiled as he said, "Isn't your temple supposed to have the White Knight and the Red Knight? Why didn't you call them over instead of asking someone else to deal with these dead bugs?" The boy asked without hesitation, quickly explaining, "Did your uncle say the 4 knights of the temple? They are not under our outer temple's jurisdiction. The outer temple is only responsible for spreading the gospel to the people, while the knights are managed by the inner temple. They are all very busy, and this world needs the help of knights, a lot. So that's it. If everyone like you is just an ordinary person, then entrusting the protection of this place to me is okay?" Bok Lam, proud, stretched out both hands to show off. "Our divine temple finds joy in helping others and doing good, so we don't need these things. The supreme divine light and its numerous followers are our strongest protectors." The two of them immediately turned to stone upon hearing those words. LamHeBowtie.com asked, "If this child is really useful, then why bother inviting us?" Suddenly, Xiaohui approached, placed his hand on Bai Lam's head, and earnestly requested, "Hey, little boy, look into my eyes." Just a second later, the boy collapsed to the ground, sleeping peacefully with soft snoring sounds. After finishing, Xiaoke quickly walked ahead and cheerfully called out, "The kid is knocked out by me and will wake up soon," forgetting our conversation. Lam Hai gently placed her foot on Bai Lam and kindly advised, "Be sure to keep your feet warm to avoid catching a cold." Not long after, the two arrived at the main door of the forbidden library within the outer hall. Xiaohui pressed his ear to the door to listen and said with some concern, "Although that kid isn't lying, I feel his position is too low to know what's hidden inside. There's no way the divine palace isn't guarded by experts. Even this outer hall has a high-level demon ceiling formation. There must be something very important inside. Even my spiritual sense is blocked." The door slowly and quietly creaked open, but Xiaoke dared not look back because her wrist was tightly grasped by the figure inside. Behind, Lam Hai froze like a stone statue, startled and shouting in horror, "Master! Master! Why are you here?" In front, Xiaoque quickly transformed her hand into a furious fist, raising a red fist toward the figure, but suddenly stopped. Seeing the familiar face of old man Yang Zhang, he exclaimed in surprise, "Why is it the sneaky old man from your family?" He grinned happily and said, "It's been a long time. Over a year, hasn't it? I've been searching for you hard. Looking at you now, you're really starting to look more and more like your troublesome father." The scene shifts to Xiaohei's place, and after the black-clad group disappears, it turns to look at Rita with irritation and says, "Those guys are really cunning." Seeing how our Lord is wise and mighty, able to both attack and defend, they all ran away. So what should we do with this little girl now? At the same time, in a small dark room, Gai Kong, badly injured, was being helped down by a cold-faced girl. He struggled to lift his head, smirked forward, and assured them, "Don't worry, ladies. I'm fine. The sisters just need a few more days to join everyone." Across from them, in the dim light, the black-clad army appears with their chests exposed, their handsome faces all showing up, but their expressions are as cold as ice. Returning to Xiaokui's place, he is now very confused by Duong Trang's appearance. "You bastard old man, how did you come out of the Divine Temple? Could it be that you are also one of the Divine Temple's people?" He hesitated and replied, "What did you say?" Lam Hai looked inside the forbidden area and deduced that there was chaotic blood essence and primal energy, indicating a battle had definitely taken place. Inside, an old man with white hair, stripped of all clothing and chained to a chair, is surrounded by scattered documents. Xiaokui and Lam Hai are frozen in shock at the sight, and he nervously asks, "I will go. Are we not fellow practitioners? You also came to the Divine Palace looking like this. It seems you really are involved." She also rolled her eyes and shouted, "Master, what happened before we arrived?" Duong Trang, holding a scroll in his hand and with a sinister smile on his face, began to explain. "I used to be part of the Divine Temple, but this time I came to borrow some materials related to your mother. This place shouldn't stay long. The Divine Guardians of that forbidden area have been taken away by me for a while and will return soon. Run. This temple is connected to the Divine. I seriously suspect that in this world gods are as cheap as cabbage. Everywhere there are gods, and I even chased them away." Hey, that document took me a whole month to get. I finally got it after struggling. The three of them left the temple jumping across rooftops, and Duong Trang praised you. You're really good back then at the academy when you ran away. If not, the elders might have taken you to make a deal with the temple. Now the temple is probably very interested in you." Lam He was stunned and asked again, "What? How could the academy use its students as pawns for trade?" But Xiaoko didn't care at all, and indifferently asked what was in this scroll about my mother, which is also true since my mother once said he had followed her. Wait a minute, so he knows a lot about my mother and that irresponsible father? Yang Zhang still rushed forward, his voice echoing in the wind. Sorry, I can't say anything to you. Earlier, to keep the secret hidden, I made a soul oath, and now you are too weak. Then I seriously announced earth-shattering news. As for the scroll describing 3 months later, Chung Pi-long will have a divine appearance. And this time Seraph, the descender of Lucifer who has just returned, is also your mother. Hearing those words, sweat poured down Xiaoko's face like rain. He stammered in shock, emphasizing each word. My mother? As he stood lost in the darkness, Lam Hai called out to Xiaoke in worry, but he remained motionless, his voice filled with heartbreak. I have thought about it since I met the Shadow Mother. Did Mother split into a light and a shadow? What kind of suffering did my mother, her, go through in this world? Filled with fury and sorrow, Xiaokui clenched her head into her palms, blood slowly seeping out. You grit your teeth with a grinding sound, recounting each word with the utmost hatred. First, it was Huang'an's sudden death in the previous life. After being used by others to turn her body into a fallen angel, now her whole being is divided into a residual soul, a dark side and a bright side. Hearing this, Yang Zhang was suddenly startled and kept asking in shock, What? Didn't your mother get fully summoned by the angel gate at that time? Why do you say it's divided into many parts? In the tense atmosphere, Xiaoke slowly explained that in fact, I have long suspected that my mother is now split into 3 entities. One is the dark side, one is the bright side, and there is also a residual soul attached to me. He still couldn't help but wonder and cautiously asked about the 3 separate entities alongside the soul body. At this moment, Xiaoyan also gradually revealed herself, holding her son's arm and nervously asking, Who are you? Have we met before? I think I know you, but I can't remember right now. As soon as he saw little Van, old man White Yang gasped in amazement and exclaimed, So adorable, so adorable, so adorable, too adorable, I'm going to die. Thinking about her incredibly cute expressions, he couldn't hold back and knelt down suddenly, his heart about to burst. Suddenly he smiled with a very cunning look, and a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Wait a minute. The current goddess has amnesia, and this kid doesn't know my identity, so doesn't that give me plenty of room to maneuver? Without waiting another second, Yang Zhang immediately patted Xiaoke on the shoulder and shamelessly called out. Son, both you and Lin Hai were stunned. In that instant, he punched him square in the jaw, blood and teeth flying amid curses. Your sister's son, even if my mother is blind, she wouldn't look for you. Duong Trong, despite being swollen and bleeding from his mouth, quickly rushed to Tu Hak's side, enthusiastically introducing himself. This pure little girl, my name is Duong Trong. I like playing ball, you can call me Tu Trong. What's your name? He then showed a disgusted face, raised his middle finger, and loudly cursed, Old fart! Get lost for my sake. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lam Hai had countless questions. Ta Ton, great lord, weren't you following Rita? Why did it enter her body? It regained its cheerful smile and calmly explained, This is a long story. Someone used a death bug to control others and attack midway, leaving this behind. Seeing Xiaohe hold up the blood-stained cloth and smell it, Yang Zhang stepped back in shock and stammered, I'll go. This girl has quite a strong taste. At this moment, Xiao Yan sat on Xiaokui's neck, looking around anxiously, then hurriedly reported to the commander that enemies had been spotted ahead. Upon hearing that, he immediately signaled that this was not the place to talk and suggested we move away. Not long after, the whole group arrived together at Phuoc Loc Hotel. The hotel owner, upon hearing everyone's request, was too stunned to believe it and asked suspiciously, Gentlemen, you only need 1 room. Meanwhile, Xiaohu looked very calm. Even though an old man and 3 women were beside him, he firmly replied, Yes, 1 room. We will discuss life together. Is there a problem? The innkeeper was startled and trembling with fear, nervously assuring them with a pale face. Of course, it's no problem if a few of you want to stay together. Just be careful not to damage the bed. Seeing that it still wasn't enough, Elder Turtle Xuandai swam out from the shadow beast and smiled, saying, Not only people, but also my old turtle. Treasurer, do you also want to discuss with us? Hearing that, the boss quickly raised his hands to decline. No, I am too frail for this. You all figure it out yourselves. He sighed with a look of boredom and thought, This turtle's head is really long. What kind is it? These people are too chaotic. A short while later, the group gathered in the resting room with Xiaohei's motionless body placed on the bed after leaving Rita, while the others went to the window to discuss. Xiaohe hugged Xiaoyan, who was hungry, and asked seriously, Xiaohak, tell me, what happened over there? Knowing the name of the person in front of him, Yang Zhang is very surprised to realize that this little Xiaohak might be Lingdao Tazun. That year it was hunted by the Divine Temple for a long time. It held a blood-stained piece of cloth in its hand, a triumphant smile on its lips as it recounted. Hey. It's quite interesting to say, I was just watching over this girl, but I was ambushed by a pervert on the way. So who do you think I am? Of course, I bravely stepped forward. That pervert finally ran away, and I was left with his scent to track him down. In the end, I followed his scent and chased after him. Then Little Black suddenly held up a piece of cloth in front of him, wearing a very sinister expression, and continued, Guess what I finally discovered? So, that pervert is actually the saint child we met tonight, but that's not even the most shocking part. The story ends with its extremely satisfied expression. I chased that pervert all the way to the Long family of the little chubby guy. Everything has been revealed. Duong Trang couldn't help but ask curiously, I wonder why you keep using the word pervert to describe that person. Suddenly, Xiao He gritted his teeth and replied with a look of intense fury. Because that pervert was controlling many innocent young women, each one very beautiful and still virgins, with empty minds inside. Hearing this, Xiao He and Duong Trang both exclaimed in jealousy. What? Then a fiery sense of justice ignited in their hearts, and both declared together, this kind of pervert is something we cannot ignore as decent and righteous people. Let's go. Take us to see? We will save the person. So in the quiet midnight, the group hurriedly headed to Long family's gate. Hearing the knocking at the door outside, a young boy gently opened it and asked, How can I help you two at Long's house? In front of him were Xiaokui and Lin Xi, both smiling with very fake smiles. We are Hao Tuong's classmates and need to talk to him. Can you help us pass on a message? Suddenly, the kid opens the door and jumps up, shouting loudly, There is a ghost behind the two of you. It turns out that the ghost is actually Yang Zhang. With a face heavily made up and a braid on her head that couldn't hide the smoke, she shyly used a fan to cover her stubble and said, Little brother, look at what you're saying. I am their grandmother. I wouldn't feel comfortable letting them go out so late. The young boy from the Long family vomited right after that, and struggling managed to say, Sorry, please wait a moment. I will deliver the message to the eldest young master immediately. May I ask one last question? Is the face of your grandmother on both of you that of a daughter-in-law? Hearing that, Xiao He quickly explained that the young master was very perceptive. The grandmother's nose hairs were quite thick, making her look like she had a beard, so she always carried a fan to hide her ugliness. Nose hairs. After that kid left, he reached out and smacked Duong Trang on the head, then shouted angrily, Why the hell are you pretending to be dead? Even after reaching Saint Spirit level, you still can't change your appearance as you wish. Why are you using the most primitive disguise technique? Still ugly, huh? Did I kill him too much? He is very confident in his appearance, making excuses. That brat called me grandma, now I am wanted across the continent. If I stay in my original form at the Long family, I will definitely be discovered. Do you think I want that? If you don't come along, who will protect your mother and child? The unpredictable appearance change of the Holy Spirit can deceive ordinary people. But in the Long family, there are many experts, and just focusing your primal energy in your eyes can reveal the truth immediately. That is true divine transformation at its finest. To deal with the experts of Long family, it's better to use the teleportation technique. Suddenly remembering something, the old man raised his fan to cover his thick beard and asked seriously, So why did you risk everything to find this saintly heir? Don't tell me you just want to be a good person and save an unfortunate girl. Lam Hai quickly responded on your behalf. Do you want to see the divine form in 3 months? The holy child in charge of communication with the divine temple. Once you understand who that holy child is, you can learn even more information. Of course, the Nguyen Tuke I know is always someone who likes to meddle, cares about vulnerable men. Feeling quite pleased with that answer, he placed his hand on her shoulder and praised her, making her blush shyly. Lam Hai, you're understanding me more and more. A little while later, Dong Ni, the maid of the Long family, stepped out with a friendly smile and said, Please follow me, esteemed guest, the young master invites you. Seeing her, Xiaoko was stunned and couldn't help but wonder, so he asked, This maid is a saint spirit expert who can summon other saints to serve. How terrifying is the Long family, actually? Dong Ni, as she led everyone inside, replied kindly, Do you see it now? The young man is indeed no ordinary person. I am an abandoned child raised by the family since I was young. My talent is considered quite good, so the clan invested a lot of manpower and resources to help me advance to the early saint spirit level. I am the daughter-in-law raised from childhood by young Master Ngao Tuong. My life belongs to the Long family, and marrying the eldest son is the greatest honor of my life. Knowing this, Xiaoko and old man Yang Zhang felt like their eyes were covered, full of jealousy and envy. How bitter. What is blocking my sight? This fat guy is so lucky. Did he save the world in his past life? Suddenly, the female servant came over, took Lam Hai's hand, and kept praising her. Are you Lam Hai? The young master mentioned you many times in front of me, saying that your status as a different kind only adds to your charm. Truly, a great beauty. After leading everyone for a while, Trot Dong Ni Ha Tong spoke with a very heartfelt voice, saying that it had been a long time since the young master had been this happy. On the opposite side, when Gao Tuan saw Xiao Kui, he hurried over happily and shouted, Boss, you finally came to find me. I've prepared all kinds of delicacies to entertain everyone. Old man Yang Zhang, encouraged by the teasing, raised his fan to hide his beard and coquettishly said, Oh dear, Ngao Tuang, you are so polite. As soon as he saw his face, the chubby guy couldn't hold back and vomited on the spot, stammering as he said, Boss, why did everyone choose this dirty thing? Do you need me to invite someone to perform an exorcism for you? What? That is a serious crime of beheading. All three of Xiaokei, Lin Xi, and Yang Jia simultaneously gestured to the little one to speak quietly, then whispered for him not to shout so others could hear. Ngao Tuong calmly pointed at Dong Ni and confidently said, Don't worry. Besides my father and my deceased mother, you are the ones I trust the most. Dong Ni is like my real sister. The saint child everyone talks about is the younger brother of Second Madam. Second Madam is currently holding the city of Vailong in her hands, so this time it's really quite difficult. Hearing that, Xiaoku propped her chin and thought seriously. Those 3 sausages from the mercenary guild that day were also sent by the Second Madam to discipline us. She stepped out of the mission hall first, then followed right after, truly impressive. If that's the case, then don't involve yourself in this anymore. You thought it was just a branch of your family, but it turns out he's not along, and unexpectedly, he's a big fish. Suddenly Dong Ni put on a sinister expression and firmly declared that we must participate in this, but only secretly from behind the scenes. It's time for the Long family to take control and suppress the influence of the Second Madam. As far as I know, the Second Madam has been growing closer to the Divine Temple lately, which is definitely not a good sign. After a while, she went to the Long family gate and stood facing a man in a black cloak, giving orders. Darkness Unit, report your whereabouts and information on the voodoo staff. The other immediately responded. The order of the week. After understanding the whole story, she curled her lips into a smile, full of subtle meaning. Second Madam is really careful. She just moved the puppet and a group of controlled young women, but our people already know where they went. I'm also very curious, with Yaigun and the Second Madam having power in Pelong City, is there any woman who can't be obtained? Yet you still have to do such absurd things. At the same time, somewhere in Failong City, the talisman, or what is also known as Second Madam, slapped Yaigong in the face and then scolded him harshly. Do you have a problem in your head? Why do something so stupid? In Failong City, I can give you any woman you want, sister. Over there, he collapsed onto the ground, and the women in cloaks immediately came to help him. He still shamelessly replied, Yeah, those women are not like... They are all pure-hearted women, not fallen souls. Hearing this, Lord Fu became even more furious and burst out cursing. You fool, you shouldn't get involved with that hell over there. Do you know how much money I spent to build a good relationship with the Temple of Gods? If they find out you've made a deal with hell, all my efforts will be wasted. Still, Ngai Khan remained optimistic and confidently responded, Big sister, don't worry. I have concealed my identity to buy soul-eating fleas from their secret organization without revealing who I am. Oh, I don't trust my younger brother at all, looking around at the young women nearby before suggesting that to be safe, these women should all be taken care of. Gai Fu and Gai Khan absolutely cannot accept this and immediately rushes to hold her leg, crying and begging, Sister, this is absolutely not possible. If we hurt them, I accept death. Seeing how miserable that guy looked, I also had to reach out to comfort him and say, Good brother, don't cry, don't cry. Haven't I always helped you? No more killing, no more killing. I will give you the best life. At the same time, inside the Nyehong Pavilion, which was decorated very elaborately, the light shining from inside was extremely dazzling. Dongni happily informed Xiaokui's group that the guest was the property of the Second Madam, who was currently hiding inside while the Second Madam had hurried out just now to handle some affairs. This is the moment to find the evidence of the curse and rescue the unfortunate girls. Rest assured, we may not be able to intervene directly, but General Hua will appear at the crucial moment to help eliminate the curse and this den, with Nao Tuong cheering beside him. Boss, keep going. On the other side, you, dressed in revealing and tight clothing, hurriedly covering your chest with your hand, looking extremely embarrassed, shouted, I understand everything, but why do I have to disguise myself as Lam Hai's male consort? Dongni quickly explained in detail that Ningehong Temple is a famous brothel here. Only madams like to go in, and without disguising herself, she would be discovered. Moreover, you are a mercenary team, right? Your accomplices have been avenged. A professional team should have some sense of ethics. Turning around, Xiaokei's eyes were drawn to Xiaoyan's, Xiaohei, and Xuandai excitedly gathered around a pile of gold, silver, and jewels. You gasp in shock, so quickly they were bought off. After thinking for a moment based on what Xiaohei said, many girls have been controlled. This is indeed a big trouble. They probably got silenced to destroy the evidence. We need to act fast. I guess I have no choice but to act like a real man and say, damn it, for the unfortunate young women today I, Yue Xiaohei, will sacrifice my looks. While at it, let's see if any rich lady is interested in a 20-year-old boy. At that moment, a handsome and talented young man stepped forward, striking a captivating pose and smoothly introducing himself. I am Sukama, the top courtesan of the Red Lotus Pavilion. There is no woman in this world I cannot seduce. As soon as you step in here, there's no way you'll escape my grasp. His voice rings out like honey, echoing over the sumptuous feast before him. This exotic dish comes from a small western country, perfect for a beauty like you. Sukama gently brushes a rose across his lips, his gaze filled with enchantment. Hello, beautiful lady. Are you here alone at Nghehongvian? May I sit next to you? Yang Zhang was sweating profusely now, reluctantly denying, sorry, I have another appointment. No need for your special service. He suddenly chuckled and teased. The courtesan is too shy, loving the feeling of power, her eyes addicted but embarrassed. She's completely exposed. Sukama glances at the old man, avoiding her face with a teasing wink, still flirting. Are you too embarrassed to look at me? You can't resist your desires, so just obediently come into my arms now. Meanwhile, Yang Zhang was chewing on a piece of meat and muttered a curse under his breath as the pervert grew bolder, his hand suddenly slipping down to casually caress his thigh. Then he put on a perverted face and said shamelessly, does this beautiful person's body hair seem a bit thick? But I really like it. After hearing that, Duong Trung's blood boiled. He stood up suddenly, clenched his fist, and prepared to give Sukama a beating. That's enough. Stop messing around or I'll shout at you. As soon as he saw the face clearly, he froze in place, his eyes wide with shock, and Sukama's mind was flooded with images of his childhood, with his mother. Pick one. Lao He smiled innocently, then asked suspiciously, Duong Trang Master, is something wrong on your side? Xiaoku was startled and exclaimed, what? After a moment, the father asked, old Duong finally found a crucial clue. I figured out the architecture of this place. There's a secret chamber underground, and this kid said many unfamiliar women will come here tonight. Sukama clings to his leg without letting go, feeling extremely exhilarated. I wander the mortal world to meet her. I want to follow her. Behind, another handsome man is inviting guests and beauties to come this way. The scene shifts to Xiao Kui, who suddenly feels a strange hand groping him amidst the clear blue sky and bright sunlight. Chuki's face turned red like a tomato as he shouted in panic, who's squeezing my August 15th? The princess stepped forward, placing her hand on his shoulder, and with a calm tone, she addressed Lam Hai in the face of the other's utter confusion. Miss, can you transfer this male companion to me? He looks very much like an ex of mine. I like him a lot. Money is no object. Hearing this, Lam He stiffened, his face turning pale and his voice wavered a bit. This isn't looking good, is it? Maybe you should ask him yourself. At that moment, Xiao Kui hesitated and pointed to herself, proactively requesting, name your price, madam. I also want to know how much I am worth. If the price is high enough, I will consider exchanging myself. Save the madam, uncle. The princess happily pulled out a VIP card and confidently bid 100 million spirit stones plus an expanded Maserati demon car. Has that shown enough sincerity? Hearing the staggering price just now, his eyes lit up as he happily replied, so I am worth that much. Saving the lady is also a good deal. She suddenly grabbed the shadow, not wanting to try, and signaled for a higher bid if you like this. Seeing what the princess was holding, Xiaohu hesitated for a moment and quickly hid behind Lin Hai, replying, I should continue saving the world instead. Striving for decades isn't my style. I prefer to rely on myself. The girl asked her friend nervously, what is that? Seeing this, the princess also gave up her intention, but still offered, too bad your personality is just like my old acquaintance. Whenever you need help, just come to the eastern kingdom of the capital and find the princess. I will be waiting for you. As soon as they heard her identity, everyone couldn't hide their surprise. Little Ke hesitantly asked, Your Highness, why are you going to so many places? She turned her face back and replied without hesitation, Can the princess not come here? Moreover, coming here doesn't necessarily mean you'll do what you imagine. Just like you, when you come here, I feel like you're here to cause trouble. I have something to attend to now, but I hope our paths cross again, Princess Hai said as she walked past Dongni, who suddenly spoke up. So you really are the descendant of an old acquaintance? You must be Dongni, right? Not bad. This time I owe you all a favor, Long family. It is our blessing to provide useful information for the princess. Ngao Tuong next to her asked curiously, "What happened, elder sister?" Dong Ni. As she left, Lam He unconsciously felt suspicious and muttered to herself, "Strange. Why is this princess so kind to Xiao Ke? Not only did she announce her arrival, but she also said that if we need anything, just come to her for help. I keep feeling like she knows Xiao Kui." After hearing that, he was startled and kept asking himself questions. Don't say anything more. It really might happen. Could it be that she turned against me? Or that my father is gone, I can't let her leave? At the same time, Sukuma suddenly stepped out with a serious attitude, sternly reminding them, "You're here to save people, right? You've been lingering here too long. If you delay any longer, the person might already be dead." Seeing his unusual demeanor, the three of them couldn't believe their eyes. What's going on? With this aura, he doesn't seem like the same perverted guy with a heavy appetite from before, and he looks pretty handsome too. Sukama simply coldly urged, "I have reformed and no longer want to live wearing a mask. Now this is truly my real appearance. Let's go. I will take you to save the person." Xiaoko looked suspiciously and glanced at Duong Trang. "Hey, old man, what's wrong with this person? Could he have been so scared by his ugly appearance that he went crazy?" Suddenly he seemed like a different person, but his words made sense. Saving people is more important. Old Duong felt a bit embarrassed and explained that I resembled his late mother, which awakened his long-dormant, sincere heart, and he also said that he wanted to become a decent person and stop working as a male escort in the future. You can't hold back your emotions, pointing at his mother's picture and shouting, "Nothing else looks like her except her clothes and the Q family." At the same time, deep inside the dungeon, another secret event was quietly unfolding with the gang of thugs loyal to the lady present inside. A random guy sighed regretfully and said, "Captain, do these young women really have to be killed? It's such a pity." The squad leader smirked and said, "There's no helping it. Second Madam has already made her decision." Next moment, he stepped forward, lifting a girl's chin, and in a perverted tone said, "But before we kill them, whatever we do, no one will know. I think I overheard Lady Second Mistress say that Lord Khan is a pure love type, so they are still virgins. What exactly is he thinking? Pure love, that bastard." Looking down at Ngai Khan lying motionless below, the captain schemed and continued speaking. "Anyway, Lord Ngai Khan is now unconscious from the poison I gave him, so he won't know what happens, and he definitely won't know that we killed him." The subordinate standing beside him chuckles happily, praising us non-stop. The boss truly is the boss. This decision isn't bad. At that moment, Ngai Khan suddenly opened his eyes and overheard the conversation, and the scene shifts to Xiaokui. At this moment, the small team, following Sukama's guidance, successfully reached the entrance of the Nhehong Vien prison. The young gatekeeper, seeing him, eagerly spoke up. "Sukama, bro, it seems business isn't bad today." The three of them arrived at the same time, but I don't know why the boss said the restaurant isn't open today. Sukama straightforwardly got to the point. Not that he wouldn't open, but that today the prison was fully reserved for 3 distinguished guests who came specifically to enjoy the prison cuisine. He smiled softly and not overthinking and responded immediately. "So, that's how it is. Big brother Sukama has already said that, so quickly open the door here." He hurriedly moved inside while explaining. This prison used to be a place that catered to some special guest tastes, but now it has truly become a dungeon. That's all. At this point, Sukama suddenly revealed a cunning smile and calmly said, "You will also become part of the prisoners here." Then he summoned a series of strange tentacles, his eyes shifty, and continued with a sneer, "Once inside, don't even think about coming out. My tentacles will make you reluctant to leave, so much so that you won't want to part from me." As soon as he finished speaking, the tentacle quickly wrapped around Yang Cheng, causing him to grimace in discomfort. "You scammer. What the hell is this?" Except for preventing my primordial energy from being controlled, in the next second, old Duong immediately changed his attitude. An involuntary smile appeared, his eyes full of joy, stirring a slight sense of agitation deep within me. Sukama rushes forward with a cunning look, a bizarre smile that sends chills down your spine, and a tone full of confidence. "Surprised, aren't you? My acting skills were honed through deceiving countless women. Do you dare cause trouble on my turf? I am the person in charge here. Doing martial arts is just a hobby of mine." While he was preparing to attack from behind Xiaokui, only you remained. Lam Hai was immediately caught by another tentacle that held her leg tightly, causing her to be terrified. "What is this?" At a critical moment, you quickly turned the tables, narrowly avoiding and delivering a blow to Zukama's stomach, leaving him no time to react. "Trying to ambush? I'm always on guard against you. Thank you for leading us to the prison. He was knocked to the ground, his body exhausted, foam at his mouth, gasping for breath between words. When did you realize it? Mom is so clever. She knew from the start that this person was acting and trying to ambush us. Then it pouted and turned away, but coincidentally noticed something. Xiaohei pointed toward the tunnel ahead where the light seeped through, and a hurried voice with a faint mechanical scent seemed to come from that direction. Without thinking much after hearing that, Lam Hai rushed over, still calling out to inform. I'll go ahead and see what's happening. In the cellar, only the subordinates of the lady lie scattered in pools of blood, the captain trembling with fear, instinctively retreating and begging for mercy. Master, don't kill me. I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. From now on, I will be a good person. Yes, I will still believe in the temple. Lord Gun, losing his reason under the control of the giant soul bug, emanates a mysterious aura of spiritual energy, his eyes blazing with purple light. He rages in fury, shouting loudly into the sky, "No one can hurt him. No one can." In the quiet night sky, a girl sits perched on the roof, gazing down at the scene below, softly murmuring in admiration. Surely he is full of desire. Pleasure flickering in his eyes as he laughs, excitement filling his mood, constantly speaking in awe. Indeed, the mortal world is more lively than hell. This place is a prosperous world where desires are much stronger than in hell. In a little while, the fruits full of desire will be ripe and sweet, and then suddenly she stood up quietly, sensing someone approaching. It's only been a few days and you've already been discovered. The guards here are quite diligent. Turns out, during his patrol, Chang Mi encountered Lust. He straightened up, exuding a cool aura, and asked surprisingly, "What is your purpose for coming to Phi Long City, devil and demon?" "Oh, I have no hesitation in responding. Would you let this young lady go? I still want to keep this body for 3 more months of fun." "Don't worry. My only goal is the Divine Palace." Hearing the true purpose of Lust, Thuong Mak felt a bit pleased inside, but still responded coldly on the surface. The Temple of the Gods is approved, and the relationship between the temple and the opposition faction in the city is becoming increasingly ambiguous. I am quite pleased to see someone willing to oppose them. As long as you do not harm the interests of Phi Long City, I can turn a blind eye. You really don't care? Is this general really that interesting? Humans are indeed different from creatures in hell, especially in terms of scheming. Thuong Mak only glanced briefly and quickly discerned the murderous intent. He casually replied, "Your killing move carries no murderous intent at all. You truly are deep and inscrutable. If I had acted just now, I fear what's behind me would have pierced right through, wouldn't it? Who are you among the 7 sects?" After saying that, Thuong Mak decisively turned his back and left, not forgetting to look back and offer a piece of advice. "I will send someone to watch you, and finally I have one more piece of advice for you. Long Thon Phi is not as simple as you think. I may not be your opponent, but there is someone here who can kill you." At that time, I not only had no intention of giving up, but also appeared quite adorable. I teased and said I didn't want to die so quickly. "Thank you for the reminder." Moving to Lam Hai's position, she confidently charged forward without hesitation, then suddenly raised her eyebrows as she noticed something. Lam Hai paused, stopping where her subordinates had just fallen, blood still scattered across the ground. She remained silent, pinched a drop of blood between her fingers, carefully examining it, secretly guessing that the blood still felt warm. Not long after they set out, Xiaokui and the others hurriedly arrived from outside, asking in concern, "What happened? Where is everyone?" Lam Hai immediately sensed the clue, turned around and pointed ahead, her voice firm and decisive. It hadn't been long since they left, so she quickly pursued, still close behind. The calm surface of the lake suddenly rippled, and slow footsteps gently glided through the water. Sakduk sits amidst the vibrant lotus pond, holding a blooming flower, her alluring figure reflected on the small boat under the dim light. She approaches, gently stroking the head of the hypnotized Ngai Khan, a gentle smile like a deadly poison. "Good child, well done." Then Sakduk gently hugs him and softly commands the Fti Han Bo Chep, "Go back to your mother. The fruit is about to ripen." The ghost girl fell into a trance, her eyes vacant and black with no expression left, her lips curling up unconsciously. As soon as the demonic insect appeared, Ngai Khan instinctively touched his neck, his body jerking as if drained of vitality. Sakduk looked at the tiny creature floating before her, her eyes shining with affection, and softly said, Yes, our Vehan is the best. I'm so hungry, I want to eat first." I control Ngai Ko's body as she leans back, tearing her thin clothes apart with eyes full of desire and drool dripping from her mouth. At that moment, Lust reveals its true face, with a wrinkled, aged face and sharp teeth clearly visible in the darkness. She lunges to tear him apart like a hungry beast, while at the same time quietly sneaking behind the doorframe, jotting down briefly, "Master Khan is dead." Immediately after, Sakduk glances back to where a group of young women are being lured by the corpse-eating bug, mockingly remarking, "Being a woman is really difficult. Whether human or demon, femininity always feels like a toy to be played with." She suddenly approaches the brown-haired girl in the middle, gently strokes her head, and her soft voice sounds, but with an unpredictable cunning hidden inside. "If that's the case, let me save you." Her hand slowly traced along the girl's neck before tightening fiercely, lifting her up in a swift and ruthless move. At that moment, Sakduk suddenly sensed something unusual, tilted her head to look, and wondered, who could it be? It was none other than the Xiaokui group. Lam He and Duong Trang rush forward decisively, shouting loudly, "Let her go now." Sakduk smiles faintly, appearing unafraid, then decisively swings her arm and says, "Someone is coming, so I won't kill you anymore. These young women are for you to take." At this point, Sakduk coldly threw the girl down as if discarding a useless item, leaving Lam Hai stunned below. She immediately rushed forward, catching the girl safely in her arms. At that moment, she was extremely triumphant, grabbing two other girls and leaning back to laugh loudly, provocatively saying, "There are plenty more, keep going." At that moment, Xiaoko and Yang Zhang instantly rushed forward to rescue the two young women successfully. He asked suspiciously, "What are you doing? Is this the Iron Staff? Who am I?" Over here, Xiaohei rushes over fiercely, snarling and glaring. "Seven sex crime, beast." Saduk shyly raises her hand to her face, smiling playfully as she teases, "What kind of beast? I am the lust within the seven sins, a well-behaved little wolf. I know you won't die that easily. You've been playing with my feelings for thousands of years. When will you return the treasures you stole from my room?" Hearing this, Little Black couldn't help but feel angry, grinding his teeth in threat and whispered, "I don't want others to misunderstand what kind of relationship I have with your beast. You chose to be my mount out of your own infatuation, so do you think you can have me? I don't agree. Those treasures are just the cost of my drinking with you." At the same time, Xiaowan behind was struggling to support a man, her voice trembling as she said, "Too heavy. Your lustful attitude as if you can't hear." Calmly stepping forward to caress Xiaohei a few times, responding indifferently, "Think about it a bit more. Riding you would definitely be very cool, or I could be your mount first, that's not impossible." Moments later, she furiously rubbed repeatedly on the spot she just touched, her sharp voice filled with disgust. "Your dirty hands, don't touch my lord." Could it be the rival team? Weren't they just trying to kill those girls earlier? That's strange. As soon as they met, old Duong immediately recognized her, excitedly calling out lust. "As soon as she caught sight of your shadow," Lian smiled intriguingly, her voice seductive. This young man, in just a flash, Lust had silently approached behind Xiaokei, hands lightly on his shoulders, whispering a few words. "Have you ever been to hell? I think I've seen you before. That's right, the mysterious powerful figure at the Demon Festival is you, isn't it? The desire emanating from you and him is equally sweet." I shivered with a chill running down my spine, secretly incredulous. So fast. When did she move behind me? Xuanvan hurriedly ran over, gently patting Sakduk's shoulder to make her pause for a moment. She looked at Sakduk with teary eyes, while Duong Dung was about to cry, his voice trembling. Shaka listens carefully. "Don't eat it." At that moment, Lin Hai approaches slowly, gripping his fierce sword, glaring at her, then coldly questions, "Did Gai Kong die already? Turning into a skeleton? Was it you who drained him? I don't care if you're a sinner of the seven sects or the Lord of Hell, please step back from Xiaokui. Although I am old, I should still be able to hold on for a while. Hurry and run before she drains me completely." She looked at Mr. Fai and smiled, saying, "Don't worry. I only aim for the divine temple now that a deity has arrived. I need to escape first. Don't tell others I've appeared here." That remark made all three of them startle slightly. Old Yang asked confusedly, "Who's coming now?" A moment later, he regretfully said, "Sakduk, are you just going to leave like that? Don't spare this old man." That made the two behind helpless. Damn old man. Master Lam Hai suddenly stopped, a growing sense of unease rising in his heart. It's over. Gai Kong is dead. He's the younger brother of the second madam. Even if he's not involved with us, we'll still face big trouble. I don't know if she heard our explanation or not. Xiaoko just smiled awkwardly, hugged her and Chauvan and slipped away casually, replying, "Of course she didn't listen. So why are you just standing there? Let's run away quickly. Those girls are counting on you, Xiaohei." "Hey kid, carrying so many people at once, do you want me to get exhausted?" In another scene, Dai Dian began sensing the spiritual energy around him to search and quickly received a report of Lai Khan's aura just ahead. When both arrived at the place where Lai Khan had fallen on the small boat in the lake, Haifu painfully embraced the body and shouted out in anguish, "Ngai Khan, who was my younger brother? Who was the ruthless person that killed him?" I looked at the field with tearful eyes and begged desperately, "Long at the field. I beg you to help me find the person who killed my brother. I beg you to help me take revenge." He holds an open spellbook in his hand, with a glowing sphere floating inside, his voice warm as he says, "Fu sister, don't be like that. We are childhood friends and good companions. Even though you ended up marrying San's older brother, I still love you. Rest assured, I will help you." I use the remaining spiritual power here to capture the lingering shadow of the suspicious person who appeared here and send someone to find them first. As soon as I finished speaking, the inside of the sphere immediately reflected the image of Xiao Kui running away. Just now, Lord Fu frowned angrily, and every word he said was firm. It was him again, the one who previously caused Xiaobu to be killed by that bastard Hua Thuong Mak. "All right. After returning, I will send all the forces of the Divine Palace and the Long family to hunt him down. I must make him pay with blood for the blood he owes, settle accounts with my brother, and also deal with the missing girls. I don't want my brother to be branded with shame after his death." Tai Dian gently bowed his head, his eyes showing unease, and said, "The Lord, her aura is too strong. Something will happen sooner or later." The very next moment, his expression suddenly hardened, and his tone rang out with responsibility. But before anything happened, Ta Dian would clear all obstacles for her. Moreover, Ta Dian firmly confirmed to her that she is the only woman he loves. Even if it means dying for her, he is willing. Time quietly passes as the night falls over the outskirts of Phai Long City, and Xiao Kei's group stops with the young women in a large cave. It's going to be troublesome now. We can't just bring those young women into the city. Lam Hai tilted his head suspiciously and asked why. Duong Trang solemnly explained that Ngai Khan's sister-in-law is the second madam of the Long family. If this matter gets out, it would be very complicated. Covering for his brother's heinous deeds, even if she is the second madam of the Long family, she cannot escape responsibility, and it cannot be guaranteed that she would kill all these innocent young women to prevent future disasters. At that moment, Chang Tuong suddenly appeared from behind and slowly spoke. "I have a way to temporarily settle them." Hearing the voice, Xiao Kui turned around in confusion, stunned for a moment, but then recognized, "You are the Deputy General next to Commander Hua, right? My spiritual sense can't detect you. Where is Commander Hua?" He smiled softly and replied, "The General is dealing with Inge Hong Vien, and this is my special ability. If I intend to hide, my spiritual sense makes it very difficult to detect my aura, but your spiritual sense is truly strong. A few times, I almost got caught by you." In an instant, Xiao He stood up quickly and anxiously asked, "What do you mean by what you just said? Tell me what you think." Thuong Tuong Hong Tran hesitated before replying, "Bak Dian Hong Han. Right now she's the only one suitable to help these girls inside the city." As soon as he heard that name, he turned pale and almost lost his footing, his cheeks unconsciously flushing. The mother and daughter exclaimed together, "Is it her? It's her!" Thuong Tuong quickly climbed onto her giant otter and called down to urge him to hurry up. "Let's go, come on. My elemental spirit is quite fast. We should ask Vice President Hong Han for help. The others stay here and take care of these girls." Immediately, Yang Zhang carefully examined the girl's neck and quickly discovered the giant death flea. He called out that it was here. Old Yang held up the flea, watching it struggle in his hand with delight. Sure enough, it was the special hellish giant death flea. I heard that when this kind of dead bug evolves to the highest level, it turns into a giant soul-devouring bug capable of manipulating gods. But that's just a legend. Duong Trang quickly collected a large bag of these giant soul-devouring fleas, his voice tinged with resentment. "This isn't anything good. I must carefully control them to prevent malicious people from using them for evil." Over here, Lam Hai holds up each set of clothes, admiring them with a joyful smile. Luckily, we had some spare clothes from Lord Kim them earlier, so they could change first. The young women had also been carefully dressed by her, gently guiding each person back to their original place. The boss is lying straight. Xiao Yun gently strokes her chin, her gaze contemplative as she looks around. Ban Quan wonders, is there too many people? I wonder if it will be okay. Try it. With that, she immediately soared into the air, her hand lightly waving as the sacred healing spell was cast, shining brightly within the cave. It seems the holy energy spell still isn't powerful enough to heal all the girls. She silently thinks, I can't let this happen. It's still not enough. Thinking it over, Xiaoyan began to relax her body and resolutely cast the sacred artifact technique once more. Luckily, it finally worked. Xiaoyan slowly descended. She let out a relieved sigh, but her face clearly showed signs of exhaustion. Songroi nuhu the Manhwa se kong sao nua. Immediately after, her body fell freely downward, her spiritual power severely depleted, causing Tiovan to gradually lose control. Seeing this, old Duong hurried over, reaching out with both hands. "Goddess, don't be afraid. Little White is here to take you." Unfortunately for him, Lam He acted first. She quickly flew up to catch Xiaovan, smiled softly, and whispered a compliment, "You've worked hard." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Thuong Thuong stood at the door of Hong Nan's room, knocking loudly and calling out, "Fo Vice President Hong Han, I am Thuong Thuong Thuong. I have an urgent matter to see you." Upon hearing the noise, she quickly opened the door, looking confused as she asked, "It's you, Deputy Commissioner Thuong Thuong. It's so late. What brings you here?" His face was serious, and he spoke without hesitation. "Yes, I have an urgent matter that requires your help, and the rental fee will be paid by our Phi Long group from So Tavu." Hong Nan immediately replied, "Let me see how I can help." He then said, "It's better for him to tell you the details. He knows more than I do." Upon hearing this, the vice chairman curiously looked around to find out where he was talking about. "Where is he? You mentioned?" You can see that Tiu K is shyly hiding behind the wall, not daring to show himself. Thuong Thuong firmly grabs his head and pulls him into the meeting. "It's him, so you've probably met before, but aren't very close, right?" Tiu K, face flushed like a ripe tomato, hesitantly greets. As soon as Hong Han sees him, his mood instantly lifts, and he eagerly asks Han, "Are you new yet, Tiu K? What brings you here?" Thuong Thuong suspiciously turned back and sighed softly with an ambiguous tone. "They are quite vague." Tiu K turned her face away, her cheeks flushed, and softly spoke. "The situation I mentioned. Right now, the young women outside are all in danger. They need your help." Hong Nan, sitting opposite, could only lower her head shyly, too embarrassed to look directly, and quickly agreed. "I can take on this mission." At that moment, she suddenly turned around and hurriedly left, still leaving a message. "Wait here. I'll go arrange the personnel, then we can set out." Hearing that, he quickly put his arm around Xiao Kei's shoulder and waved enthusiastically, replying, "Go ahead, Vice President Hong Han. We'll wait here for you." "You little brat, not bad. But Yan Hong Nian is one of the most sought-after women in our Phi Long city. She is my biggest rival. I never expected that a lousy kid like you would beat her." At that moment, Xiaoko hurriedly waved her hands to deny it, her face flushing with embarrassment and her voice tinged with awkwardness. "That's not true. I and she are not what you think." A few seconds pass and you suddenly realize something is off. Cho. "To Matt, she is your rival. What do you mean by that? Could they be enemies?" In the blink of an eye, the three of them arrived at the west gate of Pai Long City. The guard immediately asked sternly, "Who's leaving the city and what's the matter?" Thuong Thuong pushed aside the curtain and coldly replied, "I have a secret mission. Let us through." On the other side, someone hurriedly shouted an order, "Secret mission. Let us through." As the group passed through the gate, questions flooded in from all directions. "A secret mission? What's the secret?" Inside the carriage, Xiaokui sits reluctantly with Hong Han, unable to face her, and turns away, lost in thought. What now? "I'm so embarrassed." After thinking for a moment, Xiaokei mustered her courage, glanced at the person opposite, then hesitated before speaking. "Can I sit with you, Chief Officer?" But he never intended to help at all. Thuong Thuong looked at him coldly and refused outright without a second thought. "Sorry, my bottom is a bit too big to sit on. Why would you dislike Vice President Hong Han? She is a girl and didn't say anything." Hearing the dismissive remark, Xiaohu broke out in a sweat, nervously waving her hands to explain, No, the deputy head is both beautiful and strong, and also serves as deputy head. How could I dare to dislike her? Oh no, I don't have the right to dislike him." Hong Han, sitting next to him, is worried Than might lower his head and say nothing. At that moment, Thuong Thuong suddenly revealed a sinister smile of success. Meanwhile, at the Long residence, a completely different development was quietly unfolding. Thuong Mak suddenly glanced at Ngao Thuong and then solemnly announced that Ngao Thuong's friend, who was reported by the spy, is no longer at Nge Hong Vien but is now safe. So please do not worry. My people will always keep an eye on him. Hearing this, the chubby guy couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. Dong Ni smiled softly and asked him, "General Hua, what urgent matter is so important that you want us to find the Sword Immortal immediately? The City Lord is now in a life-threatening situation, all relying on the venerable Sword Fairy to sustain his life." All three kneel respectfully, and Shuang Mo bows politely to report, I humbly greet my master. I have an urgent matter to report. The Sword Immortal bitterly replied, speak quickly if you have something to say, if not, leave immediately. I am in a crucial moment to save someone and cannot afford any distraction. He also didn't wait long and quickly got to the main point. According to the reports from the undercover agents in the cities, a divine figure will appear once every 3 months in Long City. The major powers on the continent have learned of this news, and by then, Long City will surely attract a large number of followers. Not only that, recently a very powerful demon god has appeared in Long City. That day, the two sides will inevitably fight fiercely, causing suffering for all living beings. Because the disciple suspects she is the sinner of the seventh sect related to lust, he hopes for guidance. Hearing the name Sword Immortal, she suddenly peeks out from the curtain, immediately interrupts, her eyes shining with excitement, and asks, Lust? Seeing him so excited, Thuong Mak blamed himself again. Yes, he only guessed roughly that she was a level 8 or even level 9 divine being. Later, after verification, she truly was the lustful one of the 7 sins. Oh, the Sword Immortal raised 2 fingers to point to the sky, exuding a divine aura with a decisive voice. Who would have thought it was her? It seems that for the sake of world peace, I have no choice but to draw my sword this time. My divine sword suddenly bursts with power, and I want to recite a poem. He shouted sternly, Begin! And the sword above his head shot up instantly, the Sword Immortal exuding a graceful aura, each skillful strike wielded with gentle poetic sounds, wielding the heavenly Nai Tao sword across the world to start the deadly Tang Teach Tish. So, what do you think? How does my impromptu performance of the 7 words perfect verse sound? Ngao Tuong put his hand over his mouth, worry in his eyes as he looked at the blood-stained hair of the elder, and softly asked, Sister Dongni, does Master Sword Immortal bleed quite a lot? Also, I feel like Master Sword Immortal wanted to attack because he heard that lewd name. He also glanced over at the hushed conversation between the two, and Dongni quickly covered the fat man's mouth while continuously praising him. The young master misunderstood. The Sword Immortal is righteous and heroic, upright and majestic, with a noble spirit that soars above the clouds. It is because our Long City ancestors once took care of him, and the Supreme Immortal has always quietly been busy and caring for our Long City out of loyalty and old bonds. This act truly touches the heart. Hearing this, he quietly steps forward, takes her hand with gentle eyes, and softly says, Miss, you're too kind. Please stop praising me. The Sword Immortal feels extremely ashamed and shy, nervously rubbing his cheek against Dongni's hand, which makes her a bit annoyed. The Sword Immortal still smiled brightly and said, I am very ashamed, truly very ashamed. In that moment, Ngao Tuong was stunned, pointing at the pool of blood flowing from behind the curtain, then anxiously asked, What happened to my father inside? Sword Immortal. A whole pool of blood. Only then did he snap back to his senses, his face instantly turning pale. Panicking, he shouted loudly, Damn it! I forgot that Little Long, the city lord, is at the most critical moment now. Then the Sword Immortal coldly waved his hand as the turbulent energy surged fiercely. He sternly ordered to leave, saying, Go, go. Once I, the Sword Immortal, take action, don't disturb me now to save people. Get out of here. In the very next moment, all 3 were escorted to the door by Fong Lin Qi. They stood stunned and bewildered, unable to regain their composure, before the gates of the dragon mansion that Dongthan admired, each movement hiding immense power. What level is their master truly at? At the same time, in the divine palace of the Dragon City of the Eastern Kingdom, a sudden voice from the altar of Dian echoed, praying for the divine to forgive Hai Khan and grant him immortality in the divine realm. A mysterious secret agent suddenly appeared, wearing a mask and a dark cloak full of mystery. He crossed his legs and immediately sent a report that half an hour ago the lady he was looking for had already sat on the duck cart with Deputy Commander Thuong Mak and left with the mercenary guild. Con, wait a little longer. Big Sister will avenge you soon, and then I'll make them pay with their lives. Seeing that, Hong Nian suddenly approached, shyly offering her handkerchief, avoiding eye contact, and whispered shyly, Take the handkerchief. Xiaoko hesitantly accepted it, watching closely with a hint of reluctance. A handkerchief this beautiful and fragrant, is it a waste to use it to wipe your nose? We only use tissues. At that moment, she suddenly darted away like the wind, quickly hiding behind the duck cart, her hand pressed against her chest, feeling something surging inside. Why is my heart beating so fast? It's even more powerful when facing that scoundrel 100,000 times over. Over here, Chuyen Van and Thuong Tuong stroll leisurely, shoulders linked, their eyes resting on Tuk. He softly asked, "Brother, do you need rescue up ahead?" He immediately replied, "Yes, that's right." Next, Xiao Kui turns around and leads everyone into the cave where Yang Bai and the others are, following me right in front. Hearing the familiar sound, Lam Hai quickly recognized it as Xiao Kui's footsteps, clearly walking and cheerfully waving hello. "Mom, I'm back," Xiao Yuan hurriedly replied. "Xiao Kui, I'm back." Wow, so many Lam Hai together. This is so impressive. It turns out all the rescued young women are wearing the same outfit as Lam Hai, which made him a bit dizzy. Hong Nan suddenly stepped forward, waving her hand fiercely, and her sharp voice declared a vow. "Attention squads, protect the target at all costs, even if it means sacrificing yourselves. Do not damage our guild's reputation." She coldly turned to look at the interim referee of the guild arena and decisively ordered, immediately arranging the situation, "Consider this your training opportunity." After hearing that, he immediately obeyed without delay. "Yes, Vice Chairman." Suddenly, Xiao Yun gently took Hong Han's hand unexpectedly. She smiled, playfully held up a purple skewer in front of her, and in a gentle voice said, "Daughter-in-law, you should eat." Hong Han blushed with embarrassment, nervously took the item from her hand and stammered, "A thank you." A short while later, the convoy quietly left the cave in the quiet night, while Xiao Ke and everyone else watched and waved goodbye, Thuong Tuong's expression turning serious. "Nahiam." Nai advised, "You'd better hide away for now, as the power of Second Madam's curse is immense, and even the experts of the Divine Palace are her former lovers. The current city lord is gravely ill, so few here can control her." Tiu Ke shook his head in frustration, shrugging casually as if unconcerned. "It's okay, they've made enemies before, and the only dog beside them is also being hunted across the continent." In the next moment, he quickly realized a few people were missing and looked around anxiously. "That's right, old turtle. Where did Yang Chang and Little Black go?" Xiao Yan also happily joined in. They were all very cheerful, and even said they would take their mother along next time. The very next moment, they were seen fleeing desperately back, still carrying their spoils. Quickly, I remember my spirit beast. Lam Hai looked up and asked softly with curiosity, "Are they back? Did they really find that treasure?" He still thinks not, always feeling uneasy. Xiao He doesn't look excited when borrowing things. Xiao He and the two old men scream in terror, their faces pale, limbs flailing as they cling to each other. "Run now. There's a pursuit. This time it's up to you. Go fight." Brother Ta Tan, he forcefully threw Little Black forward, causing it to land painfully and lose a significant amount of HP. A wild divine clone of Little Black appears and falls to the ground. At this moment, Ta Dien suddenly appears in the dark night with a serious expression. He and Lord Poon Hen stand proudly atop the giant fish's head. Thuong Min roars, opening his mouth wide to reveal the burning divine pill with destructive power being gathered. It quickly launched a fierce attack against Xiao Kui's group, rapidly gaining the upper hand and overwhelming the opponents. Everyone fled in panic. Old Yang behind watched Xiao He and shouted in frustration, "Why are you running faster than me?" He hurriedly held Lam Hai and Xiao Van in his arms, his mind in chaos, only knowing to run headlong, while standing there in a daze. "Run now." I was a bit surprised again. What the hell is this thing? Are all these giant insects in the mountain and sea? Classic? Over here, Shangming opened his mouth wide, as if to swallow the shimmering elixir formed from golden spiritual energy. Not long after, it spat out a blazing stream of golden energy, pouring onto the ground, causing everyone to panic and scatter in fear. Xiaoko widened her eyes in amazement and exclaimed, "Does the giant fish demon know how to shoot beast bullets? Hey, you bastard, at least we used to be colleagues." Standing on the giant fish monster, it warned in a deep voice, "Thuong Min, stop playing," and it opened its mouth to shoot another enormous blast downward. Mr. Nan grimaced as he looked at the bullet right next to him, then gritted his teeth and said, "Well done." Duongtrang turned around, full of fighting spirit, pulled out the leaf shield and ordered, "Scatter and run so I can stop this goddess." You turned your head and saw Duongtrang alone holding his ground and called out, "Old man, you insist on persuading him. Hurry and run. If we stay together, he'll only be shattered in one strike." Tai Dien frowned and pondered. No wonder he is the shield of mankind, a magic tool bestowed by Lucifer with the body of a holy spirit that nearly withstands a blow from Thuong Min. But not long after, he threw a spear that pierced through the shield, shattering it into pieces, and the spear went straight through Duongtrang, causing him to spurt blood. The women quickly gathered to help Duongtrang, while Thuong Tuong Luan recounted his background at Dien. He is long at Dien, the location of the outer palace of the Divine Temple, and the former lover of the second Madame Ngai Fu, the younger brother of the Long family head. Xiaokui sensed the danger and immediately devised a plan. Captain Thuong, you should go ahead. The old man is right here. Splitting up is the best option. He quickly rides his beast and rushes away, not forgetting to call back. Stay steady. I will take you. To save everyone. At that moment, Duong Trang was exhausted, groaning a few times. You all should go quickly, or this situation will become too bloody. Xiao Yuan immediately creates a formation above his head. Lin Hai hurriedly performs first aid and advises, don't say anything more. Your internal organs are shattered. It's very dangerous. Dian glanced back and hesitated before telling the fairy girl that although their images appeared in the portrait, it wasn't certain they were the ones who killed her brother. The fairy man, holding his staff, firmly declared, I don't care. I already used the 10,000 spirit white bone flag to kill them and imprison their souls to find out if they are the culprits. Even if not the culprit, anyone who knows about this must die. Suddenly, Xiaoko half opened her eyes and asked, Do you believe me? Lin Hai. She was stunned and turned around, gasping. Without hesitation, Lam He's gaze was sharp as she loudly shouted one word, Believe, and confidently ordered to grab Xiao Hak's tail. Now everyone should immediately find a quiet place to treat the old man's injuries. Leave this to me and Little Black, then I can locate everyone through the connection with my mother. Duong Trang, hearing that, jumped up in panic and cursed, I really was right about the old man, this is too much. Hey Black clung tightly to the rock, struggling and shouting loudly, Let me go. I will take them away, you stay here. Lam He was a bit worried and hesitated, but Tio He cut her off decisively. Hey, who just said to trust me earlier? Don't worry, I still have a trick up my sleeve. Go now, the old man is about to die, and I'm afraid I won't be able to control my power later and might hurt everyone. You'll have to carry him on your back. Little Van reassured her with a few more words, saying, Don't worry, Little K isn't lying. I can sense Little K's confidence, and there's also a hint of excitement. Little Black shouted loudly, What are you trying to do, brat? Don't make me judge you. Standing there in confusion, they couldn't help but wonder what was happening. Where does this young man get such confidence from? Is he just showing off his power? The body's primal energy is that of a beginner, great spirit master, but its spiritual consciousness has reached divine level. For someone so young, it possesses such power. He broke free from Shangming's grasp and boldly challenged him. I really admire your courage and talent. If you hadn't killed, I would have erased all your memories and raised you like my own son. Hey, why are you acting like this, human? Do you know what shame is? What if you lose? Call me Grandpa. Little Black was lifted up beside me and became the strongest shield. She crossed her arms and watched mockingly, not knowing her limits. A naive kid who hasn't even wiped his nose, yet Dian is a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Long family. Such a young person has already ascended to godhood. Unfortunately, he is not the eldest son, or he would have already taken the head position. At Dian, he holds a weapon in one hand and a secret book in the other, threatening. I practice not the magic of the Long family, but the unchanging secret technique of the Holy Language Temple. Xiaohe still does not give up. A single phrase that contains all the content of the book, the Holy Speech Technique, can cast spells and materialize all thoughts within the mind. Are all the words in the scriptures just a simplified version of saying and doing? Little Black, too cowardly to do anything, just screams loudly. I won't do it. He flips to another page, offering a few words of praise. As expected, a martial arts genius, not only more talented than others, but also quite knowledgeable. In this life, I have no children or descendants. I really want to keep you here to raise. Tai Dian sighed regretfully and said, I only wish I were the eldest son so I could inherit the family head position. If that were the case, you would surely choose me, and we would also have our own children. Lord Fu urged, Tai Dian, don't let him drag this out any longer. Avenge my brother quickly and kill them all. He used his strength to float in the air and replied, They are all still within my spiritual awareness. I will not control him now. Tai Dian shouted loudly, activating the Holy Speech Technique, causing spiritual energy to surround him. Tai Dian, pointing his weapon forward and casting a spell, Holy Word Technique. Xiaoke bound by those long, winding ropes is just a teasingly eye-catching way to start, only releasing these few strands. Are you really trying to capture me alive? In an instant, 4 ropes tightly wrapped around my body. She raised a finger to her mouth and smirked proudly, thinking she had caught you easily, planning to examine your soul, torment you to death, and avenge my brother. Tai Dian's eyes widened in horror, and he uttered a single word. No. A second later, Xiaoko disappeared from the knot. He froze in shock and shouted loudly, It's impossible to take it at the last moment. How can your spiritual awareness and body react so quickly? Are you a monster? He recalled Lin Ni rushing to attack him, She straightforwardly punched him in the stomach, causing Tuk to spit out a mouthful of blood. Not long after, Lin Ni wanted to beat him up again, but Tuk quickly dodged. Are you really thinking that the days I fought so hard in the tower were useless? Now I am best at escaping. Lord Fu is furious. He huffs and commands, "Hurry up, Dian, kill him. Even in death he dares to pretend to be invisible." At Dian, who has now revealed his true form and stands facing you, he exclaims in surprise, "It seems that thinking not to hurt you is not a requirement for you." Xiaoko closes his eyes, his whole body emanating a powerful spiritual energy, and in a deep voice says, "So you really think I am here to sacrifice myself heroically?" That really was me stalling just now. My hair suddenly turned platinum, and I said with a proud tone, "But I was just helping myself buy time to transform. Do you think transforming into a demon is easy? Every time I have to spend half a day gathering strength and then transform into a female outfit, I also need to have face and feel embarrassed." Two wings grow, one white, one black, and Xiaoke snorts and says, "It's just a pity that this true male state can only last for 7 seconds. You appear in angel form with Blackie's shield and the Apophis divine sword, declaring boldly that you will destroy them in 7 seconds. Blackie still doesn't understand what's happening and rushes forward shouting, "Who am I? Where is this? I have fallen." Tai Dian was startled and panicked as he sensed the angel's power mixed with dark energy. "Are you the child the divine temple has been searching for all this time?" Xiaoko no longer cares about being hungry and rushes straight ahead, softly counting to 1. He still opens his book, preparing to face him. Lord Fu stood on Shangming, pointing and giving orders. "What is Dian still standing there for?" "Thuong Min, quickly help your master. This child is too strange." The fish opened its mouth wide again, ready to launch a powerful projectile. It hesitated for a moment, glancing at it. Xiaokui gracefully flips in the air to dodge the attack, his eyes shining brightly as his voice echoes everywhere. Hai Tai Dian immediately realized the warning. The target was not him, but Thuong Min. "Be careful, sister." He raised his weapon high and summoned spiritual power, using the void holy speech. She stood inside Thuong Min's invisible circle, stunned and exclaiming, "What?" Shock decisively swung his sword at the fish, cleared his throat and started counting. Only then did he realize the situation and kept muttering to himself. "So, that's it. You are the so-called forbidden fruit. The forbidden fruit of Lord Celestial. No wonder the inner palace is so particular about you." Dian straightly stabbed his own hand with the sword to let the blood flow, then shouted loudly, "But all of this has nothing to do with me. I just want my sister to be happy." Tai Dian shouts, "The forbidden spell of eternal destruction." He swings his sword into the air, blood flowing from his body, forming a giant sword of golden spiritual energy. Xiaoko frowned, charging forward with heroic spirit. He continued counting to 4. Even in madness, he immediately charged forward with his noble weapon. Tai Dian launched a strike, but Tu Ke quickly used his shield to block this deadly blow. Xiao Hui inside the shield screams in pain. "It hurts!" Yue Xiaoko continues to boost her energy. She's about to die. He instinctively flew forward, glancing back. Xiao Kui once again summoned all her strength to wield the Apophis divine sword, the number stopping at 5. At Dian, he instinctively turned back and admitted defeat. "Fu sister, I have lost, and finally I want to tell you something." Suddenly he widened his eyes and shouted loudly, "My lord!" At this moment I turned my head back, out of breath. Gai Fu sprinted as fast as she could, shouting loudly to save her life. He was determined not to spare and cut 2 paths into Tai Dian. Xiaoku cleared his throat and said, 6. He was just beaten and covered in blood, crying out in pain. Standing before Tai Dian's battered body, he muttered, "There's still 1 second." Tiu Kie presses his palm to his face, channeling a mysterious energy, and softly advises, "Since you don't intend to kill me and are erasing your memories, you can rest assured and be a good person from now on." Xiao He clings tightly to his leg, crying out, "I'm so dizzy right now." My eyes suddenly darkened. Xiao He whispered, "It's time now." Then his whole body collapsed, and he uttered a final word, feeling weak for a while. Old Feng casually ate grapes while grumbling at that naked body. Dressed properly now, huh? Unconscious. "Hey, this is a remote wilderness. If a female monkey comes later to take you back as a camp mistress, I won't care about you." A short while later, Thuong Tuong arrived at Thuong Mac's location, where he was escorting Sukama. "I don't care if you're a noble or a commoner. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court," he muttered as he walked, "and perhaps you won't believe it, but I was robbed by a dog." Thuong Mac glanced at Thuong Tuong and asked what was wrong, noticing his pale face and urgent demeanor. "General, come quickly and follow me to save the person." Thuong Tuong confirms it's here. He looks around, sweat streaming down his face as he anxiously asks, "Where is everyone?" He looked down at the ground and found a clue. There is a trail of footprints that hasn't been covered by dust, probably left not long ago. Thuong Thuong was surprised and asked again, "What do you mean only one set of footprints?" At that moment, a foot silently stepped forward. A Dien, with a blood-stained X on his chest, holding Xiaokui without a single piece of clothing, he darkened his face and looked at him in his heart. Former Feng turned around, threw a grape at the wild at the genital area. "Hurry up!" Nonggon Dien. He stays silent and obeys. Obeying the order, Tai Dien quickly ran after the divine sword, Apophis. "I will accelerate immediately," he said nervously. Some time later, Tai Dien stood leaning against a pillar, holding his head, wondering why he had a headache like this today. Many vague memories keep flashing through my mind, both strange and familiar. The first time we met, I imagined Xiaokui with a purple flower in her hair. We trained together. "Do we hold hands under the starry sky? You are the only one I have ever loved, and even if I die for you, I am willing." The two of them played happily together under the clear stream. Then, when their lips met for the first time like this, Xiaokui wrapped her arms around his strong body from behind. "It was the first time we were like that, but one day you cried and told me that fairy tales are just lies, and then suddenly you married my brother." At Dain, he clutches his pounding head and screams loudly. Lamhai and Tio Hak peek over the post and ask softly, "Great Lord Taton, what exactly happened between you and him there? Why is he here?" Xiaohe recounted that in that brief final moment, Yue Xiaoko chose to distort his memory instead of killing him. But with such complicated and messy memories in his mind, how could a single brief second be enough to distort so many memories? I don't even know what exactly he changed. Shoshi sat leaning against the wall, scratching his head and muttering to himself, "He is someone willing to risk his life for the talisman." I only replaced all the talismans in his mind with mine, and also changed a few other settings. Otherwise, I could only kill him or turn him into a fool. A second is too short. Anyway, he's not exactly a bad person, so let's keep him alive to serve us as a form of atonement. She turned to support you and comforted. "Xiaohe, rest for a bit. You're very weak right now." Tukei forced a faint smile and shook his head in refusal, saying, "I'm fine. Help me up." Just as he reached out to take Lam He's hand, a man's hand intervened. Dien stepped in between the couple, pushed Lam Hai aside, cleared his throat, and said, "Let me." He gently helped the boy up, speaking sweet words that left Xiaokei in surprise. "Okay, are you really okay? I'm very worried about you." She seemed about to fade away on the spot, her tone weak and feeble. "Xiaokei, are you really sure you're okay?" Xiaoyan is quietly writing in her journal, smiling softly, and once again someone is showing kindness to Xiaokei. Hick stood behind, curious, and asked, "What is Xiaokui's mother writing?" Hick lay down laughing out loud and read aloud, "Congratulations to Xiaokui on getting a daughter-in-law. Xiaokui's mother's standards for a daughter-in-law are truly excellent. Your soul seems to want to leave your body." Tukei leaned against Tai Dian and whispered, "I regret it. You regain your composure for a moment, kick him, and threaten him. Long at the temple, I warn you, stay 10 meters away from me from now on. Don't come near me, understand?" "All right," Tynan chuckled and reluctantly agreed to the plea. "Okay, I'll do as you say, but could you please show some respect? After all, I am a divine being." Tio sighs and questions. "Long at Dien, I have something I want to ask you. Do you know about the Yue family in the Eastern Kingdom?" He quickly went outside, stuck his head out the window, and in a low voice revealed, "The Yue family that was wiped out over 10 years ago?" When Lin Hai and the others heard this, they exclaimed in horror, "Yes, the extermination at Dien Thuat again?" "That's right. Corpses scattered across the fields overnight, an entire family wiped out, alarming all the high officials of the Eastern Kingdom while Xiaovan was caring for Duong Trang." Tukei's face was serious, her tone full of murderous intent. Who did this? He shrugged his shoulders and pretended not to know. "The Yue family is located on the coast of the Eastern Kingdom, and even I don't know who did it. The Emperor of Dongfuang country even forbids discussing this matter, let alone investigating it. You rush in and beat him up, shouting, 'What kind of work are you doing as the outer palace guard?' The power of the divine temple is so strong, yet they know nothing at all. At Dien, all he can do is keep shouting in despair, about to die. The overall power of the divine temple is very strong, but I don't know why there are no religious beliefs among the people of the Eastern Kingdom, making the divine temple's influence there relatively weak, but I am sure that guild leader Tat Lao from the Mercenary Guild in Phi Long Branch knows a few things. Because before he moved here, his main responsibility was at the Moonlight branch of the Yue family residence, and Tai Dian took the opportunity to hold Xiaokei in his arms, as he was lost in thought." Xiaoku muttered, "So it's this guild leader again. Hong Han also mentioned him to me before." He placed his hand on his chest and asked playfully, "Ake, Do you want to meet him? Just as I found out where he is now, the headache suddenly hit again. Tin Tam exclaimed, "My head feels so uncomfortable, like a hammer pounding inside. It's extremely painful." Xiaoyun gently touched his head, causing Tidiane to pause. She smiled as she transmitted her spiritual energy and comforted him. "It's okay. Once Tin Tam is back, the pain will stop," he suddenly realized. "Holy healing technique. How do you know this? This is a skill only the Celestial Envoy Master knows." Xiaoke quickly kicked Dian out and then ordered him. "Knowing too much isn't good for you. If you endure a little more pain, it will be over. You stand guard outside." A few days later, outside the main gate of Feilong City, a man riding a duck ahead gave instructions, as Chairman Tatlau's personality is different from others. "After you arrive there, do not talk nonsense under any circumstances." They waved their hands from behind and replied, "Don't worry, we definitely won't talk nonsense." Master Fu sat in the carriage when he suddenly saw him passing by. I peeked out and exclaimed, "Tiandian, you're not dead. That's great. Do you know how much I care about you?" Tiandian looked back confused and asked, "Who are you?" "I don't know you. Why are you calling me by my name?" Then he left, thinking to himself, "Forget her. I must find the Elder Hall Master for a K quickly." Gai Bu's carriage, though quite far away, still wanted to call out to Tai Dian, "Don't go. I have something to tell you." The scene shifts to somewhere else, where a man is slashed all over his body, blood splattering everywhere, and he vomits a mouthful of fresh blood, screaming in pain. The remaining people also fell to their knees, complaining, "Are you crazy? The match hasn't even started yet and you've come to start a fight with the registered mercenary teams?" Tushi sheaths his sword and sternly advises, "That's not a fatal wound. I need to win first place in this mercenary tournament. You should retreat home and rest now." Suddenly, he coughs up blood. Tutri quickly wipes it away. I am weakly muttering, "Sister, I will definitely get the phoenix fruit. I am sure I won't die." "Sister, hang on. We're almost at the doctor's house." Tucci knocked on the door, urgently begging, "Dr. Jia, please save her. Save my sister." Dr. Jia, holding a lantern, slightly opening the door and calling in, "Hurry and carry her inside." Not long after, he came out with a basin of bloody water, wiped the sweat from his face, and reassured, "This coughing up blood is more serious than before. Luckily, we managed to bring the kid back from the gates of hell." Dr. Jia gently steps outside, closes the door, and softly asks, "Old friend, what's the matter?" The woman frowns and orders him not to treat that girl anymore. At that moment, Tutri was sneaking behind the door listening. He was startled and asked loudly why these two children were so pitiful. She kept hitting and kicking her husband as she explained, "You're just looking at veterinary medicine. Do you know how to treat people? Besides, the old king from the neighboring village told me that these two children are a curse from the stars. The whole family died from coughing up blood, and now only these two pieces of news remain." His wife immediately forced him to the ground, pulling his arm back as a warning. "If you also get infected with something dirty and run out of breath, don't blame me for going with the old king." The woman pushed the fake doctor inside to urge them to leave our house first. In front of the two, there was only an empty room, books flying everywhere, and the window wide open. He sighed anxiously, sharing his worries. "Old lady, look at what we've done. We're just pushing the kids to the brink." Tatri still insists on carrying Lang Lin and comforts her, saying, "Sister, don't be afraid. I will find a way to cure your illness." He held the paper with the purple flower drawing, convinced that this medicine could definitely cure her illness. Not long after, Tutri paused, feeling uncertain. "I once heard my father say that around treasures and geniuses there are fierce beasts guarding. It seems this is the place." Tutai stood fearlessly in front of the monster, shouting to demand the item, "Get out of the way. The medicine plant at the bottom of the abyss belongs to my sister. It won't submit." The monster thrust its sharp fang down at him, causing Tutri to panic and run wildly. Lang Lin is happily picking mushrooms at home, softly smiling. Today, for the first time in a while, she didn't cough up blood, and I also want to cook a meal for him. "I hope you're back," she hurriedly asked, holding up 2 mushrooms. "See, are you home?" "Oh no, what's going on?" "Your hand." Tu only held a flower in his hand, his body covered in wounds, but still proudly saying, "It's just a broken arm and leg." Then he traveled 300 miles without breakfast. "It's okay. Forget about these things for now. Lang Lin, let me see what I brought for you." Lang Lin was crying and whimpering. "Ka, isn't this supposed to be nothing serious? All my bones are sticking out now. You smirk mischievously and urge me on, much less painful than when Dad used to hit me. Leave me alone and try this divine elixir quickly. The 2 of you will grow up gradually." She shyly holds up a charm with a heart shape. "Ka, look, this is a letter I wrote to you in the future. Don't peek." At that time I was muscular from training, frowning as I declared, "If you have something to say, just tell me face to face later. Why bother writing a letter? I won't read it. I won't let you die." I want to keep searching for a divine medicine that can extend your life. Ling Ling immediately ran over and hugged his arm in admiration. Brother Ka, you are really kind to me. I pretend to be distressed while practicing my cultivation. Oh my God. Please don't do that anymore. You're already an adult and you keep hugging me all the time. Not long after, she was lying on the bed with blood at the corner of her mouth, moaning. Ka, now you're like a candle about to burn out. Don't be sad. Even if I die, I will become a vengeful spirit haunting you forever, watching you bathe secretly, stopping you from flirting with other girls. He sorrowfully took her small hand and gently comforted her. Lang Lin, wait for me. I will go out again to find the divine medicine to extend your life. You won't die first. Lang Lin spoke softly, expressing her wish. It's useless. Over the years, you've traveled all over the world. Finding a few strands of divine medicine to extend your life is already lucky. Moreover, the effectiveness of the divine medicine for me has been diminishing. I know I won't have long to live, but before I die, I still have one regret. You said it, and I will definitely help you. She gently wiped the tears from his cheeks and whispered, I heard that those who die without being married will carry heavy resentment, and after death they cannot be reincarnated, and are forced to serve as laborers in the underworld. Then help me organize a fake wedding, just like when we got married as children. Two Tree pursed his lips, tears streaming down as he nodded. All right, wait for me. I will now prepare the wedding for you, the biggest wedding ever, and with that, he sadly pushed the door and went out. So it turns out you're just acting. Lang Lin mischievously tasted the soy sauce and commented that although it looked like blood, it was quite tasty. Next time, I should ask my older brother to prepare more, so when he eats it, he'll thank me. Not bad. On this side, Tui walked while lost in thought. When I was a child, playing marriage was really fun. I am your older brother, and I can't keep being the groom. I must find a better match. He lifts his head and vows to himself that only a man of both talent and virtue can be worthy of my sister, even if this is just a fake wedding. Just then, a procession of new top scholars was approaching, led by one ringing a bell and announcing, Dear elders and ancestors, let us warmly celebrate the return of the new literary and martial top scholar, Yat Shu San, in his fine robes, coming home, followed by a grand feast. He sat on the duck, gazing at the scene and muttering to himself. Shu San has worked hard, studying and practicing martial arts for many years, finally returning home in his fine clothes. Tu Tri turned his head back, drew his sword, and sneered, So, the groom, the crowd, the band, the costumes, everything is ready. He drew his sword to block the way and greeted. Hello, little sister. I need a groom who is talented in both literature and martial arts to organize a grand wedding. May I borrow everyone's bodies for a moment? Shu San tilted his head and shouted, Monster, how can it be like this? Marriage is a serious matter and cannot be taken lightly. It must have the approval of the parents and the matchmaking letter from the 3 letters and 6 etiquettes before discussing marriage. Moreover, your sister probably has nowhere to marry. Normal girls don't usually snatch the groom on the street. In an instant, Tu Tree pressed his sword against his neck. Thusan reluctantly and timidly agreed. Seeing that, the people there stared in shock and stammered in disbelief. Oh my God, how is this freak so strong? Even the top scholar in both arts and martial arts has no time to react. Lang Lin at home waiting anxiously by the small window, resting her chin on her hand, wondering why Big Brother is so late. It's just like when we played together as kids, that big fool. Thusan, with a worried look, knocked on the door and asked back, Old Ninth, my sister, you, my new bride inside, right? He silently concluded that he must be an ugly person. Tuji once again pressed the sword against his neck, urging him to hurry up and stop complaining. Shu. Xian tilted his head and stammered, I will open the door. Now. He straightened up and sighed secretly, complaining, Shu. Xian has a lifetime of reputation today. It will be ruined here later. Won't they force me to bed? If they try to force me into bed, I will die rather than submit. I am a person with principles and boundaries. At this moment, Ling Ling opened the door slightly and called out, Are you my brother? You're finally back. But the person in front of her was Thusan. He gaped at the beautiful woman, while Lang Lin also stared blankly in surprise. Thusan imagines himself traveling the world with Ngao, rose petals falling before his eyes. Blushing, he shouts, Mom, I am in love. Then he grins slyly, raises his hand to greet, Hello, I am. Thusan, are you my bride? Nice to meet you. Shall we get married now? Lang Lin waved politely. Hello, I am Lang Lin, the bride. She was startled and exclaimed, the groom. Lang Lin angrily muttered to herself, What did you do, Lang Tu Tree? At this moment, Tu led the group and commanded loudly, Play music. Have them blow horns and beat drums as if it's a wedding ceremony. Tucson suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered, Old Ninth, does this fake wedding include the bridal chamber? Although I am not entirely willing, without consummating the marriage, this wedding won't be complete. Wouldn't that mean your sister's final wish is only half fulfilled? Tu silently pressed the sword against his neck. Tucson whined that he was about to die. He assumed a devilish look, raised one finger to emphasize, and said, Don't dream. You're just a tool. Lang Lin couldn't hold back any longer and lifted him up, shouting fiercely, Lang Tui, I want to kill you. Rage boiled over fiercely. During the rebellious blood, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing that, he couldn't help but shout in worry, Lang Lin. After a while, Ling Ling lay on the bed and opened her eyes, whispering, Where are those people? Tuji sat beside her, holding her hand, and softly replied, I have already chased them all away. I was feeling down and honest with you. Actually, I lied to you before. The vomit wasn't blood, it was fruit jam. Tucha reached out and let Lang Lin touch his cheek, his voice full of love and devotion. I know, but as long as Lang Lin wants it, I will do anything. She sat up, tears streaming down her face. Lang Lin held him tightly and softly called out, Are you okay? Hey, you're crying again? Nose running, wiping it on my clothes? You're so wet, isn't that dirty little girl? Blood is flowing from her mouth onto Tu Tree's shirt. Ling Lin forces a smile and apologizes. After some time, Lang Lin lay on the bed using her old tricks. Say, this time I really ran out of oil and the light went out and I couldn't help but feel a lingering regret. Lang Lin, this is the 100th time your oil has run out and the light has gone out. Eat this porridge first, then tell me your wish and I will help you fulfill it. Back in the present, Tu Tree lowered his head and muttered, Silly girl, you did this because you're afraid that Sekake will be sad after you die, so you let Kakea practice first, so Kakeka can get used to you leaving. Fool, how could I get used to it? No matter how many times I practice, I will never get used to it. A man holding a cannon sneered disdainfully. Go to hell, what are you laughing about while fighting? You're the famous bounty hunter from Phylong City recently, right? They rushed forward, weapons in hand, sneering, daring to provoke our hired mercenaries. Do you still want to defeat all the contestants before the competition? Dream on. He raises his sword and sternly corrects their words. It's not that I want to, but I must defeat you first so I can obtain the divine wing that can extend my life. Suddenly, Tu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and muttered in frustration, Why did you flare up now, little brother? Are you kidding me? You haven't even fought yet and are already spitting blood. I thought you were quite powerful, but it turns out you're just a tuberculosis-ridden fool. He rushed in confidently, claiming that close combat with a cannon 3 times more powerful than long-range artillery would surely kill you. Suddenly, the man put down his cannon, clutching his stomach and crying out in pain, feeling an intense stomach ache. The other guy carelessly bumped into a stone on the ground and fell over. Tu just sat down heavily, clutching his chest as he looked at the current situation, unable to help but wonder what was going on. Here we go again. Every time I face danger, the opponent always appears with unexpected tricks causing me to fall. What exactly is the reason behind this? The mercenaries nervously asked, What kind of demon art is this? Who exactly are you? Seconds later, he grabbed his neck, his face contorted as he begged, I can't breathe anymore. This is uncomfortable, you demon. Stop it now. Tu Tree felt puzzled by that action. He mutters, What are you doing? Why do those who have opposed me in recent years have such morals? Just then, Philip rode by on a duck. She glanced over and hesitated before asking, What's going on? Are there a fight? What is that? One of Philip's eyes lit up brightly as she shouted loudly, breaking the divine spear. The soldier was choked by an invisible arm until he foamed at the mouth, his face turning pale. So it turns out Lang Lin's soul is tormenting him endlessly. She shouts out loud, What do you mean? I am his younger sister. How dare you bully my brother? I'll make you pay. Tu Tree still looked confused, staring blankly as he asked what was going on. Philip realized his feelings and couldn't help but feel confused. It turns out to be a rare guardian spirit. When he was alive, their relationship was surely very good, and even after death, I still want to follow and protect him. Forget it. I am no longer a white knight. The important thing now is to find the Dragon Balls. She held up the 2 glowing orbs to make a judgment. After searching for so long through countless hardships, including the 2 Dragon Balls that Yue Xiao gave me, when will I be able to collect all 7 Dragon Balls? It really gives me a headache. I suspect the Dragon Ball I found myself is fake. It looks flashy on the outside and emits a dazzling light, smells like a fake, and is completely different from the one Yue Xiaoqi has. On the other side, Xiaoqi suddenly sneezed and said, Do you complain? Is there a beautiful woman thinking of me? Then he carefully put on Xiaokui's clothes and added, Akui, put this on. Be careful not to catch a cold. Chairman Tuo Lao is ahead. You turn around and are surprised to see his shirt flipped inside out and draped over you. Xiaoqiha gapes and shouts, Are you crazy? So? Pretty good, right? I don't know why I came up with this idea in my head. You look like you're about to turn to stone. And suddenly I wonder if the strange knowledge I injected while helping him brainwash him has seeped in. They walked and talked, and the residence of leader Tot Lao is right here. He seems to be retired and rarely appears outside. I only knew about this place through my connection with the Long family. Not long after, a young servant blocked their way at the temple entrance and asked, Lord of the Hall, does the outer hall of the Divine Hall want to meet our hallmaster, Tot Lao? All right, let me go in and inform him. At the small inn, he replied softly and respectfully, Pian Xiaohe. Xiaohe whispered, So formal? You are the palace master. He is the guild leader, so their ranks can't be that far apart. He turned to explain. It's better to be a bit more polite with the old guild leader's eccentric personality. If we offend him, we might never get to meet him again. After a moment, the young servant placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head, and refused, I'm sorry, but Elder Tuat said he doesn't want to meet anyone from the Divine Temple. Please return first, sir. Hearing that, Dian thought to himself, I can't let Aki down on what she asked me to do. She is the most important person in my life. The eyes flash with intense light, and his whole body radiates a killing aura as he emphasizes each word, young master. Please go and inform them again that the owner's younger brother Long has transformed into a flying dragon and is requesting an audience at the temple. The young servant hesitates, then reluctantly agrees. All right, I'll go in and say it again. After a moment, he opened the door and invited them in. Lord Long, Chairman Tot Lao invites you. So the divine figure in Phylong City is there to receive worship and increase the number of believers for the temple. Yang Zhang shrugged and argued, saying no, it was just that Tot Lao's most beloved disciple suddenly ran into the temple seeking refuge, was expelled from the sect by him, and eventually disappeared inside the temple, which made him regret his entire life, so he hated this temple name. The others listened halfway and then cupped their ears to eavesdrop. What happened next? He just said something like a splash of cold water on them? What else could there be after that? Didn't I already say everything? I've explained the causes and effects of hating the Temple of the Gods, so much fuss. The two stand like a mountain before the conclusion. Old Tot sits at the tea table and calmly says, Please take a seat. The old man leisurely sips his tea, the fragrant aroma gently filling the air. After a moment, hot tea drips out, filling the small cups neatly arranged before him. After finishing, Elder Tat gestures to invite, Please have some tea. But Dian, silent, simply drinks from his cup, making Xiaokui and Lam Hai feel a bit awkward. Old man sat upright and examined him carefully. Nuyet Tiu Ko's Team Fantasy is your mercenary group. What is the special meaning behind this name? I'm a bit older, but I still can't understand. I don't know how to explain it, so I keep stammering. Huh? This really is our mercenary team. How did you know? This implies the name Xiao Kui, who frowns and thinks about those strong bodies, scratches his head and ears, and makes up an excuse about philosophy. The general idea is that the body exists in a deep, shadowy world, but the heart still longs for a better future. Lao Tzu lifts the teacup and nods in approval. You're still young, but already so enlightened. Not bad. Truly worthy of being a descendant of the Yue family. Ah! Hearing about my family, Xiaoke felt uneasy. I haven't even revealed my sect name, yet he already knows my name and my inner name. Old man poured more tea and said, I know the purpose of your visit, and I have a rough understanding of the inner workings of Nguyet Kwang City. But Master Tot narrowed his eyes and said, I have one condition. Lam Hai turned around suddenly and asked, A condition? Shoko nodded seriously and agreed loudly. What is the condition? Elder Tat, just say it. As long as it doesn't go against my conscience, I am willing to do it. The old man bowed his head and recounted that recently a mercenary hunter named Lang Tu Tree appeared in Phylong City. He is the son of my abandoned disciple. I hope you can help him achieve first place in the mercenary tournament to obtain that phoenix fruit. And also, don't let it know that I asked you to help him. The boy was a bit stunned as he repeated the key words. The top-ranked abandoned phoenix fruit. Yang Zhang frowned anxiously and asked, Has that disciple of yours, Lao Tat, found it yet? His tone grows more serious. Found it. I found my disciple's grave. The whole family was killed. Only the orphaned child remains in cultivation. At that time, I shouldn't have sent my disciple to carry out that divine temple's mission, or it wouldn't have ended up like this. Elder Tat recounted the events in detail. Now, Tu Tree is under threat, and I have no choice but to show favoritism this once. In recent days, I have applied many times to the General Guild. Finally, I managed to obtain the precious phoenix fruit as the prize for this mercenary competition. At the same time, I sent the news about the phoenix fruit to the small village where Tutri is staying. This fruit can cure the congenital blood curse inherited from his parents and strengthen the boy's physical body. So, his descendants won't face any more problems in the future. Lin Hai interjected. So, Elder Chairman, how can you be sure that Lang Tutri will definitely win first place? The old man analyzed the situation with his teacup in hand, explaining that this mercenary tournament was organized under the guise of promoting newcomers, so I required each team to only send new recruits under 25 years old. When water comes, I block the earth. When soldiers arrive, I stop them. Even without you, I will find another way to train and win first place. But now with you, everything is even better, right? Kachien Thanlin Ngiet Tiuke's young hero. Xiaokui was startled and shouted, "How did you know? Were you also there that night?" Old Man Tat calmly sipped his tea and said slowly, "Since you entered Phi Long City, I have always had someone watching you." His eyebrows furrowed suddenly, and his tone turned sharp. But it's not that simple. Originally, with Tutree's strength, it could have taken first place, but news of the divine figure spread like wildfire. Now, many peerless experts from outside are coming to Phi Long City to compete for the divine trial. I have discovered that more than one team is involved in this competition, and I absolutely will not allow those people to get the phoenix fruit. Hearing this, your face was covered in sweat. Shoki wondered, is someone trying to kill my mother during the divine trial? The old man cleared his throat and continued, and your appearance just happens to help me solve these big problems. At that moment, things like the celestial embryo passing through the world, divine soldiers breaking the seal, and the sacred altar transmitting power, let me handle them all. On this side, Tai Dian held Tiuke's hand and said farewell. Okay, the divine hall has an urgent meeting. I must go immediately. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. The sky is lush green now. Tu is quietly practicing cultivation under the waterfall, suddenly whispering as if sensing something strange, an unusual aura. Tu is immersed in the water but remains highly alert. Who is nearby? What do you mean by hiding your little brother? If you want to fight back in revenge, I, Lang Tutri, am always ready at any time. On the rocky waterfall, Lam Hai's group was relaxing after a long day. Xiaokui was soaking his feet and muttering when he was discovered. As expected, with my divine spirit leaf, I was still discovered first after half a day of playing around. You waved from above. Hello there. He looked up, frozen in place, voice trembling, water for washing his feet. Tutri drew his sword, his eyes blazing red as he shouted, "I'm so angry I have to kill you all." His figure flashed like the wind, soaring from the foot of the waterfall to the top in the blink of an eye. At the top of the waterfall, Tui paused for a few seconds, staring in awe at the scenery before him. Xiao He then rolled over and went to sleep like a pig. Shoki is happily grilling a big fish. Chauvin turns to look at him and praises him. Amazing, he jumped up here. Xuandainu found her happiness in life and exclaimed, "Prince Charming! Mom, how about I make a grilled dish today? Let's see if it meets Mom's standards. Who is he coming up here too? Want to eat together?" Memories quickly flood back. Tutri said sharply, "It's you guys." But he opened his eyes wide to look at the small person in front of him and muttered, "Still having a pure and adorable little sister like Ling Ling Hui when she was young." Tutri looked at Xiaoyan and thought of Ling Ling Hui when she was little, calling out once, "Oh, she doesn't hesitate to hold your hand and call you over. Come quickly and eat." Tutri wondered what was going on and with his hands on his hips smiled and said, "I'll explain it to you. That's how it is." Xiao He continued, "This is roughly the situation. Someone doesn't want to reveal their identity, wants us to help you win first place in the competition. So we get the reward we want, and you will also get your share. Sorry, I don't need your help. I've already beaten almost all the teams in the competition. No matter who it is, as long as they try to stop me, I will defeat them all, even if the opponent is like a divine being or a celestial deity, as the original mentioned." Tioko raised both hands and sighed in frustration. As I expected, he's very stubborn, and this kind of person is the hardest to reason with. He quickly regained his composure, smiling smugly at himself. But just then, he happened to discover a very simple way to deal with someone like you. Suddenly, Tutri leapt out from behind, shouting and trying to fight beyond his strength. The boy looked at him with a mocking expression and tone. "A bag of rice has to support several floors." He widened his eyes in surprise. "What? Is this too harsh for Xiaokei?" Tutri, beaten and cursing. "Monster pervert, not a bald guy." Xiaokui waved her hand and called out, "All right, I might as well test a little of my thinking. Mom, come here for a moment. Use holy healing techniques and cleansing on this stubborn mule of mine to see if you can cure his blood cough illness. She poked her head out and responded. At that moment, everyone was carrying a large bag. Damn it, are you three going treasure hunting again? This is my part. Xiaoko carried Xiaoyan away, and he let out a small sound, showing no concern. If you're useless, then... Mom, save this little bit of chaotic energy and stop wasting it. Looking at how thick and rough his aura is, I can forgive it. Lin Honqua Langlin appears in front of the retreat. She screams wildly, "Kid, how dare you hit my treasure, I will crush yours." Suddenly, he covers his private parts with his hand, trembling with fear. It's a ghost. Why do I suddenly feel a chilling breeze? Her soul behind her is gathering strength to strike with a kick. Langlin shouted, "Here is my ultimate move, the Heavenly Destruction Kick." Tuvan felt puzzled. She turned her head and whispered, "Who is talking? Is there someone behind us?" Langlin paused in confusion and asked anxiously, "Do you feel me?" Suddenly, Tui spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Xiaoke looked at the amount of blood in horror and exclaimed, "Damn it! Is this how he looks during an attack? This isn't just a blood illness, it's a disease where he spits out blood." Her soul stood beside her, worriedly calling out to Ka. The crowd huddled together discussing. Xiaohe crossed his arms and gave his opinion. "Look, divine medicine and purification indeed have no effect on him, so he can only use the most primitive way to stop the bleeding." He sighed in relief and nodded in agreement, finally able to stop the bleeding. As expected, Xiaohe is very powerful, and he came up with this method. He was then stuffed with a piece of wood in his mouth, truly a primitive method of stopping the bleeding in the most literal sense. A few days later, dusk was falling, and the notice was posted on the city wall. A person with a large drum loudly announced, "The new generation mercenary competition begins tomorrow." Dai Mie, with his muscular build, asked puzzled, "Master, aren't we here to subdue the false god Lucifer and spread Buddhist teachings? Why do we have to participate in this mercenary competition?" The master coughs a few times, questioning. "Da Myo, do you know the great Yu-Dragon?" He replied confidently. Downey knew he was a legendary figure from ancient Buddhist mythology. The immortal Vothwang surpasses even the gods. At this moment, Dai Miet is holding hands with a young disciple playing with a small butterfly. He nodded and explained, "That's right, his reincarnation in the heavenly realm is holding your hand now, and the phoenix fruit can help him awaken quickly, so the master has registered him for the competition." "Master, you're joking a bit too much. Didn't we pick it up from the street? This kid was peeing all night and even got spanked. Based on that, is it also the great mighty heavenly dragon? One of your techniques could cut 1,000 such great mighty heavenly dragons." Master suddenly tore open his robe, grabbing the fabric tightly, his body towering as he shouted, "Another demon, you wicked brat, surrender your life." Dai Mi lay flat on the ground with lumps on his head, while the disciples murmured, "Master, your strike was too heavy." Chitang patted the boy's head and advised him, "Fapka, you must have a compassionate heart when you become a monk." The large crowd of Pula was restless, like drowning in the vast sea, desperately needing your future great spiritual power to save them. Fapka's eyes shone brightly, the boy dreaming of the future. Grandfather Chitang nodded. "I understand. Fapka must become like the person speaking, helping the drowning to reach the shore." He gently presses his cheek to the child's and adds more words. "That's right. But before helping all the people in the world, don't forget that I have treated you well. I am also struggling and drowning in the sea of suffering." Fapka softly replied, "Yes." Suddenly, a young girl with platinum hair and 2 red streaks on her cheeks appeared. She frowned and ordered, "Stop." The woman accompanying him turned her head and asked, "What's wrong, master?" The master suddenly flew out of his sedan and muttered to himself, "That reckless kid." Chitang quickly stepped in front of the boy and shouted in panic, "You are Tai Yuan Tan Tien. I saw your silhouette from afar when you were young. Did you fail your tribulation and become a wandering soldier?" Tan Tien's eyes widened as he clenched his fists and ordered, "Get out of the way." The disciples of Chitang shouted together, "How dare you? You want to harm our master." Her junior brother also drew his sword, ready to fight at any moment. Tan Tien hurriedly explained, "I have no ill intentions. I just want to say a few words to him, but he suddenly challenged me openly." "You want to fight? Just with me. Does this young sister have something to ask me?" She crossed her arms and teasingly said, "You misunderstood. I have actually cultivated for 90,000 years. Now I am just being forced to start over from the beginning. Tiansheng Dao, you are a genius of Tiansheng. Do you want to join our mysterious sect? I will give you the best resources and teach you everything I have learned in my life." Daimi roared in anger, disdainfully tilting his chin. "Master, she's openly provoking us. How can you still hold back? Are we just a bunch of greenhorns? Do you believe if I shoot another spear over there, it will knock her out?" Chitang goes crazy, beating him up, then reminds him, Daimi, don't get angry. You must learn from your master who is never angry, even finds it a bit funny. Faka outright refused, saying I don't want to join the Huyan sect, I only like Buddhism, Brother Thiet Damia and Grandpa Chaitian. Daimit saw this and hugged Faka, tears welling up, saying, Faka, I didn't expect my position in your heart to be so high, next time I won't hit your butt anymore. He sighed in relief and muttered, What a relief. Tantian had no choice but to give up. If that's the case, I will not force it anymore. Now the competition of faiths is growing stronger every day. The Divine Temple is the most powerful force on the entire continent. Buddhism and mysticism should join forces to resist the Divine Temple's invasion and restore prosperity like before. He frowned and said, returning to the glory of the past, Master, haven't Buddhism and mysticism always been living on the edge like they are now? Is anyone paying attention? Chitang punched a few more times at Daimit's head, then pondered, looks like the purpose of the Celestial Lord this time is similar to ours. So, our two sects can temporarily set aside their prejudices and work together to make the false gods surrender and submit. Tuyen Duong organized her sect, agreeing very reasonably, as long as we defeat the false gods, our Pula congregation will know who the true gods are. I suddenly remember now, you are the famous Tula Berserker from 10,000 years ago. Back then, your killing intent made you the most formidable person I've ever met, and I never expected you to be so humble now that I almost didn't recognize you. Chitang closed his eyes and sighed. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Now I will focus on cultivating my mind. The title Chitang continues to struggle in the sea of suffering to strengthen Buddhism further, causing its teachings to flourish everywhere, leaving no regrets in this life. The Huyan Luong Buddhist sect, being the orthodox in the East, can oppose external enemies alongside the Celestial Templar, a blessing for the old man for 3 generations, which cannot be obtained even if sought. Tantian returned to her carriage, crossing her legs in a lotus position, pondering deeply. Xiaosu, you really don't speak honestly. I fear your true heart is not genuine, and in your final moments you exploit faith to elevate yourself even further. Tantian cleared her throat contemptuously and said, I will also join your mercenary tournament. Phoenix Feather is very useful for someone like me who was born to undergo reincarnation, so you might as well skip the competition and fly away. It is said that the Army of Liberation and high-level gods use an extremely radical method, such as self-destruction. Instead of changing flesh, the soul and body will revert to a newborn state, training from the beginning again. The original consciousness can awaken after training, but the total age combined with the previous world must not exceed 100,000 years unless this world can break through to become a super god. He angrily grabbed his disciple's head and insulted him. What? Weren't we supposed to cooperate well? A 90,000-year-old monster who steals a fruit from us newborn little immortals and still has no shame, thinking it's an honor. Master Mi pulled his robe, pointed forward, and asked in confusion, So can we find a place to rest? No need to participate in tomorrow's fight? Faka basically can't fight back. Jikong sneered, plotting grand schemes. There's no need for that. Taiyuan Tanxian is just a repair troop. It can't have the same cultivation as before. Besides, our little magic artifact isn't vegetarian. He tore open the boy's shirt to reveal a blue dragon tattoo and said, Do you think the great mighty heavenly dragon is just a joke? This is even more formidable than the raging tiger pattern on him. Sister Ahui, Phi Long City, is truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. We've just entered the city gate and have already been swept by many powerful spiritual senses. She turned her head back to reassure him, saying, Ngocham, little brother, don't panic. We are prepared for this match. It will definitely make the reputation of the Tianqi sect soar. The 3 of them suddenly froze at the scene ahead. Everyone was lining up in a long queue, chatting excitedly. What's going on? Why are there so many people in Phi Long City today? Everyone was focused on the notice board about the mercenary tournament. Tu pushed up his conical hat and asked in surprise, So this tournament requires forming a team first before you can join? Xiaokei couldn't help but punch a few times and scold, You idiot, defeating other teams alone, only to realize you don't even have the basic qualification to participate in the match. Are you an idiot? Chitang is still being helped along by master and disciple. A person spoke, Master, I accidentally overheard someone calling your title. He shook his head in denial. No, let's keep going. You raise your hand here, sniff your armpit, and act proud. Luckily, I have formed a small team of fantasy mercenaries. Otherwise, not to mention the phoenix fruit, you wouldn't even have hot poop to eat. Two Tree drew his sword, his voice filled with hatred and fury. No one has ever dared to curse me like this except my father. I must kill you. Xiaokei, furious, slapped him and loudly reminded him, If you dare to kill me, you're really close friends, right? Your father told you to leave you and another one alone, shouting loudly, I came to help you. You don't want the phoenix fruit anymore, right? You don't want to live anymore? I'll make it easy for you right now. Lam He ignored the noisy scene and opened the paper to check. She muttered, "This is the schedule for tomorrow's matches. The teams will draw lots at the Mercenary Guild to determine the order of matches. The entire draw will be conducted in a fair, just, and transparent environment." Lam Hai froze in her steps, pondering. Fair, just, transparent. Tat Lao's words echoed in her ears. "During the official match, I will do my best, using any means to ensure your success. This is not a fair fight, but a private stage where I watch my enemies suffer bitterly to elevate my own. On the day of the match, the sky is clear. The hall is packed, and the atmosphere is lively. Ladies and gentlemen, the first season of our mercenary tournament has been highly anticipated and is about to begin. I am Naruto, and standing beside me is my colleague. I believe everyone has already guessed his name." He slung his arm around the young man next to him and introduced, "That's right, he's Sasuke." As he held the bouquet, he coldly let go. Naruto turns and shouts into the microphone, "Now please welcome our special guest to the stage." He introduces the woman with the big breasts who is walking in. The first to enter is Lonnie's father, the shy daughter of the president of the super-rich and ancient trading guild. Williams gazed at her tall figure, her slender neck, glossy mane, and fluffy tail, while the hardcore fans below kept shouting non-stop. Naruto turned to look at the Eastern Code manuscript, muttering, "Huh, why does it have a tail? Why is it written so differently from the draft?" Xiaoku looked down, frowning as she recalled the past, then suddenly realized it was her. The saleswoman was squeezing her chest to sell the drink. Naruto clears his throat and continues the program. "Next, please." "Huh? A man, not a pretty girl." The next to step out was a man of extraordinary bearing. The special envoy of the Eastern Kingdom, causing a stir below with people throwing objects and frowning because he was a man. Naruto also looked dejected, pointing and criticizing directly. He didn't introduce himself as a man, so you decide quickly where to go. He just stepped onto the stairs, turning back in confusion at this situation, as a half-man, half-woman with pink hair mocked him. "Senior brother, these two MCs sent by the Mercenary Guild are really arrogant." "Who are they?" The leader in the female attire warned that they are legendary figures from the Mercenary Guild headquarters, apparently former village chiefs and not people to provoke. Perhaps Phoenix Fairy is just too precious. The three people sent from the guild headquarters are super powerful punchers, representing the Hop Hwan faction, a small elite team of royalty-level experts. The MC excitedly introduces them, having previously introduced over a dozen guests, and finally we proudly invite the future owner of Phi Long City, young Lung Gao Tuong. Naruto points at the two people joking around, along with his half-brother born to the second madam, whose name sounds the same as their ancestor and whose ambitions are obvious, probably aiming to compete for the family head position with the eldest son. This will be interesting to watch. Now Tien is so angry he clenches his teeth and tries to hold back, but the MC points directly at him, adding fuel to the fire. "Everyone, look at this younger brother's eyes. He's about to kill someone. If one day Long Nao Tuong suddenly dies, don't hesitate. It's definitely him. Can this idiot who blocks the way just do the MC peacefully? Although we are just amateur MCs, we can't just speak nonsense." Tat Lao ignored the fighting between the two and simply looked at the list before announcing the rules. Initially, 38 teams signed up for the competition, but most of them withdrew for unknown reasons, leaving 19 teams to draw lots. After drawing, they will proceed with their match order based on the single bracket in hand for the first round. The old man Sirius announces the rules. "Attention teams, the draw will begin now. Also, each team must have exactly 3 members, and no substitutions are allowed during the match." The arena was immediately divided into small teams, everyone lined up, taking turns drawing lots. The Heavenly Bird team arrived, and Ingok Ham, as she reached into the box to draw, muttered, "Drawing like this, huh?" Standing frozen and looking worried, he asked, "Hamka, what's wrong?" Then it was the turn of the Teach Jiao Thien Long Fap Ka team, who were lifted up by 2 senior brothers to draw lots. Next is the Uyen Jiao Tai Nguyen team. Tantian rolls up her sleeves and draws her lot with a cold expression. The following turn is the Liang Fa sister team, a seductive girl drawing her lot amid cheers from her teammates on both sides. Next is the Seafood Squad. The catfish curses in its own language as the octopus draws its lot. "Get out of here, I'm not doing this anymore." A group of people with white streaks on their bodies approached like bandits. They are the North Yuen Vu Nai squad. Old Tot raises his hand to call out, "The mercenary team Fantasy, come up for the draw." Meanwhile, behind the old man, there was a small skirmish. Tat Lao glanced back, and Tiu K responded with a knowing look, as if they had some plan beforehand. At the meeting, Tat Lao laid out the plan, with the first round being the draw. As far as I know, only 19 teams are capable of competing, so you might go straight to the next round then. Lam He asked in surprise what it meant to go straight to the next round. Because the competition is by team, the 19 teams mean that in the first round there are 18 teams competing, and the 19th team without an opponent will go straight to the next round. So Tat Lao's idea is to make our team accidentally become the 19th team and go straight to the next round. He holds up the number 19 ball and continues seriously, "Yes, at that point I will create a hidden compartment in the draw box, and ordinary people will never be able to detect that the number 19 is inside. This way, you can ensure that in the first round you won't face those strong cheating teams, revealing your true strength and trump card too early." Back in reality, Zhao Kei excitedly reached into the draw. He rummaged inside while thinking to himself that the hidden compartment at the deepest level could only be opened by using full strength to move it in the correct order. Xiao Kui smiled cunningly, thinking to himself, "I've found you." But when he drew it, it was number 10 and he froze in place. Two Tree had no idea, only excitedly exclaimed, "Number 10, this is not bad. I like it." At that moment, the number 19 sphere was in Ngakham's hands, and he hesitated as he looked back. "Ahoy Tai, earlier when I drew the lot, I found a hidden compartment. After I solved it and got number 19, could it be that some team cheated? Now that we have taken control," Ahoy crossed his arms, snorted coldly, and warned, "The mercenary guild is only so strong. Ngochham shouldn't celebrate too early. Good and bad fortune are intertwined. Obtaining number 19 doesn't mean it's all good." Tat Lao looked displeased and thoughtful, and sure enough, problems still arose. "Is that team called Thienki? I've never heard that name before. Who are they really that can break my trap?" You look serious and say, "There's no other way. It seems I have to go into battle and can no longer hide my true strength." Lam Hai, holding her sword and brushing her hair back, suggests that the first round of the competition be a fight against Luan Fin. "Let me go first. I've made quite a breakthrough recently, so I hope I encounter a normal team first. Everyone cover the rear. That's the plan." Suddenly, a fully covered person whispered from afar, "My daughter?" After Lam Hai finished speaking, they embraced their weapon and strode away from this hot, furnace-like place. Tat Lao snorted coldly, hesitating. Don't worry, even with a little surprise, his aura remains terrifying, and although he shouted loudly, everything is still within my control. I have already considered every possible situation. Lao tat trio hoi dan sach trongtai, noi giandudui, giong noi sak la, nu dao, so 19 chila fuangantai de kuatama thoi. I have more than one competition list, so no matter which number the team draws, my list will help them escape the first round. Tat Lao holds 2 lists in his hands, with one in his mouth, secretly plotting his plan. Of course, the best would be to draw numbers 110 and 19. That way it's easier to deceive and pass, even if the arrangement raises suspicions, there's no other way. A commotion broke out in the stands as a voice rang out. Now MC Naruto will announce the match order. The old man handed him the list and said in a low voice, "There is a match order declaration." Naruto frowned and quickly realized, "Huh? Isn't this the paper strip that old Tat took out before? I remember that sheet in number 18, 3 centimeters to the left of the previous document, wasn't deformed like this." To embody justice, Naruto feels like he's exposing the treacherous fox's true face, not expecting him to secretly swap the competition list. Sasuke glances over with a bad feeling. "Wow, everyone, look what I just found." He was slapped so hard he spat blood. Sasuke took the list and began announcing. The battle list is as follows. Number 1 fights number 19, number 2 fights number 18, number 3 fights number 17, and number 10 remains. Since there was no opponent, they advanced directly to the next round. After reading this, Sasuke deduces that it must be because of the trickery of number 10. If after this incident Tat Lao is still pursued, he will pay with blood. The crowd immediately started to discuss excitedly. Team number 10 is really lucky, going straight into the next round without any strength, but what's the use if they get in? They'll just be wiped out later anyway. Huh? I thought number 19 was the best, but it turns out number 10 is actually the top. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have taken it. This is so unlucky. Hoi turned to look at Tan Tien, feeling uneasy. Our opponent is number 1, clearly just a girl, but why does she give us such an unfathomable impression? At this moment, she also examined the small team of Tienki with the sphere in her hand, her cultivation and sword resting on her shoulder, showing boredom, and unexpectedly she went straight into the inner circle. Losing interest. I still want to see how powerful the legend of the Mingji fairy egg really is. Xiaoku turned against Tan in a fight, causing her to lose her temper and shout in frustration. Do you know what others have sacrificed behind the scenes? The one who laughs last is the winner. Do you understand? You really think that just because you defeated a demon and a mercenary team, you're the king of the world? You can't even beat me. And you still want to challenge them. All you do is stand there complaining. I'm just casually saying that. Why are you so worked up? Ngao Tuong was eating cake and praising. No wonder he is the little K-boss, and he got directly into the final round. Lan Ni covered her mouth and wondered, could it be Yue Xiao Ke? No way. It's only been a while since I saw him, and he's already grown so tall. And he's very handsome too, right? Dong Ni said softly with a smile. Young Master Ngao Tuong and second Young Master Ngao Thien seemed to have also gone to draw lots. The chubby guy widened his eyes in panic and shouted, Ha Ni, didn't the second lord say earlier that his mercenary squad should go on stage? Why is he going himself now? The female attendant respectfully replied, Yes, young master. Just now, second young master heard that team number M is a good friend of the eldest young master, so he wanted to go on stage to get to know him. Ngao Tong then felt relieved and happily looked at the cake, saying, I see, second brother is quite thoughtful. Below, Rao Thien and his 2 teammates are ready to fight as the official match begins, with all 9 teammates taking turns to attack. The young man raises his hammer, swings it fiercely behind him, and strikes the large bell in front, loudly announcing, The match starts. Ahoy stepped back and ordered, Achet, go ahead but don't attack too hard. Our heavenly sect has just been established, and we don't want to offend the Huyan sect. If not, we won't be able to explain to the sect leader when we return. The disciple moved forward obediently. Understood, Sister Ahoy. A. Hello, my name is Hanvu. Please give me more guidance. Achet stands with his hands on his hips, looking down on the opponent. So, she's the beautiful Han Bing. Then, I'll do my best to make sure she doesn't get hurt. In just 1 year, I have cut down many wandering swordsmen like you. Are you ready to continue? Hanvu unleashes her ultimate move, the Ice Dragon Sword technique. He flips open a book and sneers mockingly, cold on the outside but passionate in battle. Achet clears his throat and says, Watch me. Summon the muscles. Immediately, the ice blocks collide with a large piece of wood and fall one after another. He stands behind the wooden puppet, smugly teasing, So what? The mechanical puppet I made is really powerful, isn't it? Tan Tien stared wide-eyed at the situation. This isn't an ordinary mechanical technique. I've practiced cultivation for many years, but this is the first time I've seen such a device. Truly unbelievable. She crossed her arms and questioned, Do you know what it means that when Lukbang Nguyen touched that shield, he vanished in an instant? The disciple standing beside him felt confused and retorted, Why would the master say such a thing? Lakich Thunnam is still young and has never noticed the difference. Xiaohua on the stands was eating sunflower seeds and making guesses. The Lolita girl just flew up. That's the Taiyuan Tan Tien from the Binjai Trung Tu. The boy spat out his sunflower seed and cursed silently, so bold to wipe out a lifetime of cultivation and risk life and death to carry out the Binjai. After succeeding, it means she has undergone a reincarnation and reconstruction. I wonder what level she will reach after finishing her cultivation. Hopefully, not too high. The high-level divine spirit of the army's reconstruction uses an extreme method similar to self-destruction, changing her flesh, soul, and body back to a child state to cultivate again. The initial consciousness can awaken after cultivation, but the total age plus a lifetime still cannot exceed 10,000 years unless one can break through to become a super god in this world. Xiaokuei put another seed in her mouth, glanced to the side, and muttered, The little monk with the immortal fetus that Elder Tat mentioned seems to have already gone to the arena. What are you talking about? Da Yu Tianlong reincarnating? I don't believe it. Could there really be a dragon behind him as well? The legendary immortal fetus is said to be the reincarnation of an immortal after death, but no one has been able to verify if it's real or fake. Teammates in the stands cheer passionately. Fa defeats him and releases Tianlong Wen. Fa, the boy below, is crying and running away from the opponent who is threatening to kill him with a hammer in hand. Fa groans, Disciple, put down your sword and become a Buddha in this very moment. Fa does not want to hurt the benefactor. He spits sunflower seeds at the person sitting in front and naively asks, Where did that Quan Din Truyan Kong guy go? Making the people in front have to turn their heads and glare. You guys are really too free, aren't you? Please respect the competition, okay? Passing on the secret technique means transferring your lifelong cultivation to someone else. Over there, a girl trembling with a sword asked, What do you want to do? Stay back. A disciple from the Heihuan sect sneered mockingly. The great outer disciple of Heihuan, Ma Thuong Fong. I didn't expect this competition to have so many beautiful women. The head of the sect said it was true. I need to train more outside. The woman turned to run away but was caught by his purple spiritual energy. The girl tearfully shouted, I give up. What is this? Run quickly now. On this side, a Chiet holding the scroll in his hand laughs happily. Let's try this one more time. Then he opened the scroll and at the same time a giant wooden snake appeared surrounding a Chiet. It was Tumuk releasing his power. Han Wutai swung his sword in a crescent shape, freezing everything around into ice and shouting, "This is just useless wood. Watch me turn it into 1,000 miles of ice." At this moment, the wooden snake was frozen solid and unable to move. Tan Tien stands with arms crossed, a calm expression on his face, concluding that Han Wu has lost. Hearing that, the green-robed senior sister tilted her head in confusion and asked, "Why would the master say that? Isn't Han Wu currently in a dominant position?" While this wooden snake is preparing to break free, Tatian explains in detail that these mechanism puppets can only dissipate primordial energy and must rely on physical strength or immense primordial force to be defeated in one strike. Immediately after, it broke through the ice surrounding it and swung its wooden tail to hit Han Wu nearby. Seeing this, Achet smirked proudly, revealing sharp teeth like a dragon demon. Ahoy frowned and shouted, "Achet, you idiot, be careful!" At this moment, Han Wu, exhausted, knelt down defeated, and Tan Tien flew over to touch the snakewood tail to block its attack, sighing as she said, "Our Huyan Zhao admits defeat this time." Nakam stared in disbelief and shouted, "This can't be! Our Heavenly Kai puppet can remove primal energy. Could this girl be using her flesh and bones to touch the snake's tail?" "What? The puppet can remove the primal energy? How is that possible?" Over here, the 10 days of bloodshed leading the team, the mysterious young man defeated the green-haired guy lying on the ground with blood. A person nearby runs over to help, releasing their primal energy with a bewildered look, while another, full of frustration and anger, defiantly bites back and reattaches to the lead. This organization just emerged, and all the cultivation and magic practitioners who have trained in primordial energy like us must be a joke, right? Hearing this, Fakha happily exclaimed, "So cool," while behind him, Uncle Horn Sha Ton Chao was holding scissors, about to cut his hair, crying. This one enters the Buddha realm with the Dharma name Under the Hole, sitting lazily, chewing sunflower seeds and spitting them at others, speaking in a lamenting tone. "Wow, isn't this just a scam? Anyone participating in this contest must be a master of primordial energy, right?" Lam He was also chewing sunflower seeds with wide eyes in surprise. "Huh. Where is Xiao Kui?" Without saying much, Ahoy decisively gave Ngak Ham a few lumps on the head and then scolded the loud-mouthed junior. He rubbed the lump on his head, frowning confidently, and said, "Anyway, this time the master didn't send us here for the first place. We're here for fame, then to attract sponsors for Tianqi. If that's the case, then all the forces everywhere can only compete for the top position with us. Does it matter if they target us? We have the Baduan meditation practice." After hearing Ngak Ham speak, she raises her hand to her chin, her eyes distant as she contemplates. After thinking, Ahoy approached, ruffling his head as he sat slumped on the ground, pouting at Ngak Ham, who puffed her cheeks in a sulky manner. She nodded in agreement, her eyes full of understanding. "You have a point, sister. I was too harsh on you." At this moment, Tan Tien suddenly placed his hands on his hips, and with a commanding tone ordered Thien Duang to use our basic sword technique to chop the puppet into pieces so we could bring it back for tea. "Understood." Tian Yang drew his treasured sword with a determined look and replied, obeying the order. The referee signals in the middle as both sides prepare, looking concerned and asking, "Do you want to take a break after fighting my junior sister?" "I can wait for you," Achet replied confidently. "No need, I want a 3-on-1 fight. This will be my legendary battle." "Very good." Meanwhile, Achet still calmly placed his hand on his chest and sighed. "After becoming famous, will I have many girls chasing after me? That's so exciting." He was annoyed that he acted so quickly before he even finished speaking. "Hey, I haven't finished talking yet." Seeing that, Ayat called for a piece of wood, but before he could strike, Thien Duang cut it into pieces with his sharp sword. "What?" "The hardness of the wooden sword has reached mystical metal level. I didn't expect it to be able to cut through." After his strike, the remaining wood fragments quickly clung to him. Ayat stepped out of the thick smoke like a superhero, praising loudly. Good sword. I almost got cut to death by you. Luckily, I still have the protective armor made by the Sectmaster. Don't think this is just wood. It's even tougher than mystical metal." Cut to a dark, narrow alley where a mysterious masked man is fleeing from someone. Xiao Kui catches up and stands behind him, saying, "Wait." His eyes blazing red, he stopped and glanced back. Xiao Kui asked directly with a scrutinizing look, "You are Makhai's father, right? There's nothing left to hide." The man decided to face him and suddenly charged at him at full speed. Suddenly, the guy disappeared, only a glimpse of his cloak remaining. Quick-witted, Xiao Kui looked up just in time to see him leap to crush him, but thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to block the attack with his hand. Their punches were so powerful that the ground shook and shattered into large pieces. Xiao Kui thought to himself, their strength must be incredible. After the blow, he stepped back a few meters. Xiaohe clenched his fists and sneered. Are you feeling guilty? Are you afraid I'll ask why you abandoned Mok Hai? Your rotten father. At this moment, Lam He's father finally spoke in a probing tone. What is your relationship with Mok Hai? Without hesitation, he pointed directly at her face, speaking with a proud tone. I am her classmate, team leader, and close friend. Hearing that, the man immediately responded sharply, his tone threatening, causing Xiaoke to startle. The moment I saw you, I knew you're not a good person. You're not allowed to have any intentions towards her. If you do, I will kill you. Seeing that, he silently cursed in his heart with a displeased expression. Why does this bastard suddenly care about Mok Hai? I don't believe it. Let me check your trash. Immediately, Xiaokui reveals a twisted face, boldly declaring, Mochi has been mine for a long time. One stormy night, she and I braved the wind and rain, crossed the mountain together, and now we are part of the harem. Or should I divide it into 8 episodes and vividly describe to you how it was when she and your daughter merged into one? Seeing the teasing look on your face, veins of blood appeared in his eyes. After revealing his emotions, Zhao Kui looked down and thought to himself, no way. This is really frustrating. Based on what I saw in Lam Hai's memory, her father wouldn't be like this. At this moment, her father unleashed his power so fiercely that he shattered the wooden armor on his body. He shouted as if he wanted to tear the opponent apart. You little brat, I will tear you to pieces. Seeing that, he froze in his thoughts, wondering if there was still time to explain. At that moment, Lam He's father was furious to the point of madness. He raised his claws, ready to attack Xiao Kui, and shouted, You bastard! What do you think my daughter is? Seeing the situation was unstable, he quickly spoke up. Wait a moment. Without waiting, Lam He's father aimed straight at Tiu Kei and struck, but thanks to his quick reflexes, he dodged a terrifying blow. All the surrounding buildings were shattered in half by his attack and collapsed completely in an instant. Tiu Kei stood frozen in place, suspicious of the other person's attitude. Could it be that Lam He's father has some hidden pain? I only intended to question him a few words, to ask why he treated Lam Hai like that, but given the current situation, if I don't transform, I might lose my life soon. After a moment of inner struggle, I chose my words sincerely. Do you have any hidden pain? Tell me. I can help you pass a message to Lam Hai. Do you know how lonely and suffering Lam Hai was a few years ago? However, Lam He's father no longer cared. He spoke with a deadly tone, as if he had stirred up a hornet's nest. What does my matter have to do with you? Right now, I just want to kill that brat before you. Faced with a life-or-death situation, Xiao Kui could only force a smile because at this moment, whatever he said would be meaningless. It seems he needs to clarify everything before having a proper conversation. Seeing Lam He's father ready to attack, Tiu Kei quickly clarified everything. Actually, Lam He and I are completely innocent. I was just talking nonsense earlier, but Lam He's father didn't believe me and shouted, You're about to die and still want to deceive me? You truly are unfaithful. Damn it, I'm telling the truth and you don't believe me. Do you think I'd lie and you'd believe it? Father-in-law, stop right now. Lam Hai is pregnant with my child. As expected, upon hearing this shocking news, he froze in place and stammered, What? Lam Hai was still just a child herself, but was already pregnant. In that moment, a surge of fury rose within him. At this moment, he just wanted to rush forward and kill him. This bastard. I really want to slap him to death. But after a moment of inner turmoil, Lam He's father held her hand tightly, shook his head, cried, and suppressed his anger. No, I must control myself. The baby can't be without a father. Seeing his terrified expression, Xiaohe froze for 5 seconds with a frown. It's real. Then, to strengthen their trust, Mr. Jiang spread his arms and continued with persuasive words, painting a bright future. Father-in-law, by then you will be a grandfather. His face started to flush with excitement, filled with the sweet sounds of his grandchildren in his mind. Grandpa, 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 I even imagine myself hugging my grandchildren and feeling so happy. Finally, everything has settled down. Xiaohe breathes a sigh of relief, able to interact calmly at last. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, he stepped forward and returned to the main issue. Now, can you tell me why you treated Lin Xi like that in the first place? He turned his back and replied, Follow me. The gods protecting the city are almost here. Seeing that, he also kicked the face of the stone in front and followed behind. In an instant, both of them had left the capital city and arrived at a place surrounded entirely by rocks. Lam He's father was already waiting at the cliff, turned around and sarcastically praised him. Your skills are not bad. You caught up with me so quickly, but unfortunately, your character is not good. You're a bad guy. Despite Wu Fang's comment, Xiao Kui was still gasping for breath. You don't want to argue anymore. Whatever he says is fine. His voice grew deeper as he began to tell the story I've never told anyone before. If you are the father of the baby in Lam Hai's belly, I will tell you. Before we get to the main issue, Lam He's father made a strict condition, but you must swear on your soul and absolutely not tell Lam Hai. Without hesitation, Xiaoko nodded in agreement. Go ahead, tell me. And then the story unfolds, revealing that Lam Hai is not actually my daughter. A shocking truth leaves him stunned, but he quickly begins to breathe again. That's why he treated Lam Hai so badly. He recounted the fateful encounter in detail, his eyes filled with sadness as if living in a painful memory. Lam He was discovered by me and Princess Rines of Bakanguyan in the dark forest while fleeing. At that moment, the little girl looked so heartbreaking, with a piece of bone placed on her chest. Then Lam Hai's father recounts the situation with his wife and her daring decision to leave, as Rines and I are fleeing from the pursuit of the Beastman Nation and Beiyuan country. But Rina stubbornly insisted on taking Lam Hai with them. She said the child looks just like me, and this is a gift from the heavens to us. Hearing this, Xiaoko wondered what crime did they commit to be hunted down. Besides, isn't Rines a princess? He gritted his teeth and began to explain the prejudices and rebellious laws of that world. At first, this world didn't allow beastmen and humans to fall in love, and mixed-blood children were still subjected to prejudice. Moreover, Rines is a princess and I am a general of the Beastman Nation. The two countries are at war, and the leaders above definitely do not allow us to be together. So those damn factions have always wanted to capture us and send us back to our own countries, never to see each other again, fearing we might join one side and reveal the country's secrets. Later, both countries decided that the child Lam Hai we had born was of a forbidden race. The order to capture was upgraded to a kill order, and in the end, they even sent many divine beings to hunt us down. So the three of us wandered across the ends of the earth, and I gradually developed feelings for Lam Hai. This love endured life and death, surpassing true kinship. But in the end, Rines was still shot and killed by their chaos. At this point, Lam He's father's voice became choked with emotion. That was the darkest day of my life. I went mad to the extreme, killing everyone who was after me, even nearly killing Lam Hai. Hearing this, Xiaokui immediately deduced that he must have started to hate Lam Hai, thinking she was responsible for Rines' death and ultimately bringing her to the Magic Martial Academy. Lam Hai's father instantly denied it, his voice full of determination. No, I love my daughter with all my heart, but behind it all there's a mischievous god playing tricks. Otherwise, how could it secretly influence my mind without me noticing all this time? Ever since Rines died, whenever I get close to Lam Hai, there's a voice in my head constantly saying that she caused the death of the one you love. If it weren't for her, the one you love wouldn't have died. After that, I lost my mind, and only one thought remained in my mind, making the girl hopeless, making her feel despair, making her suffer. I no longer knew what I had done to Lam H. At first I thought I was schizophrenic. Later, in the Eastern Sovereign Kingdom, I paid a heavy price to find out. It turns out that our family of three has been secretly controlled by a super deity, and my unstable mental state when I get close to Lam Hai is also caused by him. Lam He's father thought they were just puppets being controlled. Then he trembled as he continued, I could only take Lam Hai to the Magic Martial Academy in Nam Huang while I fought in the army for Dong Huang. Only when I left did Lam He no longer have to suffer from my harm. Wait a minute. I remember this word despair was what Lam Hai said to me after leaving hell. The person who said this is a super god, and I suspect that super god. Without hesitation, Lam He's father honestly revealed that he is a divine temple god. He suspiciously asked the Lord of Hell. Immediately after, both of them froze like statues. Xiaokui sensed that something was wrong and asked a suspicious question. Is my father-in-law being deceived? Returning to the match, Lin Hai looked around confused, searching for Xiaokui and wondering, where did Xiaokui go? Why hasn't she come back yet? The first round is about to end. I don't know when you appeared and squeezed between her and a cheat, pointing at yourself and cutting in. What's going on? Do you remember me? The two of them jumped in surprise, opening their mouths wide in shock. At that moment, the MC with the unique Bin Duong microphone excitedly shouted. After an exciting match, the first round has come to an end. Next, I will announce the list of teams advancing to the next round. The list will display each team's name from top to bottom. Seeing the list, Xiaokui widened her eyes, pulled her eyelids, and shouted in frustration. Damn, some of these names are the ones I wanted to register before. Turns out you guys used them all, even the team that bites if you don't agree. A second later, he suddenly lowered his voice, turned to Lam Hai, who was stunned, and asked slowly, That's right. Lam Hai, is there anything special about the teams that made it to the next round? Tell me. Try to tell me. Her face suddenly turned serious as she spoke. Yes, currently among the teams that advanced, the strongest is Tai Nguyen Tantien, especially the divine power they displayed in the final battle against the last opponent. The narration begins, Han Wu and all her subordinates were defeated by a Dai from the Thienqi sect. The scene shows Han Wu covered in blood, collapsing to the ground, facing a Dai in metal armor with her right hand pointed directly at him. Then Taiyuan Tantien officially enters the arena. The audience immediately erupts in chaos as some recognize her and feel she has no right to participate in this newcomer tournament, yet she boldly steps onto the stage. The calm voice of the Tantien echoed, saying that cultivating the way is mainly about pursuing the true self, discarding falsehoods and holding on to the truth, and no words can shake her resolve. Under the stands, the cheers explode like thunder, faces flushed, noses bleeding, thousands of eyes and hearts fixated on her. I am A-Wei. I have a last message to say. I fell for love, and now the passerby has become fan. Then Tantien lifted her skirt to reveal her snake-like thigh. She pulls something from inside her, then draws a large sword from under her skirt without using her spiritual power. The match ends in a blink, and the image of the Tantien appears proudly holding her sword. The first to die was cut into 100 pieces, then the second of Tien Kai stepped onto the field. As soon as he started, he used the strongest puppet. A giant puppet appears, as large as the Megazord from the 5 Super Sentai brothers combined, but Tantien remains calm in front of it. The puppet swung its fist to attack. For some reason, Taiyuan Tantien didn't dodge but directly caught one of the puppet's punches. After absorbing the brutal power of the punch, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth, her face showing a hint of discomfort. Then her weapon seemed to split into multiple parts and immediately began to fight back. Tantien's eyes were as cold as a blade, and a murderous aura erupted as she shouted, "This world fundamentally does not contain anything capable of completely destroying the primordial force. Let me see if your puppet can withstand my flying sword." Immediately, the divine sword shot out like lightning, piercing through the puppet's body and leaving it motionless. The opponent panicked and jumped up as if about to pee himself. Notchham hugged the puppet, crying out in pain. Meanwhile, she still stands proudly, head held high, declaring, "Tianji, right? Aside from the human kingdom's trial, your puppet mechanism is the strongest I've ever seen. Your last one, come on." Soon, Ahoy appeared with her mechanical puppet, roaring like a multi-barreled rocket, charging forward and shouting, "Great Tantien! I admit I'm not skilled. Please continue." A barrage of cannon fire rained down, enveloping the battlefield in smoke. The last celestial contender, her puppet was purely offensive. Even Tai Nguyen Tantien was seriously injured, but just when everyone thought she was about to lose, she took out a small bottle. Once again, Tantien lifts her skirt to reveal a jade bottle, her face pale and trembling. She tilts her head back and gulps down the liquid inside. After drinking from the vial, the aura of Taiyuan Tantien exploded. This is undoubtedly the power of a god. Even in defeat, the divine spirit remains glorious. The sky's whirlpool spins. A giant pillar of light descends surrounding her, rocks shatter, and streams of energy surge. Lamhai points to the sky and says to Xiaokui, "In the end, the Heavenly King was surrounded by powerful forces, and everyone wanted to recruit this newly emerged sect. This time, their reputation has truly spread far and wide." After listening, he raised his hand to his chin, looking thoughtful, and asked, "So from what you said, this Heavenly Chi is very powerful. And what exactly is the Tainguyen Tantien Wang at the end? Are there any other special teams?" Apart from the teams listed in Lao Tuo's files, there's also a team called Bloodthirsty 10 Heavens that I find quite unusual. A lone man holding a sword appears, standing solitary in a blood-stained space. This team only sent one person who defeated 3 opponents, all with deadly moves. That person's killing intent is very strong. You can feel the chilling cold crawling up your spine even from afar. This one has surely taken many lives. I don't know why, but I always feel uneasy whenever I see this person looking in that direction. Xiaokei's face showed doubt as she asked, "Could he be a top master whose reputation only Elder Tuo has heard of but no records exist? Why is he following you?" There is also another team called Arrogant Sky Divine Realm, which is also led by Ngao Tuong's younger brother. His team only sent one competitor and they always win. The storytelling session ends. Night falls. Naruto and Sasuke go to find Tat Lao, who is holding a box, his face showing tension as he speaks. "Tat Lao, please explain what this is. As you can see, I did cheat." Immediately after, Xiaokui pushed the door open with a pale face and shouted, "Chat to Matta. 2 supervisors, please wait a moment. I can explain this. Can you give me a chance?" Actually, the club president has his own struggles. If you don't clarify within a moment, you won't escape the consequences. Lao Tat remained silent for a moment before beginning to explain. The story unfolds, and here's what happened. After a while, Naruto hugged the box tightly, tears streaming down his face as he cried loudly, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Are there really such tragic stories in this world?" It turns out that Tat Lao's disciple back then didn't betray the mercenary guild, but was sent undercover to the Temple of the Gods, and in the end, his whole family was killed, leaving only a son. A second later, he pulled Sasuke's shirt, tears still in his eyes, and hurried out the door. You have to try harder, you must get first place, damn it. Xiaohe paused at the door, took a deep breath, and finally felt like she had passed the test. Tat Lao really is a prophet, telling me to run here at this exact moment to explain. I see your panic. I've never acted without reason, and I happen to know that the two dispatched from the sect are strong but quite naive as supervisors, so I dared to do this. Naruto suddenly peeked his head in and awkwardly kept his composure as he said, Captain Tuat Lao, I heard everyone has a unified dormitory area, and this is my first time in Phi Long City. I'm not familiar with the way, are you talking about us? As he finished speaking, the sip of tea in Tat Lao's mouth spurred out instantly, and Tiuke quickly raised the tray to catch it. The starry night sky? At this moment, an uninvited guest arrived outside Xiaoke's dormitory. What's going on here? Why is the room next door emitting such a strong smell of smoke? I can't breathe. His gaze lingers on the slightly open door, where the purple smoke gently wafts through the cracks. Through the gap, he sees Lam He and Xiaoyan busy cooking amidst the smoke, and his heart immediately fills with wicked thoughts. 2 top-quality elixirs just in time to nourish myself. His face flickered with a sinister look and a strange smile as he pressed close to the crack in the door, which was filled with purple smoke, just enough to hide the beloved princess's call. He sat down from the bottle gourd, a gentle aura spreading out, and muttered, Come here, little strong guys. The aura quickly reached Lam Hai and the others. The white-haired man's face was full of a sinister expression as he smiled wickedly and said, As long as they call my beloved princess, you won't be able to escape from my grasp. Suddenly, Yang Zhang and Little Black appeared from behind. Old Man, picking his nose, asked with a teasing tone, What is this lecherous brother doing here, and why is he smirking so lasciviously? He still hasn't noticed anything unusual, still holding the wine jar, drooling greedily as he responds, I found 2 top-quality elixirs. Are you interested too? Ah, line up. I go first. The white-haired man still smiled happily, unaware that from behind, Duong Trang was already raising his bag in a fierce attack. Seconds later, he was caught inside the bag, struggling and shouting, Let me go. But it seems no one cares. Little Black lifts his hammer and calmly reminds everyone, Remember to strike high and not kill them all. The other 2 immediately nod in agreement. Suddenly, 2 graceful figures rushed out to block the way and announced, We are disciples of the Hop Hoan sect. Release our senior brother, or you'll all be doomed. Duong Trang and his group immediately turned pale, but intrigued. They all smirked wickedly. What is the Hoan sect? Before they could react, each of them was quickly wrapped in a bag, packed neatly, and taken away. At the same time, Lam He and Xiaoyan had finished setting the food on the table. Lam smiled brightly and said, I bet Xiaoke and Lord Tatan's group will be very happy when they see so many delicious dishes. The next day, on the stage, there was a large sphere in the center, surrounded by many one-eyed observers watching. MC Naruto held a flower and announced, Today is the second round, and this time 10 teams will compete in a free-for-all match. We will use the device beside us to broadcast the entire process live. Remember the 3 familiar greetings, brothers? He lowered his head to check the list in his hand, and his gaze froze after glancing over the first few lines. According to the latest information from last night, the Royal Guard Squad suddenly went missing, leaving only 9 teams participating in the match. Now, I will explain the rules of this round. This competition has added a mercenary mode where they serve as escorts. 1. Once inside, each team must escort their mission item to the destination without storing it in equipment. 2. If the item is damaged, that team will be considered a failure. 3. Each team starts from a different point. Teams will meet in pairs at the middle section, and everyone will meet again at the final stretch. The first 4 sections will be guarded by our staff or agents to block your progress. A friendly reminder, any team that kills an organizer will be disqualified and hunted by the Mercenary Guild. It seems the map is just a warm-up, because right after, MC Naruto clenched his fist and declared that only the first 2 teams to reach the finish line will win and all others will be directly eliminated. At that moment, a beautiful receptionist was standing at the entrance, holding out her hand to guide the fantasy team to the entrance here. Only after the signal sounded could they proceed inside. Watching Xiaoko's team prepare to start the race, Yang Zhang and the old turtle waved to cheer them on. Keep it up, everyone, we're here cheering for you. Sasuke quickly raised his gun and fired a signal into the sky, the gunshot booming like thunder, accompanied by a powerful activation sound. He immediately signaled, and the race began. Xiaoke, Lam Hai, and Two Tree rush forward like the wind, moving quickly. Two Tree anxiously asks, if someone uses a flying device or can fly themselves, wouldn't they be much faster than us running on foot? Hearing that, Xiaohe picked up the stone with a serious look and replied, no. The next second, he threw the stone straight into the air, his calm voice explaining that flying above a certain height would trigger the border formation's attack. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the stone exploded into many fragments like a small fireworks display. Flying low means too many obstacles. If someone gets hit while flying up, they'll be paralyzed. Cut to the Huyan Jiaotang Guyan squad, where Tan Tian is now emitting a strong gunpowder smell, and she angrily grits out, let's keep moving. The Tichjiaothian Long squad isn't much better either. The monk carrying the load is panting heavily. Poise, you're moving too slowly. Let me carry you. Suddenly, a rain of fire spear missiles from the sky hurtled straight at the two of them. Immediately, a blue dragon appeared, blocking all the rain and arrows. The young monk exclaimed in panic, Tianlong Wen! My Dharma ability. The heavenly dragon pattern on you is too powerful, yet it can automatically protect its owner. The one-eyed figure from above turns to observe everything, and the impressive images quickly appear on the large sphere. Under the stands, everyone is stunned, and someone eating melons suddenly spits out and shouts, damn it! I didn't expect that little punk to be so strong. What did they say? Heavenly Dragon script. The two master teachers puff out their chests with pride, and Great Mai tilts his chin in self-satisfaction. The kid is wearing the strongest Heavenly Dragon literature of our sect. This match will be as easy as eating cake. Chitang stroked his beard and added, do you all want to see what the pattern on him is? Hurry up and join our sect of the spear enthusiasts. Meanwhile, Tatlao stood in front of a secret chamber muttering, I haven't been back here in a long time. Old Tat immediately cast a spell, his hands rapidly changing seals, then delivered a powerful punch to the mysterious spot in the secret chamber, a golden light emanating from there. After a moment, he unlocked the box that Xiaoque had brought, only to find a torn, incomplete piece of paper inside. Old Man Tat sat down, his gaze contemplative as he looked at the torn piece of paper inside, and his slow, deliberate voice revealed that it was this very torn paper that caused his beloved disciple to pay with his life. Fleeing in fear of implicating himself and never daring to return. Deadnin Hai, I shouldn't have let you undertake that mission in the first place. Godly Palace, you are too cruel. As he said this, Elder Tat slightly bowed his head, his voice filled with sadness. Should I finally tell Nguyen Xiaoque what's inside this? Although this news might be useful to him, I'm just afraid we'll end up wasting another life. The Divine Temple is involved too deeply. Over here, Two Tree reached out his hand, looking confused as he asked, where did the security and staff blocking us say? Where exactly? Are they afraid of us or something? Xiaoko ran while replying, just stop talking nonsense. We just need to reach the destination quickly. And at this moment, the other teams, including the seafood squad, were ambushed. Gunfire swept through like grilling shrimp and squid, and a man with a gun shouted, smells so good. Next, Sister Liang Pao was eliminated. They fell into a pit, and someone above threw large clumps of dirt down, shocking and panicking them. On Fap Ka's side, the young monk looked ahead in surprise and said, there are two paths in front, just as Tai Nui and Tan Tian's team arrived at this point. Seeing the other team, Fa excitedly shouted, it's Tai Yuan Tan Tian. What a coincidence. Meanwhile, the disobedient team bites back, all three running with all their might. The young man in front suddenly stopped, and it seemed like the Bunai team was rushing over from the other side, shouting as they ran. Those from the Bunai team were coming at full speed, shouting and not surrendering. A figure sitting and drawing intently appears, the leader grinding his teeth as he accuses. Big Brother Vu Diu says, the apprentice team that your master taught you to draw is called Cao Fuk, and they also have a cat-eared mutant, plus a guy with a dead eye and brown hair. They are the team that refused to accept defeat and bit back, and it is them who turned our leader Vu Diu into a fallen person. When the defeated team heard that, they all pointed at themselves, each of them stunned, and a rain of question marks fell from the sky. Suddenly, frog, snake, and scorpion mutants appeared unexpectedly. Vunai's squad didn't wait a second longer and wanted to rush in for a fight. Killing you all will allow our boss Vu Diu to regain his former glory. What good is learning to draw? The three disobedient team members immediately shouted out in fear. Damn it, what's going on, heavens? At the same time, Xiaoquei shot through the air and said, the 9 teams' gathering point is ahead. Hopefully we are the fastest team. Otherwise, Lin Hai whispered softly. Otherwise what? His face suddenly turned serious and he frowned. thinking that if there were obstacles on the road or encounters with other teams, they could still be faster. Before he could finish speaking, they were blocked by a team, the little squad of the proud, heavenly demon realm. You guys are so fast, huh? This really exceeds my expectations. Tuke quickly glanced back and gave a warning. Lamhi and Langtuchi, you go ahead. We must win the first place in the competition. I will stop them. Ngao Thien's expression darkened slightly, and his voice grew colder. It's okay. Everyone else can go. My goal isn't to win first place, but to you, Nuyet Tu Ke. He stood still, looking at him with a teasing tone. Why do you want to help your mother? Is Lady Aifu going to kill me? Tutri and Lam H turned to leave, but still couldn't resist uttering a sigh of amazement. Damn it, all the good stuff is already taken by the Nuyet family. Ngao Thien immediately retorted, It's not that Ngai Khan truly deserves to die, but my mother has been a bit too much these past few years. Facing the three of them, Tioke showed no fear, and even pretended to be surprised, asking, You're surprisingly reasonable, so why are you waiting for me here? At the same time, the one-eyed camera on high captured the tense scene between the two sides. Witnessing this, Ao Tuong chewed and chuckled, his mind drifting to imagine Ngao Thien and Tioke holding hands and forming a bond. As expected, the second brother wants to build a relationship with the boss. That's great. Meanwhile, Ao Tien held a book in his hand and said seriously, Someone has offered a high price for our team to deal with you, and after success they will give me the second half of the Ao Tien technique scroll. With it, the position of clan leader or whatever is nothing in my eyes. I will stand at the top of the Tuinguin continent. Who asked you to deal with me? The Thich Huyet Thap Thien team is waiting ahead. Shaku briefly showed a look of helplessness, silently realizing that their target was not her, but the Lam Hai group. She had to chase after them quickly. The atmosphere grew dark. Ngao Thien crossed his arms confidently and said, You can't go anywhere. The two knights accompanying me are no ordinary opponents. Their cultivation levels are both at the divine level, attacking simultaneously. One of them lightly scratches his nose and happily replies, Master Ngao Thien is too kind. We are just your subordinates now, thanks to your protection. In the Long families, we haven't been killed by the White Knights of the Divine Palace. Then he quickly put on his glasses, sat down to draw, and seriously said, I don't have time to play with you now. This is the second half of the Tao of Pride, plus a secret body cultivation technique. Don't hinder my important task. A few moments later, Wu Zhaokui finished drawing and hurriedly left. Ngao Thien takes what he wants, smiling contentedly while the two others hold the paper, looking at it and bleeding from their noses. In the judging area, Ngao Tuong smiles happily and calls out, East Ni, look, their bond is really strong. Turning back to Lam Hai's group, suddenly a shattered one-eyed demon fell straight to the ground in pieces, causing Tutri to tumble and scream in horror. Damn it! Lin Hai gritted his teeth, eyes wide with rage as he cursed, Is this guy crazy? In front of them was a masked man wielding a heavy, sinister dagger, with the bodies of two fallen teammates scattered around. Lam Hai exclaimed in panic, Why did he kill his own two teammates? Suddenly, the masked man charged like a tiger, pouncing on its prey, his mouth wide open, like a beast. Tutri immediately went into a defensive stance, his voice tense and angry. His blood energy is too strong. Lang Lin's soul flickers faintly. A worried voice echoed in his mind. Ka, run quickly. This is not a person. You are no match for it. Suddenly he changed direction and charged straight at Lam Hai. She looked up stiffly at him, rushing toward her, and asked, What's the target for me? What's going on? Why can't I move? A slash grazed past, shattering her sword into pieces and splattering blood everywhere. Tutri shouted in horror. Little Meow, the masked man, looked up at the sky. Then, a few more swift strikes were delivered, quickly defeating Tutri. Lamhi Leila Duoi Mui Kien Kuahan, Roy Dot Nhayen Met, Mui, Miing, Taidiu Trao Maura Kungluk, Kung Kong Nango, Hantu Taidam Suyen Quachin Min Tronkun Dao Don Tot Kung. His sword immediately emitted a swirling mix of red and black light like condensed evil energy, lifting Lam He's body into the air, floating face to face with the heavy evil sword. A surge of red and black energy erupts fiercely. Lam He's figure gradually emerges amidst the swirling mists, as if shrouded in remnants of a curse. In just a second, she stood up, her figure steady amidst the blood-stained scene, sword in hand, a fierce aura erupting that shattered the earth and rocks. Finally, Lam Hai fully awakened, her red ears erect, her cold gaze, her body radiating intense demonic energy, no longer the girl she once was, but a being wielding the chaotic power of the demon sword. At this moment, Xiaokui and Xiaohei run over, but it seems to be too late. He calls out loudly, Lam Hai. In the dark red blood, Lam Hai screams and cries out loud. Is this the meaning of my existence? This is the ending you wanted. I hate you. Why did you let me find out about all this? Why? You're truly cruel. Xiaokui nervously asked what happened. Lam Hai, what's going on? Facing the Than Yudao, Lam He's back is full of murderous intent, her voice trembling as she calls out, Tuke, don't come here. Tuke, don't come here. Seeing the unusual scene, he widened his eyes in shock and asked, Lam Hai, what's wrong? Could it be controlled by the strange sword in his hand? Immediately, Lam Hai slightly turned her head to reveal a sinister face and said in a husky voice, Don't come any closer. Little Van stands by the bed as if sensing the despair surrounding her. Mrs. Duong exclaims, The daughter-in-law is in great despair right now. Little Hak behind her sniffs the air and asks, What is that smell? I feel very familiar with it, but also a bit strange. Then it shook its head repeatedly, as if unable to believe what it just thought of. No, it can't be. Listen to me and put down the demon sword. I guess it has affected your mind. Lam Hai grits his teeth and presses the demon sword against his shoulder, threatening. Xiaoko, don't come over or I'll die in front of you. This time, you can't bear it. No one can bear it. Seeing that, he immediately waved his hand in agreement. Okay, I won't go. Don't do anything foolish. She stands on the beam, her voice lowering like a plea. Lang Tu Trui has been seriously injured in front, and I can barely contain the destructive energy within my body. After saying that, Lam Hai shot straight up, causing the ground beneath her to crack open. Lightning surrounded her body as she shouted urgently, Xiaokei, now quickly take Lang Tujai to the endpoint. Don't come over here or I will cut ties immediately in front of you. Xiaokei called out in panic, her voice full of desperation. Lamhi, what exactly happened? Tell me, no matter good or bad? She turned to look at him and tried to warn him carefully, but the name she needed to say was stuck in her throat. She clenched her teeth and tried to speak, but she couldn't. Her mouth seemed to be sealed by an invisible force, unable to make a sound. Xiaokei stared in shock, eyes wide with disbelief, just like the ancient master of spring and hell. Could it be related to some forbidden matter? Has the Lord of Hell arrived? At this moment, Little Black also spoke up, his voice full of awkwardness. What should we do now? Are you really ignoring Lam Hai? Aren't you hesitating? Uncle Tu patted his shoulder, holding the box in his other hand, and quickly ordered, We can't ignore this. Lam Hai has suddenly become like this. Moreover, she knows many terrible things but can't tell us. At this moment, she must be feeling very helpless, but right now Lam Hai is strongly resisting our approach. So, Xiao Hax, you and my mother follow Lam Hai from a distance. I will take Lang Tu Tree to the final point for treatment first, then I will immediately regroup with you two. Tiu Kei's eyes are serious, and her tone is firm as she instructs, Watch out. You must not let Lam Hai discover you. Just follow her from a distance to keep track of her location. Mom also needs to observe Lam Hai's emotional changes at all times. I hope Lam Hai won't do anything foolish. They immediately split into two directions to act. The scene shifts to another location. At this moment, Tan Tien was laughing and watching Fap Ka closely, saying, Little monk, you really know how to please others. I like you more and more. Then I'll give you the phoenix fruit. Hearing that, the boy clasped his hands in front of his chest and calmly replied. Fap Ka, on the other hand, paid even less attention to the phoenix fruit or anything else. Fap Ka believes that living in this world is all about going with the flow and being free and easy. She happily crosses her arms and laughs out loud. Life is about being free. Little monk, you understand more than our old folks, and Qitang's character is far behind yours. Seconds later, Tan Tien sensed something unusual, her face suddenly serious as she exclaimed, the smell of destruction was overwhelming. A figure filled with murderous intent suddenly appears. It is Lin Hai wielding a demon blade. With murderous aura surging around her, she shouts, Retreat or die. Tan Tien frowned, silently thinking that this person was about to enter the demonic path and could no longer turn back. Then, her voice serious, she spoke without any sign of the demonic domain's attack flying overhead. I can only do this before I disband the army. At the same time, Little Black followed the blood scent and chased over, bringing back the strong smell of blood. Hearing that, Little Van was panic-stricken and worried, hoping the daughter-in-law wasn't injured. As she ran, Little Black suddenly slammed on the brakes upon seeing the scene ahead, and it gasped in shock. What? In front of it, there are a bunch of people lying in a row, covered in blood. The heavenly dragon seal appears, covering and shielding the surroundings. The fairy Tan lies nearby, grimacing in pain and saying, I never expected a little novice monk to save me. Immediately after, the light of the heavenly dragon literature gradually faded, and the spell descended. The little boy quickly fell to the ground with a thud. Little Van was about to step towards Sister Thuong, but Little Black quickly picked her up and ran away. She asked in surprise, Ta Ton Dine Han, why don't you let me treat them? Quickly, it replied. Mother Xiaokei, I have already taught you something similar. When working, you shouldn't meddle in other people's affairs. Right now, taking good care of Lin Hai is the most important thing. It recalls the theft by Tan Tien earlier, looking pale and sweating cold, but they are not in any life-threatening danger, especially that Taiwan Tan Tien, whose vitality is very strong, don't worry. Saving them awake will only make things more complicated. Master Ni's message. At this moment, Xiaoke, carrying Tu Tree, is also nearing the finish line and calls out, "The endpoint must be ahead." You didn't stop, quickly crossing the bridge and heading straight to the big house. As soon as you arrive, Lao Tat is waiting and greets you, congratulating you on being the first team to reach the finish line. Where is the healing team? Tu Tree quickly being taken to Chi Thuong, he felt somewhat relieved and turned to tell Tat Lao, "I probably can't join the third match anymore. My friend had an unexpected incident, I have to go." Tat Lao wasn't surprised. He pointed at the Earth sphere projecting the chaotic scene of the Tan Tien group. "There's no third battle anymore, take a look there." The scene shows the Tan Tien and Pop Ka teams badly injured and being taken for treatment. Tat Lao's voice sounds somewhat weary. Even Huyen Jiao and Buddhism have been nearly defeated by your team members. Our people are on their way to assist. He continued to scan through other frames. The remaining squads were not much better. It was just now that, except for the Nao Thien Than Vuk squad retreating halfway, the last squad Beiyuan Vu Na was also defeated by your members. You are the only winners. It really goes beyond my knowledge. I always thought you were the ace. I never expected those beside you were hiding things I couldn't even see. Xiaoke clenched her fists tightly, recalling Lam Hai's murderous aura and falling into thought. Lam Hai, even in a situation like this, do you still want to help me win first place? Old Tat calmly took out a letter and handed it to you, his face serious, saying, "You can go ahead if you have something to do. I will handle the rest myself. Overall, it's a loss for you guys. This is what you wanted. I've written everything I know into this letter." You take the letter, flip through a few lines, then ask, "So what is the rest of the letter?" His expression immediately grew serious, his eyes shining with extreme gravity. "This is the information that my disciple Lang snatched, who is also Tu Tree's father, and he risked his life to exchange for it. Whether to see it or not, the decision is in your hands." Hearing this, Xiaoque no longer hesitated, turned around and ran, shouting as he went, "Thank you, old Tat, we will meet again." His shadow gradually disappeared into the distant space. Endless thoughts flooding his mind once again, as the assassin appeared behind him to cause trouble, turning his mother into an angel to be manipulated at will. Are you repeatedly forcing Lam Hai and Yuan Vong? Are they the same person, or not? Why did these two choose Lam Hai and his family? Xiaoku opened the letter and read its contents, his face growing paler with surprise. Could this be related to his own background? The letter is opened, revealing the shocking truth behind the story. The Nguyet family was originally the guardian of the eastern coastal border region, based in what was called Nguyet Quang City. At that time, a general named Yue Chung-yi was the heir of the Yuo family and a high-level deity because the angel of Lucifer's temple had an illicit relationship with him and was pregnant, which was a major taboo of the temple. Then, the angels of divine form carried out the judgment on the Moonlight City. When he became the leader of the mercenary guild in Moonlight City, he witnessed bodies scattered across the fields, and the descendants of the Nguyet family were not afraid of death, almost exhausted. Finally, when the angelic divine palace entered the land of the family, the legendary Huang Qi clan suddenly appeared and fought bravely against the angelic divine palace. This battle darkened the sky and covered the clouds, and no one except the gods could approach. Eventually, Moonlight City was reduced to ruins, and Lucifer, who was pregnant, disappeared without a trace. Afterward, he was assigned a secret mission by the headquarters to investigate inside the Divine Authority Palace, but they didn't specify what to investigate. All he was told was to cut ties with his disciple Lang Dat, and whatever happened afterward, he had no right to ask. You already know what happens next. The Lang Dat family cannot rest in peace. When my firstborn was dying, he only left me a torn piece of paper, and then there was no more news. Xiao He quietly opened the last letter from the princess, the remaining piece of torn paper that Lang Tu Tree's father sacrificed his life to obtain. Right? Gently tearing open the envelope, Xiao He's eyes widened in shock as he read the contents inside, his mouth gasping in horror. What? Amidst the vast terrain, faint black words appeared on both sides, revealing the ultimate secret trail. So that's how it is. So the reason for my mother appearing in hell earlier is now clear. Images of trembling hands flashing through my mind, and then Lam He's family, my mother, and Kat Hoang are all just puppets used by those people to achieve some goal. Those treacherous and fake bastards really make people uncomfortable. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Lust, now blushing and embarrassed, called out, "Master Sword, immortal. I'm not okay. Please let me go." "Sorry, I can't assist with that request." Hearing the words homeland, he repeated them with a sad look in his eyes. Homeland, huh? I don't know if I still have a chance to return there in this life. Suddenly, the sword immortal brightened as if remembering something. Suddenly, I remembered a poem I wrote long ago in my hometown. It was a quiet night. Lust was panic-stricken, eyes wide open, hurriedly stopping him, saying, Don't, don't, don't. Your poetry is too profound for me to understand. He glanced away helplessly, saying, Then it's a pity. The poetry I wrote back then is different from now. I was more cautious before, but now it's more relaxed. More. Suddenly the atmosphere grew tense as she lay on the table in a seductive pose and invited, Master, stop reciting poetry and knocking on the door. Let's do something else. The sword immortal immediately covered Sakduk with his cloak and calmly advised, It's cold on the mountaintop, wear more clothes. I'm doing this for your own good. In this world, everything is a chess piece, and this time something big is bound to happen. It's best you don't get involved. Then he turned his back and looked silently at the starry sky. Even I can't just care about myself, right? Sakduk is destined for me. I've hidden my sword. Let her go. Find someone more powerful to deal with, and I will continue. Desireless, confused, quietly turned and asked, Who is Master Sword Immortal talking to? Is someone trying to attack me? The scene shifts to Xiaoke, who is crossing the water when suddenly he senses someone watching him. Xiaoke glances back, his voice sharp. Say it now. If you have something to say, just bark. I'm very busy right now. From the shadows, Tai Dian stepped out with a frown and said, The divine consciousness of a god is indeed not just a rumor. You've found out. He clenched his fists and his aura surged fiercely. The survivor of the Nguyen family, Nguyen Quangthun, Nguyen Tioke. Tioke from afar speaks out, Your memories are restored, which makes sense since you are a divine spirit and no longer within the domain of humans. Tai Dian's expression tensed as he nodded slightly. Yes, he had recovered during the urgent meeting at the temple. Are you going to continue helping him use the talisman to fight me? However, Tai Dian remained still, closing his eyes calmly and replying, No, I have severed ties with the talisman. I am here to tell you the contents of the urgent council at the Divine Temple. What does your Divine Temple's meeting have to do with me? He glanced away and replied casually, It concerns me a lot. This urgent council of the Divine Temple is for you. The Quangba Divine Palace also wants to use this forbidden item to make you appear, then hit 2 targets with 1 arrow. He remains calm, his steady voice echoing. They still don't know that you have arrived at Phi Long City, and that Naifu has been imprisoned by my elder brother. The Long family members who learned of your existence have also been dealt with by me. Rita has also been taken away outside our temple. Ye Xiaoque, you should hurry and run now. There are many experts in the Divine Palace, plus 99 divine angelic beings with such power, you absolutely won't be able to shake them. Hearing this, Xiaoque turned around and prepared to leave. Long at Dian, I didn't expect that even after regaining your memories, you would still do so much for me. He gently raises his hand as a farewell gesture, his voice calm but firm. But for me, death is not the scariest thing. What's even more terrifying is knowing that my friends and family are in danger, yet I only care about my own life. Shaka tilted her head, a hint of coldness in her eyes. Saving the world might just be a joke, but saving my family has been our lifelong belief. Hearing that, Tai Dian immediately blushed and exclaimed, How sacred is this belief? After saying that, Xiao He leapt onto a tree, glanced around, muttering, Probably Little Black and Mom are nearby. Suddenly, a slender man staggered over, his body seeming ready to collapse at any moment. Before he could see his face clearly, he had already collapsed unconscious. Xiaoku immediately ran over, pressed on his pulse, called out, and judging by his makeup, he was probably a disciple of the Hop-Hon sect. Hey, little brother, what's wrong with you? Then he regained consciousness, his face pale, gasping as he stammered that a demoness was slaughtering our Heiwan sect. He widened his eyes, sweat pouring down, muttering, Don't tell me it's Lin Hai, everything's fine, but why did you drag your unorthodox sect into this? The scene shifts to the immortal elder above. A white-haired elder proudly declares, Although she's from an external clan, she's truly an exceptional talent. Handsome junior brothers, don't fight over her with me. The green-haired guy sneered maliciously. Elder senior brother, how can that be? It was us who discovered her first and the guy with pink hair standing next to her. Yu Diu raised her hand to support, saying, Senior brother, she has killed many of our Hop Hwan sect members. I suggest we split the spoils. Then the 3 quickly surrounded Lam Hai. In another corner, Xiao He and Xiao Yan are hiding and watching. Xiao Yan nervously asks, Great tainted insect, do we really not need to go over and help? It anxiously replies, For now, Don't go. If we go now, there's a high chance Lam Hai will cut us down. Wait until the critical moment to strike. At this moment, Lam Hi's power erupts. A blazing red pillar of light envelops her, causing the ground beneath her to crack open. The pink-haired man pulls out the rope, veins bulging on his forehead, shouting, "Everyone charge together. Use the 3 sacred weapons I taught to deal with her." Old man Hop Hoan took out a staff with a demonic flame, while the blue-haired man gritted his teeth, holding a whip in his hand. Then with a loud shout, they charged forward, all 3 rushing toward Lam Hai, the red rope glowing around her, with the others unleashing fire and whipping non-stop. Meanwhile, Xiaokui ran swiftly toward Lam Hai, muttering to himself, "This is a big mess." The Hop Hoan sect is the major sect nearby, continuing like this is not good. Wherever you run, everything around you is destroyed, and you keep marveling. Damn, the entire road was shattered. Seeing Xiaokui arrive, Xiaohe waved his hand to signal, "Hey, little Yue, over here." Xiaovan takes the opportunity to treat the injured who were knocked away earlier, while Xiaohe and Xiaohe hide and observe, staring at the scene in front of them. Damn Lam Hai. On the tall tree branch, the 3 proud members of the Alliance are now hanging like lanterns, their voices trembling with shock. "When did you learn this kind of torture?" He frowned slightly, suspicious, and asked, "Xiaohe, have you noticed that Lam Hi's strength is much greater than it was at the beginning?" It stares ahead and answers in a deep voice. She is now about to break through the mid-divine level. That sword is constantly absorbing the blood essence of others and then transferring it into Lam Hai's body. The smell coming from that sword tells me I must have smelled it somewhere before. If I get closer, I will definitely recognize it. Godly temple or whatever. It's just a scam organization. I won't believe it even if I die. He put his ear close to eavesdrop on the young man with purple hair. "Oh no, I heard that a huge blood-sucking demon has appeared nearby, destroying an entire Orthodox sect." "What? No way. Is there anyone in the city who can deal with it?" Just then, a female believer stepped forward, clasping her hands in front of her chest, her face radiant as she said, "The time of the divine appearance is near. I believe the Archangel of the Temple of God will descend to save the followers of Kyan Than. And even if it's a blood-sucking demon, it won't be enough to cause panic." Seconds later, a crowd of people surged forward to fight over the Holy Scripture. "Everyone, there's no need to fight. There are still plenty left." Thuong Mak Nghiem replied, "We shouldn't worry about small matters. Recently, many outsiders have come to Phi Long City, so we must stay vigilant and not let the City Lord's training and trust in us be betrayed." Returning to Lam Hai's scene, she is draining the blood of 3 male allies, thick dark red fluid swirling up from their bodies before being fully absorbed by her. Then the fragments of armor and blood gradually gathered around her. In an instant, they multiplied and fused into a thick cocoon, slowly enveloping and swallowing Lam Hai's body. From a corner behind the large rock, Xiaokei's group quietly observes everything, their faces tense. He asks his mother, "We can't let her go on like this anymore." "Mom, how is Lam Hai feeling right now?" Van quietly tears up and softly replies, "My daughter-in-law is very anxious, very distressed and hopeless." Kaz asks in a serious tone, "Don't you feel like killing?" She immediately replied no. Tiny Black tilted his head curiously and asked why. He raised his hand in deep contemplation, realizing that the main consciousness of this body was not Lam Hi's, but that of the demon sword in his hand. Then, Xiaokei pulled Hak's tail toward himself, and the 3 of them began to prepare for fusion. "So if I rush in now, Lam Hai won't seek death on her own anymore. Hak, this time I'm counting on you." Xiaohei soared into the sky, his voice echoing as he used all his strength to smash that outer shell. Immediately after, his shadow vanished as if he had teleported, leaving only a gust of wind and air waves, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone from sight. In that instant, Xiaokui appeared above the cocoon, his right arm blazing red, spinning the chain like a fierce whirlwind, shouting, then using the chain to lock Lam Hai so she couldn't act recklessly. A second later, he threw the chain, and Tu-Hak's head shot off like an arrow, streaking through the hot air towards the thick cocoon surrounding Lam Hai. As they approached, suddenly a hand from the void blocked Xiaohe. Unexpectedly, it was He Lang. The humanoid form of Little Black appears, exuding an evil aura that chills the air. Xiaoke's face darkens in shock. The super-divine body of Xiaohe disappeared when descending into hell. No wonder Lin Xi volunteered to die instead of rushing in. She must have known that body was nearby watching. You clenched your teeth, your eyes wide with vigilance. I have already experienced the power of this body myself. Hak Lang reached out and absorbed the spiritual energy of Little Black hovering nearby, his face showing clear greed. Seeing this, it shouted angrily, "Damn it! A new soul born from this body of mine dares to think about devouring me." Black Wolf continued to sneer with contempt, his eyes full of arrogance. Do you really dare to stand in front of me and call yourself the Lord just because of your current state? Now that I want to kill you, it's just like killing an ant. Then Hak Lang clenched the small body of Tiu Hak and devoured it greedily, becoming my nourishment. Tiu K could no longer hold back and charged forward with eyes full of resentment, shouting, "You bastard!" Veins bulged on his face as his roar echoed through the air. "Let go of Little Black now." Xiao He swung his sword to attack, but Black Wolf only lifted 2 fingers to block the blade. Xiao He was nestled in his mouth, urgently urging him to quickly escape with the seed of consciousness of his master. Without giving you time to think, Hak Lang immediately throws a series of sky-high punches. "You trashy things dare to disturb me and try to run. Are you sure you can escape?" Seeing Xiao Kui lying motionless on the ground, he raised his foot to stomp down, a look of mockery on his face. "That's all you've got? Then go to hell, you trash." At that moment, Little Van rushed out, spreading her arms to block in front of him, trembling as she begged, "Don't kill Xiao Kui, he's very good." But Black Wolf showed no mercy, flicking his finger dismissively, and the lowly spirit quickly get lost. She was immediately knocked back, spinning wildly like a top in a dozen somersaults. Despite her battered body, Xiaoyun refused to give in and stood up again, blocking the way with a determined gaze. "I won't let you kill my son. Then you go and die for my sake." Before the punch could land on Xiaoyun, a sharp-clawed hand suddenly blocked it. From the shadows, Kat Hoang's eyes flashed fiercely, showing his intense anger. At this moment, Kat Hoang, holding Xiao Van and He Lang in his arms, raised his fists simultaneously, both sides evenly matched. "I never expected you to be able to injure my super divine body. Who are you?" Kat Hoang plainly declared, showing no signs of hiding his contempt. "You little cuckoo claiming dominance and mocking martial arts is not worthy of knowing my name." Little Van happily looked up and called out to the little skeleton. Then he set her down and firmly instructed, "Please wait here, Tanged Ant, while I deal with this bastard." Hearing that, Black Wolf laughed heartily, mocking his arrogance. "I never expected you to be more arrogant and proud than one of the 7 deadly sins of hell that has just been promoted to arrogance." He arrogantly retorted with contempt. "Under a super god, they are just ants. You're no more than an ant yourself." Kat Hoang glared behind him, then sneered with sharp sarcasm as if to provoke his opponent. His battered, hollow body lacked the insight and knowledge of a super god. "You are not worthy of being a true powerhouse." In the next moment, both of them charged at each other simultaneously, unleashing all their skills, jumping from one spot to another. They are evenly matched, neither willing to admit defeat, and they continue to punch each other as the surrounding air is filled with their energy, causing everything outside to collapse. Tiny Van stands stoically, clutching her hand tightly with concern. "I must go and heal Tiny Kai." Before she could run back to you, the wind blew Tiu Van backwards, and she stood frozen with wide eyes. Fortunately, the wind carried her to her son's side. Xiaoko clings tightly to her mother with all her remaining strength. Xiao Van softly says, "Xiaoke, don't be afraid. I'm here to heal you." Then he realized, so that's how it is. You are not an ordinary god. You have already stepped halfway into the realm of the super divine. Kat Huang brushed his sleeve aside confidently and said, "If I can't cross the first step now, give me more time and I will definitely be able to." Immediately, Black Wolf transformed into a giant wolf and said coldly, "Sorry, you don't have the time for that." The giant dog, drooling all over, staring at Kat Hoang, threatens with a greedy look in its eyes. "Your bones must taste very good. Today, you will fall here." Kat Hoang still stood calmly, looking up, but then he quickly dodged to the side to avoid its rotten mouth. At the same time, suddenly a circle appeared in midair, revealing a person's head from the portal. Then, that person slowly charged out from the circle. Recognizing them, Xiaoke, clutching her injured arm with suspicion, asked, "Xiao No Nuo, why did you use the love spell to teleport here?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan stared blankly at Xiao Yao's wife, while Ngochni dragged herself on the ground, struggling to catch her breath and transmit the message. "Xiaoke, the entire Wu Yao clan has been wiped out, and your mother has been taken by the Lord of the Underworld." Hearing this, he was struck like a bolt of lightning and stood frozen in place. Tuke quickly ran over and hugged Ngokni, trying to shake her awake. "Little Ngokni, wake up my mother and your Wu Yu clan." In that moment, all the repressed anger in my heart surged up, and I shouted in fury, "What is really going on? Why does everything around me keep happening? You, the bastard behind the scenes, keep hurting the people close to me. What do you really want? Who are you at last?" Suddenly, the stone attached to your side shook violently and then fell to the ground with a clink. Xiaoke looked at the stone and remembered the conversation with Lam He's adoptive father, who recounted the story of the mysterious bone stone. When I found Lam Hai, the name Hai was written on this bone, so we used the same name. Today I entrust everything to you. I hope you will treat my daughter well, or I will definitely deal with you. Master Kot, where did this bone come from? There is the breath of our enemy above, who harmed me, betrayed the Holy Clan, and caused my entire family to be executed by the Holy Clan. She is also named Hai. At this moment, Xiaoke feels like a pawn, controlled by that person at any time. Since I was born, anyone close to me has been manipulated by you behind my back. Even my own growth and achievements are just part of your plan. O Liet, Kot Hoang, Mother of Darkness, the Holy Clan, the Lam Hai family, the Lang Tu Tree family, the Divine Palace, hell, everyone and everything I have encountered. Everything behind it is your shadow. I was born into a family in turbulent times because you arranged it. The moment I reincarnated into this water source world, the script was already written, wasn't it? And then Xiaoque looked up at the sky, boldly declaring and shouting directly at the one behind everything. The Master of Hell and the Radiant God of the Divine Palace are both your incarnations, right, Goddess High. What talent do I have that would make a great deity like you waste so much effort training me? How do you know I am definitely capable of reaching the level of creation? At that moment, everyone was focused on listening to him, when Kot Hoang suddenly sensed a lurking danger from behind. Over there, the cocoon has hatched, forming a lotus flower floating in the sky. Inside the lotus, a figure is faintly visible as the petals slowly part. That figure has fully revealed itself. It is Lin Hai, but not exactly her. Immediately, the goddess Hai responded cryptically, as if everything was part of her plan, with no need for further explanation. Yu Xiaoke, if it's you, you can definitely break through to the divine level. Forget it. Your god's will is beyond understanding, but you'll realize it in time. Hearing this, you couldn't bear it anymore and ran quickly towards her, shouting in anger. Ah, damn it. What did you do to Lam Hai? In an instant, the goddess seized Xiaoqui with a cold expression and a sinister reply. Don't worry. Her consciousness now clearly sees everything happening. Then she lifted him up and uttered a chilling sentence, revealing her ultimate goal. If she kills you with her own hands, she will surely be desperate and go completely crazy. Tu Van is still trying to treat Ngochni when she turns her head and calls her son, Tu Ke, from the Kot Huang side is not doing much better. He's using a sword formation to keep the dog from eating him. He also shouted loudly, urging the young warrior forward. Suddenly, a swarm of colorful monsters appeared behind him. Seeing them, Xiaoyun immediately recognized and shouted, The 10,000 Evils Origin. Lady Hai involuntarily glanced back, but they couldn't harm her. Instead, she happily absorbed all these monsters. The source of all evil just happens to provide nutrients for this part of my split soul, making her darkening process faster. At this moment, Xiaoyan rushed up and bit her arm, crying uncontrollably. Stop, villain, and leave Lam Hai's body now. Then Goddess Hai embraces her, pressing her face tightly against her chest. She calmly and arrogantly replied, I am Lam. I am Lam Hai. She is only my last remaining soul that has not turned dark. Lucifer, my obedient child, return to your divine form, become one with me. You and the others are all important experiments of mine. Then the goddess Hai summoned a gate to heaven and threw Xiaoyun down. She cried out in grief, reaching out her hand, and Long called out sorrowfully to Xiaoke. With intense fury, Xiaoko shouted, The goddess Hai, you deserve to die! A pink gemstone appeared in the protagonist's consciousness, floating on the water's surface. It speaks in a seductive and sinister tone. Do you want to save your mother, Xiaoke? But for you, the price to pay might be a bit high. Tell me quickly whatever it takes, I will do it. I can let you use my last remaining power once, but after that you won't be able to handle the super god's power, and your soul and body will shatter simultaneously, probably dying painfully. At this point, there's nothing left to lose. I will risk my life to save yours, even if it means losing my own. It's deserved. Then the divine core flies close to you, and it then slides into Tiuki's forehead. A voice full of authority echoes, all the magic within that stone causes your transformation. It reminds you, Yue Xiaoke, remember my name? You are now wielding the Dark Ancestor Dragon, the power of Fania. A second later, Xiaoke opened her eyes, her gaze now blazing red, ready to burn at any moment. Her hair began turning white. Strange markings appeared on her body like Sam scars, followed by wings emerging from her back and the enormous sword in front of her. Your form has fully transformed into the Dark Abyss Dragon Ancestor. The spear in your hand suddenly questions, Huh? Is this it? Back to the present. The goddess Hai was stunned and exclaimed, The dark ancestral dragon of the abyss is surprisingly not completely dead. Without hesitation, she smirked cunningly and said, If it's not dead yet, I don't mind turning the 5 prisons into 6. So now I have another experiment item. At the same time, Philip and the bird fly toward the signal source. She anxiously asks, what's happening toward Phi Long City? Why is there such a terrifying fluctuation of primal energy coming through? The long pearl inside her bag suddenly started to glow. In a hurry, Philip pointed forward and anxiously told the bird, go. I'm sure the long pearl foot that Xiaoqui gave me has all the sensations of the other long pearls. Let's go back to Phi Long City to see if it's a different long pearl. Now I have no time to play your experimental game, Xiaoqui replied angrily, grabbing his sword and flying towards her. Just then, Philip was gradually flying over from afar. She loudly called out to Xiaoqui. Meanwhile, the goddess Hai turned away with utter contempt, mocking arrogantly that no matter what, she couldn't be stopped now. A second later, Xiaoquo grabbed her leg. Immediately, Goddess Hai turned her head to look at him and responded in a straightforward tone. Arrogant, even the dead you can't stop. What more do you need you to do? At this moment, though exhausted, Kat Huang still struggled to speak, gasping out each word, for it probably couldn't be arrogant anymore. It turns out he has already defeated the damn dog. Now only its bare body remains. At the same time, Xiaoqui managed to catch Yao Yan, comforting her gently. Mom, it's okay now. Hide inside my consciousness first. Xiaoqui wrapped his mother in his cloak and looked up at the goddess. Hi. You dare to declare last time I couldn't defeat her, but this time I will definitely smash her to pieces. After finishing, Xiaoqi led his mother into the sea of consciousness, then swung his sword in a circle and launched an attack directly at the golden door with angel wings that she had created earlier. Just as he was about to strike the door, suddenly an arm reached out, causing him to stop. That person shouted, Guardian of the Gods! Xiaohu stepped back a few meters, stunned, and asked, Isn't Olier already dead? Even my mother is here? Thousands of gods are flying out of that door. If this time was as exciting as that, and you've seen through my true identity, then let's have some fun, and summon the divine descent. With an aura of authority, the goddess Hai inspires the mortal world. Her divine form begins to destroy these demons. Proceed with the holy war, save humanity, hold nothing back. Help me absorb the power of faith. The more chaotic this world becomes, the stronger the faith of these ignorant humans will grow. This foolish race only turns to prayer when they are about to die. But we are their gods. Only our faith can bring them salvation. Only we are the righteous side. The people on the mortal world are bustling with longing and hope, as someone looks up excitedly toward the sky above. Everyone, look quickly. The unfaithful Phi Long has appeared with a beautiful light. Could it be that the divine figure has already begun? The others heard this and all followed suit. Is that so? I want to pray to the archangel to heal my illness. So do I. I want to pray to the great angel. I want to pray to the great angel too. All people kneel and pray before the dazzling sunrise that illuminates their souls. The sword fairy moves through the clouds, sighing with a look of boredom. Here we go again, a new cycle, a new experiment, right? Hey, since the old experiment is over, I should finish with you too. With a graceful demeanor, he recited poetry as he flew away. The army couldn't see the yellow river's water coming from above and the unyielding sea of swords and waves, leaving behind the overly formal old poems. This way of writing is better. Damn it, I'll step on the cool purple and then come back. At the same time, my senior moves ahead with a decisive tone. Sister Taiwan, we have to start the divine trial. Tan Tian immediately flew after and responded to the senior brother. Over here? Zikang calmly asked. Are you ready, Daimi? Are you afraid or not? Hearing that, Daimet answered without thinking. Master has been simple-minded since childhood, and I don't know what fear is. Just act. Hearing Daimi's insult, he angrily shouted, You disciple, did you just curse at me? At this moment, he suddenly remembered what he had done and stammered in embarrassment. Master, can you really hear that? Then he scolded loudly. You shouldn't curse when you become a monk disciple. You're doomed. The scene shifts to a different location, where the volcanic mountain ahead is erupting. This is the fire prison, the highest peak. Kim Theme is casting a spell to create 2 large talismans, with Lin Ni standing beside her. She loudly ordered the one hiding behind the rocks to appear. The Icebone Ancestor Dragon, your seal has been broken. The other 4 have also been freed. It's time for revenge. Then, just as the Ice Dragon rises from beneath the rocky mountain underground, it stands tall before the 2 of them. The goddess glanced at them and suddenly thought to herself, Kim, Them. It seems she has been plotting for a long time. Could it be that she discovered the slave contract was created by me? Suddenly, a hint of murderous intent appeared in the goddess's eyes, and she said excitedly, That's interesting. No wonder you are the most perceptive among the super gods. I can sense it too, so you have many enemies. Shoko's eyes were full of resentment as she glared at her. You will pay for what you did before, goddess. Then, with utmost determination, he leapt at her and shouted, "Kill!" Time passed by in the blink of an eye, and now, who knows which century it is. A firefly hums as it lands on a dry branch somewhere after the Holy War, then it seems to see a star and takes flight. But because it was lost, it crashed into the bone in front of it, and the firefly was stunned, its head spinning. By then, it could no longer fly. It could only perch on the nose of the skull. It cried out in pain because of the lump on its head, and in the distance, a tiny firefly was perched on the nose of the giant skull. Immediately after, the skull woke up, looking around in confusion, jumping in shock and asking, where is this? Where is everyone? The remaining skull of Xiaoke keeps panicking and shouting, where is everyone? Where is the goddess Hai? Weren't we just in the middle of a great battle earlier? He looked around and asked, where am I? The primal energy in the air is so weak and uncomfortable I can't even open my consciousness. Mom! Hey, new ghost, can you stop already? Are you so scared you had to call for your mother? This is the demon graveyard. Can't you let us dead rest in peace? Xiaoke exclaimed in fear. Mom, ghost! That guy rushed at him and shouted, don't you feel ashamed to talk about me? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what a ghost you look like? C rolled around and then hit a sword, making a clanging sound. He looked at his reflection in the mirror with horror. Wow, what bad luck. Little Black, I've turned into a skull. Then Tyuke remembered, yes, I remember now. At that time, when we were in the great battle, many super gods fighting at once, a powerful energy created a space hole, and I fell into it. Before losing consciousness as the space-time portal was closing, he saw a stranger arrive at the battlefield. He was looking at Xiaoke, an extremely powerful person, definitely stronger than any super god on the battlefield. Who exactly is he? And you, because you used the power of the super god Dark Ancestral Dragon, your body reached its limit when you fell and disintegrated, turning into the skull shape like now. Tyuke was tearful at this moment, not expecting that he was still alive, truly a great blessing and good fortune. But then he suddenly sensed something unusual and exclaimed, no, there's still someone else entering the space crack. That person is none other than Xiaoyao Ni. She fell into the space with a state of agitation and extreme fear. Tyuke immediately turned to ask the skull from earlier. Uncle Skull, may I ask if Dongfang Kingdom is here? He spat in his face in anger and shouted, Uncle, I'm only 16 years old. In this trashy place, everyone calls me Zhao Zilong, the heartthrob of thousands. I guess based on the skull, it's got some age too. Damn. Tulong added, this is the furthest border of the southern wilderness, Kangdong Changzhou, far from the eastern kingdom. 2K was stunned and thought to herself, Changzhou, why have I never heard of it before in the southern wilderness? Suddenly a foot steps forward, reminding you, it's over. Someone is coming to check. Act dead quickly. Although we are already dead, an old man with a blindfold, tattered clothes, carrying something on his back and holding a large clamp in his hand, walks in. The gentle breeze. 2K still stands there, muttering, too long. I haven't finished asking yet. Let's talk a bit more. The blind old man immediately sensed something was off, froze, and then quickly reached out with the tongs in his hand to poke at you. A Buddha, hallelujah, don't pick me up. The old man grabbed a skull and chuckled triumphantly. Today was really lucky. I didn't expect it to be too long. It shouted, damn, I was pretending to be dead. Why did it still pick me up? The blind old man threw it into the basket behind him and walked over to check the other side. Just one more is enough. Xiaoke lies still, sighing. Zulong, it seems you've lost more than you've gained. I will miss you a lot. Rest in peace. Suddenly, you turn pale in fear and startle. It turns out he had already come back, picked you up and asked, lucky you, there's still one here. Does your name have any real meaning or not? Say it. After a brief period of chaos, Xiaoke can only curse inwardly. After a while, a skull was placed on the table with the word fire stuck on its forehead. The blind old man finished and chuckled happily. Tulong replied, he's the one who inspects and captures skulls to extract fire seeds. Hey, old fart, what are you doing to my big brother? Wait there. After I ascend, I will destroy you. He finished and threw it aside, then said, with a few more intelligent fire skulls, my treasure can come back to life with a soul and consciousness. The blind old man continued. The final step is just one step away. I've spent half my life, unbothered by the monsters chasing me, just to complete my masterpiece. It's almost done. With it, I can prove to those high-level conservative monsters who helped me. My path of cultivation is correct and not some evil way. With it, I can become the most powerful vassal, revered by many, with endless wealth and beautiful women. Xiaoke was startled after hearing this and asked loudly, hey, monster race! Did you just say monster race? Isn't the monster race already wiped out? He turned to ask again, what? Where did this country bumpkin skull come from? My family is the Monster Clan, the strongest of the ancient wilderness. Hearing that, you turned pale. The The ancient era, that strange old man, don't tell me the ancient era he mentioned is the year of the ancient era. The blind old man was writing and then turned back to reply, exactly. Why? Could it be that your skull still retains the memories of many predecessors, absorbing you, old man's treasure, which will surely become more intelligent, and you must reach the penultimate stage? At this moment, Xiaoke was worried. Perhaps back then, many supergods collided, creating not a space hole, but a time hole. And I have entered the ancient era, a civilization far apart from ours. And now, it's finally Tu Long's turn. It turned to ask you, new demon, I still don't know your name. Forever. You see your new friend being thrown away and shout out, Ye Xiaoqi, Tu Long, my name is Ye Xiaoqi. The golem continues to successfully absorb the fire essence from the skull of the death dragon, and small blood vessels start to appear on its head. He points at you and confidently says, next, it's your turn. Add more people. My treasure has absorbed 10,000 fire souls, and by accepting it, you can fully obtain a body and give birth to a soul. After finishing, he quietly reached into the basket. Xiaoque nervously watched the shadowy hand of the blind old man approaching him. The blind man's hand is getting closer and closer to me. Xiaoqi suddenly bit him fiercely and said, let me stretch out this hand for you. He shouted in pain. The boy bit and broke one of the old man's fingers. Tiuqi quickly took the chance to jump outside and run away, thinking to herself, what kind of joke is this? I don't want to stay in this place anymore. I still have the responsibility of saving the world on my shoulders. The blind old man still stands there shouting until his eyes turn red. He takes off the cloth over his eyes and mutters, you old fool, you've successfully provoked me. The other arm of the old man suddenly turned into a strange green tentacle. Xiaohu moved slowly by, jumping up but not very fast, crying out in confusion, what should I do? I'm too weak now, what should I do? Meanwhile, the blind old man suddenly rushed at lightning speed. He quickly grabbed you with his tentacle arm and slammed you down, causing the ground to crack. His other arm holding the fire tag, he sneered and said, you bastard, run all you want. Damn it. He didn't hesitate at all, quickly throwing you towards the lost warrior. In just a blink, Xiaoque was right in front of that mysterious warrior. It simultaneously absorbs the fire seed inside him. He worries silently that he can no longer move. He can't die here. Suddenly, at that moment, a girl appeared and said, I found him. The exiled demon with a special target. The old man was startled and widened his eyes, raising his hand to interrupt. Wait a moment, where did this wild girl come from? I didn't get to finish reading the old man's name. The girl broke the door and stepped in, saying, sorry, I accidentally damaged the door. On behalf of the Holy Temple, I have a question for you, Senior Demon. I don't know why, but he immediately covered his face in embarrassment and scolded, damn it, Xiaoque is still being pulled here, and all you do is pee in your pants. Tears welling up, he said. With this look of yours, you still call yourself a villain? Don't make your uncle here laugh his teeth out. Xiaoke suddenly realized she could still move. Could it be because he was distracted? Damon pointed at the girl and scolded her. Why have I never had dealings with the Holy Temple? And why are you breaking the door to stop me from doing my work today? Zaxa replied, I was sent to investigate the evil organization of Hell that just appeared on the Taiyuan continent. I heard you know them. Then she pretended to be cute and explained, that's right. I was born with a slightly greater strength than others. I just can't control it well. As soon as I touched it, this door broke. I'll make it up to you later. Demon Hunter widened his eyes in confusion. So what if I know the location of Hell? What if I don't? None of this concerns you. From afar, I explained that recently the underworld has been fighting us everywhere. Many of our missionary sites have been destroyed, and many believers have fled to the newly built temple, the Holy Peace Temple, which dislikes war and hopes to negotiate with the underworld. So they sent me here. So you want me to tell you where that crazy group's base is, which is also the location of Hell? Bingo. She snapped her fingers in response. That's right. Dakman agrees and asks, all right, but please wait outside for a moment. There is an important matter here that cannot be distracted. Mr. Dakman, what are you practicing? This body is hiding a great source of power, and it's growing hair. Look at that. It's even sweating. She jumped to the left, eyes wide with amazement, and continued, look at these eyes. They don't look like a puppet at all. They seem to have a soul. After hearing this, Tayman felt proud, and of course I didn't mind being chased away by monsters. To avoid wasting time sleeping, I specially sewed my eyes shut and stayed awake without rest for half my life. It's because I wanted to create the undefeated spirit treasure with a soul. Its current soul has just appeared, so it looks like a child. Eyes are the purest thing. If I succeed, I might even be able to create a person in the future. You're impressive, huh? Giving a thumbs up from afar. No wonder Mr. Jan didn't mind spending time with the corpse, so in the future girls like us won't need to give birth anymore. I really look forward to it. He immediately chased her away. Hurry up and go outside. I have work to do. I keep telling myself inside. Little girl, come out quickly and wait. After the old master finishes, he will teach you how to create a person. On Ko Loi's side, the chains have now been shattered. Laudak Man looks over excitedly, sensing victory is near. Koi Loi is now forming skin and flesh to fill in the missing parts. Hair has fully grown back, and it opens its eyes to look ahead, thinking to itself, I am alive again. Laudak Man, witnessing this, cheers excitedly. It's a success. Almost there. My treasure is about to surpass the world. Ko Loi stood there proudly, then suddenly looked at its palm and asked, Old man, this body can only have the strength of a saint spirit at most, so where is that undefeated title you keep bragging about? He pointed at it and scolded, What? The Holy Spirit has become the ultimate power in this world, capable of dominating one region and walking proudly across the land. Who are you? Isn't it my treasure? Suddenly it smiled with a mysterious expression and replied, How could you forget me so quickly? So this is Xiaokei after successfully possessing a body. Old man Dakman froze stiff as if turned to stone, then clutched his chest and spat blood in agony. He sank into despair, lowering his head with a dark face, regret flashing through his mind. My precious, the treasure I raised with great effort. Then Dakman took out a bone talisman and shouted, How dare your mixed skull try to harm my treasure? I will make you suffer eternal servitude. Kyukei saw this and immediately rushed forward, shouting, Old thief, don't think you can achieve your goal. Dakman raises the flag, using a talisman, his hand and muscles radiating a surge of spiritual energy. The old man responds, It's too late. As he was about to throw his punch, golden chains appeared and wrapped around him. Xiaokei exclaimed, What is this? My body. Your punch was thrown but stopped right in front of the old man. Dakman was stunned, thinking this was dangerously close to death. Almost sent his soul back to the western heaven. C clenched his face in frustration and shouted, Damn it! The curse on this body that the thief set up earlier. He replied, No, I have to reset the contract with my mind or I still can't fully control this body. Then, Dakman continued to use the flag and said, Just one last step to control you, and at that moment you'll definitely regret it. Determined not to be controlled, he threw his final punch, breaking the incomplete chains and shouted, Dream on! I will break all barriers with my full strength. Xiao He successfully punched the old man in the stomach, blood flowing and a scream echoing. Dakman was slammed against the wall, covered in blood, the flag falling from his hand, his mouth trembling as he muttered, I won't accept this. I won't accept this. After a lifetime of effort I have to surrender to others, I won't accept it. Just then, noticing the commotion outside, someone peeked in from the doorway and asked curiously, Do you need help? I heard the noise from outside. Seeing her, Dakman sneered and said, Revenge is here. This made Xiaokei instinctively look outside in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly threw the command flag at her head from afar, leaving her stunned and confused, but blood was already spurting out. Dachan points at her with a mixture of regret and fury, saying, I will make you a slave forever, even if I die. The contract is sealed. And far away, someone holding their bleeding head screams in pain. The wound on her forehead is interacting with the flag, and her blood has stained it. The contract has been successfully claimed. Xiaoko was frustrated and wanted to rush out to confront author Wang Defa, but failed. A moment later, someone stood far away raising a fist to question. Hey, did you kill Muda Man? I still haven't completed my mission, damn it. I'm going to spank you. As soon as she finished speaking, he anxiously asked, What's going on? Why do I keep hearing these commands in my head? Spank that butt. Xiaoki grimaced and realized she had lost control of her body, sensing that something bad was about to happen. Please, no. Then that body immediately obeyed the request, voluntarily pulling down its pants to reveal a seductive buttocks that made Za Sha jump in shock. She froze in place, completely still, then directly pointed at Xiaokei and scolded, You pervert! He pulled up his pants, feeling embarrassed and thinking to himself, What the hell is going on? I'm innocent. It was entirely my body acting on its own just now. He looked down at what was on the ground and wondered, could it be because of that flag? Kyukei quickly thought of a way to destroy it. First break it in half, then burn it to ashes. Then you walk over, place your hand on her shoulder and ask, Hey, beautiful girl, try giving an order one more time. The red-faced girl shouted, Pervert, don't touch me. Roll away somewhere else. The farther the better. Just like before, keywords appeared in Xiaokei's mind. Roll away somewhere else. The farther the better. So he rushed outside, screaming in panic, Damn it! My body is out of control again. Then Xiaokei's body instinctively soared into the air, spinning multiple times as he kept complaining. She said it was fine to go further, so why add the death roll? He landed, rolled forward like a wheel, then stuck to the cliff face, his soul leaving his body. From afar, I seemed to have heard something before I died. Senior said the contract was successful. Could it be that I have now signed a contract with this pervert, and it's a slave contract? Then she chuckled mischievously, showing her pride. Damn it, with him as her bodyguard, won't I be able to dominate this water realm continent in the future? What? Again. Just then, he turned around from afar and let out a sound, while Xiaoko was startled and jumped. She fake smiled and asked, "Do you plan to do something bad? Want to kill me? You can't do that. The contract restricts actions that harm its owner." Suddenly, a new person appeared, walking with powerful strides into the scene. This person successfully caught the attention of both of them, revealing a girl who looked like Xiao Yun, and she asked, "What happened?" "Mukdak Man, who was abandoned by our holy clan, has already been killed by you." Looking from afar at the girl, then making a comment. "If I remember correctly, you are the 13-year-old prodigy of the holy clan who reached the level of Yuan Spirit Master, Huang'an." Meanwhile, Xiaohe was a bit surprised and ran out, exclaiming, "Huang'an!" Kot Huang once mentioned that her previous life name was Huang'an. Xiaohe looked at each feature on the girl's body, her white hair and the sacred clan's mole near her eye. Then he immediately shouted, "Mom!" The person in Kot Huang's words, the last mother, disappeared mysteriously in ancient times. Xiaohe approached and hugged the girl's leg while crying, "Mom, I'm so happy to meet you. Don't worry, from now on with me here, no one can bully you." Anyway, Huang'an is just a young girl right now, feeling a bit embarrassed being held and pushing you away, then asking who you are after her mother disappeared. "Stop talking nonsense and let me go." The girl thought to herself that this person was very strong, yet she couldn't break free. Could he also be a holy spirit like the elder of the clan? From afar, Zoa grimaced and introduced herself, saying, "I am Zoa, envoy of the holy temple. I can explain this." She thought to herself, this demon world guy is really a pervert, always rushing in when he sees a cute girl. He probably isn't afraid of being hunted down by the holy clan. "That perverted lolicon over there, are you done showing off? Get out of here now." "No one ordered me to do this. No one ordered me to do this." I'm not allowed to roll out as soon as she finished speaking. He repeated his actions, rushing forward and scolding. Damn it again. The author is too lazy to even draw illustrations. He couldn't add another broken image and still have a conscience. Then Xiaokui experienced airline service again, followed by the wheel of justice rolling straight ahead. He continued clinging to the cliff, weakly complaining. "Girls should be polite and cultured. Don't just roll around whenever you feel like it." Sasa scratched his head and said, "He was just created by Mu Diemang. His intelligence just activated. Maybe like a newly born duckling, the first person he meets is automatically considered his mother." "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I don't know why, but when a strange man hugged me, I didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, I felt strangely close." After listening to Sasa's story, the girl replied, "I see. Mukdakman was bitten back by his own puppet. I will report this to the elder of the clan. If the puppet has a master, then Sister Za will continue to manage it. We'll see what the elder decides later." She stood by the grave, turned, and asked, "That's right, Huang-an sister. What brings you here this time? Isn't Mukdakman already expelled from the Holy Clan?" The girl replied, "Recently, the Holy Clan has been facing some issues, and the Elder Council suspects it's related to the recent appearance of the Underworld organization, so they sent me to investigate secretly." From afar, she added, "So our goals are the same, right? But Mukdakman is already dead, and the clues are gone too." Huang'an stepped forward and took out something, saying, "No, the clues are not lost. I just found this on Mukdakma." She looked over in surprise and exclaimed, "The demon seal talisman," then added from afar, "That place isn't exactly a friendly hideout, or should we go together, so at least we can support each other, and that twisted puppet out there might also protect us." The girl looked behind and asked, "The puppet? Doesn't he have a name? I feel like he's more like a real person, truly having a soul." Xiaokei was sitting there, chin propped up, muttering absent-mindedly as she changed her perspective. Suppose a tall, handsome guy suddenly runs out and hugs me, saying I am his biological son born by my mother, and that he traveled back from hundreds of years in the future. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't believe it. I thought he was a crazy pervert. I would have just punched him to death. But after exchanging blows, what happens next? I'm not from this era either, and I don't even know how to get back. Everyone is fighting desperately, uncertain of life or death. Xiaokui, overwhelmed, clutches her head and shouts, her anger blocked by an overwhelming force. She can't contact her mother inside the space, and Tiu Ni has also fallen into a crack in time and space. I have to find her too. This is so frustrating. Just then, a figure appeared in the distance, crouching down and asking, Sadio, what are you muttering to yourself here? The boy shouted in a fierce reaction. Who is Sadio? Don't arbitrarily give me those weird nicknames. She pondered. If you are my slave now, I can't let someone go nameless. Maybe I should think of a secret name like Sao, or maybe Sajudi instead. Tiu K looked over and thought to herself, it seems she is the biggest problem she needs to solve right now. Meanwhile, over there, she kept coming up with distant surnames for him. Satyen Maksamao. Xiaoke turned to ask, so where is my mother, Huang'an? Are you the only one who came out here? She calmly replied. Are you asking about Huang'an? I also invited her to come along, but she said she had another task on the way and left earlier. However, our destinations are the same, so we will meet again sooner or later. Huang'an, my younger sister, is really adorable. I couldn't help but form a sworn sisterhood with her earlier. I want to see her again soon. This news hit me like a thunderbolt. I exclaimed in panic. Sworn sisterhood. So this little one suddenly becomes my senior? Xiaokui is furious. I can't keep this troublesome woman. I can't keep her. I can't keep her. He started calculating the blood contract between himself and her, establishing a relationship through blood, so even if he destroyed the formation earlier, it was useless. To test this again, unless absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to use this method. Then Xiaoke created a magic circle, recited a spell. Dark elements wandered through the sky, summoning a corrosive power under my name to forge a furnace that devours all magic. His face reddening, he continued, the most powerful curse-breaking spell in history has only one flaw. Tiuke also pretended to shout and pose seductively, but surprisingly the chains binding him grew even tighter. He trembled and wondered, what kind of cursed trap is this? It also knows how to automatically increase its defenses. After a while, Xiaoke looked at his hand and wondered, could this thing be unbreakable? No, there is still one last way, he thought to himself, to manipulate his sister so she would voluntarily break the contract. A cunning glint flashed in Xiaoko's eyes. I am a true man who has overcome countless trials and tribulations, blooming like fresh flowers. It all started with a conversation between you and Xia, like a player talking to an NPC. She asked Tiuke, Sadi, why do you suddenly look at me so strangely? The young man hesitated between two choices, revealing his real name or accepting the name Saad. He decided to be honest and replied, beautiful lady, I do have a real name. My name is Nguyet Tiuke. So you have a name, your soul was just born, but why do you sound like you've had a soul for a long time when you talk? Xiaokui continued to honestly reply, I am one of the intelligent skulls collected by Muda Man, and when I was absorbed, she appeared and distracted the old man. Thanks to that, I was saved. She is my savior. The beautiful savior of the world, those words made her confused, and she responded, really? What am I good at that I deserve to be called the savior? This is the first time someone has praised me like that. You still have to choose to insult her, making her feel ashamed, and the difference is so great that she becomes confused and panicked. Or continue to flatter or hold her tightly to make her develop feelings or secretly ogle her chest. So Xiaoke decided to flatter, standing there saying sweet words with a blushing face, stopping her. Stop quickly. I can't stand more compliments. At this moment, he faced three choices. To continue flattering her, to ask her to revoke the slave contract, or to push her down. Xiaohe stepped forward, pressed her against the cliff, and at the same time, he placed his hand on it with a thud. She lowered her eyes, her heart blooming, and softly asked, what are you planning to do? He sincerely replied, can I tell you a story? Actually, I'm not a puppet like you think. If you want to say something, just say it. I'll listen, so why use this stance? Xiaoko explained, in my hometown, this stance is called kabid. Using this stance means everything said is sincere, but in my mind, I think differently. Just kidding, if I did this on Earth, I'd get punched without a doubt. I only did it to get some words back after you played with me. Jiaji placed his hand on your shoulder from afar and said, Ga's like that, so go ahead and speak. The situation has changed now. You should lean against the wall, 2K. He looked at the two oranges in front of him, blushing, thinking to himself, damn it, does she also want to get something out of me? There's so much happening in front of us. After hearing your story, Jiaji burst into tears. Xiaokui, you're in a terrible situation, and your mother has suffered too. The forces behind everything are too terrible. Your face looks sad, and you think to yourself, sorry, I can't tell you everything. The story I just told isn't entirely complete. The goddess Hai and I both traveled back from many years in the future, knowing it would only bring harm to you. Especially the hell and the prosperous divine palace in this era are very likely connected to the female goddess Hai, as well as the crystal left by goddess Hai in your consciousness. During the journey through time, it flew away on its own, and later there might be a major problem. Then she continued, I will now dissolve the contract between us. Xiaoko asked again, Are you not afraid that everything just now was false, and your only goal was to trick me into freeing you? She honestly replied, I practice the unique secret technique of the Holy Temple Holy Speech technique. I can sense the truth or falsehood in your words. Although some parts are very vague, most of the content is true, so I believe you. Are you recalling something and pondering? The divine speech technique that Long Tai Dian also used. That's right, according to historical records, during the ancient era, the Holy Temple and the Divine Temple once fought a great war of respect. After the Holy Temple was defeated, even the Holy Language technique was swallowed by the Divine Temple. It seems Long Dian hasn't mastered the essence of the Holy Speech technique. I've never heard of him distinguishing truth from falsehood through words, but perhaps his telepathic sense is not as good as Little Mother's. She can directly sense thoughts. Stop standing there dazed and get ready. It's time to break the contract and welcome your freedom. Xiaoqi sincerely replied, Go ahead, thank you. Suddenly she exclaimed, What's going on? Why isn't it being undone? He cursed under his breath. Damn it, the chains on your body are tightening even more. Someone from afar pats your back to encourage you, saying, 2K, don't worry. I will lead you to our clan's sanctuary, where the elders might be able to help us break the contract. Shoku replied, with no other choice left, But I think we should go to the Demon City together first. I'm a bit worried about Miss Huang Ying. The Demon City doesn't sound like a safe place. After some time, he was now dressed in new clothes and walking while thinking that spiritual energy on the continent is now very scarce. Almost no primal force felt in the air. No wonder a single saint spirit is already a top-tier combat power. This might be the apocalyptic era mentioned in the records. Does younger sister Huang An really look exactly like your mother when she was young? Seeing how interested you are in Princess Huang An, I thought you had become a pervert who doesn't let go even of children, Xiaoko shouted. I am not a pervert. It was a misunderstanding when you ordered to spank her. Zha Zha strokes his chin and continues. Moreover, now you are already a top expert on the continent. The Holy Spirit Hall can freely change your clothes and appearance, but you've transformed into this beggar outfit. If it were me, I would create all kinds of clothes, never repeating. She points ahead and says, In front is Sabi City. Let's go buy some additional gear first. Look at the city gate. The guards are talking. The captain, Look, that beautiful girl wants to enter the city. He looked out and replied, Last time your little guy called an 80-year-old woman beautiful, let me see first. As soon as he saw her from afar, he opened his mouth in surprise and said, She is indeed a top beauty. She will definitely earn a generous reward for the city lord. Hold on, you two suspicious outsiders. I suspect you might be carrying dangerous items into the city that could threaten everyone's safety and property. Come here so I can check your bodies. TUK didn't hesitate and punched him hard, scolding. That damn servant dares to deliberately make things difficult for me. I look at my bloodied hand and wonder would I have done the same before. Do we really have to kill him right now? The person far away immediately grabbed TUK's hand and pulled her away. What are you just standing there for? Run quickly. He looked at his hand and wondered, even though I didn't resist, I am still a holy spirit, and Zasa could easily drag me away. This strength reminds me of the unicorn arm of the goddess who granted it to me. Xiaoka frowned, recalling the holy speech, the unicorn arm. Something's not right with this temple. After a frantic escape, Ji stood there panting and said, Damn, we're lucky to have escaped. There's no sanctuary of the holy temple here. It's really inconvenient. You turn to ask, are you worried that we might be caught by those guards? Don't worry, I will protect you. From afar, he replied, No, I'm just afraid you'll kill someone again. You just came back to life and already killed 2 people. Our holy temple upholds peace. We cannot slaughter and kill recklessly. Understanding the situation, Xiaoko said, Yes, there were times in the past when I had to kill, but I always tried my best not to harm lives. Now I have killed 2 people. Is it because of this body? Maybe before I died, I used the power of the dark ancestral dragon to change my mind. After a while, I peeked outside and said, The guards have all gone the other way. Let's quickly buy some supplies and keep moving. Shoka silently assessed, this girl is definitely used to causing trouble, with top-notch hiding and escaping skills, very experienced. I also don't know how to return now, so for the time being, I'll follow her and learn about the current era. The scene shifts to the Demon City's capital. A strange voice exclaims excitedly, It's a breakthrough, finally a breakthrough. A bloody red beam of light descends from the sky onto the ground, and a blurry figure appears within it, saying, Damn it. I almost couldn't survive the heavenly tribulation and turned to dust, but this body given to me by the underworld is really awesome. The figure of an evil woman appears, naked and proud, struck by the heavenly tribulation, yet still alive. This is the body of an ancient demon god, and I am becoming more and more interested in hell. Looking ahead, she said, "There is a gear shop up front," and Xiaoke found it strange and wondered why this sign looked familiar. Suddenly, a beautiful and enthusiastic female employee approached closely and invited him in. "Hello, handsome. Do you want to come in and buy something?" Qiuke blushed and stepped back, saying, "And there's also this familiar accidental brush against someone else. Don't tell me this place of yours is also called the Ancient Wasteland Trading Guild." The female employee sweetly retorted, "Hey, handsome. Do you know about our guild? Although our guild is not large now, one day we will become the leading guild on the continent. For this goal, everyone is trying their best, especially the shop owner." He was indifferent and unconcerned, secretly thinking that in the future their ancient trading guild would become the leading guild under the guidance of a genius. While far beside him, someone was drooling and admiring the shop full of various items. Our ancient trading guild not only sells weapons, defensive tools, and various adventure items, but also recently launched adventure dresses, custom designed to fit each person. When Qiuke heard this, he blurted out in surprise, "Clothes designed to measure?" Then he leaned on the table and asked, "Do you have paper and pens here?" The female staff quickly replied, "Go, please wait a moment." Xiaoke started sketching something on the paper for a while, then finished and asked her with a somewhat mischievous expression, "Can this be done?" Qiuke pointed into the distance and told the female staff member, "Body measurements based on the girl shopping over there." The female staff smiled and confirmed, "Of course, I will complete the task. Please wait a moment." After that, he turned to pull her inside and said, "Let's go over there to change clothes and get the number." From afar, San Juan was trying on the new outfit designed by Zhao He, while scolding him for making her change again, saying the previous dress was too short, and wondering if he was planning something perverted. She suddenly thought, "But this outfit looks so beautiful. I wonder how he came up with this design. Could it be a traditional costume from his distant homeland? See, how could this be called a perverted act? Isn't it very inappropriate for the destination of this trip to Demon City to wear a fake holy costume? So you need to change your outfit, and it's best to even take off the accessories on your head. Got it? I am not acting out of personal desire. You're targeting what's on the table, and I'll put her magic dictionary into this bag called a school bag for her. Must say the tailoring here is top-notch." From afar, she saw that this made sense and smiled at you. "Thank you, Xiaoke. You are truly very considerate." The female clerk quickly processed the payment for the items purchased. Miss Jaja bought a flying machine as a daily item. Including the custom-made outfit for this handsome guy, after the discount, it's only $9.98 top-quality spirit stones. Xiaoke and Zasha both gasped in shock upon hearing the price. "That's so expensive. This isn't a discount, it's a robbery. I've been so busy talking that I didn't notice something important. I'm broke, I forgot I just arrived in this era, and now I have no money, and I can't return the custom design either." Suddenly, a man holding the design sketch hurriedly rushes over and asks Xiaoque, "Is this your drawing? You don't understand what's going on and nervously confirm that I drew it? How? That outfit can reach deep into the inner world. I just finished it and rushed out to find you." "Exactly." He continued to whistle in admiration. "This is the feeling of first love. An outfit that transcends time can evoke the sensation of first love in a person. I, Ost Williams, want to buy the exclusive rights to this outfit for 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones." Xiaoke stared in amazement and admiration at the man in front of him, Bon William. In the history books, he is recorded as a business genius who elevated the ancient merchant guild to the peak of the Toi Nguyen continent. The ancestor of his sister's father, he felt like he had stumbled upon a great opportunity and decided to form an alliance. "I didn't expect you to be a fellow member of the Noble Circle LSP. Here are the designs for some provocative lingerie. I'll give you a future tycoon. Let's be friends," Mr. Williams replied with a sinister smile. "How can that be? Let's definitely become sworn brothers." "Brother, take this black card. From now on, you'll get a share of the clothing shop's profits. Remember to supply me with more good items like this." Smiling happily, he hurriedly grabbed the small bag in his hand. "It's done. The items have been purchased, and I didn't expect them to also give a bag of space storage items. There aren't many people on the entire continent who own something like this." Suddenly, a fierce wolf-faced man shouted loudly, "Brother, come here quickly, those two are here. Beast guards of beastmen." Oh, right, it's recorded in the historical texts. During the era of the ancient kings, the relationship between beastmen and humans was not so bad. It was only when a large number of mutants were exposed that humans began to reject beastmen. She had prepared a flying machine and called out loudly, Hurry up and get on my glider. I'll take you for a ride. Sitting on this strange contraption, he thought to himself. No wonder this glider is so advanced. In the era of difficult magic cultivation, technological equipment will develop rapidly. As spiritual energy and primal power become abundant, these external objects will gradually be forgotten, and the driver will shout energetically from afar, "We're here! We're here! I can feel it." Even though it's my first time driving, after I grip the steering bar tightly, I feel a strong sense of control. She reminded Xiaoko to stay steady, saying, "We are entering the city lord's territory to buy this. With it, we can catch up to your sister." Huang Ying finished speaking, then waved his hand loudly from afar, and the plane soared up, startling him. "Take it slow, we're not in a hurry." Xiaoko shouted loudly to warn her. There's a wall ahead, but she's still rushing forward. "Brake, brake, brake!" She still looked confused and asked, "What brake?" Then she summoned her magic. "Watch me, I'll cast the holy spell to save you, Grandma. You feel so far away and untrustworthy that you shout loudly. Which sect's divine language is this, speaking golden words? Which teacher is teaching this?" The more the plane circles, the more dizzy and nauseous Xiaohe feels. Hold on tight to her as she moans. And let me tell you this. With her driving skills, St. Lin is truly impressive. The beast guards and beastmen are determined not to let them escape, launching net traps to catch them. Running under the sun is unavoidable. Zaza and Xiaoke haven't gone far before they get hit. Behind them, a male and female pair are chasing. Satnuten gives the order. The cannon targets the demonic forces, aiming precisely to fire. The female mechanic, holding a magnifying glass and having carefully examined everything, announced that her positioning was complete. Immediately after, the special tank she operated fired 2 powerful magic bullets. Darren, Diocesan artillery fires. With a bang, the shell hits the mobile aircraft of Zaza and Xiaoke. Smoke and flames rise high. I don't know if they are okay. On this side, Dong Huang is holding the girl and praising her without holding back. "Captain Kanvei did very well. The intruder has been eliminated. To reward you, I will increase your salary by an additional 10,000 spirit stones." She didn't rejoice immediately because when the smoke cleared, she saw something on the other side. "Wait, Lord City Lord, over there." Over there, Xiaoqi holds Zaya in her arms, protecting her safely. The cloak on his back has been torn to shreds by gunfire. Xiaohe turned to look at Dong Huang and the woman, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Killing the woman and breaking free from Dong Huang's loving embrace, he immediately launched an attack. She threw a punch, confronting Xiaoke while threatening, "Don't even think about harming my city lord." But before she could finish her words, she was struck by Xiaoke, causing internal injuries and blood to spurt from her mouth. Konu's gloves were torn apart. His powerful punch broke her arm and shattered the blindfold, revealing a fierce scar beside her eye. Xiao King smiled bloodthirstily. My next punch will stain your fist with blood." Dong Huang behind him turned pale with fear. Even the strongest guard captain of the city couldn't withstand a single punch from him. "I have information on the experts across the primeval continent. Could he be a peerless master hiding in the shadows, unseen by the world?" From afar, seeing that Xiaokui seemed unwilling to stop, she had to shout to stop her. "Xiaokui, listen to me. Do not kill her." "All right." Xiaokui made her move, punching forcefully into the ground. The rumbling thundered as the earth cracked apart. Not only where they stand, but the crack is spreading across the city. The continuous creaking sounds echo. The mountain sways as if about to collapse, and Tan Tree at the top of the mountain is now fragile like a broken toy, trembling with the slightest touch. Fortunately, that punch didn't hit her. She trembled as she sat beside the crack, tears falling down, still pleading for the city lord she loved. "Why don't you kill me? Kill me already, spare the city lord. Although I am only a mixed blood, the city lord has never looked down on me. I am willing to sacrifice my life to save his." Tiuke did not reply, his whole body still blazing with murderous intent, an unstoppable aura. Over here, Dong Huang was so cowardly that he drove the mobile tank to escape, muttering as he ran, "Captain of the guard, I will remember your sacrifice for life. I am the city lord, I cannot die with you here." Tiuke abandoned the dazed girl and rushed to capture the city lord Dong Huang, as his words seemed to have angered him. With a loud crash, the mobile tank was destroyed on the spot by Tiuke. Help is coming from afar to treat the girl's arm, but she ignores her injuries and screams at Xiaoke in despair, "Don't do it." On this side, Xiaoko is grabbing Dong Huang and lifting him up high. He is so weak that he has no strength to resist. Choked by the collar and struggling to breathe, Dong Huang gasps out 2 words, "Save me." But in front of him, a fierce Xiaoke shows no mercy at all. Then, suddenly remembering something, he pointed to the woman and signaled Dong Huang to look over there. Xiaokui showed him a way to survive. If he didn't want to die, he had to swear an oath and obey this young outsider in the future. No. Listen to this big sister like a loyal dog and do 10,000 good deeds every day, or you'll die here. While speaking, she didn't loosen her grip, and Dong Huang's face turned red from suffocation. He couldn't speak, only nodded with wide eyes to show his agreement. From then on, the Demon City Sabi had a new city lord who loved his wife to death and performed countless good deeds every day. Some said he was insincere, others said he was genuine, but legends about him still circulated in the history books of Sabi. After finishing their business in Sabi City, Sa and Xiaohe continued on their way, with Sa guiding and saying, "You control it. I heard that the more primordial energy you channel into this high-grade hoverboard, the faster it goes." The two stepped onto the hoverboard and Xiaohe prepared to depart. "All right, let me try. Hold on tight. Keep your energy flowing down to your legs. For safety, transmit a small part first." A small part of Xiaohe is different from ordinary people, and the two rush forward with a whoosh, leaving only a thin trail of smoke behind. "From afar," he said happily. "With this speed, we'll soon catch up to Princess Huang An." Tuke focused on controlling the skateboard and nodded slightly in agreement. While moving, something troubled Xiaohe. The bloodthirsty and aggressive feelings in his body from Sabi City are truly overwhelming. If he can't control himself, will Xiaohe still be himself in the future? Someone far behind is also pondering the same question. Why has Xiaohe become so aggressive and bloodthirsty? We need to bring him back to the territory quickly. The elders must know the cause. In another place, a girl stands gazing at the floating city in the distant sky shrouded in dark clouds and mutters, "Demon City. This place feels gloomy and unsettling." Suddenly, she raised her eyebrows as she noticed something nearby. In sight is a dog with a red scarf, also staring intently at the distant Demon City. Prince An stepped closer and asked kindly, "Hey, cute stray dog, are you wandering around?" "What do you mean, puppy? I am the future king of darkness and the dark element." Then it suddenly had an inappropriate thought. No, looking at her innocent face, it might actually be useful later. So, Tu Hach changed its attitude and patiently explained, "I am not a lost puppy. I am a treasure-seeking wolf, always looking for treasures. 2 days ago, there was a strong dark element fluctuation here. It must be a dark treasure emerging. That treasure always whispers that damn thing in my head. As for the beauty, there's still something it hasn't told Huang An. Of course, there's also a small chance that some great demon has appeared, but that chance is very slim." Huang An held Tu Hach in her arms and innocently asked what spell the lady was casting. Tu Hach changed the subject, saying, "Forget about that. It seems our goal is the same. We both want to go up there, but only legendary gods can fly in the sky. Moreover, this place is full of trap mechanisms and dozens of defensive formations. Even a slight fluctuation in spiritual energy will trigger an attack." Huang An, holding the puppy, smiled confidently as he carried a rope and said, "Don't worry. I have a way." "Huh? Is this what you mean?" Huang An nodded and said, "Yes. After training the body, our holy clan's physical strength is quite strong, and just relying on brute force might not be enough to throw you down into the demon city. You just need to hold on to the rope tightly." Suddenly, Little Black sprayed glue, confused and asking himself, "Throw?" The little girl lifts it up and spins it around to gain momentum. "Stay ready, little dog." After finishing, he was ready to give the order. Huang An forcefully launched the small black bird like a flying creature, and it screeched loudly as it soared away. "How do I catch it? Which part do I catch?" "That girl, I'm not mentally prepared yet. A large cliff is becoming clearer ahead." Tu Hach didn't have time to understand before its head got stuck in the cliff. "I'm done. No need to hold on anymore. Good job." Seeing that, Huang An panicked and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Xiaohe clung to the cliff and desperately pulled the girl up, and the two of them kept trying to climb up. The chameleon hiding nearby suddenly senses movement. Its soulless, cold eyes like a killer's, revealing that it's targeting Huang An. Immediately, the gecko opened its large, foul-smelling mouth. At that moment, Little Black realized the gecko's intention. It braced itself fiercely, threatening to scare the gecko out of its wits. Knowing its movements had been discovered, the gecko pretended to be frozen for a moment. Tu Hach glared with bloodshot eyes and shouted fiercely to scare it, then immediately ran away as fast as he could. Huang An still didn't realize the gecko was about to bite his head, only feeling something was strange. "Puppy, you have to be careful. I sensed danger earlier, but I couldn't quite identify the source. It seems the danger has disappeared now. Don't worry, I will protect you." Tu Hach could only smile faintly to make the girl happy. "So I should thank you then." It thought, this one's talent isn't bad. Not only does she have extraordinary strength, but her spirit perception is also very sharp. The demon creature earlier was completely undetectable to ordinary people. After struggling for a while, both of them managed to climb up and secretly pressed the large door. Little Black asked mockingly, "So you don't even know your own name and you're here looking for treasure like me?" The girl introduced herself. "I'm Huang Ying, here to carry out an investigation mission on the underworld organization." After hearing that, it pondered for a moment and said, "The organization of hell, could I have been mistaken? This isn't a divine artifact emerging, but a great demon coming forth, so why am I saying this?" Suddenly, Teo Hak's eyes brightened with excitement, and he exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Isn't the great demon's treasure vault also very large? Clearly something it covets so much that it drools," and his smile gradually faded. Seeing the figure, Huang An, curious about the newcomer's identity, wondered, "But who is that?" He brought the offering while trembling with self-reproach, thinking, "I said I was most afraid of ghosts and monsters, so why did the organization still send me? This is terrifying." The Demon Lord, the Supreme Demon, the Hell Envoy requests an audience. Little Black saw the opportunity and prepared to act, the Hell Envoy bringing the tribute at just the right moment. It pulled out a bunch of accessories from somewhere. "Tell Huang An, put on this costume first, I will help you into the Demon City." The girl also obeys it and wears the fake tongue. "So what, are you afraid?" Little Black devised a plan. "Then you will lure that Hell Envoy here, and I will deal with him." Following its order, Huang An stuck his head out, and as he opened his mouth, the fake tongue fell out. The messenger, "Please, follow me over here." The girl looked stiff and thought to herself, "Oh no, I've been caught." The fake tongue fell to the ground with a thud, but the envoy was even more terrified and shouted loudly, "Long live the devil, the long-tongued devil. Don't pull out my tongue." His whole body trembling like a leaf, he asked Huang An where he wanted to take him. The girl whispered softly, "Just follow me." He was stunned, thinking how terrifying it was, his legs refusing to obey, wondering if she really intended to pull out his tongue later. Tiny Black sneaked from behind, grinning cunningly, and ambushed the envoy, hitting him on the head with a big piece of wood. While eating the offering, Tiny Black handed the envoy's outfit to Huang An and advised, "Little Huang An, put this on, you can blend in." The girl understood and said, "So I can disguise myself as a messenger to gather more information." "Little pup, have you really thought this through for me?" Then she continued, "And you, where will you go next?" It stands on the roof and replies, "Little girl, you disguise yourself as a messenger to distract them. I will go behind and loot their treasury. Don't forget to harvest his soul or you'll be exposed later." Following Xiaohui's orders, Huang Ying cast a spell on the exhausted messenger and muttered, "I'm sorry, I will be careful and won't harm your soul." Behind him, a skull with glowing eye sockets appeared. After the super spirit envoy, Huang Ying was a bit surprised. "I didn't expect that, according to this person's memory, hell has some connection to my holy clan. It's just a pity that this messenger's status is too low. Only a minor errand boy, knowing very little. Only now does the girl remember Tu Hak Tu, and almost all the offerings have been eaten by that little dog. It also returned a small offering to the girl, but only this much remains." Suddenly, Ghost Pearl arrived to deliver a message saying, "The envoy, our queen has a message for you." Huang An reluctantly decided to be clever and only gave a little of her remaining offerings, then replied, "Wait a moment, I'll be there right away." Her face looked regretful as she bit her handkerchief, thinking to herself, this is the pocket money she had saved up for a long time, a significant amount. Later, there would be no more candies to eat during missions. Kui Chao carefully reminded Huang An, "Messenger, follow me. There are many taboos along the way. Please follow Kui Chao's lead." Kui Chao will safely guide you to Her Majesty the Queen. She obeys. "Oh, I see," the Crown Prince said with a cute smile. "Thank you. Kui Chao is friendly. You make me feel very safe." Kui Chao, feeling a bit shy for the first time thanks to the girl's gratitude, says, "Thank you." She clumsily tripped over a stone and immediately fell flat on her face, her expression turning worried as she asked questions. "Kui Chao, are you okay?" Huang An gently takes Kui Chao's hand in hers, leaving it momentarily stunned. Kui Chao looked at her rough hand and silently marveled, "It's so warm, completely different from our monsters." The skull, which had been still all this time, finally moved and angrily declared, "This must be told to Her Majesty the Queen." After finishing, it quickly jumped down into the whirlpool to move away. Before it could go far, the skull bumped into a sturdy shoulder. "What? A skull?" The legendary Skull King. At this moment, Kui Chao looked at the long bridge and gently reminded Huang An that Naiha Bridge was ahead and to remember not to look down beneath it. The river of forgetfulness below, even for spirits, is unbearable to look at. This made the girl very curious and wonder, what's underneath the bridge? Reminded of it, I want to look even more. As I passed through a field of red flowers, Quichao introduced this as the 1,000-year blooming amaryllis, flowers that fall for 1,000 years and can never be seen blooming. Love is not caused by karma. Dewey chooses life or death. This flower is the favorite of the great queen. Huang An marveled, so beautiful. Suddenly the girl felt dizzy and exclaimed, "What is happening?" The aura of death is very strong. Quichao hurriedly took out the token for Huang An. "It's ruined. I was just introducing it and forgot to give you the token. Please take it quickly." Huang An just caught the token, accidentally dropping a few offerings on the ground. Quichao let out a relieved sigh, glad she still made it in time. Because this is the Queen Lady's favorite flower, a great demon is stationed below to guard it, and outsiders without a token will be attacked. After crossing a swamp, Quichao continued. The water here flows from the Vongshuyan River ahead, and inside there are many fierce and savage great demons. The girl was startled and a little frightened after hearing that. Evil spirits. Dozens of demons suddenly appeared and surrounded the two, shouting, "Living ones, food for me." Quichao firmly held his staff and stepped forward to protect. "Don't worry, this bone staff of mine was given by the queen. Its oil is made from the oil of saints' remains, and wherever it shines, evil spirits cannot come near." It swings the bone staff around, muttering, "Get out of the way, get out of the way." Quichao continues, leading the way elsewhere. As soon as it saw the large stone, it introduced itself, saying, "The stone in front is the Tam Sin stone. I happened to overhear Her Majesty the Queen say, this stone can reflect one of your past lives, this life, or your future lives if you are destined, but I have touched it thousands of times, and it still doesn't react at all." Huang An immediately reached out and touched the stone, suddenly startled as if she sensed something. She saw a silhouette of a woman in the bright light emanating around her, then quickly stepped back and exclaimed, "It's too dazzling." Demon Pearl noticed her unusual reaction and asked, "Are you okay, Envoy? Did you see something?" Huang An just brushed it off, saying she saw only a blinding light and maybe she's just not suited for this stone. Let's keep going. In another scene, the skull seems to be constantly submitting to what it perceives as its ancestor, Supreme Skull King. "I am willing to serve you, Your Majesty." Xiaoku nervously looked down and asked, "The Skull King?" You don't really care and just say, "Whatever, fine. You're the local skull here. Lead the way for me." It nods. All right, all right." The skull begins to lead the way without forgetting to introduce itself. "So this is the bridge, huh?" The Skull King. "There is something below." It didn't have time to speak, but there was something invisible underneath, and Xiaokui and the others curiously looked down to see what was there. Here, Quichao has brought Huang An to a large city in front of the Queen's palace called Fong Do, a small mystical realm, so this place is much bigger than it looks from the outside. It shouted loudly to deliver the message. "The Queen is here. The envoy from hell has arrived." A chilling voice echoes from inside. "Quichao, even the devil's envoy can't see through you, so what's the use of keeping you?" An arrow shot straight into Quichao's chest, causing it to slide back 100 meters, leaving a long trail on the ground. The Queen stepped forward, surrounding her with killing intent, and asked, "Who sent you here? Say, I will make your death final." Huang An set aside the precious tribute, and the girl was ready to fight. After Xiaokui and Jiaxia looked down at the Naihei bridge, both suddenly fell silent, and the skull anxiously asked, "Are you okay, Skull King?" "Even if the creatures under the bridge are ghosts, we can't bear to see them. Why didn't you say something earlier, and now you're no longer stuttering?" He spoke fluently, revealing that beneath the bridge is the old ghost of the River of No Return, dressed in a maiden's yem and singing. "Today is a clean day." Tuko lifted a large stone to threaten him. "You wicked demon, I must kill you to save the people." The demon Tran Trung just introduced himself, and it's been many years since anyone dared to enter the demon city. "I am Manhwa, guarding this bridge. Anyone who enters here will die." After finishing, it was crushed by a large stone thrown by Xiaokei, knocking off her collar. A while later, Head Skull also led the two to the red flower area. It continued to introduce itself, saying, "This is Hoa Bin Gan, the favorite of the Great Queen." Head Skull stammered, "Be careful, Your Majesty. There is a great serpent god guarding beneath this sea of flowers." The two looked around and asked, "Where is the great serpent god? I can sense a faint aura of evil energy, but it's too weak and too far away." The skull silently thought, "This doesn't make sense. The spirit power of the snake god is the strongest in the demon world, yet it's gentle. How could it be so far away from the spiritual energy?" Sathan. Banchakshan dangunuong roi, de toi koi fai ra tainua. In fact, the snake body inside the ground is too scared to come out, thinking it can't defeat me. The beast's instinct tells me that going outside means certain death. The skull continues to lead the way to the desolate place, introducing it as the demon swamp, where many fierce and evil spirits gather. You froze in place and asked again, the skull stammering, "So you mean it's us?" The ugly, fat-bellied demon stared at Xiaoke and asked, "Looks like you have some issues with our demon design, little one," the leader said while picking his nose. "Brothers, show them what a real demon is like." A group of demons charged at him. "Brothers, keep going and blow her dress off." Xiaoke couldn't take it anymore and kicked them into the air. "What kind of demon is this?" "It's just a bunch of lustful ghosts." Then they came to the large stone, and the skull continued to explain. "This is the Samsara stone. According to legend, those with fate can see their past or future lives. I once saw myself as a dragonfoot, staring in awe and marveling at how miraculous it was. We both placed our hands on the stone, and she naively said, 'I saw a white cauliflower. Maybe because I love eating too much, so in my next life I will be reborn as a cauliflower eaten by others.' And you, think about it. How ironic. No way I should be the leader, even greater than a dragon." "So what? What did the king see?" Laughing from afar, they teased Xiaoke. "Tell me what you saw," and she blushed and turned away. "I have no interest in this stone. I saw nothing, and the skull just babbles nonsense. Surely the king was still the king in the previous life." In Quithan Fengdo, Mongkoi praised Huang'an before the battle even began. Indeed, the martial cultivation of the Holy Clan is extraordinary, young in age but incredibly powerful. Now that my demonic cultivation has been perfected, I want to establish a sect called the Pursuit of Beauty. If you apprentice under me, I will not only spare your life, but also help you cultivate." The girl asked, "Why do you think I am not an envoy of hell?" She smirked and said, "It's simple. The underworld agreed to give me a man with rare 100-year talent as my final disciple. I didn't expect the visitor to be a girl who is hard to find in 10,000 years." Huang An seized the moment when she was distracted to launch an attack. "Are you still not giving up?" "Not bad, I'm increasingly pleased with you." Huang An decided to unleash a powerful technique. The sacred body art secret of the Holy Clan, the Six Paths leader. The girl kept attacking at lightning speed, dismissively saying, "No wonder this secret technique of the Holy Clan is unmatched. You must be a super rare troublemaker prodigy of the Holy Clan, or you wouldn't understand this yet." Watching Hoang An so far, Mongkoi also begins to strike and says, "It's time, very good. You will be the great disciple to enter seclusion of the Chasing Demon sect, but before that I must teach you a first lesson. Learn to respect your master and honor the way." She gently lifts her wrist to touch the bone fragment on her bracelet, pulls it off and mutters as if casting a spell. Finally unleashing her move, the Crimson Lotus Flesh Core. Huang An became confused after falling for the trick. Kui Chao, still not dead, stopped her. "Please don't." From a tiny demon, Kui Chao has transformed into the shape of a girl. The girl with the Force Duyen holding a bone staff and 2 long horns on her head, her eyes blazing with murderous intent, stood in front of her to protect Huang An's life. But how can Kui Chao fight Mongkoi? After blocking that last blow, it's covered in wounds, while the girl lies right beside it. The bone staff in her hand and her left horn are broken. She sneered, "Kui Chao, I didn't expect someone as weak as you to ever dare to oppose me." "Very well. Great demon should have the appearance of a great demon." Mongkoi raised her hand to continue casting her spell, her voice cold. "This time I will spare your life, but you will be burned by demon fire until your bones and marrow are corroded for 10 days. Devil Joe was burning in hellfire and pain when suddenly she felt something strange behind her. Xiaokui's figure just flashed past, and behind Mongkoi flickered in and out, even more terrifying than a demon. Xiaoqi decisively launched her attack, clenched her fists and stared fiercely at her opponent. As soon as her power struck, Mongkoi immediately stepped back to dodge, her movement so smooth that it briefly stunned him. "What? A magic user who also has this kind of speed?" She quickly spread her legs apart, one hand pressing the ground to keep her body steady. Watching the queen's graceful movements from afar, she couldn't hide her amazement and quietly sighed. "You've dodged it. So far, this is the first opponent who can hold a match against Xiaohe." Your eyes are full of confidence as she turns to look at you and calls out, "This side is for Xiaohe." Although he's a pervert, his combat strength is still quite reliable. "I find it hard to believe, Mongkoi," I ask sharply. "Your speed among magic systems is a bit beyond imagination. Are you going to tear up the paper you're holding?" The skull quickly interjected mockingly. "Queen, give up resisting. Compared to you, this one is the real king." She fell silent, her head bowed and trembling intensely. The old skull was extremely resentful, deeply hurt, saying, "Mongkoi, last time you shattered me over a trivial matter and banished me from the door. I've been talking for a year just because of her lower jaw. I've completely offended her this time. The Skull King, you must defeat it." It started to get excited, jumping onto Xiaoquei's shoulder with a sarcastic tone. This worthless woman only lucked into inheriting the Demon City's legacy. Now the true king has arrived. Yeah, are you sure you'll die? You'll have to serve as a concubine for the king. He looked at it with a doubtful, evaluative gaze. What's gotten into this lamb guy to be so agitated? Still talking so fluently, Mengqi embraced the trembling body, tears unconsciously falling, and muttered instinctively, "What?" Witnessing that scene, the skull looked delighted, laughing and mocking, probably crying tears and snorting, right? Kneel and call the demon mother first. Maybe the king will be gentler with you. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiaoqui shot an annoyed glance at her and muttered under her breath, "Demoness, what is that?" The next moment, you couldn't hold back your emotions, went crazy and threw it away, growling and cursing, "Get out of here! Why are you talking so much?" Meng Kui at that time cautiously spoke. "You are the undefeated god of death, but Muda Ming used countless spiritual bones and flesh to create an old man, which is a bit beyond my imagination. Previously, the old man came to find spiritual bones, but didn't say he would create someone as perfect as you." Hearing this, Xiaoqui couldn't help but feel confused, instinctively covering her body with her hand to protect herself, a corner of her mouth twitching as she quickly thought, "So this is what fear tears look like? This clearly is the blood of a hungry ghost, craving my body. Could it be that she also has a special obsession? Like Minko?" After a moment of hesitation, he shyly asked, "Did I already kill Mute Man? Do you want to avenge him?" Meng Kui seemed indifferent to the question, only seeing her turn her face back and seriously contemplate. "What should I do? I'm so nervous. This king of talent must be the spiritual essence of my fate that I've waited a lifetime for. I must have him and be with him." Each scene of intimacy immediately appears in the queen's dream, from joint cultivation to soul fusion, even including soul transfer. Just a little. Meng Kui suddenly woke up from her wild fantasies, her face flushed like ripe fruit, laughing maniacally, making 2K sitting behind also have to comment. She was lost in her thoughts, so the story just went off the rails. The boy lost patience and stood up to ask softly, "Hey, are you going to fight or not? If not, I'll go find my mother." As soon as she heard, she excitedly exclaimed with a joyful look like she was about to bloom, "Mom, although it was very quiet, he definitely mentioned you just now." "Already gone to see your mother-in-law so quickly? The progress is so fast." Xiaoqi gently supports Huang'an into her arms, worriedly asking, "How is Miss Huang'an?" He clenches his jaw in frustration, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I have to force myself to call her Miss Huang'an. I can't help but call her mother." Xia is currently busy treating Kuai Chao's wounds while explaining that Huang'an is fine, only fainted from the aftershock. Meanwhile, this demon creature's external injuries are healed, but it suffers from severe internal trauma with a corrosive demonic aura burning its bones. "I can't help her with this. Our attributes are incompatible. I can only treat her external wounds." Meng Kui was startled, her eyes full of panic, and she stammered, "What? Could it be that the person being held is my future mother-in-law?" She regrets the embrace, her mind constantly tearing itself apart. "So didn't I just mistreat my future mother-in-law earlier and almost take her as my disciple? I truly am deserving of 1,000 deaths," but the queen just stared blankly, asking innocent questions one after another. "But why does my mother-in-law look so young? And is my husband really my mother or what?" Meng Kui then stepped forward, deliberately pressing her body against his arm, smiling to herself and thinking, "Forget it. As long as the king of the warlord admits him, I can accept anything." The queen boldly pressed close, her soft allure so captivating that he had no intention of leaving. From afar, the watchful eyes kept scrutinizing, constantly commenting. "We came to the Demon City to investigate news from hell, to fight, but why does this woman act like she's never seen a man before?" At that moment, Xiaoqi pushed Meng Kui away in frustration while she kept gloating, and he impatiently complained, "If fighting is good enough, then fine, but now I don't know how to strike back." Hearing that, the queen suddenly put on a mischievous yet slightly sad expression and softly whispered, "Go ahead, you want to fight me." But Meng Kui immediately brightened up again. The people nearby eagerly provoked, "Go on, fight me." His face was flushed with embarrassment, his eyes blank and hesitant, filled with confusion and fear. "Don't do that, I'm still just a little kid." Shangxiang glances at Chu Chu with a teasing smile. "It seems my little slave puppet will be happy from now on." The long ears tremble slightly. Thanks to that, Mengqi didn't miss a single word. She glared into the distance, her lips curling into a rough sneer as she asked again, "Slave puppet." Seeing the queen's angry expression, she just smiled calmly and replied, "That's right, before dying, Mu Demon forced me to make the most unequal slave contract with him using my blood. In an instant, Mong Koi seemed to become furious, her eyes flashing with a fierce red, and she shouted threateningly, "How dare you do this to my most beloved King Thi? I must take your soul to offer to the heavens, burning for 1,000 years," but then she suddenly hesitated and fell into deep thought. "No, if I follow what this despicable insect says, then King Theus's life is already mine. Ah, damn it! King Theus will die. This is a slave contract." What if I die? She probably won't die, right? Looking at the girl in the distance who still seems indecisive, the queen hesitated for a moment. Well, that would be too unfair to Xiao Kui. Mong Koi suddenly crossed her arms, her eyes vacant as she gazed into the distance, cursing non-stop. "You lowly insect at the bottom of the food chain, the petty ant. You must live well for my lord. Wait for me to find a way to help King Thi break the contract, and I will deal with you gradually." Xiao Kai, caught in the conflict, quickly stepped in to block the queen with one hand and pushed away with a foot to prevent a deadly battle from happening, then hurriedly changed the subject. "What is your name? Are you the city lord here? We mean no harm, we just have a few questions for you." At that moment, Little Black stood arrogantly in front of the queen's palace, sneering with a proud smile. "It seems I no longer need to step in to save little crown prince. Just by looking, I can tell this girl is not destined to lead a troop." "Stop, stop!" Xiaoqiu gradually regained her seriousness and asked insistently, "City Lord Min Mong, can you tell us everything you know about hell? All three of us are very interested in hell." She didn't even bother to think and responded immediately. "Perhaps not only that, I could also share everything equally with you. As long as you agree to be my soul contract, I can do anything for you." Of course, our relationship is equal. The queen shyly sways her body, lowers her head to look down, and asks if you agree or not. At that moment, Xiao Kui suddenly raised 5 fingers and firmly swore an oath. "Okay. I swear with my soul to you, unless I die or disappear from this world, I will become your destined spiritual soul." Mong Koi couldn't hold back her emotions after hearing that. She shouted in delight, her whole body exuding joy as if she was about to burst into smoke. Seeing the queen's excited reaction, she couldn't help but be amazed, her face stiff with disbelief, and she let out a surprised gasp. After a moment, Xiao Kui quickly changed his expression and seriously made a request. "But I need 100 years of free time. Only after 100 years can I fulfill my promise to you. Furthermore, during that time, I need you to help me with one more thing," but this time, Mong Koi refused outright. "100 years is too long. After ascending to Saint Spirit, my lifespan only extends a few hundred years, so 100 years is truly too long for me. At most, 30 years. Back then, we all had at least 10,000 years of lifespan, but we still agreed to the deal." As the deal was sealed from afar, she whispered a few words into your ear. "Tuhe, are you all right?" "Why would I agree with her?" He smirked, revealing a cunning smile, and replied, "By then, she'll find me. The villain has spoken, but in my mind I start to hatch a sinister plan. Maybe I've already gone back to my own era, so if you're brave enough, come find me years later. Since you forced me to do this first, don't blame me." On this side, Meng Qi is waving happily, inviting, "Don't stand outside anymore, come in." Tuke doesn't think much and steps inside, glancing around before exclaiming, "So she's a wealthy lady, this place is really luxurious." Suddenly she appeared, raising her hand to block in front of Zasa, and firmly declared, "You petty insect. An old leaf on a tree cannot enter." The girl immediately became furious, pointing decisively and giving the order. "I can't hold back anymore. Xiaoko, follow the order and give her a spanking." As soon as he heard that, he jolted in surprise. His face froze with an expression of shock, while from afar, Xiang was enthusiastically cheering on, urging him to keep hitting her. Meng Koi looked up at him with tears in her eyes and whispered tremblingly, "What are you planning to do with Lin? The more they hit her, the more she leans this way, so stop me now. Keep going. Don't stop." At that moment, Huang An faintly awoke from her trance, whispering Heng's name. "I'm not dead. What about Kui Chao?" Huang An looked distant for a moment before quickly calming down and saying, "I can explain." Inside the room, faint flickering light from a tiny luminous element could be seen. Mong Koi sat down seductively, her graceful curves on full display without any concealment. "All right, if you have anything to ask, you can ask now." Tiuke's face flushed with anger as she shouted, "You damn demon! Sit in your own place if you want, trying to sit on my lap to seduce me." Huang An was watching, so you quickly regained your composure and took the conversation seriously. "Let me ask first, what is the relationship between Queen Min Mongdi and the underworld?" She immediately replied, "I, Queen Mong Koi, do not currently have any connection to the underworld, but I have accepted an invitation to become an elder guest official of the underworld. Moreover, I am the only body to successfully merge with the primordial demon god." As soon as I finished speaking, the 3 Xiaokei people couldn't help but feel bewildered and exclaimed in unison, The guest official, the elder, she is the primordial demon god of the underworld. Huang Ying suddenly slammed the table, stood up quickly, and anxiously asked, "Do you know what relationship the Mu family's sacred clan has with the underworld?" "There is chaos within the sacred clan, and I suspect it is related to the Mu family." Menkoi replied, "The underworld is the hand of darkness, home to many major clans and powerful forces involved in dirty deeds. The Mu family is also one of them and one of the elders of the underworld." Hearing the answer, the girl also understood that the Muk family was very likely involved in the internal chaos of the Holy Clan, and that it was through the underworld behind the scenes. This must be reported to the Great Father. From afar, she decisively stepped forward and requested, "I represent the Holy Temple to speak with the leader of the underworld, to contact the one who can rule the underworld." The queen laughed mockingly, her voice full of sarcasm. The ruler of the underworld is the only one who can truly command it. But you can abandon him because this is an order from the Holy Temple issued directly by the Lord of the underworld. If you don't die, keep fighting. Prepare yourselves for the great battle." Hearing this, Xiao He gradually fell into deep thought, and suddenly, the image of the goddess Hai appeared in his mind, making him unwavering in his belief. Could the owner of the underworld be the goddess Hai? At this moment, he suddenly stepped forward, grabbed her shoulder, and with an expectant look and a desperate tone asked, "Mongdi, have you ever seen the Lord of Hell?" "Sorry, my alien standard Mandarin isn't perfect." The queen, after a moment of surprise, quickly corrected herself to Meng Qi, and at this point she was trying to recall and then slowly describing. "I've seen it before, and that old goat was even more interested in me. As soon as I heard a few words, I couldn't help but shout in frustration. How is that possible? If it's a man, the entire script would be messed up. Why isn't it the goddess Hai?" But then Xiao He fell silent, lost in deep thought. "It won't be that simple. This is probably a puppet. The goddess Hai prefers to stay behind the scenes controlling others, and there's also a possibility that the hell was later taken over by the goddess Hai, the nightingale." Huang Ying couldn't wait any longer and quickly announced, "I have to leave now and report this back." Xiao He hesitated for a moment, reaching out and instinctively called out a few words. "Mom has to go now, no waiting." Then he quietly looked at his hand, his eyes vacant, as a flood of thoughts rushed in. No, according to international conventions of time travel, he could not change what happens in this timeline. And then countless memories flooded back, filling his mind. Or perhaps it's just that interfering too much in Huang An's affairs could lead to unpredictable problems, even causing his own existence to vanish. Before understanding this rule, I can't act arbitrarily. He clenched his fists tightly, muttering in helplessness. So I can only find out that something will happen to Huang An in the future, but I can't do anything to help her. No, I can't do it. At that moment, Huang An suddenly turned around, remembering something. That's right. With a confused and shy expression, the girl gently offers the jade pendant and whispers, "This is for you." Watching this scene from afar, unable to hide her jealousy and anger, she says, "You're so biased. Do you secretly have feelings for this man?" "Why don't I have one? Don't go." Prince An hurriedly stood still at the door, quickly calling out to explain. "No, there's a reason for this. Goodbye." On this side, Mongkoi lowered her head with reluctance and hesitated before softly speaking. "King Tivuang, you also have to leave with that despicable pest, that shameless woman of the holy disciple?" "That's right. Rest assured I will definitely keep my promise. 30 years will pass quickly." Mongkoi gently took his rough hands and shyly asked, "Give me your hand." Tuka could only purse her lips tightly. Her face flushed and hurriedly warned him in confusion. "There are many people here. Don't do that." "But she doesn't care about what you're saying." The queen nonchalantly brings a finger close to her trembling, parted lips, her whole body trembling before collapsing. "You still stammered unconsciously? What did you do?" In just a moment, Xiao Ke collapsed unconscious on the ground. After fulfilling her wish, Meng Qi let out a foolish laugh, the corner of her mouth curling up. "As long as the king has enough water, I will find a way to deal with him if he's just a corpse." Seeing everything from afar, she couldn't hide her worry and called out his name in anxiety. Xiao He, in the midst of chaos, suddenly received a telepathic message from him. "Don't panic. I've prepared everything. Let's see what she wants to do to me first." The voice message from Xiao Ke continued like a warning. "Don't act rashly yet, understand?" Hearing this, from afar, relying on her tact, she immediately understood and quickly responded via message. Meng Koi at that moment became increasingly bold, directly stripping off his shirt, her eyes shining as she examined every detail of his body, then suddenly saying to herself, "Just take off his clothes completely." "Sasha, you absolutely must not act rashly. I want to see what she plans to do after taking off my clothes. This woman is very dangerous. Just sit and watch." That shameless woman, in broad daylight, does she really want to do something disgraceful? Although lying motionless below, Xiaohe still felt every collision from her. He could only cry inwardly. Huh, are you planning to humiliate me right here? Can't you wait until no one is around? I have kept my chastity for decades and willingly offer it to the great queen. In the next instant, Meng Qi, without hesitation, performs a ritual slicing her wrist, and purple blood immediately gushes out. As it flowed down her hand, a blazing mark took shape on Xiaokui's chest, spiraling out into mysterious demonic symbols. She looked down at her own weakness, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. You think you can fool me just by talking big? I've already carved my mark of blood essence on your body. No matter how far you run to the ends of the earth, I will find you. If you break your promise in 30 years, I will first kill everyone around you and then drag you back. At that moment, Sasha hurriedly reached into her bag, rummaging desperately as if searching for a lifeline. Tiu Kei, though not opening his eyes, could still clearly sense it, and quickly whispered to reassure her, Sasha, I'm fine. I know this mark doesn't harm me at all, it only has a strong tracking ability, so let her keep going. Meng Kui sneered and glanced back at her, mocking words echoing afterward. Puff Puff is very clever, not attacking me, otherwise now you wouldn't be able to stay still there. You dirty rat in the rice bowl. Hearing this, her distant face tensed up, annoyed as she thought, how could this slut have so many words to describe? I can't hold back anymore. Xiaoqia, hurry up and deal with her. What's going on? Did I just faint? Xiaohe looked down at her naked body, appearing extremely panicked, and shouted loudly, Hey, where is my virginity? Did you steal it from me? Seeing you cry so bitterly, Meng Kui quickly stepped forward to gently comfort you. All right, don't cry. I will take responsibility for you. Over there, Zhang looked judgmental. You really are a deep act. As time quietly passed at last, Zhaoke and the others had left the dark hell. He stepped outside, smiled softly, and waved back saying, Go home. This is enough seeing you off. Meng Kui beamed. Fan Kui waved in return, promising, I'll join the hell as you said, then periodically send you the hell's data. Remember me? Moreover, she was also very eager to prepare in advance for you. Oh, Lin, wait a moment. I've prepared many supplies you'll need on the road. You are thoughtful now. I just woke up. There really are no supplies at all. I will remember this kindness, but inside I can't help but rejoice and feel so satisfied, clinging on happily. In front of you is a mountain of large sacks piled with items beyond count, yet Meng Qi still seems somewhat dissatisfied. Dulin, nu hong, fai dumot tronkach kobao kuata bi chuat huang sachthi, takong kote chokang, nhiu honua. Tanchikondang chuang vang, kobat giagdung matngechies, tuirukro trenta kota, tromaid hitlin, nayute. Wait a minute, what is that bag in your hand? It doesn't look like men's stuff. Meanwhile, only the distant side appeared excited, eyes shining brightly, feeling wealthy. Meng Kui suddenly rushed over, hugging Tiu Kei tightly, making him jump in surprise. She, with a sly smile, clearly explained, shyly saying, That is my clothes and belongings. I left them for you, so when you miss me, use them. These things will probably fill the void in your saintly spirit completely. In that moment, his heart suddenly sank, and Vuong's eyes showed a hint of sadness. Dream begins. Thank you. You remind me of someone who also liked packing so many belongings. The image of little Van suddenly appeared in my mind, her gentle voice echoing warmly. Xiaoqi, Mom has prepared the food for our school picnic. A gentle smile briefly appeared on his face, and every word spoken was unusually warm, because she is someone very important. Hey, are you two done flirting or what? I have to go now. On this side, Meng Qi softly calls out, a little shy. Wait a moment. Then she suddenly leaned in and placed a kiss on his cheek, leaving Xiaoqi stunned and silent, feeling uncomfortable but not resisting. Hey, you're going too far. You're about to leave and still want to mess with me. Next time, don't do that. I think right now you two are missing a forest and a heart without shame. Is Yue Xiaoqi going or not? Soon they both vanished into the wind, leaving Meng Qi standing behind, waving goodbye to the two of them, goodbye to Du Lin. She bit her nails and muttered to herself, thinking she had to find a way to break the slave contract between the Demon King and that ugly little bug. Maybe we should go find our master. It's been a long time since we last saw him. The scene shifts to Xiaoqi, where the two of them are swiftly gliding on the superfast board through the strong wind. Suddenly, he asked from afar, If the strength of the Holy Spirit is considered the peak on the continent, then what about the gods? Sasha hesitated before replying, his voice somewhat vague. Gods only exist in legends. Someone like me knows nothing about this. Maybe the elders in the village will know a little. Let's go now. We're heading to the Holy Temple's territory to meet your secluded elders. In that tense moment, Xiaoku resolutely raised her hand and whispered to herself, "We can only take 2 steps at a time. The road ahead is still unclear. Each step is difficult. After resolving the slave contract, we'll see." She. Half a month later, both of us finally arrived at the central area of the Holy Temple. Standing in front of a small village, Xiaoke could only marvel aloud that this place, hidden within the sanctuary, looked no different from an ordinary village. Amidst the lush green fields, an elderly blind man sat leisurely cross-legged on the back of a Chaolim Dim, peacefully asleep. Not far away, Mrs. Huang was struggling to carry a heavy load of manure while holding her bird and a warm cup of tea, immediately frowning and complaining. Huang, please don't choose the moment I take the birds for a walk to carry manure, okay?" Tuke stood frozen, watching Huang using a special method to handle the manure, instinctively feeling it was an illusion created by Ta. Why do I feel like there's a flow of energy around them, but I can't sense any spiritual power on their bodies at all? At the same time, her gaze suddenly froze, and she immediately recognized the presence of her beloved niece far away returning. As soon as they saw each other, her face couldn't hide her joy. She cheerfully called out, "Grandma Huang, I miss you so much." But suddenly, a strong foul smell hit his nose, making his face turn pale and causing him to vomit repeatedly, needing to lean on Tuke to stand firm, as the unexpected presence behind him appeared with a serious expression questioning him, mixed with an intoxicating fragrance. "Hey, young man, who are you? How dare you come here with our most adorable little Zhao Zhao?" "Ngat Huang." Xiaoke was startled and froze in shock as the unexpected voice suddenly rang out behind him. He was stunned for a moment, terrified and wondering when he had come up behind him. His senses hadn't detected him, and before he could gather himself, a chilling sensation ran down his spine. The stalker stands right behind you, a sinister smile stretching to his ears, and without warning, he suddenly kicks back, aiming a deadly blow at your groin. As soon as Diothuk's legs swept fiercely past, Xiaoque quickly leapt up with agility, narrowly escaping death. He shouted in panic, "Damn it, where did this old man kick?" He suddenly burst into tears streaming down his temples, his words full of both frustration and anger. "Wah, I was raised by the 100 Bam. I won't allow a disgusting man like you." The girl, in the very next second, the sinister laughter of the creature echoed, its eyes glaring bloodshot, and its hoarse voice sent shivers down the spine. "That's right, as long as I cripple you, you won't be able to do anything." "So what?" After saying that, Xiaoque confidently executes the Kuk Thuong 2 technique. Tan immediately charged forward, a surge of murderous intent blazing from his body. He clenched his teeth and sneered sarcastically. "What kind of move is the foot strike? I've never heard of it before." "Of course, I've never heard of it. This is a move I learned after coming back to life. Now I only have 4 techniques." Over here, Mrs. Huang is furious, her chin resting on a pile of manure, cursing Thuk non-stop. The guests are also inside, rarely bringing friends over. This bastard better not embarrass us. After finishing, she immediately threw the pile of manure directly into his face with perfect accuracy. Xiaoque, standing nearby, was stunned, silent, his face pale, thinking to himself that he could never offend this auntie. Elder Tu lay there paralyzed on the ground. Even the old hunter riding a chow passing by turned a blind eye. A wild buffalo casually stepped over, leaving a pile of dung right on his head, as if a farewell without any attachment. From afar, only a forced smile to ease the situation. Xiaoke felt embarrassed. Dithuk was quite mischievous, like a child, but he was very kind. My divine speech magic was also taught by Dithuk. Xiaoke broke out in cold sweat and silently thought, so that's why it turned into a forbidden spell. Now I understand. At that moment, Granny Huang enthusiastically reached out her hand to greet and kindly invited me to her house for tea. Seeing those dirty hands, Xiaoque turned pale in horror, with disgust clearly written on his face, but he could only whisper, "Grandma, could you wash your hands first before we continue? I don't dare go to her house for tea. I'll stop drinking tea from today on and never want to drink it for the rest of my life." "Gao Tong Nai, judging by your expression, you seem very unhappy." Tuke hurriedly shook her head, waving her hands to deny, her voice trembling with fear. No, I'm not upset at all. Look, I'm smiling happily." Not knowing what else to do, he forced a strained smile, trying to prove his innocence. Mrs. Huang didn't think much and patted his back, saying, "That's good, let's go. This old lady's house is just ahead." It wasn't long before they arrived, and Mrs. Huang kindly poured tea to welcome them. She only saw her carrying 2 steaming cups of tea, then enthusiastically say, "Drink the tea." Gasa didn't hesitate and took a sip of the hot tea, glancing questioningly at the person next to her. "Why isn't Xiaoque drinking?" This tea smells so good. The boy hesitated, holding the cup in his hand, unsure whether to drink, as a feeling of doubt arose in his mind. Could this tea be made from urine? It seems like Mrs. Huang hasn't washed her hands just now. In the moment of hesitation, Mrs. Huang was frowning and glaring at Lam Lam. TUK could only grit his teeth, lift the teacup, pinch his nose as if drinking poison, and tremble in fear. If you're going to die, then die. But even a sip shouldn't offend this terrifying Mrs. Huang. As soon as he finished drinking, he suddenly jolted at the taste. Wow, this isn't something you can drink every day. Today, I only let you drink because I wanted to treat you to something special. But Huang simply explained coldly, this is fairy tea, with an akuma fruit added. You can't buy it outside. One fruit can exchange for an entire city. At that moment, Xiaoqi seriously pointed at the strange object in his hand and asked plainly, could I have one of these, which looks like a lump of wax and is an akuma fruit that can buy a whole city outside? The old woman calmly replied, that thing can be yours, but it's real. Hearing her words, he was like stone, unable to speak. In just a moment, Xiaohe looked at his body in shock, feeling the positive changes happening. He couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, wait a minute, I feel like I'm about to break through to a small level. Could it be because of what I just paid? As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly pulled Mrs. Huang out of the room. Let's go outside first. Don't disturb him while he's training. Leveling up just takes some time to stabilize. She didn't suspect anything and kept asking questions. Tell her about what happened outside this time. And who is that handsome junior guy? She replied as she walked away. Yes, Grandma Huang, let me tell you about this time. After they left, Xiaoko sat quietly in meditation, fully immersed in his cultivation as time silently passed, and the small village was now bathed in the vibrant pink hues of the sunset. At this moment, Xiaoqi suddenly opened his eyes, awakening after a burst of cultivation. He looked around in silence, then wondered, where is everyone? Immediately, he quietly left the house to go outside and look around. He slowly strolled through the blazing evening light, his long hair flowing in the wind with a cold gaze fixed ahead. Suddenly, Xiaohe stopped in front of a house, his eyes meeting the figure of an old woman standing there. He quickly thought of asking an old lady who grew up here and everyone knew. With that in mind, Xiaokui approached politely to greet her. Hello, ma'am. Excuse me, do you know where Zaja has gone? Ms. Tianam remained silent, her mouth sewn shut, her face cold as if devoid of emotion, simply gesturing with her hand to follow that way. Oh, thank you. Suddenly, I was surprised again, thinking about her mouth. At the same time, a young girl suddenly peeked out curiously and whispered, a spirit from another world. The old woman glared fiercely at the girl, unexpectedly covered Tianam's mouth, and then signaled for silence with her finger to her lips. 2K couldn't help but be curious and asked softly, really? There's still such a cute little sister? Hello, little sister, what did you just say? Without a word, she suddenly drew her bow and aimed the arrow directly at him. At that moment, Xiaoke hurriedly covered his groin with his hand, nervously calming himself down. Madam, take your time to speak. Next, he hurriedly explained, Madam, listen to my explanation. Although your granddaughter is very adorable, I really am not a Lolakan mage. Yuanba lowered his bow, seemingly ignoring his excuse, and Xiaohe turned pale, desperately begging. All right, I'm leaving. The boy quickly turned and walked away, feeling annoyed and thinking to himself, I'm going crazy. Why are there so many people from the distant village? Thinking of Tianyin just now, Xiaohe couldn't shake off his suspicion. Even the child earlier was not simple, not to mention Lady Huang. The two bird elders, every action and word they uttered was extremely strange. The boy pondered and guessed that those two people were also not ordinary. After connecting the clues, Xiaokui deduced that this must be a hidden master of the holy temple. Indeed, very extraordinary. I wonder if they have divine beings among them. He kept walking until nightfall when he accidentally saw the birdman sneaking behind a bush, his secretive behavior making him very confused. What is this birdman up to? At this moment, he was lost in admiration for the stunning scenery before him, laughing with pleasure, unaware that danger was about to strike. At that moment, Xiaokui suddenly had an interesting idea. He chuckled happily and said, today he ambushed me. Looking at him, he doesn't seem to be doing good. I must protect the people from harm. The very next moment, Xiaoko shyly reached out and grabbed a nearby clay brick. Even now, the birdman was still mesmerized, secretly watching, so absorbed that he was bleeding from his nose and didn't bother to look around. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the silent space, and the brick was precisely thrown by Xiaokei into his head. Jiutuk quickly felt the pain piercing to the bone, collapsing to the ground but still cursing non-stop. That bastard is cheating, sneaking up on me. I don't understand why this birdman is here and so absorbed in something. Curious, he leaned in to observe, but suddenly froze in place. In front of him there was again the image of Mrs. Huang naked, happily soaking in the warm water in the quiet midnight. Unable to hide his horror, he froze like stone, tears of blood and mucus streaming from his eyes, mouth wide open, screaming in silence. Is it Xiaokuei? Yeah, clearly no one is around. How do I know deep down that Xiaokuei is nearby? On the other side, Madame Huang quickly grabbed Xiaokuei and the peacock who had just peeked, then mercilessly punished both of them with a thorough beating. This young guy just got spoiled by that old birdman. You'd better teach him a lesson carefully from now on. I just feel itchy and can only defend myself silently. I am innocent. From afar, upon witnessing the scene, I didn't get angry about being watched secretly, but instead turned my attention to Mrs. Huang Lukdian, pondering quietly. I used to think that Mrs. Huang was just a fierce figure in the village, but now I see she can also discipline Tiuke. Is Madame Huang so powerful? Why didn't I notice anything before? The elder gently placed his hand on the boy's head and bowed his head sincerely, begging, Huang, please don't be angry. I will discipline this little rascal better from now on. Xiaoka only sneered in contempt. A bird like you still thinks you can teach others. She didn't take offense and immediately pointed elsewhere, hurriedly reminding him, The Nam Lake is over there, old bird. Take this naughty kid to wash up and change quickly. It's almost time, so he hurriedly pulled your head and took you away. Following orders, my Princess Huang, I will take this naughty kid to wash up immediately. Xiaoko didn't get angry to retort, only widened his eyes and thought, damn this spoiled brat, now I'm lumped together with this old bird man. As he soaked, he looked around with suspicion in his heart. Why has it turned into a soaking festival? What exactly happened? Can anyone explain to me what happened? Then he decisively pointed his finger directly at the boy's face and reported to the others. It's this brat who just now looked at Huang's entire body, making everyone furious. Even though Ren saw clearly, Tioke still braced herself and tried to stay calm as she spoke first. What body? I was hoping I'd be blind then, so don't come near me. I am the Holy Spirit, and if you're not careful later I might smash your heads. After hearing that, the old men looked at you with sly eyes and said arrogantly, We're so scared of the Holy Spirit. Xiaokuei hurriedly ran away, cursing angrily. The old men are really worthless. The old men behind kept chasing after him. Don't run, brat, or we'll clean your ass thoroughly, or else we'll stain the ancestors. After a long while, at the ancestor altar, she shyly glanced at Mrs. Huang and softly expressed her gratitude for agreeing to perform the divine ritual to summon the ancestors to help Tiuke. This was also the first time she saw the actual summoning ceremony. She immediately replied seriously, not entirely because of this kid. A few days ago, the two old ladies had a fortune telling that our ancestors had a dream about someone with karma connected to our holy temple appearing, and unexpectedly, the child brought this kid back. The girl Thien Am suddenly appeared and explained, the ancestor meant that this person is deeply connected to karma, and only a faint spiritual aura from the divine realm can reveal the truth behind it. At that moment, Lady Huang unconsciously felt a sense of unease and fear. Previously, our ancestors predicted the destruction of the holy temple, which made me very worried, hoping this kid could bring a chance for change. Catching a glimpse of the familiar figures of those two from afar, I quickly called out, Little uncle, little K, you're here. At that moment, Dieu Tuck hurriedly urged, Stop being shy, you're the main character today. Hurry up. Xiaoku stepped out almost naked, only wrapped in a small piece of cloth, blushing furiously, helplessly holding his forehead and lamenting. It seems I initially understood the feeling of damnation when I first wore that outfit. But why do I have to wear this to break the slave contract? Please handle everything from ODX. Thank you. As soon as I saw that scene, I couldn't hide my emotions from afar and burst out laughing at his current appearance. On this side, Grandma Huang seriously extends her hands, coldly assigning tasks. Kid, those old men have probably already told you what we're preparing to do. We are preparing for the ancestral god ritual. The rest is up to you and the ancestors. Old Vu woman, prepare the offering for the ceremony. 3 rare and precious items are neatly displayed before her. An Akuma sacred branch, phoenix feathers, and buffalo tears. The old woman carefully places them into the sacred fire, burning quietly on the ancestral altar. In an instant, the flames burst fiercely, as if empowered by new strength. Mother Huang took the brush in her hand and began to draw a mark on Tianam's face. Before that action, the girl asked softly with curiosity, Will the ancestors possess the child's body for real? She was a bit nervous. In the tense atmosphere, the wind howled and suddenly the flames burst forth like a blazing arrow shooting straight into the sky. enveloping Tian'an in a dazzling aura as her body, Ching-Ching, lifted into the air. At that moment, a resonant voice rang out. I haven't seen the primordial continent in a long time. I'm back. Mrs. Huang glanced over and explained, the divine power of the ancestors is limitless, so he no longer exists in this world, but he can transfer his divine form to the next generation with pure bloodlines like Tianyin within the girl for a short time. Xiaoko deeply pondered, this is the divine form. Their ancestor level must be very high. Sadio turned his face back and called loudly, the one bearing great karma. He extended his palm forward, emitting tiny golden sparks to summon. Follow me. When they looked back, they couldn't see you anywhere. She shouted in panic, where is Xiao Kuei? She disappeared in the blink of an eye. The old woman lowered her head as if she had foreseen this situation. Indeed, an ancestor. Even a mere fragment of Lamb's clone could tear open a small space in an instant and transport a divine spirit. So, whatever they wanted to discuss must be extremely secret. Inside the small space, Sadio within Thianium's body frowned, muttering non-stop, Mat. Shewing a few drops of honey onto the grilled meat, he placed his hands on his chest, eyes shining brightly, and said with a watery mouth, add some honey? I haven't had honey-glazed grilled bird in this divine realm hideout for many years. Not long after, he sighed and placed the piece of meat in front of Sao before asking coldly, the grilled bird is ready. May I ask how I should address the great deity? He calmly took a small bite and replied, you can call me guardian deity. Xiaoqi was grilling 4 skewers of meat when she heard this and stood up straight, shouting, you are the guardian spirit of Sadio village and the holy temple. Aren't you my guardian spirit? Don't you have a name? Wait a minute. Divine servant, you're a man, so why are you inhabiting this adorable little sister's body? Do you have no shame? You can call me Sadi. I haven't used that name in a very long time. And besides, I truly am a man, and I have something very magnificent that I can't hold back anymore. So I cover Sadio's mouth with my hand and point at his face, shouting loudly, hey, you're a supreme being, so don't talk nonsense. Sadio not only looked angry but also smiled brightly like a flower, marveling. Interesting. This time the divine figure not only got to enjoy delicious wings but also met a fun little kid like you, even more interesting than the previous divine figures many times over. Tian couldn't help but sigh at her cute expression. Sadie, please don't use Tu Moi Moi Tian adorable face to smile like that. That's so weird. Xiaoka frowns and starts to question. I have always wanted to ask why everyone in the village says I am a person with great karma who can resolve the village's major misfortune. But I just want to break the slave contract and then find a way back home. He was about to continue eating the grilled bird when he hesitated and said, return to the water source continent many years later? The kid from the future secretly traveled back to the past, completely naked. Tu Ke was so surprised that she dropped her skewer on the ground. Your father keeps asking questions to the end. Yes, the little girl Tianyin you are currently staying with also said similar words. How do you even know what level you're at? Sadio held up a finger to stop the meat skewer from falling to the ground. The bird almost fell to the ground. He continued, I told Tianyin that you would come. Otherwise, with her strength, just thinking about your background would make her vomit blood and die. Sadio grinned smugly. You little brat, you're now a killer among the fairy clans. In this world, anyone who dares to plot against you will die instantly because your interference causes too much karma, Tioka exclaimed in shock. Then why are you okay? Could it be that you are a super god? He put his hands on his cheeks and grinned, saying, no. When Sadio stood up, Xiaoke rushed to hug his leg, looking serious and demanding. So you're a supreme level expert? I'm not greedy. Just help me level up to a super god, then help me find little Jade Ni, and finally send me back to my era. Sadio grumbled angrily. Wow, your skin is really thick. The 3 things you mentioned, except for the middle one, all require defying the heavens, and with just this clone of mine, I definitely can't do it. Tiu Ke turned back to his wooden chair and immediately changed the subject. So, the expert predicted and helped me check where little Jade is now. The man approached, put his arm around the boy's shoulder, pressed his cheek to his cheek, and whispered meaningfully, isn't there something you need to do before asking for help from others? It's an unspoken rule. The thought of something shady made him so nervous he broke out in a sweat, and he added a warning not to forget the unspoken rules. I never expected even the higher powers to follow hidden rules. All right, just be gentle, this is my first time. Please do the foreplay. Damn it, where did you learn your secret rules? Also, I really can't stand your outfit anymore. Go change into something else right now. Wait a moment, I can explain. Wasn't that outfit you just mentioned supposed to be worn by me? Sadio hesitated endlessly in his mind, unable to let him know it was his fault. No, the creator of the world wouldn't make mistakes. Yes, the creation level always does everything correctly. After a moment, he raised his face and got straight to the point, setting aside the clothing matter. Let's talk about the unspoken rules first. You also need to help me with something. You need to make a soul oath to help my descendants and the Holy Temple get through this great calamity. You raise your palm and solemnly vow, after all, a noble character that helps others has long been ingrained in my blood. I, Yue Xiaohe, pledge my soul. Sadio quickly placed his hand on Xiaoke's forehead, nodding and reminding him, very good. Now just silently think of Xiao Yaoni in your mind. I can snap my fingers to determine her current location. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face grimacing as he muttered, a terrifying force is blocking my calculations. Tian Yin's body can't withstand it. Sadio wiped his mouth and said, you only pointed out that she is very far to the south. It seems there is a super divine or a powerful formation nearby blocking my probing, but her fate is very strong, indicating she is destined for wealth and nobility. Maybe it's okay after all. A super divine? A formation? Could they be remnants from the era of the moon god? He said sarcastically. I have always believed that the primordial level can do anything. Turns out, that's not the case. Sadio turned away, his tone despondent. In truth, the level of creation is the most pitiful. If I had a choice, I would never train to this level of enlightenment. Xiaoke, feeling uneasy, called out, hey, I'm here, turn around and face me. Talking like this feels better, right? You remember what Little Black once said, that the divine realm is powerful but also pitiable, so Xiaoke immediately used it as an excuse. A former enemy of mine also said the same thing, noticing it was written on an inscription at an ancient site. Why? Why do you all say that the level of the primordial enlightenment is not good? He lowered his head, recalled a symbol, and then recounted. This universe has something that surpasses everything called the chaotic law. It has its own consciousness, but completely lacks emotion. It established a rule for the primordial world. Anyone who reaches the enlightened level will be expelled from the primordial world. That year I thought I had reached the peak, becoming the highest divine level. I didn't expect that after breaking through to the enlightened level, I would be immediately expelled by the chaotic law. They won't even let me arrange my own funeral time. Xiaoku stared wide-eyed and shouted loudly, why did the chaotic law banish the level of enlightenment? Sadio immediately thought of the two black shadows fighting and added, because in the previous ancient civilization, even older than the primordial era, two levels of enlightenment appeared simultaneously. They are at odds with each other. In the end, a great war, number 202, broke out. One of them used the Rasengan technique, while the other employed Chidori Ixra tense. This great battle not only caused suffering among living beings, but also ultimately divided the continent of Tuingyen into separate parts. Then the continent shattered into tiny fragments, causing a golden glow to flash, which finally alarmed the chaotic laws to intervene. It sealed the core of the two enlightened beings inside the heart of the continent to repair it and supply energy as punishment. He sobbed and cried bitterly, trembling as he spoke. Since then, the chaotic law established this rule. Anyone who breaks through to the level of the primordial world will be exiled from the water source continent. Avoid such a thing happening again. Do you think I am pitiful or not? When I was expelled, it was only then that the chaotic law revealed everything to me. You see this face. I really don't recognize it. Please, don't use my little sister's face to look cute anymore. I keep thinking of a chessboard, and I wonder why the goddess always likes to stay behind the scenes, controlling others. It turns out her true body is restricted by the chaotic law. She has no other choice. Finally, Xiaohu glanced at Cao and asked once more, this way our deal is very unfair to me. You can't determine Zhao Yao's position, right? Maybe you can think of something else I can help you with. He smugly held out an endless list and sneered, I've already finished listing everything, just waiting for your answer. First, lift the curse of slavery on me. Second, help me open my sealed consciousness. 3, help me cultivate within your abilities. 4, help me open 10,000 descendants. Before Xiaoke could finish speaking, Sadio rushed over, holding him tightly by the neck, angrily shouting, oh, enough, enough! We humans can't be too greedy. Are you a traveler going against time? Getting involved in too many things, I will also be punished by the law of karma of the chaotic law. If it weren't for my descendants this time, I wouldn't have contacted you. At this moment, because of you, my true body in the divine realm has been scorched by the chaos judgment. Removing the curse is as easy as turning over a hand. Now, it's done, and I see that in your mind's sea, there is a dark, primal force seal left by the super god, the breath of the true dragon. Sadio stared intently at Xiaoke and whispered, it seems this super god's power has nearly run out, and the seal has weakened significantly. Now I'm a bit curious. What could make a dying supergod use all its strength to protect? The light from your forehead's acupoint is getting brighter and brighter, making him cover his eyes and shout, "What exactly is sealed in your mind space?" It's blinding. Sadio crossed his arms and leaned into the pink hole, muttering, "Let me see your consciousness, see. It's pretty big, and your soul strength is among the top in your level." He looked inside and immediately recognized, "That light earlier was you, I see. This is your mother." The boy inside Tuvan is wearing a rabbit outfit with a finger to his lips, sleeping soundly like a child. Tuke then appears in the consciousness sea, silently saying to himself, "Finally, I can enter the sea of consciousness." She still doesn't realize anything and turns over, snoring loudly with some drool at the corner of her mouth, seeming to feel something strange. Tuvan blinked and looked around this place. She sat up, yawning a few times to wake T up. Xuanvan rubbed his eyes in confusion, feeling like he had slept for a very long time. Just then, Xiaoko rushed over and hugged his mother into his arms. "You said, with tears in your eyes, Mom, as long as you're okay, that's the best." Tuvan happily clung to her son's neck and exclaimed with joy, "Soje, you've grown taller." She leaned back slightly and saw tears streaming down his face. Xiaoyan whispered softly, "Xiaoko, what's wrong?" Seeing that her child didn't respond, she instinctively tried to comfort her. "Tuke isn't crying. Mom will hug you and go buy some candy for you." Kufang reminds her while eating grapes. "Hey, master, you've become more flirtatious." Xiao Kui, holding little Van in one arm, looked at her affectionately and asked, "Kufang, what exactly happened?" "Why can't I get in?" Kufang explained, holding up the fragments of spirit stones in his hand. "During the time travel, your physical body has disintegrated, your soul shattered, and you can only rely on the final layer of defense. The divine technique left in your divine core, otherwise your mother would have been in danger and the divine core would have shattered like your integrity." She recalled each piece of memory and added more. "That's right. The goddess's soul crystal has vanished. Now in your consciousness are only the divine core, the seed of Xiaohei's consciousness, your mother and me, just enough for a game." He clenched his fists tightly and thought to himself that it was better that the goddess's soul crystal had disappeared. This was only the first step to cutting ties with the goddess and creating his own cultivation method, no longer relying on her. Xiaoka gently laid her mother down, still reminding her, "Mom, wait for me a moment. I need to discuss a few things with that top-tier expert outside the spiritual sea, and I'll take you out soon." Outside the spiritual sea, Sadio temporarily creates within the small world. "Sadie, you really helped me a lot this time." Sadio pats Xiaoke's shoulder as if to give him more strength. "Son, this is what I, your father, should do for you." "You bastard." With a tone full of authority and reverence as a supreme being, "I want to know how I should return to my own era in the future." Sadio crossed his arms, half closed, and replied, "The heavenly secret cannot be revealed. You will find your own path." Xiaokui looked serious as he recalled his moments of intense craving, and then asked, "All right. It seems that due to the great karma, you cannot participate. Also, I want to ask about my recent change in personality and behavior, sometimes becoming bloodthirsty and crazy." "Do you know why?" His eyes suddenly lit up. Sadio explains, "Your body is made up of a large amount of corpse energy, mixed with fragments of countless evil and vengeful spirits. You are now being consumed by demons, and they will gradually devour your original soul." "I have no idea that vengeful spirits are surrounding me from behind," Xiaokui asked in surprise. "Is there a way to get rid of them?" He picked his nose and revealed, "If you become a god, you can reshape your body once. Then you can choose to restore your living body. Eliminate the shattered remnants of your tainted soul, and if you have anything else to ask, just ask now. I still need to return to the divine realm, or my true body will be burned to ashes by the chaotic laws." Hearing that, he paused for a second to think. The divine realm where the goddess High and the angels reside is also called the divine realm. It seems that the holy side has suffered a crushing defeat, and Sadio's divine realm has also fallen. Xiaok looked at the person in front of her and asked, "Sadie, don't you want to know your future and the fate of the holy temple? You know I come from the future but haven't asked anything, aren't you curious?" Sadio's tears streamed down as he clenched his fists in frustration. "I am very curious, but I can't ask, because if I do, the chaotic law might erase me forever." He clasped his hands behind his back and solemnly speculated that this time it was solely because the divine form was involved with a certain cause and effect. My true body in the divine realm had been torn apart by chaotic laws, severely wounded, and it took hundreds of thousands of years to recover. "If you keep asking about your close friend's future, I will definitely be erased." Sadio pointed his finger directly at your face, giving an excuse. "I am a level of creation, and everything in the future related to me is like clouds passing by, so I have absolutely no interest in my future." "Kid, Don't even think about disturbing my mind. If you dare tell me, I will deal with you right away. Xiaokui keeps provoking. Is this the level of the creator? Compared to him, my own character is far from being stable. What if I change history in this era? What then? Someone at your level can hardly change history. Hearing this, he was startled and asked, What do you mean? Sadio seriously explained, history can be likened to a script of chaos law. It has been written long ago. Your current strength compared to chaos law is like a small stone in a vast ocean. No matter how much you try to interfere, you can't cause any major upheaval. And dreaming of changing history is impossible. Or let me put it another way. If you delude yourself into thinking you can change history, inevitable accidents will occur that prevent you from doing so. For example, if you want to kill someone you shouldn't, a stronger person will appear when you do. Or suddenly you have something more important to do and can't kill him. In short, this kind of incident will definitely happen. Your pupils flare up threateningly. Do you think you're a time traveler? Actually, you're just a part of history too. Know your limits. Sadio looked up to the sky and uttered his final words. The time has come. I must go now, or my main body in the divine realm will perish. In the coming days, you should stay in Sadio village to train. The 3 kids will guide you in cultivation. The age of decline doesn't mean it's impossible to become a god. On the contrary, becoming a god in this age means being among the gods. After a moment, outside the altar, someone waved from afar and called loudly, Xiaokui, Tianyin, you're back. Have you broken the slave contract? Don't worry, the contract has been lifted. Thank you for always helping me. She chuckled softly, her eyes filled with sorrow. It's good that it's been resolved. From now on, I won't be able to command you anymore. Suddenly, someone from afar becomes curious about Xiao Yun's background. Who is behind you? Why do you look so much like Princess Huang'an? Could it be? He nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, she is the little mother sealed within my consciousness. She peeked out from behind Xiaoko's shoulder and said, Hello. The others hurriedly asked a series of questions from afar. So, what do you plan to do next? Are you leaving now? Tiuke hesitated for a moment and said, I won't leave for now. I need to stay in the remote village to cultivate and become a god in this era. Xiaoyan happily raised his hand to the sky and said, Then I will be the mother of a god. Mrs. Huang clasped her hands behind her back and recounted the words of the ancestors, saying that before they left, the ancestors had secretly instructed them to help you cultivate. Thank you 3. I don't know how we should start cultivating. Are you 3 just kids talking? Next, she glances at him and casually says 2 words. Manure spreading. The stern look in her eyes makes him feel unwelcome, and she continues. Even the old man with the bird joined in to add some fun. Snake pearl. Far away, Xiaoyan and Xiaoyun sat on the roof, both amused and pointing ahead, excitedly saying these things I used to do before. Now it's Xiaokei's turn. Xiaokei has begun a long and arduous period of training in the Star Village. He was just carrying manure and talking nonsense. What does Auntie Huang carrying manure have to do with getting stronger? Not long after, he held up the bird cage, pointing and shouting, Your bird dares to swear. Do you believe I'll pluck all its feathers? A while later, the buffalo, as if it had found true love, charged straight at Xiaokui, making him scream. Calm down, we are both blessed, unlike other species. Under the careful care of the 3 great elders of the Holy Temple, our little Kei has been growing stronger and healthier. From afar, Xiaoyan and Xiaoyun peek in, looking exhausted as if they want to log out on the spot. Strangely, ever since the previous encounter with Sa Dio Shen, every time Tianyin sees Xiaokui, she blushes and stammers. She cried, sighed, and complained. Last time the ancestors used her body to crazily nibble on chicken wings in front of him, even snorted at him. It was really rude. At this moment, Xiaokui peeked in and softly called out, causing Tianyin to startle as if doing something wrong. He casually put his arm around her shoulder and asked with a frown, Are you okay, Tianyin? Don't cause trouble or Grandma will come back and blame me. Meanwhile, my little mom has become the darling of the elders, and every day they use innate spiritual fruits as the main food. With a trembling hand, a variety of divine weapons fell out. Xiaovan, holding a pile of divine weapons, pushed the door open and called out, Xiaokui, Mom is back. Of course, these things are useless for children to hold, so our little Kei protected them for her mother first and traded them for a big candy. And in the end, little Kei finally made friends with a girl who cooks very well. Mom also really likes her, so her name was added to the list. Time flies quickly, and many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Aunt Huang Damchu looked at Xiaokui practicing and praised him. Well done, very well. His comprehension is very high. After years of training, this kid has reached the peak saint spirit, half a step into the divine realm. Lady Gugua added, From now on, this kid can only rely on himself to break through the divine realm. The path we cultivate is the great natural way. We cannot help. He can only break through on his own in life and death battles in the outside world. Tuk, holding a birdcage in one hand and a large brick in the other, asked with a hidden meaning. Before this kid leaves, we should test the results of our years of training, right? Old Moo, with his bulging muscles, also agrees and shares the same idea. Mrs. Huang, holding her cane up with a sly smile, said, "Hitting it halfway and half broken is enough, or else Zasa won't forgive us old men." Thuk swung the brick behind him, spinning it several times, producing a deafening whistling sound as if tearing through the air. With determination, Mr. Kwangmanvien threw the brick forward. It clattered to the ground, pulling Lei along a long, scorched strip of land, cracked and shattered as if cut by an invisible blade. Soon, the strange brick approached close to Xiaoke. Only when it nearly touched his face did he casually glance at it, as if just noticing its presence. Qiuke raised his hand to crush the brick in his palm, as gently as if breaking a candy, while the elder shouted loudly, "Not yet done." At the same time, he and the bird perched on his shoulder took a deep breath full of energy, then both opened their mouths wide and released golden, sacred sound circles in a dual melody. The circles soared away, forming a chain like waves crashing out. Cannon fire. Xiaohe leapt into the air, swinging his sword to dispel the sound circles mid-air. He softly recited a spell. Qiuke clicked his tongue in disdain, saying, "Your cannon is far inferior to a certain blonde." Taking advantage of the chaos, the old blind man with curved horns transformed into a streak of shadow, moving as fast as lightning across the sky towards him. He throws a punch with overwhelming force straight at Xiaohe, who quickly draws his divine sword to counter the fierce attack. Both sides face each other, fists and swords clash, and the sound of energy explosions echoes through the sky. Dust and smoke billow up, covering a vast area. For a moment, Xiaohe leapt out of the smoke cloud soaring into the air. At that moment, Lady Huang Van charged with full force, wielding her staff and radiating deadly intent like a fierce tiger descending from Mount Ha. She decisively swung her staff straight down, intending to smash Xiaoque into the ground, but Xiaoque's light-as-clouds movement had already leaned aside, avoiding the deadly strike. He landed on the ground, standing beside a deep pit, glaring and shouting, "Damn it!" Xiao Yun, inside the house, holding a cup of water, looks out and asks worriedly, "What's going on over there?" Far away, unaware of anything, she guesses it's a fight among small beasts outside the village fighting for territory. He stands here smugly, holding the divine sword and mocking. The three elders, just like unruly youths, rush in without calling out their techniques to attack me in a flurry. Xiaoke gently stroked it and muttered, "Now I have to go all out. Let's test my self-created technique perfected over 9 years. The foot strike technique. After merging with the great mountain sword, its power should be quite formidable." Thuk grimaced and shouted, "Are you bragging? Aren't you afraid of trembling?" The boy immediately activated his technique, entering a state of frenzy, and instantly his whole body shone with a dark, purple, spiritual glow like a ghostly mist at the border, with murderous intent surging wildly. Mrs. Huang Kuang was stunned again and said, "When did this kid learn this move?" Even the elder was frozen. Unexpectedly, he didn't suppress the sinister and evil breath emanating from the shattered, vengeful spirit on him. Old Muck added a deadly strike, even taking advantage of them. Mrs. Huang stood on a mountain peak, leaning on her cane and admiring how everyone else fled in chaos from the evil spirits clinging to this divine body, while he spent nearly 10 years taming them and succeeded. Truly a miraculous person. Xiaoque, without any fuss, slightly lifts his lips into a faint smile full of arrogance, then charges forward. Wherever he goes, a purple circle follows. Dingshu saw Qiuke about to attack him and pointed in his face, shouting, "You little brat, why did you choose to attack me first? Do you think I am the easiest to bully?" Qiuke's pupils gradually turn as dark as an abyss, calm yet cold, as if hiding the darkness of heaven and earth. He lifts his head, his voice echoing, truly unafraid to reveal it. That's right, he was pushed to the limit of anger, veins bulging like they might burst, as Tuk and the golden bird roared fire. "Underestimate me." He cleared his throat and unleashed his technique, merging with the bird. For a moment, both of their eyes shone brightly, and wings along with a bird's tail appeared on him. He floated into the air and shouted a giant golden word. Holy speech technique. Standing in the blinding white light, he couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of quantum mechanics is this? Too many shots fired. Xiaoqi stomps both feet on the ground, the sword emanating dark, spiritual energy from restless spirits. He stands his ground, no matter what move you use. Come on. Xiaoqui clenched the divine sword's hilt and swung it like a gust of wind, tearing through the golden words with a masterful strike, while a purple primordial spirit charged at the enemy with sharp eyes and a beak like an eagle's, diving at its prey. Xiaokui loudly shouts the word end and is struck directly by the spiritual energy, then screams loudly. Mrs. Huang and Elder Muk couldn't help but be stunned by the scene. Despite his injuries, the spirit commander still pointed forward confidently. I'm fine. That was just a warm-up earlier. Now we're getting serious. Old folks like you, just watch from the side. Are you sure? You don't look quite right? He shouted that he was fine. A moment later, Diu Thuk spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Xiaokui, seeing that, scratched his head nervously and gently reminded him. Uncle Dieu, you two should rest, first. I can't control my strength in this state, I'm afraid. His pride wounded, his anger immediately flared up like a raging fire, and killing intent radiated wave after wave like surging tides. Despite his exhaustion, he forced himself to challenge. Wait, I have to fight this kid one-on-one. The two old men must not interfere. Watch how I handle this arrogant brat. Remember, if anyone touches him, I will deal with them. Mrs. Huang and old Muk just stood silently, watching. Xiaohe was stunned as he saw him suddenly rush forward with a golden energy and exclaimed, his move has changed. He's no longer using his best holy language technique. The elder threw a punch while snorting coldly and said, who told you? My strongest skill is the sacred language technique. A second later, your clothes were torn apart, covered in bruises. Xiaoko wiped the corner of his mouth and sighed. The true power of a master is different when they are serious. Tiu Ke was in awe, lying flat on the ground, his pants torn right at the buttocks, his head covered in bruises, trembling as he asked, do you know fear now? The other two, still having the mood for tea, coldly replied together, serves you right. Mrs. Huang sipped her tea while glancing at you and confirmed that you have no rivals below the level of a god. Staying in the village will never let you break through. You must venture into the outside world to fight and forge your path. Thank you. Sai thanked the three masters. She handed over a book with the words strongest written on it and then advised, I don't have anything else to give you either. Take this. It will have a surprising effect when you venture outside. After going outside the shop to check, this is something that can help you become a god, but I don't know when we'll meet again after this farewell, so I left you standing there holding it, confused and wondering if the surprising effect isn't very practical. Hearing that, Xiaohe froze in confusion. What does Grandma mean by that? My ancestor ordered us to close the village after teaching you, using divine tools to deal with the ancestral corpse, sealing the 100-mile radius into voids hidden within countless small worlds, waiting for the right moment to reopen. From now on, this world will no longer be a holy land. You seriously questioned. Sadio told me to help everyone, so why is it so fast? And then ran away. Mrs. Huang glanced at Tiuke and urged him to hurry, saying, there will be a day like this, but now is not the time. For now, just focus on breaking through to become a god within the divine realm, pack your things quickly, and leave. He listened to her and muttered as he headed to his room. These past few years have really been happy. If it were a story, it would only take 2 episodes. A flash to tell 9 years. Time is so cruel. In front of you is Zhao Yun with a big sack. Aunt waved her hand and called out, Xiaoke, I've packed my luggage and prepared lots of food to cook for you on the way. Xiaoke quickly picked up her mother. Xiaoyan excitedly hugged her neck and mentioned the distant one. What does it matter if she's far away? The daughter-in-law far away told you to leave quickly. The girl doesn't want to see you anymore. But I know she's lying. She likes me and doesn't want me to leave. The boy coldly states his opinion. I know that Zasa has already told her that I am not of this era. I don't want to hurt Zasa. I'm afraid waiting would be pointless for her, so I can only continue to protect my pure and innocent body. Xiaoko gently set her down and burst into tears. Mostly, I see Zaja as gentle, thoughtful, and stunningly beautiful. 10,000 words have been left out here. I feel like I'm not worthy of her. She took my hand and teased me. Tiuke, you're so shameless. You don't even blink when you talk. Just then, from afar behind, she overheard. She crossed her arms in annoyance, puffed out her cheeks in arrogance, and said, You still know yourself and me, so get lost. I'm not interested in you. Not long after, she looked back and saw the 2 people at the end of the alley. Xiaoko waved and said goodbye. Daughter-in-law, I will miss you. The sky gradually rises, with soft blue clouds drifting lazily across the vast sky. Mom clung to her son's shoulder and asked, Where do we go next, Xiaokui? Xiaokui still held up the purple list, and before leaving, Grandma said that if he wanted to become a god as powerful as the protagonist, Long Nao Tian, in the novel, he just needed to quickly train again following the path to become the strongest destined child. You carefully read each line and couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the sacred temple is extraordinary. Even this exists. After all the hardships you've endured in this world, you can finally become Long Gao Tian. Let me see. According to the guide, the new era's protagonist wants to become the strongest, and the most important thing is not effort, but dominance. The next sentence clearly states that this guide teaches you how to activate your strongest power. Reading this, Xiaoqui smiles cunningly as she suddenly realizes that the thing Grandma Huang gave her is actually the ultimate guide. He raised the guidebook to the sky and exclaimed excitedly, "Mom, do you see? All 10,000 of my son's concubines and my 10,000 daughters-in-law are in here." "Where is it? Why can't I see it, Mom?" "Sausuye, tiukai dungtrem vashnui lambam, tiokui tak tuongle vashnuila noedegap kachin hat, lakonkua tien min, chikan chon mod vashnu kaon hatruan hammat ni hek sung lazefart hien rahangdong, kongchi kongchet makon, don han kachdeng ich tien su amen." Then he suddenly leapt straight down at the speed of light. Contrary to our expectations, Xiaoqui crashed to the ground and lay flat there, trembling with a safe landing. Xiaoqui quickly got up and suddenly cheered upon seeing a cave. There really is a cave, and it even uses the common language of another world, Chinese, which is pretty awesome. At the same time, on the top of the cliff where Xiaoqui just jumped down, a fierce battle is underway with people shouting non-stop. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, don't underestimate poor youths. Nam Trujia, this time you're out of options. After a fierce fight, trapped by them, Nam Trujiak had no choice but to risk his life and leap down. The others, holding their weapons and looking down, speculated that with this height, Nam Trujiak must have fallen to his death, so they decided to report back. As soon as Xiaoqui entered the cave, he saw a pile of weapons, a skeleton, and a berry. He let out an exclamation of admiration. There really is treasure in this cave. I've seen this kind of fruit before in Madame Huang's book. It's a longevity fruit, along with a weapon and a martial arts manual. Xiaoqui clasped his hands behind his back, approached, and read the inscription carved beside the weapon, muttering that he was an ancient deity who discovered this cave before dying. But the fruit was not yet ripe, so he left his martial arts manual and famous weapon for those with the right fate. Not long after, he walked out while holding the weapons and eating the fairy fruit, thinking to himself that he must be the destined one for it. The fairy fruit could indeed help him extend his life. This is too precious. Everyone has a responsibility to protect the trees. It's not safe to be in such a remote mountain area. Suddenly, what caught your eye was a man lying flat on the ground. Xiaoqui was startled and quickly bent down to speak. When did this person fall here? Somehow a branch protected him and kept him alive, but he is badly injured. You look at the remaining core of the consumed fairy fruit and can't help but wonder if this might save him. After all, it's a fairy fruit core, a essence of spirit, the 9 heavens. After eating a bit of that core, Truhayak stood up, bowed his head in thanks, and said, "Thank you, Lord, and for saving my life." Nam Trujiak will remember this in his heart, and surely repay her generously someday. Xiaoqui turned around and skillfully declined. "No need. The good tradition of bringing joy to others has been engraved in my bones. Just focus on your book and keep calculating. Aunt Huang really is a good person. The first trick is to extend my lifespan. If I keep going like this, I will truly become invincible. Now let's see if there's another way to attract customers." Not long after, someone found a piece of paper exactly like Xiaoqui's, but torn in a few places. The younger brother doubted. "Big brother, can we really trust what's at this gate?" He read and ordered, "Try it." Based on the torn treasure map description, it says it's right on the mountain cliff in front of us. At that moment, Xiaoqui stood in front of a stall, looking around and muttering, "The next customer spot is at the street side stall, then find an old man who is both very old and limping. Others sell divine treasures, but he only sells broken copper, rusted iron, and bricks. After a while, I also found that person." Xiaoqui approached and sat down, surprising the old man by saying it's him. The guide suggests that an old man like him has the highest chance of finding the item. He quickly picked up the broken brick and asked to buy it. "Sir, how much do you sell this broken brick for?" Just then, a man wearing white gloves and rings on his fingers, looking wealthy, placed his hand on the brick with a thud. The annoyed kid scowled and cursed at the idiot, saying, "I bought this brick first." That guy pointed at his face to argue, but I saw it first. The 7-headed spirit master with the same paper as Zhao He stepped forward to threaten. "I wonder if this young master knows who our young master is. You should know that he is the sole heir of this giant stone fortress, so better to sell a favor. Our fortress treats guests and enemies very differently. You still tightly hold the brick in your hand. No matter how much that guy glares and pulls at you, you won't let go." Xiaoqui looked at the mocking soldier and said, "Looks like you're a 7-origin spirit master. You're this fool's bodyguard. Are you threatening me?" With a slap, the young master immediately took a brick to the face, staggering in pain and crying tears. He then started arguing, "You're so annoying. What if you saw it first? Do I still see so many beautiful women on the street? Are they all going to belong to me?" You just want to possess me again, you beast. Stop looking at me and thinking of turning me over, or I'll shout that it's indecent. Young master, are you all right? This is truly a hug of love. The shopkeeper saw this, quickly gathered his things and ran away. It's just a brick found at an ancient site. Why are you all fighting over this? Don't involve this old man, just let the boy stand there holding the brick and wave his hand. Hey, I haven't paid yet. I want you dead. The crowd, like commentators, exclaimed, "This is the signature move of the great fortress commander, the divine power flickering, and no one has ever survived this attack." Tiny K, furious, hit him in the face with the brick, shattering his skull completely. "You mock, I didn't expect this world to have such weirdos. I really didn't see that coming. Plus 100 FB. They were all stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. What a shock. The nameless young man single-handedly used a brick to defeat the city guardian, then looked down at the brick, suspicious that it hit the head of a great primordial spirit master without breaking, as it felt just right in weight and grip for hitting someone. Nice item. I don't know if it's a fragment of a divine weapon or contains some system mark inside, or maybe it seals an old man that the guidebook doesn't mention. Xiaoke pouted and looked at the paper, pondering. But it says here, if you encounter the descendants of the powerful during your collection, don't be afraid of trouble. Just fight them outright. They won't stop giving you experience, and it's best to finish small and then pretend to pull away. He quickly ran away, but didn't forget to look back and tease you. Wait and see. If you offend me, my father won't forgive you. The boy could only sigh, thinking there was no one left to talk about him. Shenko calmly sits drinking tea and awaits the challenge. Call your father here? I'll wait here. Soon after, the city lord of Jucheng, a muscular man wielding 2 hammers with a hateful tone, says, I am the current city lord of Jucheng. You came here to provoke trouble within the city, surrender peacefully, and I will spare you. Are you giving experience points now? Tuke slowly stood up, nodding and saying, I've noticed something strange all along. After using this brick to defeat the enemy, experience points seem to appear above his head. He ruthlessly swings the brick at his head and lets out a loud thwack. Xiaoke whispered excitedly, I wonder how much experience you're worth. Then he looked up in admiration. Gaining extra experience points really is, thanks to this brick adding 1,000 FB. Tuke immediately came up with a wicked idea. So I might as well use this brick to knock out all the major clans and sects until they become gods in the divine realm. With the giant U on my head, the city lord of the Kuthach clan directly told you, wait for me. I'll go call my long-absent father to come and see my handsome people. Xiaoke chuckled mischievously and waved playfully, saying, Go ahead, this feeling of beating up both big and small is so amazing. No wonder the male lead levels up so fast. All this experience points are just given freely. Soon after, a dark figure with only a pair of bunny shorts approached, muscles bulging and aura soaring. You jumped in surprise and shouted loudly, Huh? Who are you? Do we know each other? The founder of the Stone City. The mighty stone warrior leans on his hand, his hips cocked in disdain. Man, have you realized how foolish you are yet? Wu Mao exclaimed, opening his mouth wide and shouting. He has appeared, the founder of our Stone City. The stone giant back then fought across Tian Las undefeated, winning countless wrestling tournaments across the Thuingian continent, and eventually lost interest in the mortal world, retreating here to cultivate in seclusion. Young man, you're in danger. Strong man, is your idol also him? Are you also losing your mind? The strong man threatened seriously, saying no one dares to speak, or else they'll be beaten so badly they'll beg for mercy. Hearing that, I couldn't help but complain. Even the English he uses is harder to understand than my speech. He pointed a finger at Xiaoque to emphasize Laidu. The boy opened his palm and then clenched it to confront him. Me too! The eyes of the strong man suddenly turned blood red, a fierce glare flashing with murderous intent, like a beast in battle. The two of them charged at each other without hesitation like 2 raging storms, heads colliding, fists clenched, with Tuke shouting loudly, his aura surging, holy spirit cultivated from pure physical strength. But after just a few moves, the burly and powerful warrior quickly gained the upper hand. Xiaohu easily drops the object to the ground. He is startled, eyes wide with vigilance. In a flash, Xiaohe quickly turned and retreated, causing Quang Han's head to slam straight down onto the hard ground with a loud crash. Nevertheless, Quang Han had no intention of giving up. He narrowed his eyes, his expression growing fiercer, his breathing rapid. In a flash, the strong man lunged again, grabbing Xiaohe tightly with iron-grip hands, a furious scream bursting from his throat. Suddenly, Quang Han leaned back, using all his strength to tighten his hold on Xiaohe's neck, making his face turn pale and his breathing falter. With quick reflexes, luckily Xiaohu managed to break free from that grip, stepping back and gasping for breath. The man across from him also grimaced, sweat pouring down like rain, breathing heavily, shoulders trembling with each heavy breath. Xiao He, panting and frowning, tries to find a way to take down this guy. The crowd witnessing this scene can't help but comment. It's truly spectacular, intense, and thrilling. Both of them only used their most primitive physical strength. Muscle clashes. The rugged masculinity of men. The boy immediately charged like a lightning bolt, throwing a punch aimed straight at the steel-strong chest of the strongman. A person shouted in panic, "It's coming! It's coming!" The founder's ultimate move of turning into a stone. This time the young man will either die or be left to freeze in the cold wind. Even Jesus couldn't save him, I'm telling you. Xiaokui immediately lifted the pillow and kicked straight into his back, causing the giant's head to hit the ground with a loud bang. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly pressed him down and locked the giant's muscular arms behind his back. He roared in fury, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks like a storm, each move carrying overwhelming force. A second later, Kuangnan charged forward, grabbing hold of Tu Kei's body tightly. The old man nearby opened his eyes wide and said, in tears, a battle full of joy. My life is now without regrets. Fortunately, he escaped danger once again. He roared and threw another devastating punch. But Tu Kei simply leaned back slightly, avoiding it gently. At that very moment, his pupils turned blood red. Si lightly curled his lips into a cold smile, exuding a furious aura of punishment. He clenched his fists tightly, then spun them a few times, conjuring a mysterious, spiritual power. Tu Kei gritted his teeth and said, "The next move will take your life." Then he paused, raised a brick excitedly, and said, "Almost forgot this." Tu Kei took the brick and kept moving his arm. Then, sensing the moment was right, he threw it directly at the strongman's face, causing his face to twist to one side and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. After finishing off Xiao He, he gained 10,000 FD, happily rubbing his cheek against it and saying, as expected, "The harder you hit someone with it, the more experience points you get." Someone witnessing this opened their mouth in shock. Shocking news, so overwhelming I don't even know what to say anymore. In the end, Xiao Kei and the strongman clapped hands briefly in a toast. He makes an excuse, "I will keep training. If you're free, then let's continue sparring. I'm weak." The people there couldn't believe their eyes and shouted in unison, "Isn't this what you call a friendly fight?" The young master and the city lord, along with that Dao, were both stunned and shouted loudly, then became friends. Xiao He, with murderous aura, stepped forward, his eyes blazing as if he wanted to devour all three of them. He pointed at Shatu and called out, "Big Shatu, come here." He flinched and pointed at his face in panic. The Dao hurriedly waved his hands, shook his head and refused. "Please spare me. I really don't know how to wrestle." Xiao He remembered the purple book he was holding earlier and asked, "Where is what you had before? Show it to me." That Dao quickly handed it over. He compared the two copies, muttering to himself, both in material and handwriting they were the same. Only his seemed more worn out, with many parts unclear. Tu Kei pointed at him and asked, "Where did you get this?" The Dao curled up and honestly admitted, "A few days ago, a very mysterious old man gave it to me. He was riding a buffalo. I immediately recognized the familiar person." Xiao Kei suspected. Could it be the new family? What does he mean? Meanwhile, Thuk and Lao Much entered the cave with torches. He widened his eyes and asked anxiously, "Huang, are you okay? Why is the divine weapon left by the ancient immortal ancestor so terrifyingly evil?" Mrs. Huang, with the knife in her hand, floats in the middle of the formation, her eyes glowing blue as if controlled by someone, her voice echoing. "Have you finished what I asked you to do?" Old Mu replied casually with his hands behind his back. "Done. I have been working on the treasure search part of the guide to become the strongest destined child, now a battered version, distributing it to the great clans and sects." Ba Huang raised her knife close to her mouth, sneering with a cruel tone. "So be it. Gather everyone at the sacred hall. We will start sealing off the village." As for Zhao Kui, he chewed on some grass and held his head as he walked, lost in thought. Why did the new family do this? Does he mean it himself, or is it the whole village's idea? Why does he want to set a trap for me? Are you eager to come up with a plan, or just want to ask around? Shaka cursed in frustration. "Where is the village?" This is indeed a big hole. Damn, you found something. A piece of paper on the ground. Xiaoka picked it up and read, "You little brat, don't curse so quickly. We understand Chinese. The Holy Temple and Xiao Village have hidden away in countless small worlds, trying to find us. Let's go." He frowned, threw the purple bag down, and shouted angrily. Sure enough, he had been trapped. Tu Kei then vented his anger by stomping on it before turning away in frustration. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened, a gentle golden light covering the entire space. Xiao Yuan held his hand and looked up, asking, Xiaoke, why did you bring back 10,000 daughters-in-law? What about this? I've thought it through. The 9 years they've been teaching me are all true. I shouldn't doubt that they're trying to set me up. There must be some hidden meaning behind this. My mind drifted to other things. 10,000 wives, 10,000 glances at their wives. She put on a cute and agreeable face, and I could feel their warmth and affection. Very comforting. Xiao He smiled cunningly and made a plan. Even Mom said so. Then it's settled. Let's keep searching for the treasure. We have to put all the treasures into the bag. Xiao Yan climbed onto your back, raised his palm forward, and happily said, Okay, this time I want to exchange for 2 candied hawthorn sticks. Not long after, an old soul emerged from Xiaokui's ring. The old man spoke. Hello, I am the accompanying grandfather. The system displays a message. You have received the strongest exchange system. Do you want to activate it immediately? The strongest exchange system. A second later, Xiaokui received a majestic belt that exuded an aura of authority like a war general. He pressed his face close to the purple book and continued reading, discovering a rather unconventional method to gain followers. Dying from falling rocks or being hit by a car, then transmigrating. Tok anxiously thought about being crushed by a falling stone, sweating profusely, while Xiaohe also threw down a purple book and shouted loudly, Damn it! The treasure here has been snatched by someone faster. Old man, you bastard, taking the bird for a walk, causing me to spend hundreds of millions of primordial stones to buy this secret manual for treasure hunting. Trash, don't let me see you again. Little Black closed his eyes, sniffed a few times, and made a judgment. The lingering smell of the treasure thief in the air. I am sure I have smelled it somewhere before. It followed the scent outside and soon crossed its arms in suspicion. Little Hay from the Demon City recalled the shape of the dried corpse and exclaimed, That's exactly the mysterious young man who appeared in Demon City. It rubs its chin, drooling slightly, looking scheming. So that means I don't need to go find the treasure anymore. I can just ask to borrow it from him directly. At the same time, on the peak of the Great Rift, the head of the Huyan sect, Tai Nguyen, clasped his hands and wondered, I wonder what reason the old sect master of Dingsu Kuyet has called all the major sects here this time. Could something major have happened? A person in the middle said loudly. I believe that recently the disciples of your sect masters have all received a treasure map. This has caused chaos across the water origin continent. My sect also investigated the authenticity of this thing, the peak master of Su Kuyet. Master Kuyu nodded and said, In the end, we confirmed this is real, but others were faster and took all the treasures and heaven-defying divine fruits. Tai Ningyen shrugged slightly and chuckled softly, guessing that perhaps our righteous sects are planning to seize back the treasure. Ku Kuyet quickly retorted, The words of the Huyan sect leader are wrong. According to our sect's information, the one who obtained the treasure radiates a murderous aura and is cruel and evil. If we let him develop, it will surely lead to chaos and suffering for the common people. Therefore, for the sake of the people, we still need to take action to subdue him and prevent him from growing strong enough to threaten the world. Master of the Theek religion, Chifo still sat leisurely beside the wine jar, laughing out loud. Truly, dealing with you fake gentlemen is just a waste of time. You could say that seizing treasures as a duty to save the world is truly impressive. Tish Jiao and our group also want a share of this. Kukuyet glanced and asked again, So the Huyan sect's headmaster isn't participating, right? Tai Yuan rested her chin on her hands and cutely said, I never said I wouldn't participate. I love taking on responsibilities as grand as saving the world. At the council hall, a mischievous guy suddenly turned around and started gossiping. Senior brother, why would our sect master summon the 4 great sects? Wouldn't that mean even more people will join? That person reminisces about the past and then offers a reminder. Junior brother, there's something you don't know. This demon stealing the treasure is very powerful. Back then, I could only watch from afar as my whole body trembled, and I couldn't move. Master's actions are justified by his principles. You shouldn't ask too much about this. In front of him, I didn't even have the courage to draw my sword. That is a man worth pursuing for a lifetime. At that moment, he sneezed again and sighed. Which young lady is thinking of me now? Little Van is holding a bunch of snacks and smiling brightly. Do you think she's the daughter-in-law? Shaka took her grandmother's hand and headed to the auction room, muttering to herself, Today we're going to make a fortune, so let's exchange some primal stones and buy more to aid our cultivation. Shaka then approached and got straight to the point. Are you the staff here? How is this auction house? Is the reputation good? Old Chu patted his chest confidently and said, I know everything. I can swear to the heavens that the reputation of this auction house can only be described with one word. Master Tuyet clasped his hands behind his back and invited them warmly. Come. I will personally host you two. Not long after, he pouted and went to ask again if he could temporarily leave his valuables at your auction house. Old Chu raised 3 fingers and swore. I swear on my life that I will be completely fair and help you negotiate a good price. Chu Kei felt confident, so she took out a bunch of treasures and asked him to take them as a favor. Seeing that, he immediately covered his head, feeling a rare sense of pride in his heart. Old Chu held out a VIP card and smiled cunningly. I am giving you a special VIP card, so you will get half off on future purchases at the auction house. Old bastard, don't get in the way. Don't forget this auction house is backed by our Tauba sect, and I'm just following the orders of that great master. Seeing this, he shouted and cursed wildly. The reputation and prestige we built over thousands of years cannot be destroyed. What you're doing is no different from a bunch of bandits. She glared and said with a foolishly murderous tone, after exterminating demons, humans will only praise our great achievements. 1 second later, Old Chu's body was pierced all over by sharp ice shards, looking extremely tragic. Meanwhile, Xiaoko sat cross-legged in the auction room, leisurely complaining. The auction was about to start again when something strange happened, and suddenly you disappeared into thin air, leaving the two sitting nearby confused and looking at the empty space. Xiaoko rushed to Old Chu's side and whispered, "He's not dead yet. This old man's vitality is much stronger than normal." He lay sprawled on the ground, groaning a few times, saying, "I feel I can still save him." You put little Van in front of you for help, but no matter what, he's definitely doomed. Mom, see if this old man can still be saved. Her whole body glowed with a brilliant golden light. Her white eyes nodded in agreement. Yes, sister's divine magic. Not long after, Old Chu woke up, bowing his head painfully and saying, "I am not dead. The treasure the hero wanted to auction has already been taken to Taobamon. I couldn't stop it, sorry." Xiaoku smiled and replied, "Why risk your life just for a job? I don't blame you, but this auction house does seem a bit shady. Was it like this before?" His whole body trembled with a voice full of hatred. It can't be called just working for others. This auction house was originally our ancestors' property, but Taobamon deliberately interfered, and I had no choice but to compromise. Old Chu Kui fell to the ground begging, his face unchanged despite losing this treasure. "Young hero must not be an ordinary person. Please destroy this auction house now. I don't want to see the efforts of my ancestors being humiliated by others." At this moment, a blonde-haired person with a broom rushes over shouting, "No!" Seeing that, you sneered sarcastically. "I thought you were planning to hide there until you left. So just now when this old man was attacked by someone else, you were also at the scene. Why didn't you stop it? Instead, now you're trying to stop me." That person sincerely admits fault. Old Chu's death at the hands of Taobamon was an accident, but the destruction of the auction house was my negligence. Suddenly, he swung his broom to cast a magic spell, shouting loudly, "Secret technique of the left hand, destructive magic bullet." In an instant, the auction house exploded with a bang. Xiao He quickly flew out of the thick smoke, mockingly speaking of negligence, but his body was very honest, and with one move, he blew up the large gate. He casually grabbed a big hammer, implying, "This hammer is not bad. Using it to smash the house is the best." He frowned with worry inside. The destructive magic bullet I spent 30 years cultivating was clearly hit, yet it still managed to strike. A Saint Spirit expert is truly terrifying. Xiao Ke stands here loudly declaring, "If you hear me clearly, I want to break the auction room. If you don't want to die, get out of here immediately." Everyone hears this and rushes out in chaos like a bunch of headless chickens. What was that explosion just now? Run quickly, the big demon wants to kill people. The great demon, he's killed people. Demon, demon. Little Van comforted Old Chu, who was crying in a corner, saying, "Don't cry, your son is the best in the family." Those people were just running for their lives, screaming for help as the demon lord was about to eat them. I told myself, even though I might be able to drive away Taobamon's fighters this time, the old man knows that without Taobamon, there are thousands more Taobamon out there, and in the end, I will have to destroy this place myself. In this world, without strength, you will be beaten, bullied, and humiliated. The blonde-haired guy watching Zhaokui's back and the broken Thok Trui sign realizes he's been ignored and is no match for him. "Shaman, you turn around, grab the giant hammer, rush to him, excited, almost forget you, but you are also loyal. Then let's go down to the auction house together." Suddenly, that guy knelt down with a thud. He bowed his head in surrender. "A true hero, you're right. Just working for others. No need to risk your life." "I won't do it anymore. Spare my life, please. Thank you." Xiaokui froze, unsure what to do. He thought to himself that this burning desire to live was just as strong in him, and then he agreed. Fine, go ahead. After saying that, Xiao He used the hammer to destroy the place, not forgetting to take away a giant sack of treasures. Old Chu knelt down, crying and begging desperately, "Please forgive this unfilial descendant." I urge her, "Mom, let's get out of here quickly. If that old man says I destroyed his auction house and demands compensation, we're doomed." "Mom, have you learned it yet?" Hyo Min holds up the newspaper with a photo of Xiaoqui and Lao Chu and speaks into the microphone to warn everyone. "Hello everyone, I am Hyo Min, a reporter from Lao Nao. Yesterday, a great evil appeared and destroyed the 1,000-year-old auction house in the city center in an instant. It is said that this evil devours children and assaults women. Truly a heinous crime. Everyone, there's nothing urgent these days, so please stay indoors." Just as the vendor was reading the newspaper, you approached and pointed at the candied hawthorn stick, asking, "Boss, how much for this hawthorn candy?" Startled, the old man's hair stood on end. He handed 2 skewers of candy to the 2 people and ran away, desperately, shouting for help. "The big villain has appeared. Help." Hyo Min continues reporting. "According to the latest news, the big boss also likes to steal candy to fatten up the kidnapped child for dinner," the newspaper wrote. A small stall on the street reported being robbed by the boss. The demon lord fattened the girl to fill his stomach, which was utterly inhumane. Suddenly, a hand clapped firmly on her shoulder, making Hyo Min freeze in shock and his hair stand on end. She dropped the microphone on the ground, panic-stricken, stammering a few words. Great demon lord." Hyo Min sank to the ground, tears streaming down as he begged, "Big boss, even if you take over my body, you cannot conquer my pure soul. Come on." "Hello, may I ask your name?" Xiao He hesitantly asked, "Why do people in this city always seem afraid whenever they see me?" She stood up and shouted bravely, "Come on, you beast, just do it already." "So, are you scared now?" The next day's sensational news reports that the brave reporter narrowly escaped the jaws of the beast, revealing that the mighty villain was actually powerless. He then stood in front of a fortress, muttering to himself, "The stolen treasure shows a faint reaction here. It must be here." A guy with 2 rabbit teeth and an ugly face, acting cool, pointed, and told Xiaoqui to go straight ahead. "Hey, that guy who's not as handsome as me, do you want to join our Taoba sect? You don't look like someone who can pay the tuition. This isn't a place for someone as poor as you. Get out, get out, get out. I'm furious and I'm protesting." "Damn it, putting aside the money issue, claiming you're more handsome than me is going too far." Xiaoqi brushed off the threats and wandered around. "Adults do their work, kids move aside or you'll get hurt later. Uncle is here to shut down the shop. He directly pinched both sides of your face and looked down on you. No aura fluctuation, not a good material for learning magic, and your face is quite ordinary. You'll never accomplish anything in your life, not even be able to guard the door like me, and yet you still dare to talk nonsense. Hurry up and leave, or else the other senior brothers and sisters will hear you, and I won't forgive you." Inside, someone is shouting orders loudly. "This demon is no ordinary person. You must be very careful. We are only the vanguard leading to the auction house, tasked with tracking his whereabouts. Have you all remembered the face and outfit of the demon?" "Yes, understood. You threaten from outside and refuse to let go. I won't hold back anymore." Everyone turned to look at Xiaoqui and froze in place, their faces pale with fear, hearts pounding. What should we do now? That person turned away, pretending not to know, and said, "The mission this time is very dangerous. I will explain everything carefully on the way. Let's go." Xiaoqui sighed and looked at the person in front of him before saying 2 words. "Enough." As he finished speaking, he instantly pressed his finger on his target's pressure point. A loud slap echoed through the alley. Xiao He, with murderous intent, walks inside, and his voice booms out, "I'm here to collect a debt. Where is the head of the Taobao sect?" Inside, everyone is still discussing, and the meeting is adjourned for now. Our mission is to capture the demon lord before others, and seize all the treasures he holds to prevent him from harming the world. Jianda sensed something was wrong, and shouted that someone was causing chaos. He stood up suddenly and ordered to see who had the audacity, while his disciples surrounded Xiao He, cursing, "You're dead for sure. Each of us has a magic orb that can blow you to pieces." Not long after, you all got beaten up and fell flat. Tiuxie, constantly receiving Facebook messages, sat on top of the crowd and asked sharply, "Hey, can you tell me where your boss, like your class president or principal or something, is? I came to cause trouble with them, not you guys. They keep giving us a bunch of homework every day. We could never finish it in 3 lifetimes. We hate this school so much we want to burn it down. Hero, I will lead the way immediately. The other 2 are whispering that they are the ones. Hero, you have to hang in there. The blonde guy leading the way is the principal, who once punished me to copy books 10,000 times. Please take extra care of him." Qian Duke flew over angrily and said, "This demon's power is very strong. The deadly wasteland wind deserves to die. No wonder they kindly shared news of this demon with our Taoist Ba sect. So it turns out they couldn't chew through this hard bone after all. His eyes shone brightly, emanating deadly spiritual energy as he muttered. The Crimson Dragon, deep in slumber in Danhai, responds to my summoning and unleashes its immense power. Kiet Duke swings his staff forward, releasing a blazing red energy. Damp Earth Dragon. He stands far away, commanding them to attack directly at Xiaoke. Waves of energy rush toward him, and Xiaoke raises both hands to catch them just in time. He tore his clothes apart and flew to Kiet Duke, sneering, "Damn it, that hurts a bit. If it were my old body, it would be fine. I had already added fire resistance points." He quickly summoned a purple scroll before Tuke threw a brick at Kiet Duke, activating the space transfer scroll. You are immediately surrounded by that mysterious purple spiritual energy. Xiaoke Kuang then deduces that the extremely valuable spatial scroll from his era is not for escaping, but for teleporting himself outside the school grounds. The remaining elders shouted out. It was at this moment that the magic link was formed. They quickly set up their formation. He stood in the middle and cleared his throat, saying, "Let me take control." Once again, his icy orb shone brightly, radiating fierce energy. Seconds later, the frozen prison was summoned. Sharp ice shards erupted from the ground, trapping Xiaoke for a moment, who immediately responded by summoning a void. A black circle with lightning appeared in the sky. Xiaoku quickly used it to shatter the sharp ice blades attacking him. Jian defrowned and summoned lightning to unleash a furious attack. In an instant, lightning responded to his call, tearing across the sky and striking directly at Xiaokui's body, illuminating him in a blinding white light as thunder roared and shook the entire space. Xiaoku spread his arms wide, Yingjai the violent lightning force, then raised his head and roared out loud. He was filled with furious thunder, and his whole body radiated an overwhelming aura. He laughed out loud. In this world, the big fish devours the small, even among the two Ta. Possessing many rare treasures will surely ignite conflict. I can transcend in battle and become a god among gods. I see now. Giving me the guide to become the most powerful child of destiny isn't about relying on Hotch, but about making me the target of attack. The wings that grew on Xiaokui's back in an instant, he looked down at his palm, sensing that part of his previous life's power had awakened again. Indeed, only through a life and death battle with external cultivators can he level up. Just a little more. One more life and death battle, and I am sure I can break through to become a god. The old men there are stunned by this scene, and they panic and shout loudly. What is this? With so many combined magic attacks, his aura is even more intense. Kiet-Duke glared to reassure everyone, don't let him scare you. With so many combined magic attacks, it's impossible for him to come out unscathed. He's only strong in presence. Before anyone could finish speaking, his face turned pale, sweat pouring down as he stared wide-eyed at what was in front of him. Xiaoke rushed to attack each person, fighting and shouting loudly, unable to hold back anymore. Just then, Zhu Kuyet soared on his sword, with Taingyan flying beside him, loudly saying, "Principal Tiu Dai Kiet-Duke, don't be afraid. We're here to help you." Chifo still ran with a large jar in his arms, chasing after the two others. Kiet-Duke's face darkened as he pondered, suspecting that these three had arrived long ago, waiting to drain more than half of the Demon Lord's strength before appearing, being used all along. A moment later, he put on a kind expression and said, "Thank you three for arriving just in time to help. Otherwise, our Tauba sect would be in danger today. Let's work together to deal with this great Demon Lord." I was stunned and opened my eyes wide, saying, "Tantian Thai Nguyen? No way. The ancient era is at least 100,000 years apart from my current era, and after dozens of reincarnations, how could Tantian Thai Nguyen still be alive?" Little K looked at the beautiful woman and couldn't help but nosebleed. Then he looked up and whispered, "Beautiful lady. May I ask if you are Tantian Thai Nguyen?" She pouted arrogantly and replied, "The great demon lord actually knows me. There are no such things as immortals in this world. They only exist in legends, so don't exaggerate when trying to talk to me. Your tricks might work on girls, but it's hard to fool me. Do you really want Master Tai Nguyen to beat us for? She will be yours, or hand over all your treasures, and I will help you restrain Tai Nguyen." Kukuyet stepped forward and said seriously, "Today, our four sects will act in accordance with heaven to eliminate demons and eradicate evil. And our glorious deeds will be recorded in history, unaware of the small battle happening behind the scenes between Tai Nguyen and Chifo." "Not bad, not bad. Your tone really does sound like a divine temple, crude and old-fashioned alike. Come get my treasure. I'm just in need of a big battle to help me reach the peak." He leapt into the air, arms spread wide as his aura radiated everywhere. Xiaoke shouted loudly. Whether he could break through to become a god today depended on whether the experience points you gave could help. But if you want to deal with me, you'll pay the price. Man, just give up. Taingyuan, get ready and start now. Are you all idiots or what? Take advantage of the moment when he's gathering energy to attack. Don't end up like those villains we defeated. They wait until the enemy is done gathering energy before attacking, then waste time talking. It's just stupid. The Great Void also swiftly approaches to urge us on. The sect leader of the Tick sect sees through everything. Let's quickly deal with this demon lord and then share the credit. Tain Guyan floated in the air, gently stroked his sword, and summoned several 5-element battle flags. Chipo lowers his body into a stance, fists clenched, all his inner strength gathering in his churning chest muscles like surging waves and hidden rocks, creating an imposing aura of fearless movement. In an instant, he leaps forward, palms open wide, spiritual energy gathering like a dragon roaring beneath his skin, unleashing the demonic dragon claw strike. Xiaoke's face darkened as he sneered. Perfect timing. Take my kick. He punched straight into that firm chest with one hand, then swung a leg behind to strike Chifo's back hard, causing him to spit out blood. Shaking voice, "You bastard, this is real." I smirked and replied, "This is called striking east to hit west, a bird taught me." The mighty water ox fist sent Chipo flying like a broken kite, crashing into the mountain behind with a deafening roar. He looked down at the hole in his chest and cursed. Damn it, you don't swear when you become a monk, but this time, damn it, my golden body is broken. At that moment, Xiaoke also had to marvel at his own peak strength. This is the legendary indestructible diamond body, incredibly tough top-tier cultivation technique. The Great Void Man seized the opportunity to rush forward, raising his palm filled with spiritual energy and unleashing his ultimate move. My body is a sword, using the sword to subdue others. He was on the defensive, raising both arms to block as a slash cut across his arm, blood splattering everywhere. He stepped back with 2 deep gashes still visible on his arm. Xiaoke frowned and asked, "What kind of martial art is this? It's even more agile than a sword spirit, and the sharpness of the sword, which is transformed from the body, should not be underestimated. You can't give up so easily." Qiuke charged forward with a determined mind, but destroying that sword might be the only way to prevent him from controlling the person. At the critical moment, Taiyuan gently raised his sword to the sky, traced a vertical line along the blade, recited a spell, and the 5 battle flags planted around him formed a sealing circle. From each flag, a silver chain shoots out like a divine serpent coiling around Xiaoke's body. Seizing the opportunity, Drypo roared, throwing a punch like a 1,000-pound bear smashing a mountain, unleashing his full strength with a devastating strike. At the same time, Kukuyet turned around, her long beard turning into a sharp sword, slashing forward while her whip attacked. Inside the formation, she raised her sword high, gathering spiritual energy at the tip. A series of deafening explosions echoed as the purple thunder tore through the sky, crashing down on the formation with destructive power like that of a world-ending storm. Purple thunder. Xiaoke alone endures each wave of pain, as if tearing his body apart, shouting to the heavens and the earth. It's almost there. Almost there. At the city gate of the divine city, the sense of death grows stronger, and the latent power within him becomes increasingly fierce. Zamki, desperate and fearing death, ran while shouting, "No, I can't fight. I'm going to die, Kufong sword. Come help Ta." The divine sword Apophis immediately appeared, and with a single slash, it shattered those formations. Kukuyet narrowed his eyes and urged, "Thu, how much longer do you need to prepare the ancestral sealing spell?" Kiet Duke, just opening a book, let some ancient characters float into the air, annoyed. "Don't disturb me. It's almost ready." He glanced over there, thinking silently. What kind of seal, exuding a very dangerous aura? Shifo, full of fighting spirit, stepped in front of Zhao He to warn him. "Hey kid, I know what you're planning to do. Don't interrupt this crucial moment. You hold the divine sword in your hand to threaten this yellow-skinned man, but with my indestructible diamond body, you can't stop my mighty storm." Kukuyet stared in shock and shouted loudly, "That good sword. The demon's blade he wields is truly a supreme divine weapon made just for me, Kukuyet Fong. We can do without wealth and status, just that sword." Kufeng Hianlin asked casually, "Old man, do you want me?" "You?" She spat on the ground dismissively. It immediately shot into his forehead, causing Kukuyet to fall silent. He couldn't help but be angry at the contempt and shouted, "And the sword spirit, truly perfect." Chipo grit his teeth and caught the divine sword pointing at him, worry etched on his face. "This sword may be broken, but nothing can stop it. It was just a light touch with the sword energy earlier. My body has already been torn apart." Chifo crying and turning around to beg, Save me. What are you all just standing there for? While I'm holding his weapon tight, you should rush forward quickly. I can't loosen my grip now. Don't be afraid of causing me to be harmed by Ngu Thuong. Use your strongest move quickly. Tai Nguyen frowned and called out to Chief Okokintri, I will come to help you. Kukuyet couldn't hold back any longer and turned around anxiously to scold. Quach Fo, is it finally finished? Your move takes too much time, Kenduk replied calmly. Swordmaster, don't rush me, just a little more. He could only hold up his broken sword and bow his head to summon his original spirit. This time I will risk everything. This sword has been with me for more than half my life, and today, it shatters as I step onto the ultimate peak. Kukuyet's pupils turn pale as he opens his mouth to swallow the shards. Tai Nguyen stepped forward to attack, loudly summoning the thunderstorm. Amidst the high clouds, lightning struck repeatedly, and despite bleeding profusely, Xiaoke remained tense, deep in thought. I can't let Taubamon's mage keep hiding behind Teachmana's big move. I sense a deadly aura and must risk everything. Without my sword, God Kukui transforms into a sword person, enters the battle and exudes a towering aura to threaten the opponent. You should be proud. This is the first time I've ever shown this move in front of the world. It's the most difficult technique to master in our sect. Today, my sword, which has been nurtured for many years, shatters, and I must make your blood flow 500 steps away. Chifo, witnessing that magnificent transformation, happily said, Grand Master Ku Kwet Din, let me lend a hand. Now I feel like I can cut everything in half. This feeling is just too powerful. Tioke glanced dismissively and asked, Do you think transforming your body into a sword is more durable than a divine weapon? Kukuyet confidently declared, I am wielding the legendary weapon of the Exterminator, the #1 divine tool capable of slicing through anyone. As soon as he finished, Xiaoke's eyes were filled with murderous intent. You swung your sword with great force, cutting through time and space like a deadly blade. Tiuki's sword struck Tukuyet with a loud clash, creating a deafening sound. Master Chifo, did you hear that cracking just now? This demon's weapon is truly weak. No wonder it's just a broken sword. Having just struck, Chifo rushed over wide-eyed and begging for mercy. Headmaster Kukuyet, this has nothing to do with me. Wait until the old man dies, then I will recite sutras to send him off. His vengeful spirit, don't cling to me. I'm afraid of ghosts. Kukuyet looked at his sword and suddenly realized it was cracked. He quickly regained his composure and hurriedly explained, Don't worry, I can heal myself, but I can't afford any more strong impacts. I didn't expect that broken sword to have a weapon-breaking attribute. All the weapons in front of it have to call it Master. Very well. I don't need any treasures, just every sword in the madman's hand. In another corner, Tai Nguyen had managed to cast a seemingly powerful and extraordinary formation spell. She sneered and announced, It's a success, my latest invention, the Huyen Tu Thon Kim Tran Di Thu. In the blink of an eye, the divine sword in Xiaokui's hand disappeared. He exclaimed in shock, Ku Fong sword. Tai Nguyen saw the result and was also surprised, exclaiming, That's really a success. In the previous experiments, out of 10 attempts, 9 failed. The divine sword of Xiaokui lies on the ground in Kim Tran village as he snarls and chases after her, scolding Tai Nguyen for the mess he made. She, holding 2 large swords and looking pitiful, said, Why are you chasing me to fight with that meat-shielded soldier? Tai Nguyen was tearful, only able to weakly defend himself. I am just a support. Seeing that, Chifo rushed over heroically to save the beauty, shouting loudly to reassure her. Tai Nguyen, elder sister, don't panic, we are here. His muscular arm swung his sword with the skill of a seasoned warrior. Tioke was hit right in the chest, fresh blood splattering everywhere, staining a large area red. He raised his hand to hold the wound, his eyes filled with contempt and sarcasm, as if to say, Do you think someone like you from Tai Nguyen with a heart of just 100 caddies can understand such a petty formation? Xiaohe no longer has her divine sword. Grabbing a rough spear as a weapon, she calmly says, This will do for now. Tai Yuan, seeing the effectiveness of the previous formation, presses on and uses it again. She shouted loudly, Huyen Tu Thon. Kim Tran Tho, Tiu Kei's newly refined spear, is again trapped within the formation on the ground. Chifo and Ku Kwet are delighted like fish in water, praising their little sister for doing well, as if the opponent hadn't cheated even once. Dang, you used the same trick twice, and Tiu Kei fell into the trap both times. Your face gradually twisted as you warned, Tai Nguyen, you're really driving me crazy. This is no longer a matter that can be solved with just a warm bed. I think you need to be taught a serious lesson. She was even more excited, bragging that she had succeeded again, proving that my new strategy for the game was correct. I'll tell my senior brother. he will definitely be very impressed. 2K couldn't accept it and shouted at her. That damn Huyen Tu Thon Kim trap. Is it all I can use in a big battle? Just bricks? Ignoring your anger, Tai Nguyen continued to deploy her new type of formation, and the Huyen Thuy Di Tho formation that had collected the poor bricks also fell into her trap. Shifao took advantage of the chaos caused by Zhao Kui losing her weapon to launch a sneak attack, and even Ku Kuyet couldn't help but praise. Tai Nguyen's sister truly is a once-in-a-millennium genius in array formations. Today, we've truly been enlightened. After glancing around, Zhao Kui's mind started racing. It's over. Taoba Sect's magic seems to be about to succeed. We can't delay any longer. So it turns out that all the others attacked him to buy more time for Kayet Duke to complete the magic faster. Chifo continued his relentless assault, sneering and losing the upper hand, yet still distracted. You're underestimating us too much. As the sword swung down, blood spurted from Xiao Kei's body everywhere. He was pierced through the chest by Chipo's sword, but he still clenched his opponent tightly, suffocating him and making him gasp for air. As expected of a demon lord, he is also very ruthless to himself. Xiao Kui pulls Chipo's head closer, slams his own head into it hard, then hoarsely shouts, releases his grip, and slowly pulls the sword out of his body. There is no more time to hesitate. Xiao He punched through the demon's cursed sword. He then turned to Tai Nguyen, as if she was the next target now in his sights. Without wasting any unnecessary actions, Xiao He turned his back and shot forward like lightning, leaving Tai Yuan stunned and watching. He said, "Priority is to attack. There's no time to waste." Tuka's eyes burn with fierce intent as he clenches his teeth tightly. Ki Duke raises his head to look at the wild beast before him, only to smile cunningly. It's too late now. Floating in the middle of the formation, he confidently declared, "I see you are not truly human. You are a demon born from a corpse, so this move definitely won't hurt you." With the power of ultimate virtue, a flaming arrow appeared, shining extraordinarily, with surrounding auras forming a fierce whirlpool. 2K notices the thick, murderous aura covering the entire battlefield, then raises his hand forward and shouts to activate his technique, the fierce yang-breaking demon arrow. Glancing at the arrow in front of him, 2K briefly comes up with an idea. The target is locked on me now, so no matter how far I run, I'll be hit. I wonder if this method will work. Ket Duc Duong draws his golden shining bow, each arrow flying straight at you. In the blink of an eye, it shot forward at the speed of light, tearing through space and time. Even in a life-or-death moment, Xiao Hu remained steadfast, trying to stay calm, but he still couldn't dodge. Now is the time. Dodge! With a lightning-fast reflex, Xiao Kei twisted his body to dodge, the arrow whistling past just inches from his body. He gritted his teeth and said, "That was too close." Having just escaped a deadly situation, Xiao Kei quickly regained his composure and prepared to strike back. With a challenging tone, he said, "It only grazed a little. Luckily, it didn't hit a dangerous spot. Now it's my turn." Seeing his opponent just escape death, Jianda remained unfazed and even a bit proud. He reminded Xiao Hun Gai Tho, "Look at your wing. This move was made specifically for a demon like you." That last remark was like a thunderclap, and I immediately turned to look at the blazing flames on my wing, wondering suspiciously, what? Wasn't it just a quick pass? Xiao clenched his fist tightly, growling in anger. Ah, damn it. From behind Kit Duke, you leap forward like a wild beast, uncontrollably trying to seize the fat prey, shouting loudly with fierce punches and kicks. Your bloodshot eyes and furious fists make you look no different from a demon from hell, ruthless and cold-blooded. The power of the punch was so immense that even with Kayet Duke using magic to defend himself, he was still wounded to the point of bleeding out, yet he still struggled to speak a few more words. Your demon realm is indeed powerful, able to cause serious injury even through a protective layer. But then a strange voice suddenly echoed in Xiao Kei's mind alongside Jaida's words, amplifying this near-death sensation to the extreme. In a flash, he regained his composure and asked suspiciously, "Could it be?" In a moment of distraction, 2K was hit by something, blood spraying everywhere. Not far away, Tai Nguyen stared in amazement and exclaimed, "That was a quick shot." The Liet Duong Fa Ma Tien just pierced through Xiao Kui's strong body, and he bitterly thought that this time he might have to end his life. Tuki seems about to collapse, staggering between life and death. Tu Thao, half serious, half joking, asks, "What are you joking about? This cheap arrow can even fly back." Ken Duke, exhausted, struggled to explain, "This is a Liet Duong Fa Ma Tien, given to our ancestors by a top expert, and each of these arrows can only be used once in a lifetime. The arrow must kill the demon or it will never stop. Otherwise, Do you think I would just stand here without using the teleportation scroll? Just a bait, huh? After saying that, he collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath and saying, "Damn it. I think my internal organs are about to burst." The golden arrow like blazing fire burned through Xiaokui's body. He endured the excruciating pain silently, lowering his face without a word. The black feathered wing on Xiaokui's shoulder gradually vanished into nothingness, and he could no longer endure it, collapsing in defeat. Tai Nguyen, who had been witnessing everything so far, suddenly felt a flicker of doubt in his heart. She hesitated and whispered to herself, "Should I kill him now while I have the chance? If he seeks revenge later, but he hasn't done anything wrong. In fact, he's on our side." Suddenly, a strong light burst out in front of Tai Nguyen. She was confused and wondered where the light was coming from. Xiaowan appears, tears streaming down her face, desperately stopping Tai Nguyen. "Why do you want to kill my son?" "My son never did anything wrong, although I don't want to hurt her," Tai Nguyen explained. "This world is a place where the big eat the small. That's just how it is, especially since he is a spirit." She cried loudly and said, "No way, my son is so strong, but he never bullied the weak and often helped those around him when they needed it. Just now she didn't even let me go to the spirit sea, afraid I would get hurt." Her shimmering eyes gradually turned into two soulless blood pearls. Xiaoyan coldly shouted, "So according to you, I am also a demon. My son is dead, and you all have to bury him with it." After finishing her words, she transformed into a demon. Tai Nguyen suddenly sensed that something was wrong. And even Jayet Duke, who was half-conscious, realized it too. The spiritual energies gradually grew chaotic as Xiaoyun unleashed her spiritual power. The sky and earth darkened, and Tai Nguyen could no longer withstand this fury. She barely managed to realize that this was the breath of the divine spirit I once sensed from my senior brother, but before she could speak, Tai Nguyen was thrown back by the strange and abnormal currents of spiritual energy. Ket Duke was no exception, his scream echoing everywhere. He was thrown into the air, blood splattering, and involuntarily slammed his body against a nearby rock. Kien Duke leans against that spot, his faint breaths like a fragile thread trying to hold on to his tiny life. Xiaoyan approaches, amidst the large pool of blood reflecting the image of a fierce demon protecting the one it loves most. Kiet Duke frowned, summoning his last strength to ask, "Who are you, really?" The breath from the talisman surrounding him, the evil demoness Xiaovan declared clearly, "I am the one who wants to kill you." The little cloud demon coldly said, "It's you." She pointed at Kite Duke and said resentfully, "You killed my son." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoyan decisively thrust the sharp spear toward him, and the weapon flew straight at Kit Duke, delivering a fatal blow that splattered blood everywhere. Tai Nguyen crawled on the ground, covered in bloody wounds, and weakly asked, "Why is it like this?" She still has the breath of a divine being on her, similar to my senior brother, but she gives me the feeling of not being human, more like an elemental spirit. Suddenly, the little demon Van sensed it and said, "Something's wrong, I'm about to disappear." So she looked at Xiao Kei's cold body and weakly said, "Xiao Kei's life is about to fade away." Xiao Van held the body on the ground, her voice trembling as she kept calling, "Xiao Kei." I mourn and curse at the same time. You still have many things you want to do, and cannot die here. Little Van, the demon, channels her last bit of aura into Xiao Kei's body and comforts him, saying, "Don't be afraid, my son." Tears flow endlessly as her spiritual power is drained away. She continues, "I am here with you." Van's voice echoes through space and time, reaching deep into your subconscious. "Don't be afraid, Xiaokuai. I'm here." Tiyuki's body begins to dissolve. She steps inside, gently touching her beloved son's face with her hands. Tiyuvan confesses to him that since the Demon Martial Academy, Uriel opened the gate of heaven to absorb her body and her 6 souls. She held Xiaokuei in midair and said, "This is the first time one of my spirits has awakened, and unexpectedly it's under these circumstances." As a mother, Tuvan has also chosen to sacrifice herself to save her child. She said, "Xiaokuei, I can't use holy healing magic to cure your wounds from the demon-breaking arrow. I can only choose to fully fall into the demon path to help you resist the demon-breaking arrow." Xiaovan's final words before bidding farewell to the world forever. "My son uses the energy I give him to gently balance the light and darkness within him. As long as they can merge, we can become gods." Mother Ma softly kisses your forehead and whispers, "I love you." Suddenly, Xiaoke's hand moved gently, reaching behind Xiaovan's back. Xiaoke held her tightly in a long embrace. After feeling the warmth returning to his body, Xiaoyan gently comforted him, saying, "It's okay." Tears streamed down Xiaoke's face as he nodded softly. "Yes, I plan to be your beloved son forever. Mom will definitely live longer than me this lifetime because she can't leave me behind." Before completely disappearing, Xiao Yuan reminded him, "My son doesn't depend on me at all. Stay strong, we will meet again." Then she immediately disintegrated into pieces and flew away. Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the heavens and earth, and Tiohei's aura surged fiercely once again, merging the power of light and darkness. Tai Nguyen couldn't believe her eyes. She pushed herself up to see clearly and said, "This kind of aura is truly like she's about to break through to become a god." She knew for sure that anyone who offended Xiaoqui this time would be gone for good, crying out in despair. "It's ruined, it's ruined, it's ruined." From afar, hundreds and thousands of reinforcements from other sects are arriving to help. Dongthan shouted loudly, "We are here to help." One elder stepped forward and asked, "Are you all right, headmaster?" Kukuyet, exhausted, tried to point at Xiao He and told them to kill her. Meanwhile, Chipo had been beaten so badly that he no longer looked like himself. A guardian arrived to use healing techniques to help Keat Duke recover quickly. No matter how noisy the surroundings are, Xiaoqui continues to absorb spiritual energy, preparing to transcend the tribulation. As expected, lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the dark sky, about to strike the ground. Tai Nguyen held his senior brother's hand, anxiously predicting that the heavenly tribulation had arrived and that he was surely about to become a god, with a level of thunder tribulation that would likely be very high, not lower than his senior brother's back then. Anyone witnessing this scene would be trembling with fear. One of them exclaimed, "The heavenly tribulation is terrifying. If we want to kill him, we must seize this moment." If this demon lord advances in rank, it is feared that not only the four great sects will be wiped out, but the entire continent of Shuyuan will also fall into an era of darkness and domination. Little Black hid behind the big rock, secretly observing, then sneered and said, get lost. You fight until exhaustion. This lord is waiting for the right moment to strike and reap the victory." Some wielded sword techniques, taking the opportunity, while others used trap magic to distract the Demon King during his tribulation. There are two brothers drawing talismans with a snake spirit. Some summon spiritual beasts, all sharing a common slogan: "Seize the opportunity during the Demon Lord's tribulation, to attack and distract him." Hundreds of weapons aim at Xiaoqui, risking failure in his tribulation. If those things could truly completely stop your tribulation, you would be shattered to pieces, or lose your soul and spirit. The clash of weapons and aura colliding sounded louder than thunder. In an instant, a terrible explosion occurred. Tai Nguyen was stunned for a moment, then she realized that in her hand was Tiu Kei's hair. His hair. Little Black stood there, stunned, with his mouth wide open. Without waiting for anyone to remind him, he crossed his legs and ran away. It gritted its teeth and said, "Do you think this is a game?" Even the four great sects wouldn't dare to risk their lives now. From the thick fog, faint shadowy figures emerge and disappear as the black wings are reborn, this time not just one wing, but a pair of white and black wings symbolizing good and evil. But in fact, Xiaoqui only cared about the shiny, glowing head. He said this with a hint of regret, as his hair had been burned off by the heavenly tribulation. After going through the tribulation, Xiaoqui wondered why it was over after just one strike. Divine tribulations of God certainly can't be that simple. Moreover, it seems that my divine laws are not perfect either. Why is that? Not only you, but many others also wonder. The pressure of this heavenly tribulation is strong, but why is there only a single bolt of heavenly lightning? It shouldn't be, right? Has he really become a legendary being now? Xiaoke thought to herself as her hair quickly grew out. This is too embarrassing. You guys want to keep being demons? Now I feel very uncomfortable. But the leader of the group stepped forward and said in unison, "We four great sects will destroy you, even if we all fall today." The demon head sneered. When it touched the words demon head, Tuke lost all face, clenched his fist fiercely, and aimed straight at the one who just provoked him. Xiaoqui frowned angrily, explaining firmly, "Are you all brainwashed? Who is right or wrong? Can anyone really tell? It's just a difference in stance, and clearly I am the victim, isn't that right? A bunch of people ganging up to rob me, and Duong Ko-hyu is still proud to be part of the extermination. But deep down, you still hate the new hairstyle given by heaven so much that you feel like crying." A chaotic, noisy crowd kept shouting. The demon exterminator, the guy with the prickly hair, was eating candied apples. Teokedi doesn't like to oppose this. Who just said I was the one causing trouble? Then they kept shouting on and on, "Exterminate the demons, exterminate the demons." You leapt up with a quick jump and shouted loudly, then suddenly an idea flashed through your mind. Their heads were struck directly by the heavenly tribulation, so the hair there is a bit difficult to grow. They've knocked out these people. The crowd below, upon hearing this scream, immediately became chaotic, shouting all sorts of things. A lion's roar, so handsome it's overwhelming. Then they gradually became dizzy and fainted. The heads of the sects also fell for Xiaoquei's move. They were both stunned and amazed by your power, so strong that just your sound made most of the people here faint. A sect leader asked, "Where is the head of the Great Hall?" When they realized it, they only saw Tai Nguyen collapsed on the ground. Xiaoko renegotiated even before she woke up. "I don't want to kill anyone now, so who will voluntarily tie up that damn Tai Nguyen and serve me as a maid? I will spare that person, even the entire sect of that person. I secretly think my mother once told me that a child who likes to smile is more beautiful, so I should smile more now. Are you all crazy? Our 4 great sects are allies, and we can also believe what that demon said. Even if we die here, we cannot ruin the reputation of the righteous path that has lasted for thousands of years." Tiukei's smile was wicked and terrifying. "You people look down on them. This is human nature, so you should seize the chance to abandon this false sense of righteousness early on. Also, I keep my word. The promise I made earlier still stands. The more I talk about morality, the more you think you should laugh more. As long as you are not ashamed, others will be the ones feeling embarrassed." It seems that Xiaokui's words have caused internal conflict among the sects. Suddenly, Chipo slowly opened his eyes, then stared wide-eyed straight ahead. Chipo shouted loudly as if he were the only one awake here. "Are these bastards all made stupid by this demon? He is causing internal conflict among us and wants to destroy our righteous soul first." Everyone reacted immediately upon hearing this. Hearing that, Xiaoka swiftly shot behind Chipo. "What are you saying?" "I'm helping them learn to grow up and distinguish right from wrong. Otherwise, my poor hair will lose all its soul." Just as their hair was growing back, he punched him hard on the head and said, "They must go through the baptism of life to become mature like my hair." Xiaokui urged them, "Hurry up, my patience has limits, or I will wipe out the 3 great sects." "Oh, and the leader of the Huyan sect. If you're willing to cooperate, I might consider forgiving the Huyan sect. Yes, for the 4 great sects, we sacrifice for justice and the honor of the 4 sects. We can only endure the shame of bearing this charge. We." Lam Wu turned around and looked at Tai Yuan lying motionless, feeling a bit conflicted about the words they just said. "It's us." The boy doubted himself. "What is going on? Why did I have that thought just now? What is going on? What's wrong with me? This must be the demon lord using some kind of demonic sound to disturb my mind and make me waver. It has to be him. This isn't me." Xiaokui keeps talking and swaying his lips, increasingly mesmerizing the fellow cultivators. "If you don't believe me, I can swear on my soul. As long as you follow my instructions, I will spare the 4 great sects. Anyway, I've achieved my goal today," he secretly rejoiced. Her hair, finally purified by the heavenly tribulation, has grown back. Tai Nguyen still shows no sign of waking up. Nu Fong, Lam Vu, and the other cultivators are all hesitating about whether to save her life and their sect. They are all lost in thought, wondering what to do. Should they really follow what Lama Dao said? Suddenly a voice breaks the heavy atmosphere. "Fellow Taoist, wait a moment." Lam Vu was stunned to recognize the owner of that voice and softly muttered in confirmation. This voice couldn't be. Master Tai Huyan has already ascended many years ago during that terrible divine tribulation. Could this be my illusion? "Yes, I was really hoping someone could come and help me," Nu Fong asked the boy once more. "Are you talking about the legendary genius Tai Huyan Chan Han, who was rarely seen in 10,000 years? Did you die because of the forced divine tribulation during the era of the face mask?" "Even Xiaokui feels it's familiar," he softly says. "This voice seems like I know it too." He remembers who this person is, the super divine powerhouse of Huyan sect, who appeared during the great battle with the goddess. Does Tai Huyan also appear in this era? How did this person and Tai Nguyen survive through such a long time, now in the ancient wilderness of countless years ago? Looking up at the high sky, Xiaokui shouted, "Come out, Tai Huyan." Tai Huyan's figure hadn't appeared for a long time, holding a blood-stained cloth in his hand. He asked curiously. "You know me. Just now you must have recognized who I am just by my voice. After many years, most people I've carried have died either in war or of old age. Who exactly are you?" Xiaokui grinned widely and replied, "You don't need to guess. You probably don't know me yet. But I do know you." He thought to himself, he and Tai Yuan might survive until the showdown with the goddess Hai. Maybe they have a way to help me return there. The two just kept standing face to face for a while, only looking at each other without saying a word, while the fellow cultivators over there all looked confused, wondering what they were doing. "Why do you keep standing there without saying anything?" The small leaf gently falls and passes by in an instant. But when it flew in front of Xiaokei and Tai Huyan, it was no longer intact but burned to ashes even though neither of them made a move. Xiaokei smiled gently, looking at the opponent with friendliness. Tai Huyan also smiled and responded. "Outsiders really don't understand, gossiping loudly. They know each other, so why are they smiling?" Thuanglin suddenly sensed something strange and exclaimed, "That's not right." Even though there was no killing intent between them, it felt as if they were fighting on an invisible battlefield. They are secretly competing with each other in a frenzy, but they are just pretending to be harmonious. Nufeng and the others don't believe it and wonder how you can tell if he's just talking nonsense. Thuong Lin, proud and haughty, raised her chin and said, "Your realms are far below mine, and the two great gods conceal their battles too deeply. Ordinary people obviously can't see through." Xiaohe and Tai Huyen continued to shake hands in silence, tightening their grip more and more. They are no longer fighting blindly, but are now engaged in a tense mental battle, showing faces but not truly agreeing. Xiaoke is conceding for a reason. I endure and think to myself that since I haven't completed my tribulation and become a perfect deity, I might not be his match. And the opponent, Tai Huyen, is also nearing retirement, always coming up with bold ideas. Now I only have a last breath left. Maybe I can't beat him, or after fighting, I might blow myself up to take him down together. Instead of fighting chaotically, let's just agree on a common opinion. Tai Huyen invites you. If that's the case, let's all reconcile and come to Huyanjiao as guests. I'll take this opportunity to have Tai Huyen Jr.'s sister apologize to you. I guess you're doing this just to become a saint, deliberately attracting people from the four great sects. We're not at the point where we have to die endlessly yet. Xiaokui also responded politely, saying, "Fellow Taoist Tai Huyen is truly wise. I have something to ask you. Let's go." At Huyan Temple, hanging on the cliff, Tai Nguyen finally woke up, but protested loudly. "Why should I serve tea and water to this demon and admit fault?" Tai Huyen gazed at the full moon, reminiscing about the past before beginning to speak. "I remember that year. Brother Vi saw a little girl abandoned in a mountain cave, and he took her home, even though she was covered in dirt." All right. Stop the storytelling. Can I go now?" "Since you're pushing it," he told her. Yes. Brother Xiaohe also said for you to wear this outfit to make tea for him. Don't worry. Brother Vi has checked. There's nothing wrong with this outfit." Tai Nguyen, with her proud face, just wishes she could punch her senior brother back to the sky. She shouted loudly, startling little cuckoo bird. Senior brother. In another development, the senior disciples who were beaten up by Xiaokuei just finished bandaging and are now sitting drinking tea and chatting. Hey. That girl in black is also a divine spirit, right? Gods, how come there are suddenly 3 of them? And Xiaoke, standing upstairs and looking down, furrows her brow in confusion. Why has my little mom changed like this? Below, Xiaoyun remains silent and withdrawn after the deadly battle, not wanting to communicate with others. Xiaoke eyes him carefully, running back and forth, rubbing his chin as if studying a rare creature, asking himself and answering, "Is this my mother after she has fully turned evil? It seems like Mom doesn't like to talk much anymore. Will she turn evil and become wicked?" Tai Huyen, upon seeing this scene, explained patiently that she must have fallen into the demonic path. He continued, saying that a person who falls into the demonic path will have an infinitely exaggerated, gloomy face, no longer restraining the darkness within. Furthermore, Tai Huyen said that working will only follow your true thoughts and won't be bound by any morals or rules. So many times you might interpret it as being childish. The more she explained, the more confused Xiaoko became. He muttered, "A gloomy face? Does my little mom have a gloomy face too? It's hard to tell now. I just don't want to talk anymore." Over here, Tai Nguyen has changed into a beautiful maid outfit, holding a plate of pastries and fresh fruit as she steps out. The 3 headmasters were chatting when they suddenly got nosebleeds because she was so stunning. Everyone was captivated and asked, "Who is she?" Tai Nguyen, furious, turned to scold him. "Senior brother, is this outfit even acceptable? The bust is too tight, and I feel like this costume was made to satisfy some people's uniform obsession." Xiaoko laughed happily, teasing her. "Oh, I didn't expect her to be even better. I think you have great potential to be a maid." Even little Van, with her cold face, was so stunned by Tai Nguyen that she was speechless. Moreover, she took out paper and pen to jot down something excitedly. Tai Nguyen curiously approached behind Tio Van to secretly look and asked, "What is this writing?" Tuki also didn't expect this and nervously exclaimed, "Wow, is this my mom's sinister face? Does she want to turn our adventure story into a harem?" This really is the thought of a villain. Tai Nguyen kept questioning suspiciously, "Is that girl drawing some kind of curse?" He tries to defend himself, saying it's not true. Tai Huyen, standing outside and watching the noisy kids, also finds it amusing and thinks to himself, "Is this the demon lord being beaten and chased by the 4 great sects?" Suddenly, he returned to the main topic and asked Xiaokuei a series of questions. "Yes, there is one thing I am very interested in. It seems you know that I am also aware of your aura, which is very special, making me feel that you are not from the same world as us. You feel the opportunity has come and need to extract information for the family spirit, hinting in a way that makes others more curious. Indeed, I do know you. Just at this moment, I also have something extremely important I want to ask you. Taingian and the other elders nearby are also trying to perk up their ears and listen in on the conversation. What? What do you mean? What is it? Tai Huyan suggested proactively. How about the two of us change places and talk somewhere else? Everyone sitting around was dissatisfied, thinking that Master Tai Huyan's words were not appropriate. Also, since the four great sects hold equal status, why are we so divided? Especially since we just reconciled with Big Brother 2K earlier, why do you treat us like outsiders now? Tai Nguyen nodded in agreement. That's right. Xiao Kui waved his hand and chuckled, saying it's okay, the more the merrier, because what I want to ask might be quite difficult. He gritted his teeth and said simply, I want to know how to travel through time and space. Tai Huyan was stunned, surprised at how straightforward he was. All three elders were just as surprised, their mouths agape. Tai Nguyen, holding the disc, couldn't keep his mouth shut. Xiao Kui broke out in cold sweat, forcing a smile as he asked, Can't we just stop showing such amazement? Do you have any way to do it? The whole group of people clamored like a flock of ducks, answering one after another. Yes, I didn't expect it either, and shouted loudly, but it is real. Seeing that everyone didn't seem serious, Xiao He smiled and waved his hand, saying, It's okay if there's no solution. This has caused everyone trouble. I just thought maybe luck would help me ask around. But instead, the four great elders answered in unison, Yes, it's true. The boy was so stunned he almost cracked his jaw in surprise. Really? In this era of face masks, are methods of traveling through time and space as common as street vendors? The five of them together give the same answer. Of course not. The scene shifts to a dark and mysterious place. A narrow path winding through a forest of thick trees, with a group of people trudging forward in silence. Huge venomous spiders with silk-covered teeth and piles of white bones full of death. Hidden behind a nearby tree, a green-skinned person in a red cloak quietly watches the group. They are none other than Xiu Kui's group, Tai Huyan, and the four great sect leaders. They walk along that mysterious path toward the large door. Above the door are mysterious patterns and a purple gemstone right in the center, while at the same time, another watcher approaches on all fours. Little Black hid and sneered, saying, It's no wonder I've been lurking and following for so long. Patience is what wolves need. I never expected this human-shaped treasure would lead me to this sacred place. This little one is truly a blessing for me. Tai Huyan stood there and said, Only the head of the four major sects has the right to know about this place. Back then, my master and the masters of 3 other major sects explored this place together when they were young. It holds many wonders, but also great dangers. Moreover, perhaps this place is connected to time, so the founding ancestors established rules for future generations, only allowing the 4 sect leaders carrying the token to unlock the seal. Xiao Kui looked over with a hint of admiration, but her tone was firm, and she even created a seal. The seal of the End of Days era. Soon I will use divine power to shatter it. He raised his cloth to cover his mouth, coughing slightly before continuing. You and I are the same. Not true gods yet. Currently only considered false gods, and the seal is very strong, created together by the previous generation of grandmasters and sect leaders from the era before the End of Days, so I'm afraid only a transcendent level can break it open. Huh? Godly level? Even the other sect leaders are equally surprised. Xiao Kui asked curiously, So you've always wondered how I reached the divine realm? No. How can I reach the divine realm now, especially since I'm badly wounded and barely clinging to life? Tai Huyan points at the door and replies, I found the way to become a god here. What? So the legendary master Tai Huyan has found a way to become a god here. So you guys are also from the 4 great clans. Why does it seem like you know nothing about this cave? Are you really not trying to trap me? Tai Huyan weakly explained, This cannot be blamed on them because nowadays almost everyone entering here is Vantu not Sin, unless they are about to run out of lifespan or rushing to break through, otherwise very few would come in. Back then, the founding masters also dared not go too deep, gaining opportunities outside and returning immediately. Many years have passed, the opportunities outside have all been taken, and future generations can only go deeper to find new chances. The method to traverse time and space lies in the deepest place. The 4 words, Vantu not Sin, feel like huge heavy stones pressing down on Xiao Kui, making him feel burdened just by thinking about it. The old man continued explaining the reason, and also that my injuries are caused by the great Tao being shattered by the heavenly tribulation. That heavenly tribulation seemed to want to crush me into dust that year. If it weren't for the protective treasure left by my grandmaster to save my life, I would have died long ago. The heavenly tribulation of the age of decline is terrifying. Xiao He here couldn't help but sneer. Huh. Becoming a god in the age of decline is an act of defying heaven and will be erased by the laws of the world. Xiaoke stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "In this situation, why does my heavenly tribulation only have a single thread?" Hearing that, Tai Huyen's eyes suddenly froze as he gazed into the distance and then replied, "I don't know. This is beyond my understanding." Little Black here kept observing and muttered, "I'm also very curious. Why did this kid's heavenly tribulation suddenly disappear, and there's always a strange aura on him calling me forth?" He stood there in a deep voice and said, "All right, if the method to traverse time and space is inside here, even Van Tu Not Sin, I will have to give it a try. But before going in, there's one thing I'm equally curious about. Haven't you all never been to the deepest part? How do you know there's a method to traverse time inside?" "It's still the same old situation." The 5 of them answered in unison, claiming that the elder's final words supported it. Xiaoko angrily shouted, "Can't you be even less trustworthy? I suspect someone deliberately wants me to go in so I can die inside." The elders pretend to be innocent and avoid it. "No, it's not you. Don't talk nonsense." He stepped forward and waved at them. "All right, then. I will say goodbye to you all." At that moment, Tai Huyen loudly interrupted. "Wait a minute," Tuke said innocently. "Why? Again?" He pushed Tai Nguyen forward and replied, "Follow us, senior brother and sister. She also needs to go into the deepest part of the monster cave, and I will go with her, as it is extremely dangerous inside. I was lucky to survive from there initially, and with me leading the way, it will be even better." He immediately looked confused, wondering why she also had to go along, while Tai Nguyen Tantien also stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. Tai Huyen immediately explained, "Aren't you always wanting to know your background? Initially, Brother Vi found you here, and while he still had a breath left, he wanted to help you uncover this wish." She cried, and emotionally told her senior brother, "No, compared to my background, I just want you to live healthily." He quickly reassured her, "If we meet a new opportunity after entering, maybe we can extend his life even more." Tai Huyen whispered softly into her ear with a smile, "Moreover, with this super helper, our chances of success are even greater. Did you just speak out your thoughts? Have you considered my feelings? My soul is very fragile and weak." The other 3 sect leaders now smile maliciously, their tone full of scheming. "Hurry up and get in. Our tokens are ready, just missing your Huyen sect's token," he said with a bitter smile as he looked at them and asked, "This must be the super divine token left right in front of you." Right now, these so-called tokens look very basic, but somewhat familiar. A sock, a slipper, and a hairpin. Tai Huyen continued, "These talismans are said to be found in the world inside the cave, and are the most suitable for sealing this vortex. The 3 types of tokens are all gathered. Only the final token of the Huyen sect is missing." He reached out and pulled out a blurred pink bra to tone down its sensitivity. Little Kay covered her eyes, looking pale. "Your grandmasters are the best." In that dark space, the group gathered and said to each other, "We can go in now, hurry." Tai Yuyan, walking behind, nervously said, "Senior brother, I'm a bit scared." The other 3 elders felt an invisible pressure and cheered happily, their journey smooth and safe, while Little Black here smirked maliciously, thinking the opportunity had come. It took the opportunity while the elders weren't paying attention and shot straight inside at incredible speed, catching them off guard and confused. "What was that just now? Did you see a black shadow running in after us too?" The old man of the Great Void stroked his beard and replied, "I think I saw it too." Shibotram to assess that if that black shadow truly exists, its strength far surpasses ours. Entering the Wanzi Not Sin cave might not lead to a good outcome. The scene shifts inside, where the 3 figures stand before the main door of the dwelling. Tai Huyen reminds them that stepping out will lead to a world beyond our understanding. The most important thing is that our primordial energy will be suppressed without limit, almost like ordinary people in this strange world who could die at any moment. Xiaoke was a bit worried, sweating and asking, "Does unlimited suppression of primordial energy mean becoming an ordinary person?" Over here, Tai Nguyen also looked on with curiosity, unable to comprehend this world. From inside the cave, you could see a door on a towering mountain, which is where the 3 of them are standing. They now look no different from little people. Tai Huyen continued, "The world is extremely strange, completely beyond our imagination. You 2 must follow my lead and not act on your own. Previously, my fellow disciples and senior brothers and sisters entered together, but I died unnecessarily in this world, and I don't want you 2 to follow in their footsteps. He will lead the way." "All right, then follow me." The 3 of them continued along the trail flanked by tall mountains and lush trees, while Xiao He had now successfully entered inside. It stands at the door looking left and right, but sees no one. Then appears confused. It stands there sighing. After more than 1,000 years, this road remains unchanged. Even on this side, Xiaokei's group is still moving forward, the mountain path becoming rugged and difficult. Tai Huyen ponders deeply, realizing that after more than 1,000 years, this road remains unchanged. Even the placement of the plants growing there is exactly the same. Could it be that time has stopped in this world? At this moment, Tai Nguyen suddenly saw something smoking on the ground. She was startled and exclaimed, then she picked it up out of curiosity. What is this? This foggy smoke feels a little toxic. As expected, this world is not simple. It turns out to be a top cigarette. Xiaokui saw it and screamed in horror. This is Tai Nguyen pointing behind and covering his face while shouting, "There is a person sitting in the grass." A straw hat man holding a cigarette with his left hand kneading paper, looking at us with some surprise, walking heavily and unsteadily. Tai Huyen quickly stopped him and said, "They are locals of this world. They consider toxic fumes as food. Let's run quickly." Then he didn't hesitate, grabbing the two of them and running desperately forward. After a while, Tai Huyen stopped, let go of them, and panting said, "Luckily we ran fast. This is just the outer area, not too dangerous yet. The real horror is inside the central zone." Xiaoko feels a bit confused, thinking to himself, "No way, that thing earlier can't be cigarette smoke and the straw hat and tissue are so familiar." Xiaohei is also moving leisurely now, jumping over the rough terrain. It sniffed the air and muttered, "Yes, that's right. Their scent is coming from here, but there's also a strange smell. Why is there another strange smell?" While it was still engrossed in its thoughts, suddenly a stick appeared out of nowhere and struck it on the head. Little Black curled up, crying out in pain. "Damn, what did I hit that so hard?" So it turns out he's the farmer from earlier, now smoking while holding a gun in his hand. He looked at Little Black with longing, affectionately calling him Little Dog, then was immediately caught by the farmer, only able to bark. It was only now that Xiaohei realized what was happening. In this world, my lord cannot speak to humans. The scene shifts to a highway where the familiar figures of the three people are present. Xiaoqiu sat down, placing his hand on the asphalt and observing, this familiar lane marking, isn't this the only product of Earth? The two siblings looked at him in surprise and asked, "Earth? What do you mean by Earth?" At the same time, the sound of a motorcycle engine roared, and a motorcycle appeared with 3 heads in red, blue, and yellow, sitting on it. "You're joking, right? I've come full circle and returned to Earth, and I even have a rough idea of where I am now. I'm feeling excited. Could it be that after passing through that cave, I've actually come back to Earth? Hey guys, can I ask, is this Earth?" The redhead thought to himself. This guy's into cosplay so deeply he's totally clueless. Could this be the M78 planet? We all can become light masters, I must tell you for sure. The yellow-haired guy pointed at Tai Huyen, criticizing, and also said, "You guys are too weak. All of you have a traditional style." Then she turned to look at Tai Nguyen and asked, "Do you want to join our family?" Ihengo asked again. "Huh." The red-haired clan leader stepped forward and pointed at Xiaokei, saying, "And the weirdest thing is you. You look like the main character of some random anime. Only a little fanboy like you would notice. No one on the street would recognize who you are." Hearing that no one would recognize him, he sighed and sat there drawing circles in the sand. The group continued to invite Tai Nguyen, saying, "Join us, little sister." She felt a bit confused, thinking to herself, "What should I do? They have a family clan, probably a powerful force here. I need to refuse politely to avoid offending them." Tai Huyen stepped forward to protect his junior sister and said, "Enough, you all. I am the head of the Huyen sect, and my junior sister is also a representative head. Even if you are not part of our sect, you shouldn't be so rude." "Are you guys saying that your sect is just a rogue organization you set up yourself?" Tai Huyen said angrily, his face dark with fury. "Do you dare to insult our Huyen Jiao?" He immediately took out a talisman, pinched it in his hand, raised it to the sky, and shouted loudly, "Thunder punishment, 9 tails." But in response, there was no thunder, only a few gentle breezes blowing by, carrying some leaves and the face of someone with a silly expression. The group whispered to each other, and I suspected he's not acting deeply, probably just a fool. Tai Huyen sweat and muttered, "Indeed, even though I am at the false god level, I can't summon a trace of primordial energy here. I wonder if the founding ancestors with super divine cultivation levels were the same back then." He angrily insists, "But even if it costs my life, I will use my fist to protect my junior sister's safety." Xiaoqi forced a bitter smile and stopped him. "Brother Tai Huyen, it's not that serious. It's not that serious. Just lower your fist the size of your pot." Then he leaned in and whispered, "If you strike first, we will be the ones provoking trouble, and they will be justified in defending themselves. This is not the Water Realm continent, where conflicts are common. Everywhere there are laws and civility to follow. Then Xiaohe stepped forward, smiling and saying, "Sorry to bother you, big brothers. We've been involved in our school's animation club activities recently. After putting on these costumes, I think I overdid it a bit. Sorry. The redhead points and criticizes, "Oh, I see, you're still a student? You guys really should play less cosplay and read more books. In the future, when building the country like us with blonde hair in the mix, the project leader is done. Let's go back and carry bricks." Tai Huiyan then asked curiously, "Why does Xiaoko know so much about this world? Can I still talk to them normally? What is the animation club? What is cosplay?" I frown and answer, "This world might be my original world." Tai Yuan asked in surprise, "This is the way through time and space. You want to find the world you want to return to." I want to travel through time to the water origin world many years after the ancient era, but I go there to do many things so I can return to Earth. It's a bit roundabout, but I guess that's about right. Tai Huiyan excitedly asked, "Do you have a way to help my junior sister find her identity?" Tai Nguyen, on the other hand, was concerned about something else. "Is there a way to cure my senior brother here?" Tuke quickly reassured them, "I will do my best, but first we must figure out how to obtain the most useful thing in this world. Only then can we do what you want." "What is the most useful thing in this world?" So they immediately asked curiously, "How can we get this important man?" Tuke replied, "We have a few methods to try now, but I don't know if they'll work." He looked into his palm, focused, and shouted, "Summon!" Xiaoke clenched his fist and sighed, "No, I can only try another way." The scene shifts to a nearby bus station where the three decide to kneel and beg for money, with a sign that reads, "Out of money, please give 20 yuan for fare home." Just then, a young man with his girlfriend walks by and sneers at them. "Hey kid, look over there. Society's competition is really fierce lately. You have to dress like that to scam money outside." The broken bowl with a pig-nosed design, gentle breezes keep blowing, but they still haven't received a single coin. Shaka propped her chin and thought, "Why isn't anyone giving money? Could it be that this trick is too old?" "No, we have to try a different approach." Quickly change to a sign saying a family member is seriously ill and asking kind-hearted people for help. Tai Nguyen sat there crying, begging everyone to have mercy and help his nephew who has late-stage rectal cancer, tuberculosis, and a passion for dressing differently. Tai Huiyan lies motionless. A middle-aged man approaches and asks, "Why does such a pretty young girl like you, who is healthy, resort to street scamming instead of supporting herself?" A wealthy-looking auntie added, "That's right. Now everyone lives well. With hands and feet, no one will starve." At that moment, Tai Huiyan coughed weakly a few times, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, then blood started to flow continuously. His weak voice called out, "Are you little sister?" Seeing the scene, the aunt was startled and wide-eyed, then loudly apologized. "So it's true. He looks so handsome. What a pity. Everyone just keeps throwing money into the paper box of the three of them." Some young men are pushed around by someone and they immediately start shouting, "Don't push me, you bastard. Who pushed his head down?" A security guard with a shaved head pushes forward loudly, looking extremely fierce. "Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Who is it? Who dares to cheat and deceive on my turf?" Xiaoke, standing behind a pillar, peeks out and says, "Not good. It's the security guard." So he quickly rushed into the crowd, then charged at the guard with a punch, grabbing his muscular body in a hug. He glanced at Tai Huiyan and silently signaled, "You two go ahead. I'll hold him back." He seems to have understood as well, nodding slightly. The guard, blushing from being grabbed, immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" Now there are only two possibilities. Either you're with them or you're gay. If you don't let go after I count to 3, I'll show you what pain really is. A girl whispers in her boyfriend's ear saying, "Tell them we're all in on the scam." Meanwhile, Xiaoque frowns determinedly and firmly shouts, "Don't let go," causing the guard to tense up immediately, thinking, "Damn it, it looks like you're with those guys." The boy blushed and kept shouting, "I won't let go." The two strangers looked at them with perverted eyes. This is, definitely, true love. He angrily said through clenched teeth, "Let me go. I'm a straight guy." The guard suddenly froze, thinking, "No, that's not right. Why does this guy's strength seem so great?" He still trained in martial arts since he was a child, his strength far surpassing that of ordinary people. The guard awkwardly complimented him, saying, all right, you're strong. This young man is really strong." Xiaoji sneered and replied, "It seems my strength isn't completely suppressed by this world." He kicked him so hard he soared into the sky, muttering to himself, "Did I misread his expression just now?" Immediately, Xiaoqui slipped away quietly against the crowd. The guard sitting there amidst a large group loudly asked, "Where are those two troublemakers? And that handsome, muscular young man too? As for you, you're rushing around, wondering where Tai Huiyan and Tai Nguyen have gone." At the train station, things are chaotic, and we need to find them quickly. Just then, a strange sound came from behind. Finally, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Tuke was startled and stopped, turning around to ask, Who is speaking? You stand there blankly among the crowd, wondering who was just speaking, as the scene shifts to a small, somewhat dilapidated house at the foot of the hill. Inside the small pen, Little Black growled under his breath. Damn. These tiny bugs of the world, still daring to think about eating me, their guts are bigger than a dog's. Meanwhile, the farmer on this side was sharpening his knife with a look of greed. It looks out and barks a few times like, I, the Lord, will not sit idly and wait to die. Then it kept barking continuously, using its forelimbs to desperately try to pull the iron bars in vain. Seeing Tio Hak bark so much, the farmer turned back with a puzzled look, then smiled kindly and said to it, Bark all you want. Soon you won't be able to bark anymore. I guess I've been eating too much lately and got my head stuck. Dad caught a dog for you. Its limbs often cold, so later it will drink a lot of dog blood to nourish its body. The girl looked at Xiaohei in the iron cage and thought, then pointed and said, It has a owner. It suddenly bared its sharp teeth and barked fiercely, thinking to itself, You're not worthy to be the master of this lord in this world yet. Even if the lord is beaten to death or eaten by you, I will not abandon my dignity or become a mere spirit element for others. The farmer sneered and said, It's probably because it's too mischievous, disobedient to parents, and ran away from home. We must put it inside us to understand the dangers of the outside world. He pointed a sharp knife at it and said in a stern voice, The knife is now sharpened and ready. Soon it will be stew or stir-fry. The girl suddenly exclaimed, Dad, look, the puppy can draw. The old farmer turned back and asked, Are you a good girl? Have you been watching too much cartoons? How can a dog know how to draw? But after seeing himself, he was also stunned, his eyes wide open as if they were about to pop out. What is that blurry thing? Tiny Black held up the sign and barked a few times, indicating that it was a divine wolf. The farmer tapped its head with a stick and then pinched his daughter's cheek, saying, You mischievous kid, trying to tease your father again? Dad, please help me register for an art class. I really drew badly this time. The girl pouted with her arms crossed and replied angrily, I'm not lying to you, it's the truth. Look, he's drawing again. Over here, Xiaohei is wide-eyed with fear, tears streaming down, desperately trying to hold his pencil and keep himself alive. Then it held up the sign towards the farmer's father and uncle. On the sign, Xiaohei drew himself as a deity worshipped by people. He saw it and his eyes nearly popped out in shock. Damn it. The scene shifts to an alleyway at night where a group of people are gathered and someone steps forward to threaten them, saying, Hey, you two dressed in old-fashioned clothes, you're pretty bold. That guy turned to ask them, Do you dare to steal customers in our territory? Do you know that everywhere around here is our territory? No one else but us is allowed to commit theft, fraud, kidnapping, or pickpocketing. Tell me who your boss is. The Tai sibling stood there holding a bag of money, eyes wide, while Xiaokuei was among the crowd and asked, Who's talking? Are you waiting for me? That voice responded, Don't look for me anymore. I don't need you. He looked up and was startled. The moon. A strange diamond-shaped symbol appears in the middle of the moon. Are you there? Is this the Earth I know? This guy's having a mental breakdown again, talking to himself and even thinking he's an alien. Let's stay away from him. The moon responded, This is not the Earth you know. Xiaohui asked further, So why do you know me and even say you're waiting for me? Who are you, really? At this moment, the moon suddenly emits a blinding light. He raised his hand to shield his eyes and tried to look up, while Tai Huyan was also trying to explain. We and my junior sister have no intention of competing with you. We just really need a place like this right now. Tai Nguyen looked over with worry for his senior brother. The big brother asked to leave this money here, then told the pretty girl next to you to stay and drink with us. This will be considered settled. Tai Huyan quietly approached and picked up the stick from the wall, then examined it with a puzzled look from his junior sister. The eldest brother, holding a sharp knife, wondered, Do they plan to fight us with that old wooden stick? Huyan said, Even though we can't use true energy, our resilient soul cultivators have honed their skills for many years with blood and sweat during our pursuit of the Tao, and it's not for nothing, little sister. You usually like studying talismans and don't practice swordsmanship. Today, your senior brother will teach you the basic sword techniques of Huyan sect again. He raised the staff and instructed, Look carefully. Then, without hesitation, Tai Huyan thrust his staff like a sword at them. The thugs were also eager to rush in and clash. Tai Nguyen nervously exclaimed, Su Haing! He charged in, weaving through the enemies, continuously swinging his staff at their weak points. The relentless sounds of whistling filled the air, accompanied by their screams of pain, blood spilling, and the thuds of their weapons dropping. Tai Huyan's swordsmanship was truly formidable. The boss has just been standing to the side, watching with a sneer. In this narrow alley, the beaten-up people lie scattered, while the leader quietly stands behind the two siblings. He raised the knife to Tai Nguyen's neck, then looked over at Tai Huyen and shouted for him to stand still. He looked over, his face pale, cursing under his breath. Damn it! Then he coughs weakly a few times, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Tai Huyen kneels down, using his staff to keep from collapsing, still cursing. Damn it, why does it have to be right now? The scene shifts to Xiao Hui, who is floating in midair, wondering where she is and recalling that she was just hit by a strong beam of light. The moon replied, this place is a balance point between this planet and the outer universe. TUK widened his eyes and exclaimed, the stratosphere. Are you the moon? Could it be some kind of fairy god or something? Can't you just say what you mean directly? Who are you, really? How do you know about me? Can we talk without acting so mysterious? I've noticed that every time I get pulled into a strange space, I end up wasting a lot of time talking to people who beat around the bush. The more mysterious and skilled you are, the more you like to talk like this. Can we get straight to the main point? Later, I still have to find those two senior brothers and sisters. It also spoke frankly, immediately. All right. I won't beat around the bush anymore and let you see my true form. As soon as I finish speaking, cracks appear across the moonlit space. Xiao He looked over carefully and said, the space has been shattered again, and it's another evil villain. Now, the moon has turned into the pupil of a giant, mysterious eye. That eye becomes clearer before your eyes, staring directly at Xiao Ke as a pair of eyes form. One is the moon, the other the sun, accompanied by a voice echoing. Hello, you can call me the giant, I exclaimed in panic. What, girl? The sun and the moon are just his two eyes. Xiao Ke, with wide eyes in amazement, said, that's so huge. At this moment, the giant's entire body appeared with white hair, staring directly at him. What's that? You're so tall and your voice is like thunder. Can we talk in a different way? The giant crossed his arms and agreed without hesitation, then immediately shrank his body back down. Surprised, he asked, so is this person easy to talk to? He replied, I am not that friendly. In the past, anyone who dared to talk to me like this all ended up dead. Hearing that, Xiao Ke froze instantly, sweat pouring down non-stop. Meanwhile, the giant remained silent, saying nothing more. He silently thought to himself, this guy is very provocative. At this moment, he spoke up, I hear what you're thinking. So that's how it is? Now the giant asked, do you know why that woman will choose you in the future? You replied, could it be because I am the child chosen by heaven? With the hero's light shining, 1 in 100,000, and even initially sacrificing himself to save someone, which moved her. He pointed at Xiao He and replied, that's not right. Even at the level of the cosmos, this small matter wouldn't affect her judgment. Everything is her arrangement, forcing you to believe everything makes sense so she can easily nurture a perfect pawn, Xiao Ke wondered. Wait a minute, that's a bit off. How do you know about the goddess Hai? This is the ancient era, so how do you know about the goddess Hai, and even that I will appear here, and this place clearly resembles Earth. I have too many questions. Can you tell me why not? The giant pondered, a slightly sad and contemplative look in his eyes, then looked up and replied, everything is because I am a cosmic-level being. He raised his thumb and said, well, if you explain it like that, then you're unbeatable. A cosmic-level being can do whatever they want. The giant added, even a cosmic level can't do whatever they want. As far as I know, one cosmic level has been killed by that woman. Shoku pondered, the goddess is so powerful she can kill an entire level of creation. What should I do now? Am I only able to live according to her arrangements in this life? More importantly, her plans for me are not good at all. What should I do? No, that can't be right. Why would someone as insignificant as me matter to her and keep causing trouble with me all the time? He looked at you and said, because you have a very special soul. Xiao Ke looked proud. Many girls who pursued me before also said the same thing. The giant explained, I mean, your soul was forcibly created by that woman and then placed inside a mortal to produce the you of today. Your soul is very special. It was fused from many fragments of my father's remnants that the woman dedicated herself to collecting across the water source continent. TUK asked curiously, who is your father? He replied, my father is the human king, the ancestor of all mankind on this world. The water source continent was created by him. He is an ultimate being, standing above all living creatures. You wonder, if the entire continent of Tui Nguyen was created by him, how could the fragments of such a powerful person's soul be scattered across Tui Nguyen? Who can kill him? But hearing Kuke's thoughts, the giant immediately said, no one can kill him. He voluntarily gave up his life. He continued recounting, he wants to use his life to cleanse the entire Tui Nguyen continent. He aims to create an ideal kingdom, a world of dreams. What he pursues is completely different from us. After hearing this, he looked surprised. This should be called living a boring life. Besides, now that I've merged with his father's soul fragment, it's not enough for him to see me as his father. This is a disaster. Will he destroy his own soul later to send it back to Mother Earth and cleanse the great water continent? Xiaoke looked over curiously and asked, "So you say you've been waiting for me for a long time. What do you want to find me for?" He replied, "I want to know what that woman is plotting. For years now, she has kept appearing at different time nodes to find pieces of my father's shattered soul and merge them into you. I believe the answer lies within you." The giant raises his hand to cast a spell and then continues, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I just want to see the secret that the woman is hiding deep inside your soul." Xiaokui's body floats in midair above the streams of energy from the giant. His right eye, where the sun resides, flashes brightly as golden energy coils around him, threatening to tear him apart. Suddenly, from the void, a giant claw appeared aiming at Xiaoke. He was completely motionless, caught in the game of the mighty ones. The giant smiles with amusement.